The man is clearly the king of slaughter among the 7 kings, yet he doesn't even dare to crush an ant. It's simply because the man has awakened his talent for slaughter. He can continuously enhance his strength through killing. However, when the man told his grandfather about this, his grandfather was so frightened that he fled to another place overnight. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded himself not to reveal his talent. At this moment, several corpses lay scattered across the rain-soaked street. The sound of rain was mixed with intermittent electric buzzing. Calling Ellie, can you hear me? Immediately after, a graceful figure, battered and bruised, slowly stood up. But just then, a humanoid creature rushed back. With a single punch, it sent the woman flying again. The woman crashed into a puddle on the suburban road, splashing water everywhere. Just as the humanoid creature charged at the woman again, a figure in a school uniform suddenly appeared in front of it, quickly raising an arm. A punch was thrown. Everything happened so fast that it felt like the rain paused for a moment. With a loud bang, the humanoid creature was sent flying backward. It crashed into the wall. There was no more movement. The man raised his palm again. With a grasp from a distance, a drop of blood shot out from the humanoid creature and ultimately merged into the crimson rune on his palm. The man then turned to glance at the woman behind him before walking straight into the distance. Ellie, lying on the ground, still looked shocked and weakly said, "Thank you, I'm Ellie. May I ask your name?" The man's footsteps did not stop as he lightly uttered 3 words, "Xin Juanhao." As the man disappeared from sight, several military SUVs quickly approached. On the other side, I returned home and shook the raindrops off my umbrella. At the same time, a cooing sound came from inside the house. "Xiaoyu, this thing is a rare fire. We had to pull a lot of strings to get it. This time, let your sister and your brother Fong Chen participate. You're still young. We'll buy you 2 new ones next year when you awaken." Upon hearing this, Jahang Xiaoyu slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is unfair. You're just favoring that orphan nephew of yours. He eats our food, uses our things, and now he wants to take my awakening potion?" After saying this, Jahang Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Weidong with tears in her eyes. "Dad, say something fair." Zhang Weidong looked at the 2 potions on the table and said, "Weilon, how about we give Fong Chen's potion to Xiaoyu? After all, Xiaoyu is our own daughter." "No way," Fong Weilon immediately countered. "The talent test is very important. It concerns his future." Zhang Weidong slammed the table and said, "Why can't it be done? Your nephew is a treasure, but my daughter isn't? If it weren't for us, your nephew Fong Chen would have been a lost dog by now. This is my aunt's eldest daughter." Zhang Xiaocha raised her head and said, "To be precise, everything we eat, use, and even our place to live was left to him by Fong Chen's parents. Without us, Fong Chen might be living better, and we would be the lost dogs. If I'm not mistaken, the money to buy these 2 potions was also left to Fong Chen by my uncle and aunt, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Weidong was suddenly speechless. Zhang Xiaoyu insisted, "My parents' money has long been spent. I don't care, this potion has to be mine. I don't want to be laughed at by my classmates for not being able to afford a potion," Zhang Xiaoyu said as she grabbed a potion for herself. Fong Weilon was about to speak when there was a noise at the door. She immediately got up to welcome him. "Xiao Chen is back. Hurry up and eat," Zhang Xiaoyu said with hostility, rolling her eyes at me and muttering under her breath, "Shameless thing." I ignored her, having clearly heard what my aunt's family just said. When my parents passed away, they left behind a huge fortune, which attracted the envy of many relatives. It was then that I began to see through human nature. Later, when my grandfather went missing, my uncle Jiang Weidong fell into business troubles and accumulated a mountain of debt. Back then, Jiang Weidong still acted like a decent person. I helped settle the accounts and even let my aunt's family live in the house left by my parents. At this moment, Fong Weilon served me a bowl of rice and said, "Xiao Chun, tomorrow is the talent test, and your aunt has also bought you a potion." As she spoke, she turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, give the potion to your brother Fong Chang." Zhang Xiaoyu shoved the potion into her pocket and said, "Why should it be mine?" Fong Weilon was about to respond, but Zhang Xiaocha reached out and pushed the potion in front of him, saying, "Brother, this is yours." After saying that, she got up and returned to her room. After dinner, I returned to my room and took out my phone. The class group chat was already buzzing. Xin Juanhao, the rich second generation, was wildly showing off in the group chat about the 20 awakening potions his dad bought him. The awakening potion is a type of drug that activates human potential. It can increase the success rate by 10% during the talent test. Everyone has 2 chances before graduating from senior year. Although I awakened my talent for slaughter early on, I had never used it due to my grandfather's instructions. Later, I accidentally encountered an artist and had to make a move. After that, I discovered that slaughtering such artists could greatly enhance my abilities. I could also plunder the talents awakened by others. These artists are also a type of awakened individual, but their desires magnify infinitely after gaining power. They commit all sorts of atrocities, from arson to robbery. Since then, I have kept an eye on such individuals. Since my grandfather advised me not to easily display my talent for slaughter, I could still use other talents acquired through plunder. The next morning, the homeroom teacher, Chen Wenjin, arrived at the podium. Class, please don't be nervous. Wait for my notification before injecting the potion. By the way, are there any students without potions? Upon hearing this, Qin Juanhao flipped his middle part and turned to look at me sitting by the window. Fong Chen, what about you? However, before I could speak, a stunning girl in the front row, Xu Xingyao, opened her bag and took out a potion, saying, Teacher, I brought one for Fong Chen. Seeing this, Qin Juanhao's face immediately darkened. At that moment, the principal arrived at the classroom door and called out, Teacher Chang, come out for a moment. Behind the principal were two people, one wearing a trench coat and a top hat, and the other with silver short hair and ice blue eyes. After the homeroom teacher, Chen Wenjing, exited the classroom, the principal signaled to close the door. Then, looking through the window at the class, he curiously asked, Teacher Chang, which one is student Qin Juanhao? Chen Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned around, and pointed in the direction of Qin Juanhao, saying, that one is Qin Juanhao. Wen Yan politely leaned forward, following Chen Wenjing's gesture, and looked into the classroom, saying, Ali, take a look. Is that him? Ali, with ice blue eyes, stared at Qin Juanhao through the window. I was about to faint at the time, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but his height and build. At this moment, Chen Wenjin asked in confusion, who are these two with the principal? Principal Ji chuckled with his hands behind his back. Teacher Chang, these two are from the 7th Division. This is Mr. Xiao Wutong, and this is MS. Ali. Chen Wenjin, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, the 7th Division is looking for Qin Juanhao? Has he been selected early? Seeing this, Xiao Wutong immediately raised his hand to signal that it was confidential, but his eyes were filled with the pride of having intercepted a genius early. Suddenly, Ali looked curiously at a figure sitting by the window. When I first saw Ali appear, I had already swept my bangs aside and casually put on my deskmate's glasses. After all, my talent is quite unusual, and there's no relevant mention online. Who knows if I might end up being taken for slicing and rescue. At this moment, Xiao Wutong was in a great mood. Those from the 9th Division reported to their superiors to delay the announcement of results by a day, just to intercept talented students early, but unfortunately, I had already found the treasure. Meanwhile, the classroom had already erupted in chaos just moments ago. Students in the front row clearly heard the principal asking who Qin Juanhao was, and they also heard that the two strangers were from the 7th Division. That's the legendary 7th Division of the Celestial Escape Bureau, or at least a B-level talent is required to join. Some knowledgeable students began to explain, what kind of Celestial Escape Bureau is this? The real deal is the 9th Division, all geniuses, with a minimum entry requirement of S-level. When Yan's sycophant, Su Xiaoqiang, looked excited, Brother Hao, you've made it. No matter which division it is, if you can be discovered early, that's the best. Qin Juanhao was also a bit taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Su Xiaoqiang quickly chimed in, Brother Hao, your family is so impressive. You must know people in the Celestial Shield Bureau, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Juanhao suddenly realized, right, my dad knows them. I remember he even had dinner with someone from there before. Seeing Qin Juanhao confirm this, Su Xiaoqiang turned his gaze to Xu Xingyao. Did you see my brother Hao's strength? Xu Xingyao replied timidly, they just took a glance. It could be that Qin Juanhao's dad is in trouble and they're here to arrest him. After saying this, Xu Xingyao ignored Su Xiaoqiang and waved her hand in front of me. You're not even nearsighted. Why are you wearing glasses? I chuckled and returned the glasses to my deskmate, trying to see how it felt to wear glasses. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Wenjing, walked in and focused her gaze on Qin Juanhao. Su Xiaoqiang immediately asked the teacher, what did those people just say? Did Brother Hao get a special recruitment from the 7th Division? Chen Wenjing raised a finger to her lips, signaling that she couldn't say. Seeing Chen Wenjing smile, the classmates erupted in excitement again. Brother Hao is amazing. Qin Juanhao also spoke excitedly. After the test, if I really get recruited by the 7th Division, I'll treat the whole class to food and fun. I watched Qin Juanhao, who was half-heartedly celebrating with champagne, and thought about how devastated he would be if his talent test results turned out poorly. Soon, it was time for the talent test, and many people in uniforms were standing around the testing area, most of whom were from official or various large organizations. After all, awakened individuals are in high demand now, and every organization wants to compete for promising talents. At this moment, a handsome man with white hair and sunglasses walked past the officials, followed by a beautiful girl carrying a box. Everyone stood at attention and saluted when they saw the two, and even non-official members nodded in greeting. However, the white-haired leader walked through the crowd without a glance, heading straight for a classroom. Many students were wide-eyed at the sight, realizing it was the legendary 9th Division. They noticed the beautiful girl carrying a box with the 9 dragons emblem, which was the emblem of the 9th Division. I watched the white-haired man and the beautiful girl enter the classroom, sharply sensing a feeling of danger from both of them, especially from the white-haired man. I even felt that he could eliminate me in an instant with just a thought. As the talent test began, Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wutong from the 7th Division. Xiao Wutong also looked over in this direction and smiled, nodding at Qin Juanhao. Su Xiaoqian was ecstatic at this scene. Did you all see that? The guy from the 7th Division nodded at Brother Hao. Qin Juanhao's smile was hard to suppress, even more than an AK, and he pretended to be nonchalant as he advised Su Xiaoqian, be low-key, low-key. After saying this, Qin Juanhao glanced at me and said, I've heard that when it comes to talents, sometimes good students can have the opposite effect. There was a senior who ended up with a level 1 excavator talent. Fong Chen, I think you might end up like Wenyan. I nodded in agreement, saying, that's fine, it's better than a level 1 simp talent. A simple sentence struck a nerve with Qin Juanhao, and his face instantly turned as dark as a pan bottom. At this moment, Xu Xinyao poked me in the lower back and asked, where's the potion I gave you? I left it in the classroom, I forgot to bring it. Xu Xinyao frowned and pouted, how could you be so careless at such an important time? Saying this, she shoved her own potion into my hands and turned to run back to the classroom to get it. I grabbed Xu Xinyao and gently smiled, we're about to go, there's not enough time to go back now. What's wrong with you? Xu Xinyao said with a face full of complaints. It's fine, if it doesn't work this time, there will always be another chance. Then, Chen Wenjing's voice could be heard, and Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaoqian, Fong Chen, and Xu Xinyao entered the testing area in order. In the distance, Xiao Wutong saw Qin Juanhao enter the testing area and immediately smiled, quick, we'll sign him as soon as he comes out. As I stepped up to the massive testing device, I touched the pendant my grandfather had given me. He had said that with this pendant, my killing talent could be concealed from detection. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the white-haired man sat in a chair, observing a sophisticated display instrument in front of him. At that moment, the device suddenly emitted a piercing sound, and my test results appeared on the monitor. The beautiful girl beside him looked at the monitor in surprise. I had been able to measure an SS-level talent without using any potion, and had several other talents as well. If I had used a potion, all of my talents could have been raised by another level. The white-haired man slowly pushed his sunglasses down and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Fong Chen is wanted by the 9th Division. Soon, the test ended, and before I left the testing area, I estimated that my strength talent was at the S level. Today, without injecting any potion, it was probably just the accumulation of that talent. I might be targeted by organizations like the Celestial Escape Bureau, but I would definitely not end up in the 9th Division. For me, the people from the 9th Division are too terrifying, and being mixed in with that kind of monster group, I could quickly be exposed. Meanwhile, as Qin Juanhao just walked out of the testing area, he was pulled into a classroom by Xiao Wutong. This scene drew gasps and envy from many people. Qin Juanhao completely stopped pretending, his lips curled up high as he continuously waved at the cheering classmates. The white-haired man in the classroom looked out the window, wondering, what is that fool Xiao Wutong doing? The beautiful girl said, they signed a student early, and the white-haired man looked puzzled. Did we miss out on any good seedlings? The beautiful girl casually flipped her hair and said, I overheard that they found a good seedling and are trying to poach from us. The white-haired man pointed at the box in front of him, saying, that fool doesn't know that we brought the most advanced testing equipment this time? It's not surprising that he doesn't know about the upgrade of the testing equipment. The news hasn't leaked yet. What level is the person he intercepted early? The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results, noting that he was originally at C level, but with a large amount of potion, he barely managed to stack it to B level. The white-haired man stretched lazily and said, garbage, right? Prepare the contract. Tonight we'll go to Fong Chen's house to sign it. We can go during dinner time and snag a free meal. At this moment, I returned to the classroom, grabbed the potion my aunt had given me last night, and went to my sister Jiang Xiaocha's class, saying, here, this is for you. Seeing the potion, Jiang Xiaocha was stunned. Wait, brother, you didn't use the potion for the test, did you forget it? Just use it, Jiang Xiaocha said, looking down and biting her lip. I know you didn't use it just to save it for me. Thanks for saying that, but if I didn't plan to use it, wouldn't I have returned it to you last night? You didn't give it to me last night just to annoy Dad, right? When Yan awkwardly scratched his head, don't say nonsense, as we returned to the class. Qin Juanhao stood at the podium, saying, classmates, since you've seen it, I won't pretend anymore. I have indeed been recruited by the 7th Division. My dad has instructed the butler to reserve a place. The day after tomorrow, I'll send the family driver to come pick up items, and I'll cover the entire expense, as I'm young Master Qin. At this point, Qin Juanhao looked at Chu Xinyao, saying, you have to come too, Chu Xinyao. Sorry, I have plans with Fong Chen to go to the ocean theme park, you guys have fun. Qin Juanhao was momentarily speechless and wanted to say something, but Chu Xinyao had already put on her headphones. The talent test continued into the afternoon, and just before school ended, an unexpected event erupted. Who knows which genius leaked the test scores of some students. I also received those test scores, but mine was not among them. However, both of my younger sisters were included. When I returned home, my aunt was busy in the kitchen, her face beaming with a happy smile. Uncle Jiang Weidong even brought out a bottle of wine he had treasured for many years, happily drinking while patting his leg. Jiang Xiaoyu lounged arrogantly on the sofa with her legs crossed, exuding an air of authority as if she had the final say today. Aunt Fong Huilan was overjoyed to see me return, saying, Little Chen is back. Today, I made chicken, duck, and fish, everything you three love. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu sat up abruptly, saying, what does that have to do with her? My sister and I are the real heroes of the day. Alright, you're all Mama's little treasures, Aunt Fong Huilan said happily. Both of my daughters did well, especially my eldest daughter Jiang Xiaocha. With her scores, many organizations will definitely want her. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, who knows if your nephew will turn out to be garbage or a treasure? Aunt Fong Huilan scolded, what are you talking about, child? Your brother will definitely do well. Today is a day of celebration, so don't say such things. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat vigorously and said, Fong Chen, take a look at your two sisters' scores, as he took out his phone. After glancing at it, I smiled and said, they're all great. Jiang Weidong took a sip of wine and pointed at the table. Fong Chen, look at your eldest sister Xiaocha's scores, Egyptian talent. Do you know what that means? Many organizations will be vying for her. I flattered, Uncle, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong slammed his wine cup down on the table. He pointed his finger and, fueled by the alcohol, scolded, if it weren't for you taking Xiaocha's potion, her scores would be even higher. Fong Chen, remember, you owe my daughter, you will owe her for life. Seeing this, Aunt Fong Huilan immediately defended Jiang Weidong. It's too much to say such heartless things on this joyous day. Overboard? Nonsense. Jiang Weidong slammed the table and stood up, pointing at me. Let me tell you. Fong Chen, remember this well, my daughter is generous and sent you the potion, otherwise, her talent could have been S-level. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocha, who had been reading, suddenly slammed an empty syringe on the table, saying, my brother sent me the potion, I owe him, and our whole family owes him. Jiang Weidong was left speechless, staring at the syringe. He recognized it as the one from last night. Aunt Fong Huilan's eyes turned red, gently patting my arm. Why, child? You're going to give me a heart attack. This is yours. Why would you give it to your sister? As she spoke, Aunt Fong Huilan's lips trembled, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. Aunt, it's fine. I can do without the potion. Aunt Fong Huilan wiped her tears, saying, I'm sorry, Aunt. I'm so sorry. Jiang Xiaoyu, chewing gum, said, Mom, why are you crying? You're ruining my great mood. Even if Fong Chen used that potion, he might not be better than my sister. Besides, your nephew willingly gave the potion to Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaoyu, have a little conscience, okay? Jiang Xiaocha scolded angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He himself said he could do without the potion. Besides, he eats from our family. It should be him with a conscience. The next moment, Jiang Xiaocha delivered a crisp slap to Jiang Xiaoyu's face. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned by the slap and cried out, Dad, you need to control her. She actually turned against her own sister. Jiang Weidong stood up upon seeing this. Xiaocha, what are you doing? Why would you hate your own sister for an outsider? Jiang Xiaocha coldly stared at Jiang Weidong. We're the outsiders here, don't forget, my brother took us in. Now, please apologize to my brother immediately, or I'll give up on joining any organization. Jiang Weidong became anxious, realizing that Jiang Xiaocha would be the pillar of the family in the future, and he knew he was in the wrong. Sorry, Fong Chen, what I said was indeed inappropriate. I'll apologize to you, and you should talk some sense into Xiaocha. I gently flicked Jiang Xiaocha's fair forehead, thinking, this sister is worth the trouble. She's much better than the ungrateful Jiang Xiaoyu. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. When the door opened, a chubby and endearing man stood at the entrance, carrying a large pile of gifts. This is Jiang Xiaocha's home, right? You must be Jiang Xiaocha's mother. We are from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and have come specifically to discuss Jiang Xiaocha's joining us. Aunt Fong Huilan looked bewildered but quickly reacted, calling out to the kitchen, Xiaocha, someone is looking for you. Jiang Xiaocha walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. The chubby man smiled as he approached and shook hands with Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Weidong quickly welcomed him. Hello, please come in. you're here regarding Xiaocha, right? Jiang Xiaocha's scores are outstanding. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce specifically sent me to invite her to join. As long as Jiang Xiaocha joins us, we'll provide her with a luxury apartment in the most expensive protection center in Lan City. We will also arrange luxury cars for her transport. Tong Fingwu listed a plethora of benefits in one breath, causing Jiang Weidong's eyes to light up as he gulped several times. However, before the chubby man could finish, a woman in professional attire appeared at the door. Two assistants carrying gifts followed behind her. The woman greeted Aunt Fong Huilan, saying, "Hello, I'm Li Yinxiao, the representative of the Li family from the provincial capital in Lan City. We are here for Jiang Xiaocha." "Welcome, welcome," Aunt Fong Huilan said eagerly, noticing the strong aura of the woman, who exuded a powerful presence like a strong woman. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling a bit lightheaded. After being humiliated for so many years, he finally felt he could hold his head high. After greeting, Li Yinxiao turned to Jiang Xiaocha and smiled. "Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I believe this friend from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has already discussed the offer with you. We will offer double whatever they are offering." Tong Fingwu's eyes widened slightly. "I say, Director Li, that's a bit unfair, isn't it?" Li Yinxiao smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. "I believe Jiang Xiaocha deserves it." Seeing the two groups competing, Jiang Weidong felt like he was going to float away. He then spoke up to mediate. "Everyone, let's sit down and talk." However, before everyone could sit down, another group arrived at the door. This time, the newcomers were more formal, wearing uniforms and carrying simpler gifts. At the forefront was a middle-aged man. "Hello, I am Chu Gang, the captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team from the 4th Division of the Celestial Shield Bureau, here for Jiang Xiaocha." After introducing himself, Chu Gang walked into the living room, glancing over Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao. Then he turned to Jiang Xiaocha saying, "Jiang Xiaocha, the 4th Division also wishes to invite you to join. You can choose now." At this moment, Jiang Xiaocha was somewhat taken aback. She had heard that high talents would be sought after by various factions but hadn't expected it to be so specific. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I'll listen to my brother." I was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this. I hadn't expected Jiang Xiaocha to say that. Suddenly, all three parties turned their attention to me. "You are Jiang Xiaocha's brother. Which organization do you want your sister to join?" Seeing this, Jiang Weidong immediately interrupted. "What are you listening to him for? I'm her dad. I make the decisions in this family. Which of you can also recruit my daughter?" Jiang Weidong said as he pulled Jiang Xiaoyu over. "May I ask, what level is your daughter?" "She has a C-level talent." Chu Gang replied sternly, "The talent is too low. We don't recruit those. However, we will accept her," Tong Fingwu said with a glint in his eye. Li Yinxiao replied without hesitation, "We will also accept her, and the conditions will still be double that of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce." However, before the three finished speaking, Jiang Xiaocha firmly stated, "I will listen to my brother." Wen Yan hurriedly stood up and asked, "Did you know the scores in advance? My nephew is Fong Chen. Can we see his results?" Tong Fingwu chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Anyway, the score sheets we received are all C-level or C-level and below. My score sheet doesn't have Fong Chen's name, so that means he's below C-level?" Jiang Xiaoyu laughed out loud, feeling a sense of revenge. Jiang Weidong crossed his legs and gave a sidelong glance. If he's below C-level, then his job prospects may not be great. However, Jiang Xiaocha's words stunned everyone. "Whichever organization is willing to recruit my brother, that's where I will go." Chu Gang was the first to speak, maintaining his serious demeanor. "The 4th Division has a high threshold and does not accept those with low talents." Tong Fingwu's eyes darted around, weighing the pros and cons, feeling it might not be worth it. Li Yinxiao spoke up. "The Li family can accept him, but the benefits may be lower since his talent is too low." Moreover, before she could finish her sentence, there was another knock at the door. As the door opened, a white-haired man in uniform appeared, followed by a beautiful girl. Aunt Fong Huilan looked at the newcomers. "Are you here to cause trouble?" "Trouble? I was looking for coffee," Fong Chen said without speaking as the white-haired man and the beautiful girl walked in. Seeing the white-haired man made my heart race. Why had the 9th Division come here? At this moment, Jiang Weidong was feeling euphoric, but when he saw the white-haired man walk in, he immediately frowned. "Fong Chen, what kind of questionable friends are you making? Why are you bringing them home?" Jiang Weidong's words had not yet left his mouth. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao stood up one after another, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Zhuge." Chu Gang also immediately stood up, snapped to attention, and saluted. "Chu Gang from the 4th Special Operations Department, reporting to the chief." The most dreaded thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Just a second ago, Jiang Weidong was still being arrogant. The next second, the smile on his face froze. Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinxiao from the provincial capital looked at the white-haired man with utmost respect. The main point was that Chu Gang, who came from a government agency, stood up to salute and even called him chief. Zhang Weidong swallowed hard. He never expected that this white-haired man had such an identity. But he was puzzled. What could this white-haired man want with Fong Xin, who didn't even have a C-level talent? What do you need from Fong Xin? Zhang Weidong immediately changed his address and forced a smile to ask. The white-haired man completely ignored Zhang Weidong and extended his hand towards Fong Xin. Hello, Jahang from the 9th Special Operations Department of the Tiandun Bureau. Fong Xin paused for a moment and also extended his hand, filled with confusion. He clearly hadn't used any drugs, so how could he be discovered? Could it be that the 9th Department had some special means? What do you need from me? A smile appeared on the handsome face of the white-haired man. 2 things, first, to invite you to join the 9th Department, second, to share a meal. Join the 9th Department? What is the 9th Department? Does the 9th Department even accept someone with such a low C-level score? Zhang Weidong asked several questions in one breath, like a curious child. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao looked at Zhang Weidong as if he were a fool. Chu Gang still had his stiff demeanor. The 9th Department is the strongest special operations department of the Tiandun Bureau. It only accepts members with S-level talents and above. But didn't Mr. Tong just say that? His transcript doesn't include Fong Xin. Tong Fengwu said irritably, the people selected by the 9th Department have their information encrypted. We don't have the authority to check. So he's not on the list. Zhang Weidong's eyes widened in shock, and he was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaoyu also looked incredulous. Fang Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha, however, were filled with excitement. The ups and downs were almost too much for their hearts to handle. So that means my little Xin has a very high talent? Jahang sat down as if he were at home. He awakened 5 talents, and without using any drugs, his highest talent is Ssss-Level. This is his transcript. As he spoke, Jahang magically produced a black, long strip object about 2 fingers wide, which he opened to form an L shape, revealing a virtual screen where Fong Xin's information could be seen. Fong Huilan took it, her hands trembling with excitement. Zhang Weidong immediately leaned in closer. When he saw the list of awakened talents, he was stunned, utterly shocked. There was actually 1 SS level, 2 S levels, and 2 A levels. Even the lowest one could secure a government job. Moreover, the most critical point was that he hadn't even used any drugs. If he had used drugs, all the talent levels would increase by 1. After seeing this, Fong Xin couldn't help but furrow his brows. Zhang Weidong felt a tightness in his throat, his breathing becoming somewhat constricted, as if a hand were squeezing his neck. Seeing a button to the right on the data, Zhang Weidong clicked it. The second page displayed a summary of Fong Xin's family situation. Fong Yingtai, grandfather, information encrypted. Fong Zhengping, father, information encrypted. Yi Rujia, mother, information encrypted. When Fong Xin saw this, he was momentarily stunned. His parents had previously worked in research within the agency, so the encrypted information was understandable, but why was his grandfather's information also encrypted? Zhang Weidong continued to scroll, revealing Fong Xin's current family situation with the Zhang family. But on this page, there are clearly some handwritten comments about the family situation. Zhang Weidong, uncle, big jerk, Fong Huilan, aunt, great person, Jiang Xiaocha, cousin, little good person, Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, little jerk. Zhang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's faces changed dramatically. With a snap, the white-haired one pulled back the items and closed them up, pretending nothing had happened. Little dear. The white-haired Jahang snapped his fingers. The beautiful girl took out a delicate, beautiful, and heavy box and handed it to Fong Xin. Jahang rocked his chair, open it, input the information, then we can eat. After a moment of silence, Fong Xin asked, do I really have to join the 9th Division? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Those who knew little about the 9th Division could understand, but Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao, who were aware of the 9th Division, stared wide-eyed at Fong Xin, not knowing why he was saying such crazy things. Jahang's rocking motion paused for a moment, and the corners of his lips curled up. When others hear they can join the 9th Division, they would be so happy they'd set off firecrackers at their ancestors' graves, wishing to wake their ancestors up to celebrate together. You are the first person in history to refuse to join the 9th Division. Fong Xin thought for a moment, maybe the history of your 9th Division is too short. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao couldn't help but glance at Fong Xin, thinking, what a brave person, daring to speak to this Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division like that. You little brother probably don't know who this person is. Jahang laughed upon hearing this. What you said does make some sense. The 9th Division was established at the end of the last century during the Divine Chaos. Its predecessor was the infamous Divine Court organization from the last century, which later merged into the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Counting it up, it has only been established for 92 years. According to the rules, people chosen by the 9th Division can choose to refuse, but while others may not join, you cannot. Fong Xian's heart tightened, secretly guessing, could it be that his killing talent had been discovered? Why? Jahang grinned, showing his white teeth. Let's talk somewhere else. Snap. Jahang suddenly snapped his fingers. The next second, everyone in the room watched in shock as Fong Xian and Jahang disappeared from their spot. Where did they go? Zhang Weidong looked on in disbelief. The beautiful girl called Little Deer said, Mr. Zhuge is a powerful space-type talent, and some things are inconvenient to discuss in front of outsiders, so Mr. Zhuge opened a temporary domain to take Fong Xian there for a private talk. Zhang Weidong's family felt it was incredibly magical. Tom Fengwu and Li Yinxiao also looked shocked, and Chu Gang's expression changed for the first time. Mr. Zhuge has become even stronger? Little Deer smiled. Mr. Zhuge is getting stronger every second. Fong Xian looked around and found himself in an independent space, surrounded by rippling water, which could make one feel dizzy if stared at for too long. Don't be nervous, it's just you and me here. We can talk about some private matters. Zhuge Hang's voice came from behind. Fong Xian turned around. Although the white-haired man did not show any dangerous aura, the pressure from his every move was almost suffocating. Do you know who your grandfather is? Zhuge Hang asked. My grandfather? Yes. Fong Xian replied seriously. My grandfather is my grandpa. Zhuge Hang clicked his tongue. Talking like that will get you killed. After a brief pause, Zhuge Hang got back to the point and said straightforwardly, your grandfather, Fong Yingtai, probably never told any of you about his true identity. He is the former head of the Divine Court Organization, the 4 great generals of the 9th Division. Fong Qingdi. Fong Xian was clearly taken aback. After seeing Fong Xian's subtle expression, Zhuge Hang confirmed that Fong Xian truly did not know. Fong Xian himself was also very shocked. He never expected that old man had such a powerful identity. Looking back now, I can indeed discern some things about the old man. He always claimed to be a retired soldier, but he never mentioned his unit number. Whenever asked, he would say he was just an ordinary soldier from an ordinary troop, and after laying down his armor, he only wanted to live a good life. When my parents passed away, I was in my hometown with my grandfather. At that time, my grandfather told me many stories from the last century, including many details about the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, which were only briefly mentioned in textbooks. Yet the old man could recount them in great detail. Moreover, now that I think about how the old man reacted when he learned about my talent, it seems he indeed knew something. Although I tried to suppress any excess expression on my face, a storm was raging in my heart. I feigned calmness as I looked at the handsome white-haired guy, Zhuge Hang. Fong Qingdi? Never heard of him. Of course you haven't heard of him, his name is taboo. Back then, your grandfather, Fong Qingdi, betrayed the organization and dealt an unprecedented blow to the Divine Court. Let me put it this way, the God's rebellion only slightly injured the Divine Court, but your grandfather single-handedly caused it great harm. A new wave of turmoil surged in my heart. I never expected that kind and gentle old man had once been so powerful and invincible. But my expression grew serious. So you mean to capture me? Zhuge Hang laughed. Not at all. After all, I am a little fan of your grandfather. Moreover, the reason your grandfather betrayed the organization was due to severe internal divisions among the factions. Someone falsely accused your grandfather of treason, wanting to kill him, the great contributor to the founding of the nation. Later, the faction that framed your grandfather fell, and the Divine Court exonerated him. So is that why I must join the 9th Division? I asked again. Zhuge Hang held up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons I hope you join the 9th Division. First, your grandfather was the predecessor of the 9th Division, a founding figure of the Divine Court. The current leader of the 9th Division, Old Master Yi, was a close friend of your grandfather. If you join the 9th Division, he will protect you, and the path ahead will be smooth. As long as you achieve military merit, no one will stop your promotion. In other words, you would be considered the prince of the 9th Division. As for the second point, it is also very important. Your parents were top-notch research talents. Their car accident seems not to have been a simple accident, but more like a murder. Your parents discovered something, a way to enhance genes at minimal cost, and someone has set their sights on it, deliberately arranging the accident. With your parents gone, the whereabouts of this thing are unknown, and some speculate it is with you. Innocent people can suffer for possessing something valuable. Therefore, joining the 9th Division is not only for your future but also for your safety. Of course, you can choose to refuse. I can give you 3 days to consider. Here, take this. If you come to a decision, just crush it, and I will appear. Of course, if you encounter danger, you can also crush this thing, and I will appear to save your life. Jahang snapped his fingers, and a nearly transparent small ball flew in front of me. I held the object in my hand. It was very light. I need to find a way to contact my grandfather to confirm whether what Jahang said is true. I put the object away. Are you very strong? Before the God's Rebellion, the levels of combat power were divided into 14 ranks: summoning, source flow, pulsation, grounding, well observation, harmonization, mirror breaking, void response, spirit platform, and so on. Later, for convenience, they were simply called level 1, level 2, level 3, and so forth. As for my combat power, using the current ranking system, with glasses on, my combat power is level 11. Fong Chen looked at Jahang, who had been wearing sunglasses since their first meeting. What about without the glasses? Jahang didn't specify the level, but with his hands in his pockets, he revealed that signature toothy grin and confidently said 2 words. Very strong. Even though Jahang didn't say exactly how strong, Fong Chen could sense a strong air of pretentiousness reminiscent of Sakamoto. Logically speaking, if you're that strong, shouldn't you hold a high position and rarely show up? Fong Chen asked, puzzled. Jahang grinned, showing his small white teeth. I have a nickname, called the Street Rascal of the 9th Division. But this trip is indeed worthwhile, especially after meeting my idol, Fong Chen. Where did your grandfather go? According to the information you left, he went to your hometown but couldn't find anyone. I don't know. Didn't he say anything before he left? No. Jahang interlocked his fingers behind his head. Alright, the thing that Xiao Lu just gave you is the Tian Shield Bureau's independently developed Tian Shield Smart Connector. Only newly joined members of the 9th Division are equipped with it. Members from the other 8 divisions have to go through a year-long assessment period before they get one. Once your identity is verified, you can use it to contact teammates, access information, and check other people's talent levels and combat power levels. As for other functions, once you decide to join the 9th Division, someone will naturally introduce them to you. Any other questions? If not, let's head out. I'm hungry. I came just in time for a meal. Why have I never felt my other talents? Because you haven't truly awakened yet. It's like a sharpshooter who doesn't know his talent for guns until he touches one. Even after touching it, he still needs training. After the talent test, the 9th Division will provide targeted training to hone your talent. Any more questions? Not for now. Snap. Jahang snapped his fingers. Everything in front of them shattered like a broken mirror, and when everything pieced back together, they found themselves back in the living room. Fong Chen felt that this talent was truly magical. However, this was also closely related to Jahang, who was known as the Street Rascal of the 9th Division. When the two appeared, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Jahang boldly sat down, and Fong Chen served the dishes. Fong Huilan was momentarily taken aback. Jahang was indeed not polite at all, running to the kitchen to fetch the dishes himself. Smells great. I told you I should come at mealtime. Jahang placed the dishes on the table and looked at Tong Fingwu, Li Yinxiao, and Chu Gang. What are you all doing here? Coming to mooch off the food too? Tong Fingwu quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No. We're here to recruit Fong Xin's sister, Zhang Xiaocha. Who are you? Mr. Zhuge, I am Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Jahang responded with an "Oh, so you're the shady businessman from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You must have scammed quite a few students from ordinary backgrounds into doing under-the-table work for you, right? Get lost." "Alright." Jahang turned to Li Yinxiao, "And you? Li family from the provincial capital. Another shady businessman, you can leave too." Li Yinxiao didn't dare to show any displeasure, politely bowing, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge." The Zhang Weidong family was left dumbfounded. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family from the provincial capital were both very large businesses, and there were hardly any ordinary people who didn't know them. Such a huge organization had a significant presence in Lan City, yet they were so humble in front of this white-haired figure. Jahang looked at Chu Gang, who stood up. "4th Division, Chu Gang. I know you." Jahang served himself a bowl of rice. "Let her go to the 1st Division first. They need someone for the mental system over there. If she doesn't adapt, she can come to your 4th Division. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Do you have any objections?" Jahang looked at Zhang Xiaocha. Zhang Xiaocha's head was buzzing, and she instinctively looked at Fong Chen. "Let's listen to him," Fong Chen said. Zhang Xiaocha nodded. "No objections." Zhang Weidong hurriedly said, "Can I let my daughter go to your 9th Division as well?" During the time Jahang and Fong Chen had disappeared, Zhang Weidong had also inquired about the 9th Division, and the more he asked, the more alarmed he became, not expecting that the 9th Division Fong Chen was about to join was so terrifying. "Which daughter?" "Both." Jahang sat down. Your eldest daughter is barely acceptable, but your youngest daughter is even less so. Even the guard dogs at the 9th Division have B-level fire attribute talents. Are there any other questions? If not, can we start eating? I'm starving. Jiang Weidong's face was awkward, but he dared not contradict Zhuge Yan, hurriedly inviting Zhuge Hang to eat. During the meal, Jiang Weidong frequently and enthusiastically served Fong Xian food, his face full of smiles, wishing he could kneel before Fong Xian. Here, Xiao Xian, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiao Xian has been smart since childhood. You must take good care of him in the future. Xiao Xian, what do you want to drink? Today, you are the great contributor of our family, let your uncle pour you some wine. After the meal, Zhuge Hang took an apple, munching on it as he walked out. 3 days. Remember to give me a reply. After sending off Zhuge Hang, when Jiang Weidong returned to his room, he still had that eager demeanor. Does Xiao Xian want to drink a bit more? This is good wine bought by your uncle. No need. Fong Wuilan looked at Fong Xian with satisfaction, as if remembering something. Xiao Xian, I almost forgot, there was a delivery for you this afternoon. It arrived at the door, and I put it in your room. Okay. Fong Xian took the Tian Shield Smart Link back to his room. On the desk was a delivery box. Opening the box, he found a mobile phone inside. Fong Xian immediately recognized it as his grandfather's phone. He quickly took the phone out. The phone was dead, so he found a data cable to charge it. After rebooting, the album was prominently displayed in the center of the screen, like a fool's prompt. He opened the album. Sure enough, he found a video inside. Fong Xian clicked on the video. It was dark, and the camera shook. A few seconds later, his grandfather's hurried voice came through. From the violently shaking camera, it seemed that his grandfather was fleeing. In addition, there were piercing sounds mixed in the video. Xiao Xian, I am your grandfather. You must remember the 2 things I am about to tell you. First, join the 9th Division. With your talent, it won't be difficult to join the 9th Division. The current head of the 9th Division is an old friend of mine. He will definitely take care of you. Second, before midnight, look in the mirror and use your blood and energy to activate your slaughter runes, and persist for half an hour. Xiao Xian, there are many things that are inconvenient to explain now. Do not lose this phone, I will contact you. The screen froze at this point. Fong Xian's heart was unsettled for a long time. It seemed his grandfather was hiding from something in the video. However, the lighting in the video was too dim to see exactly where it was. Fong Xian watched the video again but still did not find any useful clues. Thinking back to his grandfather's sudden departure, there must be more to the story. Returning to what his grandfather had said, according to his grandfather, it meant he could join the 9th Division. This confirmed that the white-haired handsome guy was not wrong. As for the second thing, looking in the mirror at night? What was that for? Fong Xian glanced at the time. It was just past 8, and there was still some time before the time his grandfather mentioned. He flipped the phone over and over, confirming that the only clue left by his grandfather was this video. Unable to extract any additional valuable information, Fong Xian set the phone aside. He looked at the Tian Shield Smart Link on the desk. After opening it, it was exactly the thing that Zhuge Hang brought this afternoon, the one he took out to look at the data. When opened, it was L-shaped. A virtual screen would appear in the angle. This thing wasn't very heavy. In fact, it could be said to be quite light. After powering on, the virtual screen displayed 2 buttons. Identity registration. Account login. Fong Xian thought for a moment and clicked on identity registration. Please face the center of the screen to complete facial recognition. Fong Xian faced the screen. Facial recognition completed. Please enter the invitation code or the name of the inviter. When it came to entering the name, Fong Xian was stumped. That white-haired guy only said his name was Zhuge Hang, but he didn't mention what the last character of Zhuge Hang was. Moreover, the prompt below the dialog box indicated that there was only one chance to input. When Zhuge Hang left, he didn't leave any contact information for Fong Xian, mainly because when Fong Xian was preparing to ask, that white-haired guy had already left, taking the little deer with him, using his spatial talent to disappear. He only left Fong Xian with that small spatial ball that could summon him. But Zhuge Hang had mentioned that in case of danger, this thing could also be crushed to summon him. Fong Xian didn't want to miss the great opportunity to take advantage of this white-haired guy. He could also take the chance to see what this white-haired guy's true strength was when he made a move. The phone kept vibrating. After Qin Juanhao was recruited by the 7th Department, he was so happy that his tail was about to stand up to the sky. His father bought him a luxury car worth 7 million, and he was currently posting photos in the group to show off. Su Xiaoqian was like a sycophant, endlessly flattering him. Fong Xian just treated it as entertainment, watching these two work hard to show off in the group. Half an hour ago, Chu Xinyao also sent a message, Little Fong, I want to go to the ocean-themed museum, will you accompany me? Please, I'm begging you. Fong Xian thought about how Chu Xinyao had brought him medicine before, which counted as a favor owed, so he bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent a screenshot. Chu Xinyao happily replied, wow, I knew Little Fong was the best. By the way, Little Fong, the results were supposed to be released the day after tomorrow, but they leaked today, and the school decided to announce the results tomorrow. Fong Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect the announcement to be moved up, but for him, he already knew the outcome. Got it. Want to play some games? Fong Xian glanced at the time. His grandfather said in the video to look in the mirror before 12, and it would take a while, so he decided to kill some time first. Log in. Xiao Wutong was like a monkey that had eaten mustard, spinning around in place. He looked at Qin Juanhao's report card over and over again. Each time he looked, he had a tearful expression. It shouldn't be. How could this happen? AI Li, are you sure this Qin Juanhao is the one you met in the alley that day? AI Li looked at the screen of a white-framed smart device with her ice blue eyes. It should be, but I can't remember clearly. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head vigorously with both hands, as if wearing a mask of pain. This can't be right. Someone who can barely reach B-level talent can't possibly have level 4 combat power at this age. I thought I had struck gold. I rushed over to intercept it, and now look, I've become a joke, and that Qin Juanhao is throwing a big banquet, promoting this matter everywhere. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. I really want to kick his butt with my size 42 leather shoes. AI Li snapped the smart device shut and changed the subject. The higher-ups have given us a mission. The 7th department is to protect someone. Who? Chu Xinyao. Specific information has been sent to you. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch, and from the small watch, a smart device was ejected. After unlocking it with facial recognition, he saw the latest news. Oh my god, this girl is actually the daughter of that big shot. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army actually dared to kidnap his daughter. AI Li continued, that big shot is involved in a secret, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army want to use his daughter to blackmail him for it. But on the other hand, the infiltration of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army is too severe right now. This leak of results was orchestrated by someone from the remnants. They also want to stir the waters, disguise themselves as a major force, and poach some exceptionally talented individuals to strengthen their own power. Xiao Wu shook his head helplessly and suddenly exclaimed, they actually dispatched a level 8 powerhouse to kidnap this girl? AI Li nodded, that's why our team leader will come personally. We need to set off now to secretly protect that girl. Fong Xian put down his phone, glanced at the time, and saw it was almost midnight. No more playing. Okay. I'm tired too. Get some sleep early. Alright. Good night. See you tomorrow. He put down his phone. Fong Xian stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He stirred his blood energy. The killing runes on the back of his hand glowed a bloody red. But there was nothing unusual about his reflection. What exactly did Grandpa want him to see in the mirror? Fong Xian stared at the mirror as time ticked by. At midnight, he was still staring at the mirror, bizarre legends flashing through his mind, but still, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Following Grandpa's instructions, he kept watching for over half an hour, yet he still saw nothing unusual. Fong Xian sighed. Today had been enough. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to see. He turned to leave the bathroom. But just as he turned around, Fong Xian suddenly froze. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. It was because, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Fong Xian in the mirror was hugging his arms, with a smile, staring at Fong Xian. In that instant, Fong Xian's hair stood on end. He felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He turned his head slightly to look at the mirror. The Fong Xian in the mirror remained motionless, hugging his arms, looking at Fong Xian. Fong Xian finally saw the other's appearance. He looked exactly like Fong Xian, except the other's eyes were blood red. Just like when Fong Xian used his killing talent. The two stared at each other through the mirror. The Fong Xian in the mirror slowly leaned back. Suddenly, a blood-red throne appeared behind him. The Fong Xian in the mirror sat steadily on the throne. One hand casually clenched into a fist supporting his chin. The blood-red eyes fixed on the Fong Xian outside the mirror. The corners of his mouth curled up in what seemed to be an innate royal disdain. He exuded a powerful and terrifying aura of dominion. Surprised? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fong Xian's whole body tensed again. He looked incredulously at the scene before him. The reflection of himself spoke. It was hard not to be surprised, right? The shock in his heart took a long time to settle. Finally, Fong Xian asked the first philosophical question. Who are you? The Fong Xin in the mirror sat on the blood-red throne. The lofty, disdainful voice echoed in his mind again. Who am I? That's a question worth exploring. But I have many titles. Zero Judgment, King of Kings, King of Slaughter, God Slayer, or you can also call me the Destroyer of Gods. But I have one title that can be considered a name. Fong Xin. If you must ask who I am you. The storm in Fong Xin's heart surged one wave after another. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Everything before him had far exceeded his understanding. The Fong Xin in the mirror smiled. You are me? Fong Xin absolutely did not believe it. He was just an ordinary student with excellent character in academics, better looking than Panin, and excelling in both intellect and physical abilities. The imposing aura emanating from the other person was simply not him. The Fong Xin in the mirror sat on a throne, propping his chin on his hand. This question is not worth pondering right now. There's no need to waste time on it. With your current strength, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everything will return to normal. 1 minute and 47 seconds have already passed. Let me briefly tell you some things. As a godslayer with a talent for killing, you seem to lack a deep understanding of your own gift. You only know that you can enhance your combat power through killing. But do you know that you can also devour others' talents through killing? You can also enhance the level of your existing talents by killing enemies with the same talents. The few talents you currently possess, except for the light attribute talent, were all obtained through killing. This ability is what makes the killing talent truly terrifying. Of course, you have another ability, which is to nourish me through killing. I am equivalent to the king of killing with whom you have signed a contract. When you encounter danger, you can summon me, and I can take over your body for 3 minutes. Of course, right now, I can only exert peak level 5 combat power. When summoning me, just activate the killing rune, place your hand on your heart, and silently chant Sasaya, and I will descend. By the way, you need to guard against someone. It's someone who wants to meet you today. The voice at the end seemed to be abruptly cut off. The image in the mirror distorted, as if the television signal had been lost. Who? Fong Xin hurriedly leaned closer to the mirror to ask, and the Fong Xin in the mirror also leaned closer. They stared at each other, both with equally bewildered expressions. Fong Xin moved, and the reflection in the mirror moved as well. 3 minutes had already passed. Everything returned to normal. Fong Xin supported himself against the wash basin. Everything that had happened today was somewhat beyond his imagination. He splashed some water on his face. Fong Xin stared at the mirror. The Fong Xin in the mirror reminded him to guard against someone. Who should he guard against? The conversation was left half-finished. What did they want to discuss with him today? Fong Xin immediately thought of Jahang. The only person who could put pressure on Fong Xin in reality was this white-haired handsome guy from the monster room. Should he guard against him? Who else could he guard against? It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow night to ask the mirror again. Outside the bathroom, his aunt's concerned voice came through. Xiao Xin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why have you been in the bathroom for so long? Fong Xin quickly replied, just playing on my phone for a bit. You child, hurry up and rest. Jiang Weidong's voice immediately followed, sounding like a sycophant. Look at you, Xiao Xin playing for a bit is fine. If Xiao Xin has the strength to play, let the child play. Fong Huilan scoffed, looking down on Jiang Weidong's obsequious behavior. After returning to his bedroom, Fong Xin's gaze fell back on his grandfather's delivery box. There was no sending address, only Fong Xin's address and recipient name. He placed his phone in the drawer compartment. Fong Xin looked out at the round moon. He pondered over what he had seen and heard. Looking at his own hands, he never expected that his talent could actually be enhanced. But he had never heard of talents being able to be improved. Fong Xin was awakened early in the morning by Zhang Xiaoyu's cries. Jiang Weidong had gotten up early to buy Fong Xin's favorite buns. However, he forgot to buy the milk tea that Zhang Xiaoyu wanted. Zhang Xiaoyu, feeling confident about her results from yesterday, pointed at Jiang Weidong's nose and scolded him, "Why do you buy for Fong Xin and not for me? You even ran so far. Fong Xin is just a bit better in grades, right? Look at what you've become since Fong Xin's results came out. I'm your biological daughter. He's just a kid without parents. Why are you spoiling him like this? You really have no backbone. I am your dad. How can you talk to me like that? Just because you gave birth to me doesn't mean you're my dad." Zhang Xiaoyu screamed. Slap. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Weidong slapped her across the face. After all, Jiang Weidong was an adult, and the force of that slap was not small. Zhang Xiaoyu's beast-taming talent couldn't enhance her skin's defense, and with one slap from Jiang Weidong, her face was left askew, and she became obedient. After Fong Xian finished washing up and while eating, Jiang Xiaoyu shot a glare at Fong Xian, her teeth grinding together, but she dared not express her anger. She banged her spoon against the bowl, creating an annoying clanging sound. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fong Xian asked knowingly while eating. Jiang Weidong quickly smoothed things over with a smile. This child, she talks back without thinking, so I had to teach her a lesson. Fong Xian immediately grabbed Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh, uncle, is your hand okay? It's fine, it's fine. Hearing Fong Xian's concern, Jiang Weidong's face lit up with a smile. Fong Xian turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how old are you now? How can you be so inconsiderate, even using your face to hit your dad's hand? Look at what you've done to my uncle's hand. It's all crooked. Jiang Weidong's face stiffened. Tears streamed down Jiang Xiaoyu's face as she covered her mouth and ran back to her room, crying. Look at how happy you've made the child. Jiang Xiaocha stifled a laugh. Fong Huilan lightly tapped Fong Xian's head with her finger. Why are you so mean? Jiang Xiaocha laughed. Mom, my brother's been sarcastic for more than a day or two. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected her. What sarcasm? Your brother is just being humorous. Fong Xian shook his head, unable to help but think of an ancient book he had read over 400 years ago, which contained a story about Fan Jin's successful examination. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's every move resembled Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, there's no class at school today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I made plans with some classmates to go out and have fun. Just as he was speaking, his phone vibrated, and a voice message from Chu Xinyao followed. Calling little Fong. I'm out, feeling great. Where shall we meet? Xiao Wutong pressed his earpiece. Everyone prepare. Chu Xinyao has left. Prepare to head to the Ocean Theme Pavilion. The enemy has already moved, and we must protect her at all costs. Suddenly, Ai Li raised her head. Captain Xiao, there's one more thing. Xin Juanhao has also booked the place for the gathering at the Ocean Theme Pavilion. After Fong Xian exited the subway station, he spotted Chu Xinyao across the street. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the exit. Upon seeing Fong Xian, she quickly waved to signal him. Have you been waiting long? Fong Xian asked as he approached. Just arrived. Then let's go. Today, Chu Xinyao was wearing a JK short skirt, her fair calves swaying as she walked, paired with little leather shoes and white lace short socks, adding a touch of innocence. The Ocean Theme Pavilion had only opened at the end of last month, but the promotion had been quite effective, so there were still quite a few people when they arrived. In the mid-20th century, after humans awakened their talents for over a decade, they discovered that many animals had also gradually developed intelligence, including marine creatures. The newly opened Ocean Theme Pavilion featured a variety of awakened marine life with special talents. From the outside, the entire pavilion resembled a killer whale lying dormant on the earth. When entering and checking tickets, the staff smiled. You too can enjoy all services and performances in the pavilion for free today with your tickets. The theme pavilion housed a wide variety of marine life. Dolphins leaped out of the water, waving their fins, speaking in a thick dialect. Hey there, little brother. There was also an octopus playing the piano while blowing a flute. Fong Xian couldn't shake the feeling that the music it played was filled with a violent energy, as if it might flip the piano at any moment. A singing jellyfish, a starfish running at the bottom of the water in shorts, and a king crab waving its large pincers to take tips from tourists. There were also people with awakened water attributes dressed as fishmen, dancing with schools of fish at the bottom of the sea. But the most popular performance in the entire aquarium was still the underwater animal gladiatorial arena. At that moment, a seahorse in armor wielding a spear was dueling with an electric eel shimmering with arcs of electricity. The seahorse was incredibly powerful, and after several charges, it had actually left the electric eel battered and bruised. The audience was cheering. Fong Xian watched the battle between the seahorse and the electric eel, truly amazed to see such a spectacle. At both ends of the arena, two seals were beating drums to cheer them on. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fong Xian would have thought he had eaten too many mushrooms. Just as he was watching the duel, a voice called out, "What a coincidence, you guys are here too." Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Qin Juanhao with some classmates. When he spotted Fong Xian and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao pretended to be surprised. Chu Xinyao frowned as if she had seen something dirty. "Are you following me?" Qin Juanhao immediately shifted the blame to his father, saying, "No way. It's just a coincidence. My dad said this ocean-themed pavilion is quite interesting, so he booked it for me to bring my classmates to have fun." "Fong Xian, how come you're here too?" Fong Xian replied seriously, "I saw a promotional video while scrolling through videos. It said there are many performances here, and I heard there's a turtle that can throw its shell and the audience named it the turtle throwing the pot. I was curious, so I came to take a look. Qin Juanhao's expression changed unpredictably. Chu Xinyo was stifling a laugh. Fong Xian often couldn't be bothered to deal with Qin Juanhao, but every time he wanted to retort, Qin Juanhao would definitely feel uncomfortable for a while. The loyal lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped out and scolded, Fong Xian, who are you calling a turtle throwing the pot? Fong Xian pointed to the side, where, behind thick glass, there was indeed a turtle performance. The turtle swam quickly, its shell lagging behind, and its two front flippers waved between its legs as it swam back and dove into its shell, looking quite comical, causing the audience to take pictures. See? I was talking about that turtle. Otherwise, who do you think I was talking about? Are there any other turtles throwing the pot here? Su Xiaoqian was momentarily speechless, and Qin Juanhao sneered in response, Fong Xian, the results are going to be announced in 2 hours. Why aren't you at home waiting for your results? How do you have the leisure to come here to play? Exactly, my brother Hao has already been accepted by the 7th department. A person like my brother Hao has a bright future ahead, so it's normal for him to come out and have fun. Su Xiaoqiang immediately chimed in to cheer him on. Fong Xian still maintained a serious demeanor, didn't I just say? I'm here to see the turtle throwing the pot. What's more fun than results? Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, wearing a forced smile. In 2 hours, the results will be announced. I heard you didn't even use any potions yesterday. I really want to see if you'll still have the mood to enjoy yourself after the results come out. Su Xiaoqiang chimed in proudly, just afraid that by then, Fong Xian will become my brother Hao's entertainment. Just as they were talking, a scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the gladiatorial arena. They saw the electric eel, which was battling the seahorse, suddenly unleash a brilliant burst of electric light. The front row of the audience was instantly turned to charcoal. The entire aquarium was thrown into chaos in an instant. With a loud bang, the sea turtle, which had lost its shell and was covering its legs, suddenly burst forth with a fierce, human-like intensity in its eyes. One of its claws grasped the turtle shell and flung it out as if it were a discus. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the glass wall separating the tourists from these marine creatures was instantly shattered, and the entire glass wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending water rushing into the exhibition hall. The turtle shell flew back into the turtle's claw, which flung it out again, creating a series of loud bangs. All the glass walls were shattered and broken. The marine creatures inside swam out in a frenzy. The tourists who had come to visit were thrown into chaos, desperately trying to escape. But the entrances and exits were suddenly locked at that moment. The seahorse in the duel slowly turned around, its spear aimed at Chu Xinyo. Xiao Wutong, disguised as a staff member, looked on in shock at the scene before him, holding his head in his hands. Oh, my God! My God! This group of remnants from the Eternal Night Army are simply insane. They not only deployed an 8th level powerhouse but also used this holy grade treasure shaped like an aquarium, all to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wutong, get a grip, go protect that girl, a voice called from behind. Xiao Wutong quickly turned around to see a man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind him. The man was tall, with a cold gaze, calm and composed. Team leader! Xiao Wutong called out hurriedly. The man adjusted his tie, you guys go protect Chu Xinyo, I'll find that 8th level powerhouse among the enemies. Understood. Xiao Wutong immediately led his team toward Chu Xinyo. At that moment, the exhibition hall had turned into complete chaos. Fong Xian scanned every corner of the venue, clutching the small spatial orb given to him by Jahang. If it truly came to it, he could summon the white-haired handsome Jahang to take action. The moment the chaos erupted, several men in black rushed forward to shield Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao turned to look at Chu Xinyo. Xinyo, don't be afraid, come over here. My bodyguards are all experts hired by my dad at great expense, and this strongest bodyguard captain is a 3rd-level powerhouse. Qin Juanhao hid behind the bodyguards, waving at Chu Xinyo. Chu Xinyo grabbed Fong Xian's arm, a hint of panic appearing on her delicate face. She was indeed frightened. Xinyo, come on. Why are you hiding behind Fong Xian? Can he protect you? Qin Juanhao urged again. Chu Xinyo's face turned pale, seeing Fong Xian not moving. She bit her lip and resolutely stood behind him. Qin Juanhao, exasperated, said to the bodyguards, don't act unless it's absolutely necessary. I need to show them what I'm capable of. Let them know I'm the most reliable. And focus on protecting Chu Xinyo. Fong Xian can be ignored. Fong Xian's gaze was fixed on the seahorse holding the spear. The seahorse charged toward Chu Xinyo, creating a white streak across the water's surface. In just a few breaths, the seahorse was right in front of them, thrusting its spear toward Chu Xinyo. Although this attack wasn't aimed at a vital point, it could incapacitate her. Fong Chen pulled Chu Xinyao back just in time, and in the blink of an eye, several figures emerged beside them. Leading the charge, Xiao Wutong elegantly deflected the seahorse's spear with a sword, standing at the forefront. Ai Li and her team blocked in front of Chu Xinyao. "Miss Chu, we are here to protect you." Fong Chen was momentarily stunned, glancing at Chu Xinyao. How could she have the 7th Bureau come to protect her? What kind of background did she have? Her mother certainly had some power, but it was not enough to have the 7th Division come to protect her daughter. This proved that Chu Xinyao's father, like the legends, was no ordinary person. Fong Chen looked up and found that Ai Li was actually staring at him. Their eyes met, and Ai Li smiled and nodded. Fong Chen politely nodded back. Besides the team led by Xiao Wutong, another team had also entered the battlefield, with their leader engaged in a fight with an electric eel. When Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wutong and Ai Li, he immediately waved his hand excitedly and ran over. "Captain Xiao, Sister Ai Li, are you here to protect me?" Qin Juanhao asked excitedly. Ai Li coldly replied, "No." Qin Juanhao awkwardly forced a smile, realizing he had tried to show off but failed, and quickly changed the subject. "Is our 7th Division on a mission?" "Yes." Qin Juanhao eagerly said, "Can I join? I brought a bodyguard. My bodyguard captain is a level 3 fighter. I want to fight alongside you." Xiao Wutong glanced at Qin Juanhao, his face filled with despair. Every time he saw Qin Juanhao, it made him feel miserable. He had gone in excitedly, only to end up with this kind of person. Moreover, if he cancelled the contract signed yesterday today, the credibility of the 7th Division would plummet. Seeing Qin Juanhao was like seeing his own pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind. Ai Li, take them to find the exit. Make sure to escort Miss Chu out safely. Understood. Escort Miss Chu? Qin Juanhao looked bewildered, shocked as he turned to Chu Xinyao, not expecting her identity to be so extraordinary that it warranted special protection from the 7th Division. The other students also showed expressions of surprise. "Follow me," Ai Li said, leading the 7th Division team, with Chu Xinyao protected in the middle, running towards the safe passage. Clang, clang, clang. In the distance, the octopus playing the clarinet and piano suddenly began to frantically pound the piano keys, producing a maddening sound that stirred the emotions, while the clarinet emitted a piercing shriek that was irritating. The attacking marine creatures, upon hearing the music, had their eyes turn crimson, becoming extremely agitated, as if empowered, seemingly unaware of pain during battle, charging forward without stopping until the last drop of blood was shed. Meanwhile, the singing jellyfish floated in the water, producing a beautiful sound that made one feel drowsy upon hearing it. Not good. An octopus and jellyfish with mental-type abilities. Ai Li. Form a formation to protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wutong, who was fighting the seahorse, had a grim expression. Ai Li flicked her wristwatch, and a smart link device flew out. After opening it, she pressed it to the ground, and the other 3 team members followed suit. The smart link device emitted crimson rays, connecting together to form an octagonal barrier, directly isolating the overflowing water and sound waves. This magical scene filled several students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao excitedly looked at the smart link device on the ground and proudly explained to the other students, "This is called the Sky Shield Smart Link device, a treasure independently developed by the Sky Shield Bureau. Only official members have it, and you can only get it after staying in the Sky Shield Bureau for a year. Brother Hao, I really envy you. After a year, you'll also have this amazing thing." Su Xiaoqiang immediately flattered him. The other students looked on with envious eyes. Qin Juanhao smiled, his gaze sweeping over Fong Xian and Chu Xinyao, wearing an expression that said, "Aren't I impressive?" Fong Xian responded with a disinterested look. His gaze swept over the smart link device. Yesterday, the white-haired person had also given Fong Xian one, and he had thought it was just a communication device for checking information, not realizing it had such magical effects. He thought it would last a while. But unexpectedly, almost the next second, the previous sea turtle came back with a hand of throwing the pot. The turtle shell spun and flew over here, crashing heavily against the barrier. The barrier emitted a loud rumble, and nearly transparent protective shield appeared with cracks. Everyone's expression changed. They hadn't expected this sea turtle to be so strong. Almost in the next second, a chill swept over. The water outside the barrier instantly froze, and the barrier was covered with dense cracks, shattering in an instant. The turtle shell spun back to the sea turtle, which swung it again, this time intending to smash through everyone inside the barrier. But this time, before the shell could hit, it was kicked back by someone, crashing heavily against the sea turtle, which flew backward, skimming the water's surface, and crashed into the wall, struggling a few times before going still. A man in a suit stood in front of the barrier. He stomped down hard, causing the ice to crack, and waves of water retreated, revealing a vacuum area. The man adjusted his glasses. Take them out from the southeast corner. Ellie nodded. Okay, Captain. Captain? Shin Juanhao's expression changed as if he had been struck. So it's the captain. What's wrong with the captain? How? Su Xiaoqiang asked, playing the role of a sidekick. Shin Juanhao looked at the back of the man in the suit with excitement and admiration. The highest commander title in the 7th division is the director. Below the director is the captain. Below the captain is the major. And below the major is the squad leader. Sister Ellie is a squad leader, which requires a level 3 combat power to qualify. Captain Xiao is a major, needing level 5 combat power, and the captain, that requires level 8 combat power. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed, wow, we don't even have level 8 powerhouses in our small lawn city, and today we see one alive. Fong Chen glanced at Chu Xinyao, wondering what kind of existence her father was to have a captain of at least level 8 protecting her. The man in the suit tugged at his tie, his cold eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses fixed on the school of fish, and the diver dressed in fishman attire. Friend, work is already annoying, and you're hiding in the shadows playing tricks, that makes it even more annoying. The school of fish scattered, and the diver smiled. So it's Captain Shang from the 7th division. I didn't expect a captain to be dispatched. The man in the suit unraveled his tie and wrapped it around his arm. Such a good holy grade treasure, letting you use it, and you can't even display its power. What a waste. Then you try again. The diver's expression turned sinister as he raised his hand, freezing the area around him again, seemingly wanting to turn this place into an icy world, with the fish swirling around him, encased in ice, charging towards the man in the suit. The tie wrapped around the man's arm emitted a dazzling golden light, charging towards the diver like an icebreaker. The ice surface was instantly pierced, creating a massive crack. Don't just stand there. Hurry up, Ellie urged. The group of classmates snapped back to reality from their astonishment. Is this what it's like between strong opponents? Ellie led the way, but unexpectedly, the path ahead was blocked by a dolphin. The dolphin looked at the group, its gaze fixed on Shin Juanhao, speaking with a thick accent. What are you staring at? Shin Juanhao shrank behind a few bodyguards. What are you looking at? You little brat. Who do you think you are? The dolphin immediately exploded in anger. Fong Xian watched the talking dolphin, realizing that some animals have high intelligence, and many gifted animals can also speak human language. The dolphin spun around and charged over. Ellie stepped forward first, her blue patterned knife glowing as she clashed with the dolphin. The dolphin had a water attribute talent, while Ellie had an assassination talent. Both were level 3 combat powers, evenly matched in battle. Shin Juanhao and the others watched nervously. Fong Xian, who had experienced countless battles, was unfazed. A bloodstain had already appeared on the dolphin's side. Hey, what the hell? You damn tiger bitch. I'll kill you. Leopard, what the hell are you two doing? I'll hold this stinky bitch off. You two go catch that target, and we'll go back to report. 2 seals that had been drumming in the arena suddenly dashed out, accompanied by several shrimp and crab soldiers, charging towards Chu Xinyao. Protect Miss Chu, Ellie shouted as she turned around. 3 team members surrounded Chu Xinyao and instantly engaged in battle with the opponents. However, the enemy was too numerous, and the 3 team members struggled to hold their ground. Moreover, both seals were at the peak of level 2. Shin Juanhao licked his lips, sensing an opportunity. Xinya, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. But the next second, the 2 seals opened their mouths and blew out a drum, striking their chests to produce a deafening sound. In the blink of an eye, 1 team member was blown apart into a mist of blood, and the other 2 were injured. The 2 seals turned their attention directly towards Chu Xinyao. This scene left many students present in shock. It was their first close encounter with death. As the seals approached, Shin Juanhao's bodyguard captain, following Shin Juanhao's earlier instructions, tried to come protect Chu Xinyao. Unexpectedly, Shin Juanhao grabbed the bodyguard captain. What are you protecting her for? Protect me. The 2 seals were already closing in. Ellie tried to turn back, but the dolphin desperately held her back. Ha, you little punk. I'm about to make a great achievement. Fong Xian stood in front of Chu Xinyao. He twisted his waist. One punch. This punch. It was a fierce blow forged through countless life and death trials. A punch that could reach SS-level strength without any drugs. A punch from a prodigy. It was also a straightforward, clean, and powerful punch that could break through all barriers. One punch. His arm sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. The fist struck the seal's chest. With one punch, he blasted through the chest of the foremost seal. Blood gushed from the seal's heart. After struggling a couple of times, it fell to the ground. Fong Xian didn't stop. He leaped and clamped his legs around the head of another seal. His elbow was like a knife. With a furious elbow strike, a cracking sound echoed. The seal's head shattered. Blood overflowed from its mouth and nose. It fell helplessly to the ground. After struggling a few times, it lay still. All of this seemed lengthy to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Fong Chen remained expressionless. He scooped up some water from the ground, just above his knees, to wash the blood off his fist. Ellie's ice blue eyes sparkled. The dolphin let out a strange cry. What the hell? How is there still a hidden expert? This little punk is actually a student. After washing his hands, Fong Chen turned to look at the shocked faces of Qin Juanhao and the other students. I've liked boxing since I was young and have learned a bit of martial arts. Isn't it normal to take down a couple of seals? Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. Normal my ass. Those weren't ordinary seals. They were seals with peak level 2 combat power. Even the most ordinary seal couldn't be taken down with one punch. Qin Juanhao's hair stood on end, moving from shock to fear. Why was Fong Chen so strong? If Fong Chen wanted to kill him, it seemed his bodyguards wouldn't be able to withstand it. A group of students looked at Fong Chen in utter shock. The usually outstanding and sociable Fong Chen was actually this formidable. Chu Xinyao patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, still shaken, and flashed a sweet smile at Fong Chen. Thank you, little Fong. Fong Chen initially wanted to ask why these people were attacking Chu Xinyao, but then thought better of it with so many classmates around, so he didn't ask. Ellie's assault grew fiercer, and the dolphin was gradually unable to hold on. What the hell? Not a few strokes. The dolphin turned its body and merged into the water, disappearing in an instant like a line of water without a trace. Beneath the knee-deep surface, a shadow surged rapidly. A hand suddenly shot up from under the water, reaching for Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao let out a scream. Half of her body was submerged in the water. A gust of wind swept through the distant passage. The water surface rippled. A blinding golden light rushed toward this side. In the golden light, a man in a suit wielded a 1-foot-long, adult palm-width machete, swinging it down toward the hand that was dragging Chu Xinyao's calf. A shrill scream echoed from beneath the water. A severed hand floated to the surface. Not far away, the water formed a whirlpool. The earlier diver emerged from it, pale-faced. The man in the suit burst forth again, radiating brilliant golden light. When the golden light dissipated, the diver had already been tied up and thrown to the ground. The man in the suit adjusted his tie and meticulously tucked it into his pocket. Others from the 7th Division gathered over here. Xiao Wutong also approached. The man in the suit adjusted his glasses and looked at the still pale-faced Qin Juanhao, who was still in shock. Xiao Wutong, is this the person you wasted a spot on for our new recruit in the 7th Division? It was better not to mention this. As soon as it was brought up, Xiao Wutong looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Captain, I just misjudged him. But at least this kid meets the standards. Don't you think? The implication in their conversation was clear enough for anyone to understand. Even the dolphin could hear it. It was obvious they were looking down on Qin Juanhao. The little pride Qin Juanhao had was completely shattered by the words of Captain Shang and Xiao Wutong. His classmates now looked at him with various expressions. So it turned out he had misjudged. Captain Shang turned to Fong Chen. What's your name? Fong Chen. Power-type talent, capable of killing a peak-level second-tier combatant, at least an A-grade talent, possibly even reaching S. This statement left many classmates stunned. Fong Chen actually had such high talent. Qin Juanhao looked even more dejected. All his previous advantages were gone. Which organization have you joined? I haven't joined any organization yet. That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't anyone approached you? They have, but I haven't agreed yet. I'm still considering. Captain Shang paused. Still considering? So that means the organizations that approached you weren't good enough, right? Has the 9th Division approached you? No, if the 9th Division had approached you, with their domineering nature, they wouldn't give anyone a chance to consider. Why don't you come to our 7th Division? After the assessment period, I can directly promote you to team leader. This made the classmates present freeze for a moment, and some even gasped in surprise. To be personally invited by the leader of the 7th Division and directly promoted to team leader after the assessment period? Captain, we've filled our quota. Xiao Wutong reminded. Captain Shang took off his glasses, exhaled, and while wiping them, said, then let's recruit one more. I'll talk to the director about it. What do you think, Fong Chen? No need. Captain Shang paused in his action of wiping his glasses. Xiao Wutong and the other classmates were also stunned. Only Ai Li, with her ice blue eyes, stared at Fong Chen, as if she had guessed something. The leader of the 7th Division personally invited him, and Fong Chen actually refused? Just like that? Qin Juanhao turned a shade of purple with envy. After being recruited by the 7th Division, he had made a big fuss about it, wanting everyone in the world to know that he, Qin Juanhao, had been recruited by the 7th Division.
But Fong Chen publicly rejected the invitation from the leader of the 7th Division, especially since Captain Shang had promised that Fong Chen would be team leader after the assessment period. Such conditions were undeniably generous. Oh, is there still law? Is there still justice? Team leader Shang adjusted his glasses. So, you have other thoughts? Little kid, you can come to me. A suddenly aged voice came from nowhere. Everyone was taken aback. Team leader Shang instantly erupted with golden light, entering a combat state as if facing a great enemy. Turning around, he saw the water surging, and atop a 2-meter high wave sat an old man on a turtle shell, smiling at them. Team leader Shang held a machete, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. In a small place like Lan City, a level 10 powerhouse has actually been dispatched. You remnants of the Eternal Night Army are really willing to invest. Team leader Shang coldly stared at the old man sitting on the turtle's back. The old man smiled gently. Since your Heavenly Shield Bureau has sent you, a peak level 8 team leader, we must show enough sincerity, right? Team leader Shang scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. The scenery outside the theme pavilion was rapidly retreating, and the entire ocean-themed pavilion seemed to be flying in the sky. All communication devices also malfunctioned at that moment. The old man wore a smile. Since this holy great artifact has been activated, we must complete the task, right? Don't think about escaping, you can't get out now. No one can save you, you will all become the nourishment for this artifact. As he spoke, the old man's gaze turned back to Fong Chen. Besides you, little kid, what are you considering? I see you strike cleanly and decisively. At your age, with your skills, you are a rare good seed. Now, I give you 2 options, either join us in the 9 hells, or, I can only take ruthless measures. After all, if you grow up in the future, you will definitely be a formidable opponent. Qin Juanhao looked at Fong Chen with envy and jealousy. You can let the 7th place go, but why do the villains want you to? Are you going to let us live? Fong Chen looked at the old man, holding the small spatial ball in his hand. Can I choose C? The old man laughed heartily. Little kid, not many people dare to joke with me. Qin Juanhao whispered to Fong Chen, join him, even if it's fake. Find a way to please him, talk softly to him, so he might let us go. Do you want to watch so many classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This little kid has good awareness and a good idea. The old man fixed his gaze on Fong Chen. Little kid, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Fong Chen replied seriously, my name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao froze for a second. Fong Chen. You call yourself Qin Juanhao, what should I call myself? Don't screw me over. Grandpa, his name is Fong Chen. Ha ha ha. Fong Chen, little kid, interesting, I like you more and more. If you join us, I can let your classmates go, but if you dare to refuse, I can make them die right now. Fong Chen. What are you waiting for? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save people. It doesn't have to be by begging. Then what the hell do you suggest? Team leader Shang turned around and shot an unhappy glance at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao forced out a smile that looked like he was crying. Fong Chen looked at the old man. Old man, are you really a level 10 powerhouse? Indeed. Mid-level 10. Are you very strong? No one here can defeat me, including this team leader from the 7th place. Can you defeat him? Slap. The spatial ball was crushed. Space twisted. A white-haired figure with hands in pockets stood behind Fong Chen, grinning with his signature smile. The old man's expression changed drastically for the first time, and he jumped up, shouting in shock. Jahang. Hey, old turtle, no need to be so excited to see me, right? Jahang had his hands in his pockets. When everyone looked over, they realized his feet were off the ground, standing in mid-air. As he moved forward, it felt as if transparent steps appeared beneath his feet. As he walked down the steps, the water overflowing on the ground split apart to the sides. Jahang stood on the dry ground, seeing the old man in a panic. Qin Juanhao and his classmates all looked bewildered. They recalled that this white-haired man had also appeared at school before, acting as if he were above everyone else. Everyone knew he was very strong, but they never expected him to be terrifyingly powerful to this extent. Even a level 10 expert was panicking like this. However, soon, Qin Juanhao and the others realized another issue. Why could Fong Chen summon someone from the 9th division? Could it be? They immediately thought of a possibility, looking at Fong Chen in disbelief. Did Fong Chen get the 9th division to recruit him? The 9th division was the strongest place in the Sky Shield Bureau, known as the Monster Room. Qin Juanhao's pride was completely shattered at that moment, and his mindset exploded. Su Xiaoqiang, the loyal follower, was also crushed. He never imagined that Fong Chen would be connected to the 9th division. Slap. Jahang slapped the back of Fong Xian's head. Fong Xian's head jerked forward from the hit. Damn it! You freeloaded off me. You're the first. Although it was a slap, there was no reprimanding intent. It felt more like an interaction between good friends. Mr. Zhuge. Team leader Shang turned around and, upon seeing Jahang, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as if Jahang's appearance meant that the crisis here had been resolved and the situation was under control. Jahang walked over to team leader Shang with his hands in his pockets. Underestimating the enemy, there are significant gaps in intelligence retrieval, almost leading both teams to utter destruction. You will be suspended for a month for reflection. Team leader Shang nodded, not daring to refute. Understood. Jahang slightly raised his chin, looking at the old man sitting on the turtle. Are you coming over to be beaten to tears by me, or should I come over and beat you half to death? The old man's expression twisted. Jahang, at worst, I'll fight you. So that means I'll come over and beat you half to death, right? The old man raised his arms. Everyone present felt a chill emanating from their bodies. The blood within them seemed to start freezing. The human body is composed of 70% water. This old man had a water attribute talent, naturally able to control the moisture within everyone. The old man raised a finger and pointed forward again. A highly corrosive and pungent slime oozed from the walls of the passage, seemingly wanting to dissolve everyone. You all must die. The old man roared. But the next second, the old man froze. In his peripheral vision, Jahang had somehow appeared beside him. One hand in his pocket, the other gripping the old man's neck, he prepared to slam him back. Their figures flickered in midair and vanished. The next moment, they reappeared in front of the wall. With a loud crash, the old man was slammed into the wall by Jahang, as if he were embedded in it. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his expression one of terror. Level 11 peak. No wonder you're the most likely prodigy to become a deity in the past decade. Jahang slowly loosened his grip on the old man's neck. Thank you for the compliment, but you are mistaken. Jahang's finger hooked down to adjust his sunglasses, revealing eyes that resembled two thunder pools. It's the past 30 years. One punch. Jahang's fist heavily struck the old man's abdomen. The punch seemed to pierce through the void. The old man bent over like a shrimp, coughing up blood mixed with bits of internal organs. Weakly, he fell to his knees. Just as the old man hit the ground, the wall behind him, a huge gap with a diameter of 2 meters was actually blasted out of the copper wall. Behind this wall, other walls were also smashed open by this punch, forming concentric circles of varying sizes. Amazingly, the walls were still writhing, as if they were alive. Jahang had his hands in his pockets, bending over to watch the writhing wall in amazement. This holy grade treasure is quite good, it's a pity to give it to you. Later, I'll take it to give to the little dragon girl of the 5 Elements Palace, and I can also ask for a favor. Thanks, old turtle. The old man on the ground curled up, his gaze vacant, his face pale, devoid of any desire to live. Jahang turned around and walked towards Fong Xian. Have you thought it over? Are you sure you want to join the 9th Division? Yes. The thing. Fong Xian looked confused. What thing? The Sky Shield Smart Link device I gave you yesterday. I left it at home. Where did you leave it at home? Jahang asked. After a moment of confusion, Fong Xian nodded. On my desk. Why? After saying that, amidst the shocked expressions of Fong Xian and everyone else, Jahang's hand plunged into the void. When he pulled it out, he was holding an apple, which he bit into. Then he reached his hand back into the void, and when he pulled it out again, he was holding the Sky Shield Smart Link device he had given to Fong Xian yesterday. He tossed the item to Fong Xian. Jahang took a bite of the apple. When you get home later, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. I might have scared her just now. Fong Xian's head was buzzing. He only knew that this 9th Division was really impressive, but he never expected it to be this impressive. Fong Xian had opened this device yesterday. After facial recognition, he let Jahang input his name. That was when he learned what character the white-haired person's name was. Beep. Identity verification successful. Member Fong Xian. Welcome to the 9th Division. Jahang munched on the apple. After joining the 9th Division, someone will naturally come to connect with you. There will also be someone to arrange your subsequent training. I will come to check on your progress from time to time. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Xian hurriedly said, give me your contact information. Jahang raised his chin, indicating the smart link device in Fong Xian's hand. In a moment, the little deer will pull you into the group. My contact information is in the group. Glancing outside, Jahang continued to Director Shang, mistakes are mistakes, and merits are merits. I will take this holy grade treasure with me, and I will report the merits of your 7th division without missing a single detail, okay? We all listen to Mr. Zhuge. Let's go. Snap. Zhuge Han, with the apple in his mouth, snapped his fingers with his free hand.
The surrounding scenery seemed to shatter like a broken mirror, and then everything became blurry. When everything pieced together again, everyone found themselves standing in an open space. Looking around, they realized they were still at the location of the previous ocean-themed pavilion. Only the orca-shaped themed pavilion had vanished into thin air. The place was bare. All the tourists looked bewildered. Fong Xin let out a breath. Everything was too magical. Fong Xin, you joined the 9th division. You joined the 9th division, known as the Monster Room. A classmate was the first to break the silence.
Other classmates looked at Fong Xin with envy.
Director Shang smiled. Just now you said you hadn't thought it through. I thought you were considering some organization, but it turns out you were considering the 9th division.
You're the first student to consider joining the 9th division. Fong Xin smiled calmly. Someone has to be the first to do anything.
Director Shang chuckled. Su Chang looked at the Sky Shield Smart Link device in Fong Xin's hand. How good, didn't you say you could only get this thing after joining the Sky Shield Bureau for a year?
How did he get it early? Director Shang took over the conversation, because he was selected by the 9th division. It's that simple.
Qin Juanhao seemed like a wilted eggplant.
Captain Xiao.
The new recruits you just brought in chose to compromise when facing the enemy. There's a serious problem with their mindset.
You need to follow up on this. We can't have weaklings in the 7th division.
Team leader Shang adjusted his glasses, his voice cold and serious. Xiao Wutong, on the verge of tears, responded, looking at his source of shame. Qin Juanhao, understood, team leader. Qin Juanhao felt as if the sky had fallen. Xiao Wutong turned back to look at Fong Xin, who he couldn't help but like more and more. Team leader Shang looked at Fong Xin and extended his hand. I'm Shang Tianqi. From now on, we can consider ourselves colleagues.
Fong Xin shook hands confidently. I'm Fong Xin. Please take care of me.
Team leader Shang glanced at his watch. Danger averted. Prepare to withdraw. As the people from the 7th division were getting ready to leave, Ai stepped forward, extending her delicate white palm towards Fong Xin. A pair of beautiful ice blue eyes fixed on him. I'm Ai, classmate Fong Xin. Hello. Ai emphasized the you heavily. Fong Xin, who was shaking hands, was slightly taken aback, staring into Ai's beautiful ice blue eyes. With Ai saying that, Fong Xin quickly realized that she had recognized him. However, judging by everything Xiao Wutong had done, Ai hadn't informed him about it.
Hello, Captain Ai. Just call me Ai. The two locked eyes. Ai broke the silence first. Shall we exchange contact information?
Sure. After exchanging contact details, Ai left with her team.
Fong Xin put his phone in his pocket.
After such a day, although his arm had been cleaned, the water he used to wash his hands earlier wasn't very clean, so Fong Xin planned to go home and take a shower.
Chu Xinyo approached sweetly. Thank you today, little Fong. Then you still owe me a bow.
Chu Xinyo, pouting, poked Fong Xin's belly with her finger.
You're so bad. The results are out. A classmate received the news. Everyone took out their phones to check their scores. Overall school rankings. The top score was none other than Fong Xin. When they saw Fong Xin's impressive results, the classmates erupted in excitement. Wow! Someone hasn't even awakened a single talent, and Brother Xin has awakened 5 talents? He's this strong without any potions? If he used potions, wouldn't all his scores go up another level? Ssss-Level strength talent? I told you Brother Xin is the best. Wait a minute, Chu Xinyo is second overall? Ssss-Level light talent? Ssss-Level healing talent. Wow! Fong Xin looked at Chu Xinyo with slight surprise. Chu Xinyo lifted her chin. Aren't I impressive, Sister Yao? Impressive, I underestimated you. Fong Xin.
Chu Xinyao's teeth itched with anger as she glared at Fong Xin, poking his belly again.
Su Chang flipped through the score sheet. Brother Hao, I found you. B-level Earth talent.
All the classmates turned to look at Qin Juanhao.
Qin Juanhao's talent score was also among the top in the school. But in front of Fong Xin and Chu Xinyo, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon.
At this moment, Qin Juanhao had lost all his arrogance, looking at Fong Xin with envy and jealousy.
Fong Xin ignored him. Glancing at the time, he said, Little Chu, I want to go home. Okay, let's go together. After bidding farewell to the classmates, on the subway, Chu Xinyo and Fong Xin sat side by side. With your high talent, why didn't the 9th division find you? Fong Xin asked curiously.
Chu Xinyo paused. No, because of my father, I have to go to another place.
Your father is
Before the words were finished, Chu Xinyao reached out and covered Fong Xian's mouth. Xiao Fong, can we not talk about this issue? After seeing Fong Xian's expression, Chu Xinyao explained, Xiao Fong, my father's identity is quite special, and I can't tell you for now, but don't worry, if one day I can say it, I will definitely be the first to tell you, okay? Chu Xinyao tilted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Fong Xian, wearing a pleading expression.
Okay. Hee, I knew Xiao Fong was the best.
When she got home, as soon as she entered, she saw her Aunt Fong Huilan and Uncle Jiang Weidong huddled together, looking suspicious.
Fong Huilan was holding a rolling pin, and Jiang Weidong was holding a mop.
The sound of the door startled the couple.
What are you doing? Fong Xian asked in confusion.
Xiao Xian, you don't know, something strange happened today, it was so scary. I was cleaning the room when a hand suddenly appeared in the living room, feeling around, then grabbed an apple and disappeared, Fong Huilan said, still shaken.
Fong Xian immediately remembered that this was something Jahang had done earlier, and that was an apple Jahang took when he was getting something for me. He said it might have scared you, so I came home to tell you. Jahang? Fong Huilan didn't react at first. The white-haired guy from the 9th Division yesterday. Fong Xian reminded her. Fong Huilan immediately understood, patting her chest, so it was him. You scared me to death. But the people from the 9th Division are too terrifying, taking things from a distance? Fong Xian smiled, you haven't seen anything more terrifying, otherwise, you'd be shocked for the rest of your life. After taking a shower, Fong Xian looked at the foggy mirror, wiped the surface, and thought he would have to ask the reflection in the mirror tonight who he should be wary of. After changing clothes, when he returned to his room, he saw a light flashing on the Tiandun Smart Link device on the table. After opening it, he saw that someone with the nickname Xiao Lu had added him to a group. The group was called the 9th Division Honglian District Taiyan District Youth Training Class. There weren't many people in the group, including Fong Xian. There were only 8 people counting Xiao Lu and Jahang. Fong Xian saw that Jahang's avatar was a Tai Chi fish image and casually clicked to add him as a friend. Someone in the group sent a message. The avatar was a muscular man, and the members' nicknames were their real names. The one speaking was called Shi Tailang. Another newcomer? Named Fong Xian? Is she a girl? How tall? How much does she weigh? What are her measurements? What talent does she have? You fatso, how can you talk like that? Don't scare the girl away. Please introduce yourself, Fong Xian.
The one who spoke next was called Zhang Yaozu, with an avatar of a little yellow chick wearing suspenders and holding a basketball.
Shi Tailang retorted, alright, Zhang Yaozu, girls like me to be straightforward. Fong Xian, do you like muscular guys? Fong Xian thought for a moment and replied, hello everyone, my name is Fong Xian, my biological sex is male, but I have gender identity disorder and consider myself a girl. Also, I'm a lesbian, so I only like girls. After a long silence in the group, a handsome anime avatar named Baiyulin said, great, another weirdo. In our 9th Division, new recruits must have some issues, right? Shi Tailang at Baiyulin, are you a brother or a sister now? Baiyulin replied, I'm my brother.
Shi Tailang said, great, the split personality has worsened, now there's a younger brother.
Our 9th Division isn't a monster house, it's a damn hospital. Zhang Yaozu changed the topic, have you all seen?
This year's national talent test results are out, and in the 12 districts nationwide, there are 18 Ssss-Level talents.
Our Honglian district alone has 3. After the War of the Gods, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom expanded by half, vast and extensive. To better coordinate management, it was divided into 12 districts, with Lan City being a small city under the Honglian district of Qingzhou province. Zhang Yaozu said, isn't it true that a small place like Lan City produced an Ssss-Level talent? It seems to be an Ssss-Level light system talent.
Light system talents are already hard to come by, let alone at the SSS level. Shi Tailang chimed in, to protect personal information, the report hides names, but I heard it's a particularly beautiful girl.
Ha! The information on classmate Fong Xian shows that he is from Lan City, right? No way, classmate Fong Xian can't be that girl from Lan City with the Ssss-Level light system talent, can she? Fong Xian was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xinyao to have gained some fame. I'm not. The mentally unstable by Yulin side, in a small place like Lan City, it's really not easy to produce an Ssss-Level talent. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up. Strictly speaking, Lan City actually produced 2 students with Ssss-Level talents. 2? The Ssss-Level statistics only show 1, right, Instructor Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu explained, because the other student didn't use any potions, their test result is SS-Level, which is our classmate Fong Xian. Wow, those who don't use potions are all amazing. Shi Tailang exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yaozu was equally shocked. My goodness, I barely made it to SS after using potions, and this guy is SS level without using any? Why don't you use potions? Fong Xian humbly replied, I heard the pressure is high in the 9th division, so I thought about not using potions to keep my score down and just muddle through elsewhere. But it didn't work. After a long silence in the group, Sure Tailang sent a message, I can't take it anymore. I'll pay 500,000, who will go to Lan City and beat him up. I'll add 100,000. I'll add 200,000. I'll add 100,000. Several others who hadn't spoken up also sent messages to increase their stakes. Xiao Lu changed the topic, alright, everyone quiet down. After the results come out, you will have a week of rest. A week later, someone will specifically come to pick you up to the training camp. See you all in a week. Fong Xian's smart device vibrated again. It was a friend request from Xiao Lu. After accepting, Xiao Lu sent a message, classmate Fong Xian, please sign the contract and send it to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Just face the virtual screen of the smart device towards the table. Fong Xian did as instructed, and a contract appeared on the table with a slight flash of light. After signing the contract, click the plus sign in the lower right corner, and there will be a transfer button to send the contract to me. Fong Xian looked at all this in amazement. It was truly magical. This thing seemed like a spatial treasure. However, Fong Xian currently had no idea what level it was. After completing everything, a plane ticket and a bank card without a password were also sent over. The bank card had 1 million, which was the bonus for joining the 9th division. Finally, welcome, classmate Fong Xian, to the 9th division. See you in a week. Fong Xian also replied, see you in a week. He went through the rules and regulations, roughly memorizing them. Then he read through the instructions for using the smart device. After reading, he was even more surprised. It turned out this thing also had an alias called the treasure machine. When used by a single soldier, it could shoot lasers as a lightsaber. During team operations, 2 or more people could form a formation to create a barrier and also perform short-distance teleportation. This device was a treasure developed by the Heavenly Shield Bureau at great expense. The levels of treasures ranged from the initial 1st level to the 9th level. Above the 9th level were the spiritual level, the divine level, the holy level, the god level, the rules, and the legendary taboos. The theme pavilion that I encountered today is a terrifying holy grade treasure. The smart link device in Fong Xian's hand is a 4th grade treasure. According to the rules, new students who just joined the 9th division are issued 1st grade devices, but Jahang opened a backdoor for Fong Xian and directly gave him a 4th grade one. If Fong Xian joins the 9th division, as his realm improves, he will also be equipped with stronger smart link devices. Fong Xian followed the instructions. When the smart link device was pressed in one place, a scarlet laser shot out from one end, resembling a tang knife, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, although this laser sword is powerful enough to cut through iron like mud, it consumes the user's vitality. Therefore, many people usually refrain from using laser swords. Only users with thick vitality, like those with strength-type talents, would not mind this and would use it. It felt like this thing was prepared just for him. Fong Xian shook the laser sword. The feel was excellent. He felt that if he activated his killing talent, he could even match up against someone at the early stage of level 5. Just as he was studying the laser sword, his phone vibrated several times in succession. Fong Xian picked up his phone and found that it was a message from AI Li. Fong Xian classmate. Do you have time? Let's talk. Fong Xian toyed with his phone, unsure of what AI Li wanted, and replied with a vague message. What's the matter? AI Li replied quickly, thank you for saving me that day. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for saving me that day. Fong Xian asked, when did you find out? AI Li recounted, I noticed when I went to your classroom that day. Fong Xian continued to wonder, why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because various signs indicated that you didn't want to be exposed, so I didn't say anything. Fong Xian looked at AI Li's message, you've said so much, but your ultimate goal isn't just to thank me, right? It is a thank you, you are my lifesaver, and I won't forget that. But today, I indeed have something else I need your help with. Fong Xian and AI Li had only met 3 times, and they had only spoken twice. They weren't very familiar, and asking for help right away felt like borrowing money from someone just met. After a long pause without a reply, AI Li sent another message. Fong Xian classmate, are you still there? Fong Xian thought for a moment and replied seriously, my brother is asleep. The other party was typing. After a long interval, AI Li sent another long message. Fong Xian classmate, I really have something to ask of you. My parents were killed many years ago, and my sister went missing when she was young. This case was turned into a cold case back then, but I have been investigating the true culprit all these years and searching for my sister.
Her name is Aiko, and I recently found a clue about her, but the other party has a level 4 expert. I am weak here, and I am just a small team leader, without the qualifications or means to mobilize the team's strength to help me with personal matters. I can only hire a few bounty hunters, but they are not reliable since they are not my people. So I implore you, can you help me? If you don't believe me, you can check the case files from back then through the smart link device.
Fong Xian checked what AI Li said, and there really was this case file.
It was about an incident from over a decade ago. AI Li's parents were both doctors who died in a car accident. The case file even contained a photo of AI Li as a child, a mini version of her now. In the photo, little AI Li sat there, her hair disheveled, tears still visible, a look of confusion on her face, her small body appearing lonely and pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion. After reviewing the entire case, it had been half a year since Ellie's parents died, and her twin sister went missing during the same period. Hundreds of children had disappeared, and later, for reasons unknown, the entire case lost any leads, becoming a cold case.
Fong Xian suddenly focused his gaze, as if he had discovered something.
He pulled out the file regarding his parents' car accident and reviewed it again. The file on his parents contained only a few brief descriptions and a few photos, the rest were encrypted documents.
Fong Xian's gaze suddenly fixed on the photo of the car that had killed his parents. He abruptly sat up.
He then pulled out the photo of the car that had killed Ellie's parents.
Fong Xian enlarged the photo. Both cars had a sunny doll charm inside. Moreover, the sunny dolls wore eerie smiles on their faces. Was this a coincidence? Or was it man-made? Various questions lingered in Fong Xian's mind. Who exactly harmed his parents? It seemed he had no choice but to go. After much deliberation, Fong Xian replied to Ellie, "Okay, send me the time and place." Ellie seemed a bit surprised, not expecting Fong Xian to agree so readily.
"Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the cafe on Tiannan Road, No.
122. As a reward, all the spoils will belong to you afterward, and I will also give you a perception fruit to help you awaken your perception talent before going to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning." Fong Xian sat up, replaying the incident of his parents' car accident in his mind. His parents' file was encrypted, and to access it, he would either have to find Jahang or meet the required position standards. He took out his grandfather's phone from the drawer, but there were no new messages. He had no idea where his grandfather was now. Time quickly approached midnight. Fong Xian went to the bathroom, facing the mirror. He activated his blood energy. 4 crimson killing runes slowly emerged. Fong Xian stared at himself in the mirror. Midnight. 12:30. Fong Xian had been looking at himself in the mirror for a full 45 minutes. But today, he did not see that version of himself in the mirror. Fong Xian frowned, staring at his reflection. Just now, he even pretended to turn around and walk away like last night. But there were no anomalies in his peripheral vision. Last night had been fine. What was going on tonight? Was he missing some triggering mechanism? Recalling everything from yesterday. If he were to replicate everything from yesterday, Fong Xian couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he hadn't watched the video from his grandfather? The time node had already passed today. He could only try again tomorrow night. Fong Xian returned to his bedroom, lying on the bed, thinking about his plans with Ellie for the next day. The next morning, after breakfast, Fong Xian received a message from Ellie. The meeting place was a cafe. When Fong Xian arrived, Ellie was already waiting at the door. Ellie had her silver hair tied in a short ponytail, wearing a baseball cap, a baseball jacket, and tight jeans that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. "Over here." Ellie waved. Fong Xian had also worn a baseball cap today. As he approached, Ellie said, "There's still a certain level of danger. Are you sure you're ready? Are you sure the other party is only level 4? I've been scouting for half a month." "Then there's no problem. What about the other people you hired?" Ellie grabbed Fong Xian's arm. "The people you hired are not good folks, so we'll need to use fake names and false information. I'm now called Zhao Yaomei, a foreigner. You should change your name too. Then I'll be Qin Juanhao. Change it again. Qin Xiaoqian, your cousin." As Ellie spoke, she handed Fong Xian a mask and took out a delicate small box. "Put on this mask. It will disguise you. This is the perception fruit I promised you." Fong Xian was taken aback. "You're giving me things before we even start? I'm just happy you could come. Don't your captain and teammates help you?" Ellie adjusted her mask, which, once applied, changed her appearance so that no oddities could be detected. Even her face shape and hair color transformed. After hearing Fong Xian's words, Ellie helplessly replied, "They helped before, but this time, Captain Xiao made a mistake in the information and recruited Qin Juanhao, wasting a spot. He's currently in confinement writing a reflection.
You know my other teammates were injured in yesterday's mission.
Fong Xin scratched his cheek awkwardly, realizing it all circled back to him.
If he hadn't signed up randomly before, Captain Xiao wouldn't have chosen Qinju and how early, and if he hadn't chosen him, he wouldn't be in confinement.
Fong Xin put the mask on his face.
His features changed. He looked at himself in the phone. There was not a hint of recognition. He opened the exquisite little box, revealing a bright red fruit inside.
You can eat it now, Ailey reminded him. Fong Xin took a bite.
The juice was abundant and crisp. Within 2 bites, he swallowed the mental fruit. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, as if he had taken a big bite of mint candy, making him feel completely clear-headed.
Fong Xin's already sensitive perception ability instantly enhanced.
Previously, his visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile senses were far beyond the norm. But after consuming this sensory fruit, he could actually perceive every movement of everyone within a 30-meter radius, including the mosquitoes and ants on the ground, all vividly appearing in his mind, sketching a 3-dimensional translucent pattern. Within 30 meters, Fong Xin could clearly sense what everyone was saying and doing. Even in the cafe, he could hear the waiter hiding in the restroom chatting with a friend about the boss's cricket.
Fong Xin opened his eyes and exhaled.
So this is what it feels like to awaken a perception talent? This talent is indeed impressive, allowing him to clearly perceive everything around him and anticipate enemy movements. However, perception consumes a lot of energy. If he sensed for too long, his head would feel a bit dizzy.
Still, thank you for coming to help me.
Ailey tilted her head. At that moment, after the mask changed her appearance, her ice blue eyes turned black, and she looked at Fong Xin seriously, speaking each word deliberately.
Helping you is also helping me. Let's go.
Ailey was momentarily stunned but said nothing more, leading the way ahead.
Fong Xin followed behind, watching Ailey's back.
Ailey was only a year older than Fong Xin, a senior from the previous cohort, who had become the team leader of the 7th Division right after the training camp ended, showing that she had put in more effort than most. They crossed the street and entered a grocery store.
A fierce-looking burly man was slumped over the front desk.
As they entered, the bell at the door rang with a crisp sound. Ailey stepped forward and handed over a card. The burly man took it, glanced at it, and said, "Go inside, right-hand side, 4th room."
Fong Xin looked in the indicated direction and saw only a wall.
Ailey took back the card and led the way, with Fong Xin following behind. Suddenly, the wall rippled with circles of waves.
Ailey pulled Fong Xin and stepped inside, finding the 4th private room.
Fong Xin was still a bit dazed, not expecting this grocery store to have such hidden depths. Once seated, Ailey explained, every city has its own black market trading places, and this is the black market trading spot in Lon City. You can find and accept missions here, exchange items, buy information. Everything a black market can do can be done here. The bounty hunters I hired will be here soon. Once they arrive, we'll set off for our destination. Ailey took out a small ball, tapped it, and the ball emitted a glow, revealing a holographic projection of a standalone villa, with the structure of the villa clearly displayed. From what I gathered yesterday, it seems you linked your parents' car accident with your sister's disappearance, Ailey said. She nodded. I discovered it by chance from the clues. The driver of the car that killed my parents and the person who kidnapped my sister both have a 6-pointed star tattoo on their arms.
Fong Xin was taken aback. You found the driver who hit your parents?
He was found a year after my parents' accident, but by the time he was found, he was already dead. So many clues were still lost.
Fong Xin fell silent.
The door opened. 3 people entered from outside. One was a 2-meter-tall, Titan-like muscular man, another was a middle-aged man with golden hair and an extraordinarily long face, sporting a beard, and the last was a voluptuous woman with slightly dark skin and wavy hair, dressed in a low-cut outfit, with long cleavage and ultra-short shorts paired with fishnet stockings, extremely provocative. Why are there others?
The muscular man sat down and looked at Fong Xin gruffly.
Ailey said, he's my cousin, he won't take a cut of your commission. The muscular man glanced at Fong Xin, scrutinizing him from head to toe before speaking.
Your cousin? He looks as skinny as a chick. Can he handle it? Don't drag us down. Fong Xin scanned the 3 of them.
His perception-based talent had already awakened. The perception talent also had a skill, the ability to sense danger in advance, commonly known as the 6th sense.
The top-tier Ssss-Level perception talent could even foresee future crises. Fong Xin's perception talent was S-level without any potions, but in the current environment where everyone used potions, his perception talent was actually at the SS level. Moreover, the King of Slaughter in the mirror had told Fong Xin that his talent could be enhanced by killing enemies with the same talent. Through his perception talent, Fong Xin sensed that the 3 people before him posed no threat. This indicated that their combat power was at level 4 or below. Ailey said seriously, "Don't worry, he won't drag us down.
Now that everyone is here, let's formulate a specific battle plan."
The muscular man rubbed his bald head. "What plan? We just charge in."
"No," Ailey immediately interrupted. "There are 7 people inside the villa. The 2 on watch outside are both level 1 combatants. Black Pearl, you have a mental talent. You will cooperate with me to confuse those 2 sentries while I take them out." Ailey looked at the provocative woman who had been playing with her hair since sitting down.
The woman twirled her fingers around her hair. "Is that it? You want me, a peak level 2, to take out 2 level 1s? And I have to cooperate with you? Isn't that a bit underestimating me?" Ailey continued, "Better safe than sorry."
After taking out the sentries, there are 2 guards on the first floor, 1 at level 1 and 1 at level 2, and on the second floor, there are 2 more, 1 at level 2 and 1 at level 3.
You will also use your mental talent to confuse the enemies on the first and second floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Shouqian will attack the enemies on the first floor, while Jean Rui and I will attack the enemies on the second floor.
Ailey then looked at the golden-haired man.
"Little brother, stay behind your sister."
Black Pearl crossed her voluptuous legs, licking her lips and throwing a flirtatious glance at Fong Chen.
"Slut,"
the muscular man cursed.
Fong Chen chose to ignore it.
Then Ailey continued, "The real target we need to attack is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 mental expert.
So, when we attack, Baru, we need you to go to the 3rd floor to take on that level 4 expert. As long as you hold on for a bit, we'll come up to help you."
The burly man named Baru scratched his head and said, "The opponent is a level 4 psychic, and when the Black Pearl launches a psychic attack, the opponent can sense it, right?" Ellie explained, "The opponent calls a girl over to vent around noon every day, and those with psychic talents are often at their weakest defensively at this time. If we attack during this period, their sensitivity will be greatly reduced."
Batter rubbed his bald head and grinned, "Then won't I scare him to death if I go in? I just love doing this, ha ha ha. Get ready to move out." Ellie collected the holographic projection ball. The group left the grocery store, splitting into 2 teams, with Ellie taking Fong Chen into a car.
After more than half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts, hiding the car in the dense forest, 500 meters from their destination.
Soon after, another car pulled up, and 3 men, including Baru, got out. The 5 of them focused on the direction of the villa.
After waiting for a while, Ellie glanced at her watch. It was already 11:45.
She muttered, "It should be here soon."
Just then, a taxi stopped outside the villa. A woman in a stepmother dress with big waves stepped out of the car, her long, snow-white legs striding forward, the red high heels making an enticing clack on the ground, her rounded curves swaying as she walked. The 2 sentinels in the yard immediately approached to check. Taking advantage of the inspection, the 2 grinned widely, and the woman showed no resistance, giggling and flirting with them. Baru rubbed his bald head and licked his lips. "This one looks like a gem. She must be very pleasant and loud. I have to ask about the price later." Ellie, with a cold expression, glanced at the time again. "In 10 minutes, get ready to act."
Time passed second by second. Fong Chen scratched his ear.
His hearing was already far superior to that of ordinary people, and after eating the perception fruit that Ellie had given him, it became even stronger. Just as Baru said, the woman was indeed very loud.
Fong Chen quickly shifted his listening target to another place. "Move," Ellie suddenly commanded.
The Black Pearl rushed forward first. Ellie crouched low and followed closely behind. In an instant, she miraculously blended into the shadows on the ground.
Fong Chen was stunned. It was indeed an assassination talent. "Kid, don't lag behind.
I don't know why I brought a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet." Baru slapped Fong Xin's shoulder heavily, grinning as he strode forward, merging his body with the earth as he moved.
Earth attribute talent.
The blonde man looked weak, bending down to gather strength as he rushed toward the villa, his speed strangely fast. He was a wind attribute talent.
Fong Chen followed closely behind.
The Black Pearl reached out to grab the 2 sentinels.
Their pupils instantly lost focus, their gazes blank.
Almost simultaneously, Ellie emerged from the shadows on the ground, a faint blue cold light flashing as she swiftly slashed one man's throat, then melted back into the shadows, slipping through a second-floor window. The blonde man took a running leap and crashed through the second-floor window. The ground suddenly writhed, and a soil dragon lifted Baru up, enveloping him in a layer of yellow light as he charged through the third-floor window.
The sound of shattering glass echoed. Then came the screams.
The Black Pearl, chewing gum, strutted her curvy legs toward the first floor, glancing at Fong Chen. "Little brother, hide behind your sister. If you get hurt, sister will be heartbroken." As she spoke, she wiggled her hips and bumped into Fong Chen before entering the first floor of the villa. The 2 people on the first floor stood up, originally intending to head upstairs. Black Pearl chewed her gum, and in that instant, the first level moment was shattered. Another enemy with second level combat power held his head in both hands, his expression one of pain. Little brother, am I fierce? Black Pearl threw a flirtatious glance at Fong Xin. But she never expected that on the stairs between the second and first floors, the enemy who had been on the second floor rushed down. Upon seeing the two on the first floor, he charged at Black Pearl with a fierce expression. Black Pearl's face instantly turned pale with fear, swallowing her gum in fright, and activated her mental attack, trying to halt his advance. The enemy's expression changed slightly, clearly disturbed by the mental attack. But after all, he was third level and also had a power-type talent, charging recklessly towards Black Pearl. Black Pearl shouted, "Jean Rue, save me!" A gust of wind came from upstairs. But in that split second, a figure flashed in her peripheral vision. Fong Xin delivered a flying knee strike right to the enemy's face. Instant kill. Black Pearl stood frozen in place. The blonde man was dumbfounded on the stairs between the first and second floors. Fong Xin turned back and looked at Black Pearl with a faint smile. "Sister, am I fierce?" Black Pearl stared blankly at Fong Xin. Although Fong Xin's appearance had changed, the new face still looked youthful. This was why Black Pearl and the others thought Fong Xin might hold them back. Until just now, Fong Xin had actually taken down a third-level combat expert in an instant. Only then did they begin to take Fong Xin seriously. Black Pearl snapped back to reality, nervously patting her heavy bosom, and teasingly licked her lips at Fong Xin. "Little brother, you really are fierce. I just wonder if you're fierce in other areas too." Fong Xin returned a smile, thinking, "You still want to play the old game of eating young chickens? Dream on." The sound of vibrations continued from upstairs. Fong Xin slipped past the blonde man and headed upstairs. Black Pearl dealt with another enemy and walked over to Jean Rue's side. "I underestimated him," the blonde man said in a deep voice. "So young, at least third-level combat power. I just saw that he also has a power-type talent, at least an SS level. He must be a young master from some super organization out training." Black Pearl licked her lips. "Then I really have to taste him well." On the third floor, chaos reigned. Baru was surrounded by a yellowish glow, his entire body covered in a suit of earthy armor. The beautiful woman from earlier lay on the bed, now terrified, clutching the blanket in a corner, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin as she screamed. A slightly overweight man in tattered shorts was fleeing between suddenly appearing earthy hands. The man's face was twisted in rage as he reached out to grab Baru. A nearly transparent hand appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Baru's head, causing a certain mental attack on him. Ellie stood in the corner, gripping her blue-patterned knife, ready to strike at the right moment. After Fong Xin arrived, Black Pearl and the blonde man followed him up. The fleeing overweight man roared in anger, rolled on the ground, and rubbed a ring on his finger, causing a transparent raincoat to materialize, which he immediately put on. In that instant, the overweight man's body became transparent, rendering him invisible. Fong Xin's heart tightened, and he immediately activated his perception talent. Everything in the room appeared in his mind. The perception talent was a natural counter to such invisibility. He saw a chubby figure holding a strange revolver, aiming it at Baru's head. "Be careful! He has a gun!" Fong Xin shouted urgently. With a bang, the gun fired. The yellowish glow surrounding Baru rushed to protect his head, heart, and groin. After a shot, the yellow glow dissipated. A small, earth-colored ball shattered and fell to the ground. Baru's face was pale, and a crack had opened in the skin on his forehead, blood flowing in a trickle. He was a hair's breadth from death. Baru turned to look at Fong Xin. The contempt he had felt moments ago completely vanished, replaced by endless gratitude. Fong Xin had saved his life. If the timing had been right, he would have wanted to bow to Fong Xin right then and there. The fat man turned to Fong Xin, a sinister laugh escaping him. "So there's still a perception-type talent." As he spoke, the dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at Fong Xin. Seeing this, Baru, though unable to see the fat man, guessed the situation and raised his hand. A wall of earth shot up in front of Fong Xin. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. The wall of earth Baru had summoned crumbled instantly. Fong Xin had already dodged to another location. The killing runes on the back of his hand flickered in and out of visibility. "Little brother, give me your position, and I'll take him out," Baru shouted. Fong Xin bent down, his gaze fierce as he stared in the direction of the fat man. "Can't you turn the ground into sand? That way, his footprints will show up." Fong Xin shouted sharply. Slap! Baru slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "Damn! Why didn't I think of that?" He stomped his foot. The ground turned to sand. As the fat man moved, a series of footprints appeared where he had been. "Ha ha, little brother! You really are my true brother."
Baru laughed heartily. I underestimated you earlier. Without you, I would have been done for today. The fat man's face twisted in rage, the gun still aimed at Fong Xin. Fong Xin dodged just in time, having awakened his perception-type talent, allowing him to predict the fat man's shooting position and narrowly avoiding the second shot. Baru clasped his hands together, and a pair of earthen hands rose from the ground, reaching out toward the fat man. Ah, got you. The hands tightened around him. The cloak that made the fat man invisible slipped off, revealing his twisted face and bulging eyes. Ellie and the blonde man attacked the fat man in succession, trying to incapacitate him. But unexpectedly, the man let out a furious roar. A green light burst from the ring on his finger, and he fed a fruit into his mouth, blood vessels spreading across his eyes, driving him into a frenzy. A powerful aura erupted. Forbidden fruit! Baru shouted in shock. The fat man's smile twisted. I'd rather live 3 years less than not gain temporary level 5 combat power to kill you. Baru shouted, run! The fat man reached out toward Baru from a distance, a nearly transparent hand appearing at the back of Baru's head, squeezing down hard. Baru let out a wail, stumbling and falling to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The blonde man and the black pearl fled in succession. Ellie's expression was cold as she shouted to Fong Xin, run. But unexpectedly, the fat man's ring flashed, and he held a 1-foot-long object resembling a conductor's baton. He pointed it at the fleeing blonde man, Black Pearl, and Ellie, then pointed it at Fong Xin. The 3 who had jumped out of the window and landed in the courtyard, trying to escape, seemed to be struck by a paralysis spell in midair, crashing to the ground, unable to move. Their faces were filled with terror. The fat man's gaze fell on Fong Xin, who was still in the room, noticing that Fong Xin had not fled. Moreover, he saw Fong Xin making a gesture with one hand over his heart. A smile appeared on the fat man's face. He glared at Fong Xin with a twisted expression. Damn it, it's because of you that I had no choice but to eat the forbidden fruit. Eating 1 forbidden fruit means I'll live 3 years less. I won't kill you, since I'll live 3 years less, I'll have to torture you for 3 years first. I'll start by cutting out your tongue. As he spoke, the obese man was coming over to cut off Fong Xin's tongue. One of Fong Xin's hands was pressed against his heart. For Fong Xin, in this situation, rather than fleeing for his life, it was better to turn around and fight back. Moreover, he still had the trump card of the King of Slaughter. Fong Xin silently recited in his heart, Sai-Sia. The obese man had already reached Fong Xin's side. But just at that moment, instead of being frozen in place, Fong Xin slowly raised his head. His eyes were blood red. His face bore an innate contempt of a king. One hand slowly lifted. A ring of slaughter runes coiled around his arm, forming 5 complete circles. Mortal, look up at me. Welcome the judgment of the king. Fong Xin's palm faced the obese man. The slaughter runes on the back of his hand were extremely crimson. 5 rings formed by the slaughter runes spun rapidly around Fong Xin's arm. The obese man stared into Fong Xin's blood-red eyes. His mind trembled. He had never seen such talent before. He had never felt such an overwhelming aura, as if a king had descended. His face twisted in horror. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Clearly, he had used a treasure to immobilize Fong Xin. Yet at this moment, it was he who was immobilized. Fong Xin's palm faced the obese man. Boom! The slaughter ring coiling around his arm struck the man solidly. The man staggered back 5 steps. 5 blood-red concentric circles appeared on his chest. It was like a target. And the very center of the target was the man's heart. Fong Xin raised his hand again. As the 5 slaughter rings spun wildly around his arm, the outermost ring was the smallest, while the rings on his arm grew larger. It was as if it were a slaughtering spear. Fong Xin thrust towards the man's heart from a distance. The slaughtering spear pierced through the man's chest. The man lowered his head, mouth agape. Blood trickled from his mouth. His bulging eyes saw a fist-sized, front and back transparent hole appear in his chest. The man struggled to lift his head, incredulously looking at Fong Xin. What kind of talent is this? Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, his head hitting the floor. Fong Xin reached out towards the man from a distance. A drop of blood flew into Fong Xin's palm. To the naked eye, the 4th slaughter rune on the back of Fong Xin's hand became even more crimson. The mental talent can indeed be enhanced. His gaze shifted. The blood-red eyes focused on the woman hiding by the bed. The woman was already in shock, having never seen such a bizarre scene. In her panic, she knocked over the bedside table and saw a gun inside. Grabbing the gun with both hands, she aimed it at Fong Xin. Seeing Fong Xin look at her, the woman thought she might not escape today, so she might as well fight back. Without a second thought, she fired a shot at Fong Xin. Fong Xin slightly tilted his head. The bullet grazed past Fong Xin's cheek, but it still left a blood mark on his face. Fong Xin's blood-red eyes fixed on the woman. He raised his hand and wiped the blood oozing from his cheek. Almost in the next second, the wound on his face miraculously healed. This monstrous self-healing ability stunned the woman. Fong Xin's blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent, and the arm coiled with the slaughter ring was raised again, aimed at the woman. Boom! A sonic boom erupted. A blood hole appeared in the woman's chest, and she collapsed softly to the ground. Fong Xin's gaze shifted. His arms spread wide. A bit of bloodlight emerged from the bodies of several people who had died on the first floor, second floor, and in the yard, flowing towards Fong Xin's arm coiled with the slaughter ring, silently merging into his arm, making the fourth rune even more vibrant and crimson, feeling as if the fifth rune could be lit at any moment. The slaughter ring coiling around his arm also gained a bit more crimson. Fong Xin casually waved his arm. The ring of slaughter retracted into his arm. The crimson tide in his dual pupils faded away like a receding wave, turning black bit by bit. Fong Xin clutched his chest, gasping for breath, crouching on the ground with one hand propped up against the floor. The moment he regained his senses, his heart raced violently, feeling as if it might leap out of his mouth. His complexion was pale, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. When his body was taken over, it was as if he had been watching everything the King of Slaughter did from a god's perspective. He looked at the two corpses on the ground. Fong Xin had never imagined that the King of Slaughter, born from his own talent for killing, could be so terrifying. Looking at the man's corpse, a thought flashed through Fong Xin's mind. He needed to come up with a way to lure Ellie and the others over. Sensing that there were no cameras in this place, Fong Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the overweight man, the restraints on Ellie and the others outside were also successively lifted. The blonde man and the black pearl both looked astonished and cautiously turned to look at the third floor. The two dared not approach the villa and first ran to a safe area, even helping the severely injured and unconscious Baru as they ran. Ellie turned back. Fong Xin was still inside. She had brought Fong Xin here, and now that his life was uncertain, she could not just leave him behind. Now that the restraints had been lifted, this situation could only mean that either the overweight man was dead or he had voluntarily released the restraints, but the second possibility was almost zero. If it was the first, then the overweight man had reached level 5 through the broken restraints. Could it be that Fong Xin killed him? Ellie felt this possibility was slim, but recalling the first time she met Fong Xin, he had been able to take down a level 4 early-stage mutant in an instant, so it didn't seem entirely impossible for him to have killed the overweight man. But no matter what, she could not abandon Fong Xin. Gritting her teeth, Ellie activated her assassination talent, slipped into the shadows, and went upstairs. When she saw the overweight man's corpse, Ellie was stunned. He was indeed dead. Her gaze shifted to Fong Xin, who was lying on the ground, pale. Ellie hurried over. Fong Xin, are you hurt anywhere? Fong Xin clutched his chest and shook his head with difficulty. What just happened? Did you kill him? Ellie asked again. Fong Xin seriously made up a story. I don't know. I was restrained just now, then my heart felt uncomfortable for no reason, and I passed out. After that, I don't know what happened. Ellie reached out and touched Fong Xin's chest, finding his heartbeat very strong, seeming not to be lying. Ellie was also puzzled. Who had killed this man? Noticing Fong Xin's heart was racing, Ellie quickly picked him up. I'll take you to the hospital. Then you need to hurry. If we go to the hospital later, I'll be fine. Ellie paused, unsure how to respond. Since the first time she met Fong Xin, he always had a knack for saying things that made her want to hit him. Fong Xin indicated that he was fine. I just need to rest for a bit. He glanced at the now lifeless overweight man. He's already dead. The clues are cut off, and we can't ask for any information anymore. After a moment of silence, Ellie said, It's okay, as long as you're alive, we can find clues slowly. I remember you have a mental talent. Once your mental talent awakens and your combat power reaches a certain level, you can use your mental talent to force the enemy to speak the truth. Fong Xin was slightly taken aback. The mental talent had such a function. Are you saying that next time we should team up again? Fong Xin asked. Is that okay? Ellie's voice was a bit small, her tone cautious and somewhat pleading. Fong Xin looked at Ellie. The first time I met Ellie was in a small alley. Her teammates were all down. The second time I saw her was in the ocean-themed pavilion, where her teammates were injured, one severely. The third time I saw her was today. That tall guy was heavily injured, and even after treatment, he was drooling. Fong Xin felt that Ellie might have some strange talent, like the ability to take down teammates. Such a talent could actually be used to infiltrate the enemy camp. Looking at Ellie, Fong Xin rubbed his gradually calming chest. When will we team up next?
The exact time is uncertain, but I have another line, and the results could come in as soon as 2 weeks.
After thinking seriously, Fong Xin replied, 2 weeks? That might not work for me, I have something to do. My 7th uncle is getting married again, and I have to be the best man. Ellie pouted and smiled, it's my fault for not gathering enough intel. This time, I almost got everyone killed. Sorry. No need to apologize, just reimburse the medical expenses. Ellie pursed her lips, picked up the command stick that could immobilize, then grabbed the gun that almost killed Baru, took off her invisibility cloak, and slid a ring off the man's hand, handing it to Fong Xian. This is for you, as I promised before, all the spoils belong to you. Fong Xian looked at the ring. To be honest, these items were indeed tempting, but he had been burned before. Earlier, when Fong Xian targeted the oddities, he had also looted equipment, but these items were bound to their owners. If the other party had backing, they would trace the lingering aura of the equipment back to him. After being burned once, Fong Xian never picked up equipment again. It has his aura in it. What if I take it and the other party comes looking for me? Other spoils need to be submitted, but the 9th area has a special channel for members to erase the aura of the spoils. You just need to scan the spoils with the Smart Link device. Fong Xian picked up the items. Noticing the silent Black Pearl and the blonde man, they squeezed in from outside. Upon seeing that the man was dead, they were all shocked and looked at Fong Xian. Did you kill him? Fong Xian shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? Fong Xian repeated what he had told Ellie to the two of them, and they were skeptical. The group split up to check the room inside and out. Black Pearl looked upstairs. How did a level 5 die? The blonde man thought for a moment and said more firmly, it should be the situation I guessed. He was a young master trained by a super organization. Either his elders helped him, or he was carrying some powerful artifact that he didn't want to show. Black Pearl licked her lips. I'm getting more and more curious to try him. As they were parting, Black Pearl slipped a small note into Fong Xian's pocket and made a gesture to remember to call her as she got into the car. Fong Xian took out the note. It was a contact number, which he casually tossed away. He parted ways with Ellie outside a park near his home. After returning home, Fong Xian pulled out the Smart Link device. Sure enough, he found an option for a spoils processing room. Holding the ring, he sensed it and discovered that the space inside was quite large, equivalent to a room, with a considerable amount of items piled up. Besides the immobilizing stick, revolver, and invisibility cloak, there was also a pile of cash, about 7 million. Fong Xian suddenly let out a soft "oh." He sensed something. It was a very old notebook. Fong Xian took out the notebook. In such a large space ring, there was this notebook. It was like a goblin sitting among a group of handsome men and beautiful women. It was hard not to notice. Opening the notebook, a torn page of a newspaper fluttered down, and Fong Xian pinched it with his fingers. The newspaper page was only the size of a palm. The edges had burn marks. The above is a piece of news. The time is the mid-20th century. The news states, after 10 years of relentless efforts by the research team of Leon Company, significant progress has finally been made in the Hongwang project. The newly developed Hongwang No. 1 is hailed as an epoch-making substance. Hongwang No. 1 can comprehensively enhance the abilities of animals that have awakened their talents. Fierce beasts with high talent levels can even rival the legendary Hongwang divine beasts under the influence of Hongwang No. 1. For those with the beast master talent, this is a century-defining blessing. The success of this research project, achieving 3 leap-like advancements in a short time, is inseparable from the contributions of Professor Shang and his team. Professor Shang and the rest of the content is missing. Fong Xian turned to the other side of the newspaper's remnants. It was an old photo, and above it was the enormous logo of Leon Red Company, a giant in the field of biotechnology today. Fong Xian felt puzzled. He had never heard of Leon Company developing any agents to enhance animals. He searched for this newspaper online but found no relevant entries. Then he searched the keywords from the newspaper in the Tiandun Smart Link, but still found nothing. There were no records of the Hongwang project or Hongwang No. 1 at all. Fong Xian felt a sense of unease, sensing that there might be some unspeakable secret behind this matter. Considering the timeline, the appearance of Hongwang No. 1 in this newspaper was decades before the God Wars. Fong Xian's gaze fell on the notebook. After opening the notebook, he found it densely filled with various biological structure diagrams and complex formulas, spanning dozens of pages. Through some of the written notes, Fong Xian was astonished to discover that the notebook seemed to record the core secrets of Hongwang No. 1. Flipping to the back, Fong Xian saw several diary entries, though they didn't seem complete, as many pages had been torn out. August 2nd, 2158, overcast. These selfish guys,
They even want to threaten the teacher's family to steal the core formula of Hongwang No. 1. The teacher burned the most important laboratory. I heard their leader was furious and vowed to torture my teacher to death. I'm very scared, but I still have to listen to the teacher and will never yield to such people. September 4, 2158, cloudy. Crazy, they are all crazy. The teacher has been captured for half a month. These lunatics killed the teacher's wife today to obtain Hongwang No. 1. They claim to be the righteous army, yet they do such things. They are not worthy of being human. December 1, 2158, heavy rain. My mood is as terrible as today's weather. The teacher has been imprisoned for more than 3 months. I have exhausted all connections but couldn't rescue him. I heard a young man named Fong Chen spoke up for the teacher, otherwise, the teacher would have been beaten to death today. April 12, 2159, overcast. When I visited the prison today, the teacher told me a secret in a code only I could understand. Before announcing Hongwang No. 1, he injected it into a fierce beast, and the experiment was very successful. The teacher named that fierce beast Qilin. That fierce beast has not yet grown up, and the teacher asked me to take the young beast and escape. September 19, 2162, sunny to partly cloudy. It has been more than 2 years since I escaped from that place. The past is vivid in my mind. I have woken from nightmares countless times, dreaming of the day I fled. If it weren't for that young man named Fong Chen giving me a chance, I might have died 2 years ago. The teacher has also been gone for more than a year, and that fierce beast has gradually grown. I didn't expect it to awaken the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. No wonder those people tortured my teacher like that. If Hongwang No. 1 falls into the hands of those hypocrites, the consequences would be unimaginable. My days are numbered. I do not possess the beast mastery talent, so I cannot form a contract with this young Qilin, yet I cannot find a suitable candidate. That young man with the surname Fong is quite good, but unfortunately, he does not have the beast mastery talent. December 18, 2162, heavy snow. I can no longer hold on. I sent the Qilin into the divine demon ruins and told it to find a righteous and kind person to form a contract. I used the last of my power from the witchcraft talent to bestow blessings and curses upon this notebook. If a kind and righteous person obtains this notebook, they can form a contract with the Qilin. If an evil and treacherous person gets it, they will not die a good death. The diary ends on this page. Snap! Fong Xian's fingertip stung, as if pricked by something, and without a second thought, he threw the notebook aside. Checking his finger, he indeed saw a small red dot on the tip. Fong Xian looked at the notebook he had tossed onto the table. Is this person crazy? Reading your broken diary, your blessing and cursing? Seriously, who writes a diary if they're a decent person? Fong Xian rubbed his fingertip, feeling as if something had been added to him, yet there were no other noticeable changes. However, his thoughts returned to the content of the diary. The diary mentioned his grandfather's name. This meant that his grandfather knew the person who wrote the diary, and the other party could live a few more years because Fong Xian's grandfather let him off the hook. Besides that, the elusive Hongwang No. 1 also gave rise to a ferocious beast known as the Qilin. The writer of the diary placed the Qilin in the divine demon ruins, and if one is righteous and kind, they can form a contract with the Qilin. Fong Xian rubbed his fingers. He just happened to have the beast mastery talent. If he could tame this Qilin, wouldn't that be amazing? He checked the divine demon ruins mentioned in the notebook, marked as a forbidden area. Fong Xian reflected on himself. Aside from being a bit sharp-tongued, he should be quite kind, right? No, starting tomorrow, he would insist on helping old ladies cross the street. Fong Xian pondered. But how did this relate to his grandfather? Fong Xian felt as if he had fallen into a series of mysteries, like a tangled ball of yarn without a beginning. The killing talent, his parents' car accident, Ellie's parents' car accident, Ellie's sister's disappearance, and now this diary, seemed to be connected in some way, but how this connection manifested was still unclear. His thoughts gradually returned. He found the option for the spoils processing room. To be safe, Fong Xian first scanned the invisibility cloak, which vanished into thin air. A few minutes later, the smart link machine's indicator light flashed, and the invisibility cloak was spat out. Fong Xian picked it up and found it had become an unowned item. Then he tirelessly stuffed the immobilization stick, revolver, and other items one by one into it. He went through all the items. Only then did Fong Xian feel relieved and turned everything into his own. Among them, Fong Xian was most curious about the immobilization stick. The smart link machine had evaluated these items earlier. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier treasure. The revolver was also a 4th-tier treasure, with only 3 bullets, capable of taking out a level 4 combatant without any treasure defense in one shot. But this immobilization stick was a full 9th-tier treasure. It could only be used after reaching level 5 combat power. No wonder that person had such an item. They didn't take it out at first and waited until they had eaten the forbidden fruit to reveal it. At level 5, it could only immobilize opponents of the same level or lower and could only be used 3 times. As combat power increased, the number of uses would also increase.
Fong Xin shook the immobilization stick. This was truly a good item, and he hadn't expected to uncover such great equipment. Time turned to just past 11 at night. Fong Xin sat up from his bed. Taking out my grandfather's phone from the drawer, I opened it and watched a video from his album. Only then did I turn and walk into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, I activated the killing rune. It was 12:30. I looked at myself in the mirror. I didn't expect to look just like I did last night. No matter how I tried to shine like a peacock, the reflection in the mirror showed no extra reaction. I kept pondering. What part of the process had gone wrong? Almost all the steps I took before looking in the mirror today were a replica of that day's scenario. Yet, the king of killing in the mirror did not appear. I returned to my bedroom, lay on the bed, and contemplated what trigger mechanism I was missing. But no matter how I turned it over in my mind, I couldn't figure out which step was lacking. Unable to sleep, I thought again about the divine relic mentioned in my diary that had a Qilin. The beast, named Qilin by Professor Jahang, had awakened the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If I could contract with this Qilin, which could rival the ancient divine beasts, it would be a great help. I flipped through the information. The origin of the divine relic had no specific history. That place was shrouded in thick fog year-round. Few who entered could come out alive. Even those who did would often go mad. There had been top-tier experts who didn't believe in evil and entered, but they never came out again. From the fragmented words of those who survived, it could be pieced together that ancient deity statues stood everywhere in the divine relic. But they were so ancient that many statues were incomplete. Besides that, there were many rare treasures within the divine relic. Although it was a forbidden area, it would open twice a year. Based on the experiences accumulated by many fearless warriors who had risked their lives, the higher the realm, the greater the restrictions in the divine relic, while it was much friendlier to those of lower realms. Every year, the midterm and final assessments of the youth training camp would take place in some peripheral areas of the divine relic. My eyes sparkled. If that were the case, couldn't I enter for free to find the Qilin through the 2 assessments? Just thinking about it made me a bit excited. However, the curse on the notebook was quite troublesome. The man I killed today was the best example. To a certain extent, he was also affected by the curse of the notebook. I pulled out that notebook again. This time, I read through the complex formulas at the beginning of the diary. There were many parts one didn't understand, but quite a few had notes and annotations. After carefully reading through it, I sat on the bed, my emotions slightly agitated. This Qilin, injected with the primordial No. 1 serum by Professor Jahang, had 4 Ssss-Level talents. If it grew up, wouldn't it be able to rival the ancient divine beasts? Now, calculating the time, many years had already passed since the awakening of the talents. The lifespan of awakeners was much longer than that of ordinary people. As far as I knew, some of the first batch of awakeners were still alive. Logically, this Qilin should still be alive too. If it had survived to now, its combat power. I didn't dare to imagine. I put the notebook away, my gaze resolute, determined to find a way to contract with this Qilin. My phone had been vibrating for a while. I picked it up and saw that in the class group, Qin Juanhao was showing off again. First, he sent several big red envelopes. Su Xiaoqiang, being the loyal lackey, naturally was the first to respond after grabbing the red envelope. Brother Hao, why aren't you asleep yet? Worried. What could you possibly be worried about? You're about to report to the 7th place. I'm about to go to the training camp. My dad bought me a private jet. He said I should take the private jet there. To be honest, I originally wanted to take the train to experience life a bit, but I heard from our housekeeper that the train is full of people coming to the city to work, and it smells bad, so I gave up in the end. I wanted to keep a low profile when I first go to the training camp, didn't want to take the private jet, wanted to drive there instead, but I don't know whether to take my 7 million sports car or the 12 million supercar. Although the 7 million one is a bit cheaper, I really like that model. The 12 million one is great in every way except for the model. I don't know which one would be better. Qin Juanhao said with a frown. While speaking, he sent a message, Qin Juanhao at Chu Xinyao, can you help me choose? Qin Juanhao sent a few photos of the sports cars. Fong Xian saw an opportunity and quickly grabbed several red envelopes. After seeing the red envelope notification, Chu Xinyao sent a message, Xiao Fong, you're not asleep either? No, I'm worried. What are you worried about? There are too many awakened talents, and their levels are just SOSO. I don't know which one to practice first, and I'm worried I can't sleep. After Fong Xin finished speaking, Qin Juanhao didn't say another word. The group chat quieted down a lot. Fong Xin's phone vibrated. It was a private message from Chu Xinyao. Xiao Fong, my dad said thank you for saving me last time. He also said he wants to meet you when he has time. Sure, let him schedule a time with my secretary. Fong Xin. Chu Xinyao sent an angry emoji. Chu Xinyao's father had always been a mysterious figure. It was quite unexpected for him to suddenly want to meet. To be honest, Fong Xin really wanted to see what kind of person he was. When? Fong Xin asked seriously. Chu Xinyao continued, he's been very busy lately, and the training camp is about to start. You'll be going to the training camp for training too, so there won't be time. We can only do it after the midterm exams. There will be a week off then, so let's do it then. Fong Xin agreed, okay. Chu Xinyao said happily, but you must not go back on your word. I won't. Chu Xinyao then gave Fong Xin a heads up, there's one more thing. My dad has a bit of a strange temper, and because of work, he can be a bit sharp with his words, so be mentally prepared. Oh, it's not a big deal. I know a bit about fighting. Xiao Fong. Chu Xinyao angrily tapped on Fong Xin's avatar. I was just joking, how could I really fight? Chu Xinyao continued, Xiao Fong, my dad has some friends in the official circles, and he has some friends in the Sky Shield Bureau too. After you go to the training camp, remember to train hard every day. I will supervise you. When you come to my house, make sure to speak nicely to my dad. I'll plead with him a bit, and if you get promoted in the 9th division later, there won't be any obstacles. Otherwise, in that kind of place, without a strong backing, even if you have military achievements, it will be hard to rise. Fong Xin was stunned for a few seconds. This topic had also been mentioned to him by the white-haired Jahang before. However, at that time, Jahang had told Fong Xin that the head of the 9th division, Old Master Yi, was a sworn brother of Fong Xin's grandfather. As long as Fong Xin joined the 9th division and didn't make any major mistakes, once his military achievements were in place, he would rise smoothly without any stumbling blocks. In other words, Fong Xin was the prince of the 9th division. Xiao Fong, why aren't you replying? Are you asleep? Fong Pig, humph, remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fong Xin paused and replied, no need to trouble your dad. Chu Xinyao mistakenly thought Fong Xin was hurt in his pride. Xiao Fong, we are about to step into society, and this kind of thing is actually quite normal. If you want to succeed in society, having a strong backing is very important. I understand your thoughts, you have enough ability in your own pride, wanting to carve out a space for yourself through hard work. But if you work hard and have support, it will save you a lot of detours. Fong Xin smiled, she understood the reasoning behind Chu Xinyao's words. No matter the circumstances, if you want to grow strong and remain prosperous, besides having solid personal strength, a strong backing is also an essential factor. Chu Xinyao continued, just like that Jahang from the 9th division, my dad told me that such a terrifying prodigy like Jahang must have a powerful Zhuge family backing him. Fong Xin was taken aback. She didn't expect that the white-haired guy had such strong backing. Indeed, people can be quite intimidating. Chu Xinyao seemed to remember something. Oh, there's one more thing. You can listen, but whether to act on it is up to you. My dad said that Jahang is very likely to become the head of the 9th division in the future, and he might even take over as the #1 leader of the Tiandun Bureau. At the very least, he will be the #3 leader of the Tiandun Bureau, and his Zhuge family is a well-known prominent family throughout Long Country. If possible, make sure to build a good relationship with Jahang. It will be very beneficial for your future. Fong Xin looked at the long message from Chu Xinyao. To be honest, Fong Xin didn't like to flatter others. She had always looked down on people like Su Xiaochang, even though such people usually did well in reality, that didn't stop Fong Xin from despising them. Moreover, whether it was the white-haired Jahang or Chu Xinyao's father, she was ultimately just an outsider in their eyes. They couldn't wholeheartedly help her, even if they did help, it would require an equivalent exchange. So relying on their protection was no better than praying to the first emperor for the dragon ancestor's blessing. However, Fong Xin understood Chu Xinyao's thoughts. Chu Xinyao's mother worked in the government, so she was exposed to more people and understood that this society is all about connections, which is why she wanted to help Fong Xin. Seeing that Fong Xin hadn't replied for a long time, Chu Xinyao sent another message, Xiao Fong, it's actually okay if you don't want to compromise. You just need to know that you have me behind you. If you don't like it this way, then let me handle these matters. I am your strongest support. Fong Xin smiled. She and Chu Xinyao had known each other since kindergarten.
The reason Chu Xinyao treated Fong Xian so well was that they were indeed fated to be friends, and also because Chu Xinyao didn't look as beautiful as she did now when she was younger. In elementary school, she was chubby and silly, often bullied for being overweight because she loved to eat, but Fong Xian always protected her. At that time, Chu Xinyao's parents hadn't become powerful yet, both were workaholics and didn't pay much attention to her.
Fong Xian remembered once when Chu Xinyao was seriously ill, her father didn't even come to see her, and her mother came once but left after answering a phone call. Fong Xian's parents were still alive then, and it was always Fong Xian's parents who took care of Chu Xinyao. Fong Xian replied, "Then I will focus on being a pendant on Sister Yao's leg in the future." He. Okay, Xiao Fong. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fong Xian lay in bed and glanced out the window.
Tonight, Lan City was unusually quiet. Because there were often unusual activities at night, Lan City had a curfew, no one was allowed out after midnight. Even so, there would occasionally be some noise, and the police would patrol from time to time, but it was never as quiet as tonight. Looking at the flashing Tiandun smart connection device, Fong Xian picked it up and saw that there was another message in the 9th Division's youth training camp group. The one who started the conversation was still that person named Shi Lang. I heard that there will be a preliminary exam after the training camp starts this year. Do you guys know about it?
Zhang Yaozu replied quickly, "It's not just this year, it happens every year."
Shi Lang said, "Damn, my brother said that in the preliminary exam, we will face puppets with combat power ranging from level 1 to level 3, but the preliminary exam at the 9th Division is known as the Devil's Trial, where each level of puppet is the peak of that combat power. To put it this way, our level 1 puppet at the 9th Division can take on level 2 puppets from other places' preliminary exams. I've heard that there are hardly any who pass the 9th Division's preliminary exam without injuries, unless the trainees reach level 4 combat power."
Level 4 combat power? Are you kidding me? A person named Xingyu spoke up. It's not a joke. Those who awaken Ssss-Level talents early might reach level 4 combat power. There have been such people in history, Zhang Yaozu said. Shi Lang immediately replied, "Come on, you just said in history. In the entire Dragon Country, since the early 20th century when talent awakening was discovered until now, nearly 2 centuries have passed, and among all high school students of this age, only 2 have awakened Ssss-Level talents and reached level 4 combat power." You fatso, can't you just not argue with me? Zhang Yaozu said angrily. After a ha-ha, Shi Lang asked, "By the way, have you all awakened your talents? What level of combat power are you at?" "I'll go first, I'm at early level 2 combat power." "Damn it, I'm at peak level 1 combat power." "You fatso are at level 2. Zhang Yaozu said. "I'm also at peak level 1. Xin Yu said. Shi Lang said frantically, "Damn, are we all doomed? Remember to bring all kinds of medicines when we go. What about the 3 of you? What level of combat power are you at?" Fong Xian looked at the messages in the group. The current training camp is equivalent to a university from a long time ago. However, it is said that students in the past had it relatively easy, while the so-called training camp now is as exhausting as a dog. Fortunately, after graduating from the training camp, there is guaranteed placement, generous allowances, and good benefits. It is said that students in the past graduated and immediately became unemployed, entering society as cattle and horses. The previous talent test was just a test, of course, the higher the talent level, the earlier it awakens. Fong Xian's power-type talent allows him to exert peak level 3 combat power, and his slaughter talent allows him to exert peak level 4 combat power. If he summons the King of Slaughter, he can reach peak level 5 combat power. In this way, he can barely squeeze into the top 3 in the entire history of the Dragon Country. Bai Yulin suddenly sent a message to change the topic. Tonight in the Red Lotus District, there is a beheading operation targeting the abnormal people. Did you know? Bai Yulin at Fong Xian, new brother, your Lan City is also part of this operation. How's the situation over there? Fong Xian was taken aback, stood up, and looked out the window. No wonder it was so eerily quiet tonight. Just as he was about to reply, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It grabbed a handful of air and then caught Fong Xian's arm, pulling him hard. Fong Xian disappeared on the spot. Fong Xian felt dizzy. When everything returned to normal, he found himself standing next to a white-haired person. With both hands in his pockets and wearing sunglasses at night, Bai Yulin smiled with his signature grin, showing his little white teeth. "Good evening." Fong Xian steadied himself and complained, "Big brother, it's the middle of the night. If you want to talk to me, why not just come to my house? Why drag me out? If I were in the bathroom or showering when you pulled me out, wouldn't I be caught with my pants down?" Jahang tilted his chin to indicate below. "I brought you here to do some odd jobs, earn some points,
and make it easier to buy things after school starts.
Fong Xin was confused and looked down. He found himself now hovering over Lan City. The entire city lay within his view.
Tonight, Lan City seemed far from peaceful. Standing in midair, looking down, he saw that the whole city was enveloped by a massive hemispherical barrier, and the residences of the inhabitants were protected by an almost transparent light membrane. This way, it could prevent enemies from escaping easily, making it convenient to catch them, and it could also isolate sound to avoid disturbing the citizens. Many places in Lan City were experiencing battles of varying scales.
Fong Xin quickly realized that this was the decapitation operation mentioned by Yulin in the group chat tonight. Are you the person in charge of this decapitation operation against the Lan City?
Jahang hovered in the night sky, hands in his pockets, shaking his head. I'm not the overall person in charge of Lan City, I am the overall person in charge of this operation in Qingzhou province.
Fong Xin clicked his tongue, feeling that this white-haired person was showing off again. Jahang looked down and then explained to Fong Xin.
Most of these are remnants of the Eternal Night Army. You may have read about the Eternal Night Army in your history textbooks, so I won't elaborate.
These people still want to restore the Eternal Night.
There are many, both organized and unorganized, but any that pose a threat to ordinary citizens are targets for the Heavenly Shield Bureau.
Fong Xin recalled what Jahang had just said. What did you just say about points?
After enrolling in the training camp, the official will provide students with some resources, but for a student to grow, relying solely on the resources provided by the official is far from enough. The official isn't doing charity, so they will issue some tasks for students to earn points, which can then be exchanged for the resources they need. Killing a level 1 enemy earns 100 points, level 2 earns 200 points, and the calculation for levels below 5 follows suit.
If it's an enemy on the official wanted list, the points will have additional bonuses.
Of course, you can also exchange real money for points, but 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 points. As for you, not counting fixed assets, the tens of millions in cash your parents left you would only be enough to exchange for a few thousand points. Some scarce resources and treasures require thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points to obtain, and your assets are simply not enough and not worth it. Moreover, many resources are controlled by the official and major factions, so just having money doesn't guarantee you can buy them. Therefore, in the world of awakeners, points are the hard currency, much more valuable than cash.
Most importantly, points can represent the true strength of an awakener. So if I spend 100 million points, wouldn't my strength be quite poor? Jahang smiled, showing his small white teeth. Among awakeners, there is a points ranking system, and each level has different star ratings.
When you have 100 million points, your star rating will be very high, and others will know your strength just by looking at the card in your hand.
Fong Xin nodded. Does the card Xiaolu sent you also have your smart link device? I didn't bring it, it's on my desk. Jahang extended his hand, one arm disappearing into the void.
A few seconds later, he retrieved a bank card containing 1 million and handed it to Fong Xin. Every new student in the 9th division has 1 million in cash on their card, which is equivalent to 100 points.
After you kill an enemy, the system will automatically increase your points. Fong Xin took the card and also received the smart link device from Jahang's hand. So if I kill enemies regularly, will my points increase?
Yes,
but you have to scan the enemy after the battle ends.
If the information is verified and confirmed that the opponent is in, your points will increase. Of course, scanning enemies killed by others won't help you, so don't have any crooked thoughts.
Then how can it be determined that I didn't kill them? Jahang explained, when the smart link machine scans a corpse, it absorbs the deceased's aura. The reviewers in the background usually possess perception-type talents. They can read the memories of the deceased from a period before their death using their abilities, and then compare that with the identity data in your database. If the review passes, you can earn points. Fong Xin looked at the smart link machine in his hand. No wonder it was also called the treasure machine. It was indeed powerful. Are there any other questions? Jahang asked. If I team up with someone to kill an enemy, how are the points calculated? Points are distributed based on the proportion of damage you both inflict on the enemy. Fong Xin nodded. Got it. Understood, then let's get started. Wait a minute, can I put on a pair of shoes? Fong Xin hurriedly said, as he had been grabbed from his bed and was still in his pajamas, barefoot. Jahang flashed a small white smile. If you encounter a surprise attack from the enemy while you're on the toilet, do you think the ruthless enemy will wait for you to finish wiping before they strike? As he spoke, Jahang gently patted Fong Xin on the back. Good luck. Fong Xin's vision blurred. He found himself in a barrier. Inside the barrier were 3 second-level superhumans and 1 third-level superhuman. The Tian Shield Bureau had a 5-person team. Everyone froze for a moment upon seeing Fong Xian suddenly appear. Fong Xian stood barefoot in the middle of the two groups, wearing pajamas, as neither side knew which side he belonged to. There was dirty water on the ground, and Fong Xian had to stand on one leg like a golden rooster. A fierce-looking superhuman stared at Fong Xian. To the ends of the earth. Fong Xian hesitated. Both places are shrouded in darkness? The superhuman sneered. Incorrect password. As he spoke, a large hand reached out towards Fong Xian from the air. Fong Xian felt a chill rising from his feet. He saw a nearly transparent hand emerging from the dirty water beneath him. It turned out to be a vengeful spirit-type ability. Whoosh! A flash of light passed by. The team leader of the Tian Shield Bureau swung the laser sword transformed from the Smart Link machine, slicing off the nearly transparent hand. Protect him, the team leader instructed. A team member stood in front of Fong Xian. Don't move. How did you get here? Fong Xian pointed to the sky above, under the crescent moon in the night sky. A figure loomed between heaven and earth. That white-haired person brought me here. The team member protecting Fong Xian was momentarily stunned. He instinctively looked up at the sky. Upon seeing that figure, he was once again taken aback. You were brought by Instructor Zhuge? You're a new student from the 9th Division? Yes. Just as he was speaking, a new round of battle erupted between the team and the 3 superhumans. The team leader had an electric-type ability and was at level 3. The burly man with the vengeful spirit-type ability was also at level 3. Both sides were evenly matched. Just as the battle was heating up, the burly man stepped back, pressing one hand on the ground. A strange pattern appeared on the ground. As the burly man pulled up and down, the ground cracked open. A zombie-like corpse crawled out from within, oozing a disgusting, foul-smelling slime. That corpse was also at level 3. The burly man grinned savagely. You all must die. Fall back. The team member protecting Fong Xian shielded him behind himself. Fong Xian had just said he was brought by the white-haired person. But seeing Fong Xian still in his pajamas, the team member speculated that this new student from the 9th Division must have been dragged out of bed by Instructor Zhuge and thrown into the brutal battlefield early. After all, Instructor Zhuge was unconventional, and it wasn't unusual for a new student who hadn't even enrolled yet to be thrown onto the battlefield in that kind of monster-filled 9th Division. Stay behind me, the team member reminded Fong Xian. The new recruits at the 9th Division were all promising talents. He couldn't afford to be careless. If someone died in their team, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Rather than training the new recruits, wasn't it also a trial for the older recruits from other divisions? But unexpectedly, Fong Xian suddenly rushed out from behind. The team member quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" The level 3 powerhouse who summoned the zombies grinned as he saw Fong Xian charging towards him. Not bad physically, turning into a zombie is a good choice. The team leader Yu Guang, who was confronting the situation ahead, saw Fong Xian rushing towards the level 3 powerhouse. Hey! What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Xian leaped into the air. As the saying goes, elbow like a knife, knee like a spear, his knee struck the powerhouse squarely in the face, nailing him hard. The powerhouse was immediately knocked out. Fong Xian wrapped his arms around the powerhouse's head, clamped his knees around it, twisted his waist, and with a crack, the powerhouse's neck was snapped, killing him instantly. The movement was clean and swift, without any hesitation. As the powerhouse fell, the zombies hung their heads, as if they had lost power and shut down. Before the powerhouse's body hit the ground, Fong Xian kicked off, and his intelligent device shot out a crimson laser knife piercing another superhuman's forehead. As the laser knife, resembling a tang sword, was drawn out, Fong Xian turned the knife and executed another move, swallow return. His back pressed against the last superhuman, the laser knife extended from under Fong Xian's armpit, piercing through the superhuman's heart. Fong Xian withdrew the laser knife. All of this seemed lengthy, but it happened in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Jahang stared in Fong Xian's direction, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Fong Xian tucked the intelligent device into his pajama pocket, squatted down, and took a pair of shoes from a superhuman of similar size and shoe size, sniffed them, then gagged and tossed the shoes aside. Turning around, he saw the entire team staring at him in shock. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Is this really the combat power of a new recruit from the 9th Division? No wonder he was about to join the monster house. A new recruit is this terrifying. Is there still any law or justice? But to have level 3 combat power before even enrolling, this is outstanding in the 9th Division. Although the habit of sniffing shoes from corpses seems a bit strange, it doesn't matter. What genius doesn't have some odd quirks? The team leader walked over to Fong Xian and saluted him. Hello, 6th Division, Tian Junhui. Fong Xian quickly stood up and noticed the badge on the other's chest, which had a cloud rising in the center with the character land in the middle. "Hello, officer. My name is Fong Xian." Fong Xian saluted Tian Junhui.
The other team members also saluted Fong Xian.
Tian Junhui quickly tried to cover Fong Xian's mouth. No, brother, don't call me officer. You're a new recruit from the 9th Division, right?
The other team members smiled.
Fong Xian was a bit confused but nodded.
Yes. Tian Junhui laughed. New recruits from the 9th Division are on the same level as team leaders from other divisions. You don't have to call me officer. I really can't take that.
Fong Xian was taken aback. It seemed the treatment in the 9th Division was indeed quite high. Tian Junhui continued, "So, do you want to join us or not?"
Fong Xian maintained his stance. "I'm fine with either, but I need to find a superhuman whose feet don't stink to deal with a pair of shoes."
Only then did they notice that Fong Xian was barefoot.
No wonder he had just taken someone else's shoes and sniffed them. They thought he had some strange quirk. The bodies on the ground disappeared after being scanned by the intelligent device.
The pocket of his pajamas lit up. When Fong Xian took it out, he saw numbers appearing on the bank card. It flashed from 100. The numbers changed to 502.
Among the 3 superhumans just now, 2 were level 2, and 1 was level 3.
3 can exchange for 700 points. Just now, Tian Junhui's team dealt 40% of the damage, while Fong Xian dealt 60%, so Fong Xian received 60% of the total points. Fong Xian felt a bit embarrassed. "I took your points, how about this?
You follow me to deal damage, and we can speedrun the level together.
Once we pile up the numbers, the points will come, right?"
Tian Junhui looked at the others, and the other teammates expressed no problem. They had seen Fong Xian's strength, and as long as the numbers were there, dealing damage wouldn't be an issue.
"No problem."
Raising his wrist, a holographic projection of Lan City appeared on the watch's dial, with many red dots representing moving around.
Fong Xian curiously looked at the watch. He had seen this device before when he first met Ai Li. "What is this thing?"
Tian Junhui explained, "This is the Tian Shield Watch, a basic version of a smart connection device with storage function that looks like a watch.
It's equipped after graduating from the training camp and is also a symbol of identity.
However, after you finish at the 9th training camp, you won't get the Tian Shield Watch but the Tian Shield Ring, which is a bit more advanced than ours."
Fong Xian suddenly understood. "I see." Tian Junhui pointed at a few red dots and asked Fong Xian, "There are a few fleeing here. Shall we go?"
"Sure." Tian Junhui noticed that Fong Xian was still barefoot, and with a twist of his watch, he held out a pair of shoes.
"New shoes, if you don't mind, I'll give them to you." Fong Xian took them. "Thank you, I can't even express my gratitude. How could I mind?"
"Putting on the shoes," he said, "then let's go." The team rushed towards the location of the red dots. Half an hour later, Tian Junhui and the others were all smiling. In just half an hour, under Fong Xian's leadership, they had speedrun through 4 enemy teams.
They were responsible for dealing damage, while Fong Xian was in charge of finishing off the enemies, with Fong Xian and their team basically splitting the work evenly. Fong Xian looked at his card, and the points had increased from 520 to 1,570.
According to Tian Junhui's introduction, to check the balance on the card, one just needed to place the card on the smart connection device. The had not been cleared yet.
Tian Junhui picked another team, but after choosing, he sought Fong Xian's opinion. It was clear that they had already regarded Fong Xian as their core member. Fong Xian looked at the enemies. There were 5 people in the team, 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. Make a move. Fong Xian had encountered many times, and these people were notorious for their evil deeds. Clearing them out posed no psychological pressure for Fong Xian. A few minutes later, Fong Xian's team clashed with the enemy. In a brief encounter, Fong Xian heavily injured a level 3, then let his team deal damage while he waited for the right moment to strike. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly, unexpectedly, the lowest level 1, a level 1 boy with an ugly face and triangular eyes, shouted with a fierce look, "Grandpa! Grandma! Save me!" Fong Xian's heart suddenly sank.
Under the perception-type talent, a sense of crisis surged.
Fong Xian quickly dodged.
The ground where he had just been standing cracked open, and a giant centipede emerged from underground. Its massive mouth opened wide, filled with fangs, and it bit down fiercely at the spot where Fong Xian had just been. Missing its target, the centipede coiled its body and lunged at the nearest team member. The team member was about to run when a voice rang out, "If you dare to escape, you'll trip." As soon as the words were spoken, the team member who was about to run stumbled in place, and the centipede bit off the lower leg of that team member. As the centipede broke through the ground, it revealed an old man and an old woman sitting on its back. Both of them had grim expressions, and the old man's mouth was stained with fresh blood, his pair of yellowish eyes glaring at Fong Chen. A young man with a power-type talent, so young, his talent must be very strong. Old woman, let him bleed, let our precious grandson drink it, a great supplement. The old witch-like woman behind him let out a sinister laugh. Yes, he can definitely bleed a lot.
Old man, you take a bowl, I take a bowl, and the rest goes to our precious grandson. Beep beep beep.
Tian Junhui looked at the alert on his watch, his expression serious.
3 small red dots flashed first, then turned into 4 small red dots.
Level 4 Beast Master. Level 3 Witch Master. Fong Chen glanced up but found that Jahang had disappeared into the night sky, not knowing where he had gone. He couldn't help but reach for his ring. Jahang was powerful, who knew where he was, so it was better not to use his killing talent for now. Fortunately, he had an invisibility cloak and a revolver in his ring, which could take out the level 4 old man with one shot.
Tian Junhui and several team members dragged the legless teammate back.
Without hesitation, they were about to call their superior captain for support, requesting support. Please. The old woman sitting on the centipede's back chuckled, dare to call for support, your tongue will rot. The few who called for support, including Tian Junhui, groaned, black blood spilling from their mouths.
Fong Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening. What the hell? Was the curse from the witchcraft talent this sinister?
The old woman with brown eyes stared at Fong Chen, her gaze revealing greed.
You still want to live after encountering us?
You're simply dreaming.
Old man.
Kill him, let our precious grandson drink his blood.
The giant centipede raised its upper body high.
The old man on its back licked his blood-stained lips. It seemed he had just drunk human blood.
The old man's gray-blue eyes glowed as they fixed on Fong Chen. He slapped the centipede beneath him. Kill him.
The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its mouth and let out a sharp sound, lunging towards Fong Chen. Without thinking, Tian Junhui and the others threw out their smart devices, forming a hemispherical barrier that protected them inside. Hold the barrier.
Call for support.
Tian Junhui spoke indistinctly, black blood flowing from his mouth. The nearby team members also began to request support. The centipede opened its massive mouth and bit down on the barrier. The barrier emitted a tremendous sound explosion. The old woman held a drum made of human skin, and as she shook her wrist, the drum produced a strange, dizzying sound, her mouth full of yellow teeth making one feel nauseous, and a raspy sound similar to nails scraping metal came from her.
If you don't open the barrier, all teammates will die.
It was evident that the barrier's light was weakening.
Tian Junhui remained calm. Xiao Chang.
Mental talent counters witchcraft talent.
Attack her.
A young man beside him, before Tian Junhui finished speaking, fixed his eyes on the old woman and launched a mental attack, a nearly transparent mental blade shooting towards her head. But unexpectedly, the old woman pulled out a strange scarf from somewhere and covered her head, blocking all mental attacks. The old woman laughed sinisterly. Old man, attack from below the barrier. Hearing this, the old man stood up, stomped his foot, and the centipede beneath him dove straight into the ground.
Tian Junhui's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, tiles. He saw a young man with an honest face pressing his hands against the ground. The ground visibly hardened like iron in an instant.
The giant centipede's head pushed up, directly lifting a large piece of ground. Above the ground was the barrier.
The centipede's head pushed up with all its might. He was about to throw the barrier along with the people inside into the sky and smash it down hard. Tian Junhui's expression was grim as he tried to keep calm. Raising his wrist to check his watch, several small blue dots were quickly gathering towards them. Fong Chen, don't be afraid, reinforcements will arrive soon. Where's Fong Chen?
Tian Junhui spoke vaguely, black blood flowing from his mouth, but as he turned his gaze, he realized Fong Chen had disappeared. The other team members exchanged worried glances.
Just a moment ago, when they were lifted by the centipede, Fong Chen had been at the back of their group.
They had been focused on the enemy's attack and hadn't noticed, but now Fong Chen was nowhere to be found. The expressions of the few of them turned serious. During the descent of the barrier, a gunshot suddenly rang out in front of the old man with beast-taming abilities in the distance. The old man's head was directly hit by the fire that appeared suddenly a meter away. It exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the nearby old woman. The old woman screamed in fright, if you don't dare to take off your invisibility cloak, your whole family. The curse was not fully spoken. Fong Chen, wearing the invisibility cloak, had already reached the old woman, twisting his waist. With a punch, the old woman's jaw twisted, half her teeth flying out, and her body followed suit, flying away. Fong Chen had a power-type ability, incredibly strong. The main reason many awakeners looked down on power-type abilities was that they were too rude and overbearing. In close combat, power-type abilities were absolutely the king's. Once touched, a single punch could shatter a body. Therefore, some awakeners would specifically train their physique so that when a power-type ability got close, they could at least leave with a whole corpse. Under Fong Xian's punch, the old woman flew out like a weed in the wind. Fong Xian was not a kind-hearted person. Fearing the old woman might die messily, he quickly moved forward and delivered another punch, directly smashing the old woman's head into the wall.
Who are you cursing to die? My parents died long ago. Your pathetic curse is useless to me. Fong Xian mumbled a lot, feeling aggrieved, and kicked the old woman twice. Everything happened too quickly. So fast that when the old man and the old woman died, both sides only then reacted. The giant centipede roared sharply, seemingly stimulated, twisting wildly in place and damaging several walls. Fong Xian, wearing the invisibility cloak, quickly approached the enemy team. One punch for each little cutie. Every punch landed with force and critical hits. Each punch aimed for vital points. In an instant, the other enemies were all swept away by Fong Xian.
As the enemies fell one by one, a barely noticeable bloodlight overflowed from their bodies, merging into Fong Xian's body in the blink of an eye.
Everything happened so fast that no one noticed anything amiss.
The moment the bloodlight from the beast-taming old man merged into Fong Xian's body, he instantly felt a strange sensation, as if he had fused with the other's beast-taming ability, enhancing his own. Fong Xian casually picked up the two old people's treasures and spatial rings. Checking them, there were still quite a few miscellaneous items in their spatial rings. The bank card in his pajamas pocket flashed like a strobe light. Taking it out, he saw that the old couple's names were on the wanted list, so one was worth 450 points, and the other 350 points, adding up to a total of 800 points, all of which went to Fong Xian. As for the other 5-member team, Tian Juanhui's team had dealt 37% of the damage, while Fong Xian had dealt 63%, totaling 1,100 points, with Fong Xian receiving 693 points. Now, Fong Xian's total points had reached 3,063. He couldn't help but grin widely. That was equivalent to over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a group of people rushed over here quickly. The badge on their chests bore the character For Land, representing the 6th Division. Seeing Tian Junhui and the others with dark blood at the corners of their mouths, and a pile of corpses on the ground, in the middle of which stood Fong Xian, dressed in pajamas and grinning foolishly.
Everyone immediately got into a combat stance facing Fong Xian.
Tian Junhui hurriedly grabbed the captain's arm. Although his speech was still somewhat unclear, he at least managed to be understood.
Captain Jahang, he is a new recruit from the 9th Division.
Captain Jahang stood frozen, looking at the corpses on the ground and then at Fong Xian.
Are you saying this new recruit from the 9th Division killed a level 4 beast master?
And a level 3 witch master, as well as a 5-man team?
The entire team that Captain Jahang brought stared in disbelief at this new recruit from the 9th Division in pajamas. This was too outrageous. They only knew that the monster room in the 9th Division was filled with talented prodigies, but for a new recruit who hadn't even officially enrolled yet to kill a level 4 beast master, a level 3 witch master, and a 5-man team was simply excessive. Is he really level 4?
Captain Jahang asked, his throat tightening and drying. It should be known that at this age, there were only 2 people in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom with level 4 combat power.
Fong Xian stuffed the card into his pocket.
Turning to Captain Jahang, he said, "It's not as impressive as you think. I was just level 3, I could kill them all thanks to the treasure."
Captain Jahang smacked his lips. Level 3 is already incredible, okay? In the 9th Division, that's also a standout. Fong Xian pointed at the giant centipede that was still writhing and twisting.
What should we do with this? You killed the beast master, so this centipede is your trophy now. How to deal with it is entirely up to you.
Before Fong Xian could speak, a voice came. You have the talent for beast mastery, do you want to subdue it?
A white-haired figure appeared out of nowhere, stepping onto a spatial staircase and walking up to Fong Xian, finally stopping 30 centimeters off the ground, hands still in his pockets.
Instructor Zhuge.
All the team members saluted.
Zhuge Hong merely responded with a grunt. When Fong Xian was in danger earlier, the white-haired figure had appeared above Lan City, but upon arrival, he saw that Fong Xian had already killed the elderly couple and a team, and Zhuge Hang's mouth curled up in a wild smile, like finding a treasure. Fong Xian turned around, knowing that this white-haired figure was always present, so he had just held back and not used his killing talent. Hearing the white-haired figure's words, Fong Xian looked at the giant centipede and shook his head. It's too ugly. I don't want it. Thinking of the majestic Qilin mentioned in the diary he obtained, what was this centipede? This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede, and its potential is not low. At the very least, it can accompany you to level 10. Zhuge Hong reminded again. Can it be exchanged for something else?
Jahang nodded. Yes, if you really don't want it, you can go to the Beast Palace to exchange for something similar. As he spoke, Jahang snapped his fingers, and the centipede vanished from its spot.
The members of the 6th Division looked at Fong Chen with envy.
This white-haired figure was known as the strongest genius of this century from the 9th Division. Having his protection meant an immeasurable future.
Oh, I almost forgot. Your beast mastery talent hasn't fully awakened yet. I'll take you to the Beast Palace to awaken it. Snap.
After the snap, the scenery before them changed.
They appeared on a mountain peak, and the next second, the scenery twisted and changed again. This repeated 3 times.
The two found themselves in a luxurious bedroom. A big bearded man with long hair and a lot of chest hair was sleeping on a huge bed, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women of different styles. The 3 seemed to have gone through several fierce battles and were now sound asleep. Jahang sat down in a chair and poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it. A rolling black mist emerged from beneath the large bed. A massive shadow crawled out from under it, resembling a giant python. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a large viper with a noticeable bulge on its forehead, just a step away from transforming into a dragon. The viper opened its gaping maw and lunged at Jahang.
Jahang turned his head and lowered it slightly. His sunglasses slid down a bit due to inertia, revealing a pair of eyes that emitted a blinding lightning glare. Get lost!
The fierce viper's eyes flickered with intense fear and immediately retreated to the side of the bed, bumping its head against the large bearded man lying there. The man woke up, looking at Jahang, who was leisurely sipping tea. He quickly regained his senses and, feeling helpless and angry, said, Mr.
Juga, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?
Jahang stirred the tea leaves with the lid of his cup and took a sip. I only heard that the Master of Beasts has exceptional beast taming talent, but I didn't expect your skills in taming people to be quite impressive as well. The large bearded man sat up in bed. The 2 women beside him were also awakened. Upon realizing that there were 2 strangers in the room, they were frightened and shrank into the Master of Beasts' embrace.
The Master of Beasts comforted the 2 women, signaling that everything was fine. Mr.
Juga,
what brings you to our Beast Palace at this hour? Jahang pushed up his sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. First, put away the gun.
I don't like being pointed at with a gun. The Master of Beasts lowered his head and quickly pulled on a pair of shorts. He casually threw on a golden robe and stepped down from the bed.
Now can you tell me what you're doing here in the middle of the night?
I have a new student here with beast taming talent. I brought him to the Beast Palace for a complete awakening and to help him select 2 suitable fierce beasts to sign a contract with.
The Master of Beasts frowned, glancing at Fong Chen, who was dressed in pajamas. You came here in the middle of the night just for this? The Master of Beasts sat down. I had other matters during the day.
I didn't have time to bring him.
The Master of Beasts scrutinized Fong Chen from head to toe, noticing bloodstains on his sleeves and shoes. A new student with beast taming talent who has caught your attention must mean he has at least an S-level talent, right?
Yes, S-level. Oh, and it's S-level without the use of any potions.
The Master of Beasts paused in tying his robe. S-level without potions? That means he has SS-level beast taming talent? As he spoke, the Master of Beasts stared at Fong Chen with the intensity of a starving beast encountering fresh meat, his eyes gleaming. Mr.
Juga, can you let him join our Beast Palace?
No, Mr.
Juga, although the 9th Division is strong, as the saying goes, each has their own specialty.
In terms of beast taming talent, our Beast Palace is indeed far ahead.
If you let him join me, I will do my utmost to train him. The Master of Beasts gazed at Fong Chen as if he were a lecherous old man eyeing a stunning beauty, nearly drooling.
Unexpectedly, Jahang decisively refused. That's not possible. What's wrong with that?
He has beast taming talent, and he would be better nurtured in our Beast Palace.
Jahang set his teacup aside. Beast taming talent is not his primary talent. Ha? SS-level beast taming talent isn't his primary talent? Then what is his primary talent? The Master of Beasts stood up in agitation. SSS-level strength talent.
The Master of Beasts walked around Fong Chen with his hands behind his back, trying to muster a smile he thought was friendly as he patted Fong Chen's shoulder.
Young man, what's your name? Fong Chen. The Master of Beasts recalled. Fong Chen?
I don't remember seeing that name on the list of this year's SSS-level talent freshmen.
Jahang chuckled. Didn't I just say? He didn't use any potions.
The Master of the Palace slapped her forehead, looking greedily at Fong Chen. All the good talents have been taken by your 9th Division. As she spoke, she sat down again and poured herself a cup of tea.
Mr.
Juga, we are old friends, and you know that I am somewhat of a businessman.
A businessman must always consider profit before doing anything.
In our 10,000 Beasts Palace, awakening the Beast Master talent is much more beneficial than in other places. The affinity with beasts will be very high in the future, making it easier to sign contracts. Jahang replied straightforwardly, the 10,000 Beasts Palace will help him awaken his talent, and I will give you a piece of news. The master of the palace tugged. You just said you would send him a fierce beast. Jahang snapped his fingers, and a giant centipede appeared in the bedroom. This is what he found. Just give him an equivalent in return. Of course, if you want to build a good relationship with him, sending him a higher level one wouldn't bother me at all. It all depends on whether you are willing. The master of the palace smiled again, glancing at Fong Chen, her eyes still showing a desire to keep him in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. However, she felt she couldn't compete with the white-haired man in front of her and ultimately held back. Alright, so what was the news you mentioned earlier? The master of the palace asked again. Jahang flashed his signature smile, revealing his small white teeth. Let him awaken first, and after he awakens, I will tell you the news I have for you, which will guarantee you a sleepless night of joy tonight. The master of the palace stood up. Mr. Juga, among everyone in your heavenly shield bureau, I enjoy doing business with you the most, and I consider you a friend, straightforwardly. Then let's prepare for the awakening? Let's go, I'll take you there. Jahang laughed, that would be quite troublesome. Before his words fell, the surrounding environment blurred and twisted. When the scene refocused, Fong Chen found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding mountain path led up to the peak, obscured by lush trees along the way. The master of the palace clicked her tongue. The space talent is indeed one of the top talents among all. Jahang tilted his head, indicating for the master of the palace to lead the way, casually saying, personal ability is strong, please do not elevate it to the level of talent. The master of the palace laughed heartily, the golden robe blown open by the night wind, revealing a chest full of hair. As they walked up, the master of the palace chatted, I heard someone say that Mr. Juga is getting a promotion? Is that news true? Jahang smiled at the question, who did you hear that from? I heard it while chatting with a few people from the Five Elements Alliance the other day. Jahang climbed the steps. They gave me two choices. One was to go to the church and serve as the governor of the Red Lotus district, and the other was to choose any of the other 8 divisions to be the director. The master of the palace paused slightly before continuing to walk forward. So what was Mr. Juga's final choice? I went to the old man's house to sign the transfer order, and after a friendly and cordial discussion, he finally agreed to let me stay in the 9th division, without going anywhere. The master of the palace turned to look at Jahang. Mr. Juga, going to the church to be the governor of the Red Lotus district is indeed a promotion. Jahang completely dismissed it. Those old charlatans in the church, aside from stirring people's hearts and engaging in power struggles, are of no use. They annoy me just by seeing them. The master of the palace covered Jahang's mouth as if she had been electrocuted. Mr. Juga, you must not say such things. Jahang pushed her hand away in disgust. I said it, if they want to cause trouble, they can come find me. The master of the palace kept looking around, as if afraid of being overheard. She stopped discussing such topics with Jahang. The master of the palace led Jahang and Fong Chen to the mountaintop. At the top was a huge altar. In the center of the altar, there was a massive staircase. The staircase had a total of 9 steps. But if you look closely, you will find the skeletal remains of a giant dragon lying on the 9 steps. The very top, the 9th step, is where the dragon's head would be. Jahang tilted his head towards Fong Chen, signaling him. Go up. Get as far as you can. The head palace master reminded from the side, once you go up, if you can't handle the pressure, just stop. Try to stay on the step as long as you can endure. But don't push yourself too hard, especially on the last 3 steps. However, since you have an SS-level beast mastery talent, it shouldn't be a problem to hold on for a while on the 8th step. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fong Chen asked, puzzled. The head palace master patiently explained, by absorbing the dragon bone aura, you can awaken your beast mastery talent. The dragon bone aura will merge with your own aura, and the longer you stay, the more dragon bone aura you will have in your body. In the future, when you want to form a contract with spirit beasts or even divine beasts, while others take 3 hours, you will only need 3 minutes. Fong Chen walked up the steps. He could indeed feel a strange aura, akin to that of a wild beast, carrying a certain pressure. Fong Chen climbed 4 steps in one breath, and as he ascended, the pressure gradually increased, giving him the feeling of being watched by the king of beasts. However, for Fong Chen, it was no pressure at all, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the 7th step. The pressure increased significantly, but Fong Chen felt it was not a difficult task, and he stepped onto the 8th step again. The pressure was almost doubled compared to the 7th step, and his heartbeat quickened slightly.
but he felt completely capable of handling it. Fong Xian looked towards the 9th step, his eyes filled with eagerness. The head palace master looked at Fong Xian with envy.
It seems he has reached his limit. An SS-level beast mastery talent is a treasure in the Palace of Beasts. If he grows up, as long as no SS-level beast mastery talent appears in the Palace of Beasts, he will be a candidate for the future palace master.
But just as he finished speaking, Fong Xian stepped onto the 9th step. What is he trying to do?
The palace master of the Palace of Beasts exclaimed in surprise.
Jahang also showed a look of confusion.
If he can't withstand the pressure of the true dragon, he might explode.
The head palace master quickly reminded.
After a few seconds of silence, Jahang said, since he can go up, it proves he has already prepared himself mentally. Just watch quietly. But young people at this age like to show off. He might not even know the power of the 9th step.
The head palace master reminded again.
Jahang glanced at the head palace master.
Old Shang, are you worried that someone will die here and you'll be held responsible?
Don't worry, if something happens, I'll take the blame. The head palace master smiled awkwardly. I'm just worried, such a good seedling can't just die in front of me. While speaking, the head palace master kept his eyes on Fong Xian.
Fong Xian had already been up there for more than 10 seconds.
Although he looked rosy, as if he had just exercised vigorously, there were no other adverse reactions visible.
It shouldn't be, only an SSS level can go up,
the head palace master said, puzzled. Jahang was also somewhat surprised, as he knew what the 9th level of the talent steps in the Palace of Beasts represented.
After pondering for a moment, he said, perhaps, he has a power-type talent. The head palace master nodded, that can only be the explanation.
A power-type talent, especially an SSS-level power-type talent, means his physical body is much stronger than an ordinary beast master.
Saying it this way makes sense. Time passed second by second. Fong Xian felt a strange aura merging with his own aura. During this process, Fong Xian also gained a more wild and rugged temperament, along with an indescribable aura of a king.
How long did the longest stay on the 9th level in the history of the Beast Palace? The head palace master recalled, it was our founding ancestor of the Beast Palace, who stayed for a full 40 minutes. The second was the former palace master, who has now retired from the limelight, and he stayed for 32 minutes. As for the third, he only stayed for 13 minutes. All three of them caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, attracting the worship of the beasts.
I have an SS-level beast taming talent, and I tried it before, but I couldn't hold on for more than 2 minutes.
You, as a new student, have an SS-level beast taming talent and also a top-tier power talent, so you should be able to stay longer than I did. However, the atmosphere on the 9th level is the purest true dragon aura, and no matter how strong your body is, there is still a limit.
Jahang remained silent, waiting for Fong Xian.
At this moment, Fong Xian felt that aside from his heartbeat being slightly faster, there were no other adverse reactions, that aura was still merging with him. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The head palace master became restless, stretching her neck to look up, her eyes wide open.
10 minutes? How is that possible? He can't be dead up there, can he? Fong Xian, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes to signal that everything was fine. The head palace master was taken aback. At this distance, can he hear us talking?
Jahang smiled calmly. I forgot to mention, he has an S-level perception talent without using any potions. The head palace master's eyes widened even more as she looked at Fong Xian, her gaze filled with envy, as if she were looking at an extraordinary treasure.
You really have found a treasure.
While speaking, the head palace master glanced at the time. He has already held on for 11 minutes, soon catching up to the third strongest in the history of our beast palace.
A faint purple aura was visibly swirling around Fong Xian.
Many low-tier fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the beast palace began to grow restless, emitting low growls. 2 minutes later, the head palace master, sitting on a stone, slapped her fluffy thigh and stood up. He has surpassed the third strongest of the beast palace.
The aura surrounding Fong Xian became even thicker. The entire beast palace was filled with the restless roars of low-tier fierce beasts.
In an instant, the beast palace became incredibly lively. Meanwhile, in the sky above the mountain, the clear night sky suddenly gathered many clouds and mist.
It was vaguely visible that a terrifying presence seemed to be flickering within. 20 minutes.
The head palace master swallowed hard.
The roar of a tiger echoed. A majestic white tiger swiftly approached, settling not far away, its bright yellow eyes fixed on Fong Xian.
Another colorful unknown fierce bird descended from the sky, circling above before finally landing on a treetop, also staring at Fong Xian. Following that, a wild boar, as tall as a person, charged forward, its crimson eyes locked onto Fong Xian.
Good evening, everyone. Jahang greeted everyone very politely. A new student on the 9th level? The fierce wild boar's rough voice emerged, one of its tusks broken halfway, the other gleaming coldly. Yes, SSS-level beast mastery talent? The wild boar asked again.
The three who arrived later, the palace master, clearly became more polite and patiently explained, no, it's not SSS-level beast mastery talent, but SSS-level strength talent. After half an hour had passed, the faint purple aura surrounding Fong Chen had already split into two, happily swirling around him. Above the sky, after the rolling dark clouds, an enormous dragon had slowly emerged. A terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept in all directions. Roar! In an instant, all the fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the beast palace erupted into a frenzy. Everyone woke up. The palace master's eyes bulged like cow's eggs. Half an hour, 31 minutes, 32 minutes, 33 minutes. At the moment it reached 32 minutes. The palace master, excited, held her head. He has surpassed the second strongest in the history of the beast palace. The other figures were equally shocked. The commotion in the beast palace grew louder, as if the entire world was boiling under the terrifying roars of the fierce beasts. All eyes were fixed on Fong Chen. 34 minutes, 35 minutes. The strong ones in the beast palace stared at Fong Chen. This was heading towards surpassing the founding ancestor of the beast palace. If he truly surpassed the founding ancestor, they would spare no expense to keep this young man. 37 minutes, 38 minutes. Fong Chen's face turned red. He looked down at the back of his hand. Fong Chen clearly felt that with the fusion of this aura, holding on a little longer was not a problem. It was just that his killing talent was about to be suppressed. 39 minutes. With just 1 minute left to match the founding ancestor, Fong Chen suddenly stood up. He forcibly ended all processes. The clouds in the sky rolled. The dragon roared through the heavens. Pressure in all directions. All beasts in the beast palace bowed. Just a little more and he would have surpassed the founding ancestor. The palace master licked her lips, sweat on her forehead. She had only come to do a favor, but unexpectedly caused such a huge commotion. It even triggered a celestial phenomenon with all beasts bowing. The deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds, and wild boars that came to watch were all in shock. Their expressions varied, especially the wild boar closest to them, who was already thinking of snatching the person away. Suddenly, a sparrow flew over, flapping its wings and hovering in front of the palace master. The palace master quickly extended her hands to support the sparrow. Old palace master. The sparrow stared at Fong Chen, then tilted its head to look at the white-haired handsome man, Jahang, standing beside him with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his lips. The next second, an ancient voice unexpectedly came from the sparrow's mouth. Indeed, a good seedling. A descendant of the Zhuge family. If you let this kid come to our beast palace, I will give you a divine beast with 12 levels of combat power. How about it? Jahang smiled. A 12-level divine beast, old palace master, you are indeed generous. So, do you agree? I don't agree. Jahang directly refused. The sparrow emitted an ancient voice again, 13 levels. I will give you a 13-level divine beast. It's a good deal. This kid placed in your 9th division, those beast masters of yours can't teach him at all. Such a good seedling can only be buried. Jahang still shook his head. I don't agree. The wild boar with blood-red eyes standing beside him, its tusks radiating a cold light, exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. Old palace master, why waste words with him? Just take action and snatch the person. The massive body of the white tiger coiled there, seemingly agreeing with the wild boar's idea, the king character on its forehead radiating a terrifying killing intent. The colorful bird's expression was inscrutable, while the monkey and the spotted deer with huge antlers were caught in a dilemma, unable to decide. Jahang nodded gently, his sunglasses sliding down slightly to reveal his eyes. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, as if a thunder pool was suspended in the heavens. Jahang showed no fear, one hand in his pocket while the other raised, a ball of thunder light floating in his palm, the space around him beginning to twist and distort, grinning with his small white teeth. Want to give it a try? The sparrow coughed lightly. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. The head palace master quickly intervened. Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say there was news that would excite us all enough to keep us awake at night? The old palace master, Mr. Zhuge, said that news is enough to awaken this new student's talent. The sparrow tilted its head to look at Jahang. What news? Unexpectedly, Jahang smiled and said, I changed my mind. That news not only needs to be exchanged for his awakened talent but also to find him a suitable spirit beast. The head palace master quickly coughed to signal. Zhuge, you didn't say that to me before. Before, your 10,000 beasts palace wasn't ready to take action. I have to compensate for the psychological loss of this kid, right? White-haired kid, are you here to cause trouble in our 10,000 Beasts Palace? Did you come to the wrong place? The wild boar shouted angrily. Jahang remained completely unperturbed. Your 10,000 Beasts Palace can't stop me. We can't stop you, but we can make you pay a price. You definitely can't take this good seat away. He is someone the old Master Yi personally named for special training. Then we'll just have to let old Master Yi come to your 10,000 Beasts Palace to claim him. Jahang's words left the members of the 10,000 Beasts Palace momentarily stunned. The sparrow and the head palace master's palm changed the subject. What news were you just talking about? Let him choose a spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the sparrow waved a wing, and a beam of light flashed, revealing a small mountain floating in the sky, with many spirit beasts roaming within it. Choose.
The sparrow spoke to Fong Chen in a very friendly tone.
Fong Chen felt a bit nervous. He hadn't expected these people to go so far as to fight over him. He couldn't help but glance at Jahang, who was truly impressive, coming alone to their territory and facing so many strong opponents without a hint of fear. His gaze returned to the mountain suspended in the sky, where he could see the words 10,000 Beasts Mountain shining in golden light. This was a treasure.
Fong Chen didn't know its exact grade, but he was sure it was stronger than the previous aquarium.
Within this 10,000 Beasts Mountain treasure, there were many miniature spirit beasts.
He scanned through them. Jahang reminded him, choose the one you feel most connected to. Fong Chen's gaze finally landed on two wolves.
One was black, and the other was white. Upon seeing these two wolves, Fong Chen clearly felt his blood energy gathering towards the palm with the killing runes, as if both his beast-taming talent and killing talent had a great affinity for these two wolves.
I want them. Jahang reminded, they are only third tier, choose a better one. Did you see that bear lying in the cave? It's peak 4th tier. Its future potential is very high. It can at least reach 12th tier. If you take it, once you reach 4th tier combat power, you can sign a contract with it. Hey,
little white hair, whoever wants to choose can choose, and I've already decided. The wild boar interrupted Jahang's words.
The sparrow looked at Fong Chen, decided? Fong Chen nodded, decided. Good. The sparrow waved a wing again. The black and white wolves appeared right in front of Fong Chen.
The two wolves stood before Fong Chen, just looking at him, as if they had already recognized him.
The black wolf had a speed talent, while the white wolf had a mental talent. Fong Chen placed his hand on the foreheads of the two wolves.
Two wolves each emitted a faint light from their brows.
Fong Chen merged his breath with those 2 points of light. In just a short while, Fong Chen established a connection with the two wolves. With a close of his eyes, Fong Chen could not only control them but could also switch to their perspective through their bodies. The sparrows, white tigers, wild boars, and the like before him were being used by their beast masters to converse with Jahang. Normally, after awakening their talents, beast masters could only contract with spirit beasts of combat level 1. The connection between beast masters and spirit beasts is mutual. As the spirit beast's strength increases, so does the beast master's. The higher the beast master's talent, the more powerful spirit beasts they can contract with, and they can even directly take spirit beasts from those with lower talents. Fong Chen was currently at combat level 3, so contracting with spirit beasts of combat level 3 posed no challenge for him. After everything was over, the two wolves transformed into two streaks of light and dove into Fong Chen's arm, where a wolf pattern flashed and disappeared.
These two wolves seemed to resonate with the talent of slaughter, but with so many people around, Fong Chen planned to check on it when he was alone.
Jahang clicked his tongue upon seeing Fong Chen choose those two wolves.
The wild boar snorted with laughter. With a flap of the sparrow's wings, the mountain of beasts vanished into thin air.
An ancient voice echoed again. Juga family's young one, I've agreed to what you wanted. Now it's time to discuss the information you mentioned, right?
Jahang waved his hand, pushing up his sunglasses to cover his eyes that harbored the thunder pool. The thunder pool in the sky slowly faded away.
Does everyone still remember the number 1 of the primordial era?
Upon hearing this, everyone in the Palace of Beasts paused.
Fong Chen was momentarily stunned as well. He knew about this. Wasn't it the thing mentioned in the torn newspaper and notebook?
The core secrets of Primordial 1 have long since disappeared.
What's the point of saying this? Jahang laughed. The professor who developed Primordial 1 had 3 students.
When that professor was captured, one student committed suicide by poison, another fled abroad, and the professor's closed-door disciple went missing. The student who fled abroad was extradited back to the country a while ago, and according to her, her teacher had cultivated a divine beast during the development of the Primordial 1 potion, a divine beast whose power could rival that of the primordial divine beasts.
Codename, Qilin. Qilin?
An ancient voice came from the sparrow, and it was clear that the tone trembled slightly when those 2 words were spoken. The other terrifying beings in the Palace of Beasts also became restless upon hearing those two words. Continue, the sparrow urged. Jahang maintained his demeanor. The professor's student who was extradited back from abroad is in the hands of the church. The terrifying beings of the Palace of Beasts fell silent for a moment. If it's in the hands of the church, this could be troublesome. Unexpectedly, Jahang continued to laugh. But those people in the church are too useless. They think of nothing but fame and profit, allowing the remnants of the Eternal Night Army to take advantage of the situation. During the transport, they snatched away that professor's student. As soon as these words were spoken, the terrifying beings of the Palace of Beasts emitted terrifying fluctuations. When and where? The wild boar immediately inquired. Jahang scratched his ear. That's another piece of news. Want to know? You have to pay more. Speak. What do you want? Jahang pointed at Fong Chen. After he enrolls, the master of the palace will take 1 day each week to teach him. The master of the palace was momentarily stunned and without thinking replied, deal. Now can we continue? Jahang continued. 4 days ago, on Mount Dangin, the leader of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army who took that professor's student has the surname Ko. Is your surname Ko? The sparrow's voice paused, then exclaimed, it's him. Jahang flicked his fingers. I've reviewed the interrogation records regarding that professor's student. That Qilin beast was discovered by her by chance, but she is very certain that her teacher entrusted that Qilin to the missing favored disciple. As for its whereabouts, I don't know, but she participated in the entire development process of Hongguang No. 1. I don't need to explain the power of Hongguang No. 1 to you all, right? A group of terrifying beings from the Beast Palace fell into a brief silence. But it was clear that each of them had their own thoughts, especially that wild boar, whose crimson eyes were filled with one word, snatch. The white tiger and the colorful bird exchanged glances, then looked at the sparrow for confirmation. Jahang was not in a hurry, quietly observing these beings. Fong Chen looked eagerly at these big shots, feeling like a small, helpless newbie among them. The most uncomfortable part was the thing these big shots wanted to find. He knew all the formulas for Hongguang No. 1 were in the diary he had obtained earlier. He truly felt like an innocent man bearing the burden of a treasure. Scared, funny face, although the silence lasted only a few seconds, each second felt incredibly slow. The sparrow broke the silence first. Juga family's little kid, this news is indeed quite good. So are we leaving? Wait a minute. The sparrow spoke again. Jahang paused and slowly turned his head. Old palace master, is there something else? The sparrow flapped its wings, and the treasure of the Beast Mountain appeared out of thin air, a large white bear materializing before Fong Chen. Fong Chen, right? Yes. The sparrow smiled kindly. This explosive flame bear is my gift to you. Fong Chen looked at it and realized it was the bear Jahang had let him choose earlier. He glanced at Jahang, asking if he should accept it, and Jahang smiled. State your conditions. There are no conditions, just consider it a good relationship. Of course, if you encounter any of our Beast Palace disciples in trouble in the future, lend a hand if you can, and that counts as forming a good relationship with us. Jahang tilted his head and looked at Fong Chen, smiling. Say thank you. Thank you, old palace master. The old palace master smiled kindly. Come to the Beast Palace more often. If you have any questions about beast taming, feel free to come find me. Okay, old palace master. Let's go. Jahang snapped his fingers. In a flash, the two disappeared from the spot. The wild boar looked at the place where the two had vanished, growling in a rough voice. Are we just going to let him take such a good seat away? A woman's voice came from the colorful bird. If we forcibly keep him here, that white-haired one will definitely not let it go easily. Once we start fighting, all of us here combined could indeed seriously injure him, but afterward, the Beast Palace would have to face the wrath of both the Juga family and the Ninth Bureau. The Beast Palace cannot afford that. The wild boar snorted out white mist. As for the Qilin, the sparrow's voice turned cold. Investigate, go to Danyang Mountain to look for clues, and find a way to seize that professor's student from the Eternal Night Army. Hongguang No. 1 is too important for our Beast Palace. The scenery before them changed several times. Fong Chen found himself in his bedroom. Jahang picked up a bag of chips from the table and took a bite. I've submitted that centipede on your behalf, and the corresponding points will be issued to you. I've opened a new space for this bear. Take this space orb. Once your level is high enough to control it, crush this orb, and the bear will appear before you. Jahang flicked his fingers, and a space orb appeared before him. Fong Chen took it. If I crush this thing, will you appear before me? Jahang laughed. Are you addicted to freeloading off me, kid? Fong Chen awkwardly smiled. Can you really appear in front of me at any time with precision? If I can determine your exact location, with the spatial coordinates, then yes.
Fong Xin nodded. I see. Any other questions? None. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. If you need anything, call me.
Oh, right, this assassination operation will last for half a month.
Make sure to recharge during the day. I'll call you at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying this, Jahang disappeared without a trace. Fong Xin lay on the bed, exhaling.
Too much had happened tonight. Outside the window, sounds could still be heard occasionally.
Fong Xin glanced at the sky. The dome that had been hovering over Lan City was gone.
It seemed tonight's operation had come to an end.
Fong Xin lay there for a while, his thoughts returning to the two wolves.
Previously, he had only used his beast control talent to command the two wolves, but his killing talent clearly had a stronger affinity with the two wolves.
Fong Xin sat up again and raised his arm.
Two beams of light, one black and one white, appeared out of thin air.
The two wolves sat in front of Fong Xin.
The black wolf had a speed talent, while the white wolf had a mental talent. Together, they could attack in coordination. Moreover, the black wolf had an instant kill skill, which would gather all its strength and strike the enemy with incredible speed, causing devastating instant death. However, the skill had a bit of a long wind-up, and the white wolf, with its mental talent, could use its abilities to slow down time for the enemy, compensating for the black wolf's long wind-up for its instant kill, setting the stage for it. To prevent Jahang, that white-haired guy, from suddenly appearing, Fong Xin recalled the two wolves and quietly jumped out of the window, slipping into a park 2 miles away. Channeling his killing talent, runes of slaughter reappeared on the back of his hand, 4 of which were particularly crimson.
The two wolves stood before Fong Xin, heads lowered, as if they were two loyal wolves following him. Just as Fong Xin's palm touched the two wolves, the black and white wolves' bodies trembled slightly.
Immediately after, 2 barely perceptible blood glimmers pierced into the center of the wolves' foreheads.
In that moment, Fong Xin could distinctly feel an indescribable resonance feedback from the two wolves.
A hint of crimson flashed in the wolves' eyes. A killing rune flickered in their pupils.
It was as if Fong Xin had bestowed the killing talent upon the two wolves. Moreover, Fong Xin could clearly sense that if the two wolves killed and then devoured their power, their own strength would increase. If they grew stronger, Fong Xin, through his beast control talent, would also become stronger. But now, with the killing talent, it was like having a skill enhancement. On top of the original boost, Fong Xin would become even stronger than before. Under the enhancement of the killing talent, the two wolves' various functions would also significantly improve, and their self-healing abilities would become terrifyingly strong. In other words, Fong Xin now seemed like the king of slaughter, granting the two wolves a simplified version of the killing talent. It was evident that the two wolves' aura was much stronger than before.
Interestingly, wolves are inherently ferocious, they are bloodthirsty and show no signs of the killing talent, perfectly concealing this ability. They gain more than just that. Their original limit was level 10, but now it had become level 12, and it would continue to rise over time.
Fong Xin was overjoyed.
He hadn't expected his killing talent to have such an effect.
Just in time for tomorrow night's mission, Fong Xin could test it on the battlefield.
Now he also had a bear gifted by the old master of the Beast Palace. If he could bestow the killing talent upon that bear as well.
Just thinking about it made him excited. I need to find a way to raise my power system's talent combat strength to level 4, so I can openly sign a contract with that bear. I named the black wolf Xiao Bai and the white wolf Xiao Kai. I raised my hand and made a grabbing motion towards the two wolves. The two wolves transformed into 2 streaks of light and dove into Fong Xin's arm, revealing a wolf pattern that slowly faded into his skin. Fong Xin returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the bank card issued by the 9th district flashed. The number displayed had changed again. 400 points had been added. It now totaled 3,463 points. He checked the details and found that the points were obtained after handing in that centipede. If this pace continued, with only a few days left before the training camp started, Fong Xin could easily reach 10,000 points before the school began. Just as he lay down, Fong Xin remembered something and turned over to take out the items he had obtained from the Beast Master and the Witch Doctor today. The old man's space ring didn't contain many good items, but Fong Xin's gaze landed on a scale. After taking it out, he discovered it was a level 4 defensive treasure. In addition, there were a few insect eggs, and upon inspection, he found they contained spiders, which he immediately stuffed back into the space ring, planning to exchange them for points. After a thorough check, Fong Xin saw a big red pair of briefs, which were triangular. After taking them out and scanning them with the smart device, he found that this item was a treasure that could resist the curses and insects of witch doctors. When used, it only needed to be worn over the pants while activating one's blood energy. Although the design was a bit strange, it was still a level 7 treasure. He scanned all these items with the smart device to claim them as his own.
The treasures were just these few items, along with gold, silver, and cash, totaling about 10 million. These people's identities were not meant to be exposed. If they deposited the money in the bank and their identities were revealed, their accounts would be frozen, and the money would be lost, so they carried most of their wealth with them.
Fong Xian glanced at the old lady's space ring.
The old lady had a level 6 headscarf treasure that could resist mental attacks.
The headscarf was gray-blue, somewhat rustic when worn on the head, but it could withstand mental attacks, so the appearance didn't matter.
There was also a level 4 human skin drum that could launch mental attacks. Inside the old lady's space ring, there was only 4 million in cash. Besides that, it was mostly jars and bottles containing various insects and poisons.
Apart from these, Fong Xian also saw a scarecrow and a few needles.
After examining it, he found that this was a level 6 cursed treasure. To curse someone, one only needed to place items from the target, such as hair, nails, or blood, on the scarecrow and then stab it with a needle. The target would then be cursed, feeling pain wherever it was stabbed, and it could even kill the target. Those without witchcraft talents could also use this item, but it would consume their blood energy.
He scanned all these items one by one.
Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. He waited quietly for tomorrow's battle. After a busy night, he felt a bit tired, and with an operation planned for the night, Fong Xian allowed himself to sleep until 10 o'clock. When he opened his eyes, he picked up his phone to check. Xu Xinyo had sent a few messages. Xiao Fong, I'm leaving Lan City tomorrow.
Can you spend the day with me today? Where to? Fong Xian replied. To my dad's place. Fong Xian didn't ask further. I can accompany you for a stroll, but I won't do anything that consumes too much energy. Come over, let's sit by the city moat for a while. Then we'll take a stroll around the school, and finally, accompany me to Fengming Temple. I heard there's an old lady there who reads fortunes very accurately. I want to go ask for a fortune. Fong Xian glanced at the message and wasn't discouraged. Sure. Then you pack up now and come to my house directly. My mom isn't home, and after I put on some makeup, we can head out together. No problem, see you in 2 hours. Xiao Feng. I'm going to beat you up. After taking a shower, Fong Xian changed clothes.
In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyu was clinging to Jiang Weidong, acting cute. Dad, can you just give me this space ring, please?
Several of my wealthy classmates have one. If I wear one out, they'll definitely be envious. Don't worry, when the allowance comes, I'll pay you back double, okay, Dad? Xiaoyu, this is just your vanity. It's not good. Fong Huilan said sternly. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? I'm not refusing to pay you back.
Jiang Xiaoyu persisted. Dad, can you give this to me, please? Jiang Weidong said firmly, no, this is for your brother.
Oh, Dad, why do you always favor others? If you give it to him, he might not even want it. If your brother doesn't want it, then it will go to your sister. I won't take it.
Don't worry, Jiang Xiaocha has never liked to fight for things since she was little, and she listens to you. As long as you say to give it to me, she won't say a word against it.
Why are you always like this? Seeing Fong Xian about to leave, Jiang Weidong immediately put on a smile and stood up. Ever since Fong Xian joined the 9th Division, Jiang Weidong had made a complete turnaround, showering him with affection. Xiao Xian is going out. Yeah, Aunt, I won't be back for lunch, I'm eating out with classmates. Jiang Weidong continued, Xiao Xian, I bought you a space ring.
Although it only has 1 cubic meter of space, it will be quite convenient to carry.
Xiaoyu, hurry and bring the ring over. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, reluctantly taking off the ring. Unexpectedly, Fong Xian smiled and said, I don't want it.
After saying that, he walked out the door. Just as he went downstairs, he ran into Jiang Xiaocha, who was taking out the trash.
Brother, going out to play? Yeah. After the test ended, the students were on break.
Those with good grades would go to the training camp, while those with poor grades would stay at school for targeted training in the second half of the semester.
Fong Xian stopped. Xiaocha, I have a gift for you.
Saying this, he handed Jiang Xiaocha a space ring.
This is a space ring? Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed in surprise. Yes.
Where did you get it?
I got it from a mission with that white-haired guy. Jiang Xiaocha looked at the ring. Then if you gave it to me, what will you use? I have another one.
Jiang Xiaocha looked up at him. Thank you, brother.
Fong Xian flicked Jiang Xiaocha's smooth forehead. Go back now.
In the room, Jiang Weidong stood frozen, turning to look at Fong Huilan. Does this child still hold a grudge against me? With the things you said and did, it's hard not to hold a grudge. Aunt Fong Huilan said indignantly.
Jiang Weidong held the ring. What should we do? This ring cost quite a bit. Why don't you give it to Xiao Xian? He listens to you. Fong Huilan sighed. Xiao Xian is just like his parents, stubborn. If he said he doesn't want it, then he definitely doesn't want it.
Jiang Xiaoyu took the ring,
proudly putting it on her own hand. If he doesn't want it, then it's mine. Just then, Jahang Xiaocha came in from outside. Xiaocha, did you see your brother just now? Jiang Weidong quickly asked. I saw him. How was his mood? Jiang Weidong asked again. He seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Weidong felt a bit relieved. Xiaocha, Dad has a gift for you, a space ring. Xiaoyu, give the ring to your sister. I won't. If it's on my hand, it's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. What's wrong with you? I just won't. Jiang Xiaocha glanced coldly at Jiang Xiaoyu and said, I don't want it. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu said proudly. When Jiang Xiaocha went to get an apple, Fong Huilan looked at Jiang Xiaocha's finger. Xiaocha, where did you get that ring on your hand? Jiang Weidong also looked over. Ha, this seems to be a space ring, right? Where did it come from? Just now downstairs, my brother gave it to me. Jiang Weidong and his wife were taken aback. Your brother gave it to you? What did he use? He said he still has more. Where did your brother get it? Did you ask? Fong Huilan asked again. He said he got it from a mission with that Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh. Joining the 9th Division is indeed different. So how big is this ring's space? As big as a room. Jiang Xiaoyu's proud smile gradually froze as she looked at her own space ring, which only had a capacity of 1 cubic meter, and she burst into tears. Fong Xian arrived at the villa area of Chu Xinyao's home. The security guard at the entrance let him in after receiving a call. Fong Xian had been to Chu Xinyao's house before, but he had never met her father. He had seen her mother once, a woman who always held herself high, and Fong Xian didn't have a good impression of her, so he rarely visited Chu Xinyao's home. He pressed the doorbell. The window on the second floor opened. Xiao Fong, come in. Wait a moment. I'll finish my makeup soon. Fong Xian shrugged, used to it. Unexpectedly, the one who opened the door was not the maid. Instead, it was a tall, very strong man. Dressed in a suit, he exuded an imposing presence. A strange badge was pinned to his collar. The badge had an eye design, but the pupil was a sun. The man looked down at Fong Xian, his golden eyes filled with disdain. You're Fong Xian? If you want to hit me, I can call myself Qin Juanhao. The two locked eyes. The man with golden eyes tried to overwhelm Fong Xian with his aura, but to his surprise, Fong Xian completely ignored him. In the past, Fong Xian might have been somewhat affected. But now, having followed the white-haired one and seen many strong individuals, this kind of aura meant nothing to him. The man's combat power seemed similar to that of the leader of the 7th group, Shang Tianqi, or even a bit stronger. Fong Xian was even more puzzled. What exactly was Chu Xinyao's father's identity? Not only was he from the 7th Division for protection, but also this 8th level powerhouse from an unknown organization. Hearing Fong Xian's words, the man with golden eyes sneered, a despicable ant who can only boast with words. Fong Xian's smile gradually faded, and he looked coldly at the man with golden eyes. Guard, step aside. Fong Xian's words immediately caused the man's forehead to bulge with veins, and the golden eyes erupted with a dazzling light. Yet he didn't dare to act, only releasing his realm pressure, which only served to make Fong Xian suffer. But unexpectedly, Fong Xian could withstand the true dragon pressure from the 9th level of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, and this little bit of pressure was like a drizzle to him. "Was sure, let my friend come up." Suddenly, Chu Xinyao's voice came from upstairs. Fong Xian glanced at the man with golden eyes, so his name was Huasher. The man with golden eyes stared at Fong Xian, one hand resting on Fong Xian's shoulder. "Despicable ant, I will make you pay for what you just said, and also, when speaking to my young lady, mind your manners." Fong Xian smiled slightly, never indulging such people. He stepped forward and bumped his shoulder hard against the man. Although the man had a high realm level, his physical strength was still much weaker than that of a power-type talent, and at such a close distance, Fong Xian's Ssss-Level power-type talent's strong and robust physique immediately caused Huasher to stagger. Fong Xian tilted her head slightly. Even if a poodle has the word noble in its name, it's still just a dog. Whatever the owner wants to say or do, it's not up to a dog to teach people manners. After saying this, she walked upstairs. Huasher rubbed his shoulders and moved his arms. Although he usually exercised to keep fit, in front of someone like Fong Xian, who was blessed with physical talent, he felt at a disadvantage at such a close distance without using his own abilities. Jean Cancan's golden eyes were fixed on Fong Xian, watching her retreating figure, veins throbbing on his forehead, but thinking that Fong Xian was a guest of Chu Xinyo and a new student at the 9th place, rumored to be backed by that white-haired prodigy, he could only vent his anger in frustration. "Xiao Fong, wait a moment, I just need to tie my hair." Inside Chu Xinyao's room, everything was filled with pink blankets, a pink princess bed,
and even the piano, bookshelf, and vanity were all pink. Her parents spent little time with her, so they tried to satisfy her materially.
Chu Xinyao tilted her head to glance at Fong Xin.
Today, she wore light makeup, had her hair in a high ponytail, and was dressed in a light blue blouse paired with a short skirt and knee-high white socks, radiating youthful vitality.
Chu Xinyao bit on a hair tie, tidying up her ponytail. Then she looked in the mirror and turned back to Fong Xin with a sweet smile. Xiaofeng, is there anything different about me today? Did you wash your hair today?
Chu Xinyao put her hands on her hips, puffing up in anger. Xiaofeng, why are you always so infuriating?
Fong Xin sat at the table, flipping through a comic book. Ssss-Level infuriating talent, it's innate, nothing I can do.
Chu Xinyao let out a soft hum, and without shoes, her feet wrapped in white knee-high socks bounced over to Fong Xin on the pink carpet. A refreshing scent wafted into her nostrils as Chu Xinyao leaned in, pointing at her eyes. Look, my eyes, do they look different?
Fong Xin looked into Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, seeing his own reflection in them, as if looking in a mirror, and gently brushed his bangs. How can I be this handsome?
Chu Xinyao, with an annoyed finger, poked at Fong Xin's belly.
I wanted you to look at me, not at yourself. Fong Xin leaned in and studied her seriously for a few seconds. It looks the same as usual.
Chu Xinyao huffed. Didn't you notice my pupils have a bit of golden color?
It seems like it. Did you put in colored contacts?
No, my light system talent has awakened.
Fong Xin was taken aback, recalling the golden-eyed Huasher downstairs.
So it changes like this when the light system talent awakens?
Ha! Is that lion dog downstairs also light system?
Chu Xinyao burst into laughter, pinching Fong Xin's cheek. Your mouth, when it's quiet, is fine, but when you speak, you can drive someone half mad.
That lion dog. Cough cough cough, that Huasher also has light system talent.
Xiaofeng, you also have light system talent.
A-level light system talent.
Chu Xinyao shook her head. No, you haven't used any potions, so you have S-level light system talent.
Your light system talent hasn't awakened yet, right?
Here, take this. It can help you awaken your light system talent.
The more talents you awaken, the more means you have to protect yourself. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fong Xin a small 3-inch tall sculpture.
It felt heavy in his hand, and he couldn't tell what material it was, but he could sense an indescribable power within it. During the day or at night, hold it up to the sun or the moon, let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, and then focus on it. During your visualization, you will enter a very mysterious state, and at that time, you will naturally awaken your light system talent.
If you give me this, what will you use? Fong Xin asked. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xin's forehead with her delicate white fingers. Are you stupid? I've already awakened, so I naturally don't need it anymore.
Oh, right, a regular light system talent can only awaken either sunlight or moonlight, but you have an S-level light system talent, so you can definitely awaken both sunlight and moonlight.
Alright, you can visualize it when you go back. Today, you're here to play with me. Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xin's arm and walked downstairs.
Downstairs, Huasher saw Chu Xinyao and Fong Xin being so close and immediately reminded her, Miss, you are noble. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Xinyao. Huasher, I'm leaving Lan City tomorrow. Today, my friend took time to accompany me for a day, so today is very important to me. I really appreciate your protection, but please don't say anything excessive, and don't disturb us.
Xiaofeng, let's go. After putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyao dragged Fong Xin out the door.
Huasher's golden eyes were filled with anger, but he had no choice. He lowered his head and responded quietly, following behind them.
The two walked side by side in the serene outskirts of Lan City, with Chu Xinyao chattering beside Fong Xin. After an unknown amount of time, they sat side by side.
Xiaofeng, we've grown up together since we were little, but I didn't expect that now we have to part ways for our futures.
It's a bit hard to get used to. Fong Xin looked into the distance. The book says, there are no banquets that don't end in this world, but it also says, where in life do we not meet again? Chu Xinyao rested her chin on her hands, gazing into the distance. Xiaofeng, what should I do if I miss you? Just knock once in the direction of Lan City, and I'll be able to feel it. Xiaofeng. Chu Xinyao clutched Fong Xin's waist, and Fong Xin took out a headscarf and handed it to Chu Xinyao. This is for you.
Glancing at the headscarf, Chu Xinyao immediately wrinkled her nose in disgust. It's so ugly, I don't want it.
But this is a good item for 6th level defense against mental attacks. I still don't want it.
It's so ugly, so ugly, so ugly.
Ha! Xiaofeng, do you have a space ring? Yes. Do you want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but if you give it to me, what will you use? I have two. Without thinking much, Fong Xin handed a space ring to Chu Xinyao. Holding the space ring, Chu Xinyao's face lit up with joy. Xiaofeng, you're so rich now.
You have 2 space rings. Well, originally there were 3, but I gave one to my sister. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fong Xian's arm, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Xiao Fong, you're amazing. From now on, I'll stick with you. Let me hold on to your thigh, okay? Fong Xian pushed Chu Xinyao's head away. Go away. Chu Xinyao giggled. Let's go. We're going to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a Buddhist temple near Lan City, famous for its efficacy, with a bustling incense offering. Many people visit on regular days, and it gets especially crowded during holidays. Outside Fengming Temple, there is an ancient street lined with shops selling various local specialties, small inns, and all sorts of strange items. After burning incense and praying at Fengming Temple, Chu Xinyao took Fong Xian to the ancient street. After wandering around for about 10 minutes, Chu Xinyao pointed to a small shop. It should be here. My sister said there's an old lady here who can tell fortunes very accurately. Entering the small shop, Chu Xinyao looked around. Hello, is anyone here? After calling out several times, a door opened, and a hunchbacked old lady stood there. Little girl, do you want a fortune? Yes. Come in. Inside was a small room, with the walls covered in all sorts of strange items. The old lady, who was very hunched over, sat at a low table and gently pushed out a crystal ball. Put your hand on it and think about what you want to ask. Chu Xinyao did as instructed. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, which grew brighter and then suddenly dimmed, before brightening again. Fong Xian then realized that this old woman was a master of perception-type abilities. The old woman placed one hand on Chu Xinyao's palm and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, both opened their eyes in succession. The old woman smiled and said, Child, your future is bright. Even if darkness appears, it will only be temporary. Thank you, Granny. How much do I owe you? It's up to fate, whether it's 1 coin or 10,000. It's fine if you don't give anything. Chu Xinyao promptly gave her 6,666. The old woman turned her head to look at Fong Xian. Her eyes had no whites or pupils, just a watery hue, yet her gaze seemed to penetrate Fong Xian's heart. Young man, let me read your fortune too. I have nothing to calculate. Fong Xian shrugged. After saying that, he was about to leave with Chu Xinyao. Unexpectedly, the old woman's weathered voice came from behind. The distant bell tolls. The horn of war circles. The eagle surveys the land. The vulture feasts on all beings. The ancient king descends. Slaughter. The prologue of an absurd apocalypse. Slaughter. The epilogue of a false prosperous age. Fong Xian's body paused slightly. He slowly turned back to look at the old woman sitting behind the low table. The old woman's watery eyes were still calmly fixed on Fong Xian. If others had heard this, they might not have reacted at all, at most thinking the old woman was just pretending to say some nonsense. But her words made Fong Xian stop in his tracks. Only he and his grandfather knew about his slaughtering talent. Everyone else who knew the secret had been killed by Fong Xian. The figure in the mirror had also introduced himself as the king of slaughter. The old woman's words almost encompassed Fong Xian's identity and secret. Chu Xinyao didn't understand why Fong Xian returned to sit down again, but she obediently sat to the side. Child, what do you want to ask? The old woman's watery eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. Fong Xian stared at the old woman, their gazes locking. May I ask what you meant by your words just now? The old woman chuckled softly. It means nothing. I'm just an old blind woman who loves to talk nonsense. After a pause, the old woman continued, Child, give me your hand. Fong Xian thought for a moment and extended his hand. The old woman held Fong Xian's hand, her watery eyes staring into the void. A few seconds later, her body trembled violently, and her hollow gaze fixed on Fong Xian. What's wrong? Chu Xinyao asked, noticing. The old woman turned to face Chu Xinyao. Miss, you should step outside. I have something to say to him. Chu Xinyao was confused but eventually walked toward the door. After confirming that Chu Xinyao had gone far enough, the old woman turned back to Fong Xian. Her watery eyes were fixed on him. Child, close your eyes. Fong Xian closed his eyes. As soon as he did, he found himself in the midst of a battlefield. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. Countless bodies had piled up into a mountain of corpses. And atop this mountain stood a throne. Fong Xian was very familiar with that throne. It was the same one he had seen in the mirror before. His subconscious urged him to walk toward the throne on the mountain of corpses. But the next second, a golden light pierced through his heart. Fong Xian wanted to turn his head but couldn't see who had stabbed him from behind. The person's face was covered by a mask. Fong Xian wanted to remove the mask. Everything blurred before his eyes. Fong Xian opened his eyes. His heart raced. He pressed his hand against his chest, gasping for breath. The old woman's soft murmurs reached his ears. The ring of slaughter pierces the mortal realm.
The sword of hypocrisy offers the heart. Eternal night descends. You will eventually walk toward the throne. Fong Xian lay on the table, one hand clutching his heartbeat so fierce that he felt it might burst at any moment. The old woman placed a hand on Fong Xian's shoulder, and a warm current surged into his body. Only then did Fong Xian slowly recover. Grandma, what was that just now? Stabilized, Fong Xian looked up at the old woman.
She chuckled softly, if you see the future, you see the future.
I'm a dullard. I hope Grandma can clarify.
The old woman smiled kindly at Fong Xian. Child, Grandma is someone who has been cursed. There are some things I cannot say, but I can remind you, you must guard against someone.
Fong Xian suddenly raised his head and stared at the old woman.
The reflection of himself in the mirror had said the same thing. Who? The old woman took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Fong Xian's forehead, her gaze gentle, as if a kind elder was looking at her descendant. Grandma just said, Grandma is someone who has been cursed. There are some things I cannot say, but I can give you a hint. That person, she stands in the light.
Fong Xian was stunned.
He slowly turned his head to look outside the door.
Grandma, is it her? Is the person you saw her? Fong Xian recalled the person who had stabbed him earlier. I didn't see clearly. Then you don't know.
The old woman withdrew her hand, her watery eyes fixed on Fong Xian, her smile warm. You should go back. That pretty girl was supposed to leave Lon City today, but she delayed a day for you. Fong Xian stood up, took out his phone, and transferred 6,666 to the old woman.
Grandma, about today.
The old woman smiled. Grandma is blind. Everything I say is nonsense. No one listens to or believes the nonsense of a blind person. Grandma, can those with perception abilities see all of this? In the entire dragon country, only 3 people can see. One is me, the other is that fate master of the dragon country, and the last one, you will meet. Fong Xian stared at the old woman in front of him, not expecting such an existence to be hidden in such a small place as Lon City. Grandma, you. The old woman raised her hand to interrupt Fong Xian's inquiry. All that has passed is a prologue. What you see is the future. Child, we shall meet again if fate allows.
Goodbye, Grandma.
The old woman nodded slightly.
As Fong Xian left the small shop, he felt a sudden lightness.
He couldn't help but look back at the old woman's shop. He had clearly sensed that she posed no threat to him, which was why he had sat down. But the images he had just seen lingered. Fong Xian could feel that she was a strong perceptive type, yet she gave off a very weak feeling. Combined with what the old woman had said about being cursed, everything seemed to make sense.
Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xian. Xiao Fong, what did Grandma just say to you? Fong Xian seriously made up a story. She asked me if sweet or salty tofu pudding is better.
Chu Xinyao poked him again. Humph, still hiding things from me.
Grandma also said you were supposed to leave today? Chu Xinyao was taken aback. Wow, she knows that? Fong Xian asked curiously. This grandma is quite accurate. Why are there so few visitors?
Chu Xinyao put her hands behind her back and walked beside Fong Xian. Because this grandma only reads fortunes based on fate, she only comes when she's in a good mood, and if someone seeks her out, she will read their fortune. If no one comes, she only stays a little while before leaving. So naturally, there are very few visitors, not to mention that the Fengming temple nearby is also very effective. Many people go there. Hua Shi followed behind the two. Miss, if you want to find someone to read your fortune, the most powerful fate master in the dragon country is friends with Mr.
Chu. You can completely seek that person.
Chu Xinyao stopped, turned around, and said to Hua Shi, please don't interrupt us while we're talking.
Please keep a certain distance from us. Miss Chu, I am here to protect your safety. Chu Xinyao said angrily. Isn't Lon City safe right now?
Hua Shi respectfully replied to Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, after your last attack, Mr. Chu was furious and proposed a decapitation operation. Although Lon City has been cleared once, it's better to be safe than sorry.
I came here to stop talking.
Chu Xinyao immediately interrupted Hua Shi's words.
Fong Xian stared wide-eyed. What the heck? Damn it! So the decapitation operation was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father? Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xian's arm. Xiao Fong, let's hurry up and ignore him. Noticing Fong Xian's expression, Chu Xinyao asked, Xiao Fong, why are you looking at me like that? Sister Chu, I don't want to work hard anymore, I want to be supported. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly. Alright, then you stand behind your sister from now on. Your sister is your support, your strongest backing. They spent the whole day together. After dinner in the evening, they went to watch a late-night movie. Before getting in the car, Chu Xinyao waved vigorously at Fong Xian. Fong Xian waved back. By the time they got home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Fong Xian hurriedly washed up, returned to her room, and took out the phone her grandfather had sent her from the drawer.
She planned to watch it for a while and then go to the bathroom to look in the mirror.
But when Fong Xin opened the phone, she was surprised to find a new message had appeared. Fong Xin quickly opened the new message.
Xiao Xin, during the midterm test of the training camp, be sure to go to the No.
9 Demon and God Ruins. Remember. Delete after reading, do not contact Grandpa actively, wait for Grandpa's news. Fong Xin looked at this message.
Why did Grandpa specifically want her to go to the No.
9 Demon and God Ruins? Mentioning the Demon and God Ruins, Fong Xin immediately thought of that Qilin.
When she previously looked through her notebook, a student of that professor had clearly recorded that Fong Xin's grandfather had helped them.
Fong Xin pondered over it repeatedly.
She checked the phone number from which her grandfather sent the message and found that the sender was from an unknown area. Lying in bed, her mind was full of questions.
She sighed.
For now, she would set these questions aside. She would know the specifics when she got there. For now, she would look at the King of Slaughter in the mirror. Previously, the King of Slaughter had spoken halfway, and today that old lady said the same thing, warning Fong Xin to be wary of someone. Recalling the person who had stabbed her, she had to find that person in advance.
She watched the video again. Fong Xin stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Half an hour later, it was still the same, nothing had appeared. Fong Xin lay back down in bed, reflecting on the triggering conditions from that day.
But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out which link was missing.
She glanced at the time. It was already past 12:40 in the morning. Jahang had said to start the operation at 1 o'clock. Fong Xin put on her clothes, wore a mask, sat on the bed, and quietly waited for Jahang's call.
She heard footsteps outside.
Fong Xin casually sensed it was her aunt going to the bathroom.
Sometimes, being too sensitive with her perception ability wasn't a good thing. Fong Xin had seen couples in this building getting intimate more than once. So when she got home, she would only sense her own room. The door was gently knocked on.
Xiao Xin? Are you still awake? Not yet, aunt. Can I come in? Her aunt asked again.
Her aunt had always had a good temper and respected the children's privacy.
Sure, aunt. Fong Huilan pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Fong Xin sitting on the bed in her clothes and shoes.
Why are you dressed?
Are you going out?
There's a mission later.
Fong Huilan looked confused. A mission? What mission?
As he was speaking, a hand appeared in the void, randomly swiping a couple of times before grabbing Fong Xin's face. Fong Xin swatted away the hand with white hair that was grabbing at him, then held onto the white-haired hand and gave a tug to signal that everything was fine. With a pull, Fong Xin vanished from the spot. Fong Huilan stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. After a long while, she exclaimed, "My goodness, these awakened ones are truly incredible."
In the high altitude of 500 meters, when the white-haired one had grabbed Fong Xin's face, some saliva had dripped onto it, and casually, he wiped the saliva on Fong Xin's clothes. Suddenly, he inexplicably had a crystal ball in his hand. Jahang threw it into the sky. The crystal ball spun in mid-air, instantly emitting a cold light that descended upon the entire city below. In just a few breaths, the whole city was enveloped by a dome, followed by layers of light membranes wrapping around many residential buildings. Jahang, with his hands in his pockets, yawned and lightly tapped the leg of his sunglasses, issuing a command. Action! It was then that Fong Xin noticed that the white-haired one's sunglasses were also a treasure.
Soon after, he saw teams emerging from the city below, beginning to hunt down the remnants of the Eternal Night Army in the streets and alleys.
Isn't this Lan City? Jahang scratched his ear. Right.
In a small place like Lan City, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army wouldn't focus their efforts there.
So it's easy to eliminate them. Any other questions? At this moment, Fong Xin was already a bit impatient to verify the attack power of those two wolves. Can I act alone? No problem. As soon as the words fell, there was a flash, and Fong Xin was already on the ground. The moment he landed, Fong Xin immediately put on a headscarf to defend against mental attacks, then slipped on a pair of bright red shorts over his pants for curse protection, and quickly donned his stealth suit. He also tucked a revolver at his waist and held the scales of a defensive treasure in his hand. With everything prepared, he stealthily moved into the night. Jahang in the sky rolled his eyes dramatically. Fong Xin held the intelligence device, which still displayed the location signals of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. He didn't dare to be too ostentatious at first. He targeted an enemy squad with only a level 3 combat power. After approaching, he released two wolves. A flash of black and white light darted across the night sky. The white wolf initiated a mental attack first. The black wolf gathered some energy and transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through the enemy's chest. One strike, and it was all over in the blink of an eye. Both wolves absorbed the enemy's blood energy, their strength increased, and Fong Xian's own power rose along with it. He snatched usable treasures from the enemies, collected the two wolves, and stealthily moved through the urban night. Using this method, Fong Xian crazily harvested 4,620 points in one night. His points reached 8,083. Fong Xian alone was like a whole team, and the points he earned increased accordingly. He was sent home that night. Fong Xian counted the various spoils of war. He picked out a few useful items and exchanged the rest for points. In the blink of an eye, his points reached 9,228. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Xian looked out at the moonlight. He took out the small sculpture that Chu Xinyo had given him. The sculpture depicted a winged figure, seemingly a female angel. Fong Xian held the small sculpture up to the moonlight, staring intently at it. Gradually, the cool moonlight emanated from the small sculpture, enveloping Fong Xian and seeping into his mouth and nose with his breath. In Fong Xian's mind, a massive figure gradually emerged, clad in silver armor, leaning on a cross sword, shaking its pure white wings, suspended beneath a round, pristine moon. The moonlight cast a sacred glow upon it, and as the wings flapped, countless beams of light fell to the earth like starlight, resembling a deity guarding the night, or perhaps a ruler controlling it. But as he watched, the pristine moon in the sky slowly transformed into a deep crimson. Within the crimson moon, there seemed to be a throne, and on that throne, a figure could be vaguely seen, towering above the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence, looking down upon the world. The 12-winged deity, flapping its wings in the night sky, slowly turned to face the blood moon and bowed. Fong Xian gradually awoke. Reflecting on the figure he had just seen, the silhouette within the blood moon was all too familiar. Fong Xian could sense that this was the effect of his slaughter talent. He raised his head to gaze at the night sky. The cool moonlight slowly seeped into Fong Xian's mouth and nose, nourishing his lungs. It felt quite pleasant. The light-based talent was divided into sunlight and moonlight. He would try the sunlight tomorrow. The next day, when the sun hung in the sky, Fong Xian took out that small sculpture again and began to visualize it facing the sun. Gradually, a bright day appeared in Fong Xian's mind. Beneath the bright day, a massive figure floated between heaven and earth, clad in golden battle armor, flapping enormous wings. Even from a great distance, one could feel the scorching energy radiating from it, as if it could dry the vast earth in an instant. This massive figure seemed to represent the source of light in the world. But as Fong Xian visualized, the bright day began to change. The sun hanging in the sky gradually turned black with the passage of time, as if experiencing a solar eclipse. The golden warrior, who had originally floated beneath the bright day, the ancient deity representing daylight and light, slowly began to dim, emitting wisps of black aura. Then, it slowly turned around, facing the black sun, holding the sword with both hands, bowing its proud head, seemingly choosing to submit. Following the direction of its bow, Fong Xian saw that the throne was once again suspended within the black sun. The figure on the throne sat sideways, resting an elbow on the armrest, propping its chin with one hand, coldly looking down upon the entire world. Ha! Fong Xian opened his eyes, reflecting on the images that had appeared in his mind. The figure on the throne was all too familiar to Fong Xian. Wasn't it himself? Fong Xian raised his hand, and the runes of slaughter appeared on the back of his hand. He hadn't expected this slaughter talent to be so extraordinary. The Fong Xian in the mirror had said he was the king of kings. This also indicated that besides the king of slaughter, there were other talent kings. As his thoughts returned, Fong Xian could now feel particles of light slowly converging towards him. It seemed he had also awakened the light-based talent. Fong Xian took out his phone and opened the front camera. He did not notice any changes in his eyes. Fong Xian thought that perhaps his awakening was different from others. After pondering for a moment, Fong Xian took out his smart device and searched for information on awakening light-based talents, specifically what visualization looked like. After the search, Fong Xian was once again stunned. The light-based talent was divided into sunlight and moonlight. Those with ordinary talent could only awaken one, while those with S-level talent or above could awaken both. When visualizing, one needs to hold the sculpture of the goddess of light, facing the sunlight or moonlight, and then one can see the sun god or moon god. However, due to different talents, what one sees varies. The number of wings can be used to judge this. Those with talents below B grade can only see 2-winged deities, while those with B grade or above can see 4, 6, 8, 10, and the highest, 12 wings. Fong Xian was confused. He had tested his talent as a grade with potions, but his actual ability was S grade, yet he could only see the 8-winged god of light. Why was he able to see the 12-winged one? Could it be the effect of his killing talent? Fong Xian searched for more information about the light system talent, but strangely, he could only find superficial details.
In the intelligence device, many talents had corresponding skills and techniques, but there was no introduction on how to use skills for the light system talent. He then looked into why there was so little information on the light system talent. Eventually, a few answers appeared. All resources and skills related to the light system talent were monopolized by the church. As Fong Chen flipped through, his gaze fixed on an image. To be precise, it was a totem. The church's totem. An eye, with its pupil being a sun. Fong Chen had seen this pattern before. Wasn't it the emblem worn by the lion dog at Chu Xinyao's home? It seemed that Chu Xinyao's father was a member of the church. Fong Chen couldn't help but recall that previously, at the Beast Palace, when Jahang was chatting with the palace master, the church wanted to appoint the white-haired handsome Jahang as the governor of the Honglian district, but he had refused. Moreover, the professor who developed the Honghuang No. 1, and the student who was still alive, was also extradited back by the church from abroad, indicating that the church held significant power. Furthermore, from Jahang's few words, it was evident that there was intense power struggle within the church, which made the white-haired man disdain the church's actions. Fong Chen searched for more about the church. Aside from what he had just seen, there was no other information. It was quite mysterious. Now that he thought about it, Chu Xinyao never spoke about her father. The root of it was here. However, there was one more piece of information he found. Anyone tested with light system talent would be forcibly taken away by the church, regardless of their level. Fong Chen stroked the intelligence device. His light system talent was not bad, and the only reason he hadn't been taken by the church was that he had joined the 9th Division. Just as Fong Chen pondered these matters, in the imperial capital, within the ancient and magnificent Temple of Light, a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a golden white embroidered cloak looked up at the enormous sculpture of the goddess of light standing in the temple. His cloak was embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and upon closer inspection, as the cloak swayed, the sun, moon, and stars on it seemed to be slowly rotating. Behind the sculpture, there was a massive sphere suspended in mid-air, resembling the bright sun. But at this moment, the bright sun seemed to be experiencing an eclipse, gradually being devoured into darkness. The middle-aged man with the crown had golden eyes that burst with brilliant light. The temple trembled. A figure rushed in from outside, their red cloak trailing on the ground, swaying left and right as they ran. Upon seeing this scene, their pupils constricted. "Your Holiness, this? What is this?" The middle-aged man's golden eyes were fixed on the sun still being consumed by darkness. He murmured, "Great calamity eclipses the sun, black and white are reversed, the 7 kings reunite, judgment descends." The figure behind him trembled violently, their voice shaking. The chaos of the gods has only stopped for less than a century. Is there any way to prevent the arrival of the 7 kings? The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, his golden eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance. There is. Either enslave them to serve us, or find every possible way to strangle them in their cradles. The figure behind trembled violently again, and the once warm temple was now filled with a chilling cold. Keep a close watch on the remnants of the eternal night, send people to infiltrate their ranks. If the 7 kings appear, they will definitely notice us before we do. Before they can take them away, we must act and snatch them back. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Understood. Fong Chen had been conserving his energy by grinding points at night and sleeping a bit more. Soon it was evening. Fong Chen persistently faced the mirror. After yet another fruitless attempt, he returned to bed and waited quietly. When a hand suddenly appeared, Fong Chen reached out and grasped it. With a pull, he vanished into thin air. Looking down at the city beneath him, Fong Chen realized he had changed cities again. Jahang threw the spherical treasure into the sky, and the protective shield came down again. "Do you have any questions?" Jahang asked. "Can you find me some skills or techniques related to the light attribute?" Jahang paused in his ear-cleaning motion. "You awakened a light attribute talent?" "Yes. As for the techniques and skills of the light attribute, they are different from other talents. You can find other talent skills online, and there are quite a few on the SmartLink device, but the light attribute is monopolized by those bastards in the church, a bunch of self-righteous fools who think they are superior. It's indeed a bit difficult to obtain this, especially since the church's top figure's nephew had me break my leg not long ago. But since you've asked, I'll definitely find a way. I'll get it to you after school starts." Fong Chen was taken aback. This person was truly remarkable. "Thanks. No problem. Any other questions?" "Not for now." Snap. After the sound of fingers snapping, Fong Chen appeared on the battlefield. Tonight was not as fruitful as the previous nights. After all, the decapitation operation had reached its 3rd day, and the remnants of the eternal night and those otherworldly beings had mostly escaped, so there were significantly fewer people.
Fong Chen only scavenged 2,832 points that night. His current total was 12,060.
Just as Fong Xin's points reached 10,000, his card suddenly flashed.
2 stars appeared on it. Dear Mr. Fong Xin, congratulations on being promoted to a 2-star user. In the following days, Fong Xin killed and harvested every night.
The members of the Sky Shield Bureau who came to eliminate the otherworldly beings all knew there was a new student from the 9th Division wearing an invisibility suit, who was ruthless and decisive, and had already reached level 3 combat power before even starting school. Few knew his appearance, only legends about him circulated in the night. Just when he thought everything would pass quietly, on the last day, he encountered a wind attribute otherworldly being.
With a gust of wind, Fong Xin's invisibility suit was blown off, revealing him wearing red shorts underneath.
This scene happened to be captured by someone from the Sky Shield Bureau. Although they didn't get a clear shot of his face, everyone knew there was a flamboyant new student in the 9th Division, with level 3 combat power, wearing red shorts on the outside.
Fong Xin had just laid down at home when Surpassing from the 9th Division's youth training camp sent a message in their small group. Did you guys know?
Our 9th Division has a big shot this year, level 3 combat power before even starting school.
Zhang Yaozu was the first to reply. Who is it? So strong?
I don't know, the information is hidden, and those on the mission aren't allowed to say, but a photo has circulated.
As he spoke, Surpassing sent a photo.
In the photo, the person was jumping high, wearing an old lady's headscarf, a strange mask on his face, holding a revolver in one hand and a smart link device laser sword in the other, and wearing very eye-catching big red shorts, which even had a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on them.
Look! Now everyone calls him the Red Underpants War God. What a flashy outfit! Who is this? Could it be someone from our group? Surpassing continued, there have been 2 people in the group who haven't spoken, could it be one of them?
Bai Yulin picked up the conversation. From the photo, it's clearly a guy.
The 2 who haven't spoken in the group are Fong Xin and Li Bauer, and Bauer is a girl. Surpassing at Fong Xin, brother Xin, is this Red Underpants War God you? Fong Xin looked at the group messages, then at the photo.
His trembling hands slowly typed a few words.
How could it be me?
There can't be such a flashy person in Arlon City, or even the entire Holian district.
Fong Xin wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This is too embarrassing. Surpassing replied, wow, it's not easy for brother Xin to send a message. Now in our group, only Li Bauer hasn't spoken. By the way, did you all participate in this Red Lotus District beheading operation? Zhang Yaozu asked.
Shinyu took over the conversation. This time, the entire 9th Division only recruited 36 new students, and it seems that only one with the best overall score was selected from each group for the preliminary trials. I only heard about it, so I can't guarantee the accuracy of the news.
Zhang Yaozu asked, who from our group went? Brother Xin or Bauer? Bai Yulin continued, Bauer sent me a message that day, saying she was sent to the battlefield by instructor Zhuge. Looks like our group's top overall score is Bauer. Damn, we have such a badass like brother Xin in our group, how amazing must Bauer be? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin added, Bauer has a rare blade god talent, Ssss-Level blade god talent. Super fierce. We go to the same school. Her score is the highest in our Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was shocked. No way, there are 2 Ssss-level big shots just in our small group? The 9th Division's monster house is terrifying.
Surpassing said, if that's the case, if the Red Underpants War God isn't Bauer, then it must be among the other 5 people with the top overall scores.
We'll know when we get to the training camp. All the new recruits of the Sky Shield Bureau train in one academy.
Surpassing changed the topic. I have a little insider news my grandpa told me. He said the Master of the Beast Palace will personally come to teach at our 9th Division.
The Master of the Beast Palace? Someone of that status comes to teach? Are you kidding? Is this news reliable? It's about 80 to 90% accurate.
My grandpa said that a few nights ago, a new student with beast mastery talent from our 9th Division was taken to the Beast Palace to awaken their talent, and the result caused a phenomenon in the world, with a talent only second to the founder of the Beast Palace. The old master of the Beast Palace was alarmed, and I heard that those people from the Beast Palace wanted to snatch the person, but in the end, they were intimidated by the 9th Division and backed down. However, the Beast Palace really liked our 9th Division's new student and specially sent the master of the Beast Palace to give a lecture.
Wow! Which big shot has such a face? To have the master of the Beast Palace come personally to teach?
Surpassing continued, I don't know, it seems like no one in our group has beast mastery talent, so it should be from another team. We'll report to the training camp tomorrow, and we'll know once we get there.
Everyone should sleep now.
We need to report before noon tomorrow, and the school starts with a baseline test at 3 in the afternoon.
Fong Xin put down the smart device. Although the training camp is in the Honglian district's Cloud City, it is not in the province where Fong Xin is located, so it will take more than an hour to fly there tomorrow.
He took out his card and swiped it on the smart device. Beep. The card displayed the points.
18,328 points. This is what Fong Xin had worked hard to earn over the past few days.
Converted to cash, it's a full 180 million. In these days, only 2 treasures were favored by Fong Xin. One is a 5th-tier bead called the Earth Spirit Pearl, which allows one to dive 10 meters below the ground and even pass through walls. The other is a 6th-tier mask. When worn, it can temporarily blind enemies for 3 seconds upon being seen.
In the ever-changing battlefield, 3 seconds is enough to turn the tide. Both items were obtained by Fong Xin from a level 4 extraordinary person through a surprise attack.
All other treasures that could be exchanged for points have been converted. In terms of cash, Fong Xin has gathered over 230 million from various extraordinary individuals in recent days. Some lower-level extraordinary individuals, although they don't possess good treasures, have accumulated quite a bit of cash through their daily acts of violence and plunder. However, what troubles Fong Xin the most right now is that he has run out of bullets for his revolver. There is a place in the smart device specifically for buying and selling treasures, and Fong Xin indeed found bullets compatible with his revolver. One bullet costs a staggering 400 points. Fong Xin asked the seller, "I'm a student, could you give me a few?" The seller politely told him to get lost. Fong Xin reluctantly spent 2,000 points to buy 5 bullets. After all, 1 bullet can take down a level 4 extraordinary person, and the return from that is far more than 400 points.
The next morning, Fong Xin heard his aunt tidying up things.
He got up, checked the time, quickly packed his things, and took a shower. His aunt, Fong Huilan, was packing for her daughter, Jahang Xiaocha, while nagging her about various things. When she saw Fong Xin come out, she said, "Xin, after you and your sister go, keep in touch and look out for each other."
"Got it, aunt."
His aunt packed a lot of things, including various clothes, and finally brought along many of Fong Xin and Jahang Xiaocha's favorite foods that she had prepared since 4 in the morning.
Jahang Weidong comforted her, "Why are you crying? I heard you have a break after the midterms, and they'll be back then."
Fong Huilan patted Fong Xin's head and then Jahang Xiaocha's, her eyes filled with reluctance. The youngest daughter, Zhang Xiaoyu, is not reporting in. Although there are reforms this year, she still has to stay at school for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge.
However, Zhang Xiaoyu has already signed a contract with an organization and will receive a decent stipend during her time at school. Fong Xin and Zhang Xiaocha are on the same flight.
Yun City. The plane arrived at 10:30. There is a direct line to the Sky Shield Academy.
Fong Xin took Zhang Xiaocha onto the bus.
The bus was filled with new faces, chattering nonstop, all new recruits from various places heading to the Sky Shield Bureau.
After getting on the bus, Fong Xin casually took out a travel guide from the pocket of the front seat and covered his face with it. But the new recruits were making such a racket that it was unbearable.
Zhang Xiaocha pulled out her headphones and stuffed them into Fong Xin's ears, giving him a sweet smile.
Fong Xin leaned his head against the window, grateful that his sister understood his feelings.
In the front row sat a girl with a sharp voice, who had been chattering endlessly since they boarded. "To be honest, I wasn't in good shape that day, so I barely got an A rank, otherwise, I could have joined the 9th division.
I was just a little short. But no one from our school got selected by the 9th division. The best was me, and I ended up in the 6th division. I'm Huang Hui, which division are you all from? What's your name? We'll all be classmates, so let's get to know each other in advance." She asked the people in front one by one. "None of us are from the 9th division, huh?"
Huang Hui sighed. "Well, that kind of monster room in the 9th division isn't something just anyone can enter. This year's Tiandun Bureau recruited over 1,800 people across 12 districts, but the 9th division only took in 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned to look at Fong Xin and Zhang Xiaocha, who were sitting in the back row.
"Classmate, what's your name and which division are you from?" "Zhang Xiaocha, the 1st division." "The 1st division, that's great."
Huang Hui glanced at Fong Xin, whose face was covered by a travel guide, and reached out to lift the guide off his face.
"Hey, classmate, what's your name and which division are you from?"
Zhang Xiaocha frowned slightly.
Fong Xin opened his eyes irritably. "Xin Juanhao, from the 7th division." Huang Hui responded with an "Oh, the 7th division, huh?
Although it can't compare to our 6th division, it's not bad."
Fong Xin returned a forced smile and covered his face with the travel guide again to catch some sleep. Huang Hui noticed and scoffed, "So aloof.
Who knows, after graduation, I might still be your superior." The car bumped along the road, and Huang Hui chattered the whole way. When they got out, there were many cars parked at the school gate.
New faces filled with curiosity and eagerness walked towards Tiandun Academy.
There were signs at the gate marking 9 special operations divisions, each registration area staffed by members from those divisions. After getting out of the car, Huang Hui chattered excitedly, "Wow, the seniors are so handsome.
So cool." Fong Xian's gaze shifted to the 9th division, where the little deer he had encountered earlier was sitting and registering.
Zhang Xiaoqiao waved at Fong Xian, "Bro, I'm going to register."
Fong Xian replied, "If you need anything, look for me."
Huang Hui glanced at Fong Xian, "Your cousin's 1st division is way better than your 7th division, Xinjuanhao."
Fong Xian smiled back, and Huang Hui pointed, "Your 7th division is over there, right next to our 6th division.
We're on the same path."
Tian Junhui walked over.
Huang Hui immediately got excited, raising her voice, "Hello, senior. I'm Huang Hui, a new recruit from the 6th division." Tian Junhui nodded and pointed to the 6th division's registration area, "Go register over there."
"Okay, senior."
Just as Huang Hui was about to leave, she saw Tian Junhui suddenly stand at attention and salute Fong Xian.
Fong Xian returned the salute. Tian Junhui smiled, "Your 9th division is over there." Fong Xian nodded and lightly patted Tian Junhui, "Then I'll head over first." "Alright." Huang Hui stood frozen, watching Fong Xian's back and then looking at Tian Junhui, "Senior, is he from the 9th division?" Tian Junhui resumed his cool demeanor, simply responding with a Huang Hui stared blankly in the direction Fong Xian had gone, feeling like she had been played but was helpless to do anything about it. Fong Xian made his way through the crowd and stood at the 9th division's registration area.
The little deer rested her chin on the table, dozing off.
Fong Xian waved, "Sister Xiaolu." The little deer lifted her head and smiled sweetly at Fong Xian. "Fong Xian is here."
"Smile for the camera. Let's register."
Fong Xian faced a nearby camera. With a beep, the little deer extended her hand towards Fong Xian, "Welcome aboard." "Fong Xian?" a voice called out. Fong Xian turned to see a chubby, fair-skinned boy standing behind him. The chubby boy leaned in, extending his hand with a grin, "I'm Shi Tailang." Fong Xian shook his hand briefly, "Hello, hello."
Behind Shi Tailang stood a girl with slightly darker skin, dressed in sportswear, with struggle printed on the front and youth on the back.
"Brother Xian, guess who this is?" Shi Tailang asked with a mischievous smile, wrapping an arm around the girl. After a moment of thought, Fong Xian replied, "Li Bauer, right?" The girl's dark face flushed slightly, and after punching Shi Tailang in the stomach, she smiled shyly at Fong Xian. "Brother Xian, I'm Zhang Yaozu." "Are you Zhang? Ha? You're a girl?" Fong Xian was stunned in place. "Wow, what a name you have, quite impressive."
Zhang Yaozu scratched his head and chuckled, "My brother is named Zhang Guangzong."
In an instant, Fong Xian was silenced by Zhang Yaozu's words.
She recalled that this person often bickered with Shi Tailang in the group and had a profile picture of a little yellow chick with a middle part, which led Fong Xian to always think of him as a boy.
"What about the others?"
The 3 of them went to their respective dorms to tidy up their beds.
"We're here waiting for you and keeping watch." Shi Tailang revealed a somewhat lewd smile. "Keeping watch for what?" Shi Tailang leaned in closer. "Aren't you curious who the Red Underpants War God is? A lot of people want to know who that Red Underpants War God is." Fong Xian instinctively coughed to clear her throat. "I'm not that gossipy. Even if they come, they wouldn't wear their underwear on the outside."
Shi Tailang chuckled, "Actually, after a comprehensive assessment, it's already been determined who the Red Underpants War God is. It's Zhang Chang from Team 6. He has the highest overall score in their team and participated in the decapitation operation in Holian district. Plus, someone asked him, and he didn't deny it. Just 5 minutes before you got here, he reported in, and he was dressed quite flamboyantly. No one else fits the bill." Upon hearing this, Fong Xian thought that if someone was willing to bear that shameful title, then let them bear it. Shi Tailang continued, "Xingu, before going to the dorm, we need to go over there to pay the accommodation fee and various miscellaneous fees. Over there, remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiu will take you to pay. The dorms for the students in our 9th division are all single rooms. Xinyu came early and has already cleaned up our dorms, so you just need to drop off your things when you get there. I'll go book a private room for us in the cafeteria, and the 6 of us can have a meal first. Meiqiu, take Xingu to pay. I'll send the location in our group." Zhang Yaozu, whose skin was a bit dark, punched Shi Tailang in the stomach again. "Get lost, you fatso. You're the coal ball. Your whole family is coal balls." Shi Tailang chuckled, "Xingu, I'm off first." Zhang Yaozu led the way, and Fong Xian curiously asked, "Do you two know each other?" "Our families are family friends, so I've known that fatso since we were kids," Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, when they went to pay, they ran into an old acquaintance. Qin Juanhao stood among several students from the 7th Division, very generously saying, "Everyone, don't fight over it. We're all from the 7th Division, and we'll be good classmates and comrades in the future.
Nice to meet you all. I'll cover all the various fees for everyone in the 7th Division. It's not much. Consider it a welcome gift."
As he spoke, he waved his card.
"Before coming, my dad loaded 5 million into this card. He told me to get along well with everyone."
As he spoke, he swiped the card, and the display showed an amount of 392. Some classmates around Qin Juanhao started to cheer. Qin Xiao is really generous. It's just a little splash of water.
Qin Juanhao waved his hand.
Zhang Yaozu shook his head and clicked his tongue. I don't know which landlord's foolish son he is.
So generous.
He's already swiped for many new students in the 7th Division, and the cost for one person is 20,000. There are nearly 200 new students in the 7th Division, almost 4 million.
Rich people are really extravagant.
Fong Xian didn't think much of it. Qin Xiao was still desperately trying to show off his cash power as always. There were several payment windows. The 9th Division had a dedicated payment window. Since there were fewer people, there was no need to queue.
As Fong Xian walked over, many new students looked over, enviously gazing at the new students from the 9th Division. Anyone who could join the monster house was undoubtedly a genius. Qin Juanhao turned his head and saw Fong Xian.
Immediately, his mind started racing.
Fong Xian. Qin Juanhao waved at Fong Xian.
Many people around looked towards Qin Juanhao. Qin Xiao, you know someone from the 9th Division?
Qin Juanhao immediately replied, "Of course I know him, how could I not?
We both come from Lanchang, we were classmates, and we're good buddies."
The new trainees from the 7th Division gasped in surprise. Qin Juanhao walked over to Fong Xian. Holding his card, he saw Fong Xian was about to pay his tuition fees. "Fong Xian, let me pay your tuition fees."
Qin Juanhao put his arm around Fong Xian, pretending they were very familiar. After all, knowing a monster from the 9th Division here could also showcase his connections.
"Are we that close?" Fong Xian elbowed Qin Juanhao away, clearly seeing through his little scheme.
Qin Juanhao clicked his tongue, still holding onto Fong Xian, wearing a feigned kind smile.
"We're both from the same hometown, and old classmates.
It's reasonable for me to pay your tuition fees. Besides, after your parents passed away, the inheritance they left you must not be much. For you, over 20,000 in tuition fees is quite a lot, and your aunt and uncle's meager salary would take a long time to save up." By stepping on Fong Xian again, after doing so, he paid for Fong Xian, enhancing his own image.
Many classmates looked at Fong Xian with varying degrees of pity.
They didn't expect this new trainee from the 9th Division to come from such a poor background. Zhang Yaozu frowned, inexplicably feeling a sense of disgust towards Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao shamelessly lowered his head and said to the staff at the payment counter, "Teacher, I'll pay his tuition fees." Fong Xian, my dad loaded 5 million onto my card, and I still have over 3 million left.
That's over 300 points.
You don't need to feel embarrassed, we're old classmates, and since your family is in such difficulty, it's nothing for me to help you out. Zhang Yaozu frowned tightly, getting angry just looking at Qin Juanhao, and took out her own card, preparing to swipe it for Fong Xian. Just as she was about to speak and swipe the card, Fong Xian had already expressionlessly taken out his own card and placed it on the card reader. Beep. 2 points were successfully paid. Account balance, 16,326 points. A long string of numbers appeared.
Qin Juanhao, holding his card, froze in place. He stared wide-eyed at Fong Xian's 5-digit point balance.
That was equivalent to 160 million in cash.
Zhang Yaozu, who was also ready to swipe her card for Fong Xian, was stunned as well.
Her eyes widened in disbelief.
She didn't expect Fong Xian's card to have so many points. Those new trainees nearby also saw it. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd.
Those who hadn't seen clearly rushed to ask what had happened. Word spread quickly.
The payment area was in an uproar.
Everyone stared at this new trainee from the 9th Division. This was the first time they had seen so many points on a new trainee's card.
Over 16,000 points. Which wealthy young master had come to play?
No wonder he was from the 9th Division, a monster house. His entrance was different from ordinary trainees.
Even the teacher collecting the fees looked shocked and couldn't help but glance at Fong Xian a second time when handing him his betting.
There were plenty of young masters here today, but the most points anyone had on their card was just barely 4 digits.
This was the first new trainee to have 5-digit points.
Qin Juanhao's mouth hung open, still holding his card with over 300 points high in the air. His points were merely a fraction of Fong Xian's.
Where did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao asked in shock. Before school started, I did some odd jobs and earned a little pocket money. Fong Xian gently pushed Qin Juanhao away with the back of his hand.
Taking 2 steps, Fong Chen stopped, turned his head to glance at Qin Juanhao, and coldly said, "It's understandable that you want to show off in front of others, but remember, don't step on others' shoulders to flaunt your little virtue. It's quite shameless, and also, we aren't familiar." After saying this, Fong Chen turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood there, stunned like a wooden chicken, while the new students around began to point and whisper about him. Many classmates had seen and heard Qin Juanhao's actions, feeling that it was indeed quite shameless for him to publicly reveal Fong Xin's family situation. The teacher at the payment desk also gave Qin Juanhao a big eye roll. Qin Juanhao forced a smile. Fortunately, he had thick skin and returned to the 7th area in a dejected manner, originally wanting to swipe his card for the classmates behind him. However, the classmates immediately said, "Qin Juanhao, I'll pay my own fees, I find your money dirty." Others in front chimed in, "Qin Juanhao, I already returned your money." Fong Xin admired everything about Tiandun Academy. The academy covered an area of over 1,000 acres, immense in size. It mainly had many large training venues. At the very center of the academy stood a gigantic sculpture. It depicted several figures cast in steel, 4 people standing in front, back, left, and right, 2 in the middle, 1 squatting with hands clasped in front of his chest, and 1 holding a shield raised high, seemingly resisting all the darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu followed closely behind Fong Xin. "Brother Xin, where did you get so many points?" "I farmed small monsters." Fong Xin replied evasively, deciding to keep his connection to the beheading operation a secret for now, to avoid being recognized as the Red Underpants war god right after entering school. Otherwise, he would lose his dating rights on the spot, and in the future, he might be called Underpants Brother. If a classmate asked if you knew Fong Xin, and you said no, they'd respond, "Oh, that Underpants Brother, right?" Thinking of this scenario made Fong Xin's toes curl. The dormitory in the 9th area was definitely the most luxurious among all the dorms, equipped with various facilities. Under Zhang Yaozu's lead, Fong Xin arrived at his dormitory, located at the easternmost side of the floor, and dropped off his bedding and other items. "Brother Xin, I live next door. Next to me is the dormitory of the fat guy, and across from you from left to right are Li Baoer, Bai Yulan, and Xinyu." Just as he was speaking, a classmate with a very feminine and even somewhat pretty appearance entered from the opposite door, long hair, and dressed somewhat femininely. "Classmate Fong Xin. Hello, I'm Bai Yu." Bai Yulan extended a beautifully manicured hand. Fong Xin was taken aback. He clearly remembered this guy was called Bai Yulan, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yaozu whispered in his ear, "Brother Xin, this guy has a split personality. It's multiple personalities. Right now, he is his sister, called Bai Yu. He also has a younger brother named Bai Lin and an older brother named He Yulan. Each personality represents a different talent." Fong Xin's head buzzed. Is it really that magical? Fong Xin suppressed his surprise and extended his hand. "Hello, Brother Xin is here?" Another voice came. Fong Xin saw a figure standing outside the door, and as the person lowered their head and walked in, Fong Xin's eyes widened significantly. The newcomer was 2 meters 6 tall. With a sturdy and robust build, standing there like an iron tower, his head almost touching the ceiling. "Brother Xin, I'm Xinyu." The newcomer extended a palm the size of a fan. Fong Xin also reached out to shake hands, shocked beyond words. "Where's Baoer?" Zhang Yaozu asked. "I'm here." A soft and sweet voice came from the doorway. Fong Xin shifted his gaze to the entrance and saw a fair and pretty girl standing there. The first impression she gave was a bit dazed and somewhat silly. With 2 machetes tucked under her armpits, she somewhat disrupted the dazed atmosphere, while munching on a bag of chips with a crunch. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore a white shirt and loose-fitting sweatpants, one leg of which was bunched up at her knee. "Xingu, this is Li Baoer," Zhang Yaozu introduced. "Hello," Fong Xin greeted her. Li Baoer continued to crunch mechanically on her chips, as if she were just standing there in a daze. "Baoer, Xingu is greeting you," Bai Yulan reminded her. Li Baoer's dazed pupils refocused. "Oh, hello." Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. "The fat guy sent the location. Let's hurry over for lunch." Following the location, they arrived at the restaurant reserved by Shi Tailang. Shi Tailang quickly distributed utensils and poured tea for everyone, looking quite gossipy. "I just saw Brother Underwear, Zhang Chang, right over there." The door to the private room was half open, and Shi Tailang pointed in a direction with his chin. The group looked over and saw a new student sitting in the distance, wearing a floral shirt, pink pants, and golden shoes. Fong Xin couldn't help but take a glance. Many new students were pointing and whispering about him, some even taking photos. But Zhang Chang seemed to be enjoying the attention. Fong Xin shook his head. If he wanted to be Brother Underwear, so be it. I just heard someone say that Brother Underwear has level 3 late-stage combat power, and he's the most likely to pass the afternoon's mock exam without injury.
Shi Tai-lang continued. Zhang Yaozu glanced at the time. It's past 12, let's eat and rest a bit.
We need to gather at 2:30, and the mock exam starts at 3. I heard this year's difficulty has been slightly adjusted, making it harder than previous years.
It's tough to pass without injury.
I heard that in past years, some seniors were seriously injured and had to lie down for a month to recover.
Bai Yulin said.
I brought some medicine, I'll distribute it to everyone before the exam.
Xin Yu said. Fong Xian took out his smart device and checked a message from Jahang. Xian, come help me move some things.
There was a location attached.
Fong Xian stood up. Zhuge called me over. You guys eat first, I'll be back soon. Okay, Xingu, if you can't make it back later, send us a message, and we'll bring you food. Thanks. After greeting them, Fong Xian left the room. After watching Fong Xian walk away, the group returned to their previous topic.
I heard that the top 3 who pass the mock exam the fastest get point rewards.
Shi Tai-lang took a sip of tea. Fastest to pass?
Just making it to the designated time would be a blessing. Let's not think about that. Zhang Yaozu scoffed. Bauer has level 3 combat power. She should be the most relaxed among us.
Unexpectedly, Li Bauer looked blankly at Zhang Yaozu and said in a soft, slow voice, I can't beat Fong Xian.
After Li Bauer said this, the other new students in the same team showed expressions of shock.
Bauer, you said. You can't beat Fong Xian? Bai Yulin turned to look at Li Bauer. Li Bauer nodded. Are you sure?
Li Bauer continued to crunch on her chips, her voice still soft and gentle, very sure.
Wow, so that means Xingu also has level 3 combat power? Shi Tai-lang exclaimed, so among us, there are 2 with level 3 combat power? Yes. Xingu has Ssss-Level strength talent, thinking about it, it's not surprising. Shi Tai-lang pondered. But that doesn't make sense, during the previous decapitation operation, didn't they say they picked the top performer from each team to participate? Since Bauer can't beat Xingu, why did our team send Bauer instead of Xingu? Zhang Yaozu questioned.
Li Bauer looked up, her big eyes blinking, adorably confused.
Bai Yulin asked, is this information accurate? I heard. Bai Yulin rolled his eyes, heard news doesn't count as true.
Who knows, our little team Bayer and Xinga might have gone.
Then why didn't Xinga say anything when I asked him about the decapitation operation in the group last time?
Li Bayer rested her chin on the table, her little mouth munching on chips, because he was busy chopping people and had no time to pay attention to you guys.
Zhang Yaozu suddenly realized, so that's it. You guys don't think Xinga is the red underpants war god, do you? Shi Tai-lang immediately retorted, Kobol, are you out of your mind? Isn't it confirmed that Underpants' brother is Zhang Chang? Our Xinga looks like the kind of upright person, how could he possibly have such flamboyant outfits? You fatso, you're the Kobol. By the way, Xinga should be able to score well in the entrance exam this afternoon. Not necessarily, anyway, the entrance exam for the 9th division is very difficult, but no matter what, he's still better than me, Shi Tai-lang said. Dozens of large trucks filled with various equipment stopped on the road. Fong Xian stood dazed in place. He looked at the white-haired person next to him slurping noodles. Is this what you call moving a bit? Jahang slurped a mouthful of noodles, resting his elbow on Fong Xian's shoulder. What's wrong? Is it too little? Fong Xian frowned. I still have an entrance exam this afternoon, big brother. Jahang raised his chin. The equipment on these trucks is for training in various venues. I've already told the teacher in charge here. If you move these items according to the regulations, I'll give you an administrator identity. If others want to train outside the designated time, they have to pay and ask the person in charge for permission. If you have the administrator identity, you won't need to. How about that? Fong Xian was taken aback, then smiled. Thank you, big brother. Go on, Pikachu. Jahang gave Fong Xian a push and disappeared while slurping his noodles. Fong Xian wondered, what is Pikachu? He opened the truck door and began moving the equipment down as instructed by the person in charge. Fortunately, with his strength-type talent, these things weren't tiring for Fong Xian. He worked hard until almost 2:30. Shi Tai-lang and the others messaged to ask where Fong Xian was, as they were gathering to prepare for the exam. Fong Xian had already finished moving the equipment from more than 10 trucks, but then a few more arrived. Xiao Lu sent a message in the group, Fong Xian, Mr. Zhuge told the chief examiner that it's okay if you come a bit later. Fong Xian replied with a resigned acknowledgement. By the time he finished everything, it was already past 3. The person in charge gave Fong Xian an identity badge, with Fong Xian written on the front and administrator on the back. After thanking him, Fong Xian hurriedly ran towards the exam location. When Fong Xin arrived, the exam had already started. The exam venue consisted of 9 huge areas. Above, a giant screen was suspended in the sky. It displayed the scores of the new students for this entrance exam. The evaluation was based on combat power and the time taken to clear or the duration of endurance. The so-called clearance only required facing a level 1 peak combat puppet first, then 2, and then 3. After clearing level 1, it would be level 2, from 1 puppet to 3, and finally level 3 peak puppets, also from 1 to 3. If one couldn't win, it would depend on who could delay the time the longest. The longer the delay, the higher the score, but each level also has a limit. Level 1 can declare the exam over after 10 minutes, level 2 after 20 minutes, and level 3 after 30 minutes. After this entrance exam, the first place would receive 300 points, the second place 200 points, and the third place 100 points. When Fong Xin arrived at the venue, he glanced at the large screen above. Up to now, the overall first place was a person named Chungyu, who cleared it in 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The top 20 on the big screen are basically monopolized by the 9th division, and as new students from the 9th division gradually enter the exam room, they are expanding towards the top 30, leaving the others in their dust. In the distance, a row of leaders sits in the stands, among them a particularly eye-catching white-haired man. Compared to the other leaders sitting upright, the white-haired man appears somewhat relaxed, and while most of the other leaders are middle-aged or elderly, he stands out as the only young person, feeling out of place. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fong Xian, "Brother Xian, over here." Fong Xian quickly walked over, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a luxurious handheld pancake and a bowl of porridge. "Here you go." Just as he took a sip of the porridge, a gasp came from the crowd. Someone had just broken the record for first place. "Damn! It's Brother Underwear!" Zhang Yaozu exclaimed, staring at the screen. All the new students began to discuss excitedly. They hadn't expected Brother Underwear's flashy outfit to match his impressive combat ability, breaking the record with a time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Soon after, they saw Brother Underwear, bruised and battered, walking out of the exam area. Fong Xian glanced over. It seemed that most of those finishing the exam were similarly bruised, and not far away, a few ambulances and staff with healing abilities were on standby. Zhang Yaozu, also bruised, stared at the big screen. Fong Xian looked and saw that Zhang Yaozu was in 29th place. Just as he took a bite of food, the announcement came, "Students below, please enter the exam room for the test." Another big screen displayed several students' names, and Fong Xian's name was prominently among them. Fong Xian quickly slurped a mouthful of porridge and took 2 big bites of the pancake. Zhang Yaozu took the unfinished pancake from Fong Xian. "Go for it, Brother Xian. I'll heat up the pancake for you later." As Fong Xian walked towards the exam room, the big screen flickered again. The rankings had changed. Everyone was caught in a wave of gasps. Fong Xian couldn't help but look over. He saw a name appear in first place. Ji Xuansa, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. He had directly outpaced Brother Underwear by more than 5 minutes. But the gasps hadn't subsided when an even bigger gasp erupted. The first place changed again. Li Bauer, 7 minutes and 1 second. The gasps surged like a tidal wave. "What the hell? Is this the Monster House? 7 minutes and 1 second? I was crying after enduring 7 minutes, she cleared it in 7 minutes? Can we separate the 9th division's scores from ours? It's too demoralizing. It's like we're from 2 different worlds." 7 minutes and 1 second, that's rare in the history of Tiandun Academy. This is definitely first place. 300 points secured. In the stands, an elderly man sitting in the center interlocked his fingers and leaned back slowly. "This Li Bauer is indeed extraordinary. 7 minutes and 1 second, this can rank in the top 5 in the history of Tiandun Academy. Dean, this year's students are all very outstanding." A middle-aged man beside him said excitedly. The old man looked into the distance, where a pretty girl with a silly expression walked out of the exam room, 2 machetes tucked under her arms. "Is that Li Bauer?" "Yes." The old man looked pleased. "The younger generation is formidable. This girl looks about the same age as my granddaughter, but with this talent and combat power, my granddaughter can't compare at all." A nearby elderly man wearing glasses immediately said, "Dean, your granddaughter is not bad either." The old man waved his hand. "Don't flatter me, let's be realistic. This girl is the clear first place, she must be the undisputed top scorer of this year's Tiandun Academy entrance exam, right?" "Definitely. 7 minutes and 1 second. It would be as hard as climbing to the sky to surpass her." Several people nearby agreed. Jahang crossed his 10 fingers behind his head, leaning back slowly as he swayed in the chair. He watched Fong Xian walk towards the examination room, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After Fong Xian stepped into the examination room, an owl flew through the air. The owl's eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. Beep. New student Fong Xin at the 9th station. Identity verification successful. The baseline test begins. As the voice fell, the owl flapped its wings and soared high, hovering in the air like an invigilator. Fong Xin's gaze shifted, and he noticed the scenery around him beginning to change. The original classroom transformed into an old residential area. Immediately, a scar-faced man walked out from one side, shaking his head as he scrutinized Fong Xin. Fong Xin was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this puppet to be so lifelike. Moreover, the environment of this examination room was too unexpected, resembling a real combat simulation. The scar-faced man twisted his head and charged at Fong Xin with a dagger in hand. The opponent was at the peak of level 1 combat power, but in front of Fong Xin, it was simply insufficient. As soon as he approached, Fong Xin didn't use any flashy moves. He delivered a powerful punch, knocking the scar-faced puppet to the ground, motionless. The owl in the air tilted its head. The scar-faced puppet stood up, and from one side, a long-haired young man emerged. The scar-faced man was a strength-type attacker, while the long-haired youth was a fire attribute attacker. The two coordinated their attacks, one far and one near, rushing towards Fong Xin. Fong Xin didn't give the two puppets any chance to think and charged straight at them. Twisting his waist, he threw a punch that sent the scar-faced puppet crashing to the ground, silenced. The fireball from the fire attribute attacker was easily dodged by Fong Xin, and with a flying knee strike, he took it out. In the blink of an eye, the two puppets got back up, and another puppet resembling a young man wearing a baseball cap emerged. It launched a mental attack. A nearly transparent palm reached towards Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin rolled on the ground. After countless battles, he had summarized many experiences, knowing that when facing a mental attack, he must first focus on the attacker. A sliding tackle knocked the mental attack puppet down, and with an elbow strike, Fong Xin broke its neck. Turning, he threw the incapacitated puppet at the fire attribute attacker, knocking it over. Fong Xin leaped forward and smashed the scar-faced puppet's head into its chest with an elbow, then turned and delivered a roundhouse kick, incapacitating the fire attribute puppet. Student Fong Xin, 1st level. Cleared. Time used, 42 seconds. With a flash, the surrounding scenery changed, and Fong Xin turned to find himself standing at a ferry terminal. An ice spike shot up from the water's surface. Fong Xin broke through with overwhelming force. His realm crushed the opponent, not giving them much chance to attack. He charged in with a powerful shoulder tackle. The strength-type talent, often referred to as the brute talent, made sense. Once the physical body reached a certain level, it no longer bothered with reasoning. Following that, a mental attack puppet and a metal attribute puppet emerged one after another. For someone like Fong Xin, who had been through countless battles, these were mere child's play, easily dispatched. Before entering, he thought it would be difficult, but now he found it much simpler than the beheading missions he had encountered before. Student Fong Xin, 2nd level. Cleared. Total time for the first 2 levels, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. As he entered the 3rd level, he encountered a beast master attack. Fong Xin chuckled at the sight. He immediately waved his arm, and 2 shadows, one black and one white, flickered and 2 wolves appeared. Since the test was so simple, he decided not to waste time and brought the 2 wolves along to attack and speed through the level. If he could achieve a ranking, there would be points to earn. Outside the examination room, Li Bao's score hung high above everyone else's. 7 minutes and 1 second. This score could rank among the top 5 in the history of Tiandun Academy. Many new students, and even many teachers, stretched their necks to look in Li Bao's direction. Li Bao felt a bit shy and retreated behind Zhang Yaozu, scratching her head, seemingly not fond of being stared at. However, this demeanor clashed with the 2 machetes tucked under her armpits. Shi Lang, with a bruised face, walked over. Both of his eyes were swollen shut, leaving only 2 slits to see through, and one side of his lip was puffed up. He tilted his mouth and took a sip of water with the other half, saying, "Bauer is really amazing." 7 minutes and 1 second. Bai Yulin, who had a swollen face, and Xinyu, who had a dislocated arm, also came over. Bauer is really impressive. First place by a landslide. 5 minutes less than the second place. What about Xin Gu? Shi Lang asked again. He just went in. Shi Lang tightened the cap on his bottle. Bauer said she can't beat Xin Gu. If Bauer is at 7 minutes and 1 second, how much does Xin Gu need? 6 minutes? What do you think, Bauer? Li Bauer looked up, appearing a bit dazed and silly. I don't know. I haven't fought him. He can't possibly finish in under 5 minutes, right? Zhang Yaozu inquired. Shi Lang licked his swollen lips. Under 5 minutes? Zhang Meiqiu, are you joking? In the entire history of Tiandun Academy, there have only been 2 seniors who finished in under 5 minutes. The best score in history is 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and the entrance test back then wasn't as difficult as it is now. Can't you think a bit bigger, you fatso? Sure, Tai Lang retorted, but you have to be grounded in reality. You can't just dream and talk nonsense for the sake of your grand vision. The fatso only knows how to argue with me. How many minutes did our instructor Zhuge clear it in? Instructor Zhuge directly skipped the training camp and joined the 9th division. But with his talent, getting into the top 3 is easy. Sure, Tai Lang brought the topic back. Speaking of which, Bauer is really amazing. Some people couldn't even last 7 minutes in the first round, and Bauer cleared it in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin raised his chin. As for the others, let alone lasting 7 minutes, at least 1,200 people couldn't last 3 minutes. After all, before coming here, they were all students, lacking practical combat experience. The puppets in the baseline test are all peak level 1 combatants. It's not surprising they couldn't last 3 minutes. Zhang Yaozu linked arms with Li Bauer, so it further proves how awesome our Bauer is. Has Xin Gu eaten half of his pancake and porridge? Sure, Tai Lang noticed the half-eaten food in Zhang Yaozu's hand. Yeah, I just took a couple of bites when the announcement for the exam came in. I need to go heat it up for him in a bit. While they were talking, the previously noisy faculty and students suddenly quieted down. Sure, Tai Lang looked around with his swollen eyes and whispered, "What's going on? What happened?" Everyone turned to look at the big screen displaying the scores. The screen flickered. A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's. In the stands, the elderly dean wore a kind and gentle smile, looking far in Li Bauer's direction. His eyes were filled with pride and joy at seeing a junior surpassing their predecessors. Wait, when it's time to award the top 3, I'll personally present this little girl with her prize. Okay, Dean Su. Dean Su clasped his hands over his belly. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's been many years since a new student has made it under 10 minutes. Dean, isn't it because the difficulty of the entrance baseline tests has been increasing year by year? A middle-aged man flattered from the side. Director Su twirled his thumbs together. Doesn't this just prove how impressive this little girl is? Who brought her in? Everyone turned to look at Zhu Gahang. The director patted Zhu Gahang's shoulder with satisfaction. You always manage to surprise me. Zhu Gahang grinned. Old Su, this is just the beginning. The director slightly tilted his head and asked, what's her background? Zhu Gahang laughed. There are only a few who are skilled with knives in Longhua. Her surname is Li. I don't believe you can't guess. The director was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, is she that person's granddaughter? Exactly. The director, excited, moved his fingers, his face beaming with a smile. I said, such a strong little girl can't come from an ordinary family. How many new students are left to finish testing? Someone nearby replied, Director, there are still over 90. The director adjusted his clothes. Then it's a done deal that this little girl is the first of this session. Let's go, prepare. I need to personally award this little girl. As he spoke, the director stood up. But just as he did, the previously noisy students and teachers of Tiandun Academy fell silent. All the students and teachers turned to look at the large screen displaying the results. They saw the ranking table flicker. Li Bauer's first place slowly shifted to second. A name gradually appeared above Li Bauer's name. Student, Fong Chen, 9th Division, time, 3 minutes 12 seconds. The entire school, with over 1,000 to nearly 2,000 people, fell silent. The venue was quiet, not a sound could be heard, as if everyone had been cast under a spell of stillness. A few seconds later, the school erupted. Damn! 3 minutes 12 seconds? Am I seeing things? Is this real? No way, bro. You cleared it in over 3 minutes? You cleared it in 3 minutes 12 seconds and you did it without taking any damage? I thought 7 minutes 1 second was unbeatable. Who is this guy? What do you mean by monster room? This is what a monster room is. I can't take it anymore. Over 1,200 new students from other divisions couldn't last 3 minutes, and this one cleared it in 3 minutes 12 seconds. The best record in Tiandun Academy's history was 3 minutes 39 seconds. This breaks the record. The difference between first and second is 3 minutes 12 seconds, and the difference between second and third is over 5 minutes. The difference between first and me is like between a human and a dog. Stop it, I heard there's an B-level fire attribute watchdog with level 8 combat power in the 9th division, you're not even as good as their dog. I can't take it anymore. I strongly suggest removing the 9th division members from the list, it's too demoralizing for the rest of us. Bro, stop it, this score is hitting our 9th division hard too. Among the crowd, Qin Juanhao, covered in injuries, was stunned upon seeing Fong Xian's name. Many new students from the 7th division, who knew Fong Xian because of Qin Juanhao, were now in awe of Fong Xian's score and looked down on Qin Juanhao even more. Zhang Xiaoqiao looked up at the leaderboard, and upon seeing Fong Xian's name, adjusted her glasses and smiled sweetly. A classmate beside her asked, Cha-cha, what are you smiling about? Nothing. The director, who was about to leave, raised his head, his eyes wide in disbelief. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, leaned forward with his hands on the table, and stared at the results again. 3 minutes 12 seconds. Absolutely correct. The director's finger trembled as he pointed at the big screen. 3 minutes 12 seconds? Other leaders from Tiandun Academy in the same row were also astonished beyond words. It's a record. It's a record, director. The dean was emotionally stirred, sat down, patted his racing heart, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and his excited mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. His gaze shifted to the calm white-haired Jahang. Oh, Juga? Did you foresee this? Not far off. Did you find this new student? That's right. Jahang grinned, showing his small white teeth. The dean patted Jahang's shoulder vigorously. You rascal, I'll give you first-class merit. No, I have to tell Olji this good news. While on the phone, the dean asked, Juga, what's the background of this person named Fong Xin? Jahang stood up slowly with his hands in his pockets, pulled out a hand to pat Dean Su's shoulder, leaned down and whispered in his ear, Old Su, knowing some things too early isn't good, you'll definitely find out later. Dean Su was momentarily stunned as the call connected. A strong, elderly voice came from the other end. Hello? Dean Su quickly picked up the phone. Olji, it's me, Su Bushing, I have good news to report. Tiandun Academy's first place in this year's baseline test, 3 minutes and 12 seconds, a new record. What's the name? Fong Xin. Laughter erupted from the other end. Good, huh, I got it. Is Juga there with you? Pass the phone to him. Dean Su stood up. Juga, Olji wants to speak to you. Jahang was about to leave but turned back upon hearing this. This usually arrogant white-haired boy became unexpectedly polite and respectful on the phone. Olji, what can I do for you? After a few responses, Jahang hung up and handed the phone back to Dean Su. Dean Su wanted to ask something else, but Jahang waved his hand and disappeared from the spot. Dean, how are we going to present the awards now? I'll present the awards to the top 3. Su Bushing replied, feeling puzzled. Olji's tone earlier seemed to indicate he already knew about this new student named Fong Xin. Coupled with what Jahang had just said, Su Bushing was curious and turned to look in Fong Xin's direction, pondering what background this young man had. Fong Xin walked out of the exam room, rubbing his shoulders. Xin gu. Shi Tailang shouted at the top of his lungs, directly picking Fong Xin up and spinning him around. Xin gu is amazing. Shi Tailang was almost shouting, his throat raw. Fong Xin took the unfinished food from Zhang Yaozu's hands. Zhang Yaozu blankly handed over the pancake and porridge to Fong Xin. It's still hot. Xin gu, you are incredible, over 3 minutes, you broke the record, do you know that? Shi Tailang said excitedly. Zhang Yaozu retorted, you fatso, you just said Xin gu couldn't do it in under 5 minutes. Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. I only knew Xin gu was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Fong Xin quickly said, it was just luck, really not me being strong, mainly, the test was too easy. Shi Tailang spread his hands, listen to yourself, is that even human talk? Can't fight, can't pretend, are we even allowed to live? Just as Fong Xin was about to speak, Jahang appeared beside him. One hand rested on Fong Xin's shoulder. The next second, Fong Xin was surprised to find that the voices of Shi Tailang and the others nearby became muffled, as if separated by an air wall, and those people seemed unable to see Jahang. There's something I forgot to tell you. Fong Xin looked at Jahang in confusion. Jahang's hand remained on Fong Xin's shoulder. You shouldn't go around telling people you're the grandson of the Emperor Fong Chen. If others ask, don't say anything either. Although your grandfather's wrongful case was cleared, many people in the divine court were severely injured by him when he left. Those people are now in high positions in the Heavenly Shield Bureau. If they find out you're the grandson of the Emperor Fong Chen, you won't escape the harsh realities of society. When I checked your information before, I modified your family's details a bit. If one doesn't look closely, they won't find anything. Currently, only Old Master Yi, I, and Xiao Lu from the 9th Division know your identity. But your identity will eventually be exposed, so before that happens, do your best to improve your own strength. Old Master Yi and I can indeed help you avoid a lot of trouble, but we can't be there to solve your problems every moment of every day. Also, your recent popularity will definitely attract attention, so be cautious. Just aim for the top 10 in the midterm test. Fong Xin quickly asked, wait, don't go. I have one more thing to ask. Go ahead. What is it? Can I see the detailed case file of my parents' car accident? Jahang paused for a moment, then said, actually, the official investigation hasn't turned up any useful clues.
The various leads are all tangled up, and it's hard to find a starting point. Your parents' information is encrypted because, first, this case is indeed strange and has connections to other cases from many years ago, and second, because their research involved high-level secrets. Your current realm is too low, and your position is too low, so you can't see it. Moreover, this case is currently under multi-party investigation, and the 9th Division doesn't have absolute authority. Even I can't fully intervene. Fong Chen was taken aback. You can't fully intervene? Jahang shrugged. So you see how complicated this case is, right? Your main task now is to improve your strength. When your strength is high enough, everyone will be at your command, and you can investigate whatever you want. Since we're on this topic, I must remind you that there may be people coming to ask you about your parents. Just say what you know, and if you don't know, no matter how they try to lead you, just say you don't know, especially those people from the church. Fong Chen was a bit confused. Why is the church involved? That's why I said it's complicated. Fong Chen lowered his gaze, not expecting this matter to involve so much. Jahang had just mentioned that the case of Fong Chen's parents was connected to cases from many years ago. This made Fong Chen's mind instantly recall the beautiful girl with ice blue eyes. The case of Ailey's parents and her sister was also related to Fong Chen's parents. Ailey had mentioned there were other leads. Now that both of them wanted to investigate the same things, their objectives were aligned. He needed to strengthen his contact with Ailey. I'm leaving, Jahang said and then disappeared from the spot. The previously vague voices of Shi Tai Lang and the others gradually became clearer, and the surrounding chatter grew louder. Zhang Yaozu waved his hand in front of Fong Chen's eyes. Xin go. What are you daydreaming about? Fong Chen came back to his senses. Nothing, just thinking about some other things. Just now, the announcement said the top 3 of you need to go receive your awards. Our Dean Su is personally presenting the awards. Fong Chen looked over. The Dean of the Heavenly Shield Academy was smiling at Fong Chen and the others, his gaze lingering on Fong Chen and Li Bauer. He seemed quite fond of these 2 new students. Li Bauer appeared a bit socially anxious, following closely behind Fong Chen as they both went on stage. The one in 3rd place, named Ji Xuanzi, had already gone up on stage. Ji Xuanzi was not very tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a sturdy build. When he saw Fong Chen and Li Bauer walking up to the stage together, he smiled and nodded at them. Fong Chen also politely smiled and nodded back. Surpassing personally came over to present the awards, which included points, a trophy, a certificate, and a spatial ring. When he handed the trophy to Fong Chen, Subtitles held Fong Chen's hand. That's great. Where is your home? Lon City. Subtitles nodded. Lon City, huh? His tone was slightly elongated, as if he were pondering which powerful family or organization from Lon City could cultivate such a young talent. He then patted Li Bauer on the head. Li Bauer? I know your grandfather. How is he doing lately? Li Bauer looked up and took the trophy, saying innocently, oh, he's doing great. That's good to hear. I'll visit him when I have the chance. Li Bauer looked up straight and said, oh, my grandfather said that if someone tells me they will visit him, I should tell that person. Stop pretending. What false courtesy. You know in your heart whether you will come or not. Su Buoshang's smile twitched, forcing out a grin. Old Li is still as spirited as ever. This month, I will visit him. Li Bauer took the other prizes and said, oh, my grandfather also said that if someone specifies when they will visit him, I should tell that person. My grandfather only sees me now. Everyone else is a hypocritical little person, and he won't see them. Su Buoshang's smile froze, but fortunately, he was old enough to have thick skin and still maintained his smile. What else did he say? Li Bauer spoke softly and a bit timidly. My grandfather also said that if the person asking me these questions is Subtitles, I should tell Subtitles that if he dares to make things difficult for my granddaughter, my knife can cross half a kingdom and pierce your brow. Cough, cough. Su Buoshang's face turned from green to white, and he forced out another smile. Old Li is really as mischievous as ever. Fong Chen stifled a laugh and looked at Li Bauer more closely. This cute teammate, who was fair and tender, was surprisingly impactful, making the high-ranking Dean Su laugh more awkwardly than cry with just a few words. However, Fong Chen was genuinely interested in Li Bauer's grandfather, feeling that the old man must be quite interesting. Moreover, he must be very strong and terrifying. That remark about his knife crossing half a kingdom and piercing the brow was definitely not just talk. Looking at Dean Su's expression, it was clear that Li Bauer's grandfather could indeed do such things. How strong must one be to accomplish such feats? It wasn't just about strength. Subtitles was the dean of the Tiandun Academy, and his status was evident. Fong Chen looked at Li Bauer's profile as she offered him her chips, signaling him to eat together. Fong Chen smiled. Who would have thought that this exceptionally talented and innocent teammate was actually a genuine third-generation martial artist?
Subtitles walked up to Jishwansa. Jishwansa bowed slightly. "Hello, Dean, I am Jishwansa." Subtitles was taken aback, sizing up Jishwansa, from the G family? Jishwansa had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The tips of his thick eyebrows were slightly raised, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Subtitles patted Jishwansa on the shoulder. "Very good, promising young man. It brings me great comfort to see such excellent young people in your new generation." Jishwansa bowed his head and nodded. "Thank you, Dean. How is your old man doing lately?" Subtitles instinctively asked this question, and after saying it, he inexplicably glanced at Li Bauer, who was focused on munching her chips nearby. After all, Li Bauer's words just now had quite an impact. For someone in a high position like him, it had been a long time since he had been confronted like that. Jishwansa spoke comfortably. "Director, our old man has been in good health lately. Before the school year starts, he asked me to send his regards to you." Subtitles patted Jishwansa on the shoulder. "That's good." The group took a photo together. After that, all the new students lined up according to their respective units. Subtitles delivered the entrance speech. During the speech, Xiaolu came over and softly told the new students of the 9th Division not to publicize their exam results, and that everything that happened at Tiandun Academy must not be disclosed, including all facilities on campus, information about the mentors, and any information about teammates. If discovered, expulsion from Tiandun Academy would be the lightest punishment, and in severe cases, they could face imprisonment. While explaining this, it became clear that Sister Xiaolu was the counselor for the new students of the 9th Division. According to Shi Tailang, Sister Xiaolu appeared pure and sweet, with a gentle temperament, resembling a neighborly older sister, but her background was not ordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Tiandun Bureau. After the event, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As Fong Chen and the others walked side by side to the dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly stood still, head down, his body slightly twitching. He was mumbling to himself. A somewhat childish voice came from his mouth. "Brother, let me come out and play for a while." But a steady voice reprimanded, "No. Can't you see our sister wants to chat with Fong Xin? Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to chat with all my teammates. I'm not just trying to talk to Fong Xin alone." A clearly female voice came out, and it was obvious that Bai Yulin's face turned slightly red, looking at Fong Xin with a hint of playful reproach. Fong Xin felt a tightness in his chest, shivering inside, thinking, "You're blushing like a teapot." Then a very rough voice came out. "What the hell are you chatting about? A bunch of useless people, with such garbage scores, you still have the face to play? Let me out. I want to have a match with Fong Xin to settle the score." Shi Tailang leaned closer to Fong Xin. "Don't be afraid, this kid has a very unique talent, it's even quite magical. When his sister's personality takes over his body will also transform into that of a girl." Fong Xin's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder when he first met Bai Yulin at noon, the female voice he spoke with sounded so natural, not like a fake voice. This ability to switch between male and female bodies was something Fong Xin had never heard of before. After a violent twitching of his body, Bai Yulin shook his head vigorously, his dazed pupils refocusing, and he reached out to Fong Xin. "Hello, Brother Xin, I'm Bai Yulin." Fong Xin extended his hand to shake Bai Yulin's, and it was clear that Bai Yulin's appearance had slightly changed. He had just looked very feminine and beautiful, even a bit like a mature woman, but now he appeared much more androgynous. Shi Tailang suggested that after they return, everyone should take a shower and gather in the dormitory for hot pot in the evening. They had only had a hurried meal at noon, and since Fong Xin wasn't there, they didn't feel satisfied. The few people present, if nothing unexpected happened, would form a small team after graduation. They would have a long time to get along, so they wanted to build good relationships and adjust to each other from the start. When selecting students initially, the compatibility of each team member's talents was considered. Each small team included roles for command, offense, defense, control, and support. In the small team that Fong Xin was in, given the current situation, Fong Xin is responsible for overall command and launching the attack. The knife god talent Dai Li Bauer is in charge of close combat. The main mental system talent with multiple personalities Bai Yulin is responsible for long-range attacks. The earth attribute talent Giant Shinyu is in charge of defense, and the main healing system talent Machuer Zhang Yaozu is the healer, while the chubby boy with martial arts talent goes wherever support is needed. It seems that when Jahang selected these new students, he already had a plan in mind. Back in the dormitory, as Fong Xin was getting ready to take a shower, Chu Xinyao sent a message. "Little Fong, you're amazing. I'm now your little fan." Fong Xin was a bit puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "Oomph. You ranked first in the school for the baseline exam. I knew little Fong was the best. How did you find out?" Fong Xin was confused.
Sister Xiaolu had specifically mentioned that everything happening in the school today was not to be leaked, and Chu Xinyao was not in the Tian Shield Academy, so how did she know this news? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message, sweetly saying, "Little Fong, call me sister, and I'll tell you."
Fong Xian pondered for a moment, now very sure that Chu Xinyao had gone to the church.
According to what he knew, the church held significant power, even rivaling the Ninth Bureau. But a regular student like Chu Xinyao, who had just enrolled, couldn't possibly see Fong Xian's results. There was only one possibility. Did you hear it from your dad? There was a long silence on Chu Xinyao's side. Little Fong, how did you know? Just a guess. Humph. I'm mad. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao sent a series of symbols and numbers, looking like a message typed out of anger.
Fong Xian looked at the long string of numerical characters.
In the past, Chu Xinyao loved to play encrypted games with Fong Xian, passing notes in class without writing words, just sending numerical symbols. The numerical symbols corresponded to the strokes of Chinese characters that the two had arranged and combined themselves.
Fong Xian was already very familiar with the recombined strokes of Chinese characters.
He understood at a glance what the string of numerical symbols from Chu Xinyao meant. The church is looking for you, be careful, my messages are being monitored, do not ask. After seeing this message, Fong Xian's heart surged with waves of shock. This afternoon, after the baseline test ended, Jahang had specifically mentioned this matter to Fong Xian. He also mentioned that various forces were involved in his parents' case, and the church was also involved, and they would come to ask Fong Xian about something later. Now, Chu Xinyao had sent a message specifically mentioning this matter. This news was definitely not known to everyone in the church. Without a doubt, Chu Xinyao had seen this information from her father. Although it was unclear what position her father held in the church, it certainly wasn't insignificant. This confirmed that the information was accurate. The reason they were looking for Fong Xian had been explained to him a long time ago by Jahang. Jahang had said that Fong Xian's parents discovered a substance that could change genes at minimal cost. Therefore, the car accident that caused their deaths was shrouded in conspiracy.
Now, behind what Fong Xian knew, there must be a hidden mastermind. Fong Xian's thoughts returned to Chu Xinyao's message.
This news from Chu Xinyao was most likely seen from her father.
She also warned Fong Xian to be extra careful, which indicated that the visitors were not friendly. He replied to Chu Xinyao, "Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a big meal." "I'll remember that."
"Oh, you ranked first in the baseline test. My dad praised you for being excellent, and also, we agreed before that after your midterm test, there would be a holiday. My dad wants to invite you to my house as a guest to thank you for saving me before."
"No problem. I'm going to take a shower now."
"Okay. The weather has turned cold, so be sure to add some layers, remember to eat on time, and don't forget to chat with me when you have some free time."
After sending a message, Fong Xian went to take a shower. At 6 in the afternoon, Surpassing had already started preparing hot pot in his dormitory. All kinds of ingredients were ready. This guy had somehow managed to get a huge iron gourd filled to the brim with liquor. Fong Xian, Bai Yulan, and Xinyu were drinking beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Baoer had juice. Surpassing took a big gulp from the iron gourd filled with white liquor.
Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces, Zhang Yaozu, Surpassing's childhood friend, explained, "Don't be surprised, this fat guy has a particularly good alcohol tolerance. It's an old family tradition. Plus, before he drinks, he has an S-level martial arts talent, and after drinking, it's SS-level." Noticing everyone's astonishment, Surpassing held the gourd and said, "Out there, I can be a big brother, but in front of you all, I'm just a little brother, especially in front of Xian Gu and Baoer Jia. I'm the little brother of little brothers." Bai Yulan curiously asked, "Xian Gu, you're so strong, your parents or elders must be strong too, right?" Zhang Yaozu bumped his knee against Bai Yulan's under the table, giving him a wink to signal him to stop talking nonsense.
Fong Xian clearly sensed this but still smiled and said, "My parents are gone, I'm an orphan." "Sorry, Xian Gu," Bai Yulan quickly replied. Fong Xian shrugged it off, saying, "Oh, what's there to be sorry about? Otherwise, do you think I became this strong for no reason? As the old saying goes, if you're not an orphan, how can you be the main character?" Seeing Fong Xian like this, the others also chuckled. Let's eat. Surpassing continued. The meal was filled with joy, and everyone got to know each other a bit better. After dinner, Xiaolu sent a message in the group, saying that the class schedule had been arranged, and everyone should remember to check their own schedules. Because the awakened talents were different, the mentors were also different, so everyone's courses would naturally vary. Among everyone's talents, the strongest one was called the main talent, and the training here would lean towards the main talent. Besides talent courses, there were also courses on combat tactics, as well as various geography and cultural courses, and even secret codes for dealing with various factions. Fong Chen took a glance and saw that his strength-type talent mentor was named Hua Cheng.
By clicking on each mentor's avatar, one could enter the mentor's account homepage, where there were evaluations from past students about each mentor. After flipping through Hua Cheng's evaluations, he found that he was a level 10 strength-type powerhouse, exceptionally strong physically, resembling a Buddhist Vajra, so his colleagues referred to him as Hua Vajra. Because he was the sixth child in his family, both the underworld and the upper world called him Hua Lu Yi. He not only served as a mentor here but also as the leader of Group 6 in the 9th Division.
Past students affectionately called him Hua Lu Gu. He was known for his fiery temper but also for being fiercely protective of his students and subordinates. Anyone who touched his students or subordinates without reason would be the first to face his wrath. Fong Chen browsed through and found that several of his secondary talents also had courses scheduled. The courses for the perception-type talent were slightly fewer than those for the strength-type talent, and the mentor for the perception type was a super beauty named Cheng Bingqing. Past students unanimously described Cheng Bingqing with just 2 words, goddess. The mentor column for the light-type talent was empty. New students with light-type talents were almost entirely monopolized by the church, as all strong light-type individuals were in the church. The mentor for the mental-type talent was an elderly lady wearing square glasses, and in the photo, she was knitting a sweater. Even through the photo, Fong Chen could feel her gaze making him uneasy. The old lady's real name is Sun Bijuan, a level 12 powerhouse in the mental system, but she is not from the 9th Division. She was specially invited here because her late husband was from the 9th Division. The comments below are all anonymously posted, criticizing her as a ruthless exterminator, inhumane, and other harsh terms. Fong Chen flipped through all the comments, some even accused her in dozens of posts, totaling tens of thousands of comments. There were fewer than 100 praising her, and any positive remarks were fiercely attacked by other anonymous users. Just a moment ago, Fong Chen thought the comments left by previous seniors were all good, but it seems that's not the case. Bai Yulin held his phone. The sky is falling. Brothers, has anyone signed up for the exterminators class? Sure. Tai Lang, who had just taken a sip of his drink, spat it out upon hearing this, laughing maliciously. Old Bai, you're doomed, ha ha. I'm doomed too. Fong Chen chimed in. You both are doomed, ha. Sure. Tai Lang laughed in a way that was quite annoying. Xiangu, that old lady doesn't care how talented you are or what your ranking is in the preliminary exam. She treats everyone equally with her bad temper. Old Bai, Xiangu, I will often remember you too and burn incense for you, ha ha. Bai Yulin hugged Fong Xiangu, we are now brothers in misfortune. Fong Xian patted Bai Yulin on the back. Xiao Bai, you might have misunderstood. The mental system talent is just my secondary profession. It's not a big deal if I don't attend this class. As long as I have perfect attendance in my main professions classes, that's enough. Bai Yulin grinned innocently. Xiangu, for other classes, you can skip if it's not your main profession. The instructors will turn a blind eye. But for the exterminators class, don't even think about skipping. You have to arrive 5 minutes early. If you're late, you won't have a good time. Is that true? Bai Yulin said hopelessly. My uncle is her student. Back then, he thought the same way as you. Now he's over 40, graduated more than 20 years ago, and even seeing that old lady with the knitting needles makes him nervous. Fong Xian looked at the photo of the old lady, still somewhat skeptical, preparing to see for himself if it was really that terrifying. He flipped the course schedule down. The mentor for the Beast Mastery talent had no name, just a big question mark. After clicking on the question mark avatar, many comments were just posted. Is anyone there? I heard this mysterious mentor is the master of the Beast Palace. Is it true? If anyone knows, please confirm. Don't listen to rumors. Someone of the Beast Palace master's status wouldn't come here to be a mentor. The person above, don't show off your intelligence. I have reliable news that this mysterious mentor really is the master of the Beast Palace. There's a student in the 9th Division whose Beast Mastery talent is exceptional, and even the old master of the Beast Palace has taken notice. The master is coming to teach to make connections. Damn, it's again from the 9th Division. Who is this big shot? Does anyone know? I don't know, but anyone who can sign up for the Beast Palace Masters class is lucky to be associated with this person. The school is taking this opportunity to let us benefit from the Beast Palace Masters class. Thanks to this big shot from the 9th Division, who is ranked high in the 9th Division's preliminary test and has Beast Mastery as their main talent. It seems like Brother Underwear's main talent is Beast Mastery. Now that you mention it, someone asked Brother Underwear, and he smiled without answering or refusing. But his expression probably says it all. Wow, Brother Underwear has this identity too? Thinking about it now, it's not surprising that he's the Red Underwear war god. But Brother Underwear is so impressive on the battlefield. Why didn't he make it into the top 3 in this preliminary test? You probably don't understand this, but as the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot, and the tree that stands tall is bound to be toppled by the wind. Brother Underwear is doing this to start low and rise high, to first survive and develop a bit, and when the time comes, he will directly stun everyone with a big surprise. Besides, the Beastmaster talent is something that gains strength in the later stages. Take that first place guy, Fong Chen, he has a strength talent, which is a brute force talent that is basically unbeatable in the early stages. This is also the main reason he can take first place. Wow! I just asked Brother Underwear, and it turns out his family really has connections with the Beast Palace. Brother Underwear let it slip while eating that the fierce beast he currently has was actually sent to him by the Beast Palace. Thanks to Brother Underwear, we get to benefit from the terrifying courses of the Beast Palace's master for free. Brother Underwear is amazing. Fong Chen read through the post and couldn't help but shake his head. This fake Brother Underwear really likes to impersonate others. When he returned to the dorm after dinner, it was already past 9, almost 10. Sister Xiaolu sent a message asking if Fong Chen wanted to be the new student representative to speak at the morning assembly. Fong Chen directly refused. According to Jahang, Fong Chen's first place in the preliminary round had already attracted a lot of attention. It was better to be a bit cautious for now. Fong Chen lay on his bed in the dorm and casually took out the phone his grandfather had sent him to check. His grandfather hadn't sent any messages in the past few days, and he didn't know where his grandfather was at the moment. As for the midterm test at the No. 9 Demon Ruins, there was still a long time to go. Fong Chen reopened the video to watch. He pondered over the matter of seeing the King of Slaughter in the mirror that night. He stood up and checked the dorm room. He didn't find anything suspicious. But just to be safe, Fong Chen decided to be cautious. He was currently under the spotlight and had caught the attention of the church. If the King of Slaughter appeared in the mirror and caused a stir, he would be taken away for dissection, which would be more trouble than it was worth. The smart device vibrated. Fong Chen picked it up and saw it was a message from Jahang. The virtual screen displayed, "You have a delivery. Would you like to check it?" Fong Chen clicked yes. He saw a small sculpture less than 10 centimeters tall. Fong Chen held the screen to his palm, and the small sculpture slowly transferred to his hand, looking quite similar to the one Chu Xinyo had given him before. There are 2 light-based talent skills in here, but they are only 9th tier skills. However, they are enough for you right now. You can make do with them. The core skills of the light-based talent are strictly controlled by those old fossils in the church, so it's hard to get. If I have the chance, I'll find you a couple more skills from the church. Thanks. You're welcome. Fong Chen held the small sculpture, facing it towards the moonlit night sky, his gaze fixed on it as he contemplated. A few seconds later, a scene gradually appeared in Fong Chen's mind. A blurry figure completed a flash under the moonlight. Divine skill, flash of light. With the help of the light-based talent, he could achieve a teleportation within a certain range. Due to the skill's limitations, he could only teleport within 10 meters at the beginner level, and its upper limit could only achieve a flash within a 5-kilometer radius. Compared to Jahang's ability to cross several districts in just a few blinks, it was simply incomparable. But having it was better than not having it at all. However, as Fong Chen visualized, he suddenly noticed that the light shadow, which was originally like moonlight, had transformed into a figure almost equivalent to darkness, and with a whoosh, he teleported even farther than the original distance. Fong Chen suddenly realized that his killing talent seemed to enhance this skill. Originally, he could only teleport 10 meters at a basic level, but now he could teleport 30 meters, and its upper limit had increased from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. It had increased a full 3 times. Fong Chen now found that he understood too little about his killing talent. In addition to the light teleportation skill, there was another technique. Divine skill, light / a figure raised both hands high, and moonlight gradually formed a moonlight cross sword in his hands. Immediately, a phantom of the moon god gradually appeared behind him, and the moon god also raised the sword in his hand as the figure swung forward for a fierce slash. Within the initial 10-meter range, this sword struck the enemy at the speed of light, hitting 100% of the time. With the power of the moon god, it could unleash the peak strength of the user's current level. As Fong Chen visualized, the figure of the moon god gradually changed, not much different from the changes that appeared during his previous visualization. The silver armor worn by the moon god transformed into pitch black armor, with flashes of blood red color. Under the enhancement of the killing talent, the originally basic ability to lock onto enemies within 10 meters for the light slash instantly expanded to a distance of 30 meters. Fong Chen let out a slow breath. He hadn't expected that under the enhancement of the killing talent, he could unleash 3 times the combat power. A glint sparkled in Fong Chen's eyes.
However, if someone with a light-based talent saw him using this skill, they would definitely realize it was not a light-based talent, so he had to be cautious. Once used, he must ensure that everyone who saw it must die, and to prevent those with perception talents from extracting memories, he also needed to destroy their memories.
That night, as he was preparing to sleep, Fong Xian felt that there was some commotion in the next dormitory. He sensed it.
Bai Yulin was arguing with himself, using different voices, expressions, and tones, making a huge fuss. Sure, Tailang was holding a wine gourd, drinking while stroking it, looking like a pig, mumbling some lines that shouldn't be broadcasted. Li Bauer had two machetes standing on her bed, resting her head on one and propping her heels on the other, snoring loudly. Zhang Yaozu was actually sleepwalking, that was fine, but he was also hugging a pillow, swaying as if he were soothing a child. Shenyu seemed to say the least, but unexpectedly, this 2'6" tall guy wasn't sleeping on the bed but on the floor, curled up in a human-shaped sandbag's embrace like a child, mumbling about wanting milk.
Fong Xian sat up.
A small team had 6 people.
5 of them were abnormal.
What the hell was this, a monster house?
Are you sure this isn't a mental hospital? Fong Xian withdrew his perception, limiting it to his own room.
The next morning, a notification came in the group that there would be a conference in the morning.
First, the new student representative would speak, followed by the mentor representative.
When he arrived at the venue, he saw many people pointing at a spot in front. Fong Xian followed the direction everyone was pointing and saw the fake boxer Zhang Chang sitting at the front, wearing a shit yellow suit with shiny armor pieces reflecting light under the illumination, paired with bright red pants and golden shoes, his hair styled to shine as if a cow had licked it. This flamboyant outfit made him the most eye-catching person in the entire venue today. After the host's opening remarks, next, let's invite the mentor representative of this session to the stage. A very robust figure quickly stepped onto the stage, first saluting the leaders and the students below. Then he said, "Hello everyone, I am Chen Yuanjue, the team leader of the second group of the Special Operations Department of the Sky Shield Bureau, and one of the mentors for this year's mental department. It is an honor to stand here and welcome the new students." The Sky Shield Bureau was established in the early years of this century, aiming to defend the peace of our motherland and eliminate various social harm organizations led by the Eternal Night Army. We bear the arduous responsibility for the safety of the lives and property of ordinary people. After saying a lot, Chen Yuanjue continued, "I see that many new students seem to place great importance on the results of the entrance assessment. In fact, this result is only a reference because many new students have not experienced combat before coming here, so their results may not be ideal. However, after the upcoming specialized training, many of you will see a qualitative improvement in your results. So, having poor results now does not mean that will be your final results. Of course, if your entrance assessment results are good, don't be arrogant. It is very likely that you will be surpassed by other hard-working students later."
Fong Xian clearly sensed that many people's gazes were directed towards him.
After Chen Yuanjue finished speaking, the host took the stage again. "Thank you, Teacher Chen, for your speech. Next, let's invite the representative of this year's outstanding new students, Zhang Chang, to give a speech." After Zhang Chang stood up, he stomped his golden leather shoes, shook his shiny hair, and strode confidently towards the stage.
Many students below started to cheer. "Brother Underwear is awesome."
As expected of Brother Underwear. I said Brother Underwear was hiding his strength. Being the representative of outstanding new students says it all. Yesterday, because of the Beast Master Mentor, someone argued with me, saying that the Master of the Beast Palace wasn't coming for Brother Underwear. Now Brother Underwear has indirectly admitted it, and now he's been slapped in the face by Brother Underwear. This is the best proof. Zhang Chang cleared his throat. "Hello leaders, hello fellow students, my name is Zhang Chang, and I am honored to speak here as the representative of this year's outstanding new students."
Just now, Teacher Chen said something very true. The results of the entrance assessment do not represent everyone's future results. Some students who have good results now do not mean their future results will be good. Even if you break the school record, it is still possible for everyone to surpass you later. The words of the fake Brother Underwear immediately caused an uproar. Many people instinctively looked in Fong Xian's direction. It was obvious that Zhang Chang's words were aimed at Fong Xian. Fong Xian clearly did not expect Brother Underwear to target him in front of so many new students. Zhang Chang paused deliberately at this point, looking at Fong Xian. Even the leaders and mentors in the front row instinctively looked towards Fong Xian. The new students began to discuss among themselves. Soon, the new students were divided into 2 factions. One faction thought that wanting to surpass Fong Xian was simply a pipe dream. Those saying this sounded as if they hadn't woken up. Fong Xian had broken the college record to become the first person in the history of the Sky Shield Academy to achieve the highest score in the entrance assessment.
This was not just achieved by luck, it was earned through his own strength. Zhang Chang sounded like he was talking nonsense.
However, some people believed that Zhang Chang had a point.
Moreover, teacher Chen Yuanjue had also said the same thing earlier.
What are you all talking about? Teacher Chen Yuanjue just said the same thing. If you are not convinced, go argue with teacher Chen Yuanjue. Some people are really something. Exactly, the entrance assessment is not the same as future tests.
Some talents are just weak in the later stages. The one who ranked first in this entrance assessment has a power system talent, and those who understand it know. Besides, in the history of the Sky Shield Academy, there have been many who performed well in the entrance assessment but were later surpassed at graduation, not just one or two.
So what are you pretending for? Anyway, I stand with Brother Underwear. Brother Underwear is someone personally taught by the master of the Beast Palace. Do you think you guys can bark like dogs?
Many of you are riding on Brother Underwear's coattails, so why are you barking?
Have some backbone, okay? It's just that the entrance assessment was a bit better. It's not like you can't surpass it. The two factions of new students were chattering incessantly. Sitting next to Fong Xian, Shi Tailang glanced back. Do these people really not understand or are they just pretending? Do they think they can surpass New Brother? Are they still asleep?
Even New Brother's worst talent could get into the 9th division.
Do they even deserve to bark?
Fong Xian wasn't bothered by this questioning at all. In fact, he felt that this skepticism was just right for him to develop quietly. On the surface, he let these people surpass him, while secretly he was quietly developing, then he would crush everyone with his strength. Zhang Chang smiled, watching the new students below arguing endlessly, seemingly very satisfied with the current situation, as if this was the effect he wanted. He glanced at Fong Xian, filled with provocation, as if to say that he was originally the most popular among the new students, but now all the attention had been stolen by Fong Xian.
Fong Xian calmly looked at Zhang Chang and returned a smile. Shi Tailang muttered in dissatisfaction, what qualifications does someone like Zhang Chang have to be an outstanding new student representative? Why doesn't the school let New Brother go? Fong Xian laughed, because I declined.
The few companions in front were stunned for a moment, then they all laughed, thinking Zhang Chang was so impressive. But it turned out he picked up what Fong Xian didn't want. What was he showing off for? Until the host asked everyone to quiet down, Zhang Chang continued with his speech. When he got off the stage, he even tidied his hairstyle, holding his head high, like a rooster that had just successfully stepped on a hen. Until the end of the conference, the two factions ignited by Zhang Chang's words were still arguing. Some students who didn't perform well in the entrance assessment strongly supported Zhang Chang's words, while some new students scoffed at them. As a result, the conflict escalated, and in the end, some new students even started fighting. It wasn't until the instructors intervened that it stopped. The subsequent heated argument spread to the Sky Shield Academy's forum. In the end, someone made a harsh statement. Let's see during the midterm assessment if those with good grades can really be surpassed. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. After the assessment, it will be the moment to shatter your fantasies. To be blunt, the one who ranked first in the entrance assessment won't necessarily be first in the midterm. Level 3 combat power is a small watershed. After level 3, talents like mental system and witchcraft system can rub against strength system talents.
Let's wait and see. Fong Xian looked down on these impactful posts. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed.
The next morning was a class on strength system talents, and in the afternoon, there was a class on beast taming.
Fong Xian's phone vibrated. Someone added him as a friend.
When he opened it, he found it was someone with the nickname Baron Tianlong.
He casually opened the person's homepage, and the signature read Pure Love Old Boy.
Yesterday, he even shared daily photos, and only then did he realize it was the master of the Beast Palace, Shang Tianke.
Fong Xian rolled his eyes. You pure love, your grandpa.
If I hadn't seen you hugging two beautiful women with my own eyes, I might have believed it.
Fong Xian, I'm coming to teach you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Master Shang, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to tutor me.
Shang Tianke replied with a fist salute emoji. Let me ask you something. Is there a mentor named Chung Bingqing in your class?
Yes.
Fong Xian, can you help me with something?
Once it's done, I'll give you a 4th tier battle spirit beast.
Fong Xian replied cautiously. What is it? Shang Tianke, with his big face, said, can you give me Chang Bingqing's contact information?
Fong Xian chuckled. No wonder this old man is both a baron of the heavenly dragon and a pure-hearted old boy. It turns out he wasn't after me, but after our teacher Chang.
Isn't there contact information for each mentor in their profiles? That's your internal system. I can't see it. Look, your talent awakening was something I helped you with, right? Jahang is my good friend, and you are Jahang's prized student, so by extension, we can consider ourselves half good friends. Help a friend out. Fong Chen thought for a moment. Alright.
He turned around and sent Qin Juanhao's contact information to Shang Gongzhu.
Qin Juanhao's profile picture was a rather cute cartoon image, which should help him blend in.
Shang Gongzhu happily replied with a voice message, thanks, little brother. I'll bring the spirit beast to class tomorrow afternoon.
Is there any way you can send it over now? Fong Chen asked. Tomorrow was definitely not an option.
Shang Gongzhu said, no way, your site can only use internal channels for transmission, I can't send it over. Don't worry, you've helped your old brother with such a big favor, you'll definitely benefit from it. I won't say more, your old brother is off chasing love.
You mustn't say I gave you the contact information. Fong Chen reminded.
Don't worry, you've helped me so much, I would never betray you.
Night fell.
Qin Juanhao was racking his brain on how to rebuild relationships with the classmates from the 7th Division, his gaze gradually focused on Zhang Chang.
Zhang Chang had spoken with strong hostility towards Fong Chen at the freshman meeting today, and he had many followers.
If he could get close to Zhang Chang, he might be able to improve his reputation a bit. Just as he was pondering how to connect with Zhang Chang, his phone vibrated. Someone added him as a friend, with the note being the master of the Beast Palace.
Qin Juanhao sat up straight.
He flipped through the other person's accounts several times.
After opening their profile, it seemed that they really were the master of the Beast Palace based on their shared daily life. Qin Juanhao searched online for information about the master of the Beast Palace.
From the scattered introductions and photos, the person wanting to add him looked exactly the same. However, Qin Juanhao felt puzzled. It was true that his family had some money, but there were always bigger mountains and more capable people outside. In the eyes of the master of the Beast Palace, his family was nothing.
How could the master of the Beast Palace possibly take the initiative to add him as a friend?
Suddenly, Qin Juanhao had a flash of inspiration. It was rumored in the academy that Brother Underwear knew the master of the Beast Palace. The master of the Beast Palace came to teach because of Brother Underwear. Taking this opportunity, he could ask Brother Underwear and also get closer to him. Qin Juanhao immediately found someone to inquire about Brother Underwear's contact information. After that, he added him as a friend, and as soon as Brother Underwear accepted, Qin Juanhao initiated a conversation.
Changge, I'm Qin Juanhao, your admirer. Brother Underwear was very aloof. Brother Underwear, I have something I want to ask you.
Just now, someone wanted to add me as a friend, but I don't know such a big shot. I want to ask you to verify if it's real or if someone is impersonating them.
As he spoke, he sent a screenshot for Brother Underwear to see.
A few seconds later, Brother Underwear was not as aloof as before. This is Uncle Shine's contact information.
Who are you? I'm Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division, your admirer.
Who is your father?
Qin Juanhao was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied,
my father's name is Qin Zongxing.
Okay, Uncle Shang, do you have something to discuss?
I thought it was a scammer, so I didn't dare to accept, that's why I'm asking you.
I'll ask right now. Qin Juanhao held his phone, his excited hands trembling.
The dignified Lord Shang actually added his contact information. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Qin Juanhao clicked to accept the friend request.
Hello?
As soon as the message was sent, the other party immediately replied, no need for formalities, just call me Brother Shang, it feels more intimate.
Qin Juanhao was momentarily stunned. I wouldn't dare.
You are the Lord of the Beast Palace. Calling you Brother Shang is too presumptuous. I'll still call you Lord Shang.
There's nothing presumptuous about it. Outsiders can call me Lord Shang, but you are an exception, just call me Brother Shang. If you want to be even more familiar, you can call me Tian K.
Qin Juanhao's eyes widened in shock.
This isn't right.
The dignified Lord Shang, and here he is, a mere karaoke performer, calling him Brother Shang is already overstepping. If he were to call him Tian K, that would be outrageous.
I wouldn't dare, you flatter me too much. Your profile picture is very cute, just like you, very playful, very lovely, very lively. Lord Shang continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened even more. Why does that sound so strange? Did you add the wrong person? No, it's you. To be honest, ever since I saw you last time, I haven't been able to forget you.
I dreamed about you many times, and your figure has appeared in my dreams. I still remember the faint fragrance you exude, hard to forget.
Qin Juanhao felt a tightness in his chest. This sounds ominous. What fragrance could I possibly have? After some thought, Qin Juanhao wondered if Lord Shang really had added the wrong person. Lord Shang, do you know who I am? Of course, Teacher Little Orange, you are as pure as ice and jade. Qin Juanhao stiffened. Lord Shang, I am not the person you are looking for. Little rascal, trying to fool me. Lord Shang, I really am not the person you are looking for. Did you add the wrong person? You are looking for teacher Chang Bingqing, right? The other party was silent for a long time. Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division.
Qin Juanhao replied honestly.
But after saying this, Qin Juanhao regretted it. He had learned some incredible secrets. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead from nervousness.
You must not tell anyone about today. Do you understand? Lord Tianke said sternly. I definitely won't. I didn't see anything. As he spoke, Qin Juanhao deleted the chat history and took a screenshot for Lord Tianke to see. Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. It felt like he was keeping a huge secret. At that moment, Brother Pants asked Qin Juanhao, what did Uncle Shang add you for? He added the wrong person. After typing a few words, Qin Juanhao deleted them again. When out and about, identities are self-given, it's better to be a bit vague, making it easier to get closer to Zhang Chang later. After some consideration, Qin Juanhao replied to Zhang Chang, he told me a little something. What was it?
Brother Chang, the specific content.
It's really inconvenient to say. Qin Juanhao replied mysteriously. He set his phone aside. Now he knew a little secret about the Lord of the Beast Palace. He never expected such a powerful figure to have this side. The Beast Palace. Lord Tianke lay in the pool, with a beautiful white woman sitting beside him, massaging his temples. Lord Tianke rested his head on the woman's snowy white legs, and on either side of him were two stunning beauties, one serving him drinks and the other feeding him fruit. Setting his phone aside, Lord Tianke couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, my lord? Being tricked by that brat Fong Chen? Ha ha, how can you still laugh after being tricked? Shang Tianke smiled and said, this kid is different from others.
If it were someone else, to curry favor with me and get a 4th-tier spirit beast, they would definitely have pushed Chang Bingqing's contact information to me. But this kid didn't even ask for it.
He has principles, and I like to be friends with people who have principles. However, there's something I need to handle.
Go find a clear 0 pearl for me. I need it for tomorrow at Tiandun Academy. Just in case, I need to erase the Qin Juanhao's memory.
I don't want to be embarrassed later. Tomorrow afternoon in class, I also need to give that brat Fong Xian a good beating. Damn it! That little rascal dares to mess with me. Reverse the heavens. The next morning, after breakfast, the morning class was for the power system talent, held in the gravity chamber. Fong Xian greeted a few people and walked towards the gravity chamber. Not many people came to attend Master Hua Chenghua's class.
There were only a dozen or so students, and this class was not taught solely by Hua Chang. Hua Chang taught only the top students. Most of the attendees were power system talents.
After Fong Xian arrived, he took a glance around.
More than half of the other new students with power system talents were super muscular. Each one was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. At the very least, they had some bulk.
Fong Xian was relatively on the thinner side among them. However, Fong Xian belonged to the type that looked slim in clothes but had muscle when undressed. Seeing Fong Xian enter, the classmates all nodded at him. After all, Fong Xian was first in the baseline test.
Although what Zhang Chang said yesterday caused a lot of controversy, the power system talent was looked down upon by many, successfully standing at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. This led to the new students with power system talents uniting, all supporting Fong Xian.
New brother! A group of classmates greeted Fong Xian. Fong Xian also nodded in acknowledgement.
They all introduced themselves briefly.
Including Fong Xian, there were 12 people.
While a few were chatting, someone walked in from outside.
Teacher Hua. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him.
Before class, they had all seen photos of Hua Chenghua Jin Gang, so they naturally recognized who the person was.
Hua Chang was
1.9 meters tall, very sturdy and solid, wearing the unique uniform of the 9th Division, and his presence was very imposing. Meeting his fate, past students like to call me Brother Hua Lu.
If you don't mind, you can also call me Brother Hua Lu. Brother Hua Lu. A group of classmates called out. Fong Xian followed suit, clearly sensing that this Brother Hua Lu was genuinely generous and not just putting on a show.
Many graduated seniors had good things to say about Hua Chang, which was enough to prove his character.
Hua Chang took off his jacket and draped it over the nearby equipment. Let's get straight to the point.
Those who come to me are all power system talents, which are often referred to as reckless talents or strength worker talents, always at the bottom of the hierarchy. But true strong individuals never care about what others say. The most correct approach for a strong person is to use their strength to break through societal prejudices and shatter the labels. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills, which proves that in the face of absolute strength, many flashy things are just empty talk. Of course, if we combine powerful strength with top-notch skills and incredible speed, our explosive combat power is unparalleled.
Fong Xian. Hua Chang suddenly called out. Fong Xian, who was listening attentively, was momentarily stunned and immediately raised his hand. Here, use all your strength and attack me. Fong Xian was once again taken aback, knowing that Hua Chang wanted to demonstrate something for everyone. Without much thought, he charged at Hua Chang with an Iron Mountain crash. Hua Chang remained motionless, simply raising a hand to press down on Fong Xian's shoulder. Fong Xian immediately changed his attack stance, fists like cannons, elbows like knives, knees like spears, charging at Hua Chang from various tricky angles. These attack moves were honed by Fong Xian through countless battles, and all these techniques were based on a martial art called Bajiquan that his grandfather had taught him. However, during the attack, Fong Xian was astonished to find that no matter how fast his strikes were, Hua Chang's defense was impenetrable, and the strength he prided himself on seemed utterly worthless in front of Hua Chang. Nevertheless, during this assault, the corners of Hua Chang's mouth involuntarily curled up. The other classmates also let out gasps of surprise. Fong Xian's powerful and overwhelming attack style brought them a visual feast, while Hua Chang's calm demeanor made them feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. After everything ended, Hua Chang was the first to raise his hand and applaud. The other classmates followed suit, raising their hands to clap. Hua Chang patted Fong Xian's shoulder. No wonder you are valued by Zhuge, you truly are exceptional. Did everyone see that? Although Fong Xian's attacks had a few flaws, there was something very commendable about them. Every strike was aimed directly at the vital points, which is crucial in battle. In life and death situations, it's either you die or I die, so never miss any opportunity to take your enemy's life. Regardless of how flashy other talents' attack styles may be, we can knock them down with a single punch. I also heard a bit about what the new student representative said at yesterday's freshman conference, claiming that level 3 combat power is a watershed moment, and that after level 3, other talents can easily suppress us power-type talents. That's complete nonsense. I don't care what other power-type talent students think, but if you come to my class, you need to realize one thing. If you are at the same level and your talent is the same, yet you still can't defeat your opponent, it only shows one thing. It's your problem, not the issue of power-type talents. Right now, there is a terrifying existence of power-type talent in Longwa who doesn't care what talent you have. In front of him, one force can break 10,000 restrictions. A tall student with a spiky hairstyle exclaimed, Brother Hua Lu, are you talking about the master who guards the number 1 temple in the world? Hua Chang nodded. That's right. So, everyone, don't feel inferior because of some idle gossip. Use your strength to crush all the mouths that spew nonsense. Everyone grinned. Hua Chang raised a hand. And one more thing, this is my rule. Since you are now my students, you must remember this. I don't care what others do. If any one of you is bullied, no matter who the other party is, the other 11 must stand up and support you. If you can't handle it, then find your previous seniors. If your seniors can't handle it, then come to me. If I can't handle it, I still have 5 older brothers above me. If my brothers can't handle it, my father has 12 brothers who will come to back me up. But remember this, no one is allowed to bully the poor, no one is allowed to oppress the weak, no one is allowed to bully good people, and no one is allowed to rape women, not even men. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Hua Lu. Fong Xian looked at Hua Chang and had to admit that this Hua Jingang had a certain charm. He felt like a very reliable big brother. Hua Chang clapped his hands. Alright, let's officially start the first class. Many people have misunderstandings about power-type talents, including all of you present. The greatest strength of power-type talents is not that our strength is extraordinary, but that our exploration and application of our own bodies far exceed that of ordinary people. A long time ago, our realms were not divided into the current first and second levels. They were called summoning, source flow, pulse, standing firm, observing the well, merging with the Tao, breaking the mirror, and so on. This set of classifications is more applicable to our understanding of the realms of power-based talents. Today, we will first discuss the first 4 realms. Summoning, as the name suggests, is the summoning of the talent within you. This can be awakened. Source flow is about refining the physical body through one's own talent, controlling the continuous flow of vital energy through the meridians. Pulse is the explosive release of the energy cultivated from vital energy in a pulsating manner. This kind of power was once referred to as dark energy a long time ago. As he spoke, Hua Chang placed one hand on Fong Xian's chest. Without noticing Hua Chang's movement, Fong Xian felt a strange force surge through his limbs, causing him to stagger back in surprise. This power was indeed terrifying. Hua Chang looked at Fong Xian and smiled. Your combat power is strong. Firstly, your talent is extremely high. Secondly, your combat experience is rich. And thirdly, your skills are strong. However, you know very little about the pulse of vital energy. If you can comprehend this pulse, your combat power will directly reach the 4th level, which is standing firm.
The standing firm realm, for power-based talents, is an enhancement of your defensive mechanism, allowing you to continuously refine your vital energy and physical body. Through the energy generated, a protective barrier will form on your body surface, making you as steady as a rock, in an invincible standing firm position.
Now, attack me. Hua Chang looked at Fong Xian, and Fong Xian threw a punch. He saw a nearly transparent protective membrane appear on Hua Chang's body surface. Fong Xian's punch struck, but did not touch Hua Chang's flesh at all. Hua Chang's body shook slightly, and Fong Xian immediately flew backward.
Fong Xian was shocked. Indeed, he needed a master to guide him. Figuring it out on his own would take ages.
Hua Chang continued, originally, the first lesson would only cover the first 3 realms, but because of Fong Xian, we added a 4th realm. You can now look at the techniques and skills I sent you. I have grouped you according to your progress and strengths and weaknesses, and I will teach you individually. Oh, the textbooks provided by the school, you can take a look at them in your spare time, just treat them as extracurricular reading. The main thing is to listen to me. Fong Xian glanced at the techniques Hua Chang had prepared for him. Martial skill, 9-fold heaven opening force. This was an attacking technique that could unleash 9 layers of continuously stacking power with a single punch. Martial skill, golden bell shield. This second technique was a defensive skill that could only be used after reaching level 4 combat power. However, during the previous decapitation operation, Fong Xian's combat power surged due to his killing talent, and his power-based talent also skyrocketed, reaching the peak of level 3 combat power. Yet, he was always stuck at the peak and couldn't advance. Previously, Fong Xian didn't quite understand why, but after today's explanation, he realized it was because he didn't know how to use the pulse of vital energy. Hua Chang approached and found Fong Xian looking at the golden bell shield.
This is something to look at after reaching level 4 combat power. Now, let me explain the pulse of vital energy to you. As he spoke, Hua Chang brought Fong Xian to a power measuring device. Throw a punch. Fong Xian punched out. The display screen on the measuring device flickered with numbers. It suddenly reached 15,999. The other students gasped in amazement. Hua Chang also smiled. Not bad, kid. The power of a power-based talent is the current level squared plus 1, multiplied by 1,000. The peak of level 3 combat power is 16,000 kilograms, and you're just a bit short. Come on, relax your mind. As he spoke, Hua Chang placed one hand on Fong Xian's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. Fong Xian closed his eyes, clearly feeling a pulse of power transmitting from his shoulder. The energy and blood within him began to fluctuate, as if tides were surging. This sensation grew stronger, and the energy brewed from his blood gathered in his fist. Fong Xian felt that if he struck out now, he could achieve a qualitative leap. Remember this feeling. Hua Chang retracted his hand and smiled as he patted Fong Xian's shoulder. No need to rush, take your time to find the feeling. Your talent is strong. Within half a month, you should be able to comprehend this sensation and reach level 4 combat power. Fong Xian kept his eyes closed. After Hua Chang had urged him earlier, Fong Xian's energy surged. But now that Hua Chang had withdrawn his power, the fluctuations within Fong Xian's body slowed significantly, though the sensation remained. Grasping tightly onto that feeling, Fong Xian clumsily urged the energy within him to flow. Hua Chang clapped his hands and looked at the others. Come on, Fong Xian's progress is faster than yours. Let him find his feeling, and I'll teach you. Fong Xian kept his eyes closed. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but Hua Chang's initial help played a crucial role. Fong Xian seized that feeling, which grew increasingly intense, as if it would erupt at any moment. The energy accumulated from previous killings began to surge as well. Since Hua Chang had no other matters to attend to and could engage with everyone, the class passed quickly. The lesson soon came to an end. As everyone prepared to leave, they noticed Fong Xian still standing motionless in front of the measuring device. Hua Chang approached and patted Fong Xian's shoulder. Class is over, you can't rush this, it takes time. Just as he was speaking, Fong Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Chang exclaimed in surprise. Fong Xian twisted his waist and suddenly punched out. The measuring device emitted a rapid beeping sound as the values shot up. The previous value, which was just shy of 16,000, instantly broke through to 16,000. The numbers climbed rapidly. A second later, the value changed again, startlingly freezing at 18,000 kilograms. Ha! The other students, who were about to leave, all came over to see what was happening. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this a bit outrageous? The first class. Everyone was still confused during the lesson, with some concepts not even digested yet. And you just broke through? You set a record in the entrance assessment with a staggering first place. You even broke the official historical record, and now in this first class, you've reached level 4 combat power.
Is there any law left? How can everyone else live with this? Hua Chang grinned and hugged Fong Xin. What teacher wouldn't love such a student? No wonder that white-haired guy always liked to drag this kid around. Great talent, good comprehension, strong combat power. Good, good, good. Hua Chang clapped Fong Xin's shoulder, overjoyed. The upper limit for level 4 combat power is 25,000 kilograms, and Fong Xin just broke through to 18,000 kilograms.
The other students felt both helpless and in awe.
Fong Xin had already left them far behind at the starting line.
Hua Chang shook his head and sighed, as expected of an Ssss-Level power talent. I just said you'd break through in half a month, and now it seems like I'm slapping my own face.
Fong Xin smiled and said, thanks, brother Hua Lu.
If you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have reached level 4 combat power so quickly.
Hua Chang said boldly, I'm your mentor, isn't this what I should do? If my student excels, it brings me glory too.
At this point, Hua Chang seemed to remember something and looked at the other classmates. For now, don't disclose Fong Xin's breakthrough to outsiders. As the old saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind.
Fong Xin just took first place in the baseline test, and if he attracts too much attention, it could easily lead to unnecessary trouble.
Not to mention, if a big mouth lets the news slip, and the other worldly organizations or the remnants of the Eternal Night Army find out, they will target Fong Xin. If those people set their sights on him, they might either force him to serve them or simply eliminate him, which would be very detrimental to Fong Xin.
Everyone nodded. Got it, brother Hua Lu.
Hua Chang put his arm around Fong Xin. However, just because I want you to lay low and develop quietly doesn't mean you should always show weakness.
When it's time to show your strength, you should. After all, some people are just asking for a beating. Fong Xin grinned. This mentor was just to his liking. Who wouldn't love a mentor like this? Alright, class is over, it's time to eat.
I have things to attend to, so if you have any questions, whether about studies or life, or if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me.
Okay, brother Hua Lu.
Oh, today is the first day, so the gravity coefficient in the gravity chamber hasn't been adjusted.
Starting from the next class, there will be weighted training, so be mentally prepared. Understood. Fong Xin and a few classmates went to the cafeteria together.
While eating, they asked each other about the afternoon classes.
When they heard that Fong Xin had a beast mastery class in the afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Pot Lid asked while eating, Xin Gu, who is your beast mastery teacher?
It's a question mark. Pot Lid replied, that means it's the master of the beast palace.
I also got into his class.
This time, we are taking advantage of the master of the beast palace's visit to get a free ride.
As long as you have decent talent in beast mastery, you'll be sent to his class. Xin Gu, we'll go together.
Sounds good. Is this settled? Asked a tall guy in a tank top named Zhang Bing.
Pot Lid nodded, confirmed.
Don't be fooled by some of our classmates looking shabby, many have impressive backgrounds. Some have connections with the Beast Palace, and they've already checked. The master of the Beast Palace will indeed come. Zhang Bing bit into a piece of meat, so the rumor says that the master of the Beast Palace is coming for Underwear Brother.
Is that true or not?
Most likely true. Some people have said it very confidently that Underwear Brother has connections, and his family has ties with the Beast Palace. There are even people who heard him on the phone with the master of the Beast Palace, calling him uncle. Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink, but it seems Underwear Brother has never explicitly said he has connections with the master of the Beast Palace, right?
Pot Lid picked at a fishbone. Even if he hasn't said it, what's the difference from being obvious? That's true, but honestly, every time I see that pampered Underwear Brother, it makes me angry. I don't know why.
Me too, ha ha ha.
Fong Xin took a sip of his drink.
He felt a bit guilty. After all, he had tricked Shang Tian K yesterday. But this was Tian Dun Academy. That old lecher shouldn't come looking for trouble with him. Before long, it was afternoon.
Fong Xin and Pot Lid walked into the classroom together.
As soon as they entered, they saw Underwear Brother had already arrived. He was sitting in the front row, still dressed flamboyantly, making it hard not to notice him. Many people were gathered around him, flattering him with Brother Chang as they fawned over Zhang Chang. Clearly, Zhang Chang enjoyed this attention. Those supporting him were mostly backing his claim from the freshman conference yesterday that the baseline test results didn't represent the future, and that he would definitely be surpassed by others with less than ideal scores but good talent. Seeing Fong Xin come in, as a hot topic among the new students, he could now be considered a top influencer.
Why is he here?
Someone sitting next to Zhang Chang asked in confusion.
Others echoed the question, yeah, what is he here for?
A chubby guy with acne and a perm sitting next to Zhang Chang sneered, what else could he be here for?
With so many people today, isn't it obvious? They're all here to bask in our brother Chang's glory. The master of the Beast Palace is here for our brother Chang, and now the higher-ups from the Sky Shield Bureau want to take advantage of it, stuffing a lot of students in here. Damn it, these people are all riding on brother Chang's coattails, and some even talk back to us. They should be charged extra tuition. The fake underwear brother Zhang Chang cleared his throat. No need to pay attention to them. Uncle Shang is here to teach, and it's also a contribution to our Sky Shield Bureau, which counts as a kind of networking. Since everyone is here, Uncle Shang will definitely teach. The acne-faced chubby guy clapped his hands in flattery. It's still our brother Chang. His vision is just so broad. But he just looks down on these people. Exactly, look at that Fong Xin. After he came in, those people all surrounded him. It's really funny, they don't even know whose glory they're basking in, just sitting over there. Humph, when our brother Chang finally makes his mark, we'll slap these guys' faces hard. Let them know that having good entrance exam scores doesn't mean they'll always be good. Some students spoke without regard, even deliberately raising their voices so Fong Xin could hear. Guogai glanced at Fong Xin's profile and comforted him. Xin Gu, don't mind these bastards. They're just envious of you. It's just because of the connection with the master of the Beast Palace. That connection isn't theirs, it's brother Zhang's. What are they barking about? A bunch of eunuchs trying to control the emperor's heart. Fong Xin was thinking about other things and just smiled in response. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure walked in from outside. Everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. The newcomer had a big beard, exactly like the photos found online. Master Shang. It really is Master Shang. The huge classroom erupted in excitement. Underwear brother is awesome. I have to say, it's still underwear brother. He can even get such a person to teach us. Forgive my bluntness, but everyone here is benefiting from underwear brother's influence. We really need to learn to be grateful. Exactly, some people are really ungrateful and still speak ill of brother Chang. From now on, I'm a loyal fan of underwear brother. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Unexpectedly, the fake underwear brother sitting in the front row suddenly stood up. Stand up. The sound of chairs moving echoed, and everyone instinctively stood up. Hello, teacher. Everyone, sit down. Shang Tianke responded, scanning the room from below. The fake underwear brother smiled. Master Shang, everyone welcomes your arrival. Shang Tiang's gaze swept over the face of the fake underwear brother Zhang Chang, smiling at him. It's you, sit down. This immediately sparked a lot of discussion. Wow. I knew it, he really knows him. As expected of underwear brother. I'm already tired of saying it. Underwear brother is awesome. Someone questioned, then why did he say it's you? Damn, what do you have stuck in your ears? A toilet? Why ask such a question? He's definitely pretending not to know. This is also for brother Chang's sake to prevent those with ulterior motives from thinking brother Chang got in through connections. Exactly, some people really don't know how to use their brains. They have to ask such questions. What an idiot. What's the point of talking to such people? Purely brain dead, can't stand to see brother Chang do well. Now they're jealous of brother Chang. Can you hear how sour their words are? As the discussions continued below, Shang Tiang's gaze fixed on Fong Xin, who was sitting in the back row. Fong Xin. Shang Tiang's sudden call made the entire classroom fall silent. Everyone turned to look. Why are you calling Fong Xin? Maybe he knows he's ranked first in the entrance assessment and wants to see what he's like. It's quite normal. Fong Xin stood up, his smile endearing. Hello, Mentor Shang. Shang Tianke smiled back. Come sit in the front. Fong Xin beamed. There's no space in the front. I'm quite fine sitting here. Shang Tianke suddenly pointed at the fake boxer Zhang Chang, who was sitting in the front row. You move back a bit and let him sit here. The fake boxer Zhang Chang was stunned, his face turning pale. Everyone in the classroom was shocked, thinking they had misheard. Fong Xin noticed that this old fellow was upset and smiled innocently. Mentor Shang, everyone is settled now, and class has already started, so there's no need to keep moving around. You can start the lesson. I can hear just fine from here. Seeing Fong Xin smile and recalling the embarrassing situation from yesterday when this kid had tricked him, Shang Tianke felt like kicking him. He playfully beckoned with his finger. I'm here for you, kid. Everyone else is just here to audit the class. What are you hiding in the back for? Come sit in the front. The large classroom was utterly silent. Not a sound could be heard, as if a pin could drop. All the students attending the class turned to look at Fong Xin. Shang Gongju's earlier words were deafening. No one expected that the esteemed Shang Gongju was actually here for Fong Xin. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that Fong Xin and Shang Gongju knew each other. But soon, everyone reacted. Aren't you a talent in the power system? How could the master of the Beast Palace come to teach you the beast control talent? Could it be a dual major talent? Everyone involuntarily gasped, looking at Fong Xian in shock. Those who had mocked Fong Xian earlier now felt as if they had been slapped in the face by him. They had desperately flattered the fake boxer Zhang Chang, claiming they were riding on his coattails, saying Fong Xian had no shame in coming to audit the class without even a word of thanks. Now it seemed that the shameless ones were them. They were the ones benefiting from Fong Xian. At this moment, the one paling the most was still the fake boxer Zhang Chang. Before school started, he had snatched the title of the Red Boxer God, but he had not admitted it, only dressing flamboyantly to stand out among his peers and become the center of attention this year. His entrance exam results were also decent. Not only that, he was the representative of the outstanding freshmen and had spoken up for those who performed poorly in the entrance assessment. Since learning that Shang Gongju was coming to teach, he had become even more eager. He dreamed of being the focus of everyone's attention. So he deliberately let people know he was acquainted with Shang Gongju and pretended to let it slip that he called her Aunt Shang, just to gain everyone's admiration. But he also knew that Shang Gongju was not here for him, so he never admitted it, only giving hints for others to guess. He was betting that Shang Gongju wouldn't publicly reveal who she was here for. Clearly, gambling requires caution. The pot lid sitting next to Fong Xian, along with those new students supporting Fong Xian, all gasped in surprise. The classroom erupted into a cacophony that seemed ready to lift the roof off. New brother is awesome. The pot lid exclaimed in admiration. So it turns out new brother is the hidden big shot. Zhang Chang is just pretending. He thought Shang Gongju was here for him, and I almost believed it too. Turns out he's a fake. What about those who were fawning over Zhang Chang just now? Keep barking, let your master keep pretending. I'm dying of laughter. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. The filial sons and grandsons of the fake pants brother can finally shut their mouths now. Their entrance exam scores are poor, their character is poor, and they still want to surpass Xin Go? Dream on. Mockery echoed back and forth. Zhang Chang's face was pale, but he still forced himself to remain calm. The boy with acne and a perm asked in confusion, Shango, what's going on? Isn't the palace master coming for you? Zhang Chang pretended to be calm and said, did I say that? Did I admit it? The boy with the perm was taken aback, as if he realized that Zhang Chang had only given some hints, and the rest was all in everyone's imagination. For a moment, those who had just supported Zhang Chang turned pale. Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Fong Xian, come here. Fong Xian reluctantly walked to the front row. Shang Tianke glanced at the fake pants brother Zhang Chang, having picked up on some things from the previous conversation, and showed no good attitude towards Zhang Chang. How dare you try to show off using me? I absolutely won't give you face. You, go sit in the back. Zhang Chang opened his mouth, feeling unprecedentedly insulted. He wanted to say something but ultimately held back, walking to the back with his head down. As he brushed past Fong Xian, Zhang Chang bumped his shoulder against Fong Xian and said quietly, Fong Xian, right? Let's see who does better in the midterm test. Fong Xian casually replied, who cares about you? Zhang Chang's forehead throbbed with veins. If it were just that the palace master pointed out that she was coming for Fong Xian, he would have only felt a bit embarrassed. But the palace master actually made him go to the back, giving his spot to Fong Xian. This was simply a great humiliation. We'll see who rides the donkey and watches the show. Fong Xian completely ignored him. He walked straight to the front row and sat down in Zhang Chang's previous seat. The boy with acne who had just been fawning over Zhang Chang approached and smiled obsequiously at Fong Xian, saying, hello, Xian Gu. How good is it? The boy with the perm was taken aback, licking his lips and chuckling awkwardly, it's really good. I'm so happy to have you sitting next to me. Well, you're too early to be happy. Shang Tianke looked at Fong Xian with a half smile. This kid really knew how to provoke. Alright, everyone, let's get to the point. Today is our first lesson, and I believe many of you already have some understanding of the beast tamer system. The beast tamer profession, known for its innate talent, initially doesn't have outstanding combat power, but as we improve our realm and the beasts we raise become stronger, the feedback we receive increases. As everyone knows, our physical strength as beast tamers is not as strong as those with brute force talents. Tisk. The classroom, which had been quiet, suddenly heard Fong Xian click his tongue, making it stand out in the room. Shang Tianke smiled at Fong Xian. I didn't say you were a brute, I meant that everyone with a strength talent is a brute. Fong Xian looked at Shang Tianke helplessly. He couldn't fight back, and what he said was also true, which was the most frustrating part. Many new students whispered and laughed, covering their mouths. Even the palace master said that those with strength talents were brutes. Shang Tianke continued, the strength of a beast tamer is a shortcoming, so we must maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we establish a bond with, as their physical constitution is usually stronger than ours.
Beasts are divided into 3 types. Those with a maximum combat power of level 5 and below are called ferocious beasts, those from level 6 to 10 are called spirit beasts, level 11 is called king beasts, level 12 is emperor beasts, level 13 is holy beasts, and those above level 13 are called divine beasts. Depending on their innate talent, beast tamers can control different types, levels, and numbers of beasts. Of course, the higher the talent, the more types of beasts they can control, and the stronger they are, the more numerous they become. Today is the first lesson, and we will start by discussing how to establish a connection with beasts and sign contracts. As he spoke, Shang Tianke waved his hand casually, and a giant lizard over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters high appeared beside him. As soon as the giant lizard appeared, it opened its massive jaws and roared downwards. Many students sitting in the front row were so frightened that they stood up and retreated. Only Fong Chen remained calm as a mountain in the front row. Looking around, Fong Chen noticed the chaos behind him. Students from the first, second, and third rows were all scared and retreating in a frenzy, leaving him sitting alone in the front. Fong Chen stood up, crossed over the desks, and joined his classmates at the back, patting his chest. Damn, that scared me to death. Shang Tiang's face was darker than a pot bottom. He wished he could go up and give that kid a beating. The new students were initially quite scared. However, upon seeing Fong Chen, they suddenly didn't know how to react. Shang Tianke pointed at Fong Chen, gritting his teeth. You come over here. Sit properly. Fong Chen chuckled awkwardly and returned to the front row. The other students followed him to sit in the front row. Unexpectedly, Shang Tianke said, except for Fong Chen, everyone else in the front row moved back. The group of students thought Shang Tianke was angry, and some even thought he was showing favoritism. But then Shang Tianke continued, this fire-scale giant lizard has a strong aggressive nature. Sitting in the front row makes you prone to accidental injury. The new students, who had been frowning, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. They all looked at Fong Chen. Zhang Chang, sitting at the back, even showed a delighted smile. But now it was Fong Chen's turn to have a dark expression. It's not that, Master Shang. You. Shang Tianke asked seriously, what's wrong? You really are a little rascal. Shang Tianke smiled. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have really wanted to give that kid a beating. Seeing the exchange between Shang Tianke and Fong Chen, Zhang Chang couldn't smile anymore, and the new students began to murmur, all curious about Fong Chen's background, wondering how he dared to speak to Shang Tianke like that. The fire-scale giant lizard bared its teeth at the students below, then shook its large head and moved closer to Fong Chen. Many students who supported Fong Chen were very nervous, but many from Zhang Chang's faction looked on with glee, eager to see Fong Chen make a fool of himself. Some even secretly took out their phones, wanting to record Fong Chen's impending embarrassment to post on the forum later, letting everyone have a good laugh at how insignificant a brute with a strength-type talent was in front of a beast master. Fong Chen looked at the increasingly close, ugly, and fierce head with disdain and pushed it away with his hand. Get lost, don't touch me. The true dragon aura he had obtained from the true dragon steps of the beast palace automatically emerged. The previously irritable fire-scale giant lizard instantly became much more docile. Its gaze softened as it rubbed against Fong Chen's palm and retreated back to Shang Tianke's side. After a few seconds of silence in the classroom, it suddenly erupted with noise. What the hell? What's going on? No way? This is possible? Top-tier beast taming talent? Damn, could this guy be a dual-class talent? Did you feel the pressure from him just now? It was so strong. Shang Tianke cleared his throat and brought the topic back. Everyone quiet down, you all saw it. High-level beast taming talents are like this, with a strong affinity for beasts. Back to the previous topic, this is a king beast with a combat power limit of level 11. Most of you students have already awakened your beast taming talents, right? Those who haven't will have other beast taming teachers help you awaken. Let me first teach you the specific method of signing contracts with beasts. As he spoke, Shang Tianke demonstrated the method of signing contracts for everyone. Then Shang Tianke added, but one thing you all must remember, every beast master has their own destined beast pattern. The higher your talent, the more beast patterns you have. However, no matter how many beast patterns you possess, when it comes time to sign a contract, you must remember that your destined beast must not be chosen carelessly, because your destined beast is related to your future potential. Some people may have S-level talent, but if your destined beast suddenly mutates one day and becomes stronger, your talent level and upper limit will also rise accordingly. Therefore, when selecting a destined beast, you must choose a high-performing stock. Fong Chen couldn't help but think of the Qilin Divine Beast mentioned in his notebook. If he could sign a contract with that Qilin Divine Beast and have it as his destined Divine Beast, just thinking about it was exhilarating. Although Shang Tianke was tricked by the official Tian Shield Bureau, he still had some morals and didn't mess around, teaching with dedication. With 5 minutes left in class, Shang Tianke put away the fire-scale giant lizard. Everyone, digest what we just discussed. After class, you can go back. Fong Xin, come out with me for a moment. Fong Xin stiffened all over. Seeing Shang Tianke's expression, he knew this old guy was definitely going to bring up the trouble from last night. Just say it here. Fong Xin smiled innocently. Shang Tianke waved his hand. Come out. Your Zhuge instructor has gone out for something. I need you to help me relay a message to him. Fong Xin followed him out, still skeptical. As soon as they stepped outside, bang! The classroom door slammed shut. Seeing this, Fong Xin felt something was off and tried to run, but Shang Tianke grabbed his arm and kicked him in the rear. You little brat, are you still trying to trick me? Shang Tianke's strong arm clamped around Fong Xin's neck. Who is that Qin Juanhao to you? Fong Xin smiled awkwardly. High school classmate. Why are you so bad? One trick after another. Shang Tianke kicked Fong Xin again. You're trying to hit on our female instructor, how can I not stop you? Hey, you little brat, you're quite righteous. I can't help it, it's in my nature. While the two were mumbling, a figure appeared around the corner of the stairs. It was an old lady, wearing framed glasses, with a bag hanging from her arm filled with yarn, and she was knitting a sweater with 2 needles. Seeing someone approach, Shang Tianke immediately released Fong Xin and regained his authoritative demeanor. Although he recognized Fong Xin and got along well with him, when facing others, he was still the high-ranking master of the Beast Palace. Fong Xin straightened up upon seeing the visitor. It was none other than the renowned mental system instructor of the academy, the formidable Master Sun Bijuan. Upon seeing the old lady, Shang Gongju also bowed humbly. Senior Sun. Fong Xin quickly followed suit. Hello, instructor. The old lady frowned, looking at Shang Tianke with undisguised disdain. What are you doing here? The school invited me to teach. Without hesitation, the old lady replied, did the old fools at the Tian Shield Bureau have no one else to choose from? They sent someone like you to teach? Are they trying to lead the students astray? Shang Tianke wasn't angry, he just forced a smile. Fong Xin stared wide-eyed. Was this old lady really that fierce? She didn't even regard the master of the Beast Palace? Who is this? The old lady glanced at Fong Xin again. Shang Tianke glanced at Fong Xin. This is my student. I'm here specifically to teach him. He is also a good friend of mine. Fong Xin felt flattered by this old guy's praise. But unexpectedly, the next second, the old lady's expression turned cold, and she scolded Fong Xin. You, a student, are associating with such a dubious person? A friend? Fong Xin was immediately dumbfounded. A glance at Shang Tianke's smirk told him he had been set up. I'm not familiar with him. He's just here to teach us. Not just me, but many students in the Beast Master program. Fong Xin explained. However, Master Miaju was having none of it. Smooth talker. How could the Tiandun Bureau recruit a student like you, who is so dubious? Associating with such dubious people, what good can come of it? Fong Xin turned to look at Shang Tianke, who was barely containing his laughter. It was clear that this old fellow didn't have a good impression in Sun Baijun's eyes. The old lady frowned. What's your name? Fong Xin replied without thinking, Qin. Before he could finish saying Qin Juanhao, Shang Tianke interjected, Senior Sun, his name is Fong Xin. I'm going to find Su Bushing and ask how someone like you could be a student here, mingling with such dubious people. I'll have you expelled right away. After saying this, Sun Baijun turned and left. Fong Xin stood there in shock. What the hell? The rumored terrifying Master Miaju had truly materialized at this moment. Shang Tianke laughed, slapping Fong Xin on the shoulder. Little brother, your good days are over, ha. Fong Xin's face darkened. Master Shang, big brother Shang, she's going to find the dean to expel me. Can you help me plead my case? This old lady seems to be quite troublesome according to the comments from previous seniors. Shang Tianke gleefully said, quite troublesome? Little brother, she is the most troublesome in the entire Tiandun Academy. But don't worry, Dean Su definitely won't let you go. If he doesn't want you, just come to our Wanshou Palace. The old palace master has said that he will train you to be the next palace master. Fong Xin thought carefully. Wait, she said you were dubious, so clearly I'm being implicated by you. How did you provoke her before? Shang Tianke looked at the departing Sun Baijun. Before, I asked Zhuge Hang for Chang Bingqing's contact information. And then? Shang Tianke sighed deeply, looking as if he was recalling some painful past. Then that white-haired guy gave me Sun Laotai's contact information. I didn't look closely, and after adding her, I said a bunch of flirtatious things. I even sent some photos. What photos? Fong Xin asked curiously. You know, the kind that shows off my chest and abs. And then what?
And then?
Shang Tianke smacked his lips and sighed again, as if remembering some terrifying past. This old lady is a powerful mentalist. She invaded my dreams for a whole month. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see a bunch of old men in swimsuits dancing in front of me, asking if I wanted to date.
Or if I wanted a kiss? Fong Chen looked disgusted.
Shang Tianke patted Fong Xan's shoulder, gleefully saying, "This old lady has a very bad impression of me, so you better watch out."
In the dean's office, Subushing was drinking tea. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang.
The old lady knitting a sweater stormed in angrily.
"Subushing, what kind of students are you recruiting?"
Subushing, who was drinking tea, trembled, spilling tea all over his pants. He quickly set down the teacup and grabbed a tissue to wipe it off.
"Sister-in-law, what's wrong?"
Subushing hurriedly stood up, taking 3 steps to the door to look outside, then closed the door.
"What's got you so fired up, sister-in-law?" Sun Baijun sat down. Subushing quickly poured her another cup of tea.
"Why did you let someone like Shang Tianke teach the new students?" Subashang explained, "Sister-in-law, this matter, among this year's new students, there is a promising talent in the beast taming department. As the saying goes, each profession has its own expertise. We invited the palace master from the Beast Palace to come and teach our new students, which is also for their benefit. Originally, we only agreed to let that promising talent attend the class, but as you may have seen, many new students with talent in beast taming are now able to sit in on the lessons. After all, they rely on this for a living, and the more thoroughly they study, the better it is for our new students. Learning a bit more now means less trouble in the future. Someone like Shang Tianke, who is neither here nor there, can really suffer such a silent loss?" Sun Bijuan said coldly.
Subashang smiled. The details were negotiated by Jahang.
Sun Bijuan snorted again, "A good-for-nothing street punk, a petty rogue, truly a match made in heaven."
What else could Subashang say? He could only force a smile. "There's also one more thing. Among the new students, there's one named Fong Xin. Expel him for me."
Mixing with someone like Shang Tianke is clearly not a good influence.
Subashang was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, your words are a bit biased. I could consider expelling someone else, but this Fong Xin is not the one."
"Why not? People like him are a disaster if they stay in the Sky Shield Bureau." Sun Bijuan's voice turned cold, perfectly embodying the old lady's unreasonable stubbornness. Subashang forced a smile and quickly walked to the door, peeking outside before closing it again, just in case, and casually set up a soundproof barrier.
"Sister-in-law, this Fong Xin really cannot be expelled.
You might not know, but he broke the campus record during the baseline test among the new students, finishing the checkpoint in just over 3 minutes, ranking first with a significant gap."
Sun Bijuan frowned slightly, her movements pausing for a moment. "Is it him? What use is good talent if the character is bad?"
"Sister-in-law, this kid is under the protection of Old Yi." Sun Bijuan was taken aback, but then her brows furrowed. "I can't stand such nepotism."
"So what if Old Yi is backing him?"
Subashang hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, there's one more thing I must tell you, and you must not mention it to anyone." Sun Bijuan remained silent, just pulling at her sweater, waiting for Subashang to continue. Subashang leaned in closer. Even with the soundproof barrier, he lowered his voice. "Sister-in-law, his parents, they were the couple who were killed in a car accident at the research institute.
Fong Zhengping and Yi Rujia."
Sun Bijuan's hand trembled violently, and she suddenly looked up at Subashang, staring blankly, her lips moving, the terrifying gaze that had been in her eyes replaced by shock, confusion, helplessness, and sorrow, a mix of emotions making her expression extremely complex.
He is the child of Xiao Fong and Xiao Yi?"
"Yes." The old lady's previously domineering demeanor deflated significantly, her head drooping as if some memories were stirred, slowly sinking into the sofa like a frostbitten eggplant. She murmured softly, repeating her earlier words, "He is the child of Xiao Fong and Xiao Yi."
"Yes, sister-in-law," Subashang confirmed again.
The old lady lowered her head, and after a while, she smiled bitterly yet gently. "Back then, we owed that couple a huge favor, and then that incident happened. I didn't expect to meet their child here."
Subashang joked. "Sister-in-law, do you still want to expel this kid? If you do, I can handle the paperwork right now."
Sun Bijuan returned to her previous cold expression, glancing at Subashang, who immediately sat up straight. Just kidding. Tell that kid to stay away from Shang Tianke in the future. Shang Tianke is not a good person, we can't let him lead this child astray." After saying that, she was about to walk out. Subashang quickly got up to see her off. "Sister-in-law, there's one more thing. This kid's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' situation is quite troublesome. What you hear here today, you mustn't." Sun Bijuan scoffed coldly. "I'm not so loose-lipped that I go around blabbing like a pair of cotton pants." Subtitles smiled and was about to open the soundproof barrier, but the barrier melted away, creating a hole. Sun Bijuan, while adjusting her sweater, strolled leisurely outside. Seeing this, Subtitles could only smile helplessly. After sending off Sun Bijuan, Subtitles sighed, closed the door, and returned to his chair. He took out a document from a folder, which contained Fong Xian's information. Subtitles tapped the document with his finger. Fong Xian, Fong Zhengping, Fong Yingtai, someone whom old Yi wants to protect. This kid's true identity. TSK, not simple. At this moment, Fong Xian felt a mix of emotions. Shang Tianke was grinning from ear to ear, pulling Fong Xian along to have a meal, and casually suggesting that Fong Xian invite Qin Juanhao out to erase Qin Juanhao's memory.
Seeing Fong Xian wanting to message Zhu Gahang, Shang Tianke said, "You're looking for Zhu Gahang? Isn't that counterproductive? Have you forgotten who gave me the old lady's contact information? Zhu Gahang avoids this old lady like the plague." "No worries, think of it this way, if the Sky Shield Bureau doesn't want you, come to our Beast Palace, and you'll be the young master." "How impressive." Fong Xian replied helplessly, "This is a stable job for me, guaranteed income. Your place is a private enterprise, can it be the same?" "Hey, you're quite picky. Once you come here, my position will be yours. In the Sky Shield Bureau, without a background, even if you're outstanding and have great achievements, you'll only be able to be a team leader in the 9th Division or a deputy director in another division. Without a background, you're destined to be a subordinate to someone with a background. I've always kept the position of young master for you. As long as the Sky Shield Bureau dares to let you go today, I'll take you away," Shang Tianke said, slapping his chest proudly. As they walked towards the dining hall, they saw Sun Bijuan walking out of the administrative building. Fong Xian looked at the old lady from a distance, feeling an inexplicable pressure, his heart racing. Shang Tianke also spotted Sun Bijuan, patted Fong Xian's shoulder, and grinned. "With this old lady's personality, even if she can't fire you, you won't have it easy." Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke. "You're the one who sent the photos and made the jokes, I'm the one getting punished. That's not fair." Shang Tianke was overjoyed. He got along well with Fong Xian, so he was very easygoing in front of him. Now, they were completely in sync, gleefully saying, "What are you afraid of, big guy? If they fire you, I'll back you up. Hey! Ha ha, that old lady has seen us and is coming this way." Fong Xian quickly distanced himself from Shang Tianke, but this old guy stuck to him, deliberately putting on a friendly front in front of the old lady. Sure enough, they saw the old lady walking over with a stern face. Shang Tianke bent down to greet her, "Senior son." He glanced at Fong Xian, already preparing to laugh. Sun Bijuan ignored Shang Tianke and looked at Fong Xian, her icy gaze surprisingly softening. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke and showed what he thought was a humble smile to Sun Bijuan. "Hello, mentor." Sun Bijuan's gaze softened as she raised her hand to ruffle Fong Xian's hair. "If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me. I'm in the mentor's apartment, building 26. Fong Xian was stunned. Shang Tianke was also stunned, feeling that the script was off. What happened to this old lady? After a trip to the administrative building, how did she come out like a different person, as if someone had put a curse on her? Unexpectedly, Sun Bijuan pointed at Shang Tianke and said to Fong Xian, "Stay away from people like this in the future. Such a person has a corrupt character, a vile temperament, and their lifestyle is a complete mess. Don't get too close to such people." Although Fong Xian didn't understand why, he still nodded and said, "Okay, mentor son." Shang Tianke looked bewildered. "Old lady, isn't your evaluation a bit? Get lost." The expression on Shang Tianke's face froze. He watched Sun Bijuan walk away. Shang Tianke turned to Fong Xian. "What happened to this old woman? What did she hear at the administrative building? Why did her attitude make a complete 180-degree turn?" Fong Xian sighed, finally feeling relieved. "She must have gone to the dean and found out I'm too outstanding." After thinking it over, Shang Tianke realized that this reason seemed the most reasonable. Just a moment ago, he had been trying to find ways to make things difficult for Fong Xian, but in the end, he was the only one who got hurt. The news that Shang Tianke was coming for Fong Xian had already spread among the new students. Fong Xian was already in the spotlight, and now it was even brighter. Fortunately, Brother Hua mentioned it casually, so the classmates in the power department didn't let slip that Fong Xian had already reached level 4 combat power. Otherwise, this year's new students would definitely have been in an uproar. Fong Xian had made an appointment with Qin Juanhao, mentioning that a big shot wanted to meet him and asked him not to tell anyone. Qin Juanhao was still confused, but upon learning that Shang Tianke was coming for Fong Xian, he immediately guessed that the big shot Fong Xian mentioned was Shang Tianke. Now, Qin Juanhao was both excited and jealous. Back in school, he couldn't compare to Fong Xin and had tried every means to step on Fong Xin, but he had never succeeded. Now, he was being left further and further behind by Fong Xin. The terrifying existence he looked up to was actually coming for Fong Xin.
However, it was fortunate that the master of the Beast Palace was looking for him, so he could at least meet a big shot. Although he had already guessed what it was about, he still felt excited as he headed to the place Fong Xin specified.
As soon as they met, Shang Tianke didn't waste any time and began to interrogate Qin Juanhao. After confirming that Qin Juanhao hadn't told anyone the specifics, he felt relieved. However, Qin Juanhao had told Zhang Chang about the master of the Beast Palace adding him as a friend, and Shang Tianke checked the chat records between the two, finding nothing suspicious. Then he took out a pearl, waved it in front of Qin Juanhao, and Qin Juanhao's eyes went unfocused as he fainted to the ground. Shang Tianke patted Fong Xian's shoulder. "I'm leaving first. When he wakes up, you handle it." Fong Xian curiously looked at the pearl in Shang Tianke's hand. "What is this thing called?"
Shang Tianke glanced at the pearl and casually tossed it to Fong Xian. "This is called a cleansing pearl, just a 5th-tier treasure.
If you like it, it's yours.
It can erase part of the memories of those below level 5 combat power, but using it consumes a lot of mental energy."
Fong Xian played with the cleansing pearl. "Thanks." Shang Tianke waved his hand. "Why are you being polite with me?"
"I still have to go socialize with a few leaders from your Sky Shield Bureau, so I'm off."
He watched Shang Tianke leave.
Fong Xian studied the cleansing pearl, glanced at Qin Juanhao, then deleted the chat records between himself and Qin Juanhao, using Qin Juanhao's phone to call Fong Xian. After a few minutes, Qin Juanhao shook his head and woke up. Rubbing his head and looking around, when he saw Fong Xian next to him, he immediately pulled away cautiously. He checked his body and found no issues. It seemed he hadn't been beaten.
"Where is this? Why are you here?" Qin Juanhao asked. Fong Xian shook his phone. "You called me here, saying you had something to tell me. Now that I'm here, you're just lying down. I still want to ask what you wanted me to do."
Qin Juanhao slapped his head, feeling as if he had lost his memory. He vaguely remembered that he had indeed contacted Fong Xian, but the rest of the memory was hazy, his mind a blank.
Fong Xian glanced at the time. "What did you want to see me about?"
Qin Juanhao rubbed his head, looking at Fong Xian, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Then he looked at Fong Xian warily. "I forgot what it was about.
Why did I faint?"
"You called me here, then lay down, and I've been watching over you until now."
"You didn't even say thank you, and now you're asking me why you fainted? Are you trying to play tricks on me?"
Qin Juanhao choked. "I really forgot why I called you."
"Then think it over before you find me. I have things to do. I'm leaving."
Fong Xian originally didn't want to deal with this mess caused by Shang Tianke, but since he had accepted help, he ultimately agreed. Now Qin Juanhao had no memory of meeting Shang Tianke, and under Fong Xian's guidance, he only remembered that he had contacted Fong Xian. As for the fake boxer Zhang Chang, what Qin Juanhao had told him was all muddled. If Zhang Chang asked, Qin Juanhao would know nothing, and Zhang Chang would just think Qin Juanhao was playing dumb.
On the way back to the dormitory, many new students actively greeted Fong Xian, and his contact requests exploded, including some very beautiful female classmates wanting to add him as a friend.
His phone kept vibrating, and Fong Xian had no choice but to change the settings for friend requests, which quieted things down a bit.
When he returned to the dormitory, a few of his friends, including the chubby Shi Tailang, were chatting together. Upon hearing Fong Xian's return, Shi Tailang rushed over first. "Xian go, how much do we not know about you? What's up?"
Shi Tailang said excitedly, "The Shanggong master is here for you."
"Wow.
I was just analyzing with others, saying it might be the boxer who invited the Shanggong master.
I didn't expect the real god to be right beside me." Fong Xian explained, "I'm not sure if he's really coming. What if I told you in advance, and then he didn't show up today? That would be so awkward." "That's true. Xian Gu is still steady."
Zhang Yaozu chuckled. "It's just that the boxer is too pretentious, deliberately misleading everyone, making everyone think the Shanggong master is here for him, only to get slapped in the face. That big fool, the boxer, has never said the Shanggong master is here for him. It's all just our imagination. If you ask me, that guy is quite bad. Like a pink pair of shabby underwear with a bow, trying to show off but failing."
Bai Yulin chimed in, crossing his arms.
Fong Xian observed that Bai Yulin's voice was now a rough male tone, with his hair tied up, wearing a tank top and workout pants, his arm muscles quite prominent. Shi Tailang remarked, "Damn, big brother, although your words are rough, they are too rough."
Zhang Meiqiu is fine, but Bauer is still here. Fong Xian realized this shouldn't be Bai Yulin. It should be He Yulin, Bai Yulin's older brother. Zhang Yaozu punched Shi Tailang in the stomach.
Li Bauer was munching on chips, looking silly. My grandpa said, "It's fine to have a dirty mouth, just don't have a dirty heart."
The usually quiet Xinyu spoke up, "Xin Go, we are planning to go to the multifunctional training hall, want to join?" "Sure, let me change my clothes and we'll go." Fong Xian just wanted to practice the 2 martial arts techniques Hua Chang had given him today, as well as the 2 light-based skills from Jahang.
Sure, Tai Lang glanced at the time. It's 6:30 now, and the training hall closes at 9:30.
Let's head over early, any practice we can get in is worth it.
He changed his clothes and casually tucked his administrator's ID into his pocket. The group made their way to the training hall.
Upon arrival, the hall was bustling with noise. Many people had already gathered. Fong Xian's gaze shifted and landed on a familiar figure. The other person also noticed Fong Xian and turned around, flashing him a sweet smile. Fong Xian waved. Zhang Xiaocha ran over to Fong Xian, her high ponytail bouncing joyfully.
Zhang Xiaocha was very beautiful, with an oval face, delicate features, and a tall figure. Even though she always wore loose clothing, it was sometimes hard to hide her developing curves at this age. In front of outsiders, Zhang Xiaocha always maintained a cold, aloof demeanor. But when she saw Fong Xian, she would always break into a sweet smile. With the start of the youth training camp, many students set up a Tianxian list on the internal forum to vote for the best-looking students of the session. Zhang Xiaocha ranked 3rd on the list. Li Bauer, who was in the same team as Fong Xian, also made the list, though her attire made her look like a typical girl next door, resulting in a slightly lower score. However, with her solid looks and impressive combat skills as bonus points, she still squeezed into the top 10. When Zhang Xiaocha arrived, many students' gazes were drawn to her.
Fong Xian raised his hand and flicked Zhang Xiaocha's fair forehead.
As many students watched Zhang Xiaocha approach Fong Xian, they felt a mix of envy and jealousy. They never expected that the 3rd-ranked Zhang Xiaocha would be so close to Fong Xian. Sure, Tai Lang, with a playful grin, leaned in. "Xian Go, let me introduce you." Fong Xian said, "This is my sister, Zhang Xiaocha." "Xiaocha, this is Sure Tai Lang." "Hello." Zhang Xiaocha replied coolly. Sure Tai Lang grinned, his smile endearing. "Hello, little sister Xiaocha, just call me Tai Langu." Fong Xian then introduced Zhang Xiaocha to a few others nearby. They would all be colleagues at the Tian Shield Bureau, and it was better to have more friends than fewer. After the introductions, Bai Yulin, with a loud voice, declared, "Everyone, we need to make the most of our training time and not waste it on unnecessary things. Fong Xian, these useless guys say you're strong. I want to have a match with you. Let's settle this once and for all." Fong Xian replied, "We can settle who's stronger, but if it's about settling who's male or female, I think you're just being ridiculous." Bai Yulin was taken aback, and the companions nearby immediately burst into laughter. "Let me see just how strong you really are. Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin, these 3 useless guys all say you're strong, but I don't believe it. If you beat me, I'll unconditionally vote for you as our team leader." Fong Xian sized up Bai Yulin, who seemed a bit mentally unstable, even cursing himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffed. "Xian Gu, he's the only one in our team who doesn't accept it. Make him cry later." "Alright." He Yulin's fists collided eagerly, grinning widely. "I'm itching to let loose." "Perfect. There's a small team simulation training hall over there. We can have a match inside." Sure Tai Lang pointed to the side. Fong Xian had noticed earlier that this multifunctional training hall was quite remarkable. It was divided into single and group training areas, with the single area focusing on individual combat and the group area honing teamwork. Each training hall could adjust to different talent training modes and select various scenarios for simulated combat, offering many functions. The group walked into a small team training hall. He Yulin's fists collided again. "Let's get started. Let's see what we've got." As he spoke, a red-black aura swirled around him, and his eyes were filled with a blood-red hue. Sure Tai Lang exclaimed, "Furious talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother is always so hot-tempered." He Yulin grinned, pushed off the ground, and with a violent burst of energy, shot towards Fong Xian like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fong Xian, throwing a punch at his face. Fong Xian slightly tilted his head. He Yulin's fist grazed past Fong Xian's cheek, the wind from the punch ruffling Fong Xian's hair, and he raised a hand. Slap! Fong Xian grabbed He Yulin by the neck and lifted him up. The surge of blood and energy rushed like a tidal wave. He Yulin's frantic expression instantly receded like the tide, his gaze softened, and soon his face took on a more delicate contour, visibly puffing up his chest, and his long legs slowly came together. "Fong Xian, you hurt me." A somewhat aggrieved female voice came from Bai Yulin's mouth. Fong Xian was taken aback. Zhang Yaozu also looked confused. "What's going on? Has it started?" Li Bauer tilted her head, looking dazed. "It's over." "Ha? One move? There weren't even any flashy techniques?"
It just ended like that? How strong must he be?
Jiang Xiaoqiao looked at Fong Xian with her beautiful big eyes, genuinely happy to see her cousin so strong.
Fong Xian realized that this was Bai Yulin's sister, Bai Yu, and then let go.
Bai Yu rubbed her reddened neck, her watery eyes looking at Fong Xian, that bastard He Yulin, both weak and loves to play. Fong Xian, He Yulin asked me to tell you that this time he has completely surrendered, the gap is too big, ordinary people see you like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon and the sky, and awakened ones see you like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Fong Xian immediately replied, hearing that makes me a bit embarrassed. Everyone who comes to the 9th place is exceptional, all geniuses in their respective fields of talent, of course, genius is just the threshold to see me. The others exchanged glances. If someone else said that, I'd think they were just showing off, but when you say it, I really believe it. In He Yulin's words, you're like a top-tier space ring.
What do you mean? Others want to show off but can't, but you really can. Fong Xian couldn't help but smile. Alright, everyone hurry up and train.
Zhang Yaozu said with a bitter face, the doors close at 9:30, so we should make the most of our time.
I heard from a senior that if you want to continue training, you have to plead with the administrator and pay extra. And it's quite expensive, 5,000 for an hour. Damn, that's so expensive. Then we really can't waste any time. The group left the multi-person simulation training hall and went to find their individual training rooms.
Fong Xian called out to Jiang Xiaoqia, if anything comes up in the future, just message me.
Got it, brother. Fong Xian went to find the training hall when the person in charge approached. The person in charge was a kind uncle named Ren Liancheng, who had met Fong Xian before. Fong Xian. Ren Liancheng walked over. Teacher Ren. Fong Xian greeted him. Did you bring your ID?
Yes, Fong Xian shook the administrator's ID. Ren Liancheng glanced at the time. I have to step out for a bit, just keep an eye on things here, make sure everyone follows the rules. If there are any special situations, like someone causing a disturbance, you can punish them by banning them from the training hall for 3 days to a month.
You can handle it with your smart device.
Of course, generally, no one has the guts to break the rules here. I want you to keep an eye on things mainly after 9:30. If anyone wants to continue using the facilities, you can charge them a fee of 5,000 each. 10% of that fee will automatically be transferred to your card as your administrator commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring people in for free, but just be mindful of the limit, no more than 10 people.
Got it, Teacher Ren. Ren Liancheng patted Fong Xian's shoulder, then I'll take my leave. Alright. Fong Xian found a single-person training room. He came here today to practice the 4 skills given by Hua Chang and Jahang. Fong Xian adjusted the gravity to 4 times normal.
Having already experienced the dark energy once today, it was much easier to unleash the 9-fold opening heaven technique.
After practicing for a while, Fong Xian grasped some of its profound meanings.
He punched out, and the force meter gradually displayed a value of 18,000 kilograms, which then continued to double. The 9-fold opening heaven technique can stack power, with a total of 9 layers of strength. On the first day of practice, he could only reach the 3rd layer. However, under the enhancement of his killing talent, although the power of the 3rd layer was the same as described in the skill introduction, it increased the armor-piercing damage. When he punched out, the enemy's suffering was not just about the power. After studying the Golden Bell shield for a while, a nearly transparent membrane appeared on his body surface. Testing its impact resistance, it could withstand a strong blow from a mid-level 4th-tier combatant. Fong Xian's expression brightened. This was achieved through the optimization of his killing talent, and one must say, the killing talent is impressive. He took a breath. Fong Xian focused on the 2 skills of the light system talent. Divine skill, flash of light. Divine skill, instant kill of light. With the enhancement of the killing talent, the activation range of these 2 skills exceeded their original limits. Fong Xian switched the training room to a combat environment for the light system talent. The skylight opened, and moonlight poured in. Fong Xian continuously felt the energy. The moonlight scattered into dots, enveloping Fong Xian's body, and his eyes turned silver, resembling 2 full moons. His body gradually blurred, as if an eraser had wiped it away. In the next second, Fong Xian appeared 30 meters away. He took a breath, hands on his knees, panting heavily, his eyes filled with excitement. He had succeeded in one go. However, the moonlight stored within him was too little, so he felt somewhat fatigued. Storing this moonlight was simple, he just needed to bask in the moonlight. After catching his breath, Fong Xian absorbed the moonlight again. A few minutes later, he raised his hand and grasped in the moonlight. A cross sword formed from condensed moonlight appeared in his hand. A training puppet appeared in the training room. Fong Xian slashed at the puppet with the sword. The sword light, formed from moonlight, appeared before the puppet in just a breath, cleaving it in two, turning it into sparkling fragments. Fong Xian panted again. The moonlight within him was still insufficient, and his light system talent couldn't be considered top tier, so there was a limit to the moonlight he could store, allowing him to use the skill only 3 times. Calculating, without using any potions, his true strength was merely S-level light system talent. To raise his limit, the simplest and most straightforward method was to kill a few awakened individuals with light system talents to plunder their abilities.
Fong Xian glanced at the time. It had unknowingly passed quite a while, and it was already 9:26.
He left the training room. At this time, many students had left. After practicing for so long, they were all tired. But there were still some who were more diligent. As Fong Xian's gaze shifted, he saw Jiang Xiaocha also walking out of the training room, wiping away sweat. Upon seeing Fong Xian come out, Jiang Xiaocha waved and prepared to walk over to him. Unexpectedly, she was blocked by a group of people. The leader, holding a bouquet of flowers, said, "Xiaocha, from the first moment I saw you, I liked you. Will you be my girlfriend?" A crowd of people behind him began to jeer, "Agree to him.
Agree to him." The commotion attracted quite a few onlookers. Jiang Xiaocha frowned, "Sorry, could you please make way?" But the person refused to leave and had others surround Jiang Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, I'm Yang Haoxi, a new student from the second department. I saw you on the day of enrollment. The moment I saw you, I knew you were my destined true love. Xiaocha, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaocha's face was cold. "Get out of the way." Yang Haoxi grinned shamelessly, "No way. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today." Jiang Xiaocha frowned and tried to sidestep, but Yang Haoxi blocked her again, grinning wickedly, and casually snatched Jiang Xiaocha's towel, holding it to his nose. "Wow, Xiaocha, what shower gel do you use? It smells so good. Can you not be so disgusting? Move aside." Yang Haoxi shamelessly blocked her path again, and this time he took Jiang Xiaocha's glasses and put them on himself. "Xiaocha, let's get to know each other first. Once you do, you'll see how great I am." Jiang Xiaocha coldly said, "Give me back my glasses." Yang Haoxi held up the glasses. "Call me hubby and I'll give them back to you." The few friends who came with Yang Haoxi began to jeer, "Call him hubby. Call him hubby." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes turned red. "Give them to me. I heard your family isn't well off, and your parents aren't awakened. I also heard you chatting with someone earlier, saying you wanted to practice a bit longer today, and that it costs 5,000 for one person. That 5,000 must be a lot for you. How about I help you pay it? You just have to call me hubby." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were red as she coldly stared at Yang Haoxi. "Are you deaf? Give me back my glasses. You're quite stubborn. I like that. The more you resist, the more I like you. If you want your glasses, it's still the same, call me hubby." Before he could finish, Yang Haoxi's wrist was grabbed, and intense pain shot through his arm. He let out a pained howl, his fingers opened, and the glasses fell from his hand. Fong Xian caught the glasses and handed them to Jiang Xiaocha. Clap, clap, clap. Fong Xian slapped Yang Haoxi's cheek. "If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth." Yang Haoxi rubbed his arm, and upon seeing Fong Xian, he showed no fear, poking Fong Xian's chest with his finger. "What do you want? A hero saving the beauty? What does my confession to her have to do with you? Why are you in such a hurry?" Fong Xian smiled slightly at Yang Haoxi. "This is my sister. Stay away from her. This is your first and last warning." Yang Haoxi suddenly laughed, turning to the people who came with him. They all laughed along. "Young Master Yang, this guy is quite the show-off. Let's get him." Yang Haoxi poked Fong Xian's chest and laughed. "Warning me? You're quite something. So what if she's your sister? Even if she were your mother, if I like her, I'll find a way to get her. No matter how good your talent is or how strong you are, so what? Being out here relies on power." A young man beside him said, "Kid, do you know who young Master Yang is? You dare bark at us? You even dare to warn young Master Yang? You've got some guts." Yang Haoxi rubbed his head against Fong Xian's front, pointing at his own head. "Want to hit me? Come on, try it." Fong Xian grinned. "Is that a challenge? Alright." Fong Xian clenched his fist. He swung his arm around. With a powerful punch, he struck. Bang! With tremendous force, Yang Haoxi's jawbone shattered. His eardrum was also pierced by the punch. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Yang Haoxi's body swayed twice. His pupils dilated, and he briefly lost consciousness from Fong Xian's blow. He staggered and fell to the ground. The body kept twitching. Yang Haoxi's few friends quickly helped him up. The friend who had just spoken for Yang Haoxi pointed at Fong Xian again and said, "You're finished. Do you know who our young Master Yang is? Do you know what kind of background he has? Our young Master Yang's family is a top-tier family, and his uncle works in the church. Do you think that with Instructor Zhuge protecting you, you can rest easy?
Let me tell you, even with instructor Zhuge protecting you, you're done this time.
Yang Haozi struggled, wanting to punch Fong Xian. Fong Xian casually swatted away Yang Haozi's fist and slapped him back. Slap. The slap was crisp and exceptionally loud. Fong Xian completely disregarded Yang Haozi's so-called background.
He took out his smart device and scanned Yang Haozi. You are banned from entering the multifunctional training hall for a month. Blood was still flowing from Yang Haozi's mouth, and upon hearing this, he revealed a sinister smile. What are you to say that?
The friend supporting Yang Haozi shouted angrily, damn it, do you think the multifunctional training hall is your family's? If you don't let young Master Yang in, he just won't come? Slap. Fong Xian slapped him again, directly knocking out half of his teeth. Feeling around in his pocket, Fong Xian pulled out an ID and pinned it to his chest. The multifunctional training hall isn't my family's, but it's under my management now. You.
Fong Xian pointed his smart device at the friend who had been speaking for Yang Haozi, banned from entering for a month.
As for the others, banned for half a month. As he spoke, Fong Xian scanned the others.
He stuffed the smart device back into his pocket, glanced over the group, and simply said, get lost. Yang Haozi's group hurriedly lifted him and left. Fong Xian turned to Zhang Xiaocha. Are you okay? Zhang Xiaocha's eyes were red. Brother, if they come to trouble you.
Fong Xian waved it off. Don't worry, if they cause trouble, they'll be in the wrong. As long as I'm in the right, that's all that matters.
The other students watched this scene and began to murmur.
Sure, Tailang and a few others came over. Brother Xian, are you okay?
Xinyu looked in the direction where Yang Haozi had left and said gloomily, Yang Haozi is a tough nut to crack, with a strong background. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society, and his uncle works in the church. He will definitely cause trouble. Brother Xian has beaten him like this. If they come to the 9th division to make a scene, even if he's in the right, with their background, Brother Xian will definitely face some consequences.
Sure, Tailang said, what are you afraid of? Brother Xian has a background too. He has the Beast Palace behind him.
Xinyu worriedly replied, even with the Beast Palace, they have the White Lotus Society and the church behind them. Zhang Xiaocha bit her lip, nearly in tears.
Fong Xian smiled and wiped her tears, comforting her, it's okay.
The head of the 9th division is a sworn brother of Fong Xian's grandfather, something Fong Xian's grandfather had told him.
In Zhuge Heng's words, Fong Xian is the prince of the 9th division. The 9th division is Fong Xian's stronghold. If they come to the 9th division to cause trouble, aren't they just looking for trouble? What's there to be afraid of? Unexpectedly, Li Bauer, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality, munching on chips and said, Fong Xian, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Haozi's family dares to come and trouble you, I'll have my grandpa smash the White Lotus Society. Fong Xian looked at Li Bauer in surprise and couldn't help but laugh.
Bauer, is your grandpa that powerful?
Sure, Tailang asked.
Li Bauer continued munching on her chips, her little mouth moving like a little rabbit. Average.
Not as good as me in 30 years. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds.
Li Bauer is among the top of all the new students, and how strong she will be in 30 years is self-evident. Her grandpa must be incredibly strong.
Bai Yulin changed the topic, so, do we continue training or go back? Fong Xian shook his administrator's badge. If you want to keep training, just find me.
He rubbed Zhang Xiaocha's head. Stop crying, it's okay.
Didn't you hear? We have Sister Bauer protecting us. There's no need to panic.
Zhang Xiaocha hung her head. I'm sorry, brother. I caused you so much trouble.
Why are you the one saying sorry? He deliberately came to harass you and provoked you. He should be the one apologizing. Alright, wipe your tears, go practice, and I'll take you back later.
Got it, brother.
Fong Xian then processed the paperwork for the other students who wanted to continue training.
In total, exactly 400 people came to continue training.
Each person paid 5,000. In one night, that's 2 million. Fong Xian took a 10% cut, which is 200,000. As soon as the money was deposited, Fong Xian's card immediately showed an increase of 20 points.
His current points totaled 16,646. It must be said, making millions in one night is really fast here. 5,000 is quite a lot for students from ordinary families. Even with allowances, they can't afford to come every day, so students from ordinary families dare not waste time here, while those from wealthy families don't care about that little money. To them, money is just a string of numbers. Wealthy people can stay here indefinitely, while those from ordinary families can only train within limited time, and the gap will gradually widen. Over time, students with family backgrounds, if they work a bit harder, will have their strength increasingly separate from those from ordinary families. When their families pour in various resources, they will take off completely, and then they can naturally become team leaders, rising step by step, with the upper echelons of the Sky Shield Bureau basically monopolized by these privileged families. It's very difficult for ordinary people to carve out a path and stand out.
Fong Xin picked up the smart device.
He found a message from Jahang, which was very brief: if you're going to fight, then fight. Just eat and drink as you should, don't take it to heart.
No problem.
Soon after, Hua Chang also sent a message: well done. My students should have guts, can't be cowards. If he dares to use his family connections to trouble you, just come to me. I'll handle it. Whoever from his family comes, I'll deal with them.
Fong Xin couldn't help but smile. Thanks, Brother Hua.
Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Shang Tianke. You kid are impressive. Less than 3 days into school and you've already beaten someone up. And it's the grandson of the vice president of the White Lotus Society.
Isn't it right to beat him up?
Ah, I got the details. He bullied your sister.
If you hadn't fought back, I would have looked down on you. You should beat up scum like him. A bastard born from a mistress really thinks he's something.
If he dares to have his family find trouble with you, come to me.
I'm available 24 hours a day. If anything happens, I've got your back. Fong Xin was amused. He didn't expect this old lecher to be so righteous. Thanks, Lord Shang.
Don't call me Lord Shang. From now on, call me Old Shang, and I'll call you Shinzi.
Thanks, Old Shang. No problem, Shinzi.
Why be so polite with me?
When you graduate, just treat me to a big health treatment.
Fong Xin looked at the message from Shang Tianke and understood why Sun Bijuan was so averse to this old lecher. This ridiculous title was all earned through Shang Tianke's own efforts. On the other side, young Housey, covered in blood, dialed a video call. When the call connected, a very beautiful, seductive woman appeared on the other end, her every smile and frown exuding endless charm, dressed in a qipao, playing mahjong.
Upon seeing Yang Housey's appearance, the woman immediately exclaimed, "Son, what happened to you?"
"Mom, I got beaten up."
Yang Housey sobbed. "What happened? Who dares to hit my precious son?"
The woman screamed.
Yang Housey wiped his tears. "It's a dog named Fong Xin.
I was just joking around with a female classmate. I didn't do anything wrong, just normal teasing. I don't know which of his sensitive nerves I touched, and then he deliberately picked a fight with me and even hit me. Mom, I've lost several teeth, my jaw is fractured. If it weren't for the healing school doctor, I wouldn't even be able to speak."
The seductive woman was immediately furious. "How dare he hit my precious son? I want him dead."
"What did you say his name was?"
"Fong Xin.
You wait, I'm going to find your dad right now." Saying this, the woman pushed away the chair and stomped out in her high heels, crying as she ran, "My precious son.
It hurts, right? Mommy will take you home."
"We'll take care of you for a while." Yang Housey shouted angrily, "Mom, the physical pain can heal, but the psychological pain takes longer to mend. I want him to compensate me tenfold, 100-fold for the beating I took today."
"Okay, son, don't worry, Mommy will find a way to help you deal with him." Bang!
The woman kicked open the study door, where a middle-aged man was bent over a desk looking at documents.
The seductive woman screamed, "Yang Yanbin, are you going to do anything or not? Look at what they did to your son."
As she spoke, she handed over her phone. Yang Yanbin took the phone with confusion, and when he saw how badly Yang Housey had been beaten, he immediately frowned.
"What happened?"
Yang Housey, with tear-filled eyes and a pitiful expression, choked out, "Dad, I was playing with my classmates when I had a quarrel with a new student.
He insulted me and said our Yang family was nothing.
I told him to clean up his mouth, and he just hit me. I've already been treated by the school doctor, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to talk with my jaw fractured."
Hearing this, Yang Yanbin frowned slightly, but he knew his son's temperament. "Housey, are you telling the truth? You didn't provoke him on purpose, did you?" The seductive woman was immediately furious. "Yang Yanbin, are you sick? Your own son was beaten, and you still doubt him?"
Yang Yanbin looked at Yang Housey. "I'll call my friends at the Tiandun Bureau to verify the situation."
"I'll ask you one more time, is what you said true?" Yang Housey didn't dare to meet Yang Yanbin's eyes. "Are you sick, Yang Yanbin? Does the truth matter? No matter what, our son is hurt. Is this how you act as a father?"
The seductive woman screamed again.
Yang Yanbin raised his head and coldly glanced at the seductive woman, who shivered under his gaze. He then turned to Yang Housey. "I'm asking you a question. It's true. Dad, look at what I've been reduced to."
Yang Yanbin opened a drawer containing several phones, picked one, and made a call. After hanging up, his face darkened completely, and he snatched the phone back, glaring at young Housey on the screen, flirting with a female classmate, and doing it in front of her brother.
"She's a new student from the 9th division. Why didn't you let them beat you to death? You brought this on yourself. I sent you there to study, not to bully others." Yang Housey didn't dare to breathe.
Yang Yanbin threw the phone to the seductive woman. I told the Tiandun Bureau to let him apologize sincerely to that student's brother and sister. The seductive woman, with tears in her eyes, hung up the phone and shouted at Yang Yanbin, why should he?
Yang Yanbin, are you even human? When you first coaxed me into your arms, you didn't say it like this.
I've followed you for so many years without any status, and now that our son has been bullied, you don't care.
Besides hitting and scolding him, have you ever fulfilled even a tiny bit of your responsibility as a father? Are you even worthy of being called a father? Have you ever treated him like your own son? The other party is from the 9th division. Who cares which division they're from? Bullying my son is unacceptable. If you won't take care of it, I will.
Yang Yanbin looked coldly at the seductive woman. Suching, this character of his is what you've spoiled. If you continue like this, it will only lead to disaster.
I don't care. All I know is that my son was hurt by some blind fool.
Yang Yanbin watched the seductive woman stride out. The old man is in seclusion, don't disturb him.
Jiang Suching stamped her foot, turned around, and glared at Yang Yanbin with cold resentment, sneering, the Yang family won't take care of it, I'll find my maternal family. With that, she stormed out. Jiang Suching sent a message to Yang Haosi, baby, don't worry, your dad won't help you, I'll ask your uncle for help. After sending the message, she made a phone call. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Suching burst into tears, brother, my nephew was bullied and almost beaten to death. Who did it? Yang Yanbin.
No, it was a new student at the training camp.
What's his name? Fong Xin. There was a pause on the other end of the line, Fong Xin?
Yes, what's wrong, brother? Just right, the church is investigating someone, and it happens to be a new student named Fong Xin from Tiandun Academy.
There's only one student with that name, so it must be him. Don't worry, I'll arrange this. How dare he hit my nephew, a little nobody with no background, just because he has talent. I need to let him see that without a background, no matter how talented he is, he can only be trampled underfoot. I'll have someone lock him up, and let Haosi go and take revenge himself. Jiang Suching wiped her tears, okay, brother. It's still my maternal family.
After hanging up, Jiang Suching called Yang Haosi again. Baby, mommy just called your uncle.
He said they will soon investigate that Fong Xin.
He won't have good days ahead, just wait. Your uncle promised he would catch him and lock him up, so you can take revenge yourself. After learning this news, Yang Haosi's face twisted in rage, and after hanging up, he excitedly waved his fists.
A few friends gathered around.
What's going on, young Master Yang? Yang Haosi grinned maliciously. My uncle at the church said he would help me take revenge.
That bastard won't have good days ahead. Wu Zhishuan, who had been speaking for Yang Haosi, covered his mouth that Fong Xin had previously injured. Young Master Yang is mighty, a real man must show this bastard some color. So what if he has good talent and good grades? He's just trash without any background. As Fong Xin took action against Yang Haosi, the situation began to escalate. Fong Xin was once again thrust into the spotlight, and he helplessly lamented his fate as a top trending figure.
Initially, many new students applauded, thinking Yang Haosi had done well. But as time passed, many other voices began to emerge.
Fong Xin is in trouble. Young Master Yang has more than just the Yang family behind him.
He also has the support of those other two major organizations.
How many heads does Fong Xin have to risk to hit young Master Yang? Isn't Brother Xin backed up too?
The Master of the Beast Palace is coming for him.
Don't joke around, your new brother has a background? What background does your new brother have?
It's just good talent and being supported by Instructor Zhuge. That's how he got connected to the Master of the Beast Palace.
If the forces behind young Master Yang come knocking, do you think the Master of the Beast Palace would offend two major organizations for a new student from the 9th division? Your new brother's already 6 feet under. Fong Xin is at least the top scorer in the entrance assessment, and he's from the 9th division. If young Master's people come, the 9th division can't just stand by, right? Is the person upstairs out of their mind? Have you seen those church folks afraid of anyone? They act unilaterally and wouldn't care about the 9th division's face at all. Besides, how many times do I have to say it? The entrance assessment results don't represent the future. Fong Xin has no background at all. Even if he survives this time, he'll still be skinned alive. Fong Xin nearly glanced over those comments.
He didn't take them to heart at all. With Jahang, Hua Chang, and Shang Tianke supporting him, Fong Xin wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, there was also the old Master Yi behind the 9th division.
Fong Xin felt even less fear.
When he was sending Jiang Xiaoqiao back, her eyes were still red.
To comfort her, Fong Xin showed her the news about Jahang.
Only then did Jiang Xiaoqiao breathe a sigh of relief. As they returned to the dormitory, they happened to run into the fake boxer Zhang Chang.
Zhang Chang brushed past Fong Xin.
As he walked by, he laughed. I was planning to have a showdown with you in the midterm test, but now it seems like whether you can make it to the midterm test is another matter.
Fong Xian glanced at Zhang Chang indifferently. If you keep barking like a brainless villain, forget about making it to the midterm test, you might not even survive tonight. Zhang Chang sensed the aura emanating from Fong Xian.
He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He had experienced life and death battles during the previous beheading operation, and he could clearly feel that for a brief moment, Fong Xian's aura was exactly the same as those he had seen before, who had blood on their hands.
Zhang Chang swallowed hard, not daring to linger any longer, fearing that Fong Xian might send him off before Yang Haosi could punish him.
He hurriedly ran downstairs.
As soon as Fong Xian returned to the dormitory and sat down, Shi Tailang, Bai Yulan, Xingyu, Zhang Yaozu, and Li Baoa walked in from outside.
What's up?
Shi Tailang chuckled. New brother, we all just called home.
If that bastard Yang Haosi dares to cause trouble for you, our families will step in to help. Especially my dad, I'm his only son. If he dares not to help, I'll smash my 2 joy beans and make him lose the joy of being a grandfather.
Fong Xian smiled, feeling a wave of emotion. Thank you, everyone.
Shi Tailang pounded his chest. We're all comrades in the same team. It's only natural to support each other in times of trouble. We're your background.
Fong Xian stood up, and they all opened their arms and embraced each other.
I won't say any mushy words. We'll see each other in the future.
Okay, new brother. After sending a few people off, Fong Xian sat back down.
Scenes of Yang Haosi and his gang of friends flashed through his mind. Although Zhu Gahang, Hua Chang, and Shang Tianke had all clearly stated they would help Fong Xian, he knew very well that it was because of his strong talent and promising future. Therefore, no matter what, he had to improve his own strength. Fong Xian flipped his hand, holding a small spatial orb, which was the meeting gift given to him by the old master of the Beast Palace. With a flick of his hand, the spatial orb shattered. The bear inside appeared before Fong Xian. The massive white bear pounded its chest fiercely, and Fong Xian immediately released his true dragon aura. The white bear immediately ceased to be fierce and instead appeared very docile, lowering its head and approaching Fong Xian.
Fong Xian placed his hand on it.
This large white bear was called the explosive flame bear, with a fire attribute talent and a berserk talent. During battle, its body was engulfed in flames, and the lower its health, the higher its combat power. Currently, it was at the peak of the 4th tier in strength.
Fong Xian signed a contract with the large white bear.
The bear affectionately rubbed against Fong Xian's palm. As the contract was signed, a flash of crimson appeared in the bear's eyes. Fong Xian was taken aback. He hadn't activated the killing talent, but during the signing of the contract, this large white bear had also been granted a simplified version of the killing talent. He stroked the bear's soft fur. With the large white bear, Fong Xian also gained a combat assistant. Next, he needed to find ways to enhance his own strength. He had to increase his own value. As long as his abilities were strong enough, he could receive ample protection. The simplest way to enhance strength was through killing. But committing murder at the Sky Shield Academy was a pipe dream. The easiest method was to take on some tasks.
The next day came quickly. Early in the morning, Bai Yulan came knocking on the door. Brother Xian, it's Master Extinction's class this morning. Don't sleep in. We need to get to the classroom 5 minutes early to grab seats in the back. If we're late, we'll have to sit in the front. Fong Xian, who had been practicing the Golden Bell Shield, opened his eyes. He changed his shoes and opened the door, saying, "Let's go." Bai Yulan stood at the door with an expression as if he was about to go into battle, while Shi Tailang leaned against the door with a toothbrush in his mouth, gleefully saying, "Safe travels, you too. I'll remember you." Zhang Yaozu and Li Baoa returned after breakfast and heard that Bai Yulan and Fong Xian were going to Master Extinction's class. Meicho drew a cross on his chest and then clasped his hands together. "Amatba, I wish the 2 brave benefactors a safe journey to the west. The Lord will bless you, amen." Bai Yulan irritably flicked Zhang Meicho's forehead and weakly said, "Get lost, get lost." On the way to the classroom, Bai Yulan handed Fong Xian a small wooden plaque. "What is this?" Bai Yulan shoved the small plaque into Fong Xian's hands. "I got a blessed wooden plaque from a senior with a voodoo talent. With this, the risk of being called on by Master Extinction for questions is greatly reduced. You know, if Master Extinction calls on you to answer a question and you can't respond, you can forget about having a good semester." Fong Xian toyed with the small plaque and casually tucked it into his pocket, recalling how he had encountered Sun Bijuan yesterday. She had indeed seemed a bit fierce at their first meeting, but the second time, she was somewhat gentler. Instructor Sun is quite terrifying, but she should have a gentle side too. Bai Yulan turned back to look at Fong Xian. "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Did you get a shock? Master Extinction can have a gentle side? If Master Extinction could be gentle, pigs could climb trees." The two chatted as they entered the classroom. Once inside, they saw the large tiered classroom, with the first 3 rows completely empty. Everyone was concentrated in the rows behind, and those who arrived early had taken all the back seats, leaving the later arrivals to sit in the front row. It was quite a spectacle, with no other like it in the entire Sky Shield Academy. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a shadow. The reputation of Old Lady Sun was indeed fearsome. As the top figure of the Sky Shield, Fong Xian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. What the hell? Isn't that Fong Xian? Why is he here for this class too? How many talents does this guy have? I heard he awakened 5 talents. The worst seems to be an S-level mental talent. Damn, people are just infuriating. What good are multiple talents? If he provokes young Master Yang, he might as well prepare to die. He looks so calm, like nothing's wrong. Are you saying I should cry in public? It must be forced. When young Master Yang's family comes looking for him, they'll see him wetting his pants. I asked young Master Yang, the earliest is this afternoon, the latest is tomorrow morning. His uncle sent someone to trouble Fong Xian. I can't wait to see Fong Xian get taught a lesson. Are you sick? Why are you so anxious for Fong Xian to be taught a lesson? Sorry, the gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out. Who told him to be so ostentatious? And those who said their entrance exam scores were good are all supporting him. Now seeing him makes me angry. I wish young Master Yang's family would beat him until he cries. While the discussion below was lively, a figure walked in from outside the classroom door, wearing glasses and a sweater. As soon as she entered, the entire classroom fell silent. Old Lady Sun walked up to the podium and took out the roll call from the briefcase hanging from her arm. Close the front and back doors, roll call. The students sitting at the front and back immediately went to close the doors. All the students sat up straight, not daring to breathe. The pressure brought by this old lady was simply too strong. Old Lady Sun called out names one by one. When she called out Fong Xian's name, he raised his hand to respond. Old Lady Sun looked up in Fong Xian's direction and said in a softened tone, "Don't sit so far back, come sit in the front row." As soon as this was said, all the students' gazes focused on Fong Xian. Bai Yulin lowered his head. Damn, is the little wooden sign useless now? Other students whispered among themselves, causing a low buzzing sound throughout the classroom. Why is he being called? Because his entrance exam scores are good. Don't joke, in front of the old lady, she doesn't care about your entrance exam scores. This old lady hates students who don't follow the rules. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, as long as you fight on campus, she hates it. Fong Xian beat young Master Yang yesterday, who else could she target if not him? Fong Xian is done for. Fong Xian is completely finished now. He can't even wait for young Master Yang to take action against him. The old lady has already acted first. Fong Xian stood up. He didn't expect this old lady to pull such a stunt on him. He felt a bit uneasy, even though the old lady had spoken much more gently when she came out of the administration building yesterday. But the old lady's past record was well known, and it was hard not to feel apprehensive. In the entire front 3 rows, only Fong Xian was there. Just as Fong Xian was about to sit down, the old lady's gaze softened, like an elder looking at an outstanding junior, and she said to Fong Xian in a gentle tone, "The mental system has some difficult concepts. You sit in the front, and if you don't understand anything, you can ask me anytime." Fong Xian was taken aback. He had just felt a bit nervous. It turned out to be unnecessary. Although he didn't know what the old lady had heard from the dean in the administration building, her attitude towards Fong Xian had indeed made a complete turnaround. Old Lady Sun suddenly spoke so gently, causing many students below to wonder why she treated Fong Xian this way. What else could it be? New GE's scores are good, do we need to guess? Outstanding people attract attention wherever they go. Even the old lady will take care of them. What about those who were gloating, hoping new Gu would be punished? Keep barking. Some people are just jealous of our new Gu. Lifelong trash. Those who had been gloating just now felt as if they had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. Their faces burned with pain. Bai Yulin had been lowering his head, but now seeing Fong Xian receiving special treatment, he immediately pinched his little wooden sign. I was startled. The little wooden sign is still useful. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Sun Bijuan on the podium pulled a long face again. All students who have taken items blessed by the witchcraft department, if anyone dares to bring such items to class next lesson, be prepared to fail this semester. Those low-tier things are useless to me. After she said this, Bai Yulin was stunned, and not just Bai Yulin, many students had seen the comments left by previous seniors, which is why they had purchased various blessed items. Who knew they would be completely useless to this ruthless teacher? After finishing her words, Sun Bijuan sat back down, continuing to knit her sweater.
Now, in class, the mental system talent has a strong offensive capability, and it can attack from a distance.
It can also control a person's mind, emotions, and even their dreams. There are many methods of control.
The three main types are sound, vision, and mental waves. Harsh sounds or pleasant sounds can make a person intoxicated. This is a form of mental attack.
Confusing visuals, disordered arrangements, and indistinguishable sights can also lead one to lose themselves.
Now, everyone hold an item you have used for a long time as a reference.
Next, I will use mental power to let you enter an illusion. In this environment, focus your attention on the reference item and detach from it.
As she spoke, the sound of the knitting needles in Sun Bijuan's hands rubbed against each other, making a grating sound that was irritating and unsettling.
Fong Chen held her phone, which she had used for a long time, and suddenly, her vision blurred.
She realized that everything around her had dimmed, plunging her into darkness. The grating sound of the knitting needles filled this dark world. Fong Chen turned her gaze, cautiously looking around, and vaguely saw a blurry figure in the darkness, seemingly 100 meters tall, like an ancient demon god, sitting there knitting, the sound of the needles clashing causing her head to throb. Her eyes were like two crimson lanterns hanging in the sky.
Is this the advanced combat mental talent? Fong Chen murmured to herself. Terrifying.
The harsh sounds were dense and growing louder. Fong Chen recalled her reference item. She had clearly been holding her phone, but now it felt empty in her hands, her palms engulfed in darkness.
Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen concentrated, staring intently at her hands. The noisy, irritating sound of friction began to fade little by little as Fong Chen focused her attention. Now, Fong Chen only had the mental talent that had not awakened, and among her many talents, the mental talent was considered one of the lower ones, so the process was relatively slow.
As time passed second by second, the concentration made Fong Xan's forehead feel sore and swollen, reminiscent of the feeling when she used to poke her forehead with her finger while playing. The more she concentrated, the more intense the soreness in her forehead became, the surrounding noise grew quieter, the darkness gradually dissipated, and she began to regain some sensation in her hands, feeling that she was indeed holding something, her phone. She didn't know how long it had been. The soreness in her forehead reached a peak, and Fong Chen clearly saw her phone in her hand, the darkness receding like a tide, the harsh, noisy sounds diminishing, and the surroundings fell silent, only the faint sound of Sun Bijuan knitting remained.
Fong Xan's face was somewhat pale. She exhaled, glanced at her phone, and looked around.
She was now sitting in the classroom. A few students with good talents had already awakened, but they looked exhausted, pale, slumped over their desks, while many others remained seated, their brows tightly furrowed, still trapped in the illusion.
Fong Chen was shocked. The power of a mental talent expert was terrifying. In a real battle, in the blink of an eye, one could be completely controlled. This was also why a team needed a teammate with a mental talent. Fong Chen raised his head and looked at Sun Bijuan, who was still knitting.
The old lady smiled kindly at Fong Chen. For a mental talent to awaken in such a short time as a secondary role, it has exceeded my expectations.
Very good.
The few classmates who had awakened later looked astonished.
Had this old lady taken the wrong medicine today?
According to the legends from the seniors, this old lady came to work every day as if she had taken gunpowder, scolding anyone she caught, and if she was in a bad mood, she would even launch mental attacks.
Why was she being so nice to Fong Chen? Could it be that Fong Chen was her son's illegitimate child? The old lady kindly asked again, is your forehead feeling a bit sore and swollen?
Yes. The old lady explained, hold on to that feeling. It's your source of spirit.
To launch a mental attack, you need to rely on it.
The more energy your source of spirit has, the stronger the attack you can launch, and the longer it will last. This source of spirit is also called the divine spring. Having it is equivalent to stepping into the first level of mental talent combat power. In the previous realms, it was called the realm of summoning.
Do you know what the subsequent realms are called?
Fong Chen had heard of them, Jahang and Hua Chang had mentioned them. The subsequent ones are called source flow, pulse, standing on the ground, observing the well, merging with the Tao, breaking the mirror, responding to the void, and the spirit platform, etc. Sun Bijuan's eyes lit up, and she smiled with satisfaction. Not bad.
Once you have the source of spirit, you have entered the realm of summoning.
However, the summoning realm of mental talent does not only allow you to summon your own mental power, you must also summon the mental power of others. By continuously honing your mental power, when the mental power in your divine spring overflows, you will reach the second realm.
The second realm of source flow allows the overflowing mental power from your divine spring to cover every part of your body.
Once your mental power fills your entire body, the third realm is considered the true entry point of mental talent. In other words, attacks launched by mental talent in the third realm are substantial. Mental power can attack enemies through sound, eye techniques, and mental waves. As for the fourth realm, it allows you to condense a shield of mental power to protect yourself. Don't be greedy, your power talent has already reached. Currently, you are the strongest among your peers, but your mental talent has just touched the threshold. Take your time, there's no rush. First, build a solid foundation for your divine spring, and I will teach you the rest gradually. Fong Xin nodded, okay. Just as he finished speaking, an eye mask appeared on the table in front of him. Wearing this can help hone your mental power. Thank you, mentor. No need. The sound of the knitting needles in Sun Bijuan's hands resumed. The few students who had awakened fell back into the illusion. Fong Xin was momentarily stunned. Sun Bijuan said, "Did you get into a fight with a young master from a big family?" Fong Xin smiled shyly, "He bullied my sister, so I fought back." Sun Bijuan nodded, "If they come to trouble you, just come to me. Even the president of the White Lotus Society would give me some face, let alone just a grandson of a vice president." "Thank you, mentor Sun." Sun Bijuan said gently, "No need to be polite with me. I know your parents, they call me Aunt Sun. In private, you can just call me Grandma Sun." Fong Xin was stunned again. No wonder this old lady was so nice to him. It turned out she knew his parents. Okay. Continue to feel the divine spring. Fong Xin closed his eyes, sensing the sour and swollen feeling in his forehead. As time passed, Fong Xin seemed to be in a strange space, where a spring appeared before him, slowly bubbling with strands of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it was time for class to end. Sun Bijun packed her things and turned to leave. Almost everyone's face was pale to varying degrees. Bai Yulin stepped forward, "Xin go, let's go." Fong Xin got up, and the two walked out together. Many classmates behind them looked at Fong Xin's back, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. "Xin go, why is Master Miaju so biased?" Bai Yulin rubbed his head. Fong Xin thought for a moment, maybe it's because my name is Fong Xin, so it's biased towards Xin? Bai Yulin rubbed his forehead, "Damn, then I'll change my name to Bai Yu Xin. What class do you have this afternoon?" "Perception class." "Wow, that's the class of the goddess of heavenly shield, Teacher Chang." Bai Yulin's eyes sparkled. "Xin go, you don't know, I saw her in person at the beginning of the semester. She's super beautiful, the most beautiful among all the opposite sexes I've ever seen. How beautiful can she be? Let me put it this way, using my brother He Yulin's words, if Goddess Chang spat, my brother could drink it mixed with water for half a year." Fong Xin looked at Bai Yulin curiously. "Old Bai, are you saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing, just to shift the blame to your brother or sister?" Bai Yulin smiled awkwardly, "You caught me." When the two were eating in the cafeteria, many classmates pointed and whispered in their direction, some sympathetic, while others were gloating. Some voices even deliberately raised their pitch to make sure Fong Xin could hear. "Someone's going to be sent off this afternoon. Yang Xiao's family is coming this afternoon. The people from the church. There's going to be a show this afternoon." The noise was chaotic. As a result, Fong Xin became the focus of the cafeteria. Bai Yulin turned around and glared fiercely at the closest student who was speaking the loudest. "Xin go, don't pay attention to them." Bai Yulin comforted. Fong Xin took a bite of food and said lightly, "I just wanted to be an ordinary little transparent person, but I didn't expect to repeatedly become the most talked about top figure among the freshmen. Those stars are nothing compared to this." Seeing Fong Xin so relaxed, Bai Yulin also breathed a sigh of relief. As the two walked back after finishing their meal, those new students were still staring and discussing Fong Xin. Fong Xin exhaled, recalling what Jahang had said, advising him to restrain himself a bit, or he would easily attract attention. The saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and he secretly resolved that during the midterm test, he must not stand out anymore, just lay low a bit. Back in the dormitory, Fong Xin lay on his bed. With his ears shut to the outside world, he took out the eye mask that Sun Bijun had given him from his spatial ring and put it on. Fong Xin set the eye mask as a reference point. As soon as he put it on, he entered a realm of darkness, and with the experience from class today, Fong Xin focused his attention. His forehead felt sore and swollen, and he could sense a small amount of spiritual energy countering the harsh sounds and darkness. With experience and a bit of spiritual energy, Fong Xin gradually felt the eye mask. He also woke up from the illusion, but the sore and swollen feeling in his forehead remained. With his eyes closed, in his consciousness space, the nearly transparent spiritual energy emanating from that divine spring seemed to have increased slightly compared to before. But just as Fong Xin was about to take off the eye mask, he noticed that the originally transparent spiritual energy in the spring suddenly turned blood red, making the spring look more like a demonic eye at that moment. Fong Xin was startled. This was influenced by the talent for slaughter. He took off the eye mask and slowly sat up. The awakened talents I possess: power system talent, light system talent, perception system talent, mental system talent, and beast taming system talent have all been influenced by the slaughter talent, enhancing their original strength. Rather than an enhancement, it feels more like a mutation. Although none of these talents, except for the power system talent, are SSS level, they will strengthen if I kill others with similar talents in the future. Just like my beast taming talent, now that I think back, the reason I was able to step onto the 9th level of the True Dragon stage in the Beast Palace was partly due to my solid foundation, and partly because before going to the Beast Palace, I killed an old man with beast taming talent and devoured his abilities. Glancing at the time, I realized it was almost time for my afternoon class. As I walked along the road, students passing by pointed at me, some with sympathy, others with glee. Outside the classroom, a beautiful woman stood in the corridor, long black hair cascading down her shoulders, quiet and sweet, with captivating eyes that blinked slightly, enchanting those around her. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, were straight and slender, drawing a lot of attention. Students in the classroom were scrambling to sit at the front, each one eager to get as close to the podium as possible. It was a completely different world from Grandma's son Bijuan's class.
Fong Xin?
The woman with long black hair suddenly called out. I was taken aback for a moment and looked at her. Hello, Teacher Chang.
She smiled back. Have you seen Xiaobai? Xiaobai? Bai Yulin? He went to that shooting talent class. Teacher Chung shook her head. Not Bai Yulin, it's Jahang. I call him Xiaobai. Do you know where he is?
I don't know. I haven't seen him these past few days either.
With her hands behind her back, Teacher Chang asked, can you help me find out where he is?
I was puzzled. Why don't you ask him yourself?
He won't pay attention to me. After seeing my expression, Chang Bingqing candidly said, haven't you heard the gossip about us?
I'm his loyal fan, everyone in the 9th division knows.
I've been pursuing him since I was a teenager, and I'm still at it. But he always ignores me. This is an open secret in the 9th division.
My expression was strange. I hadn't expected such gossip. I was surprised that the white-haired guy had such a beautiful woman pursuing him. No wonder that old lecher, Shang Tianke, wanted Chang Bingqing's contact information. The white-haired guy not only didn't give it to her but also gave it to Sun Bijuan. So that's where it all started. Chang Bingqing looked at me eagerly, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Can you help the teacher find out where he is?
I hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Zhu Gahang. Where are you, big brother? Did your teacher ask you to ask?
I felt a bit awkward. This white-haired guy was indeed perceptive.
Chang Bingqing blinked her big, beautiful eyes. Can I send him a message?
I handed over my communicator, and she seemed a bit nervous.
After a moment of preparation, she finally sent a voice message.
Xiaobai, please don't hide from me. It's cold, and I've bought you some clothes.
Can I come by your place later to give them to you?
After sending the message, Chang Bingqing eagerly awaited a reply.
A few seconds later, her communicator vibrated. She quickly took it out to check.
After seeing the message, her expression was a mix of 3 parts joy, 3 parts grievance, 3 parts helplessness, and 1 part unwavering determination. I couldn't help but sigh. The goddess that countless new and old students yearn for could be so humble in front of the white-haired Zhu Gahang. After returning my communicator, Chang Bingqing smiled gently. Alright, let's get ready for class. As I walked into the classroom, the lecherous gazes of the students instantly shifted from Chang Bingqing to me.
The goddess can be seen every day, but the fun is not something you can see every day. The students' gazes lingered on Fong Xin and a figure at the back of the classroom. Fong Xin followed their gaze and saw a few people sitting in the back row.
The one in the lead was Yang Haoxi, whom he had previously fought. At this moment, Yang Haoxi crossed his arms and looked at Fong Xin with a smug smile.
Brother Xin, over here.
Zhang Bing, who had previously been in the same strength class as Fong Xin, waved.
After Fong Xin took his seat, the classroom buzzed with discussion.
Looks like there's a good show to watch. Young Master Yang doesn't have any perception talent, yet he came here, which means young Master Yang's people are here this afternoon.
Fong Xin is done for this time.
No background, and he even laid hands on a big young master with a strong background.
Isn't that just asking for trouble? If it were a normal person, upon hearing about such a strong background, who wouldn't compromise? But him? No background, and still so reckless, really thinks he can act without restraint just because his grades are good. No matter how good the grades, it's useless. To survive out here, you need a background.
Even with Instructor Zhuge backing him, he can't be saved this time. If he had only provoked the White Lotus Society, Instructor Zhuge might have helped him, but who knows that young Master Yang has the church behind him.
Isn't there also the Lord of the Beast Palace? Don't joke around, the Lord of the Beast Palace was introduced by Instructor Zhuge. Do you think the Lord of the Beast Palace would take action for a new student from the 9th Division? Think before you speak.
The burly Zhang Bing turned around. Damn, these people are really despicable.
Fong Xin shrugged, it's routine.
Cheng Bingqing gently tapped the podium.
Alright, everyone quiet down. Today is our first class in the perception department.
Before we begin, let me introduce myself.
My name is Cheng Bingqing, and I will be teaching your perception course.
The perception talent is one of the few talents that lacks offensive capability, but no team can do without teammates with perception talent. This talent not only allows you to sense the coordinates of enemies but also to perceive danger. As your realm increases, you may even sense a person's past and future, as well as the past and future of this world. Before she could finish, Cheng Bingqing frowned and looked towards the door. Almost in the next second. Bang! The sudden loud and harsh sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Cheng Bingqing's words. A few people stood at the entrance. Each of them wore a distinctive uniform. On each person's chest was a badge. The badge featured a totem, the shape of an eye. The pupil was a sun. People from the church. These individuals all had arrogant expressions, looking down on others, seemingly possessing an innate sense of superiority. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with slanted eyes. He slightly tilted his head. A blond young man stepped out from behind him.
Fong Xian immediately recognized the blond young man as none other than the lion dog he had seen at Chu Xiniao's house, Huoshi.
Huoshi took out something resembling a smart device and scanned the area below.
Beep 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 sounds echoed. It was aimed directly at Fong Xian.
Everyone in the classroom looked at Fong Xian, realizing this was directed at him. Yang Haoxi, sitting in the back row, crossed his arms and wore a triumphant smile. Seeing Yang Haoxi's expression, the students present showed shocked looks, not expecting the church people to be so bold as to barge in and grab someone while class was still in session.
Huoshi stepped towards Fong Xian's position. He reached out and roughly grabbed Fong Xian's shoulder, lifting him up.
Huoshi looked down from above, his expression haughty. He revealed a disdainful sneer.
We meet again, let's go for a walk.
The classroom instantly erupted in chaos.
What the hell? It's really happening. Yang Xiao is amazing. The church people are here to catch Fong Xian. This time, Fong Xian is really done for. These church folks are so arrogant, they don't care about anyone. No one can protect Fong Xian today. No matter how good your talent is or how high your grades are, without a background, you're just at the mercy of those with connections. Various noisy voices came through. As the students spoke, they all looked towards Yang Haoxi, who was sitting in the back row. Yang Haoxi crossed his arms, a smile blooming on his face, his gaze venomous. Then he looked at Fong Xian and arrogantly whistled with a finger in his mouth. Huoshi was dragging Fong Xian. A sudden surge of anger flared in Fong Xian's eyes.
He slammed into Huoshi's chest. Huoshi let out a muffled grunt. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his eyes.
With golden pupils fixed on Fong Xian, he said, "You better behave. No one dares to protect you today."
Zhang Bing, sitting nearby, suddenly stood up. This big guy from the power department had a bit of a tiger-like presence. What right do you have to take my classmate? As he spoke, he reached to grab Huoshi, but Huoshi's golden light surged, and with a backhanded slap, he pushed Zhang Bing away.
Fong Xian instantly surged with killing intent. He grabbed Huoshi by the neck. "Come at me. Don't touch my classmate."
Huoshi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fong Xian to dare to fight back. The intense killing intent that had erupted from Fong Xian made him feel a bit intimidated. He couldn't understand why a young boy would have such a strong, violent killing intent. His lofty golden brilliance was shaken. The golden light surged, Huoshi's aura skyrocketed, and he directly pinned Fong Xian down, putting handcuffs on him, gripping Fong Xian's shoulder and delivering 2 heavy punches to his stomach, causing Fong Xian's face to turn pale immediately. Huoshi squeezed Fong Xian's chin and whispered in his ear, "Kid, don't be arrogant. Someone has personally said they want you to suffer worse than death. Ants should stay low. This time, the lady can't protect you." After saying that, he dragged Fong Xian out. On the podium, Cheng Bingqing's beautiful face instantly turned cold as she slammed the table. "Everyone, is it too disrespectful to come to my class to take someone? Is it too disrespectful to our Tiandun Bureau?" The middle-aged man with triangular eyes standing at the door smiled. "Teacher Chang, it's a routine duty, sorry for the disturbance."
"Routine? What kind of duty requires taking a freshman?" The triangular-eyed man arrogantly sneered. "The church is doing its job." "No comment." Huoshi dragged Fong Xian out of the classroom. The triangular-eyed man and the church members behind him scanned the teachers and students below, still looking down on everyone. Cheng Bingqing's expression was furious. They specifically chose a class with low combat power because she was weak. Cheng Bingqing sent a message to Jahang, "Xiaobai, Fong Xian has been taken away by the church." After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing dashed out.
Many students in the classroom also rushed out in a commotion.
Yang Haoxi walked out leisurely. The crowd automatically parted to make way.
Many new students were fawning over him.
Yang Xiao. Amazing, Yang Xiao. The church is backing Yang Xiao. Fong Xin is definitely done for.
Zhang Bing, who had just been hit by Hu Shi, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out his communicator to make a call. Brother Hua Lu, the church people forcibly took Fong Xin from the classroom and even hit me and Fong Xin.
In the perception class.
They're still in the hallway. The commotion here was too loud, and teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor began to look over. When they saw Fong Xin being forcibly dragged out of the classroom by the church, many students also skipped class and rushed out to see what was happening. Word spread quickly, and more teachers and students flocked over, blocking the hallway completely.
Hu Shi twisted Fong Xin's shoulder, disdainfully looking at the mentor and students blocking the corridor.
The church is doing business, and idle people should quickly get out of the way. But more and more people gathered, and with just a glance from Hu Shi, a church member with a buzz cut and heavy dark circles stepped forward, raised his hand, and grasped at the air. A lightsaber formed out of thin air, and with a swing, it brutally cleaved a path through the congested corridor. The students, caught in the jam, toppled to the sides.
Hu Shi's golden eyes fixed on the teachers and students in the corridor. This is a warning.
The church is doing business. If you dare to block the way again, there will be no mercy.
The Tian Shield Bureau also had its temper.
On the other side of the corridor, the team leader Chen Yuanjue, who was teaching new students, walked forward with a cold face.
Is the church here to run wild in the wrong place? A man with triangular eyes stepped forward.
He raised one hand, and golden light burst from between his fingers, followed by a document pinched between them.
The highest commander of the church's Red Lotus district personally ordered the capture of the new student Fong Xin from the 9th Division. Do you have any objections?
Chen Yuanjue stepped forward, took the document, and examined it carefully, discovering it was indeed an official document signed by the church. His brows furrowed involuntarily. The man with triangular eyes pinched the document away, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Make way. Seeing Chen Yuanjue's expression change, the new students erupted in chaos. Damn! Yang Xiao is awesome. He used such a big show to capture Fong Xin?
Having a background is impressive. Damn, Fong Xin might be done for this time.
Can we please drop the might? Anyone with eyes can see that Fong Xin is completely finished. 7 days from now is his night of resurrection. Good grades are useless. Good talent is useless too. Without a background, in the end, you're just an ant in the eyes of those with powerful connections. Brother Underwear was also mixed in the crowd, watching the scene with glee. Yang Haoxi whistled at Fong Xin, revealing an extremely provocative smile. Hu Shi twisted Fong Xin's shoulder and moved forward. An insignificant ant without a background, still dreaming of having something with my young lady. Do you feel the gap now? What does joining the 9th Division matter? Any young master can easily handle you.
But after just a few steps, their path was blocked. The newcomer had a full beard, and his slightly open collar revealed a hint of sexy chest hair.
Everyone, this kid is mine. If you want to take him away, did you get my permission? Upon seeing the newcomer, the congested corridor erupted again. Damn! The Master of the Beast Palace is here. Who said the Master of the Beast Palace wouldn't come? The Master of the Beast Palace actually stood up to support Fong Xin.
Brother Underwear frowned, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Several church members stomped their feet. Master Shang, the church is doing business, don't seek your own suffering. The man with triangular eyes frowned, clearly not expecting Shang Tianke to personally intervene.
Shang Tianke grinned, this is my precious student. How do I know if you're really doing business for the church?
He came here specifically for this matter today. The old palace master valued Fong Xin highly.
Before coming here, the old palace master had instructed him to protect Fong Xin within reasonable limits, reinforcing their bond. The man with triangular eyes impatiently took out the document again.
Shang Tianke took it, examined it from all angles, and pointed at the document, smiling coldly at the man with triangular eyes.
It says take away, not capture. So what do you mean by handcuffing my student?
The man with triangular eyes frowned again, glancing back at Hu Shi, who smiled and said, the document doesn't specify how to take him away.
Shang Tiang's face turned cold, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him.
Black mist surged, and a giant unicorn python appeared out of thin air, its massive form coiling behind Shang Tianke.
You disrespectful thing, are you talking to me? This scene once again elicited a chorus of gasps.
Hu Shi involuntarily swallowed hard, frightened enough to take 2 steps back. The man with the triangular eyes had a dark expression as he glanced at Hu Shi. Unlock the handcuffs. Huashur hesitated for a moment, although he was extremely reluctant, he still unlocked the handcuffs. The man with the triangular eyes and Shang Tianke stood shoulder to shoulder, facing each other. Shang Gongju, I've given you face, but enough is enough. I must take him away, it won't matter who comes today. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound came, and a chair flew towards Huashur, smashing directly into his face, instantly leaving him bloodied and bruised. Hua Changhua, the sixth master, walked over. He patted the triangular-eyed man's chest with the back of his hand. Jiang Weiqi, he's my man. Let me see you take one. With the appearance of Hua Changhua, the scene erupted into a new wave of commotion. Damn! The sixth master Hua Jingguang from the 9th district is here. Is the sixth master Hua really that famous? Is he famous? How stupid can you be to ask that? This man is not only powerful himself, do you know who his grandfather is? Hua Mo. A figure specifically introduced in our history textbooks, a terrifying presence holding military power. One of the meritorious figures in the War of the Gods. Wow! So impressive? Why is he here to protect Fong Xin? Fong Xin's main talent is in strength, and the sixth master is also a strength mentor. Besides, the sixth master is notoriously protective. If Fong Xin is to be taken away, how could he not come out? Is the sixth master not afraid of the church? Going head-to-head is definitely something to be cautious about, but these people from the church haven't received any orders and wouldn't dare to do anything to the sixth master. He comes from a proper big family. Moreover, the Hua family army is known for sticking together. Touch one and you touch a whole nest. It seems that Fong Xin isn't without backing, he has two big shots supporting him. It doesn't seem so easy for Yang Xiao to seek revenge. Not necessarily, after all, the church doesn't take anyone seriously. And this time it's a formal process. The noisy voices were incessant. Yang Haoxi, mixed in the crowd, had a grim expression, never expecting that the church would intervene, and not just anyone, but two heavyweight guests had arrived. Jiang Weiqi, with his triangular eyes, had a face as dark as water, his expression extremely grim. Hua Lao Lu. I'm handling this officially. Don't go too far. Hua Cheng smiled broadly. Official business? What official business? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward and lowered his voice. Hua Lao Lu, this kid has been personally named by the higher-ups to be taken back for questioning. If something goes wrong, even your old man might not be able to protect you. It was better not to say this. As soon as he did, Hua Cheng immediately got angry. I'm blocking him today. What can you do about it? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes glinted with ferocity, but he was helpless against Hua Cheng, so he had no choice but to shake his wrist and take out the official document, handing it to Hua Cheng. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this signed by the higher-ups? Is it official business? Just as Hua Cheng was about to speak, a voice came from the side. Official business? Is it really just official business? Following the voice, they saw an elderly lady wearing square glasses and a sweater walking towards them. With the appearance of the elderly lady, everyone present retreated like a tide. It seemed that this elderly lady's aura was even more formidable than that of some ancient beasts. Shang Tianke awkwardly adjusted his clothes, covering his sexy little chest hair, and stepped aside obediently. Senior son. Even the headstrong Hua Cheng reined in his arrogance and bent down. Anti-son. Sun Bijuan walked through the crowd and stood in front of Jiang Weiqi. Using the name of public office to act for personal gain, who gave you the right? Jiang Weiqi's tone softened for once, as if he also understood the elderly lady's status in the Tiandun Bureau. Old lady son, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? This child is my student. You come to arrest my student, so you tell me, does it have anything to do with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place erupted. What the hell? The ruthless master of extinction is stepping in to save someone? This is unprecedented. I was already shocked when the palace master and Lord Hua Six stepped in to save someone, but now this one is here too? Oh my goodness, is this still the iron-faced, heartless master of extinction I remember? I'm feeling so secure. After this battle, my impression of the master of extinction has shifted from deep black to light black. Young Master Yang is in a tough spot. I thought he could do something to Fong Xin, but instead, Fong Xin brought out these big shots. What about those who were gloating just now, saying Brother Xin was going to be done for? Keep barking. A bunch of sewer rats only know how to squeak all day, just jealous of our Brother Xin. This group has psychological issues, so sour. They got slapped in the face by Fong Xin. The group that had been gloating just moments ago now fell silent. The situation had developed somewhat unexpectedly. Brother Underwear stood with his mouth agape, clearly not expecting three big shots to come to the rescue. Even the master of extinction had arrived. Jiang Xiaochao also stood in the crowd, nervously and angrily watching the scene unfold. Yang Haoxi in the crowd looked ferocious, his eyes nearly murderous.
He had skipped class today to watch the commotion around Fong Xian, planning to go to the interrogation room later to deal with Fong Xian personally, but now 3 obstacles had appeared in succession.
Jiang Weiqi squinted his triangular eyes again, shaking the document in his hand. Old lady son, even if he is your student, the higher-ups have said he must be taken away, please cooperate.
Is this absolutely official business? Sun Bijuan asked.
Jiang Weiqi smiled, old lady son, I assure you, it is absolutely official business. Sun Bijuan's hand knitting suddenly paused, and she turned to look at Yang Haoxi in the crowd. The old lady's cold eyes behind her glasses fixed on Yang Haoxi, and she simply said 4 words, speak the truth.
Yang Haoxi's pupils dilated. I teased Fong Xian's sister, and Fong Xian hit me.
I went to my mom, and my mom went to my uncle. My uncle agreed, and they were just looking for Fong Xian.
At that time, my uncle would send someone to take Fong Xian away and lock her in a secret room, letting me deal with her personally.
After saying this, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually focused, his face pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. As his words fell, Jiang Weiqi's face turned pale, and the faces of several church members behind him also changed dramatically.
The onlookers were in an uproar.
Sun Bijuan's knitting became faster, her eyes behind the lenses radiating a chilling aura.
Say that to me again, you are handling this as official business. Hua Cheng pointed angrily at the air. What the hell? Jiang Weiqi, come on, explain to me, does your church have the surname Jiang?
Using the church's banner to bully our Heavenly Shield Bureau.
What do you want to do?
If today you dare to use the church's banner to arrest our students, tomorrow you will dare to use the church's banner to arrest our mentors.
Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the church and our Heavenly Shield Bureau?
Jiang Weiqi forcibly stabilized the situation. Old Six Hua, you can eat your meal however you like, but you can't talk nonsense.
Is the official document still fake? Sun Bijuan stared at Jiang Weiqi. So your abuse of power is real, right? Jiang Weiqi smiled. Old lady son, what a child says in anger, how can it be taken seriously? Don't you think so? If you take someone away today, does that mean anyone can come and step on the Heavenly Shield Bureau in the future? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually faded.
Everyone, I kindly advise you, I have given the face that should be given, but please do not overstep. Jiang Weiqi pointed at his chest badge. What you all just said, my superior has already seen it. I must take this person away today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me. As he spoke, the communication devices of Hua Cheng, Shang Tianke, and even Sun Bijuan began to ring one after another.
Hua Cheng frowned at the caller ID but ultimately answered the call. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan looked at their own caller IDs and also answered. Hua Cheng stepped aside. What's wrong, Dad? Are you sticking your neck out for a student? Yes, did that damn church call you? It went to your uncle. He said to let it go. Hua Cheng frowned. Let it go? Just watch my precious student be taken away by these bastards? This matter is a bit complicated.
Don't worry, a big shot will step in to protect that student. After hanging up, Hua Cheng's face was as dark as water.
Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan were the same. Jiang Weiqi sneered disdainfully. Everyone, shouldn't you step aside? Seeing a few people make way, the onlooking students erupted in chatter. What the hell? These 3 big shots are stepping aside? I underestimated the church. Well, Fong Xian is completely done for now.
I was shallow. I thought young Master Yang would have a hard time avenging himself, but now it seems young Master Yang is bound to win, and Fong Xian will definitely suffer. Brother Kutcher revealed a smile again, thinking that the church was indeed a cut above. In the crowd, Zhang Xiaocha's eyes were red. Fong Xian watched the competition among the various forces and felt for the first time the importance of having a strong background. Without one, he was like a rootless floating weed, drifting aimlessly. Looking at these people from the church, then glancing at the smug young Haoxi, Fong Xian silently vowed. He must create his own power. Crush all these bullies. Huasher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping Fong Xian's shoulder. Do you feel like an ant now? Do you feel the gap? You're dead today. Just as Jiang Weiqi led the group to leave, a pale, naive girl emerged from the crowd. Crunching on potato chips, she walked straight towards Jiang Weiqi and the others. Many teachers and students recognized her. Damn! Li Bauer, what's she doing here? She can't be trying to save Fong Xian, right? Who knows what background Li Bauer has? I don't know, but can she really challenge the church? Jiang Weiqi frowned and raised his hand to push Li Bauer away. Get lost. But as soon as his hand touched Li Bauer, he didn't exert any force. Li Bauer fell to the ground with a thud. Oh no! I've been knocked down. Lying on the ground, Li Bauer took out her phone. Hey, Grandpa, I've been hit. My head is dizzy. My whole body hurts. It's hard to breathe. Jiang Weiqi sneered disdainfully.
Su Bushing arrived late, and upon seeing Li Bauer lying on the ground, his face turned pale, and he shouted, "Don't provoke her." Jiang Weiqi ignored him, thinking Su Bushing was talking to Li Bauer. Completely disregarding Li Bauer lying at his feet, he was about to lift his leg to step over her. Su Bushing's expression changed immediately, clapping his hands and clicking his tongue. "It's over. This is completely over. You've kicked a metal plate." In the next second, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It directly enveloped the entire Tiandun Academy. A thunderclap exploded in the sky. Following that, the void shattered like a broken mirror. A nearly transparent knife crashed directly onto Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. Jiang Weiqi didn't have time to react. His body was instantly knocked backward by the immense force and was directly pinned to the wall by the knife. Blood gushed out. Jiang Weiqi's eyes bulged, and under the intense impact, his complexion turned a pig liver purple. "Who the hell dared to touch my granddaughter?" His furious voice thundered, echoing through the skies. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Weiqi's mouth like a thin line. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on his face, as if he had realized something, and he shouted loudly, "Old Masterly, please let me explain." A torrent of blade energy surged forth, filling the entire corridor. Everyone present was gripped with fear. The oppressive force that descended from above was so strong it was appalling. Several terrifying auras emerged from the Tiandun Academy, probing the presence of the newcomer. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of terrifying existence is this? Such combat power must be at least level 13. This kind of terrifying being is definitely not a nobody in the entire dragon country. What kind of background does Li Bauer have? How could she have such a terrifying grandfather? Did you all hear that? That Jiang Weiqi from the church turned pale, as if he was really afraid of Li Bauer's grandfather. Anyone with a brain can see it. He almost lost his life. Of course, he's scared. Does Li Bauer's grandfather not even fear the church? Brother Kuchai gaped, utterly shocked at the scene, then stared at Li Bauer. This silly girl actually had such a strong background. Not to mention these students, Hua Chang, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Chang Bingqing all looked astonished. Shang Tianke seemed to realize who the other party was, gasped, and his eyes widened significantly. "It's that old senior." The only one in the room who knew Li Bauer's identity, Su Bushing, looked at the scene helplessly, his expression one of despair. Jiang Weiqi was pinned to the wall by a transparent great sword. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. "Old Masterly, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't touch your granddaughter." His voice boomed like thunder from above. "Didn't touch my granddaughter? Stop lying. My granddaughter has always been honest. Could it be that my granddaughter would frame you?" Jiang Weiqi felt as if the sky had fallen. "Old Masterly, I really didn't touch your granddaughter just now. You can ask her." Li Bauer lay on the ground, her gaze vacant, looking as if she had been hurt, her voice soft and weak. "I can't move. My head is dizzy, and my whole body hurts." Jiang Weiqi was numb with panic, quickly exclaiming, "Little sister, you mustn't say that. I really didn't touch you." Li Bauer lay on the ground, speaking in a very timid tone the most unreasonable words. "Your words have hurt me, your aura has severely injured me, your actions have offended me, your behavior has attacked me." Jiang Weiqi stared blankly. He turned his head with great difficulty towards Dean Su Bushing. "Dean Su, you must testify for me." Su Bushing maintained a stern face, cursing inwardly, "Am I here to sell you a testimony? You came here with arrogance to our Tiandun Academy to catch someone, even laid hands on someone, and now you've run into a tough opponent and expect me to testify for you. Moreover, I just reminded you not to provoke her. You didn't listen, and now you're looking for me." Su Bushing stepped forward slowly, looked up at the sky, and forced a smile. "Oldly, actually, I didn't see clearly what happened just now." Jiang Weiqi immediately glared at Su Bushing. "Dean Su, you clearly saw that I didn't touch her." Su Bushing's expression was cold. "After all, I am the dean of Tiandun Academy. Although I am just a civil servant in the entire Tiandun Bureau, I am still an official, and my rank is higher than yours. You think you can talk to me like this at this moment, just because the church is backing you? If it weren't for the complexity of today's situation, would you be so arrogant? I arrived late, there were too many people in front, and I didn't see clearly." Jiang Weiqi wanted to argue further, but the knife embedded in his chest twisted, and a painful wail immediately escaped his mouth as he slapped the badge on his chest. "Lord Bishop, save me." Sunlight spilled through the window, enveloping Jiang Weiqi. A golden halo formed around him. The badge on his chest was particularly eye-catching, resembling a small sun. The eye within the badge seemed almost alive. Before long, a golden phantom appeared. Its face was indistinct, just a mass of golden light, which at first glance looked like a cluster of gold. "Deputy Commander Li, after all these years, still the same temper." Laughter emanated from that golden light.
A voice like distant thunder followed. No wonder your subordinates are blind. It turns out it's you, the one-eyed man. Laughter rang out again from the golden light. Your subordinates are blind and have offended Deputy Commander Lee. I apologize on their behalf. As for your granddaughter, how about this? I'll gift her a top-tier treasure as a token of my apology. Will that satisfy you? Whether I'm satisfied or not is unimportant. What matters is that my granddaughter is satisfied. The phantom of golden light turned to look at Li Bauer, who lay on the ground with a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. She was already cute, and with her silly and naive personality, it was hard to completely blame the old man Li for his fury. Li Bauer pointed at Fong Xin, Grandpa, this is my friend. The voice from the golden light responded, Deputy Commander Li, we mean no harm to your granddaughter's friend. This matter is quite complex, related to an incident from over a decade ago. I believe you know what I'm referring to. For the first time, the voice of Li Bauer's grandfather fell silent. After a long pause, he said, you must promise me, do not harm him in the slightest. No problem. Bauer, get up. Ah whoa. Li Bauer stood up and dusted herself off. A fist-sized ball of golden light flew out from the golden light and entered Li Bauer's spatial ring. It's a gift for you. Deputy Commander Li, I fulfilled my promise. The knife that had been pinning Jiang Weiqi quietly dissipated, and he slid down the wall to sit on the ground, drawing a thick scarlet line on the wall. A cold voice emerged from the golden light, take him away. Jiang Weiqi struggled to stand up, took out a vial of potion from his spatial ring, and swallowed it without hesitation, giving Huoshi a glance. Huoshi roughly grabbed Fong Xin by the shoulder and started to leave. Hua Cheng's anger flared, and he took a step forward, his arm swirling with energy, the entire thick arm wrapped in dragon scales formed by the energy, delivering a powerful punch to Huoshi's abdomen. Huoshi instinctively raised a golden protective shield, but it was instantly shattered by Hua Cheng's punch, sending his body folding backward and crashing into the wall before bouncing onto the ground. He lay there, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hua family brat, do you know what you're doing? An angry voice came from the golden light. Hua Cheng shook his wrist dismissively. The document says to take him away, and you yourself said to take him away. Does this look like taking him away? The figure in the golden light cast a faint glance at Huoshi, and under the overwhelming pressure, Huoshi immediately lowered his head, not daring to breathe. Huoshi struggled to get up. A tearing pain shot through his abdomen. He stood behind Fong Xin this time, not daring to act recklessly again. Let's go. Just as Fong Xin was about to leave, Huoshi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lowly ant. You won't even need young Master Yang to take action, just watch how I torment you. I will make you wish for life but not be able to live, wish for death but not be able to die. After I torment you half to death, I'll find a healer to patch you up, and then repeat the cycle. I want you to know how despairing it is to offend the powerful. The onlookers watched Fong Xin. Although many big shots had come to help, in the end, he would still be taken away. Once taken away, who would believe the verbal promises? Fong Xin would still be tortured, and by then, finding a healing type of rescue would be treated as if nothing had happened. But just a few steps later, ripples stirred in the void, and a figure walked out. With a head full of white hair and hands in pockets, he flashed a signature smile, revealing his small white teeth. Good afternoon, everyone. With the appearance of the white-haired guy, the scene erupted again. Damn! That prodigy from the 9th Division has come out too. One Fong Xin has brought out so many big shots. Who still dares to say Fong Xin has no background? A voice came from the golden light. Jahang, are you also here to block the way? Jahang stood in midair with his hands in his pockets. I'm not blocking, but you can't take him away. You can only question him at the Sky Shield Academy. Do you really want to go against our church? A furious shout came from the golden light, which surged, shaking the air and roaring like thunder. Jahang leisurely raised his hand, holding a token between two fingers. Elder Yi has spoken, people cannot be taken away. Do you want to go against Elder Yi? The token hovered in midair, emanating a vast and terrifying wave that chilled the bones. It was evident how powerful the person behind this token was. The shadow and the golden light remained silent, floating in midair as if on autopilot. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The previous auras emanating from the Sky Shield Academy all converged towards this side. The reason the church hadn't acted was that the higher-ups hadn't given the order. Now that the person behind the 9th Division had spoken, they no longer had any need for restraint. The church's people were truly overstepping. The auras seemed eager to crush the church members into pulp. Time felt as if it had stopped. After several dozen seconds, a voice emerged from the golden light. Then let's listen to Elder Yi. Unexpectedly, Jahang continued, there's one more thing. Your church ignored the regulations of the Sky Shield Academy today, violated the agreements signed between our major organizations, and even attacked our new recruits in front of so many freshmen.
Shouldn't you show some acknowledgement? What do you want?
Donate about 10 sets of your Holy Light Church's techniques above the 10th level to our Sky Shield Academy.
A cold laugh came from the Golden Light. 10 sets? You dare to ask for that? Then you can negotiate. 1 set of techniques.
Jahang shook his head. 10 sets of techniques above the 10th level. An angry voice came from the Golden Light. White-haired guy, don't go too far, our personal grudges haven't been settled yet.
The white-haired guy showed no sign of fear, still grinning with his small white teeth. Archbishop Wu, it's working hours now.
During work hours, I hold a position. I am the chief instructor of the Sky Shield Academy. Please call me Instructor Zhuge.
The figure in the Golden Light trembled slightly, seemingly very angry.
After a few seconds of silence, he said, 3 sets.
If that's acceptable, fine. If not, then we'll just have to drag this out in court. No problem. Techniques. Jahang readily agreed. But I have 2 more conditions. Go ahead.
The techniques must not be circulated outside.
That's the first point.
Second, the Sky Shield Academy must not make things difficult for him afterward. The figure in the Golden Light pointed in the direction of Yang Haosi.
No problem.
3 light spheres flew out from the Golden Light.
After Jahang checked them, he said, the meeting room is ready, let's go now. Snap. Jahang snapped his fingers.
The few of them vanished into thin air.
This display left many of the new students present dumbfounded.
Many new recruits had heard of a very strong white-haired street punk from the 9th Division, but they had no idea just how strong he was. That super handsome snap completely stunned everyone.
Many female trainees gasped in admiration, their eyes sparkling with adoration.
Cheng Bingqing looked in the direction where Jahang had disappeared, like a little fangirl, her big watery eyes filled with worship.
Fong Chen glanced around and found it to be a spacious and bright office.
After a few people appeared, they all sat on the genuine leather sofa.
Jahang crossed his legs. Everyone, feel free to ask whatever you want.
Jiang Weiqi looked around, then his gaze sought the Golden Light, and after receiving a nod, he took out a treasure shaped like an eyeball from his spatial ring. He gently tossed it, and the eyeball-shaped treasure floated in midair. A beam of light shot out from it, enveloping Fong Chen.
Jiang Weiqi coldly stared at Fong Chen. You answer whatever I say. Did you hear me? Jahang nodded at Fong Chen. Fong Chen responded,
Where were you when your parents had the car accident?
At school. After your parents' accident, did any strange people come looking for you or give you anything? Fong Chen shook his head. No. Never? Fong Chen nodded firmly. Never. Did your parents ever send you anything strange? No. Did they ever secretly take you to get vaccinated? No.
Jiang Weiqi glanced at the eyeball floating in the air, which showed no abnormalities. Then let me ask you again, before your parents had the accident, did you notice anything unusual about them?
Fong Chen thought carefully. No.
Unexpectedly, the eyeball erupted with a blinding light, flickering like a strobe. The Golden Light sitting on the sofa suddenly surged, filling the entire room with dazzling brilliance. Jiang Weiqi's pupils turned golden. Speak the truth.
Fong Chen was silent for a moment.
My father never touched alcohol or cigarettes, but one night before the incident, he came home after drinking a lot.
Go on. He collapsed as soon as he walked in. The voice within the Golden Light pressed urgently. Is that all? Fong Chen shook his head. That's all. What about the next day when he woke up?
When I got up, he was already gone. There was a sticky note on the table saying he and my mother had a very important seminar in the morning, telling me to eat out, and then I never heard from them again until the police notified me to go to the morgue. After a moment of silence in the interrogation, Jiang Weiqi continued, after your parents left, did any strangers come looking for you or say something to you, or did any strangers deliberately provoke you to harm you?
Yes.
This made the church members fix their gaze on Fong Chen again.
Who? What did they look like? Do you remember their name?
As he spoke, Jiang Weiqi took out a brush and a drawing board from his spatial ring. Fong Chen described, golden hair, long hair down to here, a bit of a square face, light brown eyebrows, pretty big eyes, a high nose bridge, a bit of flesh on the nose, thick lips, overall a bit ugly but still handsome.
As Fong Chen described, the brush swiftly painted, and the portrait gradually took shape, lifelike.
Looking at the portrait, Jiang Weiqi frowned slightly and turned to look aside.
As the portrait took shape, Fong Chen added, his name is Huashur. The one sitting next to you.
Huashur's face darkened, glaring at Fong Chen with a murderous intent, wishing he could tear Fong Chen apart.
Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Are you fucking with me? Fong Chen replied honestly, aren't you the one asking me? Jiang Weiqi choked for a moment, suppressing his anger. Is there anyone else? There's one more. What's his name? What does he look like? Yang Haoxi.
Jiang Weiqi was once again left speechless, putting away his brush and drawing board, his eyes brimming with anger. If it weren't for Zhuge Hang being here, he would have already started taking matters into his own hands.
Everyone, are you done asking? If you're done, can we leave? Zhuge Hang interjected.
Jiang Weiqi glared at Fong Chen, then glanced at the figure in the golden light, which suddenly shrank and vanished into Jiang Weiqi's badge. As he was about to leave, he left behind a remark, "Let's go, it seems he knows nothing." Jiang Weiqi stood up, and Zhuge Hang leisurely got up as well. "I'll see you off."
Before Jiang Weiqi could say anything, snap!
After the sound of fingers snapping, Jiang Weiqi and the many members of the church disappeared without a trace.
Zhuge Hang put his arm around Fong Xan's shoulder. Today's lesson was truly educational. Did you feel your insignificance?
I felt it. Since you felt it, you should find ways to improve your strength. This world is like that. From the day humanity was born, the law of the jungle has been ingrained in our bones. No matter how civilization updates and iterates, the law of the jungle continues in different forms.
At this point, Zhuge Hang changed the subject. Do you want to take down that Huashur? Fong Xin grinned. I do. Zhuge Hang continued. Did you see the punch that Hua Laolu threw at Huashur today?
Fong Xin recalled Hua Cheng's punch at Huashur, who couldn't dodge it at all and was smashed through all his golden shields by Hua Cheng's blow. Although it was due to the difference in realms, Huashur had no power to resist that punch.
I saw it. That technique is called Tai Shanglong technique, specifically designed to counter Huashur.
Once mastered, it can even counter light-type abilities. Since you were at a disadvantage in the church today, with Hua Laolu's temperament, he will definitely teach you the Tai Shanglong technique to deal with the church.
During the midterm test, we will go to the demon and god ruins, and the church will also go.
Anyone entering the ruins with combat power above level 5 will be suppressed, and Huashur will also go to the ruins. There, he can only exert level 5 combat power. Whether you can kill him depends on your own abilities.
Fong Xin was taken aback. If I kill someone from the church, won't there be consequences?
When the demon and god ruins open, besides the so-called righteous organizations, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, and various other extraordinary organizations will also enter. At that time, it will be a chaotic mess inside. As long as you don't kill members of the Heavenly Shield Bureau, you can team up or hunt each other with other organizations, including hunting church members.
A glint of killing intent flashed in Fong Xin's eyes. During the test, can someone who isn't a student also enter?
Yes, there are many treasures in the demon and god ruins, including rare materials and treasures.
So besides the students going for the test, others will also take the risk to go treasure hunting. Fong Xin paused. Can we choose which demon and god ruins to go to? Zhuge Hang smiled. You can. Any ideas? I want to go to the No. 9 demon and god ruins.
Zhuge Hang tilted his head to look at Fong Xin. With so many demon and god ruins, why do you want to go to No.
9? My lucky number is 9. Fong Xin replied evasively. No problem. Will Huashur definitely go? Zhuge Hang made an okay gesture. Absolutely. Any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? Why didn't I see you teaching anyone? Fong Xin asked a side question.
Zhuge Hang put his hands in his pockets and grinned, showing his white teeth. Because I'm the street rogue of the 9th district. This answer was flawless. Take a look at these 3 techniques first. After you're done, remember to return them to me. I'll submit them to the Heavenly Shield Bureau. 3 beams of light flew in front of Fong Xin, and he stored them all in his spatial ring. Thanks.
No big deal. Go back to class. Snap. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. Fong Xin vanished from the spot.
The new students were still discussing among themselves.
So many big shots came out today to support Fong Xin.
Even the person behind the 9th place conveyed a message in the end. This shows how much the other side values him now. I thought Yang Haoxi could take Fong Xin away, but unexpectedly, he kicked against iron plates. Those students who had previously flattered and fawned over Yang Haoxi were all met with a counterattack from Fong Xin's faction.
Where are those who just licked Yang Haoxi's boots? Keep talking. Did your vocal cords stay at home? Yang Xiao is so impressive, but even if Xin Gu has talent, it's useless. Did you see? Talent and good grades are what matter. All the big shots will back you up. They are just rats in a stinking ditch, unable to stand others doing well, always spouting sour words about Xin Gu. Now it's good. Those who fawned over Yang Haoxi will be even more jealous. Don't make a fuss. Xin Gu has so many big shots helping him. He seems to have a background.
I heard from someone in the 7th place that when Xin Gu enrolled, he had over 10,000 points in his account, which is equivalent to over 100 million in cash. Under various attacks of opinions, those who had previously flattered young Housey didn't dare to make a sound.
Now everyone could see that the ninth place was determined to protect Fong Xin.
When the people from the church left just now, young Housey, along with a few friends, left with their tails between their legs. Cheng Bingqing stared blankly in the direction young Housey had left, her gaze hollow, as if she had logged out.
Shang Tianke approached like a fly rubbing its claws. Chang.
Before he could finish, Sun Bijuan glanced up and said flatly, "Get lost."
Alright. Shang Tianke forced a smile and rolled away a few meters.
Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing.
A few minutes later,
Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their spirit, her face a bit pale, and she was panting. "What did you see?" Sun Bijuan asked, tugging at her sweater. Cheng Bingqing looked in the direction young Housey had left.
He still wants to kill Fong Xin. On the life and death platform.
He borrowed someone else's power. He displayed at least mid-level 4 combat strength.
Sun Bijuan's movements paused slightly, then she continued to ask, and then?
Then.
I couldn't see clearly.
I only saw someone die, but I don't know who it was.
Sun Bijuan's brows furrowed for the first time. You couldn't see clearly?
Cheng Bingqing nodded. The possibility of a prophetic talent from the perception system not being able to see clearly means either the opponent's realm is very high, or a higher level prophet has obscured the heavenly secrets, or the person being investigated has an unknown existence protecting them.
Sun Bijuan said, so you mean someone obscured the heavenly secrets, or there's an unknown existence protecting Yang Housey? If there's a prophet obscuring the heavenly secrets, I would be able to sense it.
Then there's only one possibility, either Fong Xin or Yang Housey has an unknown existence protecting them.
This unknown existence is extremely terrifying.
Those protected by an unknown existence, if they don't die young and reach their peak, can rival the gods. This made Sun Bijuan's hands involuntarily tremble, and her action of tugging at the sweater paused.
You can't tell which one of them it is?
Just as Cheng Bingqing was about to speak, the crowd erupted into chaos.
Fong Xin appeared out of nowhere in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing stared at Fong Xin.
A few seconds later, Cheng Bingqing let out a muffled groan, her eyes bloodshot, filled with veins, her already pale face turned completely colorless, and she swayed as if about to fall. Sun Bijuan hurriedly supported Cheng Bingqing.
What did you see?
Cheng Bingqing's forehead was beaded with sweat, her long legs wrapped in stockings trembling slightly. I saw nothing.
The one protected by an unknown existence is Fong Xin. Sun Bijuan stared blankly at Fong Xin, also stunned.
Cheng Bingqing adjusted her breathing, took a fruit from her spatial ring, and swallowed it in small bites. Her complexion improved a lot, but her eyes were still filled with blood vessels, a deep red. Taking out a pair of sunglasses from the space ring and putting them on, if you look closely, you'll find that the style of the sunglasses is a couple's design, just like Jahang's.
Everyone back to the classroom. A mentor shouted.
The many students hurried towards their respective classrooms. As Fong Xin was heading back to the classroom, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd and hugged Fong Xin. Come find me in the gravity room after class.
Recalling what Jahang had just said, Fong Xin nodded, okay.
When they arrived at the classroom, it wasn't long before Cheng Bingqing walked in from outside. Cheng Bingqing succinctly said, class is about to end, so I'll briefly explain. For those with perception-type talents, you only need a perception fruit. I won't elaborate further on that. The consumption for our perception type is the same as for the mental type, both rely on mental power. In some ways, the two talents are similar, but the mental type focuses more on attack. The first realm of perception type talent, the summoning realm, is about using your visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile senses to assess safety within a certain range. The second realm, the source flow, involves using unique methods to condense mental power, open a divine spring, and enhance sensitivity and range of perception. The third realm, the pulsation, is about resonating with external air currents through mental power pulses, merging together, and enhancing the sixth sense, making one more sensitive to danger. The fourth realm, the grounding, weaves mental power into a massive net, like a spider web. Within a certain range, any approaching danger will be captured by us.
Since you are beginners, I will only discuss these 4 realms for now.
Don't underestimate our perception type, every team needs us.
With our perception, a team's chances of winning will increase exponentially. No matter how strong you are, if you can't perceive the enemy, it's all in vain. Fong Xin clicked his tongue. What was wrong with the power type? Why did everyone have to mention it? So infuriating. When would our brutes stand up? Teacher, what realm is needed to foresee a person's past and future?
Cheng Bingqing smiled softly. That would require the 5th realm. Because Cheng Bingqing was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and a good temper, every minute in her class passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, class was over.
Everyone left, and many turned back to look at Fong Xin.
Today, Young Housey used connections from the church to target Fong Chen. Everyone thought Fong Chen was doomed, but the outcome was unexpected.
This also showed everyone how much the ninth place valued Fong Chen.
Those who fawned over Yang Housey were ridiculed.
Fong Chen didn't rush back to the dormitory.
Instead, following Hua Cheng's instructions, he went to the gravity room.
Upon entering, bang bang bang.
Hua Cheng was practicing boxing against a high-level puppet. He was shirtless, with clearly defined muscles, each fiber brimming with explosive power.
Hua Cheng's body was covered in dragon scales formed from the evolution of energy.
It was like wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. This dragon scale armor not only enhanced defense but also boosted attack power. Hearing the footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm, muscles writhing like a coiling dragon, and the dragon scale energy flowing on his arm eventually transformed into 9 small dragons clinging to it.
One punch. Boom!
The air was shattered by the tremendous sound of the punch.
Following the sound explosion was a deafening dragon's roar. The high-level puppet was immediately sent flying backward by the punch.
In midair, it seemed to receive additional force, being propelled upward repeatedly, as if skipping stones in the air.
Hua Cheng turned around and waved his fist. Did you see that? I saw. Do you want to learn? I want. Hua Cheng grinned. That's good. If you don't learn, I'll beat you up. Damn the church.
I've suffered such great humiliation today, I can't just swallow this anger.
We must find a way to vent this resentment.
This technique is called the Tai Ascending Dragon Technique, which my old man stumbled upon.
Before I teach it to you, you must promise me that you will not use this technique to bully the weak, will not use it to harm the innocent, and will not use it to harm your comrades. Fong Chen nodded. I promise, I won't use the Tai Ascending Dragon Technique to bully the weak, won't harm the innocent, and won't harm my comrades. Good. Hua Cheng patted Fong Chen on the shoulder.
As he spoke, he took out a bamboo slip. From today on, set aside 2 hours every day to focus on practicing this technique. When you encounter members of the church during the midterm test, hit them hard. Fong Chen carefully read through the Tai Ascending Dragon Technique, and after finishing, he felt a surge of excitement. Hua Cheng was truly straightforward,
teaching a 13th level technique just like that.
This technique is both offensive and defensive, allowing one to condense dragon scales with chi, and when practiced to perfection, the physical strength can rival that of a true dragon. Moreover, the dragon scale armor refined by this technique can withstand light-type attacks, and it has penetration and critical hit bonuses against light-type shields. Just as Jahang said, this technique counters light-type talents. It's time to prepare a great gift for Huoshi. Hua Cheng continued, the 2 techniques I taught you before have many similarities with the Tai Ascending Dragon Technique. Once you master the Tai Ascending Dragon Technique, you will also be able to integrate the other 2 techniques.
But before practicing, you need to sense the true dragon aura. I have a piece of dragon bone here. Today you should try to sense the true dragon aura. Only with the true dragon aura and possessing dragon might will your combat power receive the corresponding boost. Fong Chen looked at the palm-sized dragon bone, and the moment his fingers touched it, the true dragon aura erupted from within him.
Hua Cheng was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in shock, "Where did your true dragon aura come from?"
"I got it when I awakened my beast-taming talent at the Beast Palace." Hua Cheng laughed broadly. "I knew it.
No wonder that old lecher Shang Tianke from the Beast Palace specifically applied to come to school to support you. It turns out it was for this reason."
This is great. This is great. You are a natural Tai Ascending Dragon Technique holy body. Practice, practice. If you have any questions, just ask me. Hua Cheng's laughter was hearty. To be honest, Fong Chen had a very good impression of this Hua Liuye.
After observing the technique, Fong Chen followed what he had learned before, letting his chi and blood surge, and finally, a bit of chi burst forth, wrapping around a finger, transforming it into a dragon claw. Hua Cheng adjusted the gravity coefficient to 6 times normal. The 4th level combat power adjusted to 4 times gravity was just right.
Fong Chen gritted his teeth and smashed out a punch.
The images of those high and mighty church members flashed through his mind.
Fong Chen's gaze turned cold.
His will grew stronger.
I want to become stronger. I want to become the strongest. I will break all the powers in this world. I will kill all the trash that bullies the weak with their strength without leaving a trace. At first, under the gravity, even lifting his arm was difficult, but Fong Chen's gaze was resolute. Enduring all discomfort, he mobilized his chi and blood, igniting his chi, and punched out again and again. Hua Cheng stood by, watching this scene, unable to help but grin with satisfaction. If this perseverance continues, reaching 5th level combat power during the midterm test seems possible. On the other side, Yang Housey dialed a number. "Mom, that Fong Chen is still doing fine.
Not only did I fail to take revenge, but now I've become the laughingstock of the whole school. Everyone points and talks about me, and the things they say are so harsh.
Some even call me a clown. If this goes on, I might just get depression.
On the other end of the phone, Jahang Suching hurriedly said, "Baby, listen to mommy. I asked your uncle, and it's not those people from the Sky Shield Bureau, but rather some secrets involving Fong Xin. Your uncle said that the reason the one behind the 9th Bureau is keeping Fong Xin is that he has value, but he has no background. Once he loses his value, no one will care whether he lives or dies." Yang Haoxi shouted angrily, "But I want him dead right now."
Jahang Suching said, "Son, don't be anxious. Mommy will tell you a secret that your uncle told me in person." "What secret?" This time, the 9th Bureau is protecting Fong Xin, which has made some people in the church very angry. Moreover, I've heard that Fong Xin has quite a good talent.
The 9th Bureau already has a prodigy, Jahang, who is giving them a headache, and they definitely won't sit idly by and let the 9th Bureau produce another prodigy.
You know the Life and Death platform at the Sky Shield Academy, right?
The church will bribe a new student to go up to the Life and Death platform, challenge Fong Xin, and then eliminate him. Yang Haoxi responded, "Mom, that Fong Xin has very strong combat power. He ranked first among the new students.
Isn't challenging him a joke?" Jahang Suching huffed, "Son, don't be anxious. Let mommy tell you, this plan will be implemented after a while. Fong Xin is a power-type talent, and power-type talents are all brutes. After a while, he will be surpassed by students with other talents. The church will provide a treasure to the bribed student, a treasure that can transmit power. As long as that student wears the treasure, there will be someone with the same talent and high combat power outside to transmit power to him. To avoid raising suspicion, they will lay the groundwork step by step, making it seem like this student's power is steadily increasing. However, among the new students, the increase in combat power can't be too exaggerated. It will be controlled at level 4 combat power, but killing that Fong Xin will still be easy. So, son, just hold on a little longer, and you will definitely see Fong Xin get killed." Yang Haoxi's eyes were wild.
"Mom, stop looking for new students.
Let me do it. I want to kill him with my own hands." "Son, you are mommy's precious child. Let others do this kind of rough work." Yang Haoxi said venomously, "Mom, if I don't kill him with my own hands, those students will always laugh at me as a clown. I can't stand that kind of humiliation. I want to clear my name." "Son." Jahang Suching's words were interrupted by Yang Haoxi, "I don't care. You go find my uncle to arrange it for me. I want to go up to the Life and Death platform and kill Fong Xin with my own hands. If you don't arrange it, I won't live anymore." "Son, please don't be foolish. You are everything to mommy. I will go find your uncle right now." After hanging up the phone, Yang Haoxi kicked the chair beside him away, his eyes dark and fierce. Soon, the phone rang again. "Son, your uncle still cares about you," he agreed. Boom! Fong Xin punched the puppet. The mid-level 4 puppet was knocked back half a step. Hua Chang's eyes lit up. Fong Xin could unleash 18,000 kilograms of punch power. The upper limit of level 4 combat power is 25,000 kilograms. This means that Fong Xin's actual combat power is still at the early level 4. An early level 4 can push back a mid-level 4, which shows his talent. Fong Xin learned this kind of thing almost instantly. After Hua Cheng taught it a few times, Fong Xin quickly grasped the essence of it. In just 2 hours, Fong Xin was already able to wrap his palm with qi. The qi outside his palm transformed into a dragon claw. With a sweep of his 5 fingers, several cracks appeared on the puppet's chest. This was still under 6 times the gravity. If it were outside, Fong Xin's combat power would double. During the training period, Hua Chang would also act as a sparring partner for Fong Xin, pointing out some flaws in his combat techniques. With countless practical experiences, Fong Xin learned quickly. When Fong Xin and Hua Chang came out of the gravity chamber, many female students looked over. The female students were often more flirtatious than the male students, and with Fong Xin currently being a prominent figure at the Sky Shield Academy, this added a certain allure that attracted the attention of many admirers. Hua Chang glanced at the time. "I'll head back first. We'll continue at this time every day. I've applied for this gravity chamber for you. It's yours alone. Just train hard, and if I can't make it for any reason, message me if you have any questions." "Okay, brother Hua Lu." Hua Cheng squeezed Fong Xin's shoulder. "Xin, remember, when it comes to being a person, you must be decisive and resolute. If someone does you a favor, repay it. If someone wrongs you, get your revenge. If you can't take revenge on the spot, don't blame the heavens or others. That's what weaklings do. All the injustices we see stem from our own weakness. In this world, all right and wrong are based on strength and weakness. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we take down all those bastards who bully the weak." Fong Xin looked at Hua Chang, growing fonder of this brother Hua Lu's character. "Got it, brother Hua Lu." Hua Chang grinned at Fong Xin, no need to be polite with me from now on. In class, I'm your mentor, outside of class, we're brothers. Alright, I have things to do at home, so I'll leave first. After waving goodbye, Fong Xin tugged at his clothes that clung to him, needing to hurry back for a shower and to thank Li Bear. Today, Li Bear, that little silly girl, had a rather abstract style in her performance, but she indeed helped Fong Xin a lot. Fong Xin also expressed his gratitude to Zhu Jahang, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Chang Bingqing. The matter of human favors isn't just about treating someone to a meal or giving them a gift to repay their help. Doing so would completely sever future interpersonal connections. Fong Xin decided to keep these favors in mind, knowing that when they needed his help, he would certainly do his utmost to assist them. On his way back, a crisp and familiar voice came from behind. Brother, want to go eat together? Fong Xin turned around to see Jiang Xiaochao running up, handing him a soft, fragrant towel. Fong Xin wiped his sweat. I need to go take a shower first. Then I'll tidy up your room. As they walked, students occasionally glanced over at Fong Xin, and some even greeted him. That Yang Haosi hasn't caused you any trouble again, has he? Fong Xin asked. Jiang Xiaochao shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. She smiled bitterly. When I was a student before, I thought that as long as I studied well, everything would be fine. During the talent test, I thought that good grades meant a perfect life, but today's events made me feel my own insignificance for the first time. In the face of power, we who have no background or support feel as small as ants. They can crush us whenever they want. Even if we are the victims, they still want to trample us. After a moment, Jiang Xiaochao looked up, speaking slowly. Brother, I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be trampled on anymore. As long as we are strong enough, without any background or support, we siblings will be each other's support. We will be each other's background. Fong Xin looked at Jiang Xiaochao's determined eyes and smiled slightly, saying seriously, alright. Jiang Xiaochao raised her hand, pinky swear. Fong Xin raised his hand, and the siblings made a pinky promise. After thinking for a moment, Fong Xin took out the eye mask that Grandma Sun Bijuan had given him from his spatial ring. This is for training your mental strength. Every day when I train my other talents, you can use this to train your mental strength. Jiang Xiaochao took it, okay. Arriving at the dormitory, Fong Xin knocked on Li Baoer's door. Zhang Yaozu came out of his room. Brother Xin, Baoer isn't here. She went to the training hall to practice her sword. Before she left, she said that if you came back and wanted to thank her, you don't need to, just give her a month's worth of potato chips. No problem. Zhang Yaozu sniffed. Brother Xin, today only Baoer helped you, none of us could assist. The incident happened suddenly, everyone was caught off guard. What about the others? Zhang Yaozu chuckled. They all went to train. The church has been too arrogant lately, and many people are feeling angry. When they heard about the midterm tests, they were determined to train hard so they could take on the church members. I have to go too, Brother Xin. See you. After showering, the siblings went to eat. Not wasting much time, Fong Xin finished his meal and dove into the single-person multifunctional training room. He took out the cultivation method he obtained from the church, Zhu Jahang. He opened the first volume of the technique. A few words caught his eye. Light technique, divine concealment. Fong Xin looked at this first technique. Simply put, it was an invisibility technique. As the moonlight fell, Fong Xin's body gradually became blurry. Before long, he was completely transparent. 3 minutes later, Fong Xin's body slowly reappeared, gasping for breath. The stored light energy within him was not very sufficient. This skill had the advantage over the invisibility cloak in that it could evade perception to a certain extent, making it more effective. Fong Xin looked at the second skill. Light technique, Sun's Fury. It allowed the user to condense a ball of sunlight to launch an attack. The damage was extremely high. However, it required the power of the sun. It worked better during the day, and at night, one could only use the solar energy accumulated within. When Fong Xin absorbed the light energy earlier, he noticed a small ball of light power hovering above his divine spring. The ball was a mix of black and white, with a few specks of moonlight merging into it, along with some tiny black dots. This should be the light attribute talent modified after the killing talent. This small ball was referred to as the divine source. Its function was equivalent to the divine spring of the light attribute talent. However, Fong Xin could not only absorb sunlight and moonlight. When night fell, those black dots would also be absorbed. Following the usage method of Sun's Fury, Fong Xin activated the solar energy stored in the divine source. A white ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared at his fingertips. With a flick, the ball bounced onto the puppet, immediately scorching a charred mark on its body. Fong Xin extracted some of the black energy to activate Sun's Fury, and once again, a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball emerged from his fingers. He flicked the black ball onto the puppet, and it entered its body. The puppet appeared unharmed, but seconds later, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fong Xin hurried over to check. The mental energy within the puppet was burned by that black ball, while the light energy inside the puppet acted like fuel, intensifying the fire. Fong Xin quickly raised his hand to grab, and a fist-sized black ball emerged from the puppet. This mutated light attribute talent was too overpowered. Not only could it burn the light energy within the opponent, but it could also burn their mental energy. Every human has mental energy, even ordinary people, though there are differences in strength. Fong Xin looked at the black ball floating in his palm, a skill influenced by the killing talent, enchanted in a way that was simply a natural counter to both light attribute and mental attribute talents. With a grasp of his fingers, the ball dispersed and merged into Fong Xin's body. The divine source hovering above the divine spring solidified a bit more. Normally, the divine source of light attribute talents is either white to represent sunlight or silver to represent moonlight, but Fong Xin had an additional shade of black, reminiscent of the night. Fong Xin absorbed the moonlight while looking at the third set of skills. Light technique, divine movement. This skill uses the power of light to increase speed. In other words, it's a light energy accelerator. At night, with the black energy from the divine source, the duration can be doubled. Fong Xin firmly remembered all three skills in his mind. His current combat power in the strength system had already reached level 4. The beast mastery talent had a level 4 combat power big white bear. The mental system talent was just beginning. The perception system talent was now considered level 2. Although the light system talent had just recently condensed the divine source, it could still launch attacks, with combat power just touching level 3. If enhanced by black energy, it could unleash mid-level 3 combat power. After reaching level 4 in the strength system, the slaughter talent surged to level 5 combat power. He just didn't know how to utilize the combat power of the King of Slaughter. What he needed to do now was to completely make up for his shortcomings and max out his secondary talent attributes. There was a method for that. Slaughter. Plunder. After refining for a few more days, Fong Xin would take on a task. Returning to the dormitory, he delivered the 2 large boxes of chips he had just bought to Li Bao's room. Sure, Tai Lang had somehow gotten a projector. A movie was currently playing on it. This projector could be considered a mental system treasure, capable of influencing a person's mind, making them feel as if they were in the scene. Brother Xin, come watch a movie. Sure, Tai Lang invited. This suspense movie stars my goddess, the popular Zhao Rojuan. If I could meet her, I'd even be willing to let Zhang Meiqiu fail her midterm. Die, fatso. Fong Xin glanced at the screen, which featured a very spirited and beautiful actress. Nowadays, selecting actors relied on their acting talent. They could portray anything convincingly, and as their popularity increased, they would attract some awakened individuals to become their loyal fans. It was said that hundreds of years ago, those star actors could get exorbitant pay just by making faces and counting to 1234. If they tried that now, they would be directly killed by an audience member with superhuman syndrome. Fong Xin greeted a few people and returned to his own dorm. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed. Fong Xin took out the phone his grandfather had sent him. He lit up the screen. When he saw a new message notification, Fong Xin sat up abruptly. Xiao Xin, if someone with the surname Ko comes looking for you, don't be afraid, they're one of us. The message was just a simple line. Then there was nothing more. Fong Xin flipped the phone over and over several times, confirming that there was only this one new message. A person with the surname Ko? That surname was quite rare. But his grandfather didn't say who this Ko was or what they did. Could they also be from the 9th Bureau? However, that surname Ko felt oddly familiar. Just as Fong Xin was about to lie down, suddenly, he seemed to remember something and sprang up from the bed. He was even more emotionally uncontrolled than when he received his grandfather's new message. Finally, he recalled where he had heard the surname Ko before. Previously, when he was taken to the Beast Palace for the first time by Jahang, Jahang had mentioned exchanging a piece of good news that would excite the Beast Palace to the point of sleeplessness for Fong Xin to awaken there. That news mentioned Hong Wang No. 1, the Qilin, and also referred to the old professor who developed Hong Wang No. 1, as well as a living student who had been extradited back from abroad by the church. As a result of internal power struggles within the church, that student was taken away by the remnants of the Eternal Night Army in Dangyin Mountain. The leader of the remnants who took that student had the surname Ko. Fong Xin couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Ko his grandfather mentioned couldn't possibly be the same Ko who took the professor's student, as mentioned by Jahang, could it? But with all the clues intertwined, it was hard not to suspect. If this is true, then Grandpa is mixed up with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. The Tian Shield Bureau, where Fong Xian is, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army are in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Could it be that he will have to perform a filial play with Grandpa? If it is true, how could Grandpa become one of their own? Fong Xian gently tapped his temple with his phone. He reviewed all the clues. Grandpa had left the Divine Court organization back in the day and had even harmed several elders of the Divine Court organization.
If he were to sulk and join hands with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, living a carefree life, riding horses, and sharing the splendor of the world, it wouldn't be impossible. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. In any case, since Grandpa said they were one of their own, there was no need to get tangled up in it. The most important thing now was to improve his own strength. Yang Hao was absurdly well behaved, but this second-generation heir, who had been spoiled since childhood, couldn't stand being humiliated and was dubbed the Clown Brother. He could only behave for a few days. The grudge he had with Fong Xian would definitely not end so easily.
He put away his phone. Fong Xian lay back down. He put on his eye mask. He fell back into darkness, concentrating on breaking through it.
In the following days, Tian Shield Academy became much calmer.
Everyone returned to their normal study life. Fong Xian practiced the Taiyi Rising Dragon technique diligently every day.
After that, he spent time in the training hall until 11:30 every night.
Hua Chang was extremely strict with Fong Xian's training, always pushing him to train beyond his limits.
Clearly, it was Fong Xian who had been bullied by the teaching staff before, but Hua Lu was even angrier than Fong Xian, wishing he could transfer his own power to Fong Xian so that he could go on a killing spree. The fastest progress these days was in the mental system talent.
At first, when wearing the training eye mask for the mental system, Fong Xian needed half an hour to wake up after entering the dark space. Now, he could escape in less than 3 seconds.
The divine spring had also solidified, with a faint crimson mental power spring flowing out. However, this was just the basic training of the eye mask, specifically targeting S-level and below mental system talents.
Sun Bijuan told Fong Xian that this eye mask had 2 more levels, one for SS-level mental system talents and one for SSS-level mental system talents. If Fong Xian wanted to try, he could. If he succeeded, it would greatly enhance his mental power. Of course, mental power talent was just a secondary profession for Fong Xian, so there was no need to be so harsh. Fong Xian lay on the bed and adjusted the difficulty level to the intermediate training for SS-level mental system talents. He wanted to see what kind of illusion SS-level mental system talents had to face.
After putting on the eye mask, he found himself in a room draped with pink veils.
Fong Xian lay on a strange chair, unable to move, as if he were being pressed down by a ghost.
A beautiful woman approached him gracefully, tall and curvaceous, with fair skin and picturesque features, dressed in light gauze, her enchanting figure partially concealed. As her alluring song filled the air, the woman danced gracefully. With each step, she drew closer to Fong Xian, teasingly hesitant, shy yet inviting, delicate but not seductive, her skirts fluttering, the scene becoming hazy.
Fong Xian frowned. Is this the test for me, a newly turned 18 young comrade? Which young comrade can withstand such a test? Isn't this leading me to make mistakes?
You, who tarnish my pure soul, are truly beautiful. No wonder the book says that dying under a peony flower makes one a romantic ghost.
As the woman drew nearer, Fong Xian couldn't help but feel a flush. It was hard not to have some reaction in this situation. He never expected this illusion to be so perilous. The SS-level mental system talent trial is terrifying. The woman traced her fingers on Fong Xian's chest, slowly leaning down.
The real sensation came, making it hard to distinguish what was real and what was not.
They say a word about color is like a knife. Sure enough, which young person doesn't have some wild dreams of youth?
But what lay before him felt even more real.
Fong Xian wanted to move, but found himself unable to, lying there at the mercy of others.
His clothes were slowly lifted, and a woman's index and middle fingers walked across Fong Xian's chest, then gently drew circles. Fong Xian wanted to shout, but his mouth was immediately covered by the woman's slender fingers, who leaned over his chest, her hair brushing against him, blowing softly, warm and ticklish.
Brother Xian, I want it. Damn it. My heart only belongs to the organization and the people. This kind of test won't defeat me. Fong Xian focused his attention.
But every time he just concentrated, the woman would do something to distract him, scattering his spirit. Fong Xian persevered, constantly reminding himself that this was all an illusion. Even if it were real, it was just a red-skinned skeleton. Desire is a bone-cutting knife, and my strong body is not meant to be wasted on this. It is meant to build a beautiful dragon country.
Bold seductress, how dare you disrupt my cultivation? Fong Xian recalled an old video he had seen from hundreds of years ago. In the video, there was a spell. Whether it worked or not, he decided to recite it. Great might heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Bamaham.
His mental energy condensed and scattered, and condensed again. After a full 2.5 hours, Fong Chen opened his eyes, tore off the eye mask, gasping for breath, feeling as if his body had fallen apart. Sweating profusely, the bedsheet was soaked, leaving an imprint of a person. He felt completely drained, as if he had gone through several great battles. He lay on the bed resting for a long time. Fong Chen rubbed his heavy head. The Ssss-Level mental talent trial was indeed terrifying. If the Ssss-Level mental talent trial was this difficult, he couldn't imagine how hard the Ssss-Level would be. Fong Chen checked his divine spring, wanting to see if he had made any progress. But when he looked, he was stunned. He thought he had been drained of his eyes in a gentle place. He quickly widened his eyes to look again. Next to his original divine spring, there was unexpectedly another divine spring. Fong Chen looked carefully several times, confirming he wasn't seeing things. 2 divine springs? What was going on? Could this be the benefit that old lady Sun Bijuan mentioned about passing the Ssss-Level trial? Or did the Ssss-Level mental talent have 2 divine springs? However, after this extra divine spring appeared, his mental power had indeed improved. Fong Chen used his smart device to check all the information about mental talents. He also looked up what changes occurred when someone barely passed the Ssss-Level trial with an S-level talent. All the comments below were about the expansion of the divine spring, that the mental power overflowing from the divine spring would be greater. He found no information about 2 divine springs. Fong Chen didn't search too much. Querying too much with the smart device could attract unwanted attention. He logged into the largest awakener website in the country using an account he had bought while playing games, changing his IP. After thinking for a moment, he posted a question in the mental talent forum section. For awakeners with mental talents, is there a limit to the mental power produced by 1 divine spring? Could there be a genius with 2 divine springs? He changed his bed sheets and sleepwear, rinsed off simply. Fong Chen looked at the replies in the forum. Is the poster delusional? It should be a muggle asking about mental talents. Or a muggle with very low talent. Just a fantasy time for a noob. Among all the comments, one hot reply was pushed to the top. It was a reply from an ID called Long Spear Stabbing Shit Who Dies, saying, "Stop bragging, what kind of heaven could have 2 divine springs? I say I have 2 big ones, do you believe it?" Below, there was a highly upvoted reply from an ID called Water Gun Spraying Urine Who Calls, saying, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I have it." Long Spear Stabbing Shit Who Dies retorted, "Don't argue, okay? If you have 2 divine springs, show me the evidence, and I'll call you dad." Water Gun Spraying Urine Who Calls replied, "What I said isn't about divine springs." The comments below were all replies to Water Gun Spraying Urine Who Calls, "Are you there, double gun spraying urine brother, can need." Fong Chen scrolled through the comments in silence. One comment caught his eye, a reply from an ID called Using Chest Hair for Hair Transplant. There are indeed awakeners with more than 1 divine spring. There was a powerful person with 2 divine springs at the end of the last century. Because he was from the enemy camp, our officials deliberately concealed it and did not record it. I stumbled upon it in a biography while book hunting. Below was a photo from the biography, but since it was an old book, the photo and some text were quite blurry. Fong Chen clicked to load the original image. The photo of the powerful person with 2 divine springs had been splashed with coffee, and he could only see what seemed to be a person in military uniform. It was vaguely visible that it was a thin old man. Some of the text was also stained by coffee, leaving only fragments. He condensed the information about the other party. Yin Shengjun, ranked 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, a mental system powerhouse, possessing 2 divine springs, with vast and abundant mental power, fighting against many, battling for 21 days without exhausting his mental power. Fong Chen searched for Yin Shengjun but found nothing. After the God Wars, much information about the Eternal Night Army was hard to find, seemingly deliberately covered up. Textbooks only praised the heroes who quelled the God Wars, and the evaluations of the Eternal Night Army were almost uniformly negative, mostly recording their inhumane acts. When Fong Chen lived with his grandfather indeed told him many stories about the Eternal Night Army, which were similar to what was in the textbooks. The Eternal Night Army was mostly inhumane, leaving devastation in their wake, burning, killing, and plundering without mercy. However, every time he spoke of the Eternal Night Army, his grandfather would sigh, looking into the distance, lost in thought. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and privately messaged the person who had just posted the picture, "Big brother, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" The other party replied quickly, "Who are you calling big brother? I'm a girl." Fong Chen stared at the ID using chest hair for hair transplant in silence for several seconds.
Sister, could you send me a more detailed introduction? You have quite a sweet mouth.
The other party quickly sent a new photo, which was much clearer than the previous one.
Fong Xin scanned the entire text but did not see a detailed introduction about the two divine springs, and the introduction about Yin Shengjun was not fully captured. Sister, what about the rest? Does little brother have abs? Why? Let sister see your abs, and sister will send you the rest. A few seconds later, Fong Xin looked at the remaining introduction.
He had to admit that this Yin Shengjun was indeed a tough character. His two divine springs were incredibly powerful. This person had precise control over mental power, calculating exactly how much mental power to use against his opponent, not using a single bit more or less. Moreover, he had two very powerful divine springs. When one was in use, the other was being stored, which was equivalent to an ordinary person having two kidneys, but he not only had indestructible kidneys but also four of them. The phone vibrated, and holding his chest hair, he received another message about hair transplant. Brother's abs smell so good. Does brother want to see any more biographies? Sister can send them to you, as long as you give sister some good things. If you don't want to see biographies, sister can also exchange other things with you. Fong Xin decisively exited the forum with a posture of pulling up his pants and not recognizing anyone. He was a terrifying existence that had fought his way out of the SS-level mental trials.
How dare a little girl disrupt his resolve? Fong Xin observed his second divine spring, and his mental power had indeed seen a significant improvement. If he could clear the SS-level mental trial in 3 seconds, his mental power would surely increase further.
Coupled with the introduction to Yin Shengjun, he could also stand undefeated in the application of his mental talent.
However, his talent was only S-level, and the upper limit was still limited.
If he wanted to improve, he had to kill and plunder. Moreover, his power system talent needed practical training to break through better.
It was time to take on a mission.
Every Saturday and Sunday, there were no classes, so he could go out and take on missions during these 2 days.
Fong Xin glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning.
Fortunately, with Fong Xin's power system talent, his physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, and a little sleep would allow him to be refreshed and ready to fight again.
The next day, Fong Xin gave the eye mask to Jahang Xiaocha, who asked in confusion, "Brother, have you tried the intermediate and advanced trials with this eye mask?" Fong Xin immediately shook his head. "No, it should be quite dangerous. You should practice in the beginner stage first."
"Oh, okay." Today was Sunday, and there were classes tomorrow, so taking on a mission today was already a bit rushed.
He might as well wait until next Saturday to take on one. For the past few days, Fong Xin had been either attending classes or training as soon as he opened his eyes.
The team cooperation class had also started, and there was a team competition every 2 weeks, which meant that each small team would go out to execute missions. Then they would observe the team's coordination ability. If a team encountered problems, the small teams would be redistributed.
Fong Xin and a few others had incorporated team training into their daily training plan.
It had to be said that the few of them were arranged in the same team by Jahang, and their cooperation was quite harmonious.
Fong Xin managed his time like a master, sleeping only 4 hours and spending the rest of the time training various talent abilities.
Sun Bijuan gifted Fong Xin a skill for mental system talent attack, Eye of Divine Authority, a 13th level pupil technique that combined control and damage. But the old lady still tirelessly repeated every year that Fong Xin must refine his divine spring, insisting that he must make his divine spring strong enough to be more powerful and enduring in battle.
Fong Xin did not tell the old lady about the 2 divine springs and the SS-level mental trial.
First, if the divine spring mutated and was taken away for slicing, it would be bad. Being cautious was the way to go.
Second, the SS-level trial was too embarrassing to mention. Fong Xin practiced the SS-level trial every day. In the illusion of the trial, the plot changed every day.
Sometimes there were even more than one female lead. The professions and types were varied: mature women, lolas, the girl next door, cat girls, nurses, emotional secretaries, aloof CEOs.
Fong Xin did not like these.
It was all for the sake of improving his realm and protecting all humanity. He was definitely not a lecher. Initially, breaking through the illusion took 2.5 hours, but now the time was gradually shortening.
When the time was compressed to within 2 hours, Fong Xin was shocked to discover that his divine spring had undergone a new change.
The 2 divine springs had turned into 3. Besides that, there were other anomalies.
Fong Xin sat on the bed.
The transformation from 2 divine springs to 3 had already made it hard for him to remain calm. Unexpectedly, the light system talent source that was originally floating above the first divine spring had actually turned into 2. 3 divine springs, 2 divine sources.
Fong Xin was stunned. What was going on?
The 2 divine springs of the Ainshur monarch are ranked 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, so with my 3 divine springs plus 2 divine sources, how could I not rank
5 among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army? Fong Xian looked at the extra divine springs and divine sources he had.
According to the textbook, each person has 1 divine spring and 1 divine source.
Moreover, the divine spring is nearly transparent, while the divine source is the same color as the sun and moon. Fong Xian's divine spring had a hint of blood color, and there was black energy within the divine source.
Even his toes could guess that this was closely related to his killing talent.
Fong Xian felt that both his mental power and light power had significantly increased compared to before.
The killing talent was like a cheat, even more ruthless than a cheat. In addition, with the explosive growth of his mental power, his perception had also risen sharply. Fong Xian felt that his current perception had reached level 3, and reaching level 4 to form a perception net was just around the corner.
Fong Xian raised his hand.
A black sphere the size of an apple floated at his fingertips, much larger than the previous ping-pong ball-sized black sphere. This little ball, which could use light power as fuel and burn mental power, was now Fong Xian's trump card.
Fong Xian stared at the black sphere.
His light system talent was not very high, barely reaching S-level. However, he was progressing rapidly, having reached level 3 combat power in a short time, especially with the addition of this black sphere, which was enough to reach mid-level 3 combat power. After thinking it over, he concluded that the reason ultimately boiled down to his killing talent.
Fong Xian absorbed the black sphere into his body, observing the 3 divine springs and 2 divine sources, wondering if they would increase further. Glancing at the time, it was already late, and he prepared to sleep. After dawn, he would go accept a mission. Fong Xian got up early.
After washing up, he took out his smart device to browse the mission list.
Fong Xian was very goal-oriented.
Among his several talents, his perception talent was SS-level, while his light and mental talents were only S-level. The awakeners of light talents were basically monopolized by the church, making it quite difficult to kill church members to enhance his light talent. He could only wait for the midterm test to go to the demon and god ruins.
Now, Fong Xian focused on his mental and perception talents.
However, on the mission board, there were quite a few wanted criminals with mental talents as their main profession, but relatively few with perception talents. After all, those with perception talents knew their health bars were not thick enough and their output was not high enough, so they could only develop cautiously.
Fong Xian flipped through the list and finally settled on a wanted criminal with early level 4 combat power and a mental talent.
He clicked to view the information. The wanted criminal was named Shiman Buguang, with early level 4 combat power and mental talent, specifically targeting lone passersby for murder, with no gender requirements for the victims, as long as they were good-looking, earning him the nickname Multifunctional Plug.
Fong Xian carefully reviewed the information, confirming its accuracy. The other party was indeed a wanted criminal with early level 4 combat power, and he clicked to accept the mission.
A few seconds later, the mission was successfully accepted.
The time limit was 36 hours.
Regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, he had to return to school within 36 hours. Mission settlement rewards: Reward 1, 400 points, wanted coefficient 2 stars, 1 star equals 50 points, totaling 500 points.
Reward 2, 10 mental fruit. Fong Xian glanced at the rewards. For hunting a level 4 combat power abnormal being, it was already quite generous.
As for the mental fruit, it was something that replenished mental power after excessive consumption, but for Fong Xian, who had 3 divine springs, it was useful but not much. There were only 36 hours. The round trip would take 6 hours, leaving 30 hours to find and kill the target.
The task can be accepted anonymously, and Fong Xian checked the anonymous option to avoid drawing attention.
This trip was not just to complete the task. Fong Xian also wanted to see if there was time to check if he could see the King of Slaughter in the mirror again.
In addition, Fong Xian sent a message to AI Li.
How have you been lately?
Any new leads on the case?
AI Li replied quickly. I followed another lead before and caught someone. After interrogation, it turns out the organization that took my sister back then is closely related to a group called the Muddy Palace.
And then?
But this Muddy Palace was notorious in the last century, and the entire organization, thousands of people, was killed.
AI Li replied. Fong Xian searched for this Muddy Palace on his smart device.
A notorious human trafficking organization from the last century, later ordered to be eradicated by the Great Pope.
There wasn't much information, so Fong Xian scrolled down and suddenly his gaze fixed on the end of the introduction.
In the photo, the leader of the Muddy Palace was executed by hanging. Hanging high up, dressed in white, he looked like a sunny doll. A scene flashed through Fong Xian's mind. Whether it was the car in which Fong Xian's parents had their accident or the car that caused the accident for AI Li's parents, both had a sunny doll hanging in them.
Fong Xin fell into a brief contemplation.
Other information was impossible to retrieve. Much of the data and various information from before the chaos of the gods seemed to have been erased by an invisible hand. Now, people could only learn about what happened in the past or about certain figures and events from the official messages conveyed by those in power. Coupled with the church looking for him before and what Jahang had said about Fong Xin's parents' case being quite complicated, Fong Xin now felt he was only seeing the tip of the iceberg, unaware of the towering mass of ice hidden beneath.
Fong Xin replied, I will also find a way to investigate. Thank you. AI Li replied.
You're welcome. The two of them could be considered to share a common plight. Helping AI Li was helping himself.
He needed to find the counselor for the exit procedures. Fong Xin sent a message to Sister Xiaolu, who replied quickly, going out to take on a task?
Yes. If you need manpower, you can show your credentials and contact the local Sky Shield Bureau. You can request a small team from any special operations department other than the 9th Division.
Okay, Sister Xiaolu.
Oh, by the way, remember to disguise yourself. If Yang Haosi finds out about your outing, it's hard to ensure he won't cause you trouble.
Got it.
There are quite a few privileged young masters with backgrounds in the Sky Shield Bureau. After all, they can eat public funds and gain power if they have military achievements. Having someone in power in the agency makes things easier, and the Sky Shield Bureau also turns a blind eye, which can be seen as a form of mutual benefit exchange with those large organizations and powers, commonly known as PY transactions.
Sister Xiaolu continued,
if you can't complete the task, you can come back early, there's no shame in that.
Fong Xin initially wanted to reply with an OK emoji. However, he clicked too quickly and sent another emoji instead.
Oh cat JB face K. He immediately retracted it and changed to another emoji. Xiaolu also replied with an emoji.
Husky pointing to manpower. Fong Xin left the Sky Shield Academy and put on the disguise mask he had received from AI Li.
At noon that day, Fong Xin arrived in the city where Ximen multifunctional plug Boguan was located.
Xingchuan City,
a third-tier city. It is said that this place was one of the main battlefields during the chaos of the gods. Ximen Boguan only committed crimes at night. Nowadays, many places have curfews at night, and even where there are no curfews, very few people come out to engage in activities at night.
Fong Xin planned to go out later in the evening. Night fell.
The moon was very round tonight. The streets were becoming less crowded.
Fong Xin glanced at the time.
There was a curfew at 10 o'clock every night. Before 10, local members of the Sky Shield Bureau and police would patrol the area. So, the unusual people generally came out after 10.
Fong Xin walked down the street, and there weren't many people who hadn't gone home yet. The pedestrians hurried by, looking as if they were about to lose their souls. Seeing Fong Xin walking alone on the street, a hurried auntie stopped and looked at him. Child, it's so late, why aren't you going home? Fong Xin smiled politely, I'll be home soon.
You should hurry back. The auntie paused, nervously looking around, then said, it's very dangerous out here at night, child.
From your accent, you seem local. Is your home here?
No. The auntie quickly replied, child, hurry and find a hotel to stay in.
You're an outsider wandering around here at night.
If the officers catch you, they might take you in for their performance. Then they'll ask your family for money to bail you out.
Fong Xin was taken aback, not expecting the security here to be so poor.
Got it, auntie.
My place is just ahead. I'm going back now.
The auntie took out her keys and walked towards a nearby shop.
Fong Xin hadn't taken a few steps when a few uniformed people came around the corner, wearing big hats. They were clearly from the police station. They looked Fong Xin up and down.
Stop.
Why aren't you going home at this hour? My place is just ahead. I'm going back right now.
The leading officer, with a long face, pushed up his hat brim.
Outsider?
Suddenly, the small shop next to them opened, and the auntie ran out from inside. Grabbing Fong Xin's arm, she gently patted him. You child, I've been waiting for you for ages. Why aren't you home yet?
I'm sorry, this is my nephew, visiting from out of town.
He's not familiar with the area and got lost.
The long-faced officer nudged Fong Xin and smiled at the auntie. Lost? An outsider? Your nephew, huh? Come on, tell me, what's his name? The auntie hesitated. The long-faced officer pressed against Fong Xin, reaching into his pocket to search for identification. But Fong Xin grabbed his wrist. Fong Xin's expression was cold. The long-faced officer found that the boy had an unexpectedly strong grip. Hey, what the hell? You're an awakened. Are you trying to resist law enforcement?
I have reason to suspect you're an unusual person.
Hand over your identification. Several officers immediately surrounded Fong Xin.
The auntie hurriedly said, Officer, this child has always been stubborn. He's not resisting law enforcement.
Come on, let go of the officer and apologize. Apologize to your mother. I have reason to suspect you're an accomplice of an unusual person. You all need to be taken in for questioning. The long-faced officer coldly prepared to kick the ante away. Fong Chen, with a cold face, took out his smart device and scanned it towards the long-faced officer. Yu Chang, Chief of Police, Xingchuan City, badge number. Before he could finish, the long-faced officer shivered in fear. When he saw the smart device in Fong Xin's hand and the 9 dragons emblem representing the 9th division, he couldn't help but swallow hard, lick his lips, and stand at attention. I salute you, sir. The surrounding officers, who were about to arrest Fong Xin and the ante, immediately stood at attention. The privileges of the Sky Shield Bureau were quite significant within the official system, and the 9th division had even greater authority. Police members had to show deference to anyone from the Sky Shield Bureau. They never expected that the boy in front of them was from the 9th division. The ante beside him was also stunned. If taken away by the police and labeled as a threat to public order, an ordinary person would have to suffer a lot, ultimately having to humbly plead for help and spend money to resolve the issue. So, when I wanted to help Fong Xin just now, I didn't expect this young man to actually have an official identity, and a rather high one at that. Fong Xin pointed the smart device at Yu Chang's chest. Is this how you maintain public order? Yu Chang forced a smile. Sir, you know how detestable those with special abilities can be. We're just trying to protect public property, right? It's not a bad thing to be cautious. Apologize to the lady. Yu Chang immediately led his men to bow deeply to the lady. I'm sorry, ma'am. The lady quickly waved her hand to indicate it was fine. Fong Xin turned back to the lady and smiled slightly. Ma'am, you should head back now. The lady seemed a bit dazed, clearly not expecting this young man's status to be so high that even the police had to bow and scrape. Watching the lady leave, Yu Chang bent over. Sir, why are you alone? Are you new here and unfamiliar with the area? Do you need me to contact the local Tian Shield Bureau's 2nd Division? I can guide you. No need. Yu Chang quickly nodded and bowed. Then you must be here on a mission. I understand. I won't ask what I shouldn't. If you need anything, we're always on standby. Continue your patrol. Yes, sir. Looking at the few people in front of him, Fong Xin just shook his head. There are too many unfair things in this world. Those with power and influence are the ones in charge. Fong Xin ignored the others, holding the smart device, its virtual screen scanning the surroundings. Like a thermal imaging device, the smart device revealed everyone still lingering on the street at that moment. There were particularly few people on the street. In such a large city, only about 100 people were on the streets at night. So, it was easy to know how many people were out there with a quick scan. Most of the patrolling officers were walking in groups. The smart device could also analyze the talents of each person scanned. Based on the previous methods of Shiman Buguang's crimes, this multifunctional plug was committing crimes outside, using mental attacks to control its prey, playing with them before killing, then dressing the bodies in beautiful clothes, posing them in fixed positions, and finally leaving. So far, 4 women and 3 men had already been victimized. Truly indiscriminate. Fong Xin rotated back and forth, scanning every person still on the street. Fortunately, he had a talent for perception, so observing wasn't too difficult. However, his perception level was still somewhat low. If he could reach level 4, he would be able to set up a perception network using mental power, making it much easier to investigate enemies. After more than an hour passed, Fong Xin's gaze suddenly fixed on a direction. He saw a figure sneaking along, carrying a woman and heading towards a familiar place, the lady's shop. Through the smart device, he saw that the person had already entered the shop with the woman. Fong Xin double-tapped the virtual screen, and the figure inside the shop appeared. It was the kind-hearted lady. As soon as she entered, the lady collapsed to the ground. Then, the person threw the woman he was carrying onto the floor, seemingly hungry, and began searching for food in the shop. Fong Xin quickly headed that way. As he walked, he saw the few police officers he had encountered earlier meeting another team of patrolling officers. Yu Chang, with a baton under his arm, was discussing where to go for drinks with a few subordinates. Upon seeing a team approaching, he immediately stood at attention. Captain Ma. The leader of the approaching team responded. Did you find anything unusual? Yu Chang shook his head. Nothing unusual. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, there is something. Yu Chang seemed to remember something. Just now while patrolling, I ran into a kid, also from your Tiandun Bureau, from the 9th Division. The 9th Division? Ma Wenbing paused for a moment and turned to look at the few people behind him. Someone from the 9th Division has come? I haven't heard anything. Yu Chang continued. That kid looks young, probably just in his teens. I think he should be a new recruit this year. Ma Wenbing looked around. A new recruit? What is he doing here? Yu Chang recalled. From the looks of him, It seems like he's on a mission. By himself? On a mission? What kind of mission could a new recruit from the 9th Division have here? One of the subordinates behind him thought for a moment. Could it be that he's coming for Shiman Bogwan? A new recruit? Coming for Shiman Bogwan? This year's new recruits have only been in school for 2 weeks, and someone can take on the level 4 combat power of Shiman Bogwan in just 2 weeks? Nonsense! Ma Gu, that's the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing curled his lip. The 9th Division is also nonsense. I graduated from Tiandun Academy too, and I've never seen anyone with level 4 combat power within 2 weeks of enrollment. They're just bragging. Yu Chang smiled alone. Ma Gu, you never know, right? The 9th Division is known for its monster house, so it's possible that there's someone impressive among the new recruits who could come and take down a level 4 combat power. Ma Wenbing scoffed. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and patrol, and after we finish, go back and rest. The two teams separated. When they reached a point 2 roads away from the store, Ma Wenbing took out his phone. Oh no, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You guys go ahead, I'll call her and ask what she wants me to buy. He dialed the number. Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. Captain Ma, I was just getting ready when your call came in. Tonight's going to be great, just at this place called Hongmei Supermarket, come and have fun. Not tonight, the people below said a new recruit from the 9th Division is on a mission, and he might be coming for you. The man on the other end paused for a moment before laughing. A new recruit? Coming to find me? Are you kidding me or is this for real? The people below said so. That person wouldn't lie to me. It should be true. Use your Tiandun Bureau's smart device to scan and see where he is. Ma Wenbing scanned with the smart device. He's from the 9th Division. My clearance can't scan members from the 9th Division. You should leave quickly. What? Are you afraid he can kill me? That's funny. A new recruit can kill me? Then all these years I've spent as Shiman Bogwan have been for nothing. That guy from the 9th Division can't kill me. Don't worry. I'll definitely take care of him. Ma Wenbing sternly reprimanded. Stop talking nonsense. Get back quickly. If something happens to the new recruit from the 9th Division here, the higher-ups will definitely investigate thoroughly, and I won't be able to protect you. Got it, got it. I'll leave after I'm done having fun. Wait a minute, it seems like someone really is coming. Just one person, a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, holding a smart device. Hey, he really is a greenhorn. Ma Wenbing immediately said, leave now, or it'll be very troublesome. There's only one door, I can't pass through walls with Earth attribute talent, an encounter is inevitable. After a few seconds of silence, Ma Wenbing said, then you engage him, remember to hold back a bit, don't kill him, I'll bring people over to pretend to save him, you take the chance to escape, and I can still do him a favor. Got it, I'll knock him out and send you a signal. But the girl I've got my eye on tonight is really great, come over later and we can have some fun together. At this moment, Shiman Bogwan still didn't forget to consider his own little head. Ma Wenbing shouted angrily, don't mess things up, after the fight, just leave. Shiman Bogwan replied impatiently, got it, and hung up the phone. Shiman Bogwan peered through the gap in the curtains at Fong Chen, who was gradually approaching. As Fong Chen got closer, he fully opened his senses. Every move Shiman Bogwan made inside the shop was within Fong Chen's perception. Fong Chen took out a revolver from his spatial ring and tucked it at his lower back, wearing a headscarf to resist mental attacks. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he also put on a pair of bright red shorts for curse protection, donned physical defense scales around his neck, and gripped the Earth Spirit Pearl, which could pass through walls, in his hand, putting on his invisibility suit. Shiman Bogwan watched all these actions clearly from behind the window. He stared wide-eyed, muttering, what the? If you're so afraid of dying, then don't come. As he spoke, Shiman Bogwan suddenly stepped back, flipping his hand to take out a delicate small box from his spatial ring. When the box opened, it revealed a lot of powder. Shiman Bogwan pouted in blue, spreading a layer of powder on the ground, and dust filled the air. Dozens of short knives formed from condensed mental energy took shape around him, ready to strike. Shiman Bogwan wore a helmet resembling a coconut shell and took out a small black curved knife from his spatial ring, bending slightly. A disdainful smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His peripheral vision caught sight of a beautiful woman in a dress lying on the ground, her clothes disheveled, the hem of her skirt lifted, revealing two long, flawless, jade-like legs. Shiman Bogwan licked his lips, a wicked fire igniting in his eyes, and couldn't help but sneer, damn new recruit from the Sky Shield Bureau, ruining my good time. I'll give you a taste of the back door later. I'll play with both of you, we'll go by land and water tonight, a simultaneous aerial and aquatic assault. Suddenly, Shiman Bogwan glanced back. The wall rippled with waves, and the floating dust in the air stirred, revealing a fleeting shadow.
Without a second thought, Shiman Buguang sent half of the mental energy short knives swirling towards that direction. But the next second, the mental energy knives struck nothing. That figure seemed to vanish into thin air.
Shiman Buguang felt a strong sense of crisis approaching. A nearly transparent protective membrane emerged from his body. But this was exactly what Fong Chen wanted. Fong Chen used the light to flash in front of Shiman Buguang. A small black ball was pressed against Shiman Buguang's chest. It was as if a spark had fallen into gasoline. In an instant, Shiman Buguang's protective shield ignited in black flames. The few mental energy knives that had intended to pierce Fong Chen at close range twisted and melted under the scorching black flames. Shiman Buguang's black curved knife aimed at Fong Chen, but the black aura burned away all the mental energy within him, leaving him powerless. His arm felt limp like a noodle, and the force behind his thrust was nearly zero. Fong Chen's fingers formed a fist, the blood energy enveloping his hand shaped into a dragon claw. The dragon fist, unleashed at close range through the Tai Rising Dragon technique, directly sent Shiman Buguang flying backward, crashing against the wall before falling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He struggled desperately but couldn't muster any strength. He curled up into a ball, hands clutching his head pounding painfully. In such agony, he couldn't make a sound. Fong Chen's face was expressionless as he stepped on Shiman Buguang's neck, pressing down hard. After a crisp crack, Shiman Buguang let out a whimper, his eyes bulging, and a trickle of blood slowly oozed from his mouth. Even in a curled-up position, he was already killed by Fong Chen. The ease with which he killed this one today was closely related to this grandson's underestimation of the enemy. A barely perceptible bloodlight flew out from Shiman Buguang's forehead and entered Fong Chen's palm. Fong Chen's body trembled violently. He could clearly feel that his 3 divine springs had actually doubled in size. The storage limit and production limit of spiritual power in each divine spring had been enhanced. Fong Chen understood immediately that after devouring Shiman Buguang's talent, his own spiritual talent had also been improved. After checking, he took off Shiman Buguang's coconut shell-like helmet, which was merely a physical defense treasure, and casually stuffed it into the space ring. He then picked up the small curved knife on the ground, discovering it had a penetrating attribute, and also stuffed it into the space ring. The corpse had to be submitted, but the perception system still needed to probe the brief memories before death. However, this was all based on the preservation of the corpse's spiritual power, but Shiman Buguang's spiritual power had just been burned away by black energy, leaving nothing to investigate, only that he had suffered a spiritual attack. Just as Fong Chen was about to teleport the corpse back, his body was suddenly enveloped in black light and vanished from the spot, appearing elsewhere. He saw several small spiritual knives floating in the void, whizzing past the place where Fong Chen had just been. As Fong Chen's body reappeared in a corner of the shop after the flash of light, those small spiritual knives spun in midair and then disappeared without a trace. With his perception fully open, Fong Chen clearly sensed a sense of crisis approaching. Several small knives made of condensed spiritual power suddenly appeared in front of Fong Chen, aiming to pierce through his head. Fong Chen wanted to use the flash of light to escape, but at that moment, his body was difficult to move, even with his formidable physique. A figure suddenly approached. A crescent moon-curved knife was spinning in hand, ready to sever Fong Chen's head. As it got closer, Fong Chen realized it was Shiman Buguang. A glance revealed that the corpse of Shiman Buguang he had just killed was still on the ground. Shiman Buguang grinned maliciously. "Kid, didn't expect this, did you? My strongest talent isn't spiritual power, but the rare ability to replicate my physical body. I spent countless efforts to replicate a body, my trump card, and you destroyed it all." As he spoke, Shiman Buguang was already in front of Fong Chen, swinging the curved knife towards Fong Chen's neck. "You ungrateful thing! You dare to kill me! Die!" Fong Chen looked at the approaching Shiman Buguang, a villain talking so much at once. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As soon as the words fell, a scarlet blood symbol appeared on the back of Fong Chen's hand. His eyes instantly turned blood red. The crescent moon curved knife was pressed against Fong Chen's neck. The skin broke, and blood slowly flowed down. But the knife did not advance another inch. Fong Chen pinched Shiman Buguang's curved knife with 2 fingers. No matter how hard Shiman Buguang tried, he could not push it forward even a fraction. Fong Chen's blood-red eyes stared at Shiman Buguang, tilting his head slightly. The visible wound on his neck healed before their eyes. Seeing this, Shiman Buguang was the first to panic. How could this be? Shiman Buguang had not listened to Ma Wenbing's words earlier at all. He was still thinking about knocking Fong Chen down, enjoying himself with both men and women, and then leaving triumphantly. In his imagination, he thought it was just a naive new recruit from the Sky Shield Bureau,
But who could have predicted that this new recruit was so sinister?
What kind of talent is this? Shimenbo Guang abandoned his crescent moonblade and was about to flee. A talent that will take your life.
Shimenbo Guang turned to leave.
Fong Xian raised his arm.
On his arm, 5 rings of blood-red slaughter appeared. After Fong Xian summoned the King of Slaughter to take over his body, this skill felt as if it had been branded in his mind. The rings of slaughter intertwined, growing larger, longer, and thicker, imprinting layer upon layer on the back of Shimenbo Guang's heart. Shimenbo Guang staggered, a fist-sized hole appearing in his chest. He looked down at his heart in disbelief. Stiffly, he turned to look in the direction of Fong Xian, his body swaying, wanting to say something, but ultimately, he couldn't get the words out and collapsed to the ground, falling into a pool of blood.
Fong Xian stepped forward and stabbed him several more times, then turned to cautiously observe his surroundings. After confirming there was no further danger, Fong Xian finally felt at ease.
A wisp of blood light flew from the center of Shimenbo Guang's forehead and entered Fong Xian's hand.
Fong Xian clearly felt his divine spring grow significantly stronger again. He took the space ring from Shimenbo Guang's hand, and after inspecting it, Fong Xian felt a wave of disdain. This bastard space ring contained the most bizarre items Fong Xian had ever seen. There were only a little over 2 million in cash, aside from the crescent moonblade and that black dagger he had just seized. There was also a coconut shell helmet and this strange powder box. A wanted criminal was not even as wealthy as Fong Xian.
But this bastard's space ring, the size of 200 square meters, was filled with all kinds of aphrodisiac drugs, aphrodisiac wines, various whips, flashy oils, and strange magazines about the techniques of speed, angle, frequency, and language training during the union of yin and yang, along with many small toys that Fong Xian had never seen before.
Fong Xian's pure and innocent heart was tainted by the things in the space ring.
Shameless, despicable, disgusting. I must criticize these things thoroughly when I get back. Among all these items, only the powder box caught Fong Xian's eye.
The powder inside could be controlled by mental power, and if attached to a person, it could accurately locate them and even exert control over them. Fong Xian wiped the box, which had the words Nian Rang on it, presumably the name of this item.
He stuffed the box into his own space ring.
Fong Xian searched Shimenbo Guang's body again.
There was no need to hand over this corpse. After all, he had seen Fong Xian use his slaughter talent, and if someone with ulterior motives encountered it after erasing the memory with the cleansing pearl, they would become suspicious.
Fong Xian stuffed the corpse into his space ring.
He also sent back the first Shimenbo Guang he had killed. While handling these tasks, a voice came from behind him.
Fong Xian turned around and saw the girl who had been captured by Shimenbo Guang waking up on the ground. The girl looked at Fong Xian warily. She pushed against the ground and started to back away, her back hitting the shelf, causing snacks on the shelf to fall and hit her head. The girl was very beautiful, with 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth. Fong Xian glanced at her. Shimenbo Guang is dead, you're safe.
Unexpectedly, the girl still couldn't stop herself from retreating, her eyes filled with terror. Fong Xian touched his face. Although he had disguised himself with a mask, it wasn't to the extent that it would scare someone. The girl curled up into a ball, hugging herself, looking at Fong Xian in fear, her voice trembling. Mirror.
Mirror. Fong Xian turned to look behind him.
Not far from his side was a mirror.
Moonlight poured in through the window.
The store maintained enough visibility.
In the mirror beside Fong Xian, the reflection of Fong Xian was facing him directly.
Suddenly encountering such a scene in the middle of the night was indeed a bit frightening.
Seeing the image in the mirror, Fong Xian was momentarily stunned.
He never expected to see the King of Slaughter in such a situation. A familiar voice echoed in his mind.
Looking for me? Fong Xian glanced at the girl and noticed she was merely frozen in fear, unaware that the reflection of Fong Xian was speaking. To prevent the girl from remembering this, Fong Xian activated his mental power to use the Eye of Divine Authority. The girl's expression went blank, and Fong Xian took out the cleansing pearl to erase her memory.
After doing this, the girl rolled her eyes and fainted.
Fong Xian turned back to look at the mirror. Why do you appear in this form? On the night of the full moon. Is that all?
Fong Xian felt a bit annoyed, realizing that he had been like a fool, watching his grandfather's videos every night and spending so long in the bathroom, leaving Fong Huilan puzzled. Jiang Weidong even explained to Fong Huilan that young men would do certain things at that age, and that men all go through that stage, so it's best not to break the illusion, as it would be quite awkward. The Fong Xian in the mirror shrugged. What else? Do you expect me to wait in front of the mirror every night? You can't be that foolish, right? Of course not. I definitely wouldn't do that. Fong Xian replied. Unexpectedly, the Fong Xian in the mirror laughed. I am you, and you are me. How could I not know what you did?
Fong Xin felt a bit uneasy. Then you ask yourself.
The Fong Xin in the mirror smiled knowingly. My mom is your mom. Think carefully before you speak.
Fong Xin swallowed the latter part of the sentence. The Fong Xin in the mirror succinctly said, raise your hand and place it on the mirror. Your slaughter talent has already reached level 5. It's time to awaken some skills. Fong Xin placed his hand on the mirror. The moment his hand touched the surface, something suddenly appeared in his mind. The sensation was strange. It didn't feel like something was being forcibly injected, but rather like something that had been dormant was being awakened, reminiscent of long-forgotten childhood memories suddenly surfacing at a specific moment. It was 2 skills. These 2 skills made Fong Xin's eyes light up instantly. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? Divine gift. The King of Slaughter bestows the talent of slaughter upon others. Those who receive the talent will become generals under the King of Slaughter. After signing a contract between the 2 parties, if the general ever harbors even a hint of rebellion against the King of Slaughter, they will self-destruct. Of course, those who gain the talent of slaughter can also, like the King of Slaughter, enhance their talent and realm through slaughter. However, this ability is limited to controlling individuals of the same realm as Fong Xin or those below it. Currently, Fong Xin could exert level 5 combat power through the talent of slaughter. This meant he could control those at level 5 and below. After witnessing the faces of those with powerful backgrounds, Fong Xin began to entertain the idea of building his own force.
Just when he was dozing off, an opportunity presented itself. The other skill was actually a talent as well. Summoning spirits. Simply put, it involves communication and summoning, from summoning souls to summoning deities, and signing contracts with the summoned entities.
This was somewhat similar to the resentment-based talent Fong Xin had encountered before. However, the resentment-based talent could only summon spirits that died with grievances. Fong Xin could summon both good and bad entities.
Those summoned through the summoning spirits talent to sign contracts are referred to as soul generals. Moreover, soul generals can devour each other to synthesize. Xingchuan City was one of the main battlefields during the War of the Gods. The potential for various spirits in this place was quite high. He might even stumble upon a great opportunity. However, as this skill was awakened, a new thought emerged in Fong Xin's mind. The ability to summon spirits and generals could be used to explore the ruins of gods and demons, where there would be better options. It seemed that visiting the ruins of gods and demons was a must.
Fong Xin digested these 2 skills one by one.
His gaze refocused on the mirror. When he saw the body of the King of Slaughter in the mirror begin to twist, it was a sign that he was about to leave again.
Fong Xin hurriedly asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. Who did you say I should be wary of?
The smiling Fong Xin in the mirror had a meaningful expression. Be wary of whoever stands in the light, holding the power of light.
After speaking, the image in the mirror twisted again, reflecting a pensive Fong Xin.
Combining what the old woman had said earlier with what the King of Slaughter had said today, Fong Xin thought and thought.
There was only one person in his mind, but Chu Xinyo had never done anything wrong. Why should he be wary of her?
Ha?
Is it Chu Xinyo?
Finish your sentence. Damn it, I hate 2 types of people, one of which is those who don't finish their sentences.
Fong Xin shook the mirror.
A thought gradually surfaced in his mind. The old woman could see the future. Chu Xinyo was from the church. Moreover, her father held a high position in the church. The enmity between the church and Fong Xin had already been established. Fong Xin's subconscious had already positioned him against the church. Putting it all together, it seemed to make some sense. The King of Slaughter had only said one thing. Ha! This kind of cursing seemed to imply cursing himself.
Li Grandma's jelly. Is it a bug for me? Fong Xin's thoughts returned, preparing to find a place to try out the 2 new skills he had learned tonight.
Ma Wenbing, holding a cigarette, glanced at the time and looked far towards the direction of Hongmei supermarket. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground, twisting his foot to step on it, feeling a vague sense of unease. So much time had passed, and Shimen Bogwang still hadn't come out from there.
Ma Wenbing knew Shimen Bogwang to some extent.
Given Shimen Bogwang's nature, when he was high, he would want to take a couple of hits at the lock. The boy from the 9th district who came here was very likely to be knocked down by Shimen Bogwang. If he experienced a severe beating, it could escalate. If the higher-ups investigated, after all, this was the area he was responsible for, and if something happened in his jurisdiction, he would definitely be implicated. Ma Wenbing's face twisted. Damn Shimen Bogwang, a little head controlling a big head.
With that thought, Ma Wenbing quickly headed that way.
He could not let that boy fall victim to Shimen Bogwang's ruthless hands.
As Ma Wenbing thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace.
As he got closer to Hongmei supermarket, Ma Wenbing took out his smart device and looked towards the supermarket. However, the image displayed on the device only showed 2 women lying on the ground. He couldn't scan the 9th district people. Shimen Bogwang was not inside.
Ma Wenbing's heart sank. Where were they? He hadn't seen Shimen Bogwang come out. Could it be that Shimen Bogwang jumped out with that 9th district student from another window?
The door was half ajar, and Ma Wenbing cautiously approached, swinging his smart device, which emitted a beam of laser. As the door slowly opened, Ma Wenbing looked inside. Apart from the 2 women lying on the ground, there was no one else. Pressing his back against the wall, Ma Wenbing walked in. After checking around, he still didn't see anyone else. Maintaining his vigilance, he walked towards the shopkeeper on the ground and the woman who had been taken by Shimen Bogwang. Suddenly, Ma Wenbing's body stiffened. Something hard pressed against his lower back. From the sensation coming from his lower back, he realized it was a gun.
A real gun.
Ma Wenbing glanced back and, although he realized the person behind him was wearing an invisibility suit, he could still clearly sense their presence at such a close distance.
What's your name? A voice came from behind. Ma Wenbing. What are you here for? Someone reported that Shimen Bogwang was spotted nearby, so I came to take a look. And you are? The new recruit from the 9th Division of the Sky Shield Bureau? Fong Xin pushed the barrel of his gun forward again.
Just before he had engaged with Shimen Bogwang, he had fully opened his senses and clearly heard Shimen Bogwang talking on the phone outside the store. From the content of Shimen Bogwang's call, it was easy to tell. There was a mole.
Fong Xin took out Shimen Bogwang's phone with one hand and dialed the last number he had called. The next second, Ma Wenbing's phone rang. Gulu. Ma Wenbing swallowed hard. Who reported to you? Was it Shimen Bogwang? Fong Xin's voice came again from behind Ma Wenbing. Ma Wenbing's body stiffened. He glanced back. At that moment, the other person's hood from the invisibility suit was pulled down, revealing a young face. Ma Wenbing was shocked. It seemed that Shimen Bogwang had likely died at the hands of this young recruit from the 9th Division. That old lecher Shimen Bogwang was a level 4 combatant. How could he be taken down by a recruit who had just started school not long ago? Is there still any law?
The monster house of the 9th Division truly lived up to its reputation.
Just as Ma Wenbing was thinking of a countermeasure, his pants suddenly loosened, and in the next second, they were pulled down to his ankles. Ha! Ma Wenbing tensed up. Wait. This isn't right, is it?
Ma Wenbing's throat rolled as he stammered, Brother, listen to me, I have money, I can give you money, I can explain about Shimen Bogwang, I have hemorrhoids, brother.
Be honest. Fong Xin pressed the gun barrel harder. Fong Xin naturally had no interest in taking shortcuts. Pulling down his pants was to prevent escape.
He didn't expect that there would be someone within the Sky Shield Bureau colluding with a wanted criminal.
How to resolve this? Fong Xin was preparing to ask Jahang.
Ma Wenbing's eyes darted around, his jaw muscles twitching, and he bit down hard with his molars. The next second, Ma Wenbing's head actually turned 180 degrees. He exhaled a puff of smoke towards Fong Xin. Without a word, Fong Xin pulled the trigger, and his whole body activated the light flash, appearing at the store entrance. Ma Wenbing staggered and fell to the ground, while Fong Xin felt dizzy, his body swaying, almost collapsing. To be safe, he shot Ma Wenbing in the back again. A voice came from the entrance. Immediately after, a pair of high heels appeared in Fong Xin's peripheral vision. Along with them came a fragrance sent from a woman. Fong Xin focused and was momentarily stunned. The woman was tall, wearing a brown trench coat, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, stepping in red-soled high heels. Her long, well-proportioned legs were wrapped in sheer stockings, making a clacking sound as she walked. These high heels were also a treasure, their sound stirring emotions, causing anyone who heard them to involuntarily flash through many difficult-to-approve images in their minds.
Fortunately, Fong Xin was wearing a rustic headscarf, and his resistance to mental attacks was strong.
He could still remain clear-headed.
The red-soled high heels stopped right in front of Fong Xin.
He looked at the newcomer. He had seen this face before. Previously, when Surpassing and Zhang Yaozu were watching a movie in the dorm, there was a female lead named Zhao Rojuan, whom Surpassing had emphasized was his goddess. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the woman in front of him. In the drama, she played a silly and sweet character, but in reality, she was quite the contrast. The woman raised one hand towards Ma Wenbing, and a breath of energy surged towards him. Ma Wenbing's body visibly twitched, then he struggled to lie on the ground, gasping for air. He lay on his side, clutching his left chest.
Damn!
Luckily I moved my heart to the right in time, or this kid would have really killed me.
Put your pants on first, Zhao Rojuan said coldly.
Ma Wenbing struggled to pull up his pants. The blood hole in his chest gradually stopped bleeding under the woman's breath, but the pain still lingered, and he grimaced and groaned. Zhao Ruojuan slowly bent down to look at Fong Xian, who was leaning against the wall. So young, killed Shiman Boiguang, and almost killed Ma Wenbing, impressive.
Fong Xian pretended to clutch his chest.
He was already prepared to summon the King of Slaughter. The woman in front of him had average combat power, but behind her was a bald, muscular man with a rose tattoo on his head, exuding an exceptionally fierce aura.
Miss Zhao, this kid is a new recruit from the 9th Division.
Ma Wenbing stood up, respectfully standing beside Zhao Ruojuan, taking out a few fruits from his spatial ring and stuffing them into his mouth, visibly regaining his color.
Zhao Ruojuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Fong Xian with great interest. A new recruit from the 9th Division?
Little brother, what's your name? Fong Xian stared at the woman who was so close. You can call me brother, but please don't add the word little.
Zhao Ruojuan smiled charmingly, gradually approaching Fong Xian, their faces less than 5 centimeters apart.
She blew a breath towards Fong Xian's face, her eyes seemingly containing a power capable of captivating hearts. Fong Xian immediately became alert. This should be a means of her innate talent, using her charm to attract others to follow her. Zhao Ruojuan's demeanor subtly changed, becoming more mature and knowledgeable without anyone noticing.
Fong Xian thought, this is bad. This woman's charm and mental attack are quite different. Damn it! This woman doesn't seem like a good person.
Brother, your face is dirty, let me wipe it for you. Zhao Ruojuan raised her hand to wipe Fong Xian's face. Slap! Fong Xian immediately grabbed Zhao Ruojuan's wrist, maintaining his composure, steadying his mind, not allowing her breath to disturb him. Sister, this doesn't seem like wiping your face, it looks more like you want to cross the line. Zhao Ruojuan's eyes were gentle, like ripples in autumn water, softly saying, you hurt me.
Fong Xian was already prepared to take Zhao Ruojuan hostage, but the muscular man with the rose tattoo seemed to sense Fong Xian's thoughts, glaring at him with fierce eyes, ready to attack. Let go of Miss Zhao.
The muscular man shouted angrily, his head visibly reddening, as if he would explode if he looked any longer.
Fong Xian glanced at the rose-tattooed man. It seemed he was Zhao Ruojuan's follower.
Such people, a few hundred years ago, were called brain-dead fans. Fong Xian had previously been curious and researched this. The opposite of brain-dead fans were called black fans. A few hundred years ago, there was a very prosperous group called the Kunman, which was a typical representative of black fans. Zhao Ruojuan pinched Fong Xian's face. Tell Brother Coer that we caught a new recruit from the 9th Division, and ask him how to deal with it.
The muscular man with the rose tattoo glared at Fong Xian fiercely, took a picture of him, and sent it out. Fong Xian was taken aback upon hearing this.
Just now, this woman said she would send a message to Brother Coer. Earlier, the message from his grandfather mentioned that if someone with the surname Ko came looking for him, there was no need to be afraid, they were one of their own.
After a moment of silence, to confirm, Fong Xian asked, the Coer you mentioned, is his surname Ko?
Of course, Brother Coer's surname is Ko.
Zhao Ruojuan pinched Fong Xian's face again. The Ko with the roof radical? Otherwise? Fong Xian was stunned again, not expecting such a coincidence.
Zhao Ruojuan's voice was gentle as she said, Brother, do you want to follow your sister? I'm currently in a rising phase of my career. If you follow me, I will definitely take good care of you. Let's talk about it later.
How dare you? You must not be rude to Miss Zhao.
A burly man with a rose tattoo on his head immediately scolded, looking ready to take action against Fong Xian. Zhao Ruojuan turned around and coldly glared at the rose-tattooed man. A bow, who allowed you to speak like that?
Kneel. To her surprise, the burly man actually knelt down with a fervent expression, looking up at Zhao Ruojuan like a little dog. Miss Zhao, as long as I have you, that's enough. Don't look for other followers, I am willing to protect you with my life. Fong Xian also came to his senses at this moment, sizing up the burly man with the rose tattoo.
He looked rough and tough, but unexpectedly, he was a bit of a sycophant. Zhao Ruojuan ignored the man called a bow and smiled at Fong Xian. Brother, if you follow your sister, I will reward you by letting you massage my feet every day, okay?
Fong Xian laughed, thinking, what does she take me for? A foot fetishist? Laughable, just to bait some old pervert. My heart only belongs to the people.
Bao was emotionally stirred, looking like a boiled shrimp, his gaze towards Fong Xian filled with envy and hatred, as if Fong Xian had stolen his job. Zhao Ruojuan's phone soon rang. After answering, a man's voice came through. Why are you wearing red shorts? Ask him if his name is Zhang Chang? Zhao Ruojuan gently inquired, is your name Zhang Chang, brother? Fong Xian habitually folded his arms and replied, yes. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end said decisively, then kill him.
Ha? No. I'm Fong Xian.
The person on the other end laughed. Let him take out the smart link device to prove his identity. After Fong Xian took out the smart link device to prove his identity, Zhao Rujuan said, "Brother Ko'er, it is indeed Fong Xian. Take him to the hotel, treat him well, I'll rush over right away." Zhao Rujuan was taken aback. Understood. She shook her wrist that Fong Xian was still holding. "Brother, after squeezing for so long, my feet really hurt, how about you massage my other foot?" Fong Xian disdainfully released her wrist. Zhao Rujuan looked at Fong Xian with confusion, seemingly puzzled by Brother Ko'er's arrangement. Fong Xian glanced at Ma Wenbing. That Brother Ko'er was a remnant of the Eternal Night Army, and this Zhao Rujuan was also a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. It seemed Ma Wenbing was also a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. The infiltration of the Eternal Night Army into various factions seemed to be greater than he had imagined. With Ma Wenbing around, checking into the hotel would be easy. Zhao Rujuan led Fong Xian into the room, turned around, and sat down on the bed, which bounced slightly under her. She took off her high heels and rubbed her feet wrapped in stockings. She turned to a bao to prepare food and drinks, and a bao glared at Fong Xian fiercely. Zhao Rujuan let out a cold snort. "Are you deaf? Go prepare." A bao nodded in satisfaction and ran out the door. Seeing a bao like that, Fong Xian felt a wave of disdain. Zhao Rujuan tilted her head, smiling at Fong Xian, her 2 feet wrapped in stockings swaying slightly. "Brother, do you want to?" Fong Xian immediately interrupted. "Get lost." Zhao Rujuan looked astonished. Clearly, she did not expect Fong Xian to be immune to her charms. At this moment, various doubts lingered in Fong Xian's mind. He had just come out to carry out a mission and encountered someone with the surname Ko. Was this a coincidence or was someone doing this on purpose? If it was a coincidence, it was too coincidental, but if it was intentional, that would be terrifying, as there were not many who knew about Fong Xian leaving the Tiandun Academy. An hour later, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Rujuan immediately ran to open it. A man in a trench coat entered from outside, tall and looking sharp and capable. Upon seeing the newcomer, Doimo Abeo immediately stood at attention and bowed respectfully. "Second young master." Once inside, the man immediately locked his gaze onto Fong Xian and approached him with a warm smile. "You must be the grandson of old Master Fong." Hearing the opening line, Fong Xian understood that his grandfather had definitely interacted with this person before. "How should I address you?" Fong Xian inquired. The man introduced himself warmly. "My name is Ko Tianlin, everyone in the circle calls me second young master, and my close ones call me Brother Ko. Since you are old Master Fong's grandson, if you don't mind, just call me brother." Fong Xian observed this man, who walked with an air of confidence, and through his keen perception, sensed that he bore no ill will. However, beneath the seemingly straightforward demeanor, Fong Xian clearly sensed a strong intent to kill. Although this killing intent was not directed at him, Fong Xian could feel that the man's hands were surely stained with blood. "Brother Ko." Ko Tianlin squeezed Fong Xian's shoulder. "Sit down, Xiao Xian. Old Master Fong has been living in seclusion for many years, and I didn't expect that when he reappears, his grandson would be so grown up and so outstanding." Fong Xian replied with modesty. "You're flattering me." After a pause, he continued to ask, "May I ask when was the last time you saw my grandfather?" "About half a month ago. Old Master Fong met with my grandfather, and I was lucky to be present." "What did they talk about?" Fong Xian asked again. Ko Tianlin replied straightforwardly, "I heard a few pleasantries when they met, but I don't know what they discussed afterward. After old Master Fong left, my grandfather told me that if the Ko family army encounters new recruits from the 9th Division in the future, they should ask first before taking action. If one of them is named Fong Xian, do not kill him. If Fong Xian is willing to join our Ko family army, he is always welcome." Fong Xian was momentarily stunned. "Do you know where my grandfather went?" Ko Tianlin took out a cigarette, tapped 2 sticks on the box. "I don't know. He didn't say, and we wouldn't dare to ask. After all, your grandfather was a renowned general in the Divine Court back in the day." "Do you smoke?" Fong Xian shook his head. "Do you mind if I smoke?" Fong Xian replied, "No." Zhao Rujuan, who had been standing by, quickly came over to light Ko Tianlin's cigarette, and it was evident that her gaze towards him was filled with admiration and awe. Ko Tianlin, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at Fong Xian. "Don't smoke, how about drinking?" "I don't drink." "Still a virgin, huh?" "I run a film company with many star artists under me, sexy ones, pure ones, you can choose one, or all of them. I'll help you break your virginity?" Fong Xian was directly put in an awkward position. "Brother Ko, you." Ko Tianlin shrugged with the cigarette in his hand. "For any awakened person, lust is a hurdle that must be faced. Many people fall because of it, especially young boys like you, who are full of energy at this age. Some boys can't control themselves at 11 or 12, filled with fantasies about the opposite sex. After awakening, it's easy to be led astray by these fantasies, focusing all their thoughts on it. Introducing you to these things now can help you dispel excessive fantasies about the opposite sex early on, and also make it less likely for your mindset to be disturbed by lust, allowing you to focus on honing yourself. At this point, Ko Tianlin looked at Zhao Rojuan. How about you accompany him tonight? Before Zhao Rojuan could say anything, Ko Tianlin asked Fong Xian again, is one enough, brother? If not, I can call a few more? Fong Xian's lips twitched. No need, I can control myself. Ko Tianlin held the cigarette. Anything goes. If you ever have that thought, feel free to bring it up with me. After seeing Fong Xian's expression, Ko Tianlin smiled and said, do you think I don't respect the artists under me? Fong Xian chuckled. Seeing this, Ko Tianlin continued, I never force anyone, these things are all voluntary. They work for me, and I provide them with resources to help them advance further, which can be seen as a kind of transaction. This society is cruel, everyone shouts about equality, but have you really seen equality? Since the dawn of humanity, when has there ever been true equality? Social resources have always been unevenly distributed, with a large amount of resources held in the hands of a small number of people. This is reality. Equality is just a grand illusion painted by the strong for the weak, using their own bodies to exchange for resources, thus becoming strong is a shortcut that is morally despised by the masses. Yet in this cruel reality, it can also be seen as a kind of unorthodox survival method. When you reach the top, there will be great scholars to debate for you. Seeing Fong Xian somewhat dazed, Ko Tianlin asked with a smile, what's wrong, Xiao Xian? Fong Xian looked at Ko Tianlin and said, I see. I actually think what you said makes a bit of sense. Ko Tianlin laughed heartily, no worries. The education you received in school has always been about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, being gentle, respectful, frugal, and yielding. What I say sounds like heretical nonsense to normal people. Of course, you can listen to what others say, but don't rush to believe it. You need to have the ability to think independently and act according to what you believe is right. Fong Xian studied Ko Tianlin, who was known as the second young master, and seemed to possess an indescribable aura. No wonder Zhao Rojuan looked at Ko Tianlin with admiration. Ko Erge, may I ask, are you a member of the Eternal Night Army? Ko Tianlin flicked the ash from his cigarette and joked, yes, I am a member of the Ko family army under the Eternal Night Army. My grandfather is the commander of the Ko family army. Why, do you feel a bit uncomfortable sitting with members of the 9th Division and the Eternal Night Army? Not really, I have a question. You want to know why I can find you here? Ko Tianlin guessed Fong Xian's thoughts. Fong Xian nodded. Ko Tianlin exhaled a straight puff of smoke, because Tiandun Academy has our insider planted there. Who it is, I can't tell you right now. Sure enough, Fong Xian leaned back slowly, so you came to find me, you don't want me to be your insider, do you? Not at all. Your midterm test at Tiandun Academy will take place in the Demon Ruins, and the people from the Eternal Night Army will also be there. Take this, when you encounter someone from the Eternal Night Army, just show this, and there won't be any conflict. Even if you run into other organizations of abnormal beings, they will give some face when they see the Ko family army's emblem. Ko Tianlin flicked his thumb, and a warm jade token flew over, engraved with the character Ko. Is that it? You have a power-type talent, right? Ko Tianlin suddenly asked. Yes. Ko Tianlin smiled, then you've come to the right person. You should have heard that when entering the Demon Ruins, your realm will be suppressed. I have heard. We have a senior who once went there and accidentally entered a forbidden area. Only those with power-type talents can withstand the overwhelming gravitational pressure in that place. I know you're going to ask why there isn't a power-type talent in the Eternal Night Army. It's easy to find awakeners of power-type talents, but Ssss-Level power-type talents are hard to come by. So you mean for me to go rescue someone? Is that what you mean? Ko Tianlin revealed the ultimate goal. It's not about rescuing, that senior has already fallen. I hope you can bring back his body. The flesh of that senior is very useful to us, but you must have thought about it too. The difficulty of bringing out the corpse is quite high. Someone went in before and estimated that it would require at least a level 5 combat power Ssss-Level strength talent awakener. You currently have level 4 combat power, and it seems quite challenging to reach level 5 in the meantime. So this time, you should just circle around the edges, confirm the location, and familiarize yourself with the environment there. By the time of the final test, you should be able to reach level 5 combat power, and then you can bring the corpse out. Ko Tianlin pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. You've said so much, but it seems I haven't heard you say yes. What do you think? Fong Xian paused. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, then don't. No need to be coy. Oh, I forgot to mention the benefits. Once you succeed, I'll give you a 10th tier offensive treasure, a 10th tier defensive treasure, plus a bonus of 100 million. If you don't succeed, but as long as you try, you'll still get half of these rewards. Of course, if you think that's not enough, you can propose more conditions. As long as it's within reason, I can negotiate for you. Fong Xian waved his hand immediately. Brother Ko, we're all brothers here. Talking about these things feels a bit vulgar. Here's my card number. Seeing this, Ko Tianlin smiled. Ro Jun, note down the card number and transfer 50 million to Xiao Xian first. Fong Xian quickly retracted his card. I was joking. I'll go in and take a look first. If it works out, I'll give you a definite answer, okay? No problem. Ko Tianlin glanced at the time. It's getting late, you should rest. Here's my contact information. You can come find me anytime after you leave the Tian Shield Academy. If you have any issues, you can also come to me. Fong Xian received a very high-quality black business card. Ko Tianlin paused and continued. Also, on the surface, the Tian Shield Bureau seems calm, but the power struggles among those people are intense. If you can't continue in the Tian Shield Bureau, the Ko family army's door will always be open for you. Facing the olive branch thrown by Ko Tianlin, Fong Xian replied decisively, okay? Ko Tianlin raised his chin. It's a bit lonely to stay alone at night. How about I let Ro Jun keep you company? Her acting talent is very strong. She can portray whatever you want. Don't worry, she hasn't been touched by anyone else. She's clean. After saying this, the burly man with a rose tattoo on his head visibly flushed, but he could only suppress his anger. Zhao Rojuan bit her lip, her expression somewhat complicated, but she seemed prepared to offer herself. Fong Xian immediately rejected. As the saying goes, a word about lust is like a knife. A few days ago, Fong Xian had seen a story about how a single act harmed 3 wise men. No need. Ko Tianlin glanced at Ma Wenbing, who stood by with his hands tied, not daring to breathe. Ko Tianlin left a remark and then returned to the Ko family army. Watching Ko Tianlin leave with his men, Fong Xian let out a sigh. The second young master's aura was too strong. He toyed with the jade token Ko Tianlin had just given him, pondering the matter of going to the demon in God ruins. Suddenly, Fong Xian sat up. There wasn't just one demon in God ruin. How could Ko Tianlin be sure that the place Fong Xian was going to was where their senior had fallen? After thinking for a moment, Fong Xian stroked his chin. New opportunities arise. The truth is only one. Mom saves, Bushi. Grandpa said so. The jade token spun flexibly between Fong Xian's fingers like a small fish. Tonight, he also awakened 2 skills. It's a good time to get things done at night. Xingchuan City is an ancient battlefield of the gods' chaos. Let's summon a spirit to try it out first. Fong Xian cut his fingertip. Holding his breath and concentrating, he began to write in the void. A blood-red ring formed by mysterious and obscure blood runes connected end to end, vertically suspended in midair. Fong Xian spread his 5 fingers and reached into the ring. In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods of all directions to appear. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Fong Xian's body trembled, and her grip on the basket tightened. As her hand reached into the circular ring, she distinctly felt a cold hand press against hers, their fingers intertwining. A chilling aura enveloped Fong Xian, as if she had fallen into an endless hell. A gust of cold wind blew out from the blood-red ring, and a confused, hoarse voice emerged from within. Who is calling me? Fong Xian steadied her mind. After a moment of thought, she pulled towards herself. The first thing to emerge was a powerful arm stained with blood. Following that, the figure's shoulder and head gradually appeared from the blood-red ring. As Fong Xian continued to pull, half of the figure's body emerged, looking around in confusion. Fong Xian pulled again, and the figure was completely dragged out from the blood-red ring. Fong Xian looked at the spirit before her. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust build like an iron tower, a blank expression, long hair cascading down, wearing tattered battle armor, and carrying 4 short halberds on its back, with a shield strapped to its arm. Did you summon me? Fong Xian glanced around. It seems there's no one else here. The spirit looked at Fong Xian, somewhat speechless. Fong Xian got back to the point. First, introduce yourself. What's your name, where did you serve, what are your talents, and what's your level? The spirit replied in a deep voice, my name is Mo, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under the command of the great General Tai Shuxiong. Level Berserk talent, peak combat power at level 11 before becoming a spirit. Fong Xian took out her smart device. Wait a moment, let me check. Logically, such an impressive figure should have appeared in history textbooks. Fong Xian searched and found only a few lines of introduction. Tai Shuxiong, general of the White Robe Army, participated in the church's internal strife after the Gods' War, opposed the royalists, ultimately defeated, and went missing.
Fong Xian scratched her cheek, amazed that such a brief statement encapsulated a grand life. However, details about the church's internal strife and opposition to the royalists were impossible to find. Many things had been quietly erased from current history textbooks by behind-the-scenes manipulators. Fong Xian searched again for the 13 tiger guards under Tai Shuxiong. The introduction was also very concise. The 13 tiger guards, a personal guard created by Tai Shuxiong, composed of 13 awakened individuals with Ssss-Level talents. They achieved remarkable feats for Tai Shuxiong. Fong Xian checked again for the Tiger Guard MO. The screen shifted to display a line of text. Tiger Guard MO, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under Tai Shuxiong. Fong Xian was both amused and frustrated by this search result. She stuffed the smart device back into her pocket and looked at the somewhat blank-faced MO. Did the White Robe Army also participate in the Great Battle of the Gods' War in Xinxian City? MO replied solemnly, the White Robe Army played a crucial role in the Gods' War. But why was there no record of the White Robe Army's involvement in the Gods' War? The reason was clear. Tai Shuxiong participated in the church's internal strife and chose the wrong side, leading to his removal from the record of achievements. Tai Shuxiong went missing after the Gods' War. The one before her, named Mo, died in the Gods' War, so asking about those details was pointless. However, this spirit was indeed impressive, having been tempered by the trials of war, and his combat skills were certainly high. The maximum combat ability he could exert was level 11, but how much he could actually demonstrate was still linked to Fong Xian's own strength. The moment he was pulled out from the blood-red rune circle, he had already signed a contract with Fong Xian, becoming her glorious working soul. How much strength can you exert now? Fong Xian inquired. After a few seconds of silence, Mo said, my combat power is linked to your vitality and mental strength. By resonating with your condition, I can exert level 4 combat power for 10 minutes, level 5 for 5 minutes, and level 6 for 30 seconds. Fong Xian observed the somewhat transparent and eerie presence before him. Currently, his combat power with the strength talent was level 4, but with the slaughter talent, it was level 5. It was reasonable that Mo could exert level 6 combat power for 30 seconds. However, 30 seconds. Steamed bun? Any objections? What's wrong with 30 seconds? 30 seconds is already quite strong. This is what a real man should be like. Are there any of your 13 Tiger Guards companions left on the ancient battlefield of Xinxian City? Or is there anyone stronger than you? Fong Xian asked again. There is only me among the 13 Tiger Guards here. The undead stronger than me have already entered reincarnation. You haven't entered reincarnation, so your obsession must be quite strong, right? Yes, the 13 Tiger Guards bear the mission of peace for the world. As long as the world is not at peace, we will not enter reincarnation. Fong Xian's eyes lit up. Then how many of the 13 Tiger Guards do you know have died in battle? I know of 2 more. They are on other battlefields. Do you want to sign a contract with them? Is that not possible? Mo showed a hopeful and innocent smile for the first time. I look forward to fighting alongside them again. Tell me their locations, and I'll find time to go. Jahang is at the ancient Ape Ridge, and Ali is at the ancient crossing of King Chu. Fong Xian silently noted this down and raised his hand to capture the blood-red rune ring still floating in the air. The ring spun smaller and smaller until it fell into Fong Xian's palm, which he then turned towards Mo. Mo immediately transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and drilled into Fong Xian's palm, the rune ring disappearing into his flesh without any noticeable change. Fong Xian activated the slaughter talent and released Mo again, repeating this several times. Mo looked at Fong Xian with a serious expression. My lord, if you really have nothing to do, go find a job. Fong Xian chuckled. I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. Mo replied earnestly, my lord, I am not joking. Fong Xian raised his hand and recalled Mo. With such a sole general, Fong Xian could continue to sign contracts. His divine springs were not limited to 1, and he could fully handle the creation. However, it seemed that Ssss-Level talent soul generals could only be contracted 3 at a time, which might be related to his 3 divine springs. If he had many soul generals, it would simply mean distributing the combat time among them during battles. If he had 10 soul generals, they could collectively exert level 6 combat power for 3 seconds. Fortunately, he had just devoured Shiman Boguang's talent, and with further honing of his divine springs, it was possible to expand significantly, turning 30 seconds into 3 minutes. However, signing contracts was quite exhausting in terms of physical and mental strength. After resting for more than an hour, Fong Xian finally sat up, full of energy. It was nighttime, and those otherworldly beings were out and about. If Fong Xian wanted to develop his own power, those otherworldly beings, especially those without strong roots, were the best choice.
Tomorrow, when he returned to the Tian Shield Academy, he could have his soul generals continue scouting for good candidates outside. The next time he came out, he could gather them all at once, and this snowball effect would make his power grow stronger.
Fong Xian left the hotel, walking through the streets shrouded in night.
He held the smart device, scanning around for suitable targets. Scanning back and forth, the highest talent level among these otherworldly beings was just a B-level Beastmaster talent. This kind of talent could completely transform the energy of fierce beasts into one's own power. Having stayed at the 9th location for a long time, Fong Xian had a subconscious feeling that everyone had good talents. Just accepting the God-given killer will also gain the talent for slaughter, and in the future, one can quickly enhance their strength through fighting and killing.
Fong Xian's gaze locked onto that B-level person. This B didn't know what trouble he had gotten into. He was sprinting wildly in one direction. After following for a while, Fong Xian realized that this B was being chased by 3 people. This B was only a peak level 2 combatant. Among the 3 chasing him, although their talents were not as good as his, one was a level 3 combatant, and the other 2 were level 2 combatants. More than 10 minutes later, Fong Xian stood in the path that this B would inevitably take. When he got closer, he could see the person's appearance clearly: curly hair, a face full of wrinkles, looking just like a Shar-Pei that had come to life. "Oi!" Fong Xian shouted. The person glanced at Fong Xian. "Oh, what the hell?" After saying that, he changed direction and ran away. Fong Xian was amused and immediately chased after him. The person was holding something in his arms and running fast, but in front of Fong Xian's movement skill, his speed was somewhat slower, and his endurance was much worse. Fong Xian ran alongside him. "I see you have a unique bone structure, a martial arts genius. If you stick with me, I can help you solve your troubles, and you can also have those chasing you follow you. How about it?" The person glanced at Fong Xian, scoffing derisively through his nose. "You haven't even grown all your hair and dare to talk to me like this. Really think you're something? I'd rather get hit by a car today. Even if I get beaten to death today, I absolutely won't follow a little brat who hasn't even grown up." "Hey!" Fong Xian found it funny. The 3 behind were getting closer and closer, the distance between them now less than 50 meters. Although the Shar-Pei's talent was higher than the 3 behind, its combat power was still only peak level 2, while one of the pursuers was a full level 3 powerhouse. The distance was still closing in. Just when the distance was less than 30 meters, one of the 3 raised a hand and grabbed at the Shar-Pei. Vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around the Shar-Pei's ankle. The Shar-Pei let out a roar. Golden fur visibly sprouted from its body. Upon closer inspection, it had a tiger stripe pattern, with a twisted king character on its forehead. However, this guy looked too much like a Shar-Pei, so that after beast transformation, it appeared to be a mix between a tiger and a Shar-Pei. It had no semblance of the king of beasts, instead looking somewhat comical. The Shar-Pei struggled to break the vines, using both hands and feet to accelerate away. But that moment of being entangled by the vines gave the others a chance. The leading level 3 combatant was a C-level psychic awakener, holding his sword finger against his temple. A ghostly claw formed from psychic energy reached for the Shar-Pei's curly head. The Shar-Pei attempted a tiger fist to shatter the psychic claw, but unfortunately, the wind from the tiger fist had little deterrent effect against psychic energy. Its head was immediately pinched. The Shar-Pei's eyes widened, its tongue uncontrollably sticking out from the corner of its mouth, the expression of despair resembling a Shar-Pei that had been anesthetized and was undergoing surgery. The distance between them closed again, and the last pursuer pressed both hands to the ground, a chill enveloping the Shar-Pei, forming an ice shell around it. All of this seemed lengthy to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 were now less than 10 meters from the Shar-Pei. The Shar-Pei's body shook violently, letting out a roar that shattered the ice shell around it. Seeing the situation was dire, it hurriedly pulled out a plate from its arms. "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll break it. None of us will get it." The 3 pursuers' eyes blazed with fury. The Shar-Pei glanced at the jade plate in his hand, gritted his teeth, and threw the jade plate to Fong Xian as if tossing a discus. "Brother, I'll hold them off. You take the jade plate and meet at the old place." After throwing the jade plate, the 3 people indeed turned their attention towards Fong Xian, their eyes fixated on the jade plate, immediately changing direction to surround Fong Xian. The Shar-Pei turned back and whistled at Fong Xian, laughing loudly. "Kid, if you don't die, come find Grandpa. Grandpa will take you as a little brother." While saying this, he used all his limbs to run away. As he ran, he turned his head to look at Fong Xian. But in the next second, the Shar-Pei saw Fong Xian knock out one person with a punch. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 people surrounding Fong Xian were all knocked unconscious on the ground. Fong Xian smiled at the Shar-Pei from a distance, and in a flash, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing just a few dozen meters closer to the Sharpei. The Sharpei was so scared that he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see Fong Xin vanish again like a ghost. As the Sharpei ran, he bumped into something. He quickly turned back to see what was ahead. To his horror, he realized he had bumped into Fong Xin's chest. Fong Xin smiled. "Watch where you're going." The Sharpei immediately changed direction and ran. But after just a couple of steps, he was blocked by Fong Xin again. Fong Xin was about to say something when the Sharpei suddenly knelt down neatly. "Big brother, please allow me to pay my respects." Fong Xin was taken aback, thinking he was going to get beaten up before he would submit. However, the kneeling was so smooth that who knew what he was really thinking inside. "What's your name?" Fong Xin asked. The Sharpei looked up. "Big brother, my name is Huang Daba." "Huang Daba?" Fong Xin took out his smart device and scanned the wrinkled face. "Big brother, are you from the Heavenly Shield Bureau? Or the 9th Division?" The Sharpei licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the totem on Fong Xin's smart device. Fong Xin raised an eyebrow. "You're not called Huang Daba, you're called Huang Shua." The Sharpei shouted as if someone had stepped on his tail. "I'm called Huang Daba. Huang Shua is the name my old man gave me before he died. I didn't have time to change it before I became an extraordinary person. Still a filial son, huh?" Fong Xin joked. The Sharpei was indeed recorded in the files, and he didn't have any serious criminal cases. All the records were for theft. He used to be a workhorse in an organization, but later, because of theft, he took a treasure from his superior's safe and was subsequently expelled from the organization, gloriously becoming a part of the extraordinary people. "You got kicked out for stealing from your superior? Are you addicted to theft, Huang Shua?" Fong Xin lightly kicked the Sharpei. "I'm called Huang Daba. You better not call me Huang Shua again. What if I do? I'll kneel to you until you're scared." Fong Xin looked at Huang Daba, still an abstract character. Huang Daba continued, "Also, I didn't steal anything from my superior. That treasure was something my old man left for me before he died, but that bastard superior of mine took it away. I'll say it again, I didn't steal." That was a positive return of social resources. Fong Xin looked at this abstract character who looked like a Sharpei, originally named Huang Shua. "What about your other theft cases?" Huang Daba knelt on the ground, slapping the back of his right hand against his left palm. "Do you believe I'll sue you for defamation? How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I'm a scholar. How could a scholar do something like theft? I'll explain one last time. I didn't steal. What you say I did was just the reorganization of social resources for optimal allocation. Am I doing it for myself? No. I'm doing it for the positive development of society as a whole. That makes sense. So now that you're following me, it's a way to make the best use of talent resources, right?" Fong Xin applied what he learned. "Ha!" Huang Dabeos choked a bit, not expecting to get himself caught in this. Huang Dabeos tilted his head, sizing up Fong Xin. "You are an official from the 9th Bureau, living off the Emperor's rations. You want someone like me, an outsider, to follow you? Oh, you want me to be your spy, right? Those outsiders are my brothers and dear friends. You need to pay me more." "No, it's just that you will follow me. I will impart a talent to you. It can double your training speed, but you must listen to me in everything. And you also need to bring new members to me." Huang Dabeos knelt on the ground, his hands tucked into his sleeves. "Sir, are you treating me like a fool? What talent can you impart? Can it really make me B-level and double my efforts? If you can really do that, I wouldn't just follow you, I'd call you Dad." Not far away, the three people who had been knocked out by Fong Xin gradually woke up, struggling to stand, exchanging glances before bolting away. Fong Xin's pupils instantly turned crimson as he raised his hand, palm facing the direction of the three. A blood-red rune circle appeared in his palm, growing larger until it burst forth, hovering upright in the air. The tiger guard mantis flew out from within. In a single encounter, it knocked the three to the ground and brought them over to Fong Xin. The three, terrified, crouched down with their hands over their heads. Huang Dabeos looked at the tiger guard mantis hovering behind Fong Xin. His expression froze, nervously swallowing. Fong Xin said to the three, "I grant you three the talent of slaughter, which will help you train with double the efficiency, but there is one condition: you can only be loyal to me, or you will die instantly." After saying this, Fong Xin didn't care whether the three agreed or not. He shot out blood-red runes from his fingertips, embedding them into the three's foreheads. The three's pupils also turned crimson. After a few seconds, the three showed no signs of rebellion, likely intimidated by the tiger guard mantis. Fong Xin turned back to Huang Dabeos, raised his hand, and a blood-red rune entered Huang Dabeos' forehead. Huang Dabeos' pupils suddenly turned crimson.
With his head down, his body trembled uncontrollably. A few seconds later, after a violent shudder, Huang Debao's exhaled. The long-stuck peak B-level power, after being infused with an indescribable force by Fong Chen, broke through that shackle and reached C-level power. Huang Debao's looked up, his expression incredulous yet immensely excited as he gazed at Fong Chen.
Dad! You are truly my real dad. I don't have a filial son like you.
Huang Debao's closed his eyes, feeling the earth-shattering changes within him. The corners of his mouth were stretching to his ears.
Fong Chen reminded him again, you should be able to feel it. You must not go against my wishes, or else.
Huang Debao's immediately replied, Dad, look at what you're saying. How could a son go against his own father?
Fong Chen cursed, you just called your real dad an old wall lamp. You think I didn't hear that, huh?
Huang Debao's acted like a sycophant. That was a term of endearment. From now on, you are my little wall lamp dad.
Just call me leader. Okay, little wall lamp leader.
Without saying another word, Fong Chen kicked Huang Debao's. From now on, those three will follow you.
You take them and help me scout some people. Give me your contact information. Next time we meet, I'll give you a location, and you bring people over.
Okay, leader.
Huang Debao's still wore that sycophantic expression.
Huang Debao's rubbed his hands together like a fly rubbing its legs. Leader, can you give me back that jade plate?
Fong Chen pinched the jade plate that these few people had fought over between his fingers. What is this?
Huang Debao smiled with a face full of anticipation. If you shine a light on it, you can see the treasure map.
Fong Xinyan asked Huang Daba to turn on the light for a moment, and indeed, he could see the patterns on it.
Why does it feel incomplete? Yes, it's only a part, but once we gather this thing together, we can find a huge treasure trove.
Do you know about the Tianxian army?
A major force during the chaos of the gods. It is said that after their great battle with the Eternal Night Army, they selected a batch of treasures from the massive spoils and secretly transported them to a location, intending to secretly arm a portion of their power. However, the plan was exposed, and the whereabouts of that batch of treasures became unknown, which is indicated by this jade plate.
Huang Daba explained to Fong Xian. Fong Xian glanced at the usually taciturn Hui Mo, who nodded. Indeed, this is true. After flipping the jade plate over and over, memorizing the map patterns in his mind, Fong Xian threw it back to Huang Daba. You keep looking. Let me know if you find anything.
Understood.
Huang Daba straightened his back and gave Fong Xian a somewhat awkward salute. Fong Xian then reminded him, now that you're following me, I don't have many requirements.
You must not use your killing talent to harm the innocent.
Understood, so it's black against black, right?
We'll specifically target the otherworldly beings from now on. Fong Xian paused, not necessarily just targeting the otherworldly beings, not all bad people are among them.
Huang Daba grinned and gave Fong Xian a thumbs up, saying, with your words, I feel at ease. Fong Xian checked the time, it's still a while until dawn. Let's recruit a few more otherworldly beings. Throughout the night, Fong Xian persuaded and emotionally appealed to a dozen or so to join.
Looking at the group of over 10 people, Huang Daba leaned in. Chief, our faction needs a name, right? What should we call it?
Fong Xian recalled the experiences of these days and thought about the foundation of this faction being the killing talent.
I once read a poem that had a few lines. Heaven creates all things to nourish man, yet people resent heaven for its lack of kindness, unaware that locusts are everywhere, causing suffering to all living beings. Suddenly there are madmen sharpening their knives at night, the emperor star sways and the comet rises high. From now on, the world will turn upside down. Why should we spare our hands in killing?
The disloyal can be killed. The unfilial can be killed. The unkind can be killed. The unjust can be killed.
The disrespectful can be killed. The unwise and untrustworthy can be killed. Kill, kill. Huang Daba slapped his thigh. The official is indeed different. I can only say 666.
So what should our new faction be called? 7 Kill Sect. Huang Daba clapped his hands. 7 Kill Sect sounds great. You are now the leader of our 7 Kill Sect. What about me? What about you?
I'm an elder. I should at least have a title, otherwise, what will everyone call me in the future?
Call you Huang Xior. You motherf. Husky pointing at a person JPG, Fong Xian raised his hand, and the blood-red rune circle captured Hui Mo, then transformed and shrank back into Fong Xian's palm.
I'll confirm your position based on your performance.
Remember what I told you. Huang Daba smacked his lips. Got it. At dawn, Fong Xian took the vehicle back to the Tian Shield Academy.
This mission was completed, and the points reached 17,146.
Fong Xian sent a message to Sister Xiaolu, indicating that he was back.
Looking at the chat interface with Xiaolu, he felt puzzled. Ko Tianlin had mentioned last night that there was an insider at the Tian Shield Academy, and not many knew that Fong Xian had left the academy. with Sister Xiaolu being one of them.
Is she the insider?
Yang Haozi opened his eyes, cold light bursting from them, as an irregular light mass floated before him, emitting a strange purple glow.
I'm at level 3. My combat power is at level 3.
It won't be long before I catch up to Fong Xian's peak level 3 combat power. Just give me a few more days. I, Yang Haozi, swear I will make you suffer a terrible fate.
Fong Xian lay on the bed, wearing a mask to train his mental strength, while the beautiful purple Zhe, with her milky white snow-like skin, bounced around. Fong Xian constantly reminded himself that all of this was an illusion.
He must not be deceived by these illusions. He must uphold the belief that there are no women in his heart, and with that, his sword would naturally be guided by divine conviction. He always kept in mind that the wise are not as good as those in the river of love, and the faith to build a beautiful dragon kingdom.
1 hour and 50 minutes. Exhausted, Fong Xian removed the eye mask.
His whole body was drenched in sweat. He had just returned and used this eye mask to test his mental strength. After killing Shimanbuoguang, both his talent and mental strength had improved to a certain extent. He would need to find opportunities to go out and take on some tasks. This was originally a world where individuals preyed on one another, and the talent for killing vividly displayed the primal law of the survival of the fittest.
However, Fong Xian also discovered some other interesting things. He raised his hand towards the empty space.
2 wolves, one black and one white, appeared in place.
After Fong Xian killed Shimanbuoguang and Luo Jian, along with several of Luo Jian's subordinates, and devoured their essence blood, these 2 wolves had also benefited, reaching peak level 3 combat power, just a hair's breadth away from level 4 combat power. If they could devour a few more level 3 beasts, they would completely reach level 4 combat power. The white bear remained at peak level 4, and the amount needed to advance from peak level 4 to level 5 was much greater than that required to reach level 4 from level 3. This time, he did not use his beast-taming talent for the task, for a simple reason: this was ultimately just an external force, and relying on it too much would lead to dependence. Only being strong oneself was true strength. He put away the 2 wolves. Fong Xian took a shower, changed into a dry and comfortable pajamas, and fell asleep immediately.
The next morning, it was the class of the number 1 flirt in the Beast Palace, Shang Tianke.
When Fong Xian arrived at the classroom, the factions in the class were clearly defined due to the presence of the fake boxer, Zheng Chang.
The conflict that had arisen during the entrance exam had caused a division between the 2 sides. The seating arrangement in the classroom also clearly reflected the 2 factions. Leading the faction was the unwavering latecomer group, who believed that the entrance exam results did not represent the future, and that they could surpass those who ranked higher in the entrance exam. The others were Fong Xian's loyal supporters. Just before Fong Xian entered, he heard the fake boxer Zhang Chang speaking confidently. What did I say? The entrance exam results don't mean anything. Yang Xiao is already at level 3 combat power.
Just watch, the score between Yang Xiao and Fong Xian hasn't been settled yet.
How could someone like Yang Xiao, a second-generation rich kid, swallow this anger? The pockmarked boy next to him chimed in. Yeah, Yang Xiao, that kind of playboy, has been quiet for so long. He can't just let it go like that. A buddy of mine is close with Yang Xiao, and he told me that Yang Xiao is probably going to the life and death arena to deal with Fong Xian.
Life and death arena? Wow! Yang Xiao is dead set on killing Fong Xian. But can he beat Fong Xian? Fong Xian was first in the entrance exam. Yang Xiao can grow, but so can Fong Xian. The boxer brother had a knowing look on his face. What do you know? Even if Fong Xian had high combat power during the entrance exam, so what? Yang Xiao has a family backing him. He has all kinds of resources, while what does Fong Xian have? The pockmarked boy continued. Wasn't that guy Qin Juanhao from the 7th department who always flattered you saying that Fong Xian's parents left him quite a bit of money? The boxer brother scoffed. Qin Juanhao also told me that Fong Xian's parents died a long time ago, and that little bit of money is worth nothing. Yang Xiao has a family, the White Lotus Society, and an uncle in the church supporting him, the resources accumulated over generations. How can Fong Xian compete with that? But doesn't Fong Xian have instructor Zhuge and the others helping him? Even if the relationships are good, Fong Xian is ultimately an outsider. No matter if it's instructor Zhuge or master Hualu, they can't support Fong Xian like the Young family supports Yang Xiao. Do you even need to think about this? The boxer brother sneered. That Fong Xian's new combat power is so strong, can young Master Yang handle him? Brother Underpants crossed his arms. This brings us back to our original topic. In a while, young Master Yang will prove to everyone with his strength that entrance exam results mean nothing, and he'll give Fong Xian and his little followers a resounding slap in the face. Let them know what it means to rise above.
Moreover, before young Master Yang goes to the life and death stage, his family will definitely provide him with many high-level treasures. With the Yang family, the White Lotus Society, and the church backing him, what does Fong Xin have? Our young Master Yang's victory is a sure thing. 3-1, the advantage is ours. Brother Chang, you have a point. A little chubby guy sitting nearby asked, Brother Chang, what if Fong Xin doesn't die? Are you going to challenge him? The guy with a face full of acne immediately retorted, what do you mean challenge? Are you using the right words? Does Fong Xin even deserve for Brother Chang to challenge him? Have you forgotten how Brother Chang got his nickname? Back then, Brother Chang shone brightly during the beheading operation. In the previous mock test, Brother Chang just didn't want to be the first to stick his neck out. Besides, Brother Chang has made rapid progress now. Someone like Fong Xin doesn't even deserve Brother Chang's attention. Brother Chang, tell everyone about the details of your beheading operation. Zhang Chang said calmly, a hero doesn't speak of past bravery. What we need to do now is to settle down and meet at the peak. We'll trample those people underfoot. That's right, Brother Chang, your spirit beast can now unleash peak level tier 3 combat power, right? The fake Brother Underpants saw Fong Xin come in and immediately waved his hand, raising his voice intentionally, a mere peak level tier 3 combat power is nothing to mention. This is all thanks to Uncle Shang's teachings. A classmate from the strength department, the pot lid, came over, cursing. New brother, look at that guy's face, he's deliberately saying it for you to hear. Others call him Brother Underpants, and he really thinks of himself as a pair of men's underwear, putting on a show. Hearing this, Fong Xin chuckled, it's always the strength department's brutes who speak simply and bluntly, no need for civility. New brother, these guys say Yang Housey still wants to take action against you. It seems he wants to go to the life and death stage. If I kill him on the life and death stage, do I not have to bear any responsibility? Fong Xin asked. That's right. Fong Xin smiled kindly. The previous matters had been like a thorn in his throat, always wanting to take revenge but never having the chance. If that guy dares to go to the life and death stage, Fong Xin will let him experience the art of violent aesthetics. Seeing Fong Xin smile, the pot-lid knew Fong Xin was fully confident and showed a smile unique to brutes. New brother, when the time comes, just scatter Yang Housey's ashes and treat Brother Underpants to a bowl of rice mixed with ashes. Let him shut his mouth. Just as they were talking, the old lecher Shang Tianke walked in from outside. Class is starting. Stand up. The fake Brother Underpants was the first to stand up, always eager to show off. Originally, there was none of this, it was all added by the fake Brother Underpants himself, and many people secretly despised his actions. Seeing Fong Xin slow to react, Zhang Chang immediately put on a stern face and said, Fong Xin, Mentor Shang has come a long way to teach everyone, you can't take advantage of Mentor Shang's care for you and act recklessly, showing no respect for your teacher, not even understanding the most basic respect? But Zhang Chang never expected that. Shang Tianke frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Chang. If you continue to be so sarcastic in my class, don't come back in the future. The classroom fell silent. The fake Brother Underpants Zhang Chang froze in place. His mouth opened and closed. His face turned pale. He had been desperately flattering and fawning over the Master Shang. In the end, he stepped on a horse's hoof. Shang Tianke retaliated with a wild horse kick, immediately kicking Zhang Chang's mouth shut. Zhang Chang's face turned red. Usually, he would try every means to show off, but for some reason, whenever it came to Fong Xin, he could never manage to put on a facade. It seemed as if an invisible force was firmly holding him down. Sit down. Shang Tianke said coldly to everyone. He was already annoyed by that white-haired guy who had played a trick on him when he came to work, and now he had to deal with Zhang Chang, who was making things difficult for his younger brother Fong Xin. How could he possibly show a good face? Fong Xin gave Shang Tianke a thumbs up. Having received a full spatial ring of divine oil and enhancement pills from Shimanboguang, he had now figured out how to deal with it. Shang Tianke stood at the front. Today, I will teach you how to fight. Beast tamers can switch perspectives. They can have a god's eye view or embody their fierce beasts to fight from a first-person perspective. But the premise is that the beast tamer must have a strong resonance with their fierce beast. After a long lecture on theoretical knowledge, Shang Tianke continued, so much talk is just theory. Theory must be combined with practical combat. Is anyone willing to step up for a spar? I can personally guide you. Who is the strongest among you? Almost everyone turned to the fake boxer brother, Zhang Chang, who stood up with an expression of reluctance, as if everyone was forcing him to rise. What level of combat power do you have? I'm at the peak of level 3, teacher. Shang Tianke nodded, not bad. Who will spar with him? Hearing himself praised by Shang Tianke, Zhang Chang couldn't help but puff out his chest, glancing at Fong Xin. No one spoke. Zhang Chang lightly nudged his loyal sycophant, the one with the aluminum foil perm, giving him a look.
The aluminum foil perm immediately understood and spoke up, "Teacher, how about letting Fong Xin spar with Zhang Chang?" Shang Tianke looked at Fong Xin. "Xin's eye? Come here." Fong Xin shook his head, "No thanks, my two wolves are quite fierce. What if I accidentally kill his spirit beast? Then he would cry and throw a fit. I don't have that much time to deal with him." As Zhang Chang's loyal supporters, the aluminum foil perm and his group immediately protested, "Coward is just a coward, why act tough? Yeah, if our brother Chang's spirit beast gets killed by you, what a show. If you're afraid of losing, just say so. Stop making up excuses. We're not fools, we can see through your little tricks. Can't you see? You're acting like the top new student, afraid of losing face. When the tide goes out, who doesn't know who's wearing shorts? Some people are already panicking before the tide even goes out. Our boxer brother is definitely wearing shorts. Some who aren't, well, you know."
Zhang Chang's supporters mocked him.
Hearing Fong Xian's words, Zhang Chang cleared his throat. "Fong Xian, don't worry, we're just having a normal exchange, we're all classmates. I won't put you in a difficult position. Besides, winning or losing is common in battle, even if I lose, so what? What if I accidentally kill your spirit beast?" Fong Xian asked innocently.
Zhang Chang confidently replied, "Don't worry, my spirit beast is a top-tier beast, it won't die."
"No way, if it dies, you won't blame me?"
Zhang Chang said, "You can rest assured, even if it dies, I won't blame you.
Everyone here can be a witness. Our mentor Shang can also testify." Upon hearing this, Fong Xian's eyes lit up.
After hesitating and pretending to refuse for so long, he was waiting for this very statement from the fake boxer brother.
"Old Shang, you must testify." Fong Xian added another layer of assurance. Shang Tianke waved his hand, "I can testify."
"You better not be bragging, let me see how much you've improved.
Even if you accidentally kill it, I can compensate him, right? What should I do if I accidentally kill Fong Xian's fierce beast?"
Shang Tianke also spoke up, "Whose beast dies, I'll compensate that person." A sinister smile flashed in Zhang Chang's eyes, and then he raised his hand, a fiery red snake darting out, coiling in the open space, its upper body raised high, its triangular head swaying left and right, flicking its tongue. "This is Brother Kutch's red-scaled viper. It looks really fierce.
Where's Fong Xin? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Has he been dawdling for so long that he's going to throw out two huskies?" The red-scaled viper opened its mouth towards Fong Xin, making a provocative sound. Seeing this, Fong Xin waved his hand. Two wolves, one black and one white, appeared in front of the snake.
Upon seeing the two wolves, Shang Tiang's brows and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, looking at Fong Xian with a half-smile, thinking how cunning he was, deliberately baiting Zhang Chang, who was completely unaware he had taken the bait. Zhang Chang pointed at the red-scaled viper with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he muttered, "Kill them." The red-scaled viper secreted a viscous venom, spraying a cloud of toxic mist towards the two wolves. The two wolves, both at the peak of level 3, dodged to the sides, the white wolf howling. In a moment of distraction for the red-scaled viper, the black wolf, with its speed talent, had already charged forward, transforming into a shadow that flashed past. When the shadow reappeared, it was holding half of the red-scaled viper in its mouth, tilting its head a couple of times before completely swallowing it. The white wolf also flashed forward and swallowed the other half. With the hidden enhancement of their killing talent, the two wolves easily dispatched their equal-level opponent. Everything happened so quickly that many people didn't react in time. Damn! Fong Xian's two wolves are also at the peak of level 3. What a blunder! Brother Chang's red-scaled viper didn't dodge. No! Zhang Chang shouted in despair, feeling as if he were Manhwa outside a phone booth on a snowy night. The two wolves raised their necks. As the red-scaled viper was devoured, a visible layer of protective membrane appeared on the surface of each wolf. Holy crap! They're at level 4 now. They're going to level 4. Someone shouted. Brother Chang has become a stepping stone. Haha, Brother Xian is awesome. Zhang Chang was just showing off. Why isn't he showing off now? I said, why is Brother Xian dawdling? Turns out he was baiting. Fong Xian raised his hand and recalled the two wolves. Zhang Chang roared, Fong Xian, I'll kill you. Return my spirit beast. The pot lid was the first to stand up. Damn. Can't play, huh? You insisted on finding our Brother Xian. You said your spirit beast dying was no big deal. Now you're barking. Zhang Chang widened his eyes. I was just being polite, not serious. Besides, we're all classmates. Does Fong Xian really want to disregard our friendship and go for the kill? Fong Xian rested his chin on one hand, leaning on the table, looking at the furious Zhang Chang. Hey, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?
Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Sit down.
Everyone saw the battle just now. There are two main issues.
First, the combat experience is extremely lacking, and there's no clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Second, there's insufficient knowledge of beast attack methods. You didn't even carefully look at the bestiary in the textbook.
After the discussion quieted down, Shang Tianke went on to share a lot of practical experience. However, Zhang Chang didn't absorb a single word. All he could think about was how his spirit beast had become someone else's trophy. Just before class ended, Zhang Chang suddenly stood up and said, "Instructor Shang, when will you give me the spirit beast you promised?"
Shang Tianke turned around, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Shang Tianke smiled, looking at the already flustered Zhang Chang.
"Just now was the beast master class, and now I will give you an extra lesson, titled, Never Trust Others' Promises." Zhang Chang was already on edge, and upon hearing this, he felt like he was about to explode.
"Master Shang, Uncle Shang, you are the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. How can I what?"
Shang Tiang's eyes sparkled with endless coldness as he asked knowingly.
Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
After swallowing hard, he gritted his teeth and said, "I think as the esteemed master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, you shouldn't go back on your word after making a promise to a junior."
Shang Tianke looked at Zhang Chang mockingly.
"I was indeed going to give you a spirit beast, but considering your actions just now, first, you yourself went back on your word, boasting that even if the spirit beast died, it wouldn't matter. Second, before you urged the spirit beast to attack, you intended to kill Fong Xian's spirit beast, but after being counterkilled, you spoke of friendship and how ruthless Fong Xian is. Third, just at the beginning of class, you said Fong Xian disrespected his elders, so how does your current behavior show any respect for your teacher?" The 3 points left Zhang Chang speechless.
Shang Tianke stood with his hands behind his back. "Your character is too poor. I retract my promise to you. Do you have any objections?"
Zhang Chang's mouth moved, nearly dropping his little pearls.
Mainly because what Shang Tianke said was all true. Shang Tianke snorted coldly. "When the bell rings, class is dismissed."
After saying that, he walked towards the door. At the doorway, he shot a glance at Fong Xian.
Fong Xian packed his things and walked out under Zhang Chang's furious yet helpless gaze. "Old Shang, you're something." Fong Xian gave Shang Tianke a thumbs up.
Shang Tianke put his arm around Fong Xian's shoulder. "Stop talking nonsense, I need to discuss something with you."
Fong Xian's chest thumped loudly. "What is it?" "During the midterm test, someone from our 10,000 Beasts Palace will be there. I have a daughter out of wedlock. When you go, take care of her." Fong Xian distanced himself from Shang Tianke. "You're so lewd." Shang Tianke squeezed Fong Xian's head under his arm. The scent almost knocked Fong Xian out. "I'm not joking with you. I have an ex-wife who has a big issue with my daughter. She might send someone to harm her, so you need to protect her. After this, I'll give you a level 5 combat spirit beast." Fong Xian looked at Shang Tianke. "Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? I, Shang Tianke, walk the world relying on my credibility." Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke away, pointing in the direction of the classroom. "Stop talking nonsense. 2 minutes ago, you weren't saying this. What happened just now was just that. That student can't compare to you. You're my little baby." "No way. No proof. Then what do you suggest?" After a moment of thought, Fong Xian said, "Get a notary." "All right. How about we find teacher Xiao Chang?" Shang Tianke raised his eyebrows. "You old lecher, dreaming of visiting brothels, think it's all so nice? Find old lady Sun." Fong Xian decided on the person. Shang Tianke clicked his tongue. "You little brat. No way. I'm scared of old lady Sun. Let's find the white-haired kid. This should work, right?" "Sure." Shang Tianke immediately contacted Jahang, and after a phone call, they finalized the matter. Fong Xian thought about it. During the midterm test, they would go to the demon and god ruins, have to kill Huoshi, help Ko Tianlin, and also help this lecher protect his daughter. It was going to be quite busy. "During the test, we can go solo, right? You can either go as a lone wolf or in a team. There are no rules in there. You're from the Sky Shield Bureau, and your only rule is that you can't kill people from the Sky Shield Bureau. No one will care what else you do. You can even swear brotherhood with outsiders, and no one will stop you." Fong Xian raised his eyebrows. Since the rules were so loose, that made things easier. "Is your daughter troublesome? I want to make it clear in advance. I won't protect that kind of person. Nor will I protect those with a saintly heart." Shang Tianke patted his chest and assured, "You can rest assured, when my daughter gets her hands dirty, she'll be even more ruthless than you." "That's not a problem. What does your daughter look like? I need to recognize her when I go in." "She looks about 80% like me. I'll give you my contact information later. You young people should communicate more. If something sparks between you, that's not a bad thing. Then we'll be even closer. After hearing the first sentence, Fong Xian lost all his thoughts, even if he had any. Shang Tianke looked like a hairless gorilla, and his illegitimate daughter resembled him quite a bit. We're friends across generations. I should just be your daughter's uncle. Shang Tianke said, putting his arm around Fong Xian's neck. Damn it, you think my daughter is undesirable? That night, Fong Xian went to the gravity room again to practice the Tai ascending dragon technique. Hua Chang was on a mission and didn't come, so Fong Xian trained hard by himself, adjusting the gravity coefficient again to enhance his strength. This time, he was determined to kill Yang Haoxi. After killing Shiman Buoguang and a few others, and devouring their essence and blood, Fong Xian's vitality had greatly improved. While practicing the Tai ascending dragon technique, his entire arm was enveloped by the erupting energy, which condensed into dragon scales covering both arms, looking majestic and powerful. With a punch, the force surged from 18,000 kilograms to 19,000 kilograms. If he reached the peak of level 4 combat power, the energy-formed dragon scales would cover his entire body, making him both resilient and formidable. The next few days passed as usual. Other than eating and sleeping, Fong Xian spent all his time practicing. But 2 days later, at night, Fong Xian took off the eye mask used for mental training and sat up in bed, staring blankly at the air. His divine springs had actually increased from 3 to 4. His divine source had also increased from 2 to 3. Fong Xian was bewildered. He thought 3 was already invincible, but now it had become 4. The third of the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, Yin Shengjun, was already incredibly powerful with just 2 divine springs. What about his 4? Moreover, Fong Xian discovered that he could now control an additional Ssss-Level killing general and soul general, increasing his quota by 1. There was indeed a connection. Fong Xian had no idea what the limit was, and for the next few days, he trained diligently. A week later, Fong Xian was already able to quickly pass the eye mask's training for S-level mental talents, and his divine springs had reached 5. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Fong Xian looked at the eye mask for mental training. This was just the quick pass for the S-level mental talent. What would happen if he cleared the SSS-level mental talent training? Zhang Chang sat in Yang Haoxi's dormitory. Young Master Yang, I heard you've reached level 4 combat power? Is it true? Yang Haoxi replied, that's right. What do you want? Zhang Chang continued, Young Master Yang, that bastard Fong Xian is already a level 4 beast master. And after all this time, his power talent must have also reached level 4. If you want to kill Fong Xian, you need to reach at least mid-level 4. Yang Haoxi scoffed, mid-level 4? He had a treasure that could convert the power of others with the same talent for his use. When the time came to kill Fong Xian, he would only need to borrow external power to unleash peak level 4 combat power. After all this preparation, he would only need 2 weeks to reach the life and death stage. Young Master Yang, Fong Xian's own strength isn't weak, and now he has 2 level 4 wolves backing him up. I remember your White Lotus Society has a treasure specifically for beast masters, right? It's not that you can't beat Fong Xian, I just want you to improve your chances. Yang Haoxi smiled and nodded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This idea is not bad. Zhang Chang stood up, then Young Master Yang, you continue your training, I won't disturb you. Once Zhang Chang left, Yang Haoxi called his mother, Zhang Suqing. Mom, that Fong Xian is still a beast master. He currently has 2 level 4 wolves. Doesn't the White Lotus Society have a treasure specifically for beast masters? Can you get it for me? Got it, son. I'll ask your dad. Are you tired lately, darling? Mom sees you've lost weight. It breaks my heart. As long as it can kill him, none of this matters. You need to go ask dad right now. After hanging up, Zhang Suqing sat on the bed, took off her facial mask, picked out a qipao from the wardrobe, and put it on. The qipao had a high slit, like 2 curtains hanging on her body. She sprayed a bit of perfume, sniffed it, felt satisfied, and then carried a teapot, swaying her hips in high heels as she walked towards the living room. Yang Yanbin was in the living room browsing the latest news. Hearing the sound of high heels clicking on the floor, he looked up and was momentarily stunned when he saw Zhang Suqing. She sat closely next to Yang Yanbin, poured him some tea, and half knelt on the sofa to massage his head. Take a break, darling. Yang Yanbin closed his eyes, enjoying the massage. Zhang Suqing's full hands gently caressed Yang Yanbin's cheek. Yang Yanbin turned his head, looking at the alluring woman before him, and pulled her soft waist into his embrace. Zhang Suqing let out a playful laugh and fell into Yang Yanbin's arms. You're so annoying, always so unruly, Zhang Suqing said with flirtatious eyes, while her hands continued to caress Yang Yanbin's chest. Yang Yanbin turned to her, and the sound of teaching followed. After everything was over, Zhang Suqing nestled in Yang Yanbin's arms. Darling,
can you get that treasure from the White Lotus Society that targets beast masters?
For what? Of course, it's for our son. Yang Yanbin frowned. What do you want to do?
What else? Our precious son has suffered losses before, so we must get it back. Yang Yanbin frowned, about to speak, but Jiang Suqing immediately said, this matter isn't just my decision, it's what Uncle Housey wants.
If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Housey. Does it have to be about fighting and killing?
When has our son ever suffered such grievances? My precious son is flesh from my body. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, I will get them for him. When will you, as a father, ever look at your son properly? Just now, you were all about loving me, and now you act like you don't recognize him.
Is that how you love? Yang Yanbin frowned. This isn't the same thing. Don't confuse the two. How is it not the same? Is Housey no longer your son?
I already said this matter was agreed upon by Uncle Housey. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now, and you can ask.
Yang Yanbin didn't waste words, dialed the phone, and after inquiring, his brows furrowed tightly. Jiang Suqing stepped forward and hugged Yang Yanbin. I didn't lie to you, did I? I just feel this matter isn't simple. That Fong Xin seems to be the catalyst for a struggle between the church and the Ninth Bureau. The church's people are too arrogant and have long-standing grudges with other organizations, and back in the day, during the church's internal strife, Old Yu was on the opposing side of the royalists. Jiang Suqing pushed Yang Yanbin. What does that have to do with you? Is our family closer to the church or the Ninth Bureau? Don't you have a scale in your heart? Besides, this is about your son.
After a moment of silence, Yang Yanbin said, I can give him a low-tier dragon binding bracelet, but it can only trap spirit beasts up to level 7, and that new recruit from the Ninth Bureau isn't at level 7 yet. I love you the most, darling. I knew you still care about our son.
Jiang Suqing kissed Yang Yanbin's cheek.
But in the future, let's avoid such matters.
Don't let the church use you as a pawn, let Housey.
Jiang Suqing kissed him again, cutting off the rest of her words, and the sofa shook violently once more.
Fong Xian was drenched in sweat, having just sat down, when he noticed the space around him distort in his peripheral vision.
The next moment, a white-haired figure, snorting powder, sat down beside him.
One good news, one bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Fong Xian was already used to the sudden appearance of the white-haired figure. Let's hear the bad news first.
The bad news is that according to our reliable sources, Yang Housey's attack on you was secretly instigated by the church.
Fong Xian was slightly taken aback. Then what's the good news?
The good news is that Yang Housey definitely has a lot of good gear on him. As long as you take him out, all of it will be yours, and Elder Yu will use this as a reason to challenge the church and the White Lotus Society. The church and the White Lotus Society will have to suffer in silence, at least for a long time. They won't dare to touch you.
Fong Xian took a sip of his energy drink. Why is the church so hellbent on me?
They've already confirmed that my parents didn't leave me anything they want. Jahang grinned, showing his white teeth. Those bird-brained folks in the church are just like that. The root of this matter is a long story. Back when the War of the Gods had just ended, the church held supreme power, which many people didn't want to see. They wanted to reform the church's internal system. After various parties intervened, power struggles within the church divided it into two factions, the reformists and the royalists. At that time, Elder Yu was a staunch reformist, but in the end, the royalists won.
From that point on, the Ninth Division's relationship with the church became very tense. Any conflict between forces is not just a test of the strong but also a trial for the new generation. The younger generation of the Ninth Division already has someone like me, so they absolutely cannot allow another prodigy to emerge. I have the Zhuge family backing me, so the church has to weigh the pros and cons before they move against me. But you have no roots, so they want to target you.
Their idea is simple, to snuff you out in the cradle, but they also dare not be too blatant, as there are various treaties between the major forces. To eliminate a new student from the Ninth Division, they must have a legitimate reason, so Yang Housey was pushed out as the pawn.
Fong Xian tilted his head and finished the energy drink, crushing the bottle in his hand, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Got it. Jahang patted Fong Xian's shoulder. Train hard. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Okay. After snorting some powder, Jahang vanished from the spot. Fong Xian stared at the air, his eyes filled with fierce light. He threw himself back into training, working harder than before. As time passed, Fong Xian's various talents were improving in all aspects. The most noticeable improvements were in his light and mental talents' combat power. His perception talent also saw significant enhancement under the strengthening of his mental talent. 2 weeks passed quietly in the midst of daily rigorous training. As Fong Xian's fist struck the power tester, the numbers on the screen soared. His strength talent had reached the peak of level 4 combat power. The dragon scales evolved from the Tai Rising Dragon technique could now cover his entire body.
Other talents also gradually reached level 4 combat power. But among all these talents, the most significant changes were in the mental and light talents.
The reason was simple. The divine spring formed by the mental talent had actually condensed into 7 streams.
Meanwhile, the divine source of the light talent also reached 7 streams, hovering above the divine spring.
The number of people who could control Ssss-Level talents, soul generals and killing generals, had also reached 7. This change brought with it abundant mental and light power.
Fong Chen searched through the materials and found that there had never been any records of anyone possessing the 7 divine springs and the divine source. He was very clear about the root of all these mutations. It stemmed from the enhancement of the killing talent. It was another delightful Friday, and during this time, Fong Chen had been investigating where the fallen strong ones from the past god's chaos ultimately met their end. If they hadn't entered reincarnation, summoning those big shots as soul generals would also be a good choice. However, Huaymo had mentioned the specific locations of 2 of the 13 Tiger Guards, and Fong Chen planned to bring these 2 Tiger Guards under his command first.
Fong Chen selected a location close to the Tiger Guards from the task list, preparing to complete the task while incorporating the 2 Tiger Guards into his ranks. During this time, the matter of Yang Haoxi wanting to challenge Fong Chen on the life and death platform was escalating.
Yang Haoxi did not deny it, which was enough to indicate the seriousness of the situation. Zhang Chang, that brat, was afraid Yang Haoxi wouldn't take action, so he was intentionally spreading rumors that Yang Haoxi was going to attack Fong Chen, deliberately stirring up the crowd's curiosity to watch the show. This way, he could completely set Yang Haoxi up, and Yang Haoxi, out of face, would also fight Fong Chen, allowing him to take advantage of the situation.
Fong Chen looked at the value of 24,900 kilograms punched out in the gravity chamber, satisfied as he shook his fist. Zhang Xiaocha handed Fong Chen a cup of water, her expression worried. Brother, now the situation with Yang Haoxi wanting to attack you is getting more serious. I even heard someone say that Yang Haoxi is equipped with quite a few excellent treasures, all provided by the forces behind him. Fong Chen took a sip of water. His treasures? Yeah. What do you mean, yeah? Those are clearly my treasures. Zhang Xiaocha said anxiously. Brother, I'm not joking. I heard people say that Yang Haoxi's family gave him several treasures. Fong Chen said angrily. Those with power and influence bully others, taking my treasures and wanting to kill me. Seeing Zhang Xiaocha's worried expression, Fong Chen changed the subject. I heard that Yang Haoxi's group of friends spread the word that your classmates have isolated you? They don't allow anyone to get too close to you? Zhang Xiaocha shook her head. No, I isolated them. Fong Chen gave her a thumbs up. Good, that's my sister. Let's go eat.
As the two headed to the cafeteria, a voice came from a distance.
Fong Chen. To the life and death platform. I want to fight you to the death.
The voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, was heard by all the teachers and students at the Tiandun Academy. Looking in the direction of the voice, Yang Haoxi stood there, his gaze a mix of 3 parts coldness, 3 parts ferocity, 3 parts arrogance, and 1 part disdain.
This shout caused many students to stop.
The love for excitement is a traditional virtue ingrained in their genes. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and more people turned to look this way.
Fong Chen.
If you have the guts, come to the life and death platform and fight me.
If not, then bow down and admit defeat.
Yang Haoxi shouted again, stepping onto the life and death platform behind the Tiandun Academy's playground, provocatively beckoning Fong Chen with his finger.
Fong Chen stood there, the center of attention. Zhang Xiaocha nervously clutched Fong Chen's arm. Brother! Fong Chen patted the back of Zhang Xiaocha's hand to signal that everything was fine.
In the dean's office, Su Bushing stood by the window with a teacup, watching the scene, while Jahang lounged in a chair, playing games on the computer, completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. Hua Cheng crossed his arms, anger boiling in his eyes. Damn it, if Fong Chen doesn't kill Yang Haoxi, I'll cripple him. Sun Bijuan, adjusting her sweater, coldly stared at the life and death platform from behind her glasses. Li Baoer, with 2 large machetes tucked under her arms, stood with Bai Yulan, Shi Tailang, Zhang Yaozu, and the low-profile Xingyu.
Yang Haoxi definitely has a lot of good equipment. Brother Xian is going to have a tough time. Shi Tailang said. Zhang Yaozu pinched Shi Tailang. Pe. Shut your crow's mouth. Bai Yulan crossed his arms and silently prayed for Fong Xian. Baoer, does new brother have a good chance of winning? Li Baoer stood there dazed and silly, crunching on potato chips. I don't know, Yang Haoxi is so strange. More and more teachers and students looked over. The fake boxer was squeezed in the crowd. Fong Xian is scared now.
Zhang Chang's supporters joined in the jeering. Scaredy cat Fong Xian.
Where's that arrogance from before?
Yeah, you were so cocky before, now you're scared? If you're scared, then kneel and apologize to young Master Yang. Zhang Chang crossed his arms, standing among the students, constantly provoking. Today, young Master Yang will prove to everyone that good grades at the start of school mean nothing. Chang Go, what if Fong Xian is scared and doesn't fight? If he's scared, it just proves even more that good grades don't mean everything, Zhang Chang said with a smile. Fong Xian, if you have guts, don't be scared. Don't let everyone look down on you. If it really doesn't work, just kneel to young Master Yang. Under all the gazes, Fong Xian walked towards the life and death stage. Zhang Chang watched Fong Xian with a half-smile. Unexpectedly, as Fong Xian passed by, he swung his hand and gave Zhang Chang a crisp and loud slap. Zhang Chang covered his deformed, swollen face, furious. Why did you hit me? Fong Xian shook his hand, just passing by, a casual thing. Zhang Chang, in a fit of anger, was momentarily stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Xian stepped onto the life and death stage. At the moment Fong Xian ascended the stage, a bright light flickered at the center of the life and death stage. Moments later, an owl flew out from the light. Flapping its wings, it landed on a nearby pillar. The owl surveyed Fong Xian and Yang Haoxi, then spoke human words. Are you here to sign the life and death battle? Yang Haoxi grinned, yes. And you? The owl turned to Fong Xian. Fong Xian appeared calm, but his heart was filled with joy. They had delivered the opportunity right to his door, how could he refuse? Yes. The owl stood on the edge of the life and death stage. Once the life and death contract is signed, if either party dies in battle, the other party cannot be held accountable. Have you thought it through? Yang Haoxi, somewhat impatient, said, I've thought it through. Fong Xian calmly followed up, I've thought it through. The owl flapped its wings, and a contract appeared in front of Fong Xian and Yang Haoxi. Since both of you have made your decision, sign it. The contract takes effect upon signing. Yang Haoxi cut his finger and immediately signed. After glancing at the contents of the contract, Fong Xian also signed his name. They then exchanged contracts and signed. The owl stood on the pillar. The life and death agreement takes effect immediately. Good luck to both of you. Just as the owl's words fell, Yang Haoxi eagerly threw a mysterious light towards Fong Xian. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an egg. As the egg approached, the membrane cracked open, and dozens of spiders jumped out. Each spider had a blue-striped ghost face on its abdomen, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Wherever the spiders passed, faint black spots were left on the ground. A closer look revealed that those black spots were highly corrosive. Tai Lang, watching the battle, cursed, damn, a sneak attack. That dog Yang Haoxi has no martial ethics. Bai Yulin said solemnly, Yang Haoxi has a witchcraft talent. Fortunately, new brother has a mental talent, which can restrain the witchcraft talent. But after this was said, they saw Yang Haoxi on the life and death stage putting on something like a headband. When Fong Xian activated his mental power to use the Eye of Divine Authority to gaze at Yang Haoxi, he found it significantly weakened. Tai Lang frowned, damn. That brat has a high-level treasure that can evade mental attacks. It seems the treasure is at least of the 10th rank. Bai Yulin said in a deep voice, it's fine, Brother Xian also has the beast mastery talent, which can somewhat resist Yang Haoxi's cursed insects. But as soon as Bai Yulin finished speaking, the two wolves released by Fong Xian were bound by a beam of golden light thrown by Yang Haoxi. Upon closer inspection, it was a shimmering golden bracelet that directly tied the two wolves in half, making it difficult for them to exert their full strength. Damn! Yang Haoxi's family really is willing to spend money. Bai Yulin stared at the stage, it's fine, Brother Xian still. Shut up! Tai Lang and Zhang Yaozu said in unison. Bai Yulin, realizing the situation, stopped talking and nervously watched the stage. Yang Haoxi grinned maliciously. Let's see what other tricks you have. Come on. I'm ready. Today, I'll let you know that with your background and no support, your high talent is useless. What makes you think you can win against someone like me, who has generations of hard work behind him? Dozens of blue-patterned ghost-faced spiders jumped up and rushed towards Fong Xian's face. A light blue poisonous gas emanated from the backs of several blue-patterned ghost-faced spiders, coalescing into a cloud of poison that enveloped Fong Xian. Fong Xian's body was shrouded in light. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Haoxi. At the moment of his appearance, the light cut like a knife, sweeping towards Yang Haoxi's face. The energy in Fong Xian's arm coalesced into dragon scales, and his arm, wrapped in the scales, was powerful, with muscles writhing like a dragon. With a twist of his waist, under the enhancement of the Tai Rising Dragon technique, his dragon fist smashed towards Yang Haoxi's head. The momentary slash of light, combined with the domineering and fierce dragon fist, struck Yang Haoxi's body at close range. To the naked eye, young Housie's face seemed to deform severely, as if it had been punched by a rubber doll.
Young Housie flew backward. But after landing, it was evident that a brownish aura enveloped young Housie's body, seemingly devouring and dissolving all of Fong Xian's attacks.
Young Housie stood up with a leap, rubbed his mouth corner, and smiled sinisterly, raising his hand to press on his chest, a wave of witchcraft energy enveloping his entire body.
Gasps erupted from the audience. Peak level 4 combat power.
Energy shielding, young Master Yang has reached peak level 4 combat power.
In the teaching building,
Sun Baijun, looking out the window at the life and death stage, suddenly stopped her knitting. Her eyes behind the lens were cold and chilling.
She turned and quickly walked towards the dean's office. Dean Su Bushing was savoring tea when the office door was violently pushed open with a loud bang. Su Bushing's hand trembled, spilling tea all over his face and soaking his chest. The white-haired boy, who was playing a game, also trembled for the first time. Upon seeing the furious Sun Baijun, the white-haired boy stood up automatically, feeling a bit guilty and not daring to meet the gaze of the furious exterminator. Firstly, the exterminator had a fearsome reputation, and secondly, he had previously given Sun Laodai's contact information to Shang Tianke, which made him instinctively uneasy upon seeing Sun Baijun. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Su Bushing quickly greeted with a smile.
Sun Baijun frowned. That little thing from the White Lotus Society has a treasure hidden on him. His power is not his own, but borrowed from others.
I don't believe you two can't see that.
Su Bushing chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, this isn't my fault, it's all Zhuge Hang's arrangement.
Eh?
The white-haired boy's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Sun Baijun coldly looked at Zhuge Hang, who smiled and said, Fong Xian also has peak level 4 combat power, so killing someone of the same level shouldn't be a big deal.
Not a big deal? Can't you see how many good things that little thing from the Yang family has? Moreover, he has a trump card hidden on him. I don't believe you two can't see that witchcraft treasure. I'm asking a question. Zhuge Hang squeezed out a smile. Don't be angry, Fong Xian is tough and can take it. Take it? The little one from the Yang family has a treasure that can resist mental attacks, but Fong Xian has no treasure to resist witchcraft. What can he defend with? Zhuge Hang immediately replied, he has. That kid has a treasure to resist witchcraft. He just thinks it's embarrassing and won't take it out until it's critical. What treasure is so embarrassing that he won't take it out? A very flashy red pair of shorts. Sun Bijuan was momentarily stunned, as if she had thought of something. Outside the life and death platform, when the crowd saw young Housie's aura shielding his body, it completely erupted. Sure, Tailang stared wide-eyed. Young Housie is at the peak of level 4? That can't be true. Bai Yulin muttered, this is just different when you have a background and resources to pile it up. Li Bauer stopped eating chips, tilted her head, and stared blankly at young Housie. A few seconds later, Li Bauer, with a clear and crisp voice, pouted angrily, that little rascal is cheating. The fake brother shorts, Zhang Chang, rubbed his swollen cheek. Ha, young Master Yang is at peak level 4 now. What can Fong Xian use to win? But in the next second, Fong Xian spread his arms, his aura covering his entire body, and under the Tai Rising Dragon technique, Fong Xian unleashed all his power, his body enveloped in dragon scales formed by the aura. Damn! Brother Xian is also at peak level 4. This is a strong confrontation. Zhang Chang covered his face, feeling as if he had received a loud slap from an invisible hand, enviously glaring at Fong Xian. What use is talent? Young Master Yang's family has given him many treasures. Moreover, witchcraft is so troublesome. You think Fong Xian can win? In the blink of an eye, Fong Xian was in front of young Housie. His fists rained down like a torrential storm. The reason the power-type talent is called a brute talent is not without reason. At close range, young Housie had no chance to fight back. But strangely, under the barrage of punches from Fong Xian, young Housie surprisingly had not been killed. The layer of earthy yellow protective membrane enveloping his body actually absorbed all of Fong Xian's power. Fong Xian's fists had already created afterimages. Yang Housie was being pushed back step by Fong Xian's blows. As the frenzied assault continued, Fong Xian gradually sensed something was off. Normally, this guy would have been turned into minced meat by Fong Xian's punches. But that layer of earthy yellow aura was actually swallowing all the energy. Moreover, Fong Xian could clearly feel that the energy contained in that protective membrane was steadily increasing as it took hits. Yang Housie smiled, raised his hand, and summoned the blue pattern ghost face spider. Is that all? You're just like this. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Ghost face spider, come here. The blue pattern ghost face spider rushed towards Fong Xian in a dense swarm. Fong Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and raised his hand to press towards the blue pattern ghost face spider from a distance.
A white bear, glowing with fire, appeared out of thin air. The white bear pounded its chest fiercely and charged towards the blue pattern ghost-face spider. Seeing this, young House's expression changed for the first time. You actually have a level 4 peak combat power white bear. Surprised? Unexpected? Young House's face twisted as he stuffed a purple bead into his mouth, grinning wildly. But so what? You are still going to die today. It was visible to the naked eye that the layer of earthy yellow protective membrane on Yang House's body began to gradually turn purple. Moreover, Yang House's skin also turned purple, as if he had become a poisonous person. Fong Chen immediately realized that the bead Yang House was holding was a witchcraft treasure, and Yang House was also wearing a witchcraft treasure. Under the enhancement of his perception talent, he clearly sensed a surge of crisis. Yang House pressed on his chest. The breath surged once more, and the person's combat power reached the peak of level 4, feeling as if they were just a hair's breadth away from level 5. This change elicited waves of gasps from below. In the dean's office, Sun Bijuan said coldly, "That cursed artifact on him is very strong. The reason he isn't fighting back is that he is storing Fong Xin's energy. This is the witchcraft of the cursed system, a curse rebound. This will return all of Fong Xin's attacks while also unleashing enough cursed poison." As she spoke, Sun Bijuan turned to look at Jahang, who grinned with his small white teeth and said, "Fong Xin's main talent is that of a reckless man, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even if he gets doubled back, it won't be a big deal." In the Yang family, Jiang Suqing anxiously watched an old man sitting cross-legged in front of her, a bead floating before him. Inside the bead was the scene of Fong Xin battling Yang House. The old man exuded a cursed aura that connected with the bead, using it as a medium to transmit his cursed energy to Yang House. Jiang Suqing dug her nails into her flesh and ordered the old man, "Kill him! Kill him! This beast dares to hit my son. He has thrown so many punches. My precious son is my heart's flesh. As a mother, I wish I could go up and kill this dog bastard. Kill him for me." The old man cackled, "Madam, you can rest assured. The young master is wearing a cursed artifact that reflects damage. That little bastard just hit the young master so many times, all that force is stored up, and with the support of the 10,000 poison bead, even a level 5 combat power might not withstand it. He is doomed. Then let's do it. Do it now and kill him." Jiang Suqing screamed. The old man raised his hands, crossing them over his chest. "Now, it's time for the young master to counterattack, and let this little bastard feel the terror of the cursed system." Just as the old man crossed his arms, Yang House mirrored him, crossing his arms over his chest and sneering at Fong Xin. "Since you have such little ability, I won't play with you anymore. Die!" A torrent of earthy yellow energy mixed with a purple aura erupted from Yang House's body, directly pouring into Fong Xin's chest. The fierce and powerful energy flipped Fong Xin over, sending him swaying backward like a weed in the wind. This scene drew gasps from the audience below. What the hell is this? The rebound technique of the cursed system talent, and a high-level artifact to go with it. This artifact is at least a level 9, maybe even a level 10. Having a background really makes a difference. No wonder Yang House has been taking hits all this time. He was waiting for this moment. Fong Xin was so fierce just now, and now all that power is being returned in full, mixed with the cursed poison of the cursed system. The fake boxer Zhang Cheng squinted and immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Fong Xin is done for. After all that fighting, his power is returned in full. Young Master Yang's family is really extravagant. They even have high-level artifacts. Young Master Yang is amazing." Zhang Cheng grinned, "See what I told you? Entrance scores don't mean everything." Sure Tailang turned around, "Can you stop barking?" Zhang Cheng shrugged, rubbing his swollen cheek happily. "What? Is there any problem with what I said? Your new brother is dead." Li Bauer turned around, tilting her head and said crisply, "Keep barking, and we'll go to the life and death stage." Zhang Chang licked his lips, instantly quieting down, and whispered to the people nearby, "Real men don't fight with women. These people are really something. The fact that Fong Xin is dead is right in front of them, and they still want to be stubborn." Yang House's smile was frenzied. "Trash is just trash." Jiang Suqing, seeing Fong Xin being knocked away, excitedly clapped her hands. "Well done. My precious son has finally killed the offspring of that poor wretch. Humph, anyone who dares to block my son's path will die." Hua Chang smashed the windowsill with a punch. "You, underscore underscore, a, underscore underscore, I, underscore underscore, you, underscore underscore, you dog, underscore underscore, cheating, I, underscore underscore, you, immortal." Sun Jun paused with her crochet hook, anger pouring out as the office window rattled. Su Buishing's hand trembled slightly as he silently took a step back, pushing Zhuge Hang towards the direction of the old lady's son. Zhuge Hang had his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. Just as discussions were buzzing beneath the life and death stage, young Halsey walked towards Fong Chen, ready to tear him apart. But unexpectedly, a cough suddenly rang out. Fong Chen rubbed his chest, sprang up like a carp, and looked at young Halsey with greedy eyes. What the hell? My treasure is so fierce. Double rebound? Young Halsey's expression changed instantly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The cheering Jiang Suqing was also stunned, looking at the now standing Fong Chen through the bead. What? How is this possible? How could he not be dead? The old man was also bewildered. This is impossible. Could it be that he has some defensive treasure? Sun Baijun looked at Fong Chen with uncertainty, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jahang grinning with his little white teeth, seemingly having anticipated this. Jahang explained, this kid has an Ssss-Level power talent, his physical body is invincible, and his self-healing ability is also very strong. His self-healing ability is the strongest I've ever seen. The murmurs from below the life and death stage quieted in that instant. Not dead? The fake boxer brother stared blankly at the stage. How is that possible? That hit just now, even a level 5 warrior wouldn't survive without serious injury. Sure, Tai Lang exclaimed in delight. Brother Xian is fine. Brother Xian is awesome. Zhang Xiaocha clasped her hands tightly to her chest, nervously praying, whispering to herself, I would trade a year of my life for my brother to win. Jiang Suqing screamed at the old man, attack. Get him dead. The old man soothed, Madam, don't be anxious. This little brat clearly has no resistance against the witchcraft treasure. Look at his pale face, he was also seriously injured from that hit just now. He must be holding on. With me here, and the 10,000 poison pearl and the rebound armor, if he attacks the young master a few more times, the young master will definitely kill that little thing today. Yang Halsey clenched his fists, I don't believe I can't kill you. As he spoke, Yang Halsey pointed at Fong Chen, if you don't attack, my whole body will rot. Fong Chen clearly felt as if something was wrapping around him, and his skin began to sting. He had just withstood that hit, and fortunately, he had that scale that resisted physical attacks, and his self-healing ability was terrifyingly strong, which allowed him to revive fully. However, he deliberately made his face pale, still needing to show the outside world that he had just endured a hit and was very weak. But the opponent's witchcraft talent was very sinister. Fong Chen had also checked the defensive treasures against witchcraft in the mall these days, but the prices were outrageous. A 4th-tier witchcraft defensive treasure dared to ask for an 8-digit price. When Fong Chen asked the shopkeeper if he could get a discount as a student, the dog basket shopkeeper said even animals couldn't get a discount. He did have a treasure in his spatial ring that resisted witchcraft. However, that thing was shameful whether worn inside or outside. Seeing both sides ready to attack again, the discussions below the life and death stage erupted. The fake boxer brother spoke confidently, Fong Chen just had a treasure to withstand it, but looking at him, he doesn't have a defensive witchcraft treasure, he can't hold on for long, he's definitely going to die today. Sure, Tai Lang turned around fiercely, shut your ass. What do you know? Zhang Chang's supporters immediately shouted, our brother Chang doesn't understand, but you do? What a joke. It's really going to make me laugh to death. How many battles has our brother Chang been through? The enemies our brother Chang has killed are more than the enemies you've seen. Have you forgotten how our brother Chang got the nickname Underwear Brother? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang raised his hand and said, a true hero doesn't speak of past glories. There's no need to mention that, let's focus on the stage and see how Fong Chen was killed, using reality to silence some people. Yang Halsey opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of purple poison mist towards Fong Chen. Don't touch me. I'll burn your insides. Fong Chen dodged the poison mist. Feeling the pain inside and out, he glanced at the thousands of teachers and students below the life and death stage. Fong Chen took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and put on the red triangle underwear embroidered with mandarin ducks in front of everyone. The bright red of the underwear was so vivid that it could be seen clearly from a distance. Moreover, everyone present were awakened, with senses several times sharper than ordinary people. Fong Xion's triangle red underwear, embroidered with mandarin ducks, immediately caused a stir among the onlooking teachers and students. Damn! What a flashy red underwear! Someone started taking photos with their phone, and others quickly followed suit. But after taking the photos, someone was surprised to find, why does this look so familiar? Oh my god, it looks exactly like the underwear of that underwear god from the previous beheading operation. It really is. There's a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it. Isn't underwear brother Zhang Chang? Everyone was discussing, their gazes all turned towards Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's expression darkened. He clearly didn't expect Fong Xian to wear the red underwear in public. When they first entered school, he had guided public opinion in a common-sense way. For so long, the real underwear brother hadn't spoken, clearly feeling that the title was shameful, but he thought it was quite flashy and liked it. Since the real person didn't want it, he took it. He never expected that today, pushed to the edge, Fong Chen would wear the red underwear in public, and Zhang Chang could no longer hold on to the title of underwear brother. Sure, Tai Lang seemed to recall something. No wonder brother Xian opposed the title underwear god so much back then. It turns out he is the real deal.
One of Zhang Chang's supporters said, "Brother Chang, Fong Xian is imitating you." This undoubtedly made Zhang Chang's face burn with embarrassment, and he forced a smile. Who was imitating whom? Is the underwear god you? Sure, Tai Lang glanced at Zhang Chang with disdain. Zhang Chang licked his lips. I never said I was underwear brother, it was you all who insisted on calling me that. Can you blame me? As soon as he said this, it immediately drew ridicule from the crowd. But you never clearly rejected it. Not only that, but you also deliberately guided everyone. Laughing to death, turns out he's a fake. A pure jester. When others called him underwear brother, he pretended to be a hero who doesn't speak of past glories. You never had any glory, so of course, you wouldn't mention it. Brother Xian doesn't want the title, but he grabs it. It's really hilarious. Everyone still remembers when the palace master came to teach us, right? The palace master clearly came for brother Xian, but Zhang Chang pretended to slip up and called the palace master Uncle Shang. In the end, he got slapped in the face. Such a person is truly a pure clown. Batman went to visit his parents' grave, and he jumped out. The mocking voices rose and fell, all ridiculing Zhang Chang. Moreover, many of Zhang Chang's supporters instinctively distanced themselves from him, looking at him with disdain. Zhang Chang's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, but he could only feel a furious helplessness inside. He glared at the stage, hoping Yang Haoxi could kill Fong Xian, so he wouldn't be so embarrassed afterward. But after Fong Xian put on the red underwear, Yang Haoxi's poison gas was ineffective against him. Fong Xian instantly flashed in front of Yang Haoxi and threw a punch. Although the force was rebounded, it was significantly weakened. Just now, Fong Xian didn't know that Yang Haoxi had a magical artifact that could reflect damage, so he attacked fiercely. Now that he knows, he won't attack recklessly like before. The mental system restrains the magical system, but the headband on Yang Haoxi's head can resist mental attacks. Moreover, there is clearly a force within Yang Haoxi that does not belong to him. Continuing like this is not a solution. The most effective method now is to remove the headband from Yang Haoxi's head, launch a mental attack to temporarily prevent him from using his magical powers, and then deliver a set of Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. The power of light spread within Fong Xian, who fixed his gaze on Yang Haoxi. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yang Haoxi. He raised his hand and yanked at Yang Haoxi's headband, pulling it off with the brute strength unique to a brawler. Yang Haoxi let out a painful howl. Turning around, he spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist at Fong Xian. At this moment, Fong Xian was wearing red shorts and did not dodge, instead holding Yang Haoxi's chin with both hands. He activated his mental power to unleash the Eye of Divine Authority. Look at me, you brat! In that instant, Yang Haoxi's pupils scattered. Fong Xian supported the back of Yang Haoxi's head with his left hand and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Yang Haoxi's face with his right arm. Yang Haoxi was immediately left with a bruised face. Fong Xian seized the opportunity and followed up with a series of over a dozen elbow strikes. At the Yang family, Jiang Suqing, through the floating orb, saw her son receiving a full set of elbow strikes from Fong Xian and immediately let out a piercing scream, viciously pushing an elderly man from the magical system. Kill him for me! Kill him! The old man's eyes glinted with ferocity as he channeled magical energy into the orb. In the midst of battle, Fong Xian clearly sensed another surge of power entering Yang Haoxi's body. Realizing that there must be another artifact within Yang Haoxi connected to the outside, capable of drawing on external power, he violently tore open Yang Haoxi's outer garment. He saw that Yang Haoxi was wearing a magical artifact resembling an old man's vest, which was emitting a yellowish aura. Without a second thought, Fong Xian removed it. He then stripped off Yang Haoxi's inner clothing as well. Only then did he see a palm-sized object stuck to Yang Haoxi's chest, which looked like a dogskin plaster, exuding a yellowish aura. Fong Xian yanked it off without hesitation. As the dogskin plaster was torn away, he clearly felt the external power flowing into Yang Haoxi's body dissipate. Yang Haoxi staggered and fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Fong Xian, I curse you. I am the young master of the Yang family. My grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society, and my uncle holds a high position in the church. This matter between us is far from over. They will take your life tomorrow. Fong Xian's killing intent surged. You won't have a tomorrow. He grabbed Yang Haoxi's ankle, swinging him wildly and smashing him down onto the ground. The overwhelming sense of power and impact made all the onlookers below frown, murmuring that he truly was a brawler with a talent for strength. Yang Haozi cried out in pain as he was smashed repeatedly, realizing that Fong Xian's strength was increasing. He quickly shouted, "Fong Xian, if you dare to kill me, my mother will definitely not let you go. The forces behind me won't let you go either." As soon as he said this, Fong Xian's strength increased even more. Yang Haozi finally became afraid. "Fong Xian, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. I'm begging you. Don't kill me. You were the one who wanted to kill me, and now you're the one begging. If you keep being stubborn, I might just leave you with a whole corpse." Fong Xian threw Yang Haozi into the air. A whip kick swept across. Yang Haozi's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing against the pillar at that moment. Fong Xian swiftly moved in front of Yang Haozi, his arms enveloped in dragon scales formed by his energy, punching at Yang Haozi like a dragon, the fierce wind howling. After a dozen seconds, Yang Haozi, no longer human in form, slid down to the ground with his back against the pillar at the edge of the life and death stage, completely dead. Fong Xian's fists were covered in blood, releasing some of the pent-up pressure from these days, while the other half was reserved for He Shi. Shaking his fists, Fong Xian walked expressionlessly to the edge of the life and death stage. Below, it was silent. A chilling aura emanated from Fong Xian, creating an overwhelming pressure that made everyone afraid to breathe. Fong Xian raised his hand, pointing at Zheng Chang in the crowd below, his finger beckoning. "You! Come up! Ha!" When people are extremely nervous, they often feel the urge to use the restroom. At the moment Fong Xian pointed at Zheng Chang felt as if the remnants of his meals were about to burst forth. The death of Yang Haozi had shocked him greatly. He kept thinking that a brute with a power-type talent was truly not to be provoked. But he never expected Fong Xian would want him to come up to the life and death stage. Zheng Chang was frozen in place, terrified. He thought to himself, "No, please," and desperately wanted to retreat, but in extreme fear, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible to move. His mind was in chaos, constantly urging his dead legs to run. "Chan Gu, Fong Xian is calling you." Someone nearby, enjoying the spectacle, urged him on. Zheng Chang turned his stiff head, realizing that many people present were looking at him with a smirk. Even those who had previously supported him were watching him like a show. Zheng Chang felt as if the sky had fallen. Often, there are people who, to show off their own prowess, will try to step on others to make themselves look impressive. Zheng Chang was precisely this kind of person. He targeted Fong Xian merely to stand on Fong Xian's shoulders and show off among the new students. But he never expected that Fong Xian's shoulders were not so easy to step on. The chubby Shi Tailang chuckled. "Oi! Zheng Chang, Xian Gu is calling you. Did your eardrums fall asleep in the dorm?" Zheng Chang opened his mouth, staring blankly at Fong Xian on the life and death stage, looking utterly helpless. He wanted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, it felt as if his throat was being squeezed, and no sound came out. Fong Xian coldly looked down at Zheng Chang, seizing this opportunity to make an example of him, silencing those in the academy who liked to bark like dogs, and Zheng Chang was a typical member of that group. "Come up," Fong Xian said again. Zheng Chang's face trembled. He clearly knew what he would face if he went up, and he stiffly shook his head. Xian Gu, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you like that before. Please, have mercy and let me go. I won't dare to treat you like that again." Seeing this, Shi Tailang finally felt a sense of satisfaction, taking over the conversation. "Zheng Chang, is that it? You've been targeting our Xian Gu time and again, even impersonating him, and now you think a few words will make everything alright? The life and death stage has rules. If you don't accept the challenge, for the next month, you'll have to follow the winner's orders. Whatever they tell you to do, you must do." Zheng Chang opened his mouth, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "For the next month, I will follow Xinge's orders. If Xian Gu tells me to go east, I will go east." After saying this, Zheng Chang deflated like a deflated balloon. Suddenly, Fong Xian felt a pat on his shoulder. The white-haired guy stood behind him. "Give me that sticky thing like a dogskin plaster." Fong Xian paused for a moment but still handed it over. Jahang pinched the object between his fingers. "This thing isn't the main body of the treasure. It's useless for you to hold it. Moreover, relying on such external forces makes it too dependent, not much use at all. But this thing is evidence. I need to take it to the White Lotus Society and cause a scene with the church. We have the physical evidence, but we still need a witness." As he spoke, Jahang flicked his fingers, and that piece of something resembling a dogskin plaster floated in midair, while one of his hands plunged into the void. "Young family,
Jahang Suching saw her son being beaten to death by Fong Chen through the floating orb and immediately screamed, her voice piercing and noisy.
You give me back my precious son. You give me back my precious son. Didn't you say you could kill that little brat?
Jahang Suching clutched the old man's clothes from the witchcraft faction. The old man maintained a serious expression, not daring to breathe, as the task had not been completed. Jahang Suching scratched at the old man's face fiercely. I only have that one precious son, he is my heart's flesh. You caused my precious son to die. I want you to accompany my son in death. You and that lowly trash named Fong Chen both have to accompany my son in death, you worthless piece of trash.
My precious son. My housey treasure.
After being scratched several times, the old man said in a deep voice, Madam, that little brat discovered that the young master was cheating. This life and death battle is also being watched by the Sky Shield Academy. The matter is likely already exposed, and the Sky Shield Academy will definitely seize this opportunity.
What strategy or whatever doesn't concern me. I just want my son. You give me back my son.
My son is dead. What more do they want from the Sky Shield Academy? My son died at their Sky Shield Academy. They must give me an explanation. They have a huge responsibility. The academy leaders watched my son get beaten to death without intervening. I want to sue them. I want my brother to kill them all to accompany my son in death. Jahang Suching was acting like a madwoman. The old man said solemnly, Madam, after all, it was the young master who challenged them first, and the young master also cheated. Jahang Suching trembled all over, gripping the old man's collar with both hands, glaring at him fiercely. If you don't say it, I won't say it, who will know? You have to die. Only then can I go to the Sky Shield Academy to demand an explanation for my son. The old man's face changed dramatically.
Madam,
Jahang Suching's eyes were venomous. If you die, no one will know about my son's cheating. As she spoke, a cold light burst from her spatial ring, and Jahang Suching held a dagger emitting an icy blue aura, ready to stab the old man in the heart. But just as the dagger touched the old man's heart, a hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbed randomly, and seized the old man's shoulder, causing him to vanish into thin air. Jahang Suching stabbed into empty air, momentarily stunned. She then turned her head to look around. Who? The others in the room also drew their treasures, vigilantly staring at the air. In the next second, that hand reappeared, took the orb from the table, and casually picked up a plate of fruit as well. Jahang Suching screamed, throwing the dagger, which embedded itself in the table, instantly freezing the surface. Unexpectedly, that hand appeared again, picked up the dagger, waited as if finding it satisfactory, and took it away. That's the white-haired one from the 9th district.
Someone exclaimed. Jahang Suching went mad with rage. Jahang, you.
Before she could finish her sentence, that hand appeared again, pinching Jahang Suching's mouth shut. Jahang Suching made muffled sounds, her eyes blazing with fury as she tried to grab that arm, but it vanished again. Immediately after, the valuable items in the room were taken one by that hand. It even pinched Jahang Suching's mouth shut to stifle her screams. Everyone in the room was left helpless, watching as that hand cleared out the valuable items from the room. Jahang Suching's hair was disheveled, and she screamed madly. I want to kill you all. I want to bury you all with my precious son. The frenzied Jahang Suching grabbed one of her subordinates nearby. You, go kill Jahang for me, right now. The subordinate was stunned. Me? Madam, the priority right now is to contact Mr. Jahang and inform him of what's happening here, so the church can prepare, and we might also need to let the White Lotus Society know. That white-haired one will definitely not miss this opportunity. He is a favored person by Olji of the 9th Bureau, and with Olji's instructions, he will surely cause a scene. Jahang Suching gradually calmed down, her body still trembling slightly from hatred. Then spread the news from here. The church can handle it, but as for the White Lotus Society, the old man is unaware of this matter. Once he learns the details and finds out that the White Lotus Society is caught in the open in covert struggles between the church and the Heavenly Shield Bureau, he will definitely fly into a rage. We must warn the old man before the Heavenly Shield Bureau takes action. Taking a deep breath, Jahang Suching organized her words, took out her phone, and carefully dialed. The call connected. Dad, what are you doing? A voice came from the other end, the personal butler of the young family. Madam, the old master is currently unavailable to take calls. Uncle Lang, I have something important to tell my father-in-law. Please make sure he gets the phone. The voice on the other end hesitated. Madam, that might not be possible right now. That white-haired one from the 9th Bureau is causing trouble. The old master is dealing with it. The president has been alerted. Jahang Suching trembled at the words. Uncle Lang. What was the old man's reaction? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, I overheard the cause of the situation. The old master is very angry right now. You should be prepared for punishment. With that, the call ended. Jiang Suqing swayed, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her face was clouded with despair as she staggered to rush outside, only to collide head-on with Yang Yanbin, who was entering. Yanbin, our son is dead.
Jiang Suqing cried out before Yang Yanbin could even get angry.
Yang Yanbin's facial muscles twitched, his fingers pointing at the air as he roared. I told you not to get involved in the open and covert struggles of those two major forces, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've been used as a pawn, and look what happened. That street punk from the 9th Bureau went straight to the White Lotus Society's headquarters to cause trouble. The president has been alerted. I said this matter was definitely not simple. The one behind the 9th Bureau, do you think he's easy to deal with? He's someone who has come out of a bloodbath. He climbed to that position over a mountain of corpses. If he moves, he will annihilate your entire clan. Jiang Suqing wiped her tears. My brother is with the church. If the 9th Bureau wants to act against us, they have to think twice. Yang Yanbin was furious but still tried to suppress his anger, his fingers pointing violently at the air. The church? Yes. The church is rampant, but after all these years, do you have any idea how much resentment those people have against the church? The one behind the 9th Bureau is just waiting for a chance to bite the church. Do you really think the church can cover the sky with one hand? How many of the reformist leaders were purged after the royalists won? The whereabouts of the White Robe Army's Tai Shuxiong are unknown. And Chang Huchen of the Tianxian Army, Li Yuanying of the Mobe White Phoenix Camp, and so on. These meritorious figures who made outstanding contributions during the God's chaos have all been purged, but the one behind the 9th Bureau was a staunch reformist back then. The fact that he is still fine now speaks volumes. Jiang Suqing wiped her tears again. Why are you yelling at me? Our child is dead. Don't you feel any pain as a father? Don't you have any feelings for him? Yang Yanbin, what am I to you then? A tool for venting your desires? Or just a means to connect with the church? Yang Yanbin took a deep breath, placing his hands on Jiang Suqing's shoulders, wiping her tears. Alright, Suqing, let's put this matter to rest. I will bring back Haoxi's body and give him a proper burial. We shouldn't get involved in other people's conflicts anymore, okay? What we need to do now is to admit our mistakes to the old man. Let him find a way to protect us. What about our son's revenge? Jiang Suqing asked, her head tilted back, eyes filled with hatred. If you, as his father, won't seek revenge, then I, as his mother, will. Even if it costs me my life, I will avenge my precious son. He is a part of me, he is my life. Yang Yanbin squeezed Jiang Suqing's shoulders. He knew very well that Jiang Suqing was a headstrong woman, but to calm her down, he continued, Suqing, listen to me first. We need to think this through. It's not a good time to act right now. Let's wait for this storm to pass, and then we can avenge our son. How does that sound? You said it. I did. We must show that we know we were wrong and plead with our father to go easy on us. Jiang Suqing gritted her teeth. After all, he is family, and my brother is still in the church. Dad wouldn't punish me too harshly, would he? Yang Yanbin frowned, about to speak when hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, hands at his sides. Sir, madam, the president has personally sent word for you to go to the headquarters of the White Lotus Society immediately. The president bypassed our old man to send a message himself? Yang Yanbin was startled. Yes. That street punk from the 9th district said if he doesn't get an explanation, he will bring people to destroy the headquarters of the White Lotus Society. That white-haired man dares. Sir, that white-haired man took the order given by Elder Yi from the 9th district. He brought 2 teams from the 9th district and is ready to act at any moment. Yang Yanbin's face turned pale. Jiang Suqing panicked, gripping Yang Yanbin's arm tightly. Honey, what should we do? Yang Yanbin's face twisted in distress, looking back at the middle-aged man at the door. A lie, did the old man say anything? The old man said that when you arrive at the headquarters of the White Lotus Society, you must kneel all the way in from the mountain gate. But you need to be mentally prepared. You may escape the death penalty, but you can't avoid the living punishment. It's possible you might lose a layer of skin. The couple's faces turned ashen, as if mourning a loss. On the life and death stage, Fong Chen held the dragon bracelet that trapped 2 wolves in his hand. This item was quite effective against beast tamers. The one poison pearl in Yang Haoxi's mouth was of no low grade. It could be used to poison others or defend against poisonous gas attacks. However, since it had been sucked by Yang Haoxi, Fong Chen felt a bit disgusted and wiped it several times before putting it into his spatial ring. In addition, the mental defense headband was also a good item, but the best among them was that old man's vest-like reflective armor. This item could rebound attacks and also stack the received attacks to rebound them all at once. Aside from the dragon bracelet being a 7th grade treasure, the one poison pearl and headband were both 9th grade treasures, while the reflective armor was a 10th grade treasure. Yang Haoxi's spatial ring contained a lot of miscellaneous items, including several treasures, but none were of the same grade as the equipment just dropped. He did have several million in cash. One must say, the young masters from wealthy families are indeed different. They carry so much cash with them, almost matching the small change Fong Xian had.
Fong Xian publicly took off his pants, pretending as if nothing had happened.
Jahang had just pulled a panicked old man from the void, and then, not knowing what else he had grabbed, he flashed a signature smile with his small white teeth and disappeared with the startled old man, leaving no trace of where they went.
Fong Xian smiled at Jiang Xiaocha, flicking her forehead. It's all good now. Here, this is for you. Jiang Xiaocha took Yang Haoxi's space ring from Fong Xian's hands, which contained cash. Fong Xian also gave Jiang Xiaocha an invisibility cloak, a revolver, a headscarf, a scarecrow, a human skin drum, and a wandu zhu. Brother, if you give me these, what will you use? Jiang Xiaocha asked in surprise. Of course, I'll use something better. Fong Xian had a higher combat frequency and greater combat power than Jiang Xiaocha, so he gave her the lower tier items and kept a few higher tier ones for himself. Jiang Xiaocha didn't say much and accepted all these things. This life and death battle finally silenced those who had been so sarcastic. Those who had previously claimed, under Zhang Cheng's guidance, that they would surpass and defeat Fong Xian had become quiet. Sure, Tailang and a few others approached. Brother Xian is awesome. Li Baoer tilted her head, munching on potato chips. Fong Xian, my grandpa said, when you have time, please come to my house to play. He wants to meet you. Fong Xian was taken aback. Your grandpa wants to meet me? Li Baoer nodded. My grandpa said if you have time, come to my house as a guest. At that time, the old man from the Li family had helped Fong Xian, and since he was incredibly strong, it was only natural to pay a visit to express gratitude. No problem at all. Fong Xian replied. Sure, Tailang stood by. Baoer, when the church people came to stir up trouble before, that person from the church called our grandpa deputy commander. What kind of deputy commander is our grandpa? Zhang Yaozu elbowed Sure Tailang. How shameless, it's our grandpa, not yours. That's my and Baoer's grandpa. Li Baoer said, let's not talk about what kind of commander, it's better for everyone.
They all knew what questions to ask and what not to ask.
Li Baoer sent a message to her grandpa. My grandpa said after the midterm test? If you have time, you can come to my house as a guest. Is that okay, Xiangua? Fong Xian thought about meeting Chu Xiniao's father after the midterm test. However, there was enough time. He could visit Li Baoer's grandpa right after the holiday. Then I'll go right after the holiday. Does the old man have time? Sure. Sure, Tailang grinned. Baoer, can we also go to see Grandpa Li's style? Oh, let me ask. Li Baoer quickly sent a message, and a few seconds later, she said softly, my grandpa asked me to politely decline you on the basis of not hurting classmates' feelings. Sure, Tailang scratched his head and chuckled. Baoer, that's too polite. The group chatted and laughed as they headed to the cafeteria. After finishing their meal, Fong Xian went to practice as usual. Upon arriving at the gravity room, Hua Chang was inside practicing with a puppet. Hearing Fong Xian come in, Hua Chang hugged him. Xian, well done. That was really satisfying. Thanks to Sixth Brother for giving me the Tai Rising Dragon technique. Fong Xian said sincerely. Hua Chang waved his hand casually. We're all brothers. No need to be so polite. Speaking of business, you're only a hair's breadth away from level 5 combat power. Level 4 allows your internal energy to manifest a protective shield on your body surface, while level 5 uses internal energy to create a protective membrane for your organs. Level 5 combat power, in the old terminology, is called guanjing, imagining your body as a well. Everyone's talent is different, so the size, shape, and capacity of the well vary, and naturally, the amount of stored energy and blood differs. To reach level 5, the first step is to use your energy to protect your 2 kidneys. The kidneys are a person's innate lifegate and source of strength. Those with weak kidneys appear sickly, and for those with strength-related talents, it's even more crucial to protect their kidneys. People with healthy kidneys are energetic and strong, having endless energy for everything they do. When you condense the energy shield outside your 2 kidneys, you officially enter level 5 combat power. After the kidneys comes the liver, after the liver is the heart, after the heart is the spleen and stomach, and after the spleen and stomach is the lungs. Because the kidneys govern water, these follow the order of the 5 elements. Fong Xian suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Hua Chang patted Fong Xian on the shoulder. Don't get too pleased with yourself just because you killed Yang Haoxi. Don't forget that the account with the church hasn't been settled yet. I won't forget. Then from now on, strengthen your kidneys and forge 2 indestructible kidneys. Following Hua Cheng's guidance, Fong Xian began to condense the energy shield for his 2 kidneys. His lower back felt warm, very close to the kidneys,
protecting the kidneys means both he and they would be well. He practiced until 11:30 at night. In the past, such practice would be exhausting, but today he surprisingly didn't feel as tired as usual. It must be said that having a good teacher is indeed very important.
As night fell, Fong Chen put on an eye mask to hone his mental strength. After a simple protection for his two kidneys, this time the mental training was much easier than before. Fong Chen took a shower and lay back down on the bed. There was still a month and a half until the midterm test. According to his current progress, reaching level 5 by the midterm test was more than sufficient. In the Demon and God Ruins, there are almost no rules. Fong Chen had to kill Hua Shi, protect the illegitimate daughter of the old lecher Shang Tianke, and complete the task entrusted by Ko Tianlin. It seemed he would have to become a master of time management. However, to increase his chances of success before entering, Fong Chen decided to recruit the other two tiger guards mentioned by Mo before going to the Demon and God Ruins. He took out the smart device to check the tasks near the ancient battlefield where those two tiger guards were located. Fong Chen had filtered through them before and chose a task near the ancient crossing of King Chu, planning to go there over the weekend. Mo had mentioned that there was a tiger guard named Ali near the ancient crossing of King Chu. Fong Chen then took out his grandfather's phone, but there was no news from his grandfather. He then sent a message to Huang Shua asking about the recruitment progress of the Seven Killers Church. Huang Daba had recruited more than 10 people during this time, waiting for Fong Chen to go to the divine gift. This guy's recruitment was carefully selected by Shua, with each person chosen very meticulously. Fong Chen set the time and place for next weekend near the ancient crossing of King Chu. While pondering, his phone vibrated, and he found a message from Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao forwarded a post to Fong Chen, which had gone viral on the largest awakener forum in the country. The title of the post was somewhat explosive. Shocking! The 9th Division street punk Jahang leads a group to storm the White Lotus Society. Unflattering photos of the White Lotus Society's vice president's daughter-in-law leaked. Fong Chen raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself about how this white-haired guy was so outrageous. Chu Xinyao sent another message. Xiao Feng, quickly look, your instructor from the 9th Division is trending. Just as Fong Chen was about to click in, another message from Chu Xinyao came through. Aren't you going to take the initiative to talk to me? I'll kill you, followed by a string of seemingly chaotic symbols sent in anger. Fong Chen naturally knew that Chu Xinyao was using a code only the two of them knew. When translated, Fong Chen was stunned. Chu Xinyao's message conveyed two pieces of information. In the Demon and God Ruins, the church wants to kill you. There are hidden truths about your parents' death, and Li Hall. Fong Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity. These people from the church were truly trying to kill him in every possible way, fearing that Fong Chen would become the second Zhuge Hang. As for the matter of his parents' death having hidden truths, it seemed the church was also investigating that, and the three characters Li Hall were not unfamiliar to Fong Chen. Li had already traced this Li Hall through clues, but Fong Chen had found out through internal channels that Li Hall had already been purged, indicating there were certainly some unknown matters. However, Chu Xinyao was very righteous in taking the risk to send messages, and Fong Chen also knew that many things from Chu Xinyao's side couldn't be said directly. He replied with a message, too busy, I'll treat you to a big meal during the holiday. Make sure to write it down in your little notebook JPG. Chu Xinyao continued, Xiao Fong, our holidays are synchronized, but my dad has a lot on his plate, so we'll be going back a week later. So, the dinner will have to be a week after the holiday. No problem. Fong Chen was just about to visit Grandpa Li Baer. Did you see that post? The title made me laugh so hard. Fong Chen clicked on the most popular forum post about Zhuge Hang and the daughter-in-law of the White Lotus Society in an indecent position. After clicking in, he realized it was clickbait. The image showed Zhuge Hang sitting on the sofa while the daughter-in-law of the White Lotus Society was kneeling on the ground in a very indecent posture. There were all sorts of comments below, and after browsing through, Fong Chen found that this white-haired guy seemed to have a polarized reputation in the entire circle of awakeners. Either he had fervent admirers or pure haters. Fong Chen replied to Chu Xinyao, and while rechecking the forum post, he suddenly remembered something. He opened the private messages. Previously, he had inquired about the two divine springs. The information about the two divine springs was obtained from an ID called Sister with Chest Hair, who was a color critic. He thought to see if he could ask Chest Hair Sister for any clues about the Muddy Palace. Some things couldn't be found in official history, but perhaps they could be found in unofficial accounts, although many times those unofficial accounts were indeed quite wild. Fong Chen sent a message. Are you there, Zeiss? To his surprise, the reply came quickly. Isn't this my abs brother? What do you need from your sister? Let me see those abs, haha. Do you know about the Muddy Palace? Fong Xin got straight to the point. Why are you asking this? After seeing the reply, Fong Xin confirmed he was asking the right person.
I saw it in the materials, but there were only a few sentences in the introduction, so I wanted to ask you.
Fong Xin fabricated a reason.
The Muddy Palace, this organization, committed all sorts of atrocities, and at that time, both the righteous and the wicked despised them. But later, they became too arrogant and were exterminated by the Pope at the time. The leader of the Muddy Palace was hanged in public, but well, the story doesn't end there. The people of the Muddy Palace weren't all killed, and they left a seed, and this seed.
Fong Xin waited for a long time, and then? Don't leave me hanging.
To know what happens next, you have to show your abs first.
He. Fong Xin's face darkened. People like this were really.
A few minutes later, Chest Hair's sister continued. Legend has it, according to unofficial history, that the leader of the Muddy Palace's sister was a little flirt. She had extensive interactions with several kings and commanders from the Eternal Night Army, and besides that, the Pope at the time also had a fling with this flirtatious sister of the Muddy Palace's leader. So, not only did the sister of the Muddy Palace's leader not die, but she also reportedly had a child.
After a moment of surprise, Fong Xin curiously asked, whose child is it?
Chest Hair's sister said, the most explosive part of this unofficial history is coming. The child in this flirt's belly is said to be the Muddy Palace's leaders, that is, her brothers. So this child is the seed of the Muddy Palace.
Fong Xin had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This unofficial history is too wild. You wouldn't be making this up to fool me, would you?
Chest Hair's sister immediately sent over a few photos. Although I am lecherous, my professional ability is beyond doubt. Fong Xin opened the photos and zoomed in to take a closer look, discovering it was a blood letter. Brother, I already have your flesh and blood. I will find a way to give birth to the child and raise them to take revenge for you. Aside from this blood letter, the other photos contain the handwriting of the sister of the Lord of the Muddy Palace, and indeed, it is clearly the same person. There are also photos of the Lord of the Muddy Palace and his sister included. In the photos, the two are nestled together. Although the images are quite blurry, it is still evident that the sister of the Lord of the Muddy Palace is indeed very beautiful, a standard example of an Eastern classical beauty, and her figure is also striking. As for the Lord of the Muddy Palace, he has an ordinary appearance, but his eyes reveal a strong intensity even through the photo.
Fong Xin saved these photos one by one and then messaged Sister Chest Hair, asking, Zize, do you know where the sister of the Lord of the Muddy Palace went later? Look at the chest muscles. Sister Chest Hair replied, according to unofficial historical records, there are two possibilities. This woman was secretly taken away by someone sent by the Pope. Another theory is that a certain king from the Eternal Night Army acted as a buyer and took her away. But no one knows where she ended up.
Fong Xin clicked his tongue. It was no different from saying nothing. The purge of the Muddy Palace happened last century, and considering the time, that child must be quite old now. Whether she is alive or not is uncertain. But if the death of his parents really had something to do with the Muddy Palace, then why would the Muddy Palace target his parents? Fong Xin suddenly seemed to realize something. Jahang had said that Fong Xin's parents developed something that could change genes at a very low cost. It would be false to say that the seeds of the Muddy Palace were not tempted by such things for revenge.
Does the Muddy Palace have any totems or something like that? Fong Xin asked again.
Sister Chest Hair replied quickly, 3-headed hellhounds.
Do they have anything related to the Sunny Day doll? Sister Chest Hair asked in confusion, related to the Sunny Day doll?
The Lord of the Muddy Palace executed him in a way that resembled a Sunny Day doll. That's the only connection.
How did you link these two things together? It's nothing. Just asking randomly.
Fong Xin didn't reply to Chu Xinyao for a long time, and she sent several messages in a row. Fong Pig.
Are you asleep? Why are you ignoring me? Hands on hips JPG. I was just checking some things. I'm already sleepy/left snort. Then why not sleep? It's getting late. We'll see each other during the holiday. What do you want to eat? What do you want to play? Make a list, and I'll arrange everything for you. Yay! You've upgraded from Fong Pig to Little Fong now. I'm going to hit you. Hee. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fong Xin lay in bed and thought for a while before dozing off.
In the following days, Fong Xin continuously pushed towards level 5 combat power, with the killing talent paving the way ahead, along with the careful guidance of Master Hua Lu, and the essence blood he had absorbed after killing Yang Haoxi. In just 3 days, 2 indestructible golden kidneys were tightly protected by his energy.
Both strength and energy received a qualitative enhancement. As Fong Xin unleashed a punch, it struck with a force of 26,000 kilograms. Fong Xin's strength-based talent officially stepped into level 5 combat power. On Saturday,
Fong Xian boarded a train to the Chu Wang ferry, preparing to retrieve the Tiger Guard Ali and complete a task along the way. Abstract Master Huang Xiao received the message and had arrived at the Chu Wang ferry the day before, waiting for Fong Xian with his people. After a 4-hour journey, when Fong Xian arrived, Huang Daba was standing on tiptoe in the direction of the exit. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Huang Daba turned around and found that Fong Xian had already stood behind him without him noticing.
Master? When did you come out?
I took a special passage.
Where are the people you brought? Huang Daba immediately pointed in a direction, over there.
I'll take you there. Having been an extraordinary person for many years, Huang Daba was very cautious in his actions. Huang Dabaos arranged the newly recruited members in several small inns.
After gathering, Fong Xian observed that these people all had combat power below level 3.
Having seen so many low-level fighters at the 9th place, Fong Xian felt a bit frustrated, but fortunately, these individuals had already developed a talent for killing, which meant they could enhance their abilities through slaughter and devouring. He explained the precautions regarding the killing talent to them and then granted each person the talent one by one. After someone self-destructed as a demonstration, the remaining individuals dared not even breathe, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Fong Xian. Once everything was over, Huang Dabaos called out to everyone, "Why aren't you paying respects to the master?" The crowd bowed in greeting, and one tattooed youth raised his hand and shouted, "7 Kill God Sect, invincible in battle, holy master, cultured and martial, unifying the world for 1,000 generations."
Fong Xian chuckled and looked at the tattooed youth. "What's your name?" The tattooed youth immediately replied, in response to the master, "My name is Adeo." Fong Xian remembered Adeo, planning to observe him for a while. If he proved capable, he would promote him. After discussing the subsequent procedures with Huang Dabaos, they decided to take a cautious approach, first engaging in wild battles and revealing their strengths once they had developed sufficiently. Checking the time, Fong Xian decided to go to the place mentioned by the Tiger Guard Mo before, to summon the Tiger Guard Ali to his side. As he was about to head to the Divine Demon Ruins, recruiting another Tiger Guard would increase his chances of success. After completing the task, Fong Xian arrived at the Chu King Ferry. A gentle breeze rippled the water's surface, and the reeds, taller than a person, swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound. The ancient ferry was deserted, desolate and bleak, with the dilapidated wooden house nearby having wind chimes that tinkled, seemingly singing of the years crushed by the wheels of history. The Tiger Guard Mo floated beside the Chu King ferry, looking mournful, murmuring, "The Chu water remains, but the old friends are gone." The phrase often mentioned by the big boss, "The face of a person is unknown, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze," turns out to mean this. Fong Xian raised his hand, and the blood ring formed by the runes in his palm expanded and flew out. It stood in midair as Fong Xian pressed his hand into the blood ring. "In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods of all directions to appear." Time passed second by second.
Suddenly, a fierce wind arose.
The reeds bent under the force.
A hand intertwined with Fong Xian's, and he clearly felt it was a woman's hand.
"Who is calling me?"
came a woman's voice, clear and melodious.
Fong Xian gently pulled her into his embrace.
He saw a blonde woman being drawn out. The woman was tall, wearing a floral crown, with striking features, her white and blue wide-sleeved long dress cinched at the waist in gold, accentuating her full and proud curves. Her long, fair legs were delicately poised, and her exquisite feet lightly touched the water's surface, floating in midair. Fong Xian was momentarily stunned by the beautiful woman before him. She was indeed stunningly beautiful, and there seemed to be an unapproachable, sacred radiance surrounding her. The woman gazed at Fong Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity.
"Ali!"
the Tiger Guard Mo called out. The woman turned back, her beautiful eyes sparkling, rippling with joy at the reunion. "Brother Mo."
The Tiger Guard Mo's stiff face broke into a smile. Ali's gaze returned to Fong Xian. Still holding hands, Ali placed Fong Xian's hand on her heart. She slowly lowered her head. "To be summoned is to be reborn. Ali vows to serve my master unto death." Fong Xian's smile was innocent.
He thought, "Ha ha ha, this is good, this is good." After inquiring, he learned that Ali had dual talents, being both an SS-level archery talent and an SS-level psychic talent. At the peak of his power, he was also at the pinnacle of level 11.
Ali scrutinized Fong Xian. "The master is called Fong Xian, and the surname is the same as that of the round sky and square earth?"
"Yes."
"What's wrong?" Fong Xian replied, somewhat puzzled.
Ali paused for a moment, carefully examining Fong Xian's features. "General Tai Shuxiong once had an old friend. I see the shadow of that old friend in you, master."
"That old friend of the general also has the surname Fong. May I ask if you know the leader of the 4 divine generals of the divine court, Fong Qingdi?" Fong Xin was taken aback. I know him, he is my grandfather. Ali looked surprised. You are truly the grandson of Fong Qingdi? What are you saying? Am I pretending to be a grandson? Ali smiled slightly at this. No wonder you are so strong. You just said that General Tai Shuxiang was very familiar with my grandfather? Fong Xin inquired. Ali explained, they were more like Boyet and Ziqi. May I ask, is General Tai Shuxiang still alive? Fong Xin replied, his whereabouts are unknown. Ali's gaze became slightly distant. Unknown? Then what about your grandfather, Fong Qingdi? I also don't know where he went. Ali sighed softly. So, does this mean their plan ultimately failed? What plan? The plan to overthrow the church's imperial power. Ha? Fong Xin looked bewildered. Are you saying that the plan to overthrow the church's imperial power existed before the chaos of the gods ended? Ali nodded. Yes, your grandfather was one of the initiators of this plan, but not many people knew about it. Fong Xin's mind went blank for a moment. At that time, the white-haired guy had said that Fong Xin's grandfather left the divine court because of internal factions and significant differences between them. Someone had accused Fong Xin's grandfather of treason, and after severely injuring the divine court, he left in anger. The timeline here is unclear. It's not known which came first, the internal struggles of the church or Fong Xin's grandfather leaving the divine court. He needed to ask Jahang. This white-haired guy held a high position in the 9th division and should know some secrets from back then. The 2 tiger guards in front of him had died during the chaos of the gods, so they definitely didn't know what happened afterward. Fong Xin seemed to remember something. Do you two know about the Mudley Hall? A very large human trafficking organization. It was later ordered to be eradicated by the then Pope. It's gone? No interesting news about it? Ali thought for a moment. The sister of the Mudley Hall master was quite promiscuous and had connections with many powerful figures from both the righteous and evil factions. She is the only one from the Mudley Hall who survived, but where she went is unknown. Are there any rumors about her being pregnant or something? Ali shook his head. I don't know. The Tiger Guard MO also shook his head. Not sure. Unexpectedly, Ali continued, but I once heard a piece of news from General Tai Shuxiang that the sister of the Mudley Hall master once seduced your grandfather. Ha? Oh, Fong Xin's eyes widened in surprise. And then? Ali smiled. Then I don't know. I heard it was a bit unclear, even women would be moved by that woman. By the way, I'm a bit curious. May I ask, my lord, who is your grandmother? Who did the astonishingly talented Fong Qingdi marry in the end? I have never seen my grandmother in person. This truly stumped Fong Xin. He had never seen his grandmother since he was a child. He had asked his grandfather when he was young, and the old man had said that Fong Xin's grandmother passed away early. Fong Xin's father had also mentioned that he lost his mother when he was very young. Fong Xin had seen a photo of his grandmother when he was a child. She wasn't particularly beautiful but was graceful and appeared to be a bright and gentle woman. With what Ali said, it seemed that his grandfather had some unclear relationship with the sister of the Mudley Hall master. What does this count as? A grandmother's green? Strange thoughts dissipated. The clues to the Mudplow Palace were always incomplete, and the chain of evidence leading to the murder of his parents could not be connected. Fong Xin exhaled, glanced at the time. The return to school was tomorrow. If he hurried to Ancient Apridge now, he could still recruit the other Tiger Guard, Jin. In any case, the priority was to enhance his own strength. According to what the Tiger Guard MO said, Jin ranked 3rd in combat power among the 13 Tiger Guards. He stored away the 2 Soul Generals. After all, the 2 Soul Generals were only SS-level battle generals. Finding an SSS-level Soul General was not easy. However, when he awakened his summoning talent earlier, he had a faint feeling that there would be surprises in the Divine Demon Ruins. Fong Xin bought a ticket to Ancient Apridge. He arrived at Ancient Apridge just after 4 in the morning. There was no moon tonight. The sky was pitch black, with a few scattered stars that flickered lazily after a long while. Ancient Apridge was shrouded in darkness, a desolate wilderness with no signs of human presence. The barbed wire at the edge still bore a sign warning of danger and prohibiting entry, but the sign had long been vandalized, hanging there helplessly and creaking in the wind. The night breeze rustled the leaves, sounding like ghosts clapping their hands. Even though it was night, and despite the treacherous terrain of Ancient Apridge, Fong Xin moved as if on level ground. Tiger Guard Mo and Tiger Guard Ali floated on either side of him, guiding him to the place where Tiger Guard Jin had fallen. From a distance, he saw a chaotic pile of earth mounds scattered across the mountains and fields, with wooden plaques serving as gravestones that had long since weathered, rendering the inscriptions illegible. Fong Xin suddenly stopped and summoned the 2 Soul Generals. He looked at a large rock a few meters away,
where a handsome young monk was gnawing on a pig's trotter, a look of blissful satisfaction on his face. Hearing footsteps behind him, the young monk stiffened, quickly stuffing the pig's trotter into his bag, and turned to look in Fong Xin's direction.
Recognizing Fong Xin as a living person, the young monk licked his lips and clasped his hands together. "Benefactor, what brings you to this desolate mountain in the middle of the night? It's dangerous here, you should hurry back. And what are you doing here?"
The young monk licked the lingering flavor from his lips again, his face serious as he replied, "Meditating."
"Eating pig's trotters while meditating, is it?" The young monk scrutinized Fong Xin and asked, "Do you know me? Do you know which temple I'm from?" "I don't know. I have no idea."
The young monk immediately put his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. "Then I'll eat it."
"What can you do about it?" "Go tell the abbot." "Go on." Fong Xin took out his smart device and scanned the young monk.
"You're from the Hanging Monastery, commonly known as Chenputai, with the Dharma name Miaoneng."
Eh?
The young monk's expression froze, his eyes widening. "Damn.
Officer. Big brother. I was wrong. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Please, have mercy and let me off. How about this? You can have a pig's trotter too?"
As he spoke, the young monk pulled out another pig's trotter, presenting it with both hands, his face full of eager expression.
Fong Xin looked at Miaoneng with a half-smile, honestly feeling a bit hungry. He took the pig's trotter from Miaoneng's hands. "You come to this place in the middle of the night to eat pig's trotters?" Miaoneng immediately replied seriously. Benefactor, you misunderstand.
I came here to guide lost souls, and I was tracking a few evildoers to this place, to enlighten them.
To put it bluntly, it's to accumulate merit."
Just as he was speaking, dozens of lights flashed from the other side of the chaotic graveyard.
Those lights were mutated fireflies, flapping their wings and emitting light that illuminated the surroundings within 3 meters.
It was visible to the naked eye that dozens of figures darted out from the glow of those mutated fireflies. Leading them was a blood-soaked young man, carrying an unconscious little girl on his back. Behind him, dozens of figures frantically chased after him, launching an attack. Those people attacked with a playful mindset. They didn't kill the young man, they merely grazed him, causing him to stumble and fall, sending the little girl on his back flying out. The young man quickly picked up the girl and fled for his life. Among the group pursuing them, at the forefront were a young couple. The man wore a pink designer suit and approached the young man with a teasing smile.
"Xiahou Wu, can you escape?"
The young man in the pink suit walked towards the disheveled young man with his hands in his pockets.
With a casual wave, stones on the ground flew up and struck Xiahou Wu.
The damage wasn't severe, but it was highly insulting. Xiahou Wu held the little girl in his arms. You wake up." The little girl was pale, tears in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts." Xiahou Wu trembled, turning to glare at the young man in the pink suit.
"Zhao Shua, I've already given you what you wanted. What more do you want?"
The young man in the pink suit smiled. "Give me your sister, and I can let you go."
"You wish. Zhao Shua, is your family made of beasts?"
"When your father was down and out, it was my father who helped him rise again. Now that my father is gone, you've swallowed all his assets, and you still want to drive us siblings to our deaths.
Do you have any conscience?" Xiahou Wu shouted in anger.
Zhao Shua shrugged, unconcerned. "Who can you blame? It's your father's fault.
If he hadn't helped my dad, we wouldn't be in this situation, right?"
"In the end, it's still your father's fault for being so foolish. He had to be the good guy, and we begged him for help."
"Oh, it seems we really did beg, but did he help us? Isn't that just him being foolish, right?"
Xiahou Wu's eyes turned bloodshot at his words. "Blame my father for being blind, helping a bunch of ungrateful beasts like you."
Zhao Shua laughed dismissively. "Isn't it your father's fault for being blind? You're a waste too.
Your father left you so much inheritance, yet you can't even protect it, and you can't even keep a woman." As he spoke, Zhao Shua wrapped his arm around the waist of the woman beside him, who giggled sweetly in his embrace. "Honey, who is his woman?"
"Why do you think I'm here? Don't you know?"
Xiahou Wu's eyes were filled with intense hatred. "Dog couple." The woman covered her mouth and giggled. "Honey, he called us a dog couple.
He's so angry."
Zhao Shua laughed heartily. "If we're a dog couple, then he's Wu Dalong. Too bad he's a Wu Dalong without Wu Song to protect him." Xiahou Wu lowered his head, holding his sister Xiahou Yu in his arms, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The energy surged through his legs, and he jumped up, ready to escape into the distance. Zhao Shua's narrow, triangular eyes glinted with mockery, his thin lips curling into a smirk. "Right here. Just perfect for a mass grave. You'll die here with so many lonely souls to keep you company."
"I'd say that's a favor."
Stones flew up from the ground as Zhao Shua waved his hand forward. The debris shot through the air like a meteor shower towards Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu couldn't dodge in time and was struck by a large rock, causing the protective shield made of precious materials around him to shatter. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, landing precisely 10 meters away from Fong Chen.
Fong Chen stood behind the boulder, watching expressionlessly.
He casually scanned Xiahou Wu with his smart device and suddenly his eyes lit up. Although Xiahou Wu's combat power was only at the initial stage of level 3, he surprisingly had an S-level talent. Seeing Xiahou Wu burdened with a sea of blood and hatred, with his family destroyed and relying solely on his sister, Fong Chen couldn't help but have a flicker of interest. The little monk beside him wiped his greasy lips, straightened his clothes, and took out a string of prayer beads to hang around his neck. The half-true, half-fake monk had red lips and white teeth, looking delicate and refined. Dressed like this, he truly exuded an otherworldly, dignified aura, a stark contrast to the sneaky little monk who had just been eating pig's trotters. He mumbled to himself, "Merit is here." Nyanan clasped his hands together, cleared his throat, and strolled out, standing in front of Xiahou Wu.
Amat Ba. My Buddha is compassionate. Don't kill everyone.
Xiahou Wu, covered in blood, still used his body to protect his sister. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Mianing, raising his hand to grasp Mianing's ankle, as if he had caught a lifeline.
It's you! Master, save me! Zhao Shua looked coldly at Mianing.
So there's a helper.
You bald donkey, there's a path to heaven, yet you don't take it. There's no door to hell, yet you come knocking.
Mianing clasped his hands together, smiling. Your words are mistaken, benefactor.
I am a person of the Buddhist sect, heaven, and we are not in the same system. Even if there is a path, I cannot walk it.
Zhao Shua shrugged and laughed harshly. Damn, you're quite humorous, aren't you? Rocks and branches in the wilderness flew up, and Zhao Shua's eyes were fierce.
Bald donkey, get out of my way. Fong Chen stood behind a giant rock. Zhao Shua was a mid-level 3-star with the ability to manipulate objects.
Among the group behind him was also a 5-star expert, whose aura was well concealed, but could not escape Fong Chen's perception. This half-true, half-fake little monk was at the peak of 3-star strength.
Fong Chen was curious about what abilities this little monk had to challenge so many people. Under Zhao Shua's guidance, the giant rocks and tree trunks flew towards the little monk.
The little monk remained unchanged, taking out a candlestick from his bag and gently blowing on it, causing it to emit a bright light. The glow formed a protective shield, enclosing Mianing and Xiahou Wu within. The flying rocks and tree trunks were all blocked outside.
Zhao Shua's eyes glinted with malice. Damn it! Get him!
A burly man behind him pressed his hands on the ground, and a pair of enormous earth hands rose up, grasping Mianing and the others within. But the next second, the earth hands cracked with fissures, and light spilled out from within.
Mianing was enveloped in candlelight, warm and jade-like, with a dignified aura. Benefactors, do not commit evil, practice good deeds. Those who often do good may not yet receive blessings, but misfortune is far away. Those who do not do good may not yet face misfortune, but blessings are already distant. Zhao Shua's narrow eyes burst with killing intent. Goodness, damn it. I'm most annoyed by you bald donkeys. Kill him. The giant rock in front of Fong Chen wobbled and rose from the ground. Under Zhao Shua's guidance, it flew towards Mianing. Before the giant rock could rise, Fong Chen had already flashed to the other side to continue watching the battle. Mianing still looked the same. Benefactor, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Zhao Shua grinned maliciously, darting towards Mianing. Stinky monk, you go become a Buddha. Grandpa won't play with you. The giant rock crashed down towards Mianing.
The protective shield swayed precariously, and Zhao Shua laughed wildly. Suddenly, Fong Chen's gaze sharpened, focusing on Mianing. Mianing took a deep breath, and his body suddenly shot up. The originally delicate monk with red lips and white teeth instantly transformed into a fierce muscular man, his strength soaring from 3-star to 4-star.
I'll be damned. You stubborn brat, you won't listen to reason, and you want me to take action, huh?
Today, I'll let you experience the profound and heavy martial arts of the Buddhist sect. Mianing took out a treasure from his bag, which turned out to be a golden brick, on which the character Da was inscribed in shining gold. With a flash of golden light, Mianing charged out, wielding the brick, each strike meant to win people over with virtue. The dazzling golden light flickered several times, and Mianing was already in front of Zhao Shua, glaring fiercely, like the immovable king of light, and brought the brick down hard. Zhao Shua was immediately struck on the head, blood gushing out.
Mianing, holding a brick, struck him twice more, demonstrating a kind of moral superiority.
Taking a breath, Mianing stepped on Zhao Shua, hands together, Buddhist iron arm technique.
Thank you. But as soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind howled, and a man with 5th-level combat power appeared before Mianing.
His body was covered in a layer of snake scales, his eyes dark yellow with vertical pupils, and a snake tail extending over 2 meters from his tailbone.
In an instant, he struck Mianing in the chest.
Mianing's upper body leaned back, his legs entangled by the snake tail, causing him to fall backward. Zhao Shuo rubbed his head and stood up from the ground, kicking at Miao Neng. Thank your mother for the lesson. Miao Neng held his head. Benefactor. Benefactor. A gentleman uses words, not fists or feet. This monk knows he was wrong. Please don't hit me, let's talk it over. Zhao Shuo covered his bloodied head and kicked again. Shut up. I'm going to kill you, you bald donkey. Miao Neng held his shiny head. Big brother. Stop watching the show. After eating this monk's pig trotter, you can't just stand by. As soon as he said this, Zhao Shuo immediately looked around warily. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at a third-level perception type awakener accompanying him, who shook his head, indicating he sensed no one else nearby. Zhao Shuo kicked Miao Neng again. Damn it, a bald donkey still dares to lie when death is imminent. Miao Neng, holding his head, looked around in confusion during the beating, not knowing where Fong Chen had gone. Zhao Shuo raised his hand and summoned a stone, preparing to smash it hard against Miao Neng's head. Miao Neng quickly shouted, I am the direct disciple of the abbot of Xinkong Temple. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good outcome. Zhao Shuo's eyes glinted with malice. You are the direct disciple of the Buddha, but if you provoke me, you deserve to die. However, his wrist was seized by the 5th level master. Young master, Xinkong Temple is not to be trifled with. Zhao Shuo's expression was fierce. What should we do then? We can't just let him go. The snake-scaled man shook his head firmly. Cannot kill. Zhao Shuo turned around and hurled the stone at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu was struck, blood flowing, his pupils dilated, and the little girl in his arms was snatched away by Zhao Shuo. Zhao Shuo lifted the little girl high, head down, ready to smash her to the ground in anger. A fierce wind rose. Zhao Shuo felt a lightness in his hand, and the little girl vanished without a trace. Alertly looking around, he saw a shadow standing not far away, and his subordinates gathered around. Zhao Shuo glared at the shadow. Who are you? One and die. Zhao Shuo's eyes were fierce, and he sent fragments of stone flying toward the shadow, the air slicing with sharp sounds. Fong Chen tilted his head slightly, the stones whizzing past his ear. Mutated fireflies flew up, their cold light illuminating Fong Chen's face. Upon seeing Fong Chen's youthful visage, Zhao Shuo's murderous intent was hard to conceal, and he said in a deep voice, Uncle Qin, Xiahou you cannot be taken away. I'm very angry right now. This monk cannot be killed, but this intruder can be. The snake-scaled man with dark yellow vertical pupils stared at Fong Chen. Xiahou Wu weakly cried out, please take my sister and escape. Miao Neng also shouted, big brother, run. Don't worry about me. The snake-scaled man moved with incredible speed, flashing 2 meters away from Fong Chen. His yellow vertical pupils fixed on Fong Chen, and he grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs, his snake-like tongue flicking out to lick his lips. Want to run? Did I agree? Fong Chen merely glanced at him indifferently. The snake-scaled man's yellow vertical pupils remained fixed on Fong Chen. A thick snake tail swung toward Fong Chen. Fong Chen raised his hand. His index finger pointed at the snake-scaled man. A dark aura swirled at his fingertip, transforming into a fist-sized black sphere. Fong Chen flicked his index finger. A fist-sized black aura shot into the snake-scaled man's forehead in the blink of an eye. Ah! The snake-scaled man knelt on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. He desperately tried to expel the black aura from his body, but instead of being expelled, the aura burned the little bit of mental energy he had left. A cold and hot sensation swept through his entire body. The snake-scaled man was in immense pain. The mutated fireflies in the sky were all first tier. Fong Chen quickly took control of them, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. With his perception-based talent, Fong Chen clearly sensed every movement of everyone present. Fong Chen raised his hand and pressed it against the snake-scaled man's crown. The ring of slaughter gathered in the palm of Fong Chen's hand, directly piercing through the snake-scaled man's skull. Not far away, Zhao Shuo couldn't see clearly, but he heard the snake-scaled man scream and immediately shouted, everyone, attack together. Fong Chen raised his hand, and 6 fist-sized black auras floated in his palm. The 6 small black balls flew out. In an instant, they burned the mental energy of the 6 people at the front. Those below level 4 fell to the ground without a sound in just a breath's time, and the black balls flew out again, heading towards the others. The speed was incredibly fast. Since it was nighttime and visibility was low, with the mutated fireflies gone, Fong Chen's black balls blended almost seamlessly into the night, making them hard to detect. Zhao Shuo's subordinates fell in batches. Realizing the situation, Zhao Shuo's face turned pale, and he shouted, everyone, charge. While shouting this, he turned and ran. Fong Chen's body merged with the night, disappearing from the spot. The panicked Zhao Shuo felt a shadow flash before him. He saw that figure appear right in front of him, with cold eyes that regarded all things as mere fodder. Fong Chen held the little girl in his left arm, pressing her head into his chest to shield her from the scene of slaughter. His right hand raised, palm facing Zhao Shua. Zhao Shua's voice trembled as he begged, completely losing his previous arrogance, "Big brother, spare me. I beg you, spare me. I'll give you money. 5 million. Oh no, 10 million, just let me go, okay? Let me go. You sure have a dirty mouth." The ring of slaughter erupted from his palm. It directly pierced through Zhao Shua's head. The woman following Zhao Shua, seeing the situation turn dire, also ran behind him. Upon seeing this, she immediately knelt on the ground, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Little brother, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I can do so much. You won't have to do anything and can just enjoy. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Can you please?" Fong Chen raised his hand. The ring of slaughter erupted again. The woman left peacefully. The other subordinates of Zhao Shua fell in batches behind her. Cries of despair echoed one after another. Before long, in the desolate mountains and wilderness, silence enveloped the area, a strange and eerie aura pressing in. Fong Chen raised his arm. The ring of slaughter had transformed from 5 to 6 rings. This proved that through his slaughter talent, Fong Chen could unleash 6th level combat power. Amat Ba. Buddha bless. Infinite heavenly venerable. Hallelujah. God bless. A bright light suddenly appeared. Miao Nung, who had been lying on the ground, stood up alertly with a lamp in hand. He had switched from the fierce muscular state back to the delicate-looking little monk state. As the light spread, upon seeing dozens of figures turned into corpses, Miao Nung quickly drew a cross in front of his chest, then raised one hand in front of him. Amatba. Damn it! I've seen the living Yama today. How the hell did this happen? So many people. It's faster than a roll call. Xiaohu's eyelids were swollen, and he could only see through a narrow slit. Upon seeing so many enemies dead, he was shocked, especially since even a 5th level expert had died just like that. Fong Xian placed Xiaohui beside Xiaohu. Xiaohu struggled to get up and hugged his sister, sincerely thanking Fong Xian. "Thank you, benefactor. It's just a small effort. Their family will definitely come after you. Have you thought about where to go next?" Fong Xian asked. Xiaohu sat down dejectedly. "I have nowhere to go." Fong Xian looked at Xiaohu. "Do you want revenge?" Xiaohu was taken aback for a moment, then raised his head, a bit excited. "Benefactor, do you mean you will help me take revenge? As long as you help me get my revenge, I am willing to give you half of our family fortune." Fong Xian shook his head. "What level of combat power does Zhao Shua's family have?" "There's a level 7 combat power expert who is Zhao Shua's father, that old beast hired as a worshipper with a lot of money." Xiaohu quickly replied. Fong Xian nodded. "Then what level of combat power does Zhao Shua's father have?" "Level 5 combat power." Fong Xian looked at Xiaohu. "Do you want to kill him with your own hands?" Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Me? Kill him with my own hands? I'm only level 3. It's impossible for me to kill him myself. I have a way to let you kill him." Xiaohu's eyes lit up. "Really?" But soon, Xiaohu added, "What price do I have to pay?" Fong Xian simply said 3 words, "Follow me." If Xiaohu followed Fong Xian, then when the time came to help him take revenge, they could also swallow the Zhao family, and the 7-kill sect would gain a legitimate identity. After hearing Fong Xian's words, Xiaohu clearly hesitated, and Fong Xian did not urge him. "I'll give you a contact method. If you come to a decision, you can find me again." After saying that, he turned to leave. But after taking a couple of steps, Xiaohu said, "Benefactor, do you really have a way to help me quickly improve my level and kill my enemy?" "Yes. At most 3 months. I can help you take revenge. What about that level 7 combat power worshipper and his family?" "I'll handle that." Xiaohu's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons. "I have nowhere to go now. Zhao Shua is dead, and his father will definitely find a way to hunt me down. Benefactor, let me ask you one last time. Can you really help me kill my enemy within 3 months?" "Yes." Xiaohu was already at level 3, and his talent was not weak. With a bit of hardship, reaching level 5 through his killing talent in 3 months was not difficult. Seemingly having made a certain decision, Xiaohu knelt on the ground and cupped his fists towards Fong Xian. "Benefactor, you saved my sister and me today. I owe you 2 lives. If you can help me take revenge, I would go through fire and water without hesitation." Fong Xian raised his hand. "One thing you must remember, do not harbor any rebellious thoughts towards me. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death." Xiaohu gritted his teeth. "No problem." Fong Xian raised his hand and tapped Xiaohu's forehead. A faint blood light flickered and entered Xiaohu's forehead. Xiaohu's expression was dazed for a moment, then he raised his head to look at Fong Xian. "Thank you, benefactor. At dawn, I will arrange for someone to come and pick you up. You will follow him." "Understood."
Fong Xian's gaze fell on the little monk.
The little monk was able to gather and arrange all the corpses neatly, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands together, chanting scriptures for the deceased. As this little monk chanted scriptures to guide the souls, his aura gradually grew stronger. Since the era of awakened abilities began, some people could awaken various talents of the Buddhist sect, and the little monk in front of him clearly belonged to this category. Just now, when I scanned with the Jillian device, this little monk was selected as the holy child of the Buddhist sect from this generation of the Hanging Temple, but his level was not indicated.
He awakened the talent to invoke the protection of the two great Buddhist figures, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Akalanatha, and accumulating merit was the simplest way for him to advance. Therefore, this kid had to be cautious in everything he did, accumulating virtue and doing good deeds from the moment he opened his eyes every day. But this kid looked like someone who would help an old lady cross the street. During the chanting and merit transfer, the little monk entered a strange state. The light emitted from the lamp coalesced into a lotus platform beneath him, making his appearance even more dignified. If it weren't for the half-eaten pig trotter sticking out of his bag, one might really think he was a genuine enlightened monk. Those people from Joshua had their spirits burned by Fong Xian's dark aura. Even if Joshua's father brought the corpse back and had it examined by a perception specialist, they wouldn't be able to find out who killed his son and those subordinates. Fong Xian turned and headed to the other end of the wilderness graveyard. He raised his hand, and a blood ring appeared as he reached inside. In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods of all directions to appear. A chilling wind blew. A hand as large as a fan clasped with Fong Xian's finger. Seeing this, Fong Xian pulled hard, dragging the other person out. Upon closer inspection, the person was about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, a long beard spread out, eyes like copper bells, a wide lion nose, a fierce face, wearing a golden helmet with a ghostly pattern, dressed in blood-stained chainmail, draped in a brocade python cloak, and a 3-foot green blade hanging at his waist, with a pair of mixed-element hammers in his left hand. The 13th Tiger Guard, ranked 3rd in combat power. Tiger Guard Jahang. Upon seeing the other party, Fong Xian's eyes lit up. If the 3rd in combat power looked like this, the first two must be extraordinary. With the appearance of Tiger Guard Jahang, Xiaohou, who had come with Fong Xian, couldn't help but feel apprehensive, his throat rolling up and down. Tiger Guard Jahang sized up Fong Xian. Did you summon me? Yes, I am Jahang. Willing to go through fire and water for my lord. 1,000 deaths would be no regret. As he spoke, Tiger Guard Jahang pressed Fong Xian's hand against his chest. Fong Xian was taken aback. Hey, TSK. We're all big men. What's with the pressing? Not soft at all, not even close to Ali's pecs. Fong Xian reluctantly pressed down, going through the motions. Tiger Guard Jahang's fierce eyes turned to Tiger Guard Mo and Tiger Guard Ali. Mo, Ali. Damn it. Have you both died too? Where's the commander? Tiger Guard Jahang shouted loudly. Missing. Why missing? Ali briefly explained. Power struggle in the church. He was a reformist, and was purged by the royalists. Tiger Guard Jahang's face twisted in anger. Damn it, this church is a bunch of bastards. They need a good beating. If I were alive, when the church reforms, I would shove these precious hammers right up the Pope's ass and stir it 3 times. Ali explained to Fong Xian. Jahang grew up in the military camp, so he speaks a bit rough. Understood. This Jahang had peak level combat power of level 12, SS level strength talent, SS level combat talent, a natural combat maniac, and his way of speaking was just a minor flaw. Nianing rubbed his eyes. The merit transfer process was over. Seeing Fong Xian about to leave, Nianing hurried over. Big brother. Oh no, sir. Wait a moment. Fong Xian glanced at him, having a decent impression of this half-real, half-fake little monk. What's the matter? Sir, you are going to the divine and demonic ruins for the midterm test, right? I will also be stuffed in there, so let's form a team. No need. Nianeng quickly caught up, linking arms with Fong Xian and making a big face. Big brother, I see you have a heavy killing intent. When the time comes, there are no rules inside, everyone will be blinded by bloodlust. If you go in, won't you have to start a massacre? But killing ultimately brings karmic retribution. If you take me with you, you handle the killing, and I'll handle the atonement. You won't have karmic burdens weighing you down, and I can still accumulate merit. It's a win-win. Fong Xian laughed. Isn't it said in Buddhism that everything relies on fate? If we are fated, we'll meet inside. Big brother, let's get to know each other again. My secular name is Chen Putai, and my dharma name is Miao Nang. This time, Fong Xian didn't give another name, Fong Xian. Alright, brother Xian. It's settled then. If we run into each other inside, you have to team up with me. You handle the killing, I handle the burying. You take the resources, I accumulate merit. Deal. After leaving the ancient aperidge, Fong Xian handed the Xiaoho siblings over to Huang Daba, instructing him to take good care of them. He didn't linger outside. Fong Xian returned to the Tiandun Academy in the morning. Just back at the academy, he said a word to Sister Lu and prepared to head back to the dormitory to rest. But unexpectedly, Sister Lu looked at Fong Xian with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Fong Xian was puzzled. What's wrong, Sister Lu? Sister Lu took a breath, about to speak, when the space twisted, and the white-haired boy appeared beside Fong Xian. The white-haired boy was unusually serious, raising his hand and resting it on Fong Xian's shoulder. Come with me. In a flash, as the surroundings reassembled, Fong Xian found himself in a morgue. In the center of the morgue was a bed, on which lay a body covered with a white cloth. Cheng Bingqing stood beside it, and Dean Su Bushing was also standing nearby. Upon seeing Fong Xian arrive, both looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Take a look, Jahang said softly. Fong Xian slowly lifted the white cloth. Upon seeing the person inside, his hand trembled violently. Fong Xian's hand shook slightly. Looking at the familiar yet pale face, his mind went blank. Fong Xian stood there in a daze, seemingly in disbelief. He leaned in for a closer look. After confirming it was true, Fong Xian stared blankly at that face. Anxiously scratching his head, he felt it was hard to accept for a moment. He pulled the white cloth down a bit. After seeing a fist-sized blood hole in the chest of the corpse, a murderous intent surged in Fong Xian's eyes. Su Bushing sighed, raising his warm palm and gently patting Fong Xian's shoulder. He wanted to say something comforting, but at that moment, many comforting words felt pale. Jahang stood beside him. If you want to cry, just cry. Fong Xian bent down, arranging his aunt's hair. He raised his hand and placed it on Fong Huilan's head, sensing what his aunt had experienced before her death. Gradually, images appeared in Fong Xian's mind. On a stormy night, a group of people burst into his aunt's house. These people were all wearing raincoats, but as they moved and raised their hands, it became clear that beneath the raincoats, they wore uniforms, and on the uniforms, there was a badge. The badge had an eye pattern. The leader shook off the rainwater from his raincoat and ordered the others to force Fong Huilan's family of 3 to kneel together on the ground. They directly used the mind control ability of a mental type expert to forcibly interrogate whether Fong Huilan's family had received any packages sent by Fong Xian's parents or any strange packages without a shipping address, or whether they had sent any strange packages to Fong Xian without a shipping address. Under the torment of the mental type expert, Fong Huilan's gaze became vacant, and she recalled, against her will, that Fong Xian had indeed received a package without a shipping address. Just as they were about to press for more questions, others broke in through the window. A fierce fight broke out, and as they attempted to take Fong Huilan away, the leader of the church, adhering to the principle of destroying what they couldn't obtain, ordered his subordinates to take action. Someone ruthlessly pierced Fong Huilan's heart. The last image before Fong Huilan's death was a face that Fong Xian was familiar with. Hua Shi. Fong Huilan knelt on the ground. Hua Shi stood there, his golden eyes filled with mockery, a smile on his face, looking down from above, his lips moving silently to utter a few words. The Fong family must die. The image came to an end. Fong Xian slowly withdrew his hand. He leaned beside the small bed where his aunt Fong Huilan's body lay. Fong Xian held Fong Huilan's hand tightly. He didn't know how long it had been. Fong Xian raised his head, gripping Fong Huilan's cold hand tightly. There were no extreme words or emotions. Calm. An unprecedented calm. But the few people nearby could sense the intense killing intent brewing within Fong Xian. It seemed as if some ancient ferocious beast was gradually awakening. Fong Xian's eyes showed faint signs of turning crimson, but he restrained himself under the powerful self-control. Jahang stood apologetically behind him. When your aunt had her accident, I was at the church. By the time I received the news, she was already gone. I'm sorry. Fong Xian looked at his aunt's face, at the demon and god ruins. Can you ensure that Hua Shi and I are arranged together? Jahang replied, I will definitely arrange for him to be in the same place as you. What about the other people from the church? They will be arranged too. Fong Xian's jaw muscles twitched. Who are those others? A remnant force of the Eternal Night Army. Fong Xian slowly stood up straight. What about my uncle and my cousin? They haven't been found. Fong Xian looked at Fong Huilan. Ever since his parents passed away, his aunt had taken care of him with great care. Now that his aunt was gone, Fong Xian had lost another family member. Thinking of Hua Shi's face, Fong Xian's killing intent boiled. Does Xiao Cha know about this? Cheng Bingqing took over the conversation. Yes, she fainted and is resting in the dormitory. Teacher's son is taking care of her. Fong Xian slowly covered Fong Huilan with a white cloth, turned back to Zhu Hong and said, "Brother, can you take me to my sister?" Zhu Hong nodded, and in a flash, they arrived at Jiang Xiaocha's dormitory. Jiang Xiaocha's complexion was pale, lying on the bed, a thin layer of sweat covering her forehead, as if she had a nightmare, her body trembling slightly. Sun Bijuan saw Fong Xian arrive and slowly stood up to make room for him. Fong Xian sat by the bed, and as soon as he sat down, Jiang Xiaocha seemed to have a spiritual connection, suddenly sitting up and gasping for breath. Jiang Xiaocha looked up at Fong Xian. Her hands tightly gripped Fong Xian's arms, and she opened her mouth, seemingly struggling to breathe. Sun Bijuan gently patted Jiang Xiaocha's back. Jiang Xiaocha's lips trembled, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst forth at that moment, and she immediately cried out loud. "Brother!" Jiang Xiaocha hugged Fong Xian and cried bitterly. The cries were heart-wrenching. A mother is the spiritual pillar of a family, and at this moment, that pillar had collapsed, leaving Jiang Xiaocha feeling as if she had lost her warm harbor. Fong Xian held Jiang Xiaocha, his gaze cold. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xiaocha finally cried herself out, staring into Fong Xian's eyes. This kind-hearted girl's eyes flashed with intense hatred for the first time. "Brother!" Fong Xian nodded, indicating that he understood Jiang Xiaocha's meaning. "At the Demon and God Ruins, Zhuge will arrange for us to meet Huasher." Jiang Xiaocha tightly gripped Fong Xian's hand and nodded firmly. Sun Bijuan paused. "Xiao Xian, your aunt's funeral." Fong Xian turned back. "Grandma son, wait until I kill Huasher, then we can bury my aunt." Okay. Sun Bijuan repeated twice, wanting to say more, but felt that saying so much at this time was futile. Jiang Xiaocha said she wanted to accompany her mother. Zhu Hong agreed and took the siblings back to Feng Huilan's body. Jiang Xiaocha lay by the bed, her body trembling uncontrollably, and soon she began to cry loudly again. Zhu Hong and Chang Bingqing stood outside. Chang Bingqing supported Zhu Hong, asking with concern, "Does it still hurt? Should I call Granny Ran to take another look at you?" Zhu Hong shook his head. "No need. Just rest for a few days. I'll head back first, and later you can tell Fong Xian that I had to leave for something." Chang Bingqing's eyes were filled with pain, her eyes reddening as she choked out, "Those bastards at the church. Let's go." Zhu Hong vanished on the spot. Fong Xian walked out from inside, and Chang Bingqing leaned against the wall with her hands behind her back. "Teacher Chang." Chang Bingqing snapped back to reality. "Are you going back?" "Yes, what about Zhuge?" Chang Bingqing's eyes were slightly red. "Your aunt got into trouble. Zhuge went to the church's Honglian district branch and got into a huge fight, killing the second-in-command there and severely injuring the head of the Honglian district branch. In the end, the Pope intervened and severely injured Zhuge. If it weren't for Old Ji stepping in, Zhuge might." She didn't finish her sentence, but Fong Xian understood what she meant. The white-haired boy didn't like being sentimental, but he remembered this favor. As they walked out, Su Bushing followed from behind. "Fong Xian, wait a moment, I have something to tell you." Fong Xian stopped. "What is it, Dean?" Su Bushing approached with his hands behind his back. "Just now, Xiao Chang retrieved your aunt's memories from her final moments. I think you saw it too. Your aunt told the church people that you once received a package that was never delivered." After seeing Fong Xian's expression, Su Bushing continued, "Don't overthink it. It's not about what was in the package, just wanted to tell you that the church won't let this go easily. Old Ji and the Pope have clashed before, and they promised not to act against you again, but that's just on the surface. When it comes to the Demon and God Ruins, there are no rules there." "I know." Su Bushing nodded, gently patting Fong Xian's shoulder. "The 9th Division will always be your solid support. Train well during this time." After leaving there, Fong Xian spent every spare moment practicing in the training hall with Jiang Xiaocha. The following period was relatively calm. But beneath this calm lay surging undercurrents, waiting for the moment of upheaval. Time gradually approached the midterm. In a month and a half, Fong Xian's combat power in the strength system steadily progressed from early stage level 5 to late stage level 5. His energy had already enveloped more than half of a lung lobe. Once it completely enveloped the lung lobe, he would reach the peak of level 5 combat power. As for his other talents, they also gradually broke through under Fong Xian's relentless training. The big white bear had also advanced to level 5 combat power. The light and mental systems had successively reached level 5. As for the perception system, although it lacked combat power, a level 5 perception system could open a domain, resembling a spider web, capable of sensing the slightest movements on that web. Additionally, a level 5 perception system could use the eye of perception to foresee a person's movements in the short term. Finally, the midterm test leading to the Demon and God Ruins began. "Pack your things," Sister Xiaolu reminded from the front. Everyone from the Tian Shield Academy lined up according to their respective groups.
The 9th Division had only 36 new students, divided into 6 small teams. Each group had already selected their team leaders during this half semester of training. The new students from the 9th Division were on par with the team leaders from other divisions, and the team leaders were on par with the captains of other teams.
Fong Chen was the team leader for the groups of Li Bei'er, Xingyu, Bai Yulin, Zhang Miaozu, and Shirtailang. With everyone present, Dean Su Bushing gave a routine speech from above. In the distance, several uniquely shaped aircraft were parked. I heard that this type of airplane is also a treasure, capable of carrying over 1,000 people. When Su Bashang finished speaking, Sister Xiaolu turned around, prepared to board. There were fewer people at the 9th site, and since they had privileges at the Sky Shield Bureau, they boarded the plane first. Everyone was not going to the same place, they were randomly assigned in teams. The plane soared into the sky. It wasn't until Sister Xiaolu announced their arrival that everyone realized the plane had reached its destination without any noise or turbulence. As they disembarked, they saw in the distance a mist-covered ancient mountain range. The mist-covered ancient mountains seemed like a ferocious beast lying dormant on the vast earth, exuding a strong and terrifying aura that warned people to stay away. Standing among the ruins of gods and demons, one felt as small as a grain of sand. Fong Chen looked at the ruins of gods and demons, and for some reason, his heart began to race violently, as if a calling was emanating from the ruins.
That feeling was similar to when Fong Chen summoned the Tiger Guards before, even more intense.
Fong Chen had a strong sense that there must be a terrifying soul general waiting for his arrival inside.
Moreover, through his perception-based talent, he clearly felt that his killing talent was unrestricted in the ruins, seemingly able to unleash the 6th level combat power that a killing talent should possess.
As he walked down the gangway, Fong Chen glanced at his phone. 2 messages had come in. One was from Ko Tianlin.
Brother, once you get in, you can find our people using the Jade token I gave you before. After you meet up inside, if you encounter any problems, you can discuss them together.
Fong Chen replied, no problem.
The other message was from the old Lecher Shang Tiank, Xinz, I'm counting on you for my daughter. If the people sent by my ex-wife dare to harm her, just kill them.
Everything you gain from killing is yours. No problem.
But when I first get in, I'll arrange for your daughter to team up with a few of my teammates. I have some personal matters to handle.
Got it. More planes were arriving. He could see people in different uniforms disembarking.
Many from various official and civilian organizations of Longhua had come, bustling and crowded.
Jahang appeared beside Fong Chen. Fong Chen clearly felt a barrier separating him from the people around him. Except for Fong Chen, no one could see Jahang. Jahang snapped his fingers and gave Fong Chen a small spatial orb.
The rules inside the ruins of gods and demons are hard to penetrate, so I can't precisely arrange for you and Huashir to be together.
I can only minimize the error in deployment.
Take this, when you go in later, I'll create some distractions for the church people. Follow where this orb drifts, and you'll find the church people.
Fong Chen stored the orb in his spatial ring. Thanks. We won't discuss that between us.
There's one more thing, your sister might have been captured by the church, and your uncle might have been taken by the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. The specifics are still under investigation.
Fong Chen was taken aback but replied calmly, got it. Jahang looked into the distance behind his sunglasses. The ruins of gods and demons will open soon, good luck.
After saying this, Jahang vanished. Under Sister Xiaolu's guidance, everyone boarded the shuttle bus in an orderly manner, heading towards the ruins of gods and demons. As the saying goes, a mountain looks close but is far away. The ruins of gods and demons were so vast that after getting off the plane, they felt it was right in front of them, yet the shuttle bus took a full half hour to reach the edge of the ruins. When they arrived, the place was even more bustling with voices. Someone announced that the people from the 9th site had arrived.
Many people turned to look this way.
After all, the 9th Division is known for gathering many talented new recruits, commonly referred to as the Monster Room, and everyone wanted to see if these so-called geniuses from the 9th Division had horns on their heads.
With 2 loud booms echoing from the sky, they looked up to see 2 leaderboards appearing above. One was the Dragon and Tiger list, and the other was the Top 100 list. Upon seeing the leaderboards, the already noisy scene became even more chaotic. Shirtailang muttered while looking at the 2 lists in the sky. The Dragon and Tiger list is an individual ranking, while the Top 100 list is for various organizations. Just making it into the top 10 on the Dragon and Tiger list would be impressive, and even making it into the top 30 would bring significant fame. This is a legitimate national ranking, and not only are there rewards, but more importantly, once you become famous, that fame translates into value, which is the most valuable thing. If I can make it into the top 30, my dad would have to toast me with a lower bow. As for the top 100 list,
It's based on the total amount of demon god essence obtained by the members who enter, which is the most direct recruitment guideline. The top few from each faction with the most points will receive generous rewards. Before Fong Chen set off, Sister Lu had explained the rules to everyone. Each person can stay inside for a maximum of 7 days. Within the demon god ruins, there is a type of crystal core called demon god essence. This substance can restore health and mental energy in the shortest time possible, with incredibly powerful effects. However, places where demon god essence exists are usually guarded by fierce beasts. Anyone who enters must obtain these crystal cores and place them into the specially distributed space rings for scoring before entering the demon god ruins to earn points. Of course, it's not just about obtaining them from the fierce beasts, one can also kill others to plunder their cores. Before entering, capable organizations will distribute a teleportation talisman to the students going in. If they encounter danger inside, they can crush the talisman to exit the demon god ruins, but of course, their scores will be considered final. Tailang looked at the leaderboard, still pondering whether he could make the list. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army are also going in, but fortunately, they won't participate in the rankings. Otherwise, the rankings would definitely change significantly.
Fong Chen looked at the two lists, considering the infiltration of the Eternal Night Army.
Among the crowd, it was hard to say if there were any members of the Eternal Night Army present. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Someone pointed in a direction. The church people are coming. Everyone turned to look. They saw a group arriving in a special vehicle. The car kicked up a cloud of dust, and those nearby got a mouthful of dirt, their attitude arrogant and dismissive of others. There were quite a few people from the church, and judging by their appearance, many were new recruits of the church. In addition, there were dozens of church clergy leading the group. Among them, more than 10 formed their own team, and Huashur was among them. The few gathered together, their gazes shifting. Finally, their eyes landed on Fong Xin's direction. Fong Xin's gaze also turned that way. Through the throng of heads, Fong Xin and Huashur locked eyes. Huashur, with his golden eyes, looked at Fong Xin with a mocking expression, as arrogant as ever. From a distance, Huashur smiled at Fong Xin, casually raising his hand as if to stab a teammate in the chest. That teammate clutched his chest, pretending to be in pain, playing along with Huashur, reenacting the scene where Huashur killed Fong Xin's aunt. Fong Xin grinned, giving Huashur a chilling smile. Upon seeing Fong Xin smile, Huashur inexplicably felt a strange irritation rising within him. But soon, Huashur's golden eyes flickered, and he returned a smile to Fong Xin, prompting his teammate to continue the act of cruelty. However, Fong Xin completely ignored him. Huashur sneered coldly. He said to his teammates beside him, "When we go in later, don't rush to kill him. Wait until we ask what we want to know. I want to play with him slowly. I want him to kneel on the ground, unable to live or die." The teammates in front all smiled. "No problem, brother Hua. A little trash who hasn't even grown a hair yet. Once we go in, it will be easy to handle." One teammate who looked the oldest said in a deep voice, "Still, don't underestimate him. He was able to kill Yang Haosi before, and at that time, he was already at the peak of level 4. Now he's probably at level 5. Huashur, as always, was dismissive. "So what? Even if my combat power is suppressed in the god and demon ruins, I can still exert peak level 5 combat power. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Besides, we prepared that treasure just in case. With such thorough preparation, how can we not kill him?" Tailang saw Huashur and the others from a distance, glaring at them fiercely. "Brother Xin, when we go in later, let's stick together. Those bastards from the church will definitely cause you trouble, but fortunately, in the god and demon ruins, anyone above level 5 will have their power suppressed. If we brothers and sisters work together, with you commanding, we'll definitely take care of those bastards." Bai Yulin switched to his brother. "Hey Yulin," with a fierce look in his eyes, speaking as roughly as ever. "Those dogs from the church, each one a little tadpole pretending to be a frog. What the hell are they thinking? Brother Xin, when we go in later, you decide what to do. We'll risk our lives to help you take them down." Li Bauer stuffed chips into her space ring, took out 2 mountain-cutting knives, and said in the softest tone the harshest words, "Chop him." Fong Xin smiled. Once they went in, he would definitely use his killing talent skill. He also wanted to devour the talents and vitality of these church members to elevate his light system talent to Ssss-Level. Having these people around was somewhat inconvenient. He had 2 wolves, 1 bear, and 3 soul generals. He was like a small team by himself, and his killing talent was unrestricted. Killing Huashur would be as easy as chopping vegetables. "No need, when we go in later, you all help me protect my sister for a while, and then help me protect the daughter of the Shanggong Master." "Shanggong Master? He has a daughter?" Tailang asked curiously. "Illegitimate daughter. Someone wants to harm his illegitimate daughter, and I promise to protect her, but once we go in, I need to take care of Huishur first. You all help me keep an eye on the old Shang's daughter." Zhang Yaozu expressed concern. "Brother Xian, you alone against all of them, the danger is too high."
"It's fine, I'm confident." As he spoke, Fong Xian waved to Jiang Xiaocha from a distance.
Jiang Xiaocha ran over.
"Brother, the church people are here too. Let's go in together." Fong Xian made a promise. "No need.
Don't worry, I'll beat him half to death first, and then you can kill him yourself." Jiang Xiaocha knew that once Fong Xian made up his mind, he wouldn't change it, and immediately nodded. Shi Tailang looked at the leaderboard above. Last year's Dragon and Tiger list first place. The final score was over 200,000, right? Bai Yulin picked up the conversation. "Yes. The last Dragon and Tiger list champion was from our 9th division, the cousin of Ji Xuanzi, who was 3rd in the entrance test." Shi Tailang muttered, "The Ji family sent Ji Xuanzi to our Heavenly Shield Bureau. It seems the higher-ups made some shady deals again."
"Fatty, say less." Zhang Yaozu pinched Shi Tailang. Shi Tailang said, "I didn't say anything wrong."
As long as Ji Xuanzi doesn't make a big mistake, he can at least secure a deputy director position in the Heavenly Shield Bureau.
Damn, I'm so envious. Why does he have such a strong dad? My dad is so useless.
One day, if you only know how to do business and don't elevate your own realm, I have to have a good talk with him when I go home for the holidays.
At over 40, it's the time to fight. We can't waste our prime years.
A few people rolled their eyes. They were already used to the words of the first filial son of the Shi family. Although the God and Demon ruins had not officially started yet, some people had already begun to form factions.
Fong Xian keenly sensed someone behind him, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and slightly tilted his shoulder.
A somewhat fair hand brushed past Fong Xian's shoulder.
When Fong Xian turned around, he was met with a pair of very large, round, and full eyes belonging to a girl. The other person was about 1.9
meters tall, with a sturdy build, but very fair skin. However, that wasn't the important part. What mattered was that the other person had a very cute doll-like face. With twin ponytails, above the neck was a cute little loli, and below the neck was a burly man. The visual impact was overwhelming.
"Are you Uncle Fong?" Fong Xian and the others were a bit confused.
After the other person spoke, it became even more certain that she was a girl.
Fong Xian felt she looked familiar and took a closer look.
Wasn't she the daughter of that old lecher Shang Tianke? Looking at it this way, her eyebrows and eyes did resemble Shang Tianke's, like a version of him after enhancing his beauty.
"My name is Shang Qingzhu."
The other person extended her hand towards Fong Xian.
Fong Xian also shook her hand generously. While talking, Shang Qingzhu handed Fong Xian a small ball.
"This is for you."
Fong Xian asked in confusion, "What is this?"
Shang Qingzhu explained, "This is something my dad promised you. It was supposed to be given to you after the midterm test, but my dad said you had some personal matters to handle, so he asked me to give it to you early."
Fong Xian took it and sensed that inside was a spirit beast with peak level 5 combat power, a golden striped tiger.
"Thanks."
Fong Xian expressed his gratitude.
He had to admit that Shang Tianke, that old lecher, was indeed considerate, knowing that the academy would target Fong Xian and giving him a level 5 peak combat power spirit beast to assist him.
"You stay with them for now.
I have some personal matters to attend to, and I'll join you as soon as I'm done."
Shang Qingzhu nodded, "Okay."
Suddenly, a fierce wind arose in the God and Demon ruins. Mist began to swirl from the mountains towards this side. Several figures dashed out from various factions. They pressed towards the God and Demon ruins together.
The mist swirled, and several huge vortices appeared suspended in midair.
An old man stood in the sky, his voice booming, "The God and Demon ruins are now open.
Please enter in an orderly manner. You have 7 days. Starting now."
Everyone rushed towards the direction of the vortex. In the distance, Huishur raised his hand, pointed to his own eyes, then pointed at Fong Xian, gesturing towards the God and Demon ruins, making a motion to meet inside, leading people towards it.
The crowd was bustling. Fong Xian's gaze was indifferent. He turned back to look at Jahang's direction. Jahang subtly nodded. Fong Xian headed towards the vortex.
After a dizzying spin, he found himself standing on solid ground.
Fong Xian looked around. There was still mist, but visibility reached about 30 meters. Li Baoer and the others entered one after another. Fong Xian was the first to store the golden striped tiger that Shang Tianke had sent.
After sensing it, he found that his killing talent was indeed not suppressed here.
"You all brought the maps, right?
You guys go farm first, and then we'll meet at Wang Tian Peak marked on the map."
"Xian Gu, are you really confident? Shouldn't we go together?" Shi Tailang asked again.
The others also looked at him with questioning eyes.
Fong Xian smiled and said, "No problem, you just wait for me." Seeing that Fong Xin had made up his mind, they didn't press further. Fong Xin snapped his fingers, and the small spatial ball given by Jahang floated in front of him.
The small ball jumped a few times in mid-air before quickly darting off in one direction.
Fong Xin hurriedly chased after it, his eyes blazing with a terrifying ferocity. "Hua sure. I'm coming for you." Tap tap tap. Fong Xin moved with incredible speed. The transparent small ball seemed like a little tadpole, swiftly darting ahead of him. Occasionally, he could see people continuously being teleported in from the outside. Anyone who entered the vortex would be sent to a random location. If a team held hands before entering, they would be assigned to the same place afterward. Fong Xin glanced at the map.
Each incoming participant held a map, pieced together bit by those who had explored the divine and demonic ruins over the ages. It marked several forbidden areas and places that were particularly dangerous. It also indicated regions where the probability of encountering divine and demonic marrow was higher.
They said this place was quite brutal. In just a short time, Fong Xin had already seen several groups start fighting.
Some were fighting for the divine marrow, while others were simply seeking revenge for past grievances.
Fong Xin happened to be among those seeking revenge. The faster the small ball shook, the closer the two sides were. Fong Xin looked at the map again and then at the rapidly shaking spatial ball.
This proved that the distance between the two sides was decreasing.
Fong Xion's energy surged, his entire body covered in dragon-scale armor formed from his energy.
The blood ring in his palm emerged, ready to unleash the three soul generals at any moment.
What excited Fong Xion the most was that his killing talent was unrestricted in this place.
It was as if the rules here imposed no constraints on him.
Fong Xion opened his perception domain, keenly sensing a fight ahead.
The spatial ball floating in front of him reached its peak shaking speed. As he passed through the mist, his vision gradually cleared. A group of church members had gathered, bullying a couple who had just entered from the outside. Among them, the church member who had previously collaborated with Hua Shi to enact the murder of Fong Xion's aunt was mocking the girl, using his foot to hook her chin with a lewd grin.
"Your boyfriend can't protect you again, why are you still with him? Wasting your youth on such a useless guy, why not just come with me?" The girl angrily pushed the church member. "Get away! Damn! You think you can talk back to me?"
The church member immediately began to punch and kick the couple. Then, grinning wickedly, he pulled down his pants to urinate on them. The other church members joined in the jeering. The couple could no longer endure it.
The man stood up to fight back. Unexpectedly, the church member killed him instantly. Then he turned his gaze to the girl. "You want to die too? Come. I'm in a bad mood. If you don't want to die, come and help me cool off." To his surprise, the girl was also fierce. She bit him, but the church member pierced her skull with light power. "Two blind, lowly ants. Come here to seek death."
Several church members laughed dismissively. Suddenly, the mist was blown away chaotically by a strong wind. They all held their weapons, watching their surroundings. Hua Shi's eyes instantly turned golden. A mocking smile crept onto his lips. "Come out. I knew that dead white-haired fool would pull you here." A flash of black light appeared, and the church member who had just killed the couple suddenly felt a strong killing intent approaching, his pupils constricting as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Fong Xion was already in front of him, raising his hand to grip the other's neck, his body passing through like an afterimage. When the scene froze again, Fong Xion had already pinned the church member against a tree trunk. The other party's golden eyes glared at Fong Xion with anger, and even at this moment, they did not forget to shout in a hoarse voice with an air of superiority, "Damn it, let me go!" The other church members instantly reacted, forming a circle that surrounded Fong Xion in the middle. Hua Shi whistled, "You little beast. I'll give you 3 seconds. Let him go." Fong Xion grinned and punched towards the opponent's neck. The neck of that church member and the tree trunk behind him were shattered by Fong Xion's punch. The head flew off, rolling twice on the ground, the golden eyes dimming, filled with an incredible shock, as if he couldn't believe he had died like this. His headless corpse took 2 steps forward, instinctively raising its hands, sensing something was off, before crashing to the ground. It twitched a couple of times and then went still. Fong Xion turned to look at Hua Shi and the other church members. He shook the blood off his fist and smiled at the group. "Don't worry, everyone will have a share." Hua Shi's golden eyes fixed on Fong Xion, filled with endless rage. "Do you know the consequences of killing a church member?" "The consequence is that I killed a church member." Hua Shi grinned maliciously. "I'll make you understand. Once you provoke the church, whether in the heavens or the underworld, you won't have a good death." Fong Xion's aura swirled around him. The leading church member, Shi Zhangcheng, looked around. Just him alone? Hua Shi scanned the area with something similar to a smart device, finding no other members from the 9th division. "Just you?"
Didn't the white-haired one send anyone to help you? Fong Xian wiped the blood off his fist. Do I need that many people to kill you?
Huashir's golden eyes erupted with endless fury. You really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Shi Zhenqing's gaze shifted. Huashir, don't be impulsive. If he dares to come at you alone for revenge, he must have a backup. Huashir's face twitched, his eyes cold and ruthless, suddenly unleashing a powerful slash towards Fong Xian.
A divine shadow appeared behind him, both moving in sync, launching a fierce strike at Fong Xian.
The others immediately understood and joined in, directly pressuring Fong Xian to reveal his trump card.
Fong Xian raised his hand.
2 wolves, 1 black and 1 white, flashed out, followed by a giant white bear and a golden striped tiger.
You little beast! This probably isn't enough.
Huashir roared, and a lion made of light energy suddenly appeared beside him. Majestic and powerful, the lion opened its mouth and roared at Fong Xian, a beam of light shooting out from its mouth.
Fong Xian raised his hand.
7 small black balls, the size of soybeans, suddenly emerged from his palm, spinning and growing larger until they became fist-sized, standing in mid-air and blocking Huashir's light beam. In an instant, the 7 small balls exploded and melted, turning Huashir's golden beam black in the blink of an eye, quickly spreading to the Lion of Light.
The golden Lion of Light instantly transformed into a black lion, engulfed by a black aura that burned fiercely.
The black aura ignited the light energy, as if pouring oil on a fire, burning even more intensely. The lion roared in pain and anger, but there was nothing it could do. Huashir's face turned pale, and he felt disoriented, wanting to retract the lion, but the searing pain followed, and the black flames began to spread towards him. This guy was indeed decisive, immediately severing the connection with the lion.
So this is your trump card. Form the formation.
Huashir shouted angrily. Dozens of church members unleashed their light energy, forming a light array. Huashir spat a thick phlegm on the ground.
This black flame is indeed strange, but with more than 10 of us, can we not kill just one of him? Fong Xian raised his hand. Lion dog, didn't your church teach you that when fighting, it's about quality, not quantity?
Blood-red runes appeared in his palm, forming a blood ring that connected end to end, spinning and spraying out from his palm, growing larger as it turned.
3 figures flashed out from within.
The leading tiger guard, Jahang, clashed his double hammers together.
Ha ha, damn you, church's dog bastards. Today, Grandpa will have some fun with you.
Among the church members, the leading Shi Zhenqing turned pale upon seeing the 3 tiger guards.
Tiger guards? How is this possible?
He can actually summon the tiger guards trained by Tai Shuxiong himself. The tiger guard Zhang clashed his double hammers. Upon seeing the church members, the murderous intent was already written on his face. He raised his double hammers and charged towards Shi Zhenqing. The giant hammers created a deafening roar as they sliced through the air. With Fong Xian's rising realm, now that these 3 were released, if a single soul general could unleash level 5 combat power for 30 minutes, then if all 3 soul generals unleashed level 5 combat power, each could last for 10 minutes. If they wanted to unleash level 6 combat power, a single one could last for 10 minutes, but each soul general could only last for 5 minutes. These church members wanted to force Fong Xian to reveal his trump card. Fong Xian also wanted to reveal the opponent's trump card. At this moment, these 3 soul generals could only unleash level 5 combat power. Once the opponent revealed their trump card, Fong Xian would elevate the overall strength of these soul generals to level 6 combat power, just to give them a little shock. The sudden appearance of the 3 soul generals left the dozen or so church members dumbfounded. Huashir's golden eyes flickered with light and darkness. It seemed he was quite shocked by Fong Xian's cards. Huashir's expression alternated between clarity and confusion. Since he can summon Tai Shuxiong's tiger guards, then he must have a connection with those traitors. Good. The 9th Division is publicly claiming to suppress the remnants of the traitors, but secretly daring to harbor them. Capture him. After we go out, we must report this to the Pope. Organize all major forces. Hold a high-level meeting. Show those disobedient bastards in the 9th Division some color. Fong Xian looked at Huashir, his smile innocent, but a murderous intent burst forth from his eyes. Go out? This place has no connection to the outside. Can you get out? The tiger guard Zhang smashed down with his double hammers. With the power-type talent stacking with the combat talent, the double hammers crashed down, forcing Shi Zhenqing into a split. Shi Zhenqing was struck, his blood surging, and he roared, "Form a formation! Everyone attack with all your strength! Quick battle, quick decision!" A hemispherical barrier of light formed, trapping Fong Xian and the 3 soul generals along with 4 spirit beasts within. Bundles of light power surged towards Fong Xian. The 3 soul generals protected Fong Xian in the center. Fong Xian waved his hand, and 7 small black orbs flew back, exploding with a bang.
It was as if countless sparks erupted into gasoline. With a loud bang,
all the incoming light power was instantly attached by the black aura, and the golden barrier was visibly devoured by the black aura.
What on earth is this?
Shi Zhengcheng exclaimed, clearly shocked that the 7 small orbs Fong Xian threw out countered their light power. Huashi's face also turned pale. The light power lion he had summoned was burned to nothing, and he was particularly aware of the terror of this black aura.
Fong Xian's gaze swept over these people. This is your church's skill, fiery heaven's destruction, and you don't recognize it?
The church members' expressions changed again, recalling that the attack Fong Xian had just launched was indeed the initiation of fiery heaven's destruction.
But why was Fong Xian's version different?
Huashi and Shi Zhengcheng exchanged glances. This bastard must have clues about the remnants of the traitors.
We truly underestimated him.
It seems we were right to prepare before coming. With a treasure that could temporarily evade the rules, otherwise today I would really have capsized in the gutter. As he spoke, Huashi revealed a compass-like object from his bosom.
Holding the compass with both hands, his golden eyes fixed on Fong Xian as he grinned maliciously.
In this place, the rules suppress, and indeed, a level 5 combat power is the strongest here.
No wonder you were so fearless, but in the end, you were still young and foolish. Do you really think that being strong enough means you can do whatever you want?
Huashi embedded a red gem into the compass. A radiant light spread out, enveloping all the members of the church within it. Huashi then passed the compass to a nearby church member. Half of the dozen or so church members pressed their hands on the compass, their faces turning pale, their bodies trembling violently, as if they were about to fall apart, while the other half slowly raised their strength to level 6. Shi Zhengcheng said coldly, quickly finish this, don't let them bear too much burden. The other church members who had recovered to level 6 gathered around again. Huashi twisted his neck, maintaining his usual arrogant demeanor, and sneered at Fong Xian, little brat. Are you dumbfounded? The light powers of several people merged together, dispersing much of the fog.
Fong Xian looked at Huashi and the others. What does the rule of the divine and demonic ruins have to do with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Xian's eyes instantly turned blood red.
He raised one hand. 6 rings of slaughter formed concentric circles of varying sizes around his arm.
Fong Xian grinned ominously.
The rings of slaughter erupted forth. In an instant, they pierced through Shi Zhengcheng's heart. Shi Zhengcheng felt a heat in his chest followed by excruciating pain, staggering back and looking down at his hollow chest. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and blood involuntarily spilled from the corners of his lips. His body collapsed with a thud. The others were stunned by this sudden turn of events.
What? This?
Huashi's face turned pale with fright. But he quickly regained his composure and twisted his face in anger, shouting, all together. We have so many level 6 powers.
Can't we kill him? More people? Fong Xian pointed at the 3 soul generals from a distance.
The combat power of the 3 soul generals instantly rose from level 5 to level 6.
The tiger guard laughed heartily, his copper bell-like eyes widening, his whiskers bristling. Ganlin. Awesome. Church trash. Die for me.
He raised his double hammers high, cutting through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. He directly exploded the head of a church member. Ali drew his bow and shot an arrow straight into one person's heart. Meanwhile, the tiger guard Mo drew a short dagger from his back and plunged it into a church member's forehead.
In an instant, the attack and defense were reversed.
Huashi's face turned pale, feeling his calves cramping, and he involuntarily stepped back, nearly falling as his leaden legs retreated. Fong Xian was not in a hurry to kill Huashi. He let Huashi watch helplessly as his teammates fell one by one, tormenting him both mentally and physically.
Huashi's body trembled uncontrollably.
The others who were using the compass as a medium to bear the rules were also frightened, with some even contemplating retreat. Huashi glanced out of the corner of his eye, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Everyone, go to the compass and obscure the rules for me for a while, let me temporarily enter level 7. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and quickly approached the compass.
Brother Hua. It can only last for 3 minutes at most.
Huashi's eyes erupted with 2 golden beams of light. His combat power instantly reached level 7.
That's enough. Trash. Let's see what other trump cards you have.
The moment Huashi reached level 7, before he could finish his words, he gripped the cross sword with both hands and fiercely slashed at Fong Xian.
At the instant Huashi's power surged, Fong Xian raised one hand and pressed it against his heart.
He silently chanted in his heart, Sasaya.
Huashi's massive sword light engulfed Fong Xian.
But a few seconds later, amidst the blinding light, a figure gradually emerged. The gaze was filled with a disdainful indifference towards all things, as if viewing them as mere fodder. An overwhelming and chilling aura radiated from the figure, striking at the very souls of those present. It was as if the King of Judgment wielded the sword of Damocles. Yet, the murderous intent that surrounded him froze the blood and extinguished all hope.
Fong Xin slowly raised his arm.
7 rings of slaughter swirled around his arm. So it turns out to be you filthy ants who claim to be descendants of the light.
Huo Shi's expression changed dramatically.
The members of the church behind him also showed shock at the sight of Fong Xin in this moment.
Anyone with a normal mind could see that the Fong Xin before them was a completely different person from the one they had known. The eyes of the current Fong Xin were filled with the mockery of a predator towards its prey.
As members of the church, they had always looked down on others. Years of privilege had given them a false sense of confidence.
But at this moment, that little confidence was brutally shattered by Fong Xin.
Panic flashed in Huo Shi's golden eyes, but alongside the panic was an inexplicable rage. He could not allow the lowly ants he had always looked down upon to trample him underfoot.
Die for me! Huo Shi roared. The crossed sword in his hand swung down madly towards Fong Xin.
Behind him, a winged deity appeared, also striking towards Fong Xin.
A brilliant and blinding light engulfed Fong Xin.
Until the moment he was swallowed by the blinding light, Fong Xin still maintained the motion of raising his hand. Suddenly, a hint of blood color emerged from the incandescent glow, as if a drop of blood had fallen into water, quickly spreading out. The rings of slaughter burst forth from the light, piercing through the void, ignoring the distance and space, and creating a sharp, piercing sound as they sliced through the air. Huo Shi's hair was blown wildly by the fierce wind. In his peripheral vision, he saw several church members holding compasses sway slightly. Then, those church members fell to the ground, one by one, as if they had been cut in half by a concentric circle. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the faces of those church members still bearing the expressions of death. Only Huo Shi remained among the dozen or so members of the church. Huo Shi's face turned pale. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His skin trembled uncontrollably. His body was stiff, still holding the posture of a downward strike. Seeing Fong Xin unscathed while all his teammates were killed in an instant, terror blossomed in Huo Shi's heart, and he began to contemplate retreat. He resolved to take out a jade talisman from his spatial ring to escape the ruins of the gods and demons.
However, it seemed Fong Xin had already anticipated Huo Shi's thoughts.
His arms slowly raised again. The 7 rings of slaughter shrank, melted, and then coalesced, forming a uniquely shaped blood-red long knife.
Fong Xin flicked his finger.
The blood shadow pierced through the void, directly severing Huo Shi's arm that wore the spatial ring. Huo Shi had no time to scream. The shadow before him flickered, and Fong Xin was already in front of him. He raised his hand and grasped Huo Shi's neck. With force, Huo Shi gasped, kneeling on the ground, clutching Fong Xion's arm with one hand. A hoarse voice squeezed out from his throat. How is this possible?
You are not Fong Xin. Who are you really? Fong Xian smiled faintly, his eyes filled with contempt for all things. You are not qualified to know who I am.
Even facing death, Huo Shi's eyes remained frenzied. Even if you kill me, the great Pope will guide my soul back.
You will ultimately not escape the Pope's grasp.
Fong Xian raised his hand and pressed it against Huo Shi's forehead, grinning at him. Even in death, I won't let you go.
The blood ring erupted from Fong Xian's palm.
Huo Shi's head was reduced to a pulp.
His body fell back limply. Fong Xian turned to look at the 3 tiger guards.
The 3 tiger guards, upon seeing Fong Xian's state, were compelled to kneel on one knee due to his overwhelming aura.
My lord!
The 4 ferocious beasts also cowered on the ground, trembling.
Fong Xian raised his hand and drew a circle in the void.
From a normal perspective, the mist in the demon god ruin swirled, but looking through this blood ring, one could still see several souls standing amidst the fog. Among them was the soul of Huo Shi. Recently deceased, Huo Shi lacked combat power but retained the resentment from his life. At this moment, seeing his headless corpse, he angrily pointed at Fong Xian, and with the opening of the blood ring, his furious, sharp roar could still be heard. You beast! Just wait! You are definitely not an ordinary person, you must be related to the traitors. The great Pope will see through everything. Once the Pope brings us back, it will be your death. At that time, we will surely dig 3 feet into the ground to crush your bones to ashes. You people from the Fong family will not have a good death.
None of you will have a good death. The souls of several other church members also roared with resentment.
But unexpectedly, the blood ring suddenly appeared.
Fong Xian directly extended his arm and pulled Huo Shi out through the blood ring.
Huo Shi's soul was filled with unprecedented terror. How is this possible? How can this be? We are all dead. You still won't let me go.
Fong Xian glanced at the 3 tiger guards. Swallow them.
The 3 souls dove into the blood ring, devouring all the church members' souls that Fong Xian had just annihilated to enhance their own soul power. The semi-transparent Huashir's body trembled as Fong Xian gripped his neck, his expression filled with unprecedented fear, as if he were facing the judge who ruled over his life and death.
Fong Xian's body trembled slightly. The imposing aura that looked down upon the world gradually receded. He transformed back into the innocent 18-year-old boy.
Huashir observed Fong Xian's change, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before entering the demon god ruins, they had specifically brought a compass that could obscure the rules for a short time to exert some strength and successfully complete their mission. They thought that once inside, Fong Xian's strength would at most be at level 5. If that white-haired one from the 9th place sent help to Fong Xian, it wouldn't matter, they had brought over 10 people. But they never expected to miscalculate so badly. Fong Xian not only had combat power reaching level 7 but could also ignore the rules here. Was there even any law or justice? They thought that after dying, they would finally be at peace, but guess what, even in death, they were pulled out for a solo practice. Where could they seek justice for that? Huashir had no tears left to cry. At this moment, Huashir no longer had any trace of his previous arrogance. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground, looking up at Fong Xian, his mind racing, thinking of how to survive. Huashir looked at Fong Xian, who was gradually regaining his composure, and forced a smile. Fong Xian, do you still have the talent to summon gods and generals? My combat power is not weak. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your lackey. Fong Xian looked at the submissive Huashir. I still prefer the arrogant you from before, please return to that. Huashir forced a smile. Fong Xian, I have level 8 combat power, and my talent is not bad. I have an A-level light system talent. If you take me in, you won't lose anything. Hearing Huashir's self-recommendation, Fong Xian couldn't help but laugh, glancing at the 3 tiger guards who had finished devouring. He says he has high combat power and strong talent. Come on, you 3 tell him how your talents are and what your combat power is. The tiger guards grinned. You little brat, daring to bark with an A-level talent. Grandpa here has double SS-level talents and peak combat power of level 12. The manticore always had a poker face as he took over the conversation. SS-level talent, the strongest peak combat power at level 10. Ali, with his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at Huashir like a fool. I'm about the same as Brother Manticore, double SS-level talent, the strongest peak combat power at level 10. Huashir, upon hearing this, felt as if he had lost his mother. He had self-recommended and submitted his resume, only to find himself surrounded by top students from prestigious universities. Are you trying to kill me? Huashir knelt on the ground, his voice trembling, feeling as if he was about to drop his little pearl from fright. Fong Xian looked coldly at Huashir. I ask, you answer. Don't say irrelevant things. Why do you always say that the Fong family must die? Huashir knelt on the ground. After hearing Fong Xian's question, he knew that if he didn't listen to Fong Xian now, he would surely be scared out of his wits. Because our Hua family was once considered a first-class family, but later, in the power struggle, we were almost exterminated, and the root of that power struggle was caused by someone with the surname Fong. So I want to eradicate anyone with the surname Fong. What did that person with the surname Fong do? He is the leader of the 4 divine generals of the divine court. But I know now that I was wrong. I will only target his descendants in the future and will be absolutely loyal to you. Please, don't scare me to death. Fong Xian raised an eyebrow. What if that doesn't work? Why? Why must you scare me to death? Huashir was already somewhat mentally unstable. Because I am the grandson of that person with the surname Fong you mentioned. Huashir's already pale face turned even paler, his lips trembling, wanting to cry but having no tears. The war you just mentioned was a struggle between the reformists and the royalists within the church, right? Yes. So, your Hua family was initially the royalists? Fong Xian asked again. Yes. Fong Xian pulled back to the topic he most wanted to ask. How much do you know about the Muddy Li Hall? Huashir's expression changed again. How do you know about the Muddy Li Hall? Fong Xian's fingertip emitted a small ball of black energy, which directly landed on Huashir's soul, instantly igniting with black flames. Huashir howled in pain. Fong Xian remained expressionless. I'm asking you a question. When did you start asking me? Huashir hurriedly replied. The Muddy Li Hall was a human trafficking organization from the last century. Where is the Muddy Li Hall currently active? Huashir's body trembled, his soul feeling weakened under the burning black flames. I don't know where the Muddy Li Hall is specifically active. I'm just a gopher. But what I do know is that the Muddy Li Hall is inextricably linked to the Eternal Night Army. Fong Xian stared at Huashir. Wasn't it said that the sister of the Muddy Li Hall's master had a relationship with your then-pope? Huashir shook his head in pain. That woman is notoriously promiscuous. There have been many rumors about her having relationships with many people, and indeed, there are rumors that she had a relationship with the previous generation's pope. But I'm just a gopher in the church, I don't dare to ask about such things. The car accident that killed my parents was done by the Muddy Lee Hall, right? Huashur looked up, his expression terrified, then trembled, and nodded, yes. Many years ago, the Muddy Lee Hall also killed other people, right? Fong Xin asked again. Huashur nodded again, yes. Did the church find any clues? Huashur trembled, I have no right to know what you are asking about. If you want to know the specific details, you might want to ask someone. Miss Chu. Miss Chu's father is one of the key persons responsible for your parents' case. He must know many details. Upon hearing this answer, Fong Xin paused. When you went to my aunt's house before, were you trying to find something my parents had researched? Yes. Huashur cautiously looked at Fong Xin. I had no choice but to kill your aunt? No choice? The black flames burned even more fiercely, and Huashur's screams rose to a new level. I was just following orders. The one who truly commanded the capture of your aunt's family is Mr. Chu. He is the father of Chu Xinyao. Fong Xin was stunned. Does he know that is my aunt's family? He knows. What position does he hold in the church? Huashur trembled uncontrollably. He is the principal of the Radiance Academy under the church's jurisdiction, and also a candidate for the next pope. He is the chairman of the Radiance Council. Additionally, he serves as the governor of the Radiance Legion's elite troops. He holds 1/6 of the church's military power.
This series of titles left Fong Xin bewildered. Previously, when Fong Xin asked Chu Xinyao what her father specifically did, she did not clarify, but Fong Xin had thought that her father held a significant position in the church. He never expected it to be so high and powerful. In the church, this basically meant he was second only to the Pope. No wonder Chu Xinyao had never looked down on the pretentious little Prince Qin Juanhao. No matter how rich Qin Juanhao's father was, he couldn't compare to the wealth and power of Chu Xinyao's parents. Chu Xinyao's father's level of power could be considered among the upper echelons of the entire Long Kingdom. Huashur looked at Fong Xin's expression and flattered. Miss Chu likes you very much, and Director Chu only has this one daughter, whom he treasures greatly. Moreover, it is a foregone conclusion that Chu Xinyao will become the new generation of the church's goddess of light.
If you can be with Miss Chu, your future will be bright. Of course, it would be best to gain Director Chu's approval. With his protection, the church won't target you. But you have no proper background, and Director Chu is a very realistic person. Unless you and Miss Chu have already made things official. Fong Xin slapped Huashur across the face. Why are you dragging this out? Do I look like someone who relies on others? Huashur covered his face and nodded repeatedly. No. No. Why didn't Xiao Chu come to the demon ruins? Miss Chu has a noble status. She has special protection and doesn't come with us. Fong Xin stared at Huashur. Who gave the order to kill me this time? It was Jiang Shogua, the grandfather of Yang Haoxi, whom you killed before.
Yang Haoxi's mother, Jiang Suqing, was a mistress to Yang Haoxi's father, Yang Yanbin.
Even after she rose to power, Jiang Shogua felt it disgraced the family and no longer recognized Jiang Suqing as his daughter. However, Jiang Suqing still had contact with her brother, and Jiang Shogua recognized his grandson Yang Haoxi. You killed Yang Haoxi, and Jiang Shogua was very angry. He is an old member of Director Chu's faction and holds considerable power, with decision-making authority in many matters, so it was he who arranged for someone to kill you. Damn it, it's all about family connections, isn't it? Huashur forced a smile. Isn't the world always like this? You church members are also keeping a close watch on me. You think Director Chu doesn't know about Jiang Shogua's decision to send you to kill me? Huashur instinctively licked his lips. I don't know about that. He might know, or he might not. Hearing this ambiguous answer, Fong Xin just smiled. Yang Haoxi had been dead for so long, the desire to kill Fong Xin must have been brewing for quite a while. If Director Chu didn't even know this, then his control over his subordinates needed improvement. If he did know and turned a blind eye. Fong Xin grinned. Looking at the time, Huashur would not be killed for now. Keeping him alive could allow Jiang Xiaoxia to vent her anger, and it would also provide an opportunity to inquire about the internal situation of the church. When he was no longer of any use, then it would be time to send him to his death. For now, it was best to meet with the people arranged by Ko Tianlin, take a stroll around that forbidden area, and see if he could bring out the fallen elder's body from the Eternal Night Army. After looting all the corpses on the ground, he picked up the compass that could temporarily obscure the rules. This item had no significant effect on him, but it was effective for others. Many powerful individuals had also infiltrated the divine and demonic ruins. Having killed so many people in one breath, Fong Xin's strength had improved, and his talent for slaughter had significantly increased, solidifying the sixth ring of slaughter. The main reason was that the members of these churches were all at a higher level than Fong Xin. They were just suppressed by the rules here, which allowed Fong Xin to feast on their power. Moreover, his light system talent had also advanced, and the 7 divine sources suspended above the divine spring were noticeably larger than before. He collected the spirit beasts and soul generals.
Fong Xian glanced at the map and accelerated towards the forbidden area.
After more than 20 minutes, Fong Xian held the jade token that Ko Tianlin had given him earlier, noticing that a few small dots on the token had shrunk in distance. Faint sounds came from behind the mist, and upon listening closely, it was a rough male voice. "Pig sister, that kid Ko-urge is looking for shouldn't be coming, right?" A furious female voice followed. "Are you urging your mother? Even a roast chicken can't stuff that foul mouth of yours." The male voice chuckled awkwardly. "Pig sister, before coming in, I heard someone say that the church organized a small team of over 10 people specifically targeting that kid. All of them are above level 5. Even if they are suppressed by the rules, they still have level 5 strength. I'm just worried that this kid might get slaughtered by those church folks. Just wait patiently," Pig's sister said irritably. The rough male voice didn't dare to retort and lowered his head to eat. Another voice came out. "Zhu, if it really doesn't work, let's find a way to help. After all, he's Urge's person. Let's wait another half an hour. If he doesn't come over in half an hour, we'll go see if we can help him." "Ha! He's coming this way." Pig's sister's voice paused. Immediately, through the swirling mist, a figure emerged. Fong Xian looked at the few people in front of him. It was a small team of 4. A hedgehog-headed boy was sitting on a tree stump, eating roast chicken. Next to him squatted a girl with pink twin tails, watching a show. Besides them, there was a tall and beautiful girl named A. Beside her stood a melancholic young man with a ponytail, holding a knife. Fong Xian's sudden appearance startled the group. The hedgehog-headed boy almost shoved the chicken bone up his nose. He turned to glare at the twin-tailed girl, who also looked confused, indicating she hadn't sensed anything. The girl named A was sizing up Fong Xian while glancing at the jade token in her hand. The material and craftsmanship of her token were identical to Fong Xian's, clearly made by the same person. "Are you Fong Xian?" the girl named A asked. Fong Xian scanned the 4 people in front of him. "Are you the one sent by Ko-urge?" "Yes." The girl named A, seemingly the leader of the small team, introduced herself first. "My name is Zhu Qilua, this one with the knife is Tong Ju, the one eating roast chicken is Luo Bin, and the twin-tailed lowly next to him is In Chi." Fong Xian nodded at the group. He had already planned to resolve the matters with the Eternal Night Army first before reuniting with Li Bei'er. "Then let's get straight to the point. Let's go to that forbidden area and retrieve the old senior's physical body from the Eternal Night Army?" Seeing Fong Xian's decisiveness, Zhu Qilua smiled cheerfully. "Alright, the entrance to the forbidden area is ahead." Zhu Qilua had scouted the area before Fong Xian arrived and led him there with ease. After passing through layers of mist, they reached a place where they could vaguely see a valley that seemed endless. Whether it was an illusion or not, Fong Xian faintly saw a flicker of golden light deep within the canyon. Before Fong Xian entered here, the power calling for him seemed to be right in the middle of it. "It's right in here." Zhu Qilua was the first to walk inside. The moment they stepped into the valley from the outside, it was as if a layer of rippling water patterns appeared in the air. As they entered the valley, the gravity suddenly changed. Fong Xian often soaked in the gravity chamber, so he could naturally feel that the gravity at the entrance was already double. Between the valleys was a man-made bluestone path. After walking more than 500 meters, they came across a strange stone over 3 meters high. 3 large characters were carved on the strange stone, Thundersound Valley. Approaching the strange stone, they could clearly feel the gravity change again, now becoming 3 times the normal gravity. This gravity posed no problem for Fong Xian. However, the others were not endowed with strength-type talents and could not compare to the strength-type brutes, but fortunately, they could still endure the triple gravity with gritted teeth. Zhu Qilua led the way as they continued deeper inside. "Someone!" Luo Bin suddenly pointed and exclaimed in the mist. The others looked over. "Where the hell is there someone?" Zhu Qilua angrily slapped the back of Luo Bin's head, who was munching on a roast chicken. Luo Bin shrank his neck, not daring to retort. Zhu Qilua turned to look at the twin-tailed Anchi. Fong Xian clearly sensed that Anchi had perception-type talent, and Anchi shook her head. "I don't sense anyone." Luo Bin scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me." They walked over a kilometer. The gravity had already reached over 4 times. The group showed signs of difficulty but still gritted their teeth and pressed on. Fong Xian suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Anchi then exclaimed, "It seems like there really is someone." Zhu Qilua's space ring flashed, and she held a spiked whip tightly, staring intently into the mist. A gentle breeze blew. The mist swirled. Fong Xian focused on the innermost part of the valley, where a faint golden light flickered. The call from the void grew stronger. The wind carried a series of chanting sounds.
Yet amidst the chanting, there were also desperate cries for help.
These sounds came with the gentle breeze.
Luobin licked his greasy lips. Wow.
Pig sister, did you hear that?
Someone is chanting, and there are cries for help.
Shu Chilua perked up her ears, clearly hearing the chanting and the cries for help, but the mist was thick, and nothing was visible. Turning back to Anchi, who had her eyes closed, she frowned and shook her head after a few seconds. I can't sense anything. The gravity here is about to reach 5 times. My heart is already starting to feel uncomfortable.
Pig sister, if we go any further, we might not be able to hold on. Shu Chilua glanced at Fong Xian and then asked Anchi, can you sense the exact location of that senior's physical body?
I can't sense it. At least not within a kilometer.
Shu Chilua rotated her wrist and handed a space ring to Fong Xian.
This is the reward that Brother Ko promised you.
Fong Xian accepted it without hesitation, casually glancing inside to find a long spear entwined with dragon patterns, exuding a fierce aura.
We are not strength-type talents, and it's already quite difficult for us to get this far. From now on, it depends on you. Zhu Chilua continued. The wind blew through the valley again, carrying the sounds of chanting, cries for help, along with strange, eerie laughter and mad, sorrowful weeping.
Hearing it sent chills down their spines.
Brother Ko said there's no need to show off. If you can bring it out, then bring it out.
If you can't, it's fine, you can retrieve it during the final test.
In case of any danger, just run.
As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. As long as you're alive, there are endless possibilities.
Moreover, the difficulty of bringing the physical body out is very high, so act according to your abilities.
I mean the same, this place is quite strange, quite eerie.
You go in and take a look. We don't ask for much, just find out exactly where the person is.
Let's lay the groundwork for the next time we come in. Fong Xian said, okay, and stepped inside. In just a few breaths, Fong Xian disappeared into the vast mist.
Luobin rubbed his arms. The wind howled, swirling and lifting the mist into the sky. Cries, laughter, whispers, roars, and giggles, various sounds mixed together, coming and going with the wind. The chanting was sometimes soothing, sometimes chaotic, leaving one feeling unsettled.
Luobin's arms were covered in goosebumps.
Sister Pig, why does this place feel so eerie?
Letting that kid go in alone feels a bit off.
Then you go in with him.
Shu Chilua kicked Luobin.
Luobin, used to it, patted the footprints on his butt and chuckled, Sister Pig, the gravity here is really exhausting. Let's step back a bit. I feel like I'm going to throw up that half-roast chicken I just ate. Shu Chilua looked into the mist, frowning slightly.
You all go out. I'll wait for him here. Luobin clicked his tongue, seeing Luobin in a dilemma.
Shu Chilua continued, you and Anchi go wait at the valley entrance. Old Master Tong might come by later. You two go greet him and let us know if anyone else comes in.
Alright. Fong Xian quickly walked deeper inside.
As he went further, cries, chanting, laughter, calls for help, whispers, various sounds carried by the wind from the valley filled Fong Xian's ears. These sounds were chaotic and could easily lead one to lose their mind.
Fortunately, Fong Xian practiced his mental strength every night, so his mental fortitude was strong enough. Moreover, with the 7 divine springs, these sounds that could affect one's mind did not cause Fong Xian to lose his sanity.
The deeper he went, the greater the gravitational force became. After walking another kilometer, the gravitational force had reached 5 times and was still increasing.
Ancient buildings gradually appeared on both sides of the road.
Pavilions were scattered throughout the valley, and occasionally, one could see a dilapidated Buddhist temple built against the mountain, exuding a sense of decay, age, and the weight of history, covered in the dust of forgotten times.
Fong Xian suddenly stopped.
In the mist ahead, 2 dark shadows could be vaguely seen moving and jumping around. Chattering sounds, as if playing, came from the direction of those 2 figures.
Fong Xian immediately released the 3 great souls and several spirit beasts.
He then let out the whoosher, urging it to go check what those 2 figures were. The whoosher, though reluctant, still steeled itself and chased after them. After a few minutes, those 2 figures always maintained a certain distance from the whoosher. Yet the chattering sounds could always be clearly heard.
However, Fong Xian could not make out what exactly they were saying.
This place was filled with an eerie aura.
Fong Xian looked at the golden light deep inside.
The call from the depths was becoming clearer.
Gravity was not a problem for Fong Xian.
Now, the only thing he couldn't gauge was whether there were other dangers inside. Even if he summoned the King of Slaughter, that was only a level 7 combat power. Level 7 was strong against outsiders in the ruins of gods and demons, but who knew if there were any strange natives in this place? Moreover, this was a forbidden area where the big shots of the Eternal Night Army had once perished. Anyway, it was best to be cautious.
Fong Xian let the whoosher lead the way. The 3 soul generals and 4 spirit beasts followed closely around Fong Xian, always on alert. Fong Xian was always listening intently to the sounds of the wind and grass nearby. The perception talent in this place was severely suppressed, so Fong Xian could not fully expand his perception domain.
Fortunately, his power talent was exceptionally strong, and his auditory and visual abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. The 2 black shadows in the mist ahead flickered and danced, always maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Fong Xian maintained a steady pace as he walked deeper inside. He had been walking for nearly half an hour, and he had already reached 8 times the gravity. An ordinary person would have been unable to bear it by now. The bluestone path beneath his feet gradually turned into ascending steps. The chattering sounds of the 2 black shadows suddenly changed in pitch. Fong Xian vaguely heard the 2 shadows making some sort of miska-miska sound. The 2 shadows were circling around a certain spot. Huashur suddenly shouted, "There are people ahead." After saying that, he stubbornly refused to move forward. However, Hui Zhang showed no sign of fear at all. He spat out an imaginary thick phlegm at Huashur and said, "Damn it, you've already died once. What are you afraid of now?" Saying this, he brandished his double hammers and charged ahead. The 2 black shadows turned around and moved away into the distance. "My lord! There's a corpse!" Hui Zhang shouted boldly. Fong Xian quickly walked over in that direction. As he got closer, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in place. The person was dressed in a black robe, and even after such a long time, the patterns of light still flowed on the robe. The corpse had already dried up into a shape of skin and bones, with sunken eye sockets and missing eyeballs, the empty eye sockets facing deep into the valley. The mouth was open, and one hand was raised, pointing towards the innermost part of the valley. It seemed as if it was still trying to convey something before dying. Following the direction the corpse was pointing, it led to the source of the golden light deep within the valley. At this moment, as Fong Xian drew closer to the golden light, the golden radiance pierced through the mist, and Fong Xian vaguely saw that the source of the golden light was actually the golden dome of a Buddhist temple. It seemed that this corpse had likely come in search of something within the temple. The corpse's finger still wore a jade ring, identical in material to the jade token that Ko Tianlin had given to Fong Xian. It appeared that this was indeed the corpse that the Eternal Night Army's Ko Tianlin had mentioned. Fong Xian kept a certain distance from the corpse. He wore a helmet, donned a reflective armor, sported red shorts, and held the panlong spear that Ko Tianlin had instructed Zhuo Luoqi to give him. This place exuded an eerie aura. Who knew if this corpse would have any strange properties? Fong Xian poked the corpse with the panlong spear. The corpse swayed left and right, as if it had solidified into a sculpture, rigid and unyielding. Not sensing anything amiss, Fong Xian finally stored the corpse into his spatial ring. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the golden light that the corpse had pointed to. The gravity was still within Fong Xian's tolerable range. He looked around, holding the panlong spear, flanked by his soul generals and spirit beasts, and walked towards the source of the golden light. The saying goes, looking at the mountain makes the horse run faster. The golden light appeared to be very close, but it took a full 20 minutes of walking before he gradually saw the true appearance of the golden light. Beyond the mist, the great hall was enveloped in dazzling brilliance under the golden light. The grand and ancient Buddhist hall stood between the valleys. A huge plaque above it was inscribed with the words thunder sound in a dragon and phoenix style. The mist in this place seemed to have formed a vacuum zone. The ancient Buddhist hall's doors were wide open, and one could vaguely see the golden body of the Buddha sitting inside. On either side of the Buddha were bodhisattvas and arhats of various forms. The intense feeling of summons had reached a peak. In Fong Xian's mind, there seemed to be a voice continuously urging him to enter. Fong Xian kept his mind clear. He took a breath and slowly walked into the great hall. Just as Fong Xian stepped into the hall, a hum resonated. A sound that sent shivers through every pore suddenly echoed. Dust hung suspended in the ancient Buddhist hall. Under the illumination of golden light, irregular beams of light refracted in columns. The chanting of scriptures came from both sides of the hall. Hundreds of meditation cushions were orderly arranged on the ground. Under the light, it seemed as if hundreds of monks were sitting cross-legged in the hall, reciting scriptures. Fong Xian raised his eyes. Directly opposite him, the Buddha's brow and eyes were lowered. One hand formed the fearless mudra, the other the subduing demon's mudra. The Buddha statue stood over 10 meters tall. Majestic and grand, surrounded by golden light, its appearance was solemn and imposing. The bodhisattvas and arhats on either side of the Buddha, though not as tall, also bore compassionate expressions, with the Buddha's light enveloping them. The sacred sounds came from an unknown source. From the moment Fong Xian stepped into this place, the feeling of summons reached its peak. "Come here!" A voice suddenly rang out in his heart. This unexpected sound startled Fong Xian, causing him to shrink back.
A gust of cold wind swept through the ancient hall.
The prayer flags rustled loudly.
Buzzing.
The Buddha's light surrounding the statue suddenly surged. The chanting in the hall also rose in volume, directly suppressing the voice that had just echoed in Fong Xian's heart. The chanting grew louder and continued for several minutes before gradually quieting down.
A gentle breeze blew into the hall.
The prayer flags swayed slightly. Fong Xian's gaze shifted, and he noticed that on the offering table in front of him, 2 lamps on either side of a square double-eared incense burner were still emitting a soft glow, their flames flickering side to side, still lit after all this time. His gaze swept past the candlesticks and then looked at the walls around him, which were adorned with many murals.
After a brief examination, the murals depicted scenes of the Buddha, bodhisattvas, and arhats subduing demons and evil spirits.
It seemed there were more murals behind the Buddha statue.
Fong Xian prepared to change his angle for further observation, but as he turned, his gaze suddenly fixed on a particular spot.
It was 2 small black-skinned demons, very abstract in appearance, with thin bodies and open chests, their ribs dry and exposed. Their heads were not round but shaped like mountains, with large eyes, flat noses, and wide mouths. The proportions of these 2 demons in the mural were clearly different from those of the other small demons, but that was not important.
What mattered was that as Fong Xian changed his position in the hall, the eyes of the 2 small demons also shifted in accordance with his movements.
Fong Xian thought he was hallucinating from the dazzling golden light and focused on the figures in other murals, but those figures showed no change.
The gaze of the 2 black-skinned demons continued to follow Fong Xian's movements. Their eyeballs were moving. Fong Xian tightly gripped the panlong spear in his hand and suddenly pretended to throw it at the 2 black-skinned demons. In the next moment, Miska Maska, the 2 black-skinned demons in the mural turned and ran, making strange sounds as they did. Their figures grew smaller in the mural. As they ran, they knocked over several figures in the scene. Fong Xian's eyes widened in shock.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he had eaten too many mushrooms and was hallucinating.
Fong Xian moved closer to the mural.
The 2 black-skinned demons had already turned into 2 small black dots.
Fong Xian paused and let Huashur approach to touch the mural.
After Huashur's soul arrived in this place, it was nearly dispersed by the Buddha's light.
However, unable to resist Fong Xian and not daring to harbor any rebellious thoughts, he stepped forward to touch the mural. After touching it, he found it was indeed a solid and hard mural, with no other reaction. Huashur breathed a sigh of relief and quickly floated back to Fong Xian's side. Fong Xian felt puzzled and circled around the giant Buddha statue, looking at the mural behind the Buddha.
The mural behind the Buddha appeared somewhat blurry, lacking clarity, yet it still depicted the scene of the Buddha subduing demons, though it was unclear who exactly was being subdued. On the wall behind the Buddha, there was also a door, slightly ajar, suggesting that there was something extraordinary beyond it.
Fong Xian circled around the altar and walked towards the mural.
After hesitating for a moment, he placed his hand on the mural. There was nothing unusual, just the solid, hard surface of the wall. Fong Xian poked at the figures within the mural, finding no difference, then looked at the 2 little black demons, who had now turned into 2 small black dots, indistinguishable among the dense army of demons in the painting. He took a round in the Buddha hall. Fong Xian's gaze fixed on the half-open door behind the Buddha. It felt as if a call was coming from just beyond that door. Peering through the crack, he saw a courtyard filled with fallen leaves, and the side rooms were dilapidated, with some doors and windows dark and covered in cobwebs, all in a state of decay. Fong Xian waved his hand, sending Huashur inside. Huashur, looking around cautiously, mustered his courage and stepped inside. He checked each side room one by one. Fong Xian followed Huashur's gaze inside. There was nothing unusual. Suddenly, the 2 wolves at his feet barked at the wall. Fong Xian followed their gaze and saw Huashur's figure appear in the mural. He was wandering aimlessly, brushing past many figures in the mural without realizing it. Fong Xian stared at the mural, glanced at Huashur, then looked towards the direction of the 2 black demons. If the scenes in the backyard overlapped with those in the mural, then the place where the 2 little black demons were located would be in the southeast corner of the side room. Fong Xian immediately instructed Huashur to check that area. Huashur, steeling himself, walked over, peering into the spot Fong Xian indicated, then turned back to Fong Xian and said, "There's nothing here." Fong Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. He could see that Huashur's figure in the mural had shrunk, almost overlapping with the spot where the 2 little black demons had just shrunk. "Look again carefully," Fong Xian urged. After searching for a moment, Huashur replied, "Still nothing." As he spoke, Huashur floated towards another area, wanting to continue checking the backyard. But as he approached one spot, even though there was clearly air ahead, Huashur couldn't get through, as if blocked by an invisible wall.
Huoshi immediately screamed in fright, running back towards Fong Xian, shouting as he ran, "Oh my! A ghost!" Fong Xian, unable to tolerate it any longer, kicked Huoshi, saying, "Shut up! You're a ghost too."
Huoshi was momentarily stunned, gradually realizing that he indeed was a lost soul. Fong Xian's gaze fixed on the spot that had blocked Huoshi, then looked at the mural, where a figure was blocking Huoshi. In the same spot on the mural, there was a silhouette, seemingly a monk. The monk had a somewhat delicate appearance, with both hands on his head, facing away from the mural.
Fong Xian felt that this face looked increasingly familiar. Damn! It's that kid. This delicate-looking little monk looked exactly like the one he had encountered before, the one who had eaten pig's trotters. Because the scenes in the mural were so grand, many figures within it were only the size of fingers. The little monk was also the size of a finger. Fong Xian's vision far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to clearly see that this monk looked exactly like the one he had met before.
Aside from the resemblance, the monk's robe seemed similar to what he had worn during their previous encounter.
Fong Xian planted the panlong spear into the ground and stood on the tip of the spear, looking into the painting.
Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The little monk in the mural looked exactly like the little monk Fong Xian had encountered before. Even the small satchel he carried was identical. Inside the bag was a gold brick engraved with the character for virtue and half a uneaten pig's trotter, like a counterfeit mark.
What the heck? Fong Xian was completely stunned.
He had heard that some people resembled historical figures, but the little monk in the mural looked exactly like the monk he had met before. But this was too similar.
Fong Xian's gaze returned to the backyard.
This place was somewhat strange. He had Huoshi go inside again, standing by the air wall from earlier, and asked Huoshi to push it. Huoshi had no choice but to comply. But no matter how hard Huoshi pushed, it was futile. The observing Hu Weizhang also noticed something was off. "My lord, let me give it a try." After a moment of thought, Fong Xian replied, "Be careful." Hu Weizhang strode into the room, stood in front of the air wall, and gathered his strength to slam into it. It didn't budge, so Hu Weizhang took a pair of bronze hammers and struck the air wall.
Fong Xian, watching the mural, saw the little monk's face turn pale, and he seemed to be sweating. Just as Hu Weizhang was about to hit it again, Fong Xian hurriedly said, "Don't hit it."
Hu Weizhang, confused, returned to Fong Xian's side. This place was filled with Buddhist light, which greatly restrained souls like them. Staying close to Fong Xian was the best option.
Fong Xian's gaze shifted. This place was a bit eerie.
The voice he had heard when he first arrived. The two little black-skinned ghosts that had entered the mural.
Now there was this half-real, half-fake little monk in the mural connected to the backyard. Everything felt strange. Fong Xian looked at the door.
After a moment of contemplation, he condensed the light power from the 7 divine sources within him. If anything felt off, he would immediately flash away. As he stepped into the backyard, he wasn't sure if it was psychological, but Fong Xian could clearly feel the chilling breeze blowing through this long uninhabited place, making the hairs on his body stand on end.
Fong Xian walked towards the air wall that the Soul General had touched earlier.
When he got close, he raised his hand to feel it. It looked like there was nothing there, but he could definitely feel something present.
Fong Xian pressed his hand against the air wall and called out, "Chen Putai?"
The air wall remained silent.
Fong Xian shouted again, "Miao Nan?" Still no response.
But suddenly, Ali, who was observing the mural, said, "My lord, the little monk in the painting you just looked at seems to have moved his mouth."
Fong Xian immediately turned around and looked up at the little monk in the mural. "Miao Nan?" The little monk in the painting blinked. "How did you get in?" Fong Xian asked again. The little monk in the mural opened his mouth as if trying to say something, but Fong Xian couldn't hear anything clearly.
However, the look in his eyes and his expression seemed to be pleading for help. Fong Xian suddenly remembered that when he was about to walk this way earlier, there had been a gust of wind mixed with cries for help. Now, upon careful reflection, that voice sounded very similar to the little monk's voice. But being in the mural, even if they could see each other through it, it was as if they were in two different dimensions, one 3-dimensional and the other 2-dimensional.
Fong Xian stood on the panlong spear, trying to decipher what the little monk was saying by reading his lips.
But after watching for a long time, it seemed like the little monk in the mural was lagging, and his mouth movements were similar to characters in anime, making it impossible to discern anything.
Fong Xian took a step back. "I ask a question, you blink your eyes, the left eye is correct, the right eye is wrong, do you understand?"
The little monk in the mural blinked his left eye.
"Did you accidentally trigger a mechanism to get in?" Niao Nang blinked his left eye, indicating it was correct. "Is the mechanism on the left side of the Buddha hall?" Niao Nang blinked his right eye to indicate no. Is the mechanism on the right side of the Buddha hall? Niao Nang still blinked his right eye. Above? Niao Nang blinked his right eye. Below? In the backyard? Niao Nang blinked his right eye in succession. You didn't enter from this Buddha hall? Niao Nang blinked his left eye. With this answer, Fong Xian was completely confused. So, does that mean the entrance to the mural is somewhere else? After blinking his left eye, Niao Nang thought for a moment and then blinked his right eye. More than one entrance? Fong Xian guessed. Niao Nang blinked his left eye, indicating yes. You don't know where the entrance to this Buddha hall and the backyard is? Niao Nang blinked his left eye again. This left Fong Xian utterly perplexed. Can you be rescued from here? Niao Nang's eyes blinked like double flashes. You don't know? Fong Xian guessed the other's thoughts. Niao Nang blinked his left eye. Seeing Niao Nang's response, Fong Xian was completely bewildered. Then how did those two little black-skinned ghosts get in? Were they in the Buddha hall? Niao Nang blinked both eyes like before. You didn't see clearly? Fong Xian asked again. Niao Nang blinked his left eye, indicating yes. After expressing all this, Niao Nang looked at Fong Xian with a pitiful expression. Just as Fong Xian was pondering, "Come here," that voice echoed in his heart again. This time Fong Xian heard it very clearly, as if the other party was speaking just behind the door leading to the backyard. With the emergence of that voice, the Buddha hall was filled with the sound of chanting, golden light swirling. Turning back to look, he could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged on the cushions, the monks chanting in unison, trying to suppress that voice. After a moment, the waves of chanting receded like a tide. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Fong Xian's gaze fell back on the door leading to the backyard. The strong feeling of summons was still there. It seemed that the existence that had been calling was just on the other side of the door. But just now, Fong Xian had already gone through the door to the backyard. So now, to respond to the summons, he could only see the other party in one way. Fong Xian raised his hand. A blood ring flew out from his palm, gradually enlarging and standing in front of the door. Fong Xian raised his hand and reached into the blood ring. In the name of my slaughter, I command the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions to appear. Unexpectedly, the next second, a fierce wind arose. The sound of chanting roared like thunder. The enormous, majestic statue of the Buddha shone with golden light. The entire Buddha hall was filled with the rolling sound of chanting. The prayer flags danced wildly, and on the scattered cushions, blurred figures of monks slowly appeared, chanting. At this moment, the mural on the wall began to writhe. It was as if a 2D animation had been opened. Everyone in the mural began to move. Although there was no sound, it was still evident that the scenes of fighting and killing were extremely brutal. The little monk Niao Nang squatted on the ground, holding his head. In front of Fong Xian, above the door leading to the backyard, the mural depicted the Buddha in the light of the Buddha. And before the Buddha, the existence suppressed by the Buddha had its back turned to the picture, making it impossible to see what it looked like. Just as Fong Xian's blood ring opened, that figure moved. In the mural, the shadow and the darkness began to writhe and twist, as if trying to turn its face. And at the moment Fong Xian's hand reached into the blood ring, a hand also appeared in the mural, reaching out towards that black shadow. Fong Xian was stunned for a moment. Looking through the blood ring, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Just as Fong Xian was about to withdraw his hand, he could clearly feel his hand being grabbed by something. Take this monk out. I can agree to 3 conditions. The voice was the same tone as before. Fong Xian couldn't help but frown. He usually signed contracts directly with the souls through the blood ring, making them his subordinates. But the one before him didn't seem to have that idea. Instead, he was making a deal with Fong Xian. Fong Xian pulled his hand back slightly. You agree to 1 condition first, and then I'll consider whether to let you out. The other party replied without hesitation, okay? Serve me. The presence inside seemed to find this amusing. He burst into laughter. I don't even serve the Buddha, and you want me to serve you? What a huge joke. Let me see what you look like to say such nonsense. As he spoke, the entity holding Fong Xian's hand tried to pull him inside. Seeing this, Fong Xian's expression changed, and he quickly tried to retract his hand, but the other's strength was indeed great. Fong Xian stumbled as he was being pulled in, and in a hurry, he shrank the blood ring, getting his body stuck outside while his feet pushed against the ground, resisting the pull. The entity let out a strange laugh. Didn't see that coming. Little brat, you still have some strength. Take me out, and I will agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, I will rip your arm off. Fong Xian felt a sharp pain in his arm. He desperately tried to pull it back, but the other's strength was immense, trying to drag him in forcefully. Fong Xian's eyes immediately turned crimson as he activated his killing talent.
In that instant, the already golden-lit Buddhist hall shone even brighter, almost blinding. The sound of chanting filled the air.
This time, Fong Xian heard it clearly.
If there is good,
Shakyamuni will protect it. If there is no good, do not lightly use great strength to poison it. The Buddha light in the mural began to glow.
The shadow was suppressed by the Buddha light. Not only that, all the Buddha light surrounded Fong Xian, but the pressure it brought was fleeting.
It was as if a spring breeze had passed, leaving Fong Xian with no side effects. At that moment, the entity gripping Fong Xian's arm let out a painful roar.
The shadow in the mural began to tremble violently, seemingly struggling madly.
The grip on Fong Xian tightened a bit more.
The shadow let out a maniacal laugh.
Ha ha ha,
King of Slaughter. You are the King of Slaughter.
Ha 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 ha.
The King of Slaughter has descended again. Buddha, you have ultimately misjudged people's hearts.
I was right. I am Sssssss-Level,
willing to serve the King of Slaughter. The shadow in the mural slowly turned its head. It was a monk. To be honest, he looked quite handsome, but there was a hint of wickedness between his brows.
He grabbed Fong Xian's palm with his other hand. A blood-red rune emerged from Fong Xian's palm and sank into the monk's arm.
Immediately, the blood-red rune flickered along the skin, finally settling on the monk's forehead, adding a touch of malevolence.
Fong Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the other party, who had just been madly trying to pull him in and threatening him, would be willing to serve him the next moment.
However, from the other party's words, it was clear he was a rebel against the Buddha's ideals. After being implanted with the killing rune, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to have any rebellious thoughts against Fong Xian.
My lord, take this monk out, Sssssss-Level said, and Fong Xian clearly felt the force pulling him and disappear, waiting for Fong Xian to pull him out. Fong Xian pulled hard, only to find that the other party seemed to be nailed inside, unable to budge.
He immediately gathered all his strength and, relying on his overwhelming power, pulled again with all his might, but unexpectedly, after pulling for a long time, he only managed to move it a little bit. A blazing golden light came towards Fong Xian's arm. He felt as if he had been scalded and quickly shook his arm. Inside the blood ring, Sssssss-Level said, My lord, what is trapping this poor monk is the Buddhist treasure, the floating world picture.
It is the mural you see.
Fong Xian was taken aback. He had thought the mural was a bit strange earlier, and it turned out to be a treasure. Judging by its quality, it should be one of the top-tier treasures.
After Sssssss-Level said this, Fong Xian was somewhat intrigued by this magical treasure.
Unexpectedly, Sssssss-Level continued, however, just relying on a floating world picture cannot trap this poor monk. There must be another treasure here. You need to look for it. Only by finding that treasure can you rescue this poor monk.
If I am not mistaken, that treasure should be another top-tier Buddhist treasure, the time-reversing mirror.
As long as you find it and change its position, or claim it as your own, you can rescue this poor monk.
Can you think of where that thing you mentioned is? Fong Xian asked.
Sssssss-Level was silent for a moment before replying. There are 3 Buddhist temples here, Thunder Sound Valley, Maha Temple, and Lingzhou Mountain. If the time-reversing mirror is not in Thunder Sound Valley, then look in the other 2 places.
Fong Xian glanced at the little monk Mianeng above and then asked Sssssss-Level again, if you want to come out, can you bring him with you? He has 2 bodhisattvas protecting him.
If I were to save him, those 2 bodhisattvas would intervene.
Saving him would be harming him. This left Fong Xian momentarily speechless. This fake monk who gnawed on pig's trotters was still a potential asset.
Alright, you wait here. I'll go check the other 2 places you mentioned to see if there's any time-reversing mirror. Then this poor monk will wait for your good news.
Fong Xian withdrew his hand from the blood ring, and as the blood ring closed, the Sanskrit sound faded, and the actions in the mural were once again frozen. Fong Xian stood back on the coiling dragon spear. Which place did you come in from? Maha Temple? Or Lingzhou Mountain? Blink your left eye for Maha Temple, and your right eye for Lingzhou Mountain. Mianeng blinked his left eye. Then did you see any treasure mirrors in Maha Temple? Fong Xian looked at the little monk in the mural. Mianeng blinked his right eye. Did you not see it or do you not know?
If you didn't see it, blink your left eye. If you don't know, blink your right eye.
Mianeng blinked his left eye.
Did you check carefully? If you checked carefully, blink your left eye. If you didn't check carefully, blink your right eye.
Mianeng blinked his right eye. Fong Xian clicked his tongue, thinking he could use the process of elimination with Mianeng, but it seemed that wouldn't work.
According to the map he had obtained before entering, there really were the 2 places Sssssss-Level mentioned within the demon and god ruins. He summoned a soul general with full combat power, only to find himself trapped inside a Buddhist treasure, unable to take it out, which was quite frustrating. Fong Xian jumped down from the coiling dragon spear, preparing to search for the time-reversing mirror in those two places, and if possible, collect these treasures one by one. What Fong Xian was curious about was how those two little black-skinned ghosts had gotten in. If they could get in, they must also have a way to get out.
Nianing in the mural blinked his eyes rapidly, trying to show Fong Xian a friendly smile, hoping that Fong Xian would let him out. Fong Xian told him to wait, then check the inside and outside of the Thundersound Hall, finding no useful clues, before heading towards the outside of Thundersound Valley. Shu Qilua glanced at the time, her brows furrowing into a knot. This place originally had a strong gravitational pull, which was quite challenging for someone like her who lacked physical strength. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. It had been so long, and Fong Xian still hadn't come out. A sense of worry crept into her heart. Was something wrong with Fong Xian inside?
Tong Ju, who was keeping her company, sat on a stone by the road, lightly tapping the straight sheath of his knife against his back. Footsteps approached, and the two turned their heads to look. They saw Luo Bin and Enchi walking towards them with an elderly man.
Grandpa. Tong Ju was the first to stand up. Shuchi Luo followed suit, calling out, "Tong Grandpa." The old man responded with a furrowed brow. "How long has he been inside?" "A long time, almost an hour." "Has it really been that long?" the old man murmured. Luo Bin was gnawing on a spicy duck neck. "Tong Grandpa, is this normal?" Tong Qishan fell silent for a moment. According to our previous estimates of the corpse's location, it shouldn't take this long. That kid wouldn't be trying to show off, would he? Insisting on going in, and as a result, Luo Bin's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Shuchi Luo kicked him without hesitation. "Shut your crow's mouth." Luo Bin patted his footprint. "What I mean is, he might have accidentally wandered into the deepest part. I heard there's a temple inside." Shuchi Luo kicked Luo Bin again. "What is that thing on your neck?" "Our old predecessor never made it to the deepest part. How could he possibly go in?" Tong Qishan frowned and glanced at the sun. "The ruins of the gods and demons get dark early. If he doesn't come out before dark, we should leave." "Ha? We're not waiting for him?" Tong Qishan continued. "If he hasn't come out before dark, he's probably dead. The nights in the ruins of the gods and demons are very dangerous, especially in such forbidden places. Once night falls, terrifying entities roam freely, and any living thing inside is doomed. Even if that boy is still alive, he will undoubtedly die after dark." The group fell silent, and Zhu Qi Luo anxiously checked the time. Luo Bin continued to gnaw on the duck neck. The golden light over there flashed several times. "I saw it from the valley entrance. It's possible he really went to the deepest part." "Shut up!" the others scolded him. Zhu Qi Luo stood on tiptoe to look inside. "Right now, I'm not even hoping he brings the corpse back. If he can come out alive, I'll be grateful. Otherwise, when we go back, I won't even have the face to talk to second brother." Before we came, second brother emphasized several times that I should tell Fong Xian not to show off. If something happens, even if second brother doesn't say anything, I won't be able to forgive myself. "What do you mean by not being able to forgive yourself?" a voice suddenly came from the direction of the valley. The group turned their heads to look, and through the swirling mist, a figure emerged. Fong Xian looked at the group, his gaze landing on the newly arrived Tong Qishan. They were both surprised and delighted. Luo Bin, with the duck neck still in his mouth, exclaimed, "Damn, you scared us. We thought you had settled in there." Shuchi Luo sighed in relief. "It's good that you're out." "Why were you in there for so long?" Tong Ju asked. Fong Xian pointed to the innermost part. "I saw the golden light flashing inside and wanted to see what was going on." "Sorry to worry you." The others looked at him in astonishment. "You went to the deepest part?" "Not really, I'm a coward. I just took a distant glance to see if there was any danger," Fong Xian said seriously, making up a story. The others believed him. "Did you bring the corpse out?" Fong Xian revealed the corpse from his spatial ring. "You really brought it out." Luo Bin's eyes widened. And she chimed in, "Anyone who can catch second brother's attention is definitely not an ordinary person." Fong Xian smiled shyly. "It's not as impressive as you all say. I just took a couple of steps inside, bumped into it, and brought it back." The others smacked their lips. Shu Qilua's hand flashed with a treasure light as she handed Fong Xian an arm guard. "This is another 10th tier defensive treasure I promised you. I thought I would have to wait until your final test to give it to you, but I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly." Fong Xian took the arm guard. "Brother Ko, you're too polite. Helping each other is just a small effort for me. When will that 1 billion bonus be in place?" The others were taken aback, and then Tong Qishan laughed first. "As soon as we get out of the demon and god ruins, it will be transferred to your account." "I was just joking." "Really just joking," Tong Qishan said with a half smile. Fong Xian blushed. "My last sentence was the joke." Tong Qishan glanced at the sky. "This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's go outside and talk."
We can help you with the evaluation of the demon and god essence you need for your test. All the demon and god essence we obtain will be given to you. Consider it a reward for helping us. Fong Xin immediately said, "No need. You all do your thing, I still need to meet up with my teammates." Not only did he need to meet up with his teammates, but Fong Xin was also thinking about going to 2 other places to find that rewind mirror to release Citizen Su. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Anything that could trap Citizen Su must be something extraordinary, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Seeing Fong Xin refuse, the others did not insist, and after leaving Thunder Sound Valley, they clasped their fists and parted ways. Fong Xin glanced at the time. After fighting with the church people and spending time here, it had been about 4 hours. He needed to meet up with Zhang Xiaosha and the others to report his safety. The communication devices in this place were completely malfunctioning, which was quite frustrating. He casually touched the special ring for storing demon and god essence that had been distributed before entering, and his information appeared on the ring. Name, Fong Xin. Identity, 9th District student. Current Dragon and Tiger ranking, 119,296. Fong Xin raised his eyebrows. He had never ranked this low before. According to the previous agreement, Fong Xin headed towards Wang Tian Peak. Darkness gradually descended. Visibility was visibly decreasing. But in the darkness, Fong Xin felt like a fish in water. Because among his 7 divine sources, there was a significant amount of dark energy. He could completely merge with the night. Just before parting ways with Tong Qishan and the others, Tong Qishan had reminded Fong Xin. The demon and god ruins became extremely dangerous at night. Terrifying entities roamed about. Although the probability of those terrifying entities wandering within the forbidden area was high, there was also a significant chance they would roam outside the forbidden area. Once encountered, those terrifying entities could kill outsiders as easily as cutting vegetables. Therefore, after dark, the best method was to find a safe place to land, start a fire, and try not to be a lone wolf. Fong Xin looked at the surging mist. Visibility had dropped from 30 meters to about 10 meters. Occasionally, he could hear strange sounds coming from the mist. Fong Xin couldn't help but quicken his pace, trying to meet up with Li Bauer and the others before it got completely dark. However, Fong Xin still underestimated how quickly it got dark in this place. He could almost watch the sky darken by the minute. In the swirling mist, the strange sounds became more frequent. It sounded a bit like crunching chewing noises, mixed with faint murmurs of people chatting, along with the sound of footsteps on dry branches and leaves, and occasionally, sudden screams that abruptly stopped. Fong Xin glanced at the map. There were still dozens of kilometers to Wang Tianfeng. If he wanted to get there, it would take a while. Given the current speed of darkness falling, passing through the night was unavoidable if he wanted to reach Wang Tianfeng. He summoned the Black Wolf with the speed talent. The Black Wolf grew larger, and Fong Xin rode it, cutting through the darkness like a streak of black light towards Wang Tianfeng. After a dozen minutes, the Black Wolf suddenly slammed to a stop. If it weren't for Fong Xin's extraordinary perception, he would have been thrown off its back and face-planted. The Black Wolf crouched low to the ground, emitting a threatening growl from its throat, staring intently into the mist ahead. Fong Xin brandished the Panlong spear, and the bracers on his arms burst into light, forming a shield. The mist swirled. From within, a massive figure slowly emerged. The newcomer had a green face and sharp teeth, stood over 10 feet tall, and had a head full of fiery red hair that swayed like seaweed, as if it were burning flames. It had one eye on its forehead and another on its chin, its skin a purplish hue, holding a double-pronged steel fork, exuding a pungent, fishy odor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Dixing Yeka. Behind it followed a dozen shadowy figures, each wielding axes and forks. As the two sides faced each other, the air grew heavy. The strange eyes of the opponent, one above and one below, fixed on Fong Xin. While feeling wary, Fong Xin forced a smile he thought was friendly and cute. The Dixing Yeka licked its lips with a long tongue. Such firm flesh, it must be delicious to chew. As it spoke, it tilted its head. The dozen shadows behind it rushed towards Fong Xin with a low growl. Without hesitation, Fong Xin swept his spear horizontally. The dragon atop the Panlong spear seemed to come alive, shining with golden light, and the dragon scales burst forth with dazzling brilliance, directly knocking back the first few shadows that charged forward. Seeing this, the Dixing Yeka became furious. It brandished its double-pronged steel fork and leaped towards Fong Xin. The moment the opponent attacked, Fong Xin sensed that it was no ordinary foe, its combat power at least level 7. He immediately unleashed all his firepower, his pupils turning crimson. He flung out a blood ring, summoning 3 soul generals, while also preparing to summon the King of Slaughter. But unexpectedly, at the instant the blood ring appeared, a figure of Situ Shinshu remained within the ring, not yet emerging. The Dixing Yeka, upon seeing Situ Shinshu, immediately clasped its hands together, the double-pronged steel fork crossing in its arms, and while still in mid-air, it bent its legs and knelt down, trembling violently, banging its head towards Situ Shinshu. I have seen Lord Shinshu. Fong Xin was dumbfounded. He never expected such a twist. The voice of Situ Shinshu echoed again from within the blood ring, my lord, you need not worry here, with this poor monk to protect you, no man-eating demons dare harm you in the slightest. Hearing Situ Shinshu refer to Fong Xin as my lord, the Dixing Yeka's expression changed drastically, its green face paling slightly. It turned to Fong Xin and bowed repeatedly. This lowly one has eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai. I hope your esteemed self will not hold it against me. The Dixing Yeka knocked its head so hard it bled, seemingly terrified of Situ Shinshu. Fong Xin raised an eyebrow, knowing that Situ Shinshu was certainly impressive, but he never expected him to be this formidable. Clear the way for my lord, Situ Shinshu said again. The Dixing Yeka quickly got up, nodding and bowing to Fong Xin, then turned to clear the path for him. Previously, at the Thunder Sound Hall, time had been too tight, and he hadn't had the chance to inquire about Situ Shinshu's background. Now, taking advantage of the travel time, Fong Xin asked, how strong were you before? At my peak, the 14th realm. 14th realm? Fong Xin's eyes widened significantly. Are you kidding me? That white-haired Jahang at the peak of level 11 was so arrogant, and this Situ Shinshu at the 14th realm, what kind of concept was that? The current world's combat power ceiling couldn't be much higher. Then what is your talent? Weaken. Fong Xin was taken aback for a moment. Weaken? Any existence that battles against me will have their combat power reduced by 1 level in my presence. Fong Xin couldn't help but turn to look at Situ Shinshu, who had his back to the outside within the blood ring. Fong Xin initially thought he had the protagonist's cheat script, but unexpectedly, this guy was also a cheat. What did you mean when you said you won a bet against the Buddha? Upon hearing this, Situ Shinshu snorted coldly. There was once a great being in the Buddhist realm who claimed to be the reincarnation of the Buddha, foolishly asserting that everyone in this world could become a Buddha. My views were completely opposite to his, and after battling him for several days, I couldn't defeat him and was suppressed within that floating world treasure. However, before the suppression, many bodhisattvas, arhats, and revered monks of the Buddhist realm were influenced by the Buddhist teachings I imparted, leading many to defect from the Buddhist sect, which caused great chaos in the Buddhist realm. The 3 Buddhist temples of Thundersound, Maha, and Lingjiao were engulfed in war. And what about that Buddha? I don't know about that. He might still be alive, licking his wounds somewhere, or perhaps he has reincarnated somewhere else. Fong Xin immediately thought of that little monk. What about the little monk trapped in the mural? He's a good seed for cultivating Buddhism, even fully deserving of the title of Buddha's son. If he doesn't die prematurely, his future is limitless, and perhaps when he reaches his peak, he could even compete with me. Fong Xin didn't expect Situ Shinshu to hold such a high opinion of that little monk who gnawed on pig's trotters. Fong Xin changed the subject. How did the ruins of gods and demons come about? How did the ruins of gods and demons come about? Situ Shinshu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this question. Human greed, once they gain power, they want money, once they have money, they want women, once they have women, they want power. Human desire is an endless pit that cannot be filled. When power and desire run side by side, growing ever more, the bottomless pit becomes increasingly unfathomable. At that time, this world will be replaced by evil, chaos will replace all so-called civilized order, and humans, the so-called primates of all things, will devour each other like ferocious beasts, weak prey to the strong. And the beginning of all chaos is the return of the King of Slaughter to the human realm. Slaughter is both the beginning of civilization and the final chapter of civilization. When a civilization disappears, the time it existed is called history, and the places where civilization existed become ruins. After listening to Situ Shinshu's words, Fong Xin caught the key point in what he said. You mean the reason the ruins of gods and demons can exist is that there was once a King of Slaughter who descended? Situ Shinshu smiled. Exactly. Then where did that generation's King of Slaughter go? Situ Shinshu replied again, your question is flawed. The King of Slaughter is not a person but a rule. A rule that ends civilization and then recreates it. This made Fong Xin silent for a long time. Situ Shinshu's words were not mere talk. Situ Shinshu seemed to get a bit carried away. In this era, I have already caught the scent of doom. Greed has darkly shrouded the vast earth, blinding everyone's kindness. You will ultimately be the creator of chaos and also its terminator. Fong Xin glanced at Situ Shinshu's back within the blood ring. Are you following me to awake chaos? Not at all. I simply enjoy observing the capricious and ever-changing human heart. The blood ring being open like this isn't a good thing, and Fong Xian could see that as time passed, golden light began to climb up the figure of Situ Shinshu was indeed a tough character, and even as smoke started to rise from his body, he remained silent.
Fong Xian was afraid that before he could rescue Situ Shinshu to serve him, Situ Shinshu might die first. He decided to close the blood ring for now. After it cooled down a bit, he would release him and ask some questions. With a ground-walking night demon leading a few small minions ahead, it saved him quite a bit of trouble. In the mist, he could still encounter other wandering beings. It seemed they were of the same kind as the ground-walking night demon. Fong Xian curiously asked, "Where do you usually stay?" The ground-walking night demon immediately replied respectfully, "In response to your honor, we usually stay in the forbidden area. After darkness descends, we come out to enjoy some good food, especially every 6 months when blood food is sent from outside. It's a great time to feast. Everyone looks forward to this meal. Are there many of you?" The ground-walking night demon explained again, "There are hundreds of thousands, many of whom are followers of Lord Shinshu from back in the day. Besides that, there are some fierce beasts that have gained intelligence, and outsiders who died here and transformed into various walking corpses. They particularly enjoy eating brains. But with me clearing the way for you, they won't come to trouble you." Fong Xian paused. "Where is the strongest divine beast in this place? Are there any legends about Qilins or the like?" After all, coming here was also an important part of searching for a Qilin. Whether it was the previous notebook or the message from his grandfather, they both led Fong Xian to this ruin. The ground-walking night demon was taken aback. "I've never heard of it, but if you want to inquire, I can ask around for you." "Deal." At this point, Fong Xian continued, "Do you know where there is a lot of divine demon marrow?" "I know." Fong Xian's eyes lit up, and seeing his expression, the ground-walking night demon was quite clever. "Do you want me to take you to find it?" "Although those divine demon marrows are guarded, with Lord Shinshu here, you can take as much as you want. They wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Hearing this, Fong Xian felt overjoyed. While others needed to fight and kill, he could take it all effortlessly. Signing with Situ Shinshu, Fong Xian felt a bit like he was borrowing power from a tiger. The ground-walking night demon asked again, "Do you need me to take you there, my lord?" "First, go to Wang Tian Peak." He wanted to meet up with a few companions first. Li Bauer held a mountain-cutting knife in both hands. Her body swept through the air, leaving a rainbow trail. She directly chopped the enemies into pieces. With a flick of her dual blades, the blades gleamed like water, not stained with a drop of blood. Zhang Yaozu held his hands over his heart. His body radiated a warm light that enveloped the others, healing them. Shi Tailang, ignoring the bleeding wound on his back, excitedly went through the corpses on the ground, taking off the spatial rings from them and gathering all the divine demon marrow inside, distributing it to everyone present. No wonder they say killing and arson brings wealth, while repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses. This way of getting rich is indeed fast. Shi Tailang sighed as he looked at the thousands of divine demon marrows he had easily obtained. When distributing the divine demon marrow to Jiang Xiaocha, he noticed she still looked worried, and he comforted her. "Xiaocha, don't worry, Xiange will definitely be fine. Xiange won't act unless he is sure." Jiang Xiaocha responded, "I understand the reasoning, but it's not true that I'm not worried." "Sorry." Jiang Xiaocha said apologetically, "I still have to trouble you to take care of me." Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. "What you said makes no sense. You're Xinge's sister, which means you're our sister too. Besides, you contributed a lot during the battle." Jiang Xiaocha forced a smile but continued to gaze into the distance. The sky was gradually darkening. The fog seemed to be thicker than during the day. Visibility had dropped from 30 meters to less than 2 meters as night fell. Bai Yulin held a uniquely shaped torch in his hand. "Let's hold hands. We need to quickly find a place to settle down. It's very dangerous here at night. Terrifying entities might appear. Although they mostly operate in forbidden areas, there's still a chance they could show up elsewhere, and if we encounter them, we'll likely die." The group held hands and found a cave. They gathered a lot of dry wood to start a fire, while Li Beier and Xinyu stood guard at the entrance. Zhang Yaozu took out food to heat up. Shang Tiang's daughter, Shang Qingzhu, pulled a bowl from her spatial ring and began eating heartily with a spoon. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at the food Zhang Yaozu handed her, her gaze fixed outside. It was already dark, and Fong Xian still hadn't arrived, making her increasingly anxious. Seeing Shang Qingzhu's good appetite, Jiang Xiaocha handed over her food, which Shang Qingzhu poured into her bowl and devoured. "Xiaocha." Bai Yulin gently patted Jiang Xiaocha's shoulder. "It's okay, don't be so tense." Jiang Xiaocha forced a smile, staring outside the cave, "But it's dark." Shi Tailang was eating. "If you think about it, it's precisely because it's dark that Xiange hasn't arrived on time. This place is so dangerous at night, visibility is so low, and you can hear that eerie sound coming from the fog every now and then.
Also, before we came in, Sister Lu emphasized repeatedly that we shouldn't move around after dark. Don't worry, Xiangu is definitely waiting in a safe place until dawn. The fog surged. The divine and demonic ruins were completely engulfed in darkness. Even inside the cave, the fog seeped in, causing visibility to be very low. The fire looked like just a flickering red light. Come closer. Li Baer, holding dual knives, crunched on potato chips and called out to the others. The group huddled together. Strange sounds continuously emerged from the fog outside the cave. Occasionally, there were miserable cries and eerie chewing sounds that sent chills down their spines. Ah! A mournful cry came from not far away. Then they could clearly feel energy fluctuations, as if there was a fight, followed by various curses shouted in a moment of urgency. Shang Tiang's daughter, Shang Qingju, holding her bowl, looked up after hearing the scream. From the sound, it seems like those sent by that woman to kill me. Shen Yu! Bai Yulin called out. The burly Shen Yu immediately squatted down, pressing his hands against the ground. A yellowish light emanated from his body, and as his hands pressed against the earth, concentric yellow circles spread out in all directions. A few seconds later, Shen Yu's expression changed. Not good. Those people are coming this way, they want to lure the terrifying entities in the fog to us. Li Baer crushed the potato chips in her mouth and stood up with her mountain cutting knife. Grab your weapons. The others quickly took out their treasures, their expressions serious as they stared into the fog. Shen Yu squatted on the ground. They're coming. As he spoke, Shen Yu leaned forward, the ground wriggled, and a thick earthen wall rose directly from the ground, trying to block the entrance against the incoming people. Unexpectedly, a sharp, piercing sound came from the front, and the earthen wall shattered into pieces. A gigantic earthworm directly burrowed through the earthen wall, and behind the crack stood a dozen figures that looked rather disheveled. Many of them were beast tamers. After breaking through the earthen wall, they charged straight into the cave, attempting to seize it. Li Bao's dual blades erupted with a piercing white light, and she executed a cross slash that instantly killed the person at the front of the opposing group. Bai Yulin roared and immediately switched to the berserk state of the black feather forest. Shi Tailang lifted a wine gourd and gulped down a large mouthful, entering drunken fist mode. Zhang Xiaocha launched a mental attack from the back, while Zhang Yaozu emitted a soft glow from within, ready to heal a few teammates at any moment. Shang Qingju threw out a giant elephant and an unknown dark golden fierce bird, launching a fierce attack against the opponents. The cave entrance wasn't very large, but with the cooperation of several people, it could be considered a situation where 7 men could hold off 1,000. In the mist, it was vaguely visible that more than 10 opponents were approaching, led by a Cyclops. Upon seeing Li Bao and the others, the Cyclops immediately shouted, "Don't attack! We're not here to fight you. We're here to join forces with you. If the things in this mist kill us all, being so close, you'll be next. Do you understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold?" A dozen figures pressed closer to the cave entrance, and a strong stench wafted from behind the mist. It was vaguely visible that dozens of shadows were densely appearing, and it felt like the shadows were increasing, with who knows how many more behind the mist. Those shadows were grotesque. Some were the corpses of people who had died here, while others were local specialties. The leading figure was ugly, humanoid, covered in fine scales, with wide tusks, a green face, and red hair, tall and muscular, with no clothes on the upper body, exuding a primitive aura, holding a long spear. Rakshasa. Upon seeing the opponent, everyone in the cave had their pupils constrict. The reason was simple, the opponent's combat power had even reached level 8. Not only were they local natives, but their combat power was also very high. However, upon seeing Li Bao and the others, the Rakshasa did not rush to attack. It seemed to be wary of the fire pit on the ground. The leading Rakshasa turned its gaze and gave a look to the corpse behind it. The corpse staggered forward, pouted, and took a deep breath, visibly inflating its belly. Then, it pouted and blew fiercely at the fire pit in the cave, causing the sparks to fly, and it looked like the fire was about to be blown out. The Cyclops shouted, "Protect the fire pit!" Long before the Cyclops spoke, Li Bao had already stood in front of the fire pit, slicing the incoming wind with her blade, pushing it to the sides. Shen Yu once again built a heavy earthen wall, but as soon as the wall was erected, it was pierced by the long spear in the Rakshas's hand, shattering into rubble. The blowing corpse behind seemed like a blower, inhaling and exhaling again. "Form a formation," Li Bao calmly whispered. Several people from the 9th Division took out their smart link devices and pressed them to the ground. The devices emitted lasers that connected to form a protective shield, enclosing the group and the fire pit inside. The Cyclops and his group also wanted to squeeze into the protective shield, but Li Bao shot them a cold glance and scolded, "You're not allowed to come in." Seeing this, the Cyclops and his group gritted their teeth. "Right now, we have a common enemy. We should unite against the outside. We are all people of the Beast Palace's mistress, and the Beast Palace's master is your mentor at the Sky Shield Academy. We can be considered family.
Is it really necessary for you to treat us this way at this moment? Sure, Tai Lang, in a drunken haze, sneered, family? Family that comes to kill the daughter of your Beast Palace's master? The Cyclops and his group pushed hard to squeeze into the cave. Everyone, if we all die, how long do you think you can hold out? There is still a long time until dawn. Can you hold on until then?
Yes, we were indeed instructed by the lady to kill the young miss before, but now the situation is different. I assure you, if we cooperate now to get through this tough time, we can shake hands and make peace.
We will no longer harm the young miss. If we break this agreement, let me be devoured by these walking corpses. Li Bauer frowned. Make room on one side and let them in. Block the entrance and protect the fire.
The others immediately complied, shrinking the protective barrier to leave just enough space for the one-eyed dragon and his group to enter. Once they came in, the one-eyed dragon immediately activated his energy to create a protective shield, and within their shield, a fire also sprang up. The Rakshasa tilted her head, her eyes filled with ferocity, but she seemed to fear the light of the fire. As her gaze shifted, the walking corpses behind her launched an attack, trying to destroy the protective shield. The enemy had a higher realm and greater numbers, and the shield began to crack after a short time. Finally, with a loud crash, the two protective shields broke one after the other. The one-eyed dragon's face turned pale, while Li Bauer remained calm. Take out the teleportation talismans, prepare to leave. The others gritted their teeth and took out their teleportation talismans. The outcome no longer mattered. Surviving was the priority. The one-eyed dragon and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. They had no teleportation talismans. After exchanging glances, they were ready to snatch the talismans. The Rakshasa grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile, and ordered her people to rush forward and clear the fire. Suddenly, roars echoed from a distance. The Rakshasa abruptly turned her head in that direction. After giving Li Bauer a fierce glance, she led her people toward the source of the roars. This sudden departure left Li Bauer and the others bewildered. The one-eyed dragon and his group were equally confused. Watching the Rakshasa lead her team away, they were all stunned. But soon, their gazes turned to Shang Qingzhu, and the one-eyed dragon exchanged a look with his companions.
Kill Shang Qingzhu, seize the teleportation talisman.
The others nodded in agreement. Li Bauer drew her twin blades.
Xin Yu, block the entrance and lead everyone to burrow underground. We need to change locations.
Xin Yu pressed his hands to the ground, and a yellow light glowed once more.
After confirming that the Rakshasa had left, the one-eyed dragon twisted his neck and grinned. Everyone, why the hurry to leave? What? Are you having second thoughts? Sure. Tai Lang glared coldly at the one-eyed dragon and his group. The one-eyed dragon smiled in confusion. What second thoughts? What did I say?
The dozen or so people under him blocked the entrance and surrounded Li Bauer and her group, smiling at Shang Qingzhu. Miss, don't blame us for being ruthless. After all, we have made a military oath.
If you don't die, we won't have it easy outside either. As for the rest of you, this is a matter of our 10,000 Beasts Palace, and I don't think you need to interfere, do you? Of course, if you insist on meddling, we can only kill all of you.
Killing a few geniuses from the 9th Division in their cradle would be quite a boast when we get out. Haha.
You have 10 seconds to consider. We have 16 people, and you only have a few. The advantage is mine. I advise you to be sensible. 10, 9, 8, 7. Suddenly, Xin Yu said, it seems Xin is coming. The one-eyed dragon sneered, damn it, even at this time, you're still making jokes. Are you talking about that Fong Xin? I heard he's quite strong among your newcomers, but at this critical moment, with so many walking corpses and other terrifying beings outside, he would come? Did a donkey kick your brain? But as soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came, why can't I come? The mist rolled and surged. A figure slowly emerged from within. Fong Xin stood at the entrance, coldly looking at the one-eyed dragon and his dozen or so people. When Jiang Xiaoqiu saw Fong Xin really appear, she exclaimed, brother. Her surprise and joy were evident. Clearly, she hadn't expected Fong Xin to dare to cross the darkness to reach here. The others also wore expressions of astonishment mixed with delight. They had just experienced how dangerous this place could be at night. For Fong Xin to come here at this time was quite impressive. The one-eyed dragon and his companions were even more shocked. They had heard that Shang Tianke had entrusted his daughter to a new recruit named Fong Xin from the Heavenly Shield Bureau for protection. Previously, there had been a huge uproar about someone from the Yang family dying at Fong Xin's hands, and the white-haired boy known as the street punk from the 9th district had caused a scene at the White Lotus Society. This incident had become widely known, and that white-haired boy had even caused a ruckus at the church, killing the second-in-command in the Red Lotus district. Although many things had been suppressed, numerous speculations had circulated,
and it was said that many organizations began to take notice, using this as a starting point to show their fangs against the church. The situation that day had been exceptionally tense, with the feeling that those organizations could unite at any moment to storm the church headquarters. If it hadn't been for the Pope personally intervening and punishing many church members involved, the situation could have truly spiraled out of control. At the center of that turmoil was this new member from the 9th district named Fong Xin. Many powerful factions were paying attention to Fong Xin, and the Beast Palace was particularly interested, as there were very few who could make Shang Tianke rush to teach. The One-Eyed Dragon and his companions stared at Fong Xin. They had heard that he was quite capable among the new recruits at the Heavenly Shield Academy, but they hadn't expected this young man to dare to traverse the darkness of the demon and god ruins to come here. Whether it was an illusion or not, after the darkness of the demon and god ruins descended this time, the terrifying entities within seemed more restless than in previous years, and the danger level had naturally risen infinitely. The walking corpses led by the Rakshasa they had just seen were a testament to that. For Fong Xin to come here at this time was truly astonishing. Fong Xin walked slowly into the cave, and the One-Eyed Dragon's group instinctively parted to let him through, sizing up the young man. Xin Gua. Li Bauer blinked her big, watery eyes in surprise as she looked at Fong Xin. How did you get here, brother Xin? The drunken Shi Tailang asked with a slurred tongue. Fong Xin casually replied, I walked over. The Earthwalker Yasha who had guided Fong Xin was waiting in the mist 100 meters away, and the Rakshasa had also just paid their respects to Fong Xin, similarly waiting in the fog. As long as Fong Xin gave the order, he could tear the One-Eyed Dragon and his companions to shreds. The One-Eyed Dragon and his henchmen exchanged glances, fierce light flashing in his eye. Everyone, this kid must have some treasure in his hands that can avoid those terrifying entities. This place is so dangerous at night. If we had that thing, we could move freely in the darkness. And if we could also snatch their teleportation talismans, wouldn't we be able to move about freely in this demon and god ruins? The One-Eyed Dragon licked his lips, his expression greedy, wishing he could tear Fong Xin apart and devour him alive. The others stared at Fong Xin as if they were a group of old perverts eyeing a welfare girl. Hearing this, Li Bauer was the first to stand by Fong Xin's side, followed by Bai Yulin and Shi Tailang, forming the first wave ready to attack. These bastards swore just now that they wouldn't make a move, and now they're turning around to plot something else. Shi Tailang spat at the One-Eyed Dragon's group. The One-Eyed Dragon sneered, they really are a bunch of kids who haven't even grown their hair yet. They can believe such words? There are so many people in the world who swear oaths, aside from those who are involved with witchcraft, who would suffer retribution for swearing. They say the 9th Division is a monster house, but after all, they are just a bunch of kids. If so many geniuses were killed at once, wouldn't the higher-ups of the 9th Division be unable to sleep all night? Fong Xin looked at the One-Eyed Dragon as if he were a fool. If I didn't hear you wrong just now, you said something about not making a move after teaming up with my teammates, and if you break your oath, you'll be devoured by a Rakshasa, right? The One-Eyed Dragon shrugged, oaths and such are useless. Stop stalling for time. No one can save you. You all have to die today. Get moving. Fong Xin smiled coldly at the One-Eyed Dragon. Is that so? As Fong Xin's words fell, the mist surged, and a foul smell filled the air. Countless figures rushed out from the mist, the Rakshasa that had just left reappeared, and the Earthwalker Yasha who had been leading Fong Xin also brought people along, with over 100 figures blocking the cave entrance. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. The arrogance on the One-Eyed Dragon's face instantly vanished, and he quickly raised a protective shield. Li Bauer immediately ordered, form a formation. Xin, are we leaving or not? Li Bauer asked Fong Xin. When Fong Xin was not around, she was the leader of this small team. When he was present, they all followed his command. The One-Eyed Dragon and his group had no teleportation talismans, and seeing this, they hurriedly shouted, everyone, I was just joking. How much of your demon marrow have you collected? Your results definitely aren't at the top. If you go out like this, won't you embarrass the 9th Division? We should unite now, work together to fend off these Rakshasa and Yasha. As he spoke, the One-Eyed Dragon glanced at the ring on Fong Xin's finger. Your demon marrow is still 0, you don't have a single piece. If you go out like this, your results will be unqualified, and there will be punishment. We need to unite now. This time I guarantee you, as long as we can withstand this wave of attacks, I absolutely won't kill you. Xin, what should we do? At this moment, Shi Tailang and the others all looked to Fong Xin for guidance. Fong Xin raised his hand and waved it back, retreat. The team immediately fell back. Prepare for battle, Li Bauer said in a low voice, her expression serious. They thought Fong Xin didn't want to go out because he had no demon marrow. They were all part of the same team, and sticking together was the team principle, so they were ready to hold their ground.
The one-eyed dragon was overjoyed. Brother Fong Xian, a wise man knows the times. Let's resist them together.
As long as we grit our teeth, they fear fire. Let's make the bonfire burn brighter, and if we all work together and show our skills, we can definitely hold them off.
Fong Xian waved his hand and directly put the bonfire into his spatial ring.
The cave's light dimmed instantly, with only the faint glow of the protective shield from the intelligence device.
What are you doing? Not to mention the one-eyed dragon, even Li Bauer and the others didn't understand Fong Xian's actions. Taking away the bonfire, wasn't that just giving up? Fong Xian's smile was cold as he raised his hand and made a throat-cutting gesture. Kill them all. The one-eyed dragon roared in anger. You little beast, even when disaster is upon us, you're still causing infighting. Li Bauer, holding her twin blades, hesitated for a moment before preparing to act. She didn't know what Fong Xian was planning, but since he said so, it must be right. Just as she was about to make a move, Fong Xian grabbed her arm. Aren't we killing them all, Xian?
Li Bauer turned her head, looking confused.
Fong Xian pointed at the dense shadows outside the cave. I didn't tell you to make a move. I was talking to them. Ha!
Li Bauer tilted her head, making a dazed and confused sound. Behind her, Bai Yulan, Shi Tailang, and the others were equally puzzled.
The one-eyed dragon also heard Fong Xian's earlier words. He grinned maliciously. Traveling at night, have you inhaled too much of the mist outside and started hallucinating?
While speaking, he had already launched an attack on Fong Xian, preparing to drag Fong Xian and the others down with him, even if it meant dying at the hands of the Rakshasa and the earthbound night demons. But unexpectedly, the next moment, the spear in Rakshasa's hand was thrown out. A sharp sound cut through the air as the spear pierced through the one-eyed dragon's body, nailing him directly to the stone wall of the cave. His body shook up and down with the vibrations from the spear's tail.
Ah! The one-eyed dragon let out a painful roar.
Rakshasa licked her lips with her long tongue, her eyes filled with greedy bloodlust as she charged forward, opening her gaping maw to bite down on the one-eyed dragon's neck. Previously, he had been somewhat cautious due to the campfire, but now that Fong Xian had extinguished it, Rakshasa was unrestrained, eagerly gnawing at the one-eyed dragon's neck. Blood gushed forth as Rakshasa's sharp claws sank into the one-eyed dragon's chest, pulling out his innards to savor the raw heart and liver. The earthbound night demons, who had followed along, thought they would have to go hungry tonight and were already desperate with hunger, but unexpectedly, Fong Xian ordered them to go on a killing spree. They immediately charged into the crowd. There were only 16 of the one-eyed dragon's group. Rakshasa and the earthbound night demons led 100 or so minions. With so many wolves and so little meat, the shadows surged forward, and aside from the blood and flesh occupied by Rakshasa and the earthbound night demons, the rest was quickly snatched up. The air was thick with the smell of blood, mixed with the foul odor of these guys who hadn't brushed their teeth in years, and the sounds of chewing echoed in the darkness. Yet, these terrifying beings in the dark deliberately avoided the protective barrier around Fong Xian and the others. The one-eyed dragon, still not dead, gaped in horror, seemingly unable to comprehend why these terrifying beings in the divine and demonic ruins obeyed Fong Xian. Li Bauer blinked her beautiful, large eyes, her face full of questions. The others were the same. However, these guys were just too barbaric in their feasting. Shi Tailong's cheeks bulged, showing signs of nausea. Seeing this, Fong Xian said, "Can you all go eat outside?" Rakshasa turned to glance at Fong Xian, then nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, my lord." After speaking, she walked outside while still gnawing on the one-eyed dragon's half-eaten body. The other night demons and zombies also carried their bloody meals as they headed outside. Watching these savage beings devour flesh while so obediently following Fong Xian's words, Li Bauer's mouth formed an O shape in surprise. Shi Tailang took a swig of strong liquor to rinse his mouth. Damn. Xin Gu? Why do they listen to you so much? That Rakshasa just called you my lord? How did you become my lord, Xin Gu? Bai Yulan, who had just been in a brotherly state with He Yulan, now transformed into a sisterly state, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes blinking with admiration. Fong Xian shrugged and spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't know, I was just walking along, and they came up calling me my lord. I couldn't stop them. I figured they must be afraid of light and fire. Maybe they discovered my radiant and pure soul and my fiery, passionate heart. Shi Tailang looked Fong Xian up and down, drunkenly saying, Xin Gu, can you stop bragging? Do you believe I could have them eat you? Fong Xian said with a mischievous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the creatures outside, feasting on blood, all turned to look at him, their eye sockets glowing with a ghostly light. Shi Tailang's chrysanthemum tightened, and he quickly shrank back, the alcohol in him waking up a bit. Xing'a, I was wrong. Tell them not to eat me. I'm full of fat. Eating me will easily lead to fatty liver and indigestion. Naturally, the others didn't believe Fong Xian's words just now,
but since Fong Xin was unwilling to elaborate, they didn't press further.
Everyone had their own adventures, there were things that shouldn't be asked, and that was the principle of being teammates. Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. Xingya, what about those people from the church? Did you deal with them?
Dealt with? You handled them all by yourself?
The coal ball Zhang Yaozu's skin was indeed a bit dark, but his teeth were very white. At this moment, the light in the cave was dim, making it seem as if a mouthful of teeth was speaking in the air.
Fong Xin responded.
He then released the soul of Huoshi. Upon seeing Huoshi's soul, everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaocha's eyes turned red the instant she saw Huoshi's soul. From Fang Huilan's memories, she had seen with her own eyes that her mother was killed by the Huoshi before her. The hatred for her mother's murder was unending.
Fong Xin had said he would let Zhang Xiaocha kill Huoshi herself.
Although he hadn't brought back the physical body, bringing back the soul could also shatter it, making it difficult for it to reincarnate. Zhang Xiaocha immediately activated her mental power, forming a net that wrapped around Huoshi. Huoshi's soul emitted hissing white smoke, wailing in pain.
Fong Xin, don't kill me, please. Zhang Xiaocha, right?
I had no choice but to kill your mother, I was just following orders. It was those people from the church who gave the command, I'm just a worker. Zhang Xiaocha clasped her hands together, and the net formed by her mental power tightened, causing Huoshi to let out a painful roar.
People like you don't deserve to live. You don't even deserve to be reincarnated as a human. You're not even qualified to be a beast.
Huoshi's screams echoed in the cave. Li Bear held a mountain-cutting knife under her arm and gave the others a look. They walked towards the cave entrance, leaving only Fong Xin and his sister behind. Zhang Xiaocha's hands, covered in mental power, hammered down towards Huoshi's soul. Each punch broke through Huoshi's heart. Huoshi's voice grew fainter, and his soul gradually thinned, soon becoming a wisp. As Zhang Xiaocha's fist once again broke through Huoshi's nearly transparent soul's heart, Huoshi was completely shattered. Zhang Xiaocha leaned against the stone wall, slowly squatting down, tears as big as beans falling, hugging her knees, her body trembling and sobbing uncontrollably.
Fong Xin squatted down and rubbed Zhang Xiaocha's head.
Zhang Xiaocha rested her head against Fong Xin's chest. Brother, thank you. Why are you being so polite with your brother? Zhang Xiaocha wiped her eyes. Instructor Zhuge said my dad was taken away by the Eternal Night Army, and Xiaoyu was taken by the church.
Brother, have you heard of the reformists? Fong Xin was taken aback for a moment. Where did you hear that from? Someone sent me an invitation.
They said they intend to overthrow the church's power. They failed to do so back then, and for these years, they've been recuperating and gathering strength, ready to strike a fatal blow to the church at any time.
They want to invite me to join. Fong Xin was stunned. Where's the invitation? Let me see.
Zhang Xiaocha took out a unique invitation from her spatial ring. The invitation was made of an unknown material. There was also a pattern on it. If one looked closely, they would find that a sword was inserted into the church's emblem within the pattern. It resembled the Eye of Judgment.
The content on the invitation was very simple.
It was an invitation for Zhang Xiaocha to join them. This organization was called Starfire, symbolizing that a single spark can start a prairie fire.
Fong Xin examined the invitation inside and out.
Unexpectedly, just a couple of days ago, I had only come across information about the reformists, and so quickly the remnants of the reformists found Zhang Xiaocha.
When did you receive this invitation?
The day before the midterm test. Zhang Xiaocha replied honestly.
Is there anything else besides this invitation? Fong Xin asked again.
Zhang Xiaocha shook her head. No, that's it.
Fong Xin pondered for a moment. Does anyone else know about this? Only you and I know.
Don't rush to reply to them. Zhang Xiaocha bit her lip, and before Fong Xin could finish, she said, Brother, I've already agreed to them.
Fong Xin was stunned again. You have already joined them? You didn't even investigate their background before joining?
Zhang Xiaocha's red-rimmed eyes stared at Fong Xin. Brother, relying solely on our own strength to grow strong is very difficult. We must rely on other forces as our stepping stones to establish a foothold in a short time. Although the Sky Shield Bureau is at odds with the church, its internal structure is too complex, with various forces intertwined. For their own interests, they will suppress many things and cannot confront directly. Only this Spark organization is wholeheartedly aiming to overthrow the church's power.
Moreover, brother, do you know?
At this point, Zhang Xiaocha paused again, seemingly hesitating whether to tell Fong Xin, but ultimately gritted her teeth and said, Brother, from your tone, it seems you have heard some things about the reformists, but do you know that Grandpa was actually one of the initiators who overthrew the church's power back then?
Fong Xin stared into Zhang Xiaocha's eyes. Who told you all this? Someone from their side contacted me. This is what she told me.
Brother, according to the rules, I shouldn't tell you this, but you're the only one left by my side. Brother, do you remember the previous incident with Yang Haoxi? I said I don't want to be trampled by power anymore. We need to be each other's support. Jiang Xiaocha looked into Fong Xian's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Fong Xian wiped the tears from Jiang Xiaocha's face. Let me check their background first, then you. Brother, I just said I've already joined Spark. In fact, I had also recommended you to them, wanting you to join Spark with me, but the person I was in contact with said you are too outstanding, and the person behind the Ninth Bureau has some unclear relationship with you. The Ninth Bureau will definitely pay great attention to you. Moreover, that person was also one of the leaders of the reformists back then. You will eventually stand with Spark. Xiaocha. This suddenly emerging spark has not been investigated clearly. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly grabbed Fong Xian's arm. Brother, there will definitely be no problems. The person I was in contact with, you know her, she is trustworthy. I can only tell you this much. After hearing this, Fong Xian looked completely bewildered. I know her? Yes. Is she male or female? Jiang Xiaocha didn't continue, and Fong Xian went through the people he knew one by one but couldn't pinpoint who it was. Alright, brother. You don't need to worry about me. Let's all work hard. Give all the powers a loud slap in the face. Jiang Xiaocha tilted her head and sniffed. Fong Xian rubbed Jiang Xiaocha's head. But you're so weak, let alone slapping someone, even jumping up to kick someone's knee is a struggle. Jiang Xiaocha angrily slapped Fong Xian. Who are you comparing to as weak? The siblings stood up. A few people at the cave entrance were gathered around the campfire chatting and eating to replenish their strength, and they had specifically set up a barrier to prevent Fong Xian and his sister from overhearing their quiet conversation. Seeing Fong Xian approach, Shi Tailang handed over a can of meat. Brother Xian, Xiaocha, eat something to replenish your strength. Fong Xian took a bite. After we finish eating, let's go out. Ah, go out? Where to? Zhang Yaozu asked, tilting his face up. Let these guys take us to find the divine marrow. Everyone else comes out during the day and doesn't dare to move at night. We'll set off at night, and no one will compete with us. With Fong Xian's words, several people became energized like they had been injected with adrenaline. After quickly eating something, Fong Xian waved at the Earthwalker Yiksha. Let's go, take us to find the divine marrow. The Earthwalker Yiksha immediately bent down. Please follow me, esteemed one. Fong Xian planned to first gather a wave of divine marrow to show everyone some results, then let everyone find a place to rest while he went to the other two Buddhist temples to retrieve the Eye of Retrospection and release Situ Shinsu in Miaoneng. Under the curious and envious gazes of Li Baoer and the others, the Earthwalker Yiksha and the Rakshasa led a large group of over 100 minions to find the divine marrow. Each person's ring could only display their own scores and the top 30 scores on the Dragon and Tiger leaderboard. The first place on the leaderboard for the first day received over 11,000 pieces of divine marrow. The 30th place received over 6,000 pieces. Fong Xian had prepared to be a score controller before entering, planning to stuff some divine marrow into his ring to secure a 10th place, and any excess divine marrow would be stored in his private space ring. Shi Tailang came over and saw that Fong Xian didn't have a single piece of divine marrow. Brother Xian, you have zero? Fong Xian joked. What's up? You have one? Shi Tailang smacked his lips. Brother Xian, you. That's fine. Get lost. Under the guidance of the Earthwalker Yiksha, half an hour later, they found a cave filled with a foul smell, where a giant toad was lurking. The bumps on the toad's back secreted a thick, stinky liquid. The Earthwalker Yiksha approached and muttered a few words to the toad, which then leaped in front of Fong Xian with a powerful kick, towering over him at over 3 meters high. A few seconds later, the toad leaned forward, lowered its head, and spoke in a rough, matronly voice. Oh my, Black East Rain welcomes the esteemed one to visit. Your presence truly brings glory to my humble abode. Fong Xian was stunned for a moment by the toad's words. Please, esteemed one. The toad gestured aside. Fong Xian didn't hold back and walked inside, where the large cave was filled with sparkling red divine marrow, looking quite beautiful. After a rough count, there were about 30,000 pieces. I hope you don't mind if I take some divine marrow? The giant toad grinned. Please take it, it is my honor. Fong Xian waved for the others to come in and take some as well. He reminded them, first, put the divine marrow into your private space rings, and wait until dawn to transfer it into the score rings. The others understood, and Shi Tailang leaned closer to Fong Xian. Brother Xian, how much should we take? If we take too much, won't this toad lady get angry? Fong Xian turned to look at the large toad standing at the cave entrance, resembling a mountain of flesh. The toad rubbed its two front paws together, seeming a bit shy. Having overheard Fong Xian and Shi Tailang's conversation, the giant toad raised its front paws generously. Take as much as you want, it's all fine, but could you promise me one request? What request? The toad, rubbing its plump front paws, seemed a bit embarrassed. Years ago, a crazy shaman came here, and I accidentally provoked him. He cursed me that if I ever wanted to break through to the 10th level, I would need a willing man to kiss me. You see, there are several of you men here. Had ha. Wow, oh. The toad's simple words made several male members of Fong Xian's team feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, uncomfortable and uneasy. Bai Yulin had just switched back to his original form. After hearing what Aunt Toad said, he immediately switched to his sister Bai Yu's state. No way, sir. Is this how you use your skills? Sure, Tai Lang stared wide-eyed at Bai Yulin. You're clearly cheating. In her sister's state, Bai Yulin made a playful face. Now it's just the three of us left, Xin Gu. Sure, Tai Lang looked at Fong Xin and Xinyu with a bitter expression. Li Bauer munched on potato chips, her cheeks bulging, blinking her beautiful big eyes as if she couldn't wait to see a certain teammate and Aunt Toad share a passionate kiss. Meicho Zhang Yaozu grinned widely. Fatty, technically, this place was brought to us by Xin Gu. How can we let him do this kind of thing? Sure, Tai Lang turned to look at the usually low-key tall Xinyu. Xinyu scratched his head. I have colitis and an oral ulcer. Sure, Tai Lang stared wide-eyed. When did you get that? Just now. Sure, Tai Lang gaped. You big guy. The big toad at the cave entrance shyly smiled. Master, I want to kiss him, is that okay? The big toad pointed at Sure Tai Lang. As childhood friends, Meicho Zhang Yaozu immediately burst into laughter. Fatty has turned into a fat swan today. Climb. Sure, Tai Lang gritted his teeth, wanting to refuse, but fearing that if the big toad got angry, it would end badly. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth. Fine. Fong Xian saw this and said, how about this, little fatty? I'll take the lead and give you 500 divine demon essence from my share. I'll also contribute 500. Xin Yu chimed in. The others quickly agreed to contribute 500 as well. Zhang Yaozu, enjoying the spectacle, said, Fatty, if you kiss a little longer, I'll give you an extra 500. After hearing this, Sure Tai Lang rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Meicho, you better keep your word. Zhang Yaozu patted his chest. Sisters definitely keep their word. Sure Tai Lang spat, picked up his wine gourd, and gulped down a few big swigs. After taking a breath, fueled by the alcohol, Sure Tai Lang wiped his mouth, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards the big toad. How can I kiss you when you're so tall? The big toad's body wriggled, then shrank down to a height similar to a human's, clearly getting a bit impatient. Are you doing this voluntarily? If not, the curse can't be lifted. Sure Tai Lang, feeling the effects of the alcohol, his face flushed, burped, voluntarily. Come on. The big toad let out a rough voice. Huh? Come on, little brother. Let's share a kiss. Saying this, its front paws wrapped around Sure Tai Lang and kissed him. Fong Xian and the others' faces twisted like crumpled tissue paper. The expressions were like those of elderly people on the subway. Although it only lasted a few seconds, those seconds felt exceptionally long. After the kiss, the big toad's body glowed with faint yellow light, which then dissolved and scattered with the wind. Oh my gosh! Little brother! The curse is lifted. I love you to death. The big toad automatically gave a kiss. Sure Tai Lang returned as if he had lost his soul. He looked blankly at Fong Xian, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. Xian Gu, I'm so sad. Is my life over? Don't worry, no one will ever speak of you kissing a toad today. Sure Tai Lang's lips trembled. Xian Gu, you might not understand, but what makes me the saddest isn't kissing the toad, but that after I kissed, I actually enjoyed it. Then your life is indeed over. Zhang Yaozu laughed with a comical face, took out the divine demon essence, and stabbed a knife into little Fatty's young heart. Fong Xian comforted him. Little Fatty, think of it this way, there are plenty of lucky charms like rabbits, foxes, and wild cats, but as for toads, I can't say you're the number one in Dragon Country. In the Honlian district, you are definitely the number one. New brother, you really know how to comfort people. No choice, it's a natural talent. The few of them silently pretended to be the essence of gods and demons. Zhang Yaozu shook his head and clicked his tongue. That kiss just now was really something. Damn fat guy, I truly admire you. Zhang Yaozu wiped his mouth. Shut up, Zhang Meicho. Okay, Silk brother. Fong Xian couldn't help but laugh, and the others joined in. These childhood friends were indeed a pair of clowns. Why are you laughing, underwear brother? Fong Xian teased. With over 30,000 essence of gods and demons, 8 people averaged over 4,000 each, and several gave Sure Tai Lang 500. Although Zhang Yaozu gave 2,005, he did so very readily. Adding 500 essence would significantly boost the rankings, and Sure Tai Lang's rank would see a huge improvement this time. Fong Xian wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were 7 days before the midterm test. In the following days, he could casually wander around at night, letting the local natives guide him. With the help of the cheat code, C2 Shinshu, he could rank as high as he wanted. As they took all the essence of gods and demons and were about to leave, the big toad threw a flirtatious glance at Shirtailang. Little brother, if you miss me, just come anytime. Wait until I turn into a human form, I won't let you off. Shirtailang forced a smile. Okay, sister. He left the others wait outside and returned to find the big toad. You mentioned before that you encountered a witch doctor many years ago. It was he who cursed you, right? The reason for this question was simple. The owner of the diary Fong Chen had obtained was indeed a witch doctor, and it was he who brought the Qilin into the ruins of gods and demons. The big toad seemed to recall some painful memories and replied truthfully, yes, my lord. That witch doctor seemed to be seriously ill. He walked through the ruins of gods and demons, cursing everyone he met. Even the stray dogs passing by wanted to bite him. And for some reason, the rules of this place were ineffective against him. I was standing by the pond, drinking nectar and singing, and he passed by, complaining that I was too noisy and said a few words to me. How could I endure that? I cursed back, and he came up and slapped me twice. I was still young then. Do you know how much psychological damage those 2 slaps did to my tender heart? Boo-hoo! Did that witch doctor bring any divine beasts or something? He did. The big toad nodded immediately. He brought a divine beast. That divine beast was incredible. It looked particularly majestic, although it didn't seem fully grown back then. That guy was super strong. And it had the talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. That guy was like a firecracker hanging from a cow's butt, sparks flying everywhere. It was simply amazing. Fong Chen quickly asked, where did they go in the end? The toad paused slightly after hearing Fong Chen's question, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. My lord, I'll tell you, but you must not say I told you. No problem. The toad pointed in a direction. Walk that way, there's a water moon forbidden zone. That crazy witch doctor ultimately took that divine beast there. Fong Chen pulled out a map and pointed to a forbidden area on it, asking, is this the place you're talking about? Yes. The big toad nodded. Fong Chen memorized the location, thanks. The big toad quickly waved its 2 plump front paws. No need. It's my honor to help my lord. Fong Chen put the map away in his spatial ring. So, the one who slapped the big toad was the owner of the diary, and the Qilin was in that place. He turned around to meet up with Li Bear and the others outside. Under the guidance of the Earthwalker Night Demon, they headed towards the next location with essence of gods and demons. Along the way, they saw many local natives attacking the students from various incoming factions. Many people died, and quite a few returned using teleportation symbols, but those without symbols were in serious trouble. Under the leadership of the Earthwalker Yeksha and the Rakshasa Sa, Fong Chen and the others visited several places with divine demon marrow. After going around in circles, almost everyone had collected over 10,000 units of divine demon marrow. This achievement was enough to place them in the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger rankings on the first day. Fong Chen glanced at the time and said to Li Bauer and the others, I have a few things to take care of. Bauer, you lead the team. If you can, try to be a bit cautious. In the evening, let them take you out again to look for divine demon marrow. Li Bauer obediently nodded. Okay, Xin Gua. You two have no objections, right? Fong Chen asked the Earthwalker Yeksha and Rakshasa Sa. The Earthwalker Yeksha quickly flattered, no, it is our honor to serve the esteemed one. Rakshasa Sa's mouth moved for a long time before she managed to say, me too. The Earthwalker Yeksha continued, if the esteemed one has any needs, even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Rakshasa Sa clasped her fists, me too. The Earthwalker Yeksha added, if the esteemed one does not mind, I will serve you in the coming days, just waiting for your orders. Rakshasa Sa said, me too. Fong Chen looked at Rakshasa Sa, who had not managed to flatter him for a long time. As the sky began to brighten, the bodies of these yakshas and rakshasas started to twist. Don't you need to return to your original forbidden ground? No, we just need to find a nearby forbidden ground. Fong Chen was not pretentious. After settling a few people, he headed towards the nearest Mo temple. Entering the Mo temple was somewhat similar to the previous Thunder Sound Valley. It required a very strong physical body. After crossing a body of water by boat, the Mo temple was built on a tranquil island. The entire island covered about 300 acres, with large areas planted with purple bamboo. After stepping onto the island, Fong Chen could clearly feel the gravity increasing. However, with previous experience, Fong Chen did not need to worry about this. He walked briskly and stopped in front of a magnificent ancient temple. A huge golden Buddha statue stood on a high platform, its expression compassionate, gazing down at all beings. Fong Chen felt as if the statue could see into a person's heart when he looked at it. He entered the Mo temple and headed straight for the main hall. Inside the main hall, the cushions were arranged in an orderly manner, and the structure was surprisingly similar to the Thunder Sound Hall he had visited before.
On either side of the Buddha sculpture were bodhisattvas and arhats. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the Buddha hall, with dust floating in the air. There were still murals on the walls. Behind the Buddha sculpture, there was a door leading to the backyard. After carefully examining the main hall, Fong Xian noticed that the Buddha sculpture seemed somewhat different from the one he encountered in the Thunder Sound Hall. If he was not mistaken, the three Buddha door temples represented the past, present, and future. The Thunder Sound Hall he visited yesterday represented the past. The Mo Temple represented the present. The Lingzhou Mountain he had not yet visited represented the future. Fong Xian searched inside and out but did not find the so-called time-reversing mirror. Glancing at the mural, he saw the little monk Miaoning in the mural also looking at him, his face twisting comically with excitement as he desperately blinked for help. Fong Xian walked around the Buddha sculpture and stood at the door leading to the backyard. The door to the backyard was half open, indicating that someone had come in. Fong Xian looked inside. Sure enough, he saw Miaoning's real body in the backyard. Fong Xian looked from a distance, not daring to act rashly. Miaoning stood there motionless, as if time and space had been frozen. To be safe, Fong Xian looked around, picked up a broken piece of an old, worn-out tile from the ground, and threw it at Miaoning's shiny head. When the stone touched Miaoning, a layer of water ripples appeared on Miaoning's body, and the stone froze on Miaoning's head. Fong Xian was astonished and threw a cement block at him. Unexpectedly, the thrown cement block also froze on Miaoning's body. Fong Xian then threw a piece of divine demon marrow, which stuck to Miaoning and remained still. It was as if time and space had come to a standstill. This magical scene left Fong Xian dumbfounded. Standing on the Panlong spear, he called out to Miaoning in the mural, "Can you feel pain?" Miaoning blinked his right eye to indicate he could not. Is it really that amazing? Fong Xian looked at the real Miaoning in the backyard with curiosity. Did you trigger some mechanism to get in and be frozen? Miaoning rolled his eyes and gestured upward with his eyes. Seeing this, Fong Xian looked toward the backyard, where a Bodhi tree stood a few meters away from Miaoning. You mean the Bodhi tree? Miaoning blinked to confirm. Fong Xian looked around but couldn't find the time reversal mirror. It seemed to be at Lingzhou Mountain. To ensure he wasn't making a wasted trip, Fong Xian opened the blood ring to ask Situ Shu. As soon as the blood ring opened, a brilliant Buddhist light erupted in the Buddha hall as expected. I forgot to ask, what does the time reversal mirror look like? Where is it more likely to be found? It's a copper mirror, located on the Buddha's chest or in his hand, most likely in one of those two places. If not, then look in the Buddha's eyes. Following Situ Shu's hints, Fong Xian searched but did not find the time reversal mirror. He checked all the other sculptures again, but still found nothing. It seemed it was indeed at Lingzhou Mountain. Fong Xian didn't waste time and immediately headed to Lingzhou Mountain according to the map. The three Buddhist temples had different appearances and different Buddha sculptures in each main hall, but all other furnishings were identical, completely replicated. Fong Xian stepped into the Buddha hall. As he raised his eyes, he saw an ancient copper mirror on the chest of the main Buddha statue. Fong Xian looked up. The copper mirror reflected his own figure. But in the next second, the image in the copper mirror distorted into a vortex, which spun rapidly. Then, the image in the copper mirror changed. When the image froze, Fong Xian's expression was cold and indifferent, holding a blood-stained entwined dragon spear. He was stepping on a corpse. Upon closer inspection, the corpse looked very familiar. Fong Xian stared intently. After recognizing it, he was stunned. It was him. Fong Xian looked at the image in the time reversal mirror. The person he was stepping on was none other than Jiang Weiqi, Yang Haoxi's uncle, the one who had come to Tiandun Academy to capture him. Fong Xian gazed at the scene in the time reversal mirror, puzzled as to why it showed him killing Jiang Weiqi. Moreover, Jiang Weiqi had such a high realm, it seemed unrealistic for Fong Xian to kill him. As the saying goes, let professionals handle professional matters. Fong Xian closed his eyes and opened the blood ring. The expected Buddhist light filled the entire Buddha hall. After a moment of adjustment, Fong Xian looked at Situ Shu in the blood ring. What is the function of this time reversal mirror? Situ Shu smiled and said, it seems you have found the time reversal mirror. It is one of the treasures of the Buddhist sect, and it has two functions. The first is to allow the user to return to a certain point in time and restore their state to its peak. The second function is to see a person's future. However, to see the future, you must believe in Buddha and also believe in the future Buddha. Fong Xian looked at the time reversal mirror on the chest of the Buddha statue. It seemed that the image in the time reversal mirror was a scene Fong Xian would experience in the future, and at this moment, the time reversal mirror was precisely above the statue of the future Buddha, which also aligned with the potential condition for the time reversal mirror to see the future.
Unexpectedly, the scene changed again, and the images in the retrospective treasure mirror gradually distorted.
When it froze again, a figure dressed in a black robe appeared, Fong Xin.
Fong Xin was riding a majestic divine beast, with shadows of people behind him.
Huang Shua and Xiahou Wu stood on either side of Fong Xin, and the fluttering banner was embroidered with the word 7 Kill Sect.
The scene changed rapidly, and a new image emerged.
Opposite Fong Xin stood Zhang Xiaoyu, who was surprisingly wearing the church's uniform. Before Fong Xin could react, a new image surfaced in the mirror again. Fong Xin's eyes turned crimson, and he held something in his hand. A blood-stained sunny doll.
The images changed faster and faster, almost too quick to follow, and just when the scenes reached an extreme speed, the image suddenly froze.
Fong Xin stood atop a mountain of corpses.
A brilliant light burst from his heart, and a figure behind him pierced through his chest.
After seeing this image, Fong Xin felt a tingling sensation all over his body.
Instinctively, Fong Xin jumped onto the divine platform, landing at the chest of the Buddha statue to focus on the figure that had pierced him. He had seen this image once before. This time, he was determined to see the other person clearly.
Fong Xin leaned over the retrospective treasure mirror on the Buddha's chest to examine closely.
The other person wore a loose robe, with a hood obscuring half of their face, making it impossible to see their features.
However, Fong Xin clearly saw a badge on the other's clothing.
This badge was incredibly familiar to him. The church's badge. Besides that, through the slightly open collar, Fong Xin caught a glimpse of the other person's exaggerated pectoral muscles. It was a woman. Moreover, there was a 6-pointed star birthmark on her chest.
The church, a woman, and such prominent breasts.
Coupled with the previous images of the King of Slaughter and that old woman's prophecy, a person flashed through Fong Xin's mind.
It could only be Chu Xinyao.
Chu Xinyao was from the church, and her father held a high position.
Although she used to wear loose school uniforms, Fong Xin had seen her outside of school, and her pectoral muscles were quite impressive. However, in the earlier image, the woman who killed Fong Xin had a 6-pointed star birthmark on her chest. Fong Xin had not verified whether the person he thought of had one, and he certainly felt embarrassed to check.
He couldn't just go up and ask, like that woman in the forum who was obsessed with looks. But if it really was her, what would be her motive for wanting to kill him? Thinking of this, Fong Xin suddenly took a breath. The reasons for the church wanting to kill him were numerous. This time, the church sent people to kill him and the demon relics, which was the best example.
Yet, Chu Xinyao acted like an undercover agent, repeatedly providing Fong Xin with information.
The two had grown up together, and it was unlikely that it would be so melodramatic as to have Chu Xinyao kill him for the church.
Fong Xin wanted to take a closer look, to study who exactly that woman with the exaggerated pectoral muscles was.
Unexpectedly, the scene was filled with blood, drowning out all the original images.
Ha! Don't! Damn it! Fong Xin wiped the retrospective treasure mirror, wanting to take a closer look, but just as his hand touched the mirror, with a clang, the retrospective treasure mirror fell from the chest of the Buddha statue. Seeing this, Fong Xin hurriedly reached out to catch the mirror. But in the next second, boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the entire Buddha hall.
The deafening sound seemed to shake the entire world violently. The dust floating in the void appeared like grains of golden starlight, swaying in the Buddha hall at that moment, resembling a flowing galaxy. The Buddha hall resonated with a grand sound of Dharma, and the figures in the murals on the walls began to stir, as if they had come to life. This time, besides the central Buddha statue, the sculptures of the Bodhisattvas and Arhats beside it also emitted a radiant light. The light of the Buddha and the murals shone together, seemingly suppressing the evil spirits within the murals. A grand sound of chanting echoed in the void. Gate, gate, para gate, parasam gate, bodhi svaha. Waves of sound enveloped the entire Lingzhou mountain. Below, on the meditation mats, light orbs appeared, within which faintly visible monks joined their hands in prayer, chanting together. Under the sun's glow, the golden dust floating in the void miraculously formed lines of Sanskrit, which pressed into the murals. The restless evil spirits within the murals were suppressed by the overwhelming Sanskrit. Fong Xin turned his gaze and saw that the figure of Miaoning in the painting had suddenly vanished, as if erased from the mural. The little figures in the other murals were engaged in a frenzied battle. The dark little figures surged, at first glance resembling a swarm of ants attacking each other, a true nightmare for those with a fear of clusters. The sound of chanting was deafening, and the Sanskrit formed by the dust passed through Fong Xin's body, making him feel warm and involuntarily giving rise to compassion, even wanting to join the chanting monks. But just as this thought arose, it was instantly shattered by a sudden surge of murderous intent in his heart. Fong Xin regained his clarity. The voice of Situ Shinsu came through. My lord, do not be deceived by the filthy methods of the Buddhist sect.
take me out. Fong Xian raised his hand and reached into the blood ring. Situshinsu grasped Fong Xian's hand in return.
It was visible to the naked eye that Situshinsu, suppressed within the mural, was being pulled out by a suddenly appearing hand.
Just as Situshinsu was being pulled out by Fong Xian, two voices came from the mural. Miska. Maska.
This voice was all too familiar to Fong Xian. He had heard it when he first entered the Thunder Sound Valley. It was none other than the voices of those two dark-skinned demons. Previously, these two dark-skinned demons had disappeared into the mural. He never expected to encounter them again in this place. Their voices were so enchanting that it was hard to forget them.
Fong Xian looked in the direction of the sound.
The two dark-skinned demons grew larger within the mural. Eventually, they leaped out of the mural and appeared in the Buddha Hall. However, at that moment, the torrent of Sanskrit formed by the dust in the hall surged into the mural. As soon as the two dark-skinned demons emerged, their bodies were swept back into the mural by the torrent.
Miska. Maska.
The two dark-skinned demons reached for the altar outside, trying to avoid the flood.
Fong Xian exerted all his strength to drag Situshinsu out of the blood ring. Just as Situshinsu was pulled out by Fong Xian, a thunderous roar echoed. The entire Lingzhou mountain and the entire divine and demonic ruins seemed to tremble. Situshinsu laughed heartily.
The void shook. The golden dust of Sanskrit rushed towards Situshinsu, but was blocked by the rolling demonic energy surrounding him. Situshinsu glanced at the two dark-skinned demons and raised his hand to grab them. The two dark-skinned demons were directly fished out from the mural by Situshinsu.
Up close, Fong Xian observed these two dark-skinned demons.
They looked very abstract.
Situshinsu pushed the two dark-skinned demons in front of Fong Xian. My lord, take them.
These two little demons are treasure-seeking boys. They can help you find treasures within a specific range and can control others' treasures.
In battle, if they possess your treasure, they can even cause others' treasures to malfunction.
At this moment, the torrent of Sanskrit surged.
The two little demons clung to Situshinsu's robe, their lower bodies blown sideways by the torrent, looking eagerly at Fong Xian, seemingly having submitted to Fong Xian under Situshinsu's pressure, ready to follow him. Fong Xian did not say anything unnecessary and immediately accepted the two little demons.
His gaze was fixed on the mural.
According to what Situshinshu had said earlier, this mural was one of the treasures of the Buddhist sect, ukiyo-e, and a truly remarkable artifact. Sensing Fong Xian's thoughts, Situshinshu said, My lord, with your current strength, you cannot take this ukiyo-e. There is plenty of time ahead.
For now, it is best for us to leave, retracing our steps through the treasure mirror. The world within the ukiyo-e is in chaos, and the Buddha must have left some contingency plan. Staying here would not be wise.
Without needing Situshinshu to say more, Fong Xian also felt that something was amiss.
A rustling sound came from the backyard. It seemed that the Bodhi tree in the backyard was swaying.
Remembering what Miaoning had said before, that he had entered the ukiyo-e because of the Bodhi tree, Fong Xian immediately flashed outside without a second thought. Upon exiting the Buddha hall, Fong Xian saw the enormous Buddha statue standing outside Lingzhou mountain, its brow furrowed, eyes filled with compassion.
A massive formation was activating, and a hemispherical protective shield was slowly taking shape, seemingly intending to envelop the entire Lingzhou mountain.
Fong Xian used his fastest speed, continuously flashing towards the exit. Less than 10 seconds after slipping through a crack in the protective shield, it fully formed, trapping those inside and preventing anyone from entering. Fong Xian felt somewhat exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, his face pale, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had 7 divine sources, allowing him to repeatedly activate the instant flash skill, otherwise, he would have been trapped inside today. Situshinshu stood beside Fong Xian.
This monk was quite handsome, with an alluring charm. The golden protective shield reflected in his eyes, swirling with Sanskrit characters. After a while, he snapped back to reality. My lord, your current strength is still too weak. My power relies on yours. Fong Xian straightened up. You said your talent is to weaken?
Yes.
By normal reasoning, I can unleash your strength to level 7, so if your talent is to weaken, wouldn't you be able to match level 8 strength?
Situshinshu laughed at this. Match level 8 strength?
I have forgotten how many years it has been since I fought against level 8 ants.
Match is an insult to me.
Alright, the past glories are just that past.
Now that you are with me, I will help you start anew.
You charge into battle, and I will help you rise again.
Together, we will grow strong and create brilliance. Situshinshu laughed heartily. Grow strong. Create brilliance together.
Fong Xian grasped a piece of demon marrow, crushed it, and the energy within spilled out, which he devoured entirely, instantly restoring his physical strength and energy. He couldn't help but take another look at the demon marrow. It was indeed quite good.
Fong Xian then refocused his gaze on the treasure mirror.
His mental energy seeped into it, and images began to appear in his mind. After careful observation, he realized that these images were nothing but his actions over the past 15 minutes.
Through the treasure mirror, Fong Xian could choose to return to any point he had passed within those 15 minutes.
In addition, there was a separate node, where he had looked up at the Buddha's chest, reflecting the image of the treasure mirror. It seemed that there was a spring in the Buddha Hall, a place without time limits, where Fong Xian could return at any moment. Moreover, this item had two options. One was to return to any time node within 15 minutes, and the other was to return to any spatial node of his actions within those 15 minutes. When returning to a spatial node, he could restore himself to peak condition, but this recovery did not include mental energy.
Fong Xian toyed with this item back and forth. It was truly extraordinary. However, this thing requires a tremendous amount of mental energy. Fong Xian felt that using it once could drain all the mental energy from his 7 divine springs. Glancing at the time, Fong Xian prepared to head to the Shueiyue Forbidden Land to search for the whereabouts of the Qilin.
If he could find the Qilin, this trip would be a huge profit. He had killed Huashur, collected C2 Shu, and obtained the reversal treasure mirror. If he also acquired the Qilin, wouldn't he soar? No matter how many rewards the Dragon and Tiger ranking offered for first place, they couldn't compare to what Fong Xian had gained on this trip. Following the markings on the map, Fong Xian quickly made his way to the Shueiyue Forbidden Land. Upon arrival, he found a vast body of water, the surface calm, resembling a precious mirror embedded in the earth. On the shore stood two massive stones, with a horizontal stone forming a stone door above them. Four large characters were inscribed on the stone door, Shueiyue Dongtian. However, these four characters were presented in a mirrored form. Fong Xian walked through the stone door but found nothing, turning back and forth for a long time. Still, he couldn't discern any clues. Fong Xian immediately asked C2 Shu, "How do you get in here?" C2 Shu smiled and said, "Shueiyue Dongtian, quite literally, means the moon in the water, flowers in the mirror. Look into the water, and the entrance will naturally be in the water." Fong Xian looked at the water's surface, which reflected everything on the shore, including the stone door inscribed with Shueiyue Dongtian. From the reflection in the water, the characters on the stone door appeared correctly. After a moment of thought, Fong Xian stepped inside. Upon entering the water, he first experienced a tranquil silence that cut off external sounds. After swimming down into the darkness, he suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Fong Xian felt his body lighten, as if he had just stepped out of the water. Standing on solid ground, he looked around. He found himself facing the same stone door as before, with the word Shueiyue Dongtian carved on it. Passing through the stone door led to a narrow passage. Initially extremely narrow, it opened up after walking several dozen steps, revealing a vast and bright space. The primal atmosphere greeted him, as if he had entered a paradise. In the distance, there were various tribes of different sizes. After taking a few steps, Fong Xian caught a whiff of roasted meat. He was astonished. How could there be roasted meat here? A few steps later, he saw a campfire not far away, flames licking the air, crackling and popping. Beside the fire sat a fiery red nine-tailed fox roasting a chicken. The fiery red nine-tailed fox had a wine gourd beside it, holding a cigarette in its left paw while roasting the chicken on a branch with its right paw. Upon seeing Fong Xian suddenly appear, the fiery red nine-tailed fox was startled, its paws trembling for a moment, but it quickly regained its composure. The human and the fox locked eyes. A few seconds later, the fiery red fox spoke first, articulating human words. "Where's your mom?" "Ha!" Fong Xian immediately pulled out his panlong spear, ready to attack. The fiery red fox jumped up, pointing its paw holding the cigarette at Fong Xian. Hey, outsider. Don't be impulsive. Do you know who I am before you act? I'm the commander of the 9 gates of Shueiyue Dongtian. You didn't even bother to ask before you acted? If you had just gone in and asked about my name. Who in my family doesn't know me?" As the fox spoke, it suddenly turned around and lifted its rear. A visible yellow stench burst forth. The smell shot into Fong Xian's nostrils, hitting his brain directly, both sour and foul, causing his cerebral cortex to ache. "You ignorant outsider! Do you know who I am to dare to glare at me?" The fiery red fox darted away, taking a few steps before turning back to take a bite of the roasted chicken, snickering in triumph. Fong Xian flashed to a few meters away from the fiery red fox, which immediately became frightened, its fur standing on end, and it let out another foul fart before turning to run. As it ran, it shouted, "Big brother, I was wrong. Don't chase me. Mountain Lord, save me." Fong Xian swung the panlong spear out, and the fiery red fox jumped in fright, the spear barely grazing the 2 small bells in his pants.
The fiery red fox took off running, but Fong Xian's speed was incredibly fast, appearing just a few meters away in an instant. The fiery red fox screamed in terror, begging, "Big brother, I was wrong. Don't chase me. I spoke too loudly just now. I'm not some Nine Gates commander. I'm just a shy, introverted, kind-hearted little fox. Please let me go." Fong Xian flashed twice more, closing the distance to 2 meters from the fiery red fox, and once again swung the panlong spear, aiming to pin him down and ask about the situation here. Unexpectedly, a fierce wind swept in. A 1-meter-tall white tiger stood not far away. This guy was standing upright, wearing a large pair of shorts, an apron hanging from his chest, and one paw gripping a huge, heavy hammer, looking just like a blacksmith. Moreover, he seemed to possess about 10 levels of strength. Seeing that help had arrived, the fiery red fox immediately executed a smooth drift and stood in front of the white tiger, elegantly took a puff of smoke, blew out 2 smoke rings, and leisurely took a bite of roasted chicken. Pointing at Fong Xian, he arrogantly said, "Outsider. Come, come, come. Grandpa is standing right here. Keep chasing. Come, come, come. Don't be polite. Keep chasing. Didn't you want to hit Grandpa? Come on, come on, come on. Keep hitting. You hit me here. If I move even a bit, I swear I'm your father. Come." Fong Xian looked at the fiery red fox, and at that moment, the fox's pretense of power became tangible. The tall white tiger stared at Fong Xian, his voice booming. "Outsider, this is not a place for you. Take the chance and leave now. I won't hold you accountable for trespassing here. Brother Mountain Lord, letting him go like this is too lenient, isn't it? Outsiders who trespass into ruins are not good people." The fiery red fox looked up at the white tiger with eager eyes. The white tiger coldly replied, "The leader said that outsiders who accidentally enter this place have one chance to leave." The fiery red fox took a bite of roasted chicken, pointing the skewer at Fong Xian. "Oi. Our brother June is talking to you. Can't you even say thank you? Damn, you outsiders are so rude. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or did you leave your vocal cords at home?" Fong Xian observed the fiery red fox. It was the first time he had seen a talking, smoking fox, and even more so, a fox that played abstractly while doing so. "I want to ask you both about something. Many years ago, a witch doctor brought a qilin here. Where did that qilin go in the end?" As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red fox paused chewing, glancing back at the white tiger beside him, and it was evident that a fierce cold light burst forth from the white tiger's eyes. "Brother June, the newcomer is not friendly. This guy is here for the old leader. I knew these outsiders were no good." The fiery red fox twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. "Brother June, don't say anything. Just take him down. This guy is an outsider. Under the rules, his combat power is at most level 5. We can easily take him down. I'll handle the chaos, you handle the killing. We'll beat him so badly that his own mother won't recognize him." The mountain lord's long tail swished, making a whooshing sound in the air. His claws tightly gripped the hammer, and his hind legs were already prepared to launch forward. The fiery red fox jumped around, pointing at Fong Xian. "Damn outsider. At first glance, you're no good. You dare to provoke me. You even have the audacity to ask about our old leader in the water moon cave. Brother June, after you beat him half to death, hand him over to me. I want to personally finish him off. I'll stab him with a white knife, and pull it out with a white knife. I'll stab his head. I'll stab him with a white knife and pull it out with a green knife. I'll stab his gallbladder. I'll stab him with a white knife and pull it out with a yellow knife. I'll stab his shitbag." Fong Xian gripped the panlong spear. The oppressive aura of the white tiger was overwhelming, entirely different from that of the sharp-tongued fox. The white tiger's gaze suggested it belonged to someone who was ruthless and spoke little. "Brother June, take him down," the fiery red fox shouted. The white tiger, known as Tiger Mountain June, leaped into the air, charging at Fong Xian, ready to smash his head with the hammer in its claws. In a critical moment, Fong Xian activated the blood ring. Within the blood ring, Shinshu sat cross-legged. His handsome face coldly regarded Tiger Mountain June. Tiger Mountain June's eyes flickered, a hint of panic flashing in his gaze, and he forcibly twisted his body to retreat. The fiery red fox, who had been arrogant just a second ago, instinctively felt its fur stand on end upon seeing Shinshu, hiding behind Tiger Mountain June, stammering, "What the hell? Brother June, he. Isn't he the terrifying being suppressed by the Buddha? How did he come out?" Fong Xian raised an eyebrow. Shinshu was practically an invincible presence in this divine and demonic relic. Although Shinshu's combat power couldn't be fully unleashed at the moment, he had many subordinates from back in the day within the relic, and with a mere wave of his arm, those subordinates would come forth to serve. Tiger Mountain June couldn't afford to be unafraid. Shinshu fixed his gaze on Tiger Mountain June, What is Hu Shao Tian to you? After a moment of silence, Tiger Mountain June replied, he is my grandfather. I once guided him. The ferocity that Tiger Mountain June had just displayed vanished, and he now appeared as docile as a silver tabby cat. My grandfather often expressed gratitude for your guidance during his lifetime, Tiger Mountain June said respectfully. The fiery red fox, crouched behind Tiger Mountain June, was immediately struck by Situ Shinshu's gaze and knelt on the ground. Respected Lord Shinshu, although my ancestors were not guided by you, your name is like thunder in my ears. You are the guiding light on my path. I, Hu Jinbao, congratulate Lord Shinshu on your escape. Jinbao worships you. Fong Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was simply a peculiar character. The fiery red fox knelt on the ground, head tilted back, paws clasped in front of its chest, wearing an expression of adoration. Seeing that Situ Shinshu remained silent, the fiery red fox glanced at Fong Xian and explained again, Lord Shinshu, the reason I stopped your attendant from entering earlier was mainly because I didn't know he was your attendant. If you had revealed yourself sooner, we wouldn't have been so blind. Situ Shinshu coldly regarded the fiery red fox, Hu Jinbao. He is my master, I serve him now. He is not my attendant. I am his attendant. Fong Xian despised two types of people. One was those who loved to show off. The other was those who wouldn't let Fong Xian show off. Fong Xian had only wanted to be a quiet, handsome man, but Situ Shinshu insisted on elevating him so high. Fong Xian had no choice but to feign indifference. Seeing Hu Jinbao's dumbfounded expression, Fong Xian smiled innocently. Tiger Mountain June quickly bowed. Tiger Mountain June pays respects to the master. Hu Jinbao, being a clever and quick-witted fox, immediately shivered. Hu Jinbao pays respects to the master. Fong Xian grinned, feeling pleased. He then steered the conversation back to his main purpose for being there. You just mentioned that the Qilin who entered many years ago became your old leader? Hu Jinbao dared not speak recklessly, glancing back at Tiger Mountain June, who pondered for a moment before replying, in response to the master, I cannot speak much about the matters of Shueiyue Dongtian, but given your status, I can take you inside. If you wish to ask anything, you may inquire of the current tribal leader. Lead the way. Hu Jinbao quickly sprang up from the ground, bending at the waist, raising his arm in a gesture of invitation. This way, master. Fong Xian kicked Hu Jinbao playfully, laughing and scolding, you still have a couple of tricks up your sleeve. Hu Jinbao didn't mind at all as he patted his backside, grinning and flattering, it's my fault for not recognizing a great mountain, not knowing a true deity is before me. Your Excellency, please treat me like a mere fart and let me go. As he said this, Hu Jinbao couldn't help but feel anxious. He had put on a show of fox pretending to be a tiger for Fong Xian, but unexpectedly, Fong Xian turned around and gave him a version of fox pretending to be a tiger plus. Fong Xian no longer pursued the matter, his mind was now focused on how to sign a contract with the Qilin. If such a terrifying existence could be contracted, it would be a great boost for his future. Tiger Mountain Lord and Hu Jinbao led the way ahead. There were many figures in the tribe, seemingly forming a small social system. All the awakened beasts with intelligence were here. Within the tribe, there were markets, concentrated residential areas, and even a government. Most astonishingly, there were even farms. At the entrance of the main road into the tribe, an old goat sat, holding a smoking pipe, dressed in a tang suit, smoking away. At first glance, the scene resembled an abstract image generated by AI when it first emerged hundreds of years ago. The old goat was even stroking its beard with its front hooves. Upon seeing an outsider in the tribe, the old goat immediately straightened up, its horizontal pupils fixating on Fong Xian, its vigilance at full alert. Mountain Lord, you must know the rules of the Water Moon Cave, right? The old goat inquired. Tiger Mountain Lord stepped forward and whispered, Old goat, the terrifying existence suppressed by the Buddha has emerged and is following this young man. The aura of Situ Shinshu was also released at the right moment. The old goat immediately fumbled with its smoking pipe, stood up abruptly, and respectfully said, Welcome, sir, to your esteemed presence. Tiger Mountain Lord continued, Old goat, the esteemed one wishes to know about the old chief, so, would like to meet our chief. What do you think? Of course. Please, this way. The old goat quickly raised its front hooves in a gesture of invitation and led the way. As they passed through the main road of the tribe, many awakened beasts and spirit beasts on both sides looked over. These beasts did not seem so brutal and savage, their eyes appeared quite clear. There were many beasts Fong Xian had never seen before in the tribe, a winged unicorn performing tricks, a large lizard with two heads sewing, a snake with one head and two bodies hawking fruit, a sharp-horned deer that could turn invisible teaching students, and a giraffe with a neck that could stretch freely dyeing a golden lion's hair, while a silver crocodile in an apron sold handbags. The most astonishing was a hexagonal ram holding a cigarette and roasting lamb skewers.
You wouldn't believe it, but it actually smelled quite good. As Fong Xian walked through the main road, he stared wide-eyed at the beasts in this tribe, feeling like he was seeing something new. These beasts were all looking at him, whispering and asking who this outsider was and what he was doing here. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that many seemed to harbor significant hostility towards him, as if previous outsiders who had intruded here had not left a good impression on these natives. A few half-human-sized mice lined up in armor, running towards him with long spears, followed by a turtle. The turtle nodded at the old goat and then said to Fong Xian, "Your Excellency, the chief requests your presence."
Under the turtle's guidance, Fong Xian headed towards a large tent in the center of the tribe.
As the tent's entrance curtain was lifted, the creature inside raised its front paw, saying, "Your Excellency, please." A few mouse guards stood on either side of the tent, standing tall and proud, looking quite impressive. Fong Xian looked inside the tent. The ground was covered with thick fur carpets, a deer head hung directly opposite, a tortoiseshell was hung on the side, and many books were piled around, with various ancient texts in the bookshelves. On the main seat directly opposite the door, there was a long table piled high with many ancient books, papers, quills, and ink, accompanied by the sound of a quill scratching across the paper.
"Chief, the esteemed one has arrived,"
said the turtle. The books on the table shifted slightly. Then, a chubby and adorable little hamster stood atop a pile of books, wearing a perfectly fitting pair of small glasses and a tailored little suit, its front paws crossed in front of its chest as it bowed.
"Welcome, esteemed one." Fong Xian was stunned for several seconds upon seeing this scene.
Who would have thought that in this place filled with giant ferocious beasts, the tribe leader would actually be a very cute little hamster? Fong Xian noticed the respectful gaze the turtle directed at the little hamster. It seemed this little hamster was indeed the leader, proving that one should not judge a beast by its appearance.
"Please take a seat, esteemed one."
The little hamster raised its front paws in greeting.
The turtle raised a hand to indicate that Fong Xian should sit in the main seat, then very properly went to brew tea.
The little hamster hopped down from the pile of books, and on the table was a quill, along with reading notes written by the little hamster on a piece of paper. The ink on the paper was still wet, and the writing was vigorous and powerful, displaying a grand style. Next to it stood a book, Huang Din Aging, and the little hamster stuffed the quill into the ink bottle. There was also a small table and chair perfectly suited for the little hamster's size. The little hamster wiggled its chubby body and sat on the small chair. From Fong Xian's perspective, it was quite adorable, making one unable to resist the urge to give it a little squeeze.
The little hamster adjusted its glasses and said, "Esteemed one, have you come here to inquire about the old leader?" The little hamster got straight to the point after sitting down. Fong Xian also got to the point. "Yes, I would like to know where the old leader is now."
The little hamster adjusted its glasses, picked up its delicate mini teacup, and took a sip of tea from the cup handed to it by the turtle.
The turtle also poured a cup of tea for Fong Xian.
The little hamster waved its paws, and the turtle then stood at the entrance of the tent, dismissing the others, remaining like a sword-bearing guard. After pondering for a moment, the little hamster said, "Esteemed one, the old leader did mention before passing that one day, there would definitely be someone coming here to seek the old leader's traces."
Fong Xian was stunned for a long time after hearing this. Before passing? The old leader is gone?
The little hamster nodded. Yes, the old leader has been gone for several years.
Fong Xian sat in his chair, holding the teacup in a daze. If the Qilin had passed away, then wouldn't he be like a dung beetle encountering diarrhea, having made a wasted trip?
But according to common sense, such divine beasts generally have long lifespans.
Fong Xian looked at the little hamster with suspicion. The little hamster took another sip from its delicate teacup. "Esteemed one, only I and Ian at the door know about the old leader's death. I told the other villagers that the old leader is in seclusion, so I hope you won't reveal the secret to the other villagers." Fong Xian voiced his doubts. Isn't the old leader a terrifying existence at the divine beast level? How could he die?
The little hamster placed its small paws on its belly and sighed. "I believe esteemed one should understand that although the old leader was very strong, he was ultimately a creation of man, violating the objective laws of nature, so the old leader did not have the longevity of other divine beasts."
Fong Xian couldn't help but recall the mention of Hong Huang No. 1 inch in his notebook. The Qilin was created by that Professor Sheng through Hong Huang No. 1, which seemed to make sense. However, Fong Xian wasn't entirely convinced by the little hamster's words. "So, your old leader has been gone for so long, and the villagers haven't noticed anything?"
The little hamster smiled and adjusted his glasses with his small paws. "Although the old leader is gone, his remains are still here. After all, the old leader was a terrifying existence of divine beast level. Even his residual power can make many people retreat. I will occasionally go to the place where the old leader sat in meditation, to channel the old leader's aura, so that the villagers know the old leader is still here.
Fong Xin rubbed his teacup.
You just said the old leader mentioned someone would come here before he passed.
Did he say anything else? The little hamster nodded.
Although the old leader has left, he left behind something. If the person who comes can resonate with that thing, then they are worthy of trust. The reason I invited you here, my lord, is because that thing left by the old leader has shown signs of activity.
Fong Xin instantly perked up. What is it? The little hamster elegantly took a sip of tea.
He stepped down from his special little chair and picked up a cane made just for him from the side.
Please follow me, my lord.
Just as Fong Xin stood up, the cane in the little hamster's paw poked the table, and in a flash, he found himself in a cave.
Fong Xin stared wide-eyed at the little hamster. Your talent is spatial?
The little hamster leaned on his cane. No, my talent is transformation. I can change spatial positions and also switch the strength between myself and others.
If I am injured and you are not, I can make you take my injury. I can possess your state. There are other applications of my talent, but I won't elaborate. Fong Xin stared wide-eyed at the little hamster, surprised that this little creature had such an impressive talent. Moreover, Fong Xin still couldn't figure out what kind of combat power this little hamster had.
It looked very weak, but that earlier display had truly opened Fong Xin's eyes.
The little hamster's gaze fixed on a direction. Fong Xin followed the little hamster's gaze.
At the end of this sight was a throne, and on the throne lay a massive black shadow. The little hamster flickered and moved in mid-air, constantly exchanging positions with the stones on the cave wall, and soon reached the armrest of the throne. He placed one paw on his chest, bowing sincerely and whispering, "Old leader."
Fong Xin stepped forward and finally got a clear look at that figure.
It had 2 horns on its head, fiery red mane, a massive body covered in scales, and a thick dragon tail that hung naturally. Even though it had been dead for many years, one could still feel a suffocating sense of oppression emanating from it. At this moment, Fong Xin gradually understood that the little hamster was channeling the Qilin's aura onto himself, so that the villagers in the tribe would mistakenly believe the old leader was still alive.
The little hamster brought Fong Xin here to actually tell him that what he said earlier was true. Such a strong aura. A voice echoed in Fong Xin's mind. It was Situ. My lord, let me take a look. Fong Xin immediately released Situ. When the little hamster saw Situ, he was slightly taken aback but showed no excessive surprise, merely bowing respectfully and saying, "Lord Shinshu." Situ casually responded, his gaze fixed on the Qilin's corpse. Looking at this form, this should be the legendary Qilin divine beast. I didn't expect it to really appear. If it were alive, it could easily reach the 14th realm. Fong Xin was better off not hearing this, but after hearing it, he felt a pang of regret. His arrival was indeed ill-timed.
Before coming, he had never thought that the Qilin divine beast had actually died. He recalled when he was at the Beast Palace, Zhuge Baimao had told the old master of the palace about the whereabouts of the Qilin, and at that time, the elders of the Beast Palace were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. If they had known that Qilin was already dead, who knows what they would have thought.
Returning to the present, the little hamster had just mentioned that something resonated with Fong Xin.
You just said the old leader left something behind. What is it? The little hamster stood on the armrest, looking at Fong Xin. You first place your hand on the old leader's forehead. If you aren't repelled by his residual power, I will take you to see what the old leader left behind.
Fong Xin thought for a moment and placed his hand on it.
Just as his hand was about to touch, he could clearly feel a barrier around the Qilin, about 3 centimeters thick, blocking his palm.
Fong Xin pressed forward, and the barrier silently gave way, allowing his hand to touch the old leader's forehead.
The little hamster muttered, "It's you, the zero judge that the old leader spoke of."
Fong Xin asked in confusion, "What did you just say about the end-of-law judge?"
The old leader mentioned before that there exists a being in this world that has a natural affinity with him, and that being is the zero judge. The little hamster continued, "My lord, please follow me." As it spoke, the little hamster tapped its cane, and the wall melted away, revealing a passage with a faint glow.
The little hamster led the way, with Fong Xin closely following.
At the end of the passage was a chamber, and in the center of the chamber was a stone platform.
On the platform lay the item left by the Qilin. It was an egg, 2 feet tall, with a diameter of over a foot in the middle. The surface of the egg was not smooth, in fact, it was quite rough. The entire egg was gray, resembling a haphazardly assembled mud egg. Fong Xin approached and knocked on it. To his surprise, the sound it made was like that of a solid object. "This is what the old leader left behind," the little hamster said from the side of the stone platform. Then the little hamster added, "My lord, your purpose in coming here is to establish a contract with the old leader,
Why not also try to establish a contract with this egg?
Fong Xin did not rush to act.
What kind of egg is this? This is the egg left by the old leader. At the time, the old leader spoke vaguely about it, but I later analyzed it carefully. This egg contains the old leader's offspring.
Fong Xin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Offspring of the old leader? That would mean a little Qilin.
But when Fong Xin observed the corpse of the Qilin earlier, he clearly saw that it had a huge water gun.
Could it be that the Qilin was hermaphroditic? Or was it asexual reproduction? Or did it scatter seeds like dandelions to grow randomly?
But such a method of sowing would not produce an egg like this. This was more like a kidney stone than a Qilin's egg. As if seeing through Fong Xin's various doubts, the little hamster explained, this egg was laid by the old leader and another divine beast, but the old leader did not specify who the other parent was, and I did not ask.
Fong Xin examined the egg. So it's an illegitimate egg.
The little hamster opened its mouth.
Does my lord want to try to establish a connection with this divine egg? Fong Xin asked in confusion. You just said that when I came, I resonated with this thing. Where is the resonance?
The little hamster explained, because I borrowed the breath of the old chief, I can also sense the subtle changes in this egg. Just now, when you stepped into the tribe, I heard a heartbeat coming from this egg. This is the first time in all my years as chief that I've heard a heartbeat from this divine egg.
Fong Xin raised his hand and pressed it against the oversized mud egg, activating his beast mastery talent.
A few seconds later, thump thump, a strong and powerful heartbeat suddenly resonated, echoing throughout the entire chamber.
Crack! Following that, a fissure actually appeared in the egg.
The little hamster's chubby body wobbled and ran over to the crack. Its two short front paws were raised high.
It actually cracked open.
Situshinshu looked at the egg. Inside should be a Qilin offspring, not only with Qilin bloodline but also other divine beast bloodlines. The eggshell is made of top-notch materials, with a high defense coefficient, and can evade perception detection.
Fong Xin carefully examined the egg.
The crack in the eggshell was very small, making it impossible to see what was inside.
This egg could even block Fong Xin's perception, completely preventing him from sensing what was inside.
However, Fong Xin had already established a connection with the presence inside the egg through his beast mastery talent. He could vaguely sense that there was a little guy inside who hadn't woken up yet. Moreover, this little guy was continuously conveying information to Fong Xin, indicating a need for energy.
Without hesitation, Fong Xin took out his divine demon marrow and piled it into a large heap around the egg.
The gray mud egg, illuminated by the red divine demon marrow, also emitted a red glow. Soon after, it was visibly apparent that the energy from the divine demon marrow was being devoured by the egg. In just a few breaths, all the divine demon marrow that Fong Xin had just taken out was completely consumed, turning into powder with a mere squeeze. The little guy inside still conveyed the message that it wasn't full yet.
Fong Xin took out another 300 pieces of divine demon marrow and piled them around.
In a few breaths, the energy from the 300 pieces of divine demon marrow was also completely devoured. Fong Xin had taken out all the divine demon marrow he had previously obtained, totaling over 14,000 pieces. Only then did the little guy convey to Fong Xin that it had only filled 1/3 of its stomach today.
Fong Xin stared at the egg, completely stunned. Oh my! Over 14,000 pieces of divine demon marrow.
He had often heard those who had families say that raising children was expensive, but Fong Xin had never felt it until now. This little guy inside the egg had consumed over 14,000 pieces of divine demon marrow, leaving Fong Xin utterly bewildered. The message conveyed by this little guy was that it wanted to break out of the shell, and energy was essential. Given the situation, it seemed that it wouldn't be able to come out anytime soon. Rounding up, if calculated for a day, it would be 40,000 pieces, and for a month, that would be 120,000 pieces. What does 120,000 pieces even mean? When the final rankings of the Dragon and Tiger list are settled, the top 10 combined can barely make that amount.
Seeing Fong Xin in a daze, the little hamster looked up and asked, Your Excellency, what's wrong? Have you established contact with the presence in the divine egg? I have established contact. Did it say anything to you? Fong Xin recounted. It said it wants to break out of the shell and needs to replenish energy.
The divine demon marrow from earlier was only enough to fill 1/3 of its stomach.
The little hamster was also taken aback. I see, Your Excellency, don't worry about the divine demon marrow. I'll instruct the villagers of the tribe to help you find some outside. It's uncertain how long it will take to come out, but if we calculate for a year, that would be 14,400,000 pieces of divine demon marrow. More than 10 million, it's indeed impossible to gather so much in a short time.
I'll first gather half for you, and according to the frequency with which your people come in, after half a year, you can come back, and I'll give you the other half. My lord, what do you think?
Fong Xian looked at the little hamster, knowing that there are no free lunches in this world. If you hand over this egg to me and promise me a year's worth of divine demon marrow, what do you want in return?
The little hamster stood on the stone platform, its two front paws resting on a cane, looking up at Fong Xian.
We only want one thing, freedom. Freedom? The little hamster nodded.
We villagers are cursed by the divine demons, and for our entire lives, we can only remain within this divine demon relic, never able to step out even a single step.
I just want you to lead us away from here. You mean to break the divine demon curse?
Yes.
How do we break it? The little hamster looked at Fong Xian, revealing an inscrutable smile.
You will know how later.
But I want to know how to do it now?
The little hamster smiled. You are both the destroyer of all rules and the creator of all rules. When you reach the pinnacle, the rules will be dictated by you.
Fong Xian nodded. I see.
The little hamster leaned on its cane.
My lord, shall we change places to continue our conversation?
Sure.
Fong Xian put the egg away. In a flash, Fong Xian and the little hamster reappeared in the large tent from before.
The little hamster was very efficient, calling in the turtle guard at the entrance and instructing it to send villagers to gather the divine demon marrow, aiming to quickly collect 720,000 pieces to deliver. My lord, 720,000 is not a small amount, it may take you a day or two.
Fong Xian was not in a hurry.
No problem. But about what just happened? Shouldn't we sign some kind of agreement?
The little hamster confidently smiled.
No need. Since you are the chosen one of the Qilinxiang Sun, I trust your character. They then chatted about the events of the shaman and the Qilin coming here years ago. The shaman had come here in a frenzy, breaking into the water moon forbidden area and claiming it as his own. Later, when the Qilin grew up, he established a tribe here, gathering powerful beasts from the surrounding area, forming a small civilized society. Because the Qilin was extraordinarily strong, the villagers were willing to stay and abide by the tribe's rules.
Aren't you afraid these villagers will find out about what you've been hiding from them?
The little hamster laughed. I used to be afraid, but not anymore. You should have seen that there are several 12th tier royal beasts in the tribe, and even a 13th tier holy beast. That 6-horned ram selling roasted lamb skewers is a 13th tier holy beast. If this matter leaks, he will definitely seize power. The tribe could very well cease to exist.
But fortunately, you have come.
After you leave, I will find a suitable time to inform them of the truth. Although the old chief has died, the descendants left behind know the potential of the divine beasts and will not dare to act rashly.
Moreover, with your support from Lord Shinshu, they will not dare to make a move.
Given time, when you can lift the curse on us, these villagers of the tribe can also be of use to you.
Fong Xian observed the little hamster, noting that its little head was quite organized in its thinking.
They waited until the next evening, when a tender, cute voice echoed in Fong Xian's mind, pitifully saying, "Hungry. Food." As night fell, the turtle walked in from outside, handing over a spatial ring.
My lord.
The little hamster passed the spatial ring to Fong Xian. Fong Xian took it and roughly scanned it, finding over 700,000 pieces of divine demon marrow. He then took out 50,000 pieces of divine demon marrow and piled them outside the egg, visibly absorbing the energy of the divine demon marrow. Half an hour later, there are only 5,000 divine demon marrow left.
A childish hiccup echoed in his mind, I'm full. Soon after, snoring could be heard. Fong Xian stared wide-eyed, 45,000. 45,000 a day. Fong Xian looked at the little hamster, who was dumbfounded. Little mouse.
It seems we might have miscalculated a bit earlier. The little hamster wiped non-existent sweat from its forehead. Master, I'll think of a way.
You can just come in and take it when the time comes. The conversation with the little hamster in the water moon forbidden area lasted until dawn.
These past few days had been mentally exhausting, and he hadn't rested well, so he took the opportunity to sleep soundly in the tribe until morning.
Outside, the midterm tests were in full swing, seemingly having nothing to do with Fong Xian.
The next day, when he woke up, the little hamster brought nearly 1 million divine demon marrow, giving Fong Xian a total of 8 million.
Fong Xian didn't rush to go out during the day. There was chaos everywhere, and he was socially anxious.
He casually explored the tribe's customs and beasts, specifically having the fiery red fox Hu Jinbao act as a guide, while also settling personal scores by beating Hu Jinbao for an entire day. However, after a day of wandering, what he enjoyed the most was the lamb skewers he had gorged on at the hexagonal ram's place.
As dusk fell, Fong Xian swaggered out of the water moon forbidden area. He released Situ Shinshu, using Situ Shinshu's influence to send the errand runners to find the whereabouts of Li Bear and the little monk Myanung.
Soon, news came that they had found Li Bear and the others.
Fong Xin immediately rushed over.
When they met, Li Bear and the others were resting, and their spirits were high. After all, this trip had been like cheating.
Seeing Fong Xin approach, they all stood up. Brother Xin. Fong Xin gestured for them to sit. Shi Tailang handed Fong Xin a warmed can, and when Fong Xin took the can, Shi Tailang noticed the ring on Fong Xin's finger.
The value was still 0.
What the hell? Brother Xin? What happened? How did your score turn to 0?
The others looked over in surprise.
Damn! Brother Xin, did you run into trouble?
It's okay, I did encounter some trouble, but it's all resolved. Zhang Yaozu, who seemed to blend into the darkness in his camouflage suit, grinned. Brother Xin, the midterm test time is already more than halfway through. The first place on the Dragon Tiger leaderboard has already surged to over 80,000 Divine Demon Marrow, and even the 10th place has over 50,000, and you're still at 0.
Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. Our scores are better than normal because Brother Xin is covering for us. I propose, all the Divine Demon Marrow we earn next should go to Brother Xin.
At this rate, by the time the test ends and the rankings are finalized, the 10th place will probably be around 70 to 80,000.
Let's gather some and help Brother Xin get into the top 10. Shi Tailong's suggestion was met with agreement from the others.
Li Bear was a doer. She immediately stood up, pulling out 2 machetes from under her arms. Let's go. The others quickly got up, ready to act in a race against time. Seeing this, Fong Xin couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need for that. I still have a bit of Divine Demon Marrow left. I forgot to transfer it.
Getting into the top 10 won't be a problem. Brother Xin, you have Divine Demon Marrow? How much? Shi Tailang asked, his face full of curiosity.
A few tens of thousands.
Shi Tailang replied, right now,
the 10th place is 58,000. You need at least 60,000 to stay ahead of the current 10th place in the coming days. Bai Yulin chimed in, not necessarily. The rankings before the final tally are often inaccurate. Some people will stash part of their Divine Demon Marrow in their score rings and keep an eye on the rankings. When it's close to the final tally, they suddenly add more and surge up the rankings. This has been a common tactic over the years. Even the top 30 might be holding back. One reason is to climb the rankings, and the other is to prevent others from doing the same. So, Brother Xin wants to secure a spot in the top 10, but right now, 60,000 demon essence is not enough. At least 70,000 is needed. Shi Tailang nodded, so that's how it works. Brother Xin, do you have 70,000? Fong Xin replied honestly, I do. He glanced at the rankings on the Dragon and Tiger list. The scores between the 10th and 30th places were very close. The 30th place currently had a score of 37,000, which meant he had 37,000 demon essence in his points ring. To avoid drawing too much attention, Fong Xin first stuffed 30,000 demon essence into the points ring. Immediately, his ranking on the Dragon and Tiger list rose to 52. For the remaining days, he just needed to recharge it daily to secure a spot in the top 10. Fong Xin held 800,000 demon essence, not to mention the top 10. Even after the rankings were finalized, the total amount of demon essence for the top 50 wouldn't surpass his. Shi Tailang, Li Bauer, and the others also had impressive scores because they had the Night Demon Yeksha and Rakshasa leading them around to find demon essence. Over the past few days, their scores had also made it into the top 30, but they didn't rely solely on this advantage. During the day, they still searched for demon essence themselves and engaged in skirmishes with others to hone their teamwork and overall combat skills. Among them, Li Bauer had the highest score, as she had the strongest combat power. During the daytime battles, she contributed the most and was currently ranked 8th on the Dragon and Tiger list, looking like she still had some demon essence left to push for a higher rank later. The first place on the Dragon and Tiger list was a member of a super family, who had held the top spot since the first day they entered the demon ruins. The second place was a member of the church, and the third was from the Five Elements Palace. Only Li Bauer and Ji Xuanzi made it into the top 10, ranked 8th and 9th respectively. However, among the top 30, the 9th place had 6 positions occupied, accounting for about 1/5 of the total participants. It's worth noting that the number of people entering the demon ruins this time reached 6 figures. Anyone who made it into the top 30 was undoubtedly exceptional. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Fong Xin's group could stabilize their scores in the top 30. Shi Tailang was already pondering what kind of nice car his dad would buy him after the midterm tests. After resting for a moment, they set out again to search for demon essence. Fong Xin lagged behind, taking it easy, and just as dawn was approaching, a zombie leader came over to report that they had found the whereabouts of the little monk Myanung. Fong Xin immediately headed towards the little monk. The little monk knew about Fong Xian's secrets regarding the reversal mirror and the Situ divine wash, so he had to find him. If the little monk was loose-lipped, then it would have to be dealt with physically. Inside the dilapidated temple, the statue of the Bodhisattva sat in the center, flanked by 2 statues of young boys.
Fong Xian looked around and finally focused on one of the boy statues, which he found increasingly familiar.
He pulled out his gun to poke it, and the statue immediately moved, revealing the little monk who quickly pressed down on Fong Xian's gun.
With a big face, he said, "Brother Xian, don't mess around." Fong Xian curiously glanced at the statue and then at Miaoning. "You have quite the talent.
You can merge with the statue to disguise yourself." Miaoning waved his hand. "It's just some low-level sleight of hand."
He tentatively asked, "Brother Xian, you came to find me. You wouldn't be thinking of killing me to silence me, would you?"
"What killing to silence? You released the terrifying existence that suppressed the Buddha, and that terrifying being is still serving you. Besides, you also took a significant treasure from the Buddhist sect.
You're afraid I might expose this and pose a threat to you, right?" Fong Xian pretended to polish the tip of his gun. "Since you know, do you have any last words?" Miaoning's delicate face instantly wrinkled into a frown, and he hurriedly pressed on Fong Xian's arm. "It's not what you think, Xian-gu. Are you serious? What else could it be?" Miaoning forced out a dry laugh. Xian-gu, let me explain.
I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a daughter who just turned a month old below."
"You, a monk, have that?" Fong Xian pretended to poke him.
Miaoning licked his lips and quickly pressed on Fong Xian's arm. "Even if I don't have a daughter, I must have a mother, right?"
"I'm not some internet troll. I have a mom. Like this."
Miaoning seemed to have made a decision. "Xian-gu, let me tell you a secret. Consider it giving you leverage over me. The reason I went to Mo Temple is actually to obtain something, a relic formed from the Buddha's finger bone." As he spoke, Miaoning pulled open his collar, revealing a crooked scar on his chest. "I have already implanted that finger bone relic into my body.
The power within this relic has already established a connection with me.
With it, I can not only receive the protection of 2 bodhisattvas but also the protection of the Buddha. If this news gets out, many people will definitely try to dig into my chest to take the finger bone. Now that I have merged with the finger bone relic, if it is taken away, I will die."
Fong Xian listened to Miaoning's words. "Digging out the bone from the chest? I feel like I've seen this somewhere." Miaoning looked at him eagerly. "I'm not lying to you, Xian-gu.
If you don't believe me, you can ask that terrifying existence you subdued."
"He's not wrong."
Situ Shinshu's voice came. "This child has a Buddha's heart. There's no need to kill him. In times of great chaos, he can still help you."
Seeing Fong Xian's gaze wavering, Miaoning gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "Xian-gu. Actually, I lied to you before.
I also obtained a treasure in the Buddhist temple."
As he spoke, Miaoning took out a bronze lamp.
This lamp looked very similar to the one he had before, but the one in front of him appeared to be of a higher grade.
"Xian-gu. This thing is called the Buddha's language green lamp.
Although it can't compare to the time-reversing treasure mirror in your hand, it's still a rare item.
If you don't believe me, you can search it up. This thing can not only attack but also has Buddha light for defense.
As long as you spare my life, this thing is yours." Fong Xian glanced at the Buddha's language green lamp, and Situ Shinshu's voice echoed in his mind again. "This item is of little use to you. Only those from the Buddhist sect can maximize its potential."
"Look at you, calling me your buddy. Am I the kind of person who comes to kill you?"
"I'm just worried about you, so I came to see how things were going,"
Fong Xian said seriously, closing Miaoning's collar. Miaoning looked at Fong Xian with suspicion. "Then you can keep this lamp." "Thank you, Xian-gu. Have a pig's trotter." Fong Xian took the pig's trotter from Miaoning's hand, glanced at Miaoning's points ring, which only had a few thousand points. "Did you come here just to go to that Buddhist temple?"
"Wait, going to the Buddhist temple requires a power-type talent.
How did you get in?"
Miaoning explained. "I have the Bodhisattva's protection. The restrictions in that place have little effect on me." After taking a bite of the pig's trotter, Miaoning continued. "Our abbot said that grades don't matter. As long as I can return alive, that's good enough. So, I'm here. Grades don't matter to me. My goals are only 2 things. First, this place is full of fighting and killing every day.
I'm here to help them gain merit. Second, that finger bone.
I read about the secret of the finger bone in an ancient book, but luckily I met you, Xian-gu.
If I hadn't met you, my life would have been over. You are simply my rebirth parents.
Great kindness is unspoken. We'll see each other in the future.
From now on, half of the merit I gain will be yours." In Fong Xian's mind, the laughter of Situ Shinshu echoed. "This is quite a generous gift.
This little monk's merit has a luck bonus. You will share half of his merit, and in the future, your luck will soar, plus it can also resist a portion of curses. As his strength increases, his ability to resist curses will also grow.
Hearing Sitishinshu's explanation, Fong Xian was delighted. It seemed that by casually saving this little monk, he had gained such benefits. Noticing Fong Xian looking at her with a silly grin, Niaoning shifted her position, covering her backside. Xian go, are you alright? Want some sour plums? I'm fine. Remember to keep in touch.
Niaoning was puzzled, exchanged contact information, finished eating the pig trotters she had before coming in, rinsed her mouth carefully, and then bid farewell to Fong Xian, crushing the teleportation talisman to leave the divine demon ruins.
Fong Xian glanced at the points ring.
At this moment, the first place on the Dragon and Tiger leaderboard had reached 98,000. The 10th place had also reached 66,000.
Fong Xian recharged over 20,000 into his points ring, raising his rank from over 50 to 19th.
The competition for the top 30 was fierce, and everyone was well aware that many were holding back, preparing for the final push.
Fong Xian methodically recharged his points ring intermittently.
He even deliberately created a fluctuating ranking state to make his rise seem less abrupt. Finally, by noon the next day, Fong Xian's rank reached 13th, and then slowly climbed, inching closer to 10th place, occasionally pretending to let someone surpass him.
It was finally the last day for the Dragon and Tiger leaderboard settlement. The leaderboard, suspended high in the sky, attracted everyone's attention. Fong Xian leisurely paddled his way to 10th place. Just as the countdown for the leaderboard settlement had been announced for 3 hours, someone couldn't sit still.
Originally ranked 13th, a person named Fu Jin suddenly surged by 6,000 points, firmly pushing Fong Xian's rank down. In a cave within the divine demon ruins, Fu Jin stared at his points ring, his gaze fixed on the dozen or so teammates in front of him. Everyone, I believe that those in front of us on the leaderboard, whether they are pushing for a higher rank or defending their position, are all prepared. We have the numbers, they may not be fewer than us. Brothers, give it your all. Let's fight for 9th and secure 10th. Don't worry, Fu Gu. Together, we have gathered over 60,000 divine demon essence, plus your extra 10,000, that's over 80,000. Breaking into the top 10 will be a piece of cake. Only half an hour had passed. People began to exert their strength. The first place, who originally had 12,000 points, skyrocketed to 14,000, surpassing the second place by a full 30,000 points, firmly sitting on the throne of first place. The second place, from the church, also rose to 11,000 points. The third place had just reached 10,000. The top 10 not only aimed to break into the top 3 but also had to guard against those behind them suddenly surging forward. In this half hour, the entire leaderboard's top 30 became a chaotic mess. At this moment, it was also the crucial point of the midterm test, and the people in the top 30 were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their skills. The entire Dragon and Tiger leaderboard was in disarray. Meanwhile, Fong Xian was leisurely roasting meat, as if he were a master of point control, occasionally stuffing a little into his points ring. Each time he added divine demon essence, depending on where the minute hand of his watch pointed. If it was an odd number, he would add a few less than the current 9th place. If it was even, he would add a few more than the current 11th place. Occasionally, he would randomly hover between 8th and 12th place. At this moment, the person ahead of Fong Xian was Fu Jin, who had previously surpassed him. This person had stuffed 12,000 divine demon essence into his ring and was now ranked 9th. Fong Xian was 37 points behind Fu Jin. There were still 2.5 hours left. The real chaotic battle was yet to come. Outside the ruins of gods and demons, a sea of heads surged. Everyone was eagerly watching the Dragon and Tiger rankings above. The rankings of the top 30 were changing rapidly, especially in the range from 3rd to 30th place, where the names were fluctuating so quickly that they almost blurred into a mosaic. Suspended in the sky was a palace, a massive treasure. Inside the treasure palace sat several figures, men and women of all ages. The white-haired boy from the 9th place was among them, holding a teacup, swaying back and forth in his chair. An old man, peeling chestnuts, looked at the Dragon and Tiger rankings and laughed. Finally, it's starting. Back in the day, we fought tooth and nail for fame and fortune, and now I can just sit here and watch these youngsters fight for it. It's really enjoyable, hey. A regal woman sitting nearby, cradling a Persian cat and adorned with rings, coldly replied, look at your ambitions. The old man, munching on chestnuts, gave the woman a thumbs up and chuckled, Dragon Palace Master, you're so lofty, you're amazing. He only received a cold snort in return. The old man stopped bickering with the woman and turned his gaze to Jahang, white-haired boy, I heard your 9th place recruited a genius, that one called Fong Xian, right? But looking at it, it seems just so. I watched for a long time, and the highest was only 8th place. Just now, it even dropped to 12th. With 2.5 hours left, it feels pretty unlikely to squeeze into the top 10. The regal woman glanced at the old man,
Why are you staring at the little kid from the 9th place?
The old man took a bite of chestnut and shot a glance at the woman. I say, Dragon Palace Master, I've heard you want to take care of this little white-haired boy, but he doesn't agree.
Why are you still rushing to send him gifts? The woman retorted without hesitation, jealous, are we? It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. After all, with your ups and downs, any man would want to charge into battle for you. The vulgar joke drew the attention of others. The woman sneered, at your age, you should know better. Can you still stand up?
The old man chuckled, don't worry, Dragon Palace Master, as long as you're willing, I can tie a chopstick to it.
The woman frowned, turning her head to look at the old man.
The old man showed no fear, munching on chestnuts with a smile on his face.
Jahang slowly tilted his head to look at the old man, tilting his teacup, causing scalding tea to spill out, but the next second, the hot tea splashed directly into the old man's lap. The old man quickly stood up, shaking his pants, forcing a smile while not daring to get angry at the white-haired boy. Jahang raised his teacup, and the tea that had just been poured out inexplicably filled up again, visibly, while the transparent teapot on the other side had less water. He turned back, showing his small white teeth and flashing a signature smile at the old man. That kid has a power-type talent, those who understand know. The old man patted his pants, treating it as if nothing unpleasant had happened. No wonder, a brute with a power-type talent, it's not easy to stabilize in the top 10. An elderly man in a tang suit chuckled, since the awakening of talents, everyone looks down on power-type talents. The chestnut-eating old man looked at the dragon and tiger rankings and said, that's the reality.
There are so many with power-type talents in the world, but only a few make a name for themselves. The pinnacle of the pyramid for power types is that old monk guarding the number 1 temple in the world. This little kid from the 9th place, Fong Chen, can barely hang on to the top 10. By the time of the final test, the gap will be even larger. It will be difficult for him to squeeze into the top 30. Just as he spoke, the rankings changed again, and the 11th place shot up to 9th place.
Ranked 10th, Fong Chen was pushed down to 11th.
Hey, what did you say? The old man eating chestnuts chuckled, you've been pushed out of the 10th place again. Inside the cave, Fu Jin looked at the ranking on his score ring, which had dropped to 10th, and immediately stood up. Damn it, dropped to 10th.
How much demon marrow do we have left? Over 40,000. Are we still going for it, brother Fu? No rush.
It's not just us who have a team, others definitely have teams too.
Did you notice that kid who just got pushed down to 9th?
His score has been hovering around 10th. Based on my speculation, since we have a team, they must have one too. He's now in 11th place. Let's see if he makes any moves. No matter what, we must hold on to the 10th place. While they were talking, Fong Xan's score slowly went up, just 2 points more than Fu Jin. Seeing this, Fu Jin immediately added 500 demon marrow, but unexpectedly, Fong Xan slowly caught up again, this time surpassing Fu Jin by over 400 points. Fu Jin added another 2,000. To his surprise, Fong Xan shot up to 9th place, pushing the previous 9th down, making it a competition between him and Fu Jin.
Li Bauer and a few others also came over to join Fong Chen.
At this point, Li Bauer had stabilized in 6th place, still holding onto a good amount of demon marrow, wanting to push for the top 3. Moreover, Shi Tailang and the others, while ensuring their positions in the top 30, allocated extra demon marrow to Li Bauer to help her advance, as this was not just about personal honor, it also concerned the reputation of the Heavenly Shield Bureau.
If the students performed well, the Academy's ranking would rise accordingly. Zhang Xiaocha pulled Fong Chen aside and handed him a space ring.
Brother, there are 10,000 demon marrow in here, take it first.
I know my own strength, and I don't want to be the one in the spotlight.
I know you want to secure a top 10 ranking, but I've been watching for a long time, and the competition for your position is fierce.
Take this 10,000 for emergencies. No need.
Zhang Xiaocha said firmly, brother, take it. If it's not enough, I only need to keep 5,000 demon marrow to ensure a passing score. The rest can go to you to secure your ranking. Fong Chen looked at Zhang Xiaocha, feeling a warmth in his heart, and gently flicked her smooth forehead with his hand.
Fong Chen accidentally dropped his space ring, which contained 800,000 demon marrow, on the ground. Oh no! My ring fell on the ground. Xiaocha, can you help me pick it up? Zhang Xiaocha picked up Fong Xin's space ring. She understood Fong Xin's character very well. Since he had done this, he must want her to see what was inside the space ring. When Zhang Xiaocha saw Fong Xin's confident demeanor, she guessed that he might have several tens of thousands of demon marrow. But when she scanned her mental energy into the space ring, she was immediately stunned. She remained in the same position as when she was picking something up, as if humanity had not fully evolved to upright walking yet. Zhang Xiaocha stood there in shock. The space ring, with its enormous capacity, was filled with bright red demon marrow. Jiang Xiaocha's mind was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of demon marrow.
There were so many that her head buzzed. She roughly counted and found it to be several million. Compared to the few 100,000 demon marrow she had just given Fong Xian, it didn't even count as a fraction.
No wonder Fong Xian had been so fearless from the beginning. Brother, where did you get so much demon marrow?
Jiang Xiaocha was still a bit shocked and hadn't calmed down. Fong Xian shrugged, a hamster gave it to me, just shoved it into my hands. Jiang Xiaocha's rosy little mouth opened to form an O shape, but the questions she asked were to the point, without further probing.
After all, ever since entering the divine demon ruins, Fong Xian seemed to have many secrets. Since Fong Xian wasn't saying anything, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask either.
Returning the spatial ring to Fong Xian, Jiang Xiaocha was still somewhat shocked and unable to calm down. At this moment, aside from the top three, the ranking refresh rate for those behind was increasing with the passage of time. When there were 30 minutes left until the leaderboard was finalized, those who were still holding back began to reveal their trump cards.
The top three each brought out over 10,000 divine demon essence to stabilize their positions. Fong Xian looked at the leaderboard and found that he had been pushed down to 10th place.
Many people were now waiting for that last little moment, as there would definitely be others trying to climb the ranks, making a final struggle.
Fong Xian had been watching these people for half a day, and the one named Fu Jin was definitely going to make a move. Based on Fong Xian's observations, Fu Jin should have a team.
Assuming the worst-case scenario, the other 10 or so people would bring out all the divine demon essence they could muster.
At most, they could bring out 20,000. Combined with the average value of the 10th place from previous years, Fong Xian was prepared to add another 25,000.
Fu Jin was still in 11th place, staring at Fong Xian in front of him, and he punched the air hard. Damn.
There's less than half an hour left. I must secure the 10th place. How much time is left? 6,000.
Fu Jin's eyes were resolute as he looked at the 10 or so people in front of him. Everyone, it's the final stretch.
I've been observing this guy named Fong Xian for a long time. This kid must be running on empty now. We're only a little over 1,000 divine demon essence behind him, and 8,000 behind 9th place. I estimate he can only bring out a little over 5,000 more. Let's assume he has 8,000.
Just squeeze a bit more from me, and as long as we can maintain our qualifying scores, I promise each of you a 5th tier treasure. After exchanging glances, the 10 or so people began to squeeze out divine demon essence from their respective score rings for Fu Jin. Brother Fu, everyone has pulled together over 12,000 divine demon essence, totaling 18,000.
Fu Jin took the divine demon essence, staring intently at the leaderboard. That's enough. I don't believe it. He can bring out 18,000. Let's push for the last few minutes.
Time ticked away, and just in the last 30 seconds, nearly half of the people on the leaderboard were making their final pushes.
Fong Xian leisurely put in 12,000 divine demon essence, waiting to add another 13,000 in the last 3 seconds. Fu Jin saw Fong Xian push in 13,000. Ha! What did I say? This bastard is at the end of his rope. Damn, even if it's a bit more than I expected, so what? I still have a full 18,000. 10th place is mine. Ha!
As he spoke, Fu Jin immediately pushed in 18,000. Instantly, he surged to 10th place. Fu Jin stood up, shook his sleeves, and stretched his neck, cupping his fists towards the 10 or so people in front of him. Everyone. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I am now in the top 10 of this national competition. I promise what I said earlier will definitely count once we get out. As the leaderboard finalization time approached, the entire space within the divine demon ruins twisted, and everyone inside felt an inexplicable force squeezing them out. Fu Jin held his head high, a smile on his lips, his body blurring as he and those around him disappeared from their spots.
Fong Xian timed it perfectly, pushing in 13,000 in the last 3 seconds. The space around his body writhed. He had felt this sensation before under the guidance of the white-haired boy. Unexpectedly, not long after he exited, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly echoed from afar. No! Fong Xian turned to look in that direction. Seeing someone seemingly faint, several people nearby rushed to help. Fong Xian couldn't help but move closer to see what was happening.
Crowding among the people, he saw someone with healing abilities treating the fainted individual.
The people around were chattering about something. Fong Xian nudged a pockmarked face next to him. Hey, what's going on?
Ah! This guy was in the last 30 seconds of the rankings, originally sitting comfortably in 10th place, ready to pop champagne, and was bragging to others afterward.
Unexpectedly, in the last 3 seconds, he was overtaken again. When he saw the leaderboard, he got so angry that he couldn't catch his breath and fainted.
A sound of rushing air came from afar, and a figure quickly approached, revealing an old man holding a handful of chestnuts.
Fu Jin's companions all stood up. Eldarin, what happened?
Elder Rin asked with a stern face.
Fugo was already in 10th place, but unexpectedly, he was overtaken by someone named Fong Chen in the last 3 seconds. He got so angry that he fainted.
Fu Jin slowly regained consciousness, sat up, and stared at the leaderboard. Bastard.
This bastard actually pushed me down. 10th place was supposed to be mine.
Elder Rin coldly said, useless guy.
You can't even handle this little pressure. If you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for you.
Fu Jin struggled to stand up. Elder Rin, I was so close, just a little bit away from the top 10. It's all that bastard's fault for doing that in the last 3 seconds. That's just not fair.
Elder Rin immediately scolded, isn't it all because you're foolish? He may not be human, but are you a pig?
Fu Jin's face was full of grievance, but he didn't dare to speak.
The companions nearby didn't even dare to breathe. Fong Chen suddenly interjected, Elder Rin, isn't it a bit excessive to scold like that?
Fu Jin looked at Fong Chen, who was speaking up for him, and a flicker of gratitude crossed his face.
Elder Ren turned to Fong Chen, I'm talking about him, what does it have to do with you?
Fong Chen said seriously, you say he has nothing to do with me, but I am from the Animal Protection Association, and you just insulted pigs.
You actually said he is as foolish as a pig.
To be honest, I'm not just from the Animal Protection Association, I'm also a beastmaster. I can responsibly tell you that pigs are not that foolish. Please take back what you just said, or our Animal Protection Association will issue a lawyer's letter on behalf of all pigs. Elder Rin was momentarily speechless. The flicker of gratitude Fu Jin felt vanished. Elder Rin shot Fu Jin a glance, and Fu Jin immediately understood. He had been holding in a belly full of anger with no outlet, and now this clueless person had come to him. Fu Jin's face twisted. Damn it, I was just looking for a place to vent, and you came right to me.
You can take the place of that Fong Chen and let me vent my anger. As he spoke, his body twisted, and he transformed into a werewolf, roaring at Fong Chen and preparing to attack. Fong Chen immediately stepped back. No, let's talk this out. Fu Jin roared, shut up. He charged forward, ready to strike.
The onlookers quickly moved aside. Wow, Fu Jin is the current saint of the Demon God Alliance, with mid-level 5th tier combat power.
That guy is just asking for trouble. Who told him to butt in? Stay away.
Don't get splattered with blood.
Fong Chen raised his hand to advise, don't do this, let's talk it out. Fu Jin couldn't hear anything. Die.
The werewolf-like Fu Jin jumped high, his fists coming together like a divine hammer, crashing down towards Fong Chen.
Fong Chen's body vanished in place and reappeared above Fu Jin's head. One punch.
Fu Jin fell straight to the ground, kneeling, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, seemingly knocked unconscious.
The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The 5th level midterm Demon God Alliance's Holy Son was taken down in one move. Fong Chen landed, can we talk properly now?
Elder Ren's face was dark as he stared at Fong Chen. Young man,
what's your name? Which family are you from? My name is Fong Chen. Elder Ren was taken aback. Fong Chen? Which Fong Chen?
Fong Chen pointed to the distant dragon and tiger ranking still hanging in the sky, the one who made your pathetic holy son faint from anger, the 10th on the dragon and tiger ranking, Fong Chen. Elder Ren was once again speechless. The onlookers couldn't help but erupt in a clamor of discussion. Wow, this guy is awesome. He pushed someone off the ranking and then knocked him down in front of him? No wonder he acted. Fu Jin was indeed foul-mouthed just now. If it were me, I would have acted too. Now he can't compete on the list, and he hasn't fought in real life either. Fu Jin's shadow for the rest of his life is set. Fu Jin looked up at Fong Chen, his lips twitching, his eyes rolling back as he fainted again. Elder Ren stared at Fong Chen. Young man, I didn't see it coming. You're so strong. It seems the ranking on the dragon and tiger list isn't your true strength. You're overpraising me. The strength on the dragon and tiger list is my real strength. The reason I was able to knock him down just now is that he was blinded by hatred, completely lost his rationality, and didn't assess his opponent's strength, so he acted rashly and got hurt. Secondly, he fainted just now, so he wasn't in the best condition, his body wasn't at peak state. Thirdly, I'm a power-type talent, fighting him in close combat is just asking for trouble. Fourthly, well, forget it, I can't come up with anything else. It's not that I'm strong, it's just that he's really weak. Fu Jin, lying on the ground, had just been revived by his healing companion when he heard Fong Chen's words and spat out a mouthful of blood like a little fountain before fainting again.
Fong Chen glanced over, young people are great, they can just fall asleep. Elder Ren looked at Fong Chen coldly, you little brat. You hit our Demon God Alliance's holy son. Shouldn't you give an explanation?
Fong Chen thought for a moment, rummaged through his pocket for a long time as if looking for something, then pulled out his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together to form a heart shape.
Is this okay, Elder Ren? Fong Xian blinked his big, innocent eyes and asked. People tend to laugh when they are extremely speechless. Elder Ren was indeed angered to the point of laughter. Many onlookers were also stifling their laughter. They thought someone with such talent and high combat power would be aloof. They didn't expect it to be like this. Elder Rin took a step forward, wanting to grab Fong Xian's shoulder to demand an explanation from the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to touch Fong Xian, his body suddenly appeared back in place. Elder Ren's heart sank. He didn't need to think to know that the street punk had made a move. Sure enough, the next second, the white-haired guy stood in midair with his hands in his pockets, lazily tilting his head. Apologize. Fong Xian obediently said, I'm sorry. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of the head by the white-haired guy. What the hell are you apologizing for? The white-haired guy's eyes behind his sunglasses turned to Elder Ren. Elder Ren licked his lips. Sorry. And one more. You originally owed him an apology, and just now he apologized to you again, so you owe him 2 apologies. Elder Ren gritted his teeth, pointing at Zhuge Hang and cursing, white-haired brat. Don't push your luck. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think you're invincible? Fong Xian felt a flash before his eyes and was pulled into a newly opened space by Zhuge Hang, with Elder Ren being pulled in as well. Elder Ren's anger had not dissipated, but as he turned to look around and recognized the situation, he immediately smiled at Fong Xian. Little brother, there were too many people outside just now, and now that there's no one, I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. After finishing his words, he looked at Zhuge Hang, who was bored and digging in his ears. Fong Xian felt a flash before his eyes, and when everything settled, he found himself in the 9th camp. In the distance, Elder Ren was peeking around, and when he saw Zhuge Hang over here, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, kicking Fu Jin twice and telling him to hurry back and not embarrass himself. Next to Zhuge Hang stood a graceful woman holding a cat, who smiled and nodded at Fong Xian when she saw him. You must be Fong Xian, right? Yes. Zhuge Hang tilted his head and introduced, this is the Dragon Palace Master of the 5 Elements Palace. Hello, Dragon Palace Master. The woman smiled faintly at Fong Xian. It's too formal to call me Dragon Palace Master, just call me sister. Okay, Dragon Sister. Fong Xian sweetly replied. Fong Xian took a look at the Dragon Palace Master, who seemed to be in her 30s or 40s. Compared to the goddess Cheng Bingqing from the Sky Shield Academy, the Dragon Palace Master exuded the intellectual charm of a mature woman. Fong Xian glanced at Zhuge Hang, wondering if this white-haired guy had a thing for her. People from the Sky Shield Academy were gathering around, and the rankings had already been set. The 9th place had 3 spots in the top 10. Li Bauer ended up in 4th place. Ji Xuanzi reached 8th place. Fong Xian managed to scrape by in 10th place. After counting the personnel, Sister Lu said, next, we will return to the academy for score calculation. There will be rewards for those who enter the top 100 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings. After the midterm results are out, everyone will have a short break, and you can either stay at school or go home. Although this half semester was fulfilling, it was also quite exhausting. Fong Xian still had to visit Li Bauer's grandfather as agreed. He had also made plans to have dinner with Chu Xinyao's father, but given the current relationship between Fong Xian and the church, and the fact that he had killed an entire squad from the church in the Demon and God ruins, he was now hesitant about whether to go to dinner with Chu Xinyao's father. The church had given Fong Xian PTSD, and he already had a stereotype against them. Moreover, now that Fong Xian was going home, his aunt had passed away, and that silly father and daughter were both with the Eternal Night Army and the church. However, he still had to return to Lan City this time. He had killed Huashur and needed to bury his aunt. Fong Xian sat side by side with Zhuge Hang. I have a classmate named Chu Xinyo, you know her, right? Her dad invited me to dinner. Is there any danger if I go? Zhuge Hang was covering his face with a magazine. It's fine, just go. That Chu guy looks tough, but he's actually harmless. The church isn't a solid block either. I killed the highest-ranking official of a church division before, and now there's a vacancy. The people in the church are all focused on competing for that position, so they won't have the energy to deal with the 9th camp, so they won't make a move against you. You can also meet this big shot from the church. He's one of the candidates for the future pope. Meeting him in advance won't hurt. But what if, if, he tries to make a move against me? Make a grand show. Fong Xian frowned. That's not what you... Zhuge Hang lowered the magazine and looked at Fong Xian. Aren't you going to visit Li Bauer's grandfather? Yes. You've seen his strength. When you go, just be sweet-tongued. If that old man is determined to protect you, unless the Pope personally intervenes, others will have to weigh the pros and cons. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows and then smiled broadly, looking up at Zhuge Hang. Big brother, I'm your half-brother, can you help me out a bit? That little ball that can summon you, can you give me a bit more? Jahang slapped the back of Fong Xian's head. Are you really addicted to freeloading off me? Well, you said it yourself, we are brothers with different fathers and mothers. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? If your grandfather comes looking for you, just mention it to him, say that Jahang from the Zhuge family wants to see him. Oh, if he says to discuss it later, just say Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. What does that mean? Fong Xian asked, looking confused. Jahang covered his face with a magazine again. Don't ask too much about things in society. Your grandfather will definitely understand. Fong Xian leaned in closer. Big brother. What about the spaceball? Just as he was speaking, a thumb-sized spaceball appeared in front of Fong Xian as the space distorted. Fong Xian carefully put the spaceball away. Thank you, big brother. Jahang waved his hand. Remember not to forget what I told you. I won't forget. After the plane landed, as Fong Xian walked in, Zhang Xiaocha, who was half a step behind him, suddenly said, Brother, are you going to visit the old man of the Li family at Bauer's house? Fong Xian replied, then thought about how Zhang Xiaocha was also homeless now. If she went back alone, the house would be empty. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaocha continued, Brother, coincidentally, I have something to take care of too. How about we go back to Lan City together after you leave the Li family? Fong Xian paused slightly, as if he guessed something, but still asked, where are you going? Zhang Xiaocha looked into Fong Xian's eyes and simply said 2 words, Xingho. Sure enough, it was exactly as Fong Xian had guessed. Since Zhang Xiaocha had made up her mind, Fong Xian knew there was no need to force her to withdraw from Xingho. Back in the dormitory, Fong Xian took a shower, and Jahang's words flashed through his mind. He immediately searched what Imperial Jade Liquid Wine meant. The results showed some lines from a skit centuries ago, which later became a code used by netizens to identify enemy spies. Fong Xian looked at the search results, wondering why this white-haired guy would use such an old joke as a secret code. Could it be that he was trying to determine whether Fong Xian's grandfather was one of his own? As he wiped his body, Fong Xian gradually thought of a possibility. The old man behind the 9th place was a staunch reformist back in the day, and Fong Xian's grandfather was also a reformist. The white-haired guy and the church were definitely not on the same side. Fong Xian pondered silently. Could it be that the white-haired guy wanted to contact Fong Xian's grandfather to continue the unfinished business of the reformists? Fong Xian lay back on his bed, took out the phone his grandfather had sent him, and found that there had been no news from his grandfather during this time. Putting on the eye mask to train his mental strength, Fong Xian continued to hone his abilities. He had successfully passed the 2nd level, which was filled with the aura of an old lecher, but the difficulty of the 3rd level had increased significantly. In the illusion, he sought his parents, everything was too real, almost causing Fong Xian to lose his mind. After waking up, Fong Xian stared at the ceiling. His parents had passed away a long time ago, and many clues still had no leads. Previously, he had sent a message to Huang Shore, asking her to look for news about the muddy plow hall. Official news was completely blocked, but it could be inquired through unofficial channels. Someone like Huang Shore, who operated in the gray areas, had many ways to gather information. The next day after waking up was the award ceremony. The top 3 in the academy this time were Li Bauer, Ji Xuanzi, and Fong Xian. The previous trend led by Zhang Chang, which suggested that admission scores did not represent everything, had calmed down for a long time after Yang Haoxi was beaten to death by Fong Xian on the life and death stage. Unexpectedly, after the midterm test results came out, seeing Fong Xian drop from 1st to 3rd place, a small number of people began to blow that evil wind again. Although he is strong, his main talent is actually in strength, and his shortcomings are still exposed. The higher the realm, the more obvious the shortcomings. The midterm test dropped from 1st place to 3rd place. Let's wait and see for the final test. Is there anyone betting? I bet he won't even make it into the top 10 for the final test. Top 10 is a bit excessive, but top 5 is pretty stable. But speaking of which, Li Bauer is really steady. I feel that Li Bauer is truly the rightful 1st place of our Tiandun Academy this time. The discussions were endless, the noise was chaotic, and the scene was in an uproar. Li Bauer turned her head to glance at the murmuring crowd behind her, her brows furrowing slightly. The award ceremony began, and the noisy voices below finally quieted down. The new students ranked in the top 10 of the academy could keep the demon marrow obtained from the demon and god ruins without having to hand it in. The top 3 would receive additional rewards, with the 1st place receiving 3 times the points of the demon marrow, the 2nd place receiving double, and the 3rd place receiving 1 time. The 1st place would also receive 1 tier 10 attack treasure and 1 tier 10 defense treasure, while the 2nd and 3rd places would receive correspondingly lower tiers.
The students sitting below who did not make the list looked at the top 3 on stage with envy in their eyes. Unexpectedly, just as Su Bushing handed the prize to Li Bauer, she looked up and said innocently, "Dean, can I give the first place prize to Xianhua?" Su Bushing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled kindly, "You are the first place, this is your reward." Li Bauer shook her head, resolutely saying, "Without Xianhua, I wouldn't be first."
Su Bushing turned to Fong Xian, knowing that before this midterm test, Jahang had informed Fong Xian to aim for the top 10, so he was aware that Fong Xian had been holding back his strength.
He didn't expect Li Bauer to be so straightforward, directly saying this in public. "Bauer, no matter what, you are still first. Moreover, if you get first place, your grandfather will be happy when you go home for the holidays, right? Oh, if my grandfather finds out the results are fake, he will definitely be angry. Dean Su, how about I let my grandfather explain this to you?" Su Bushing immediately raised his hand, "No need." Clearing his throat, Su Bushing continued to smooth things over. "No wonder you are the child educated by Old Master Li, he has always been upright and just. You have perfectly inherited Old Master Li's virtues."
Did everyone see? Honesty is a person's excellent virtue. Our classmate Bauer embodies this golden quality. Li Bauer truly possesses both talent and virtue. I hope everyone will learn from classmate Bauer in the future. Li Bauer exchanged her prize with Fong Xian, then turned to all the new students below and said, "I can only be 5th on the Dragon and Tiger list because I can only be 5th. Xianhua can be 10th on the Dragon and Tiger list because he wants to be 10th. After she said this, the audience fell silent. Those who had just praised Li Bauer while belittling Fong Xian changed their expressions repeatedly. They were very clear that Li Bauer was speaking up for Fong Xian. Fong Xian turned back, staring blankly at Li Bauer. This silly and adorable girl had unexpectedly said something like this at a critical moment. It was a resounding slap in the face to those who had been flattering one moment and criticizing the next. Su Bushing was also stunned on stage. After a long awkward pause, Su Bushing finally picked up the conversation to smooth things over. "Classmate Li Bauer is quite straightforward, which is also a good virtue." Li Bauer asked in confusion, "Huh? Really? Why does my old man always say I'm lacking in brains?" Su Bushing was once again left speechless on stage. The corners of Su Bushing's mouth twitched. From the first time he met Li Bauer, he felt that this child was different. But he couldn't quite say how she was different, given the pressure from Old Master Li. Now that Li Bauer had said it herself, Su Bushing couldn't help but laugh inwardly. But speaking of which, he quite liked Li Bauer's straightforward and unpretentious personality. Fong Xian couldn't help but smile after hearing Li Bauer's words. Li Bauer was particularly sharp during battles, but at other times, her thought process was almost always a beat behind others. The host, Chung Bingqing, wanted to avoid making Su Bushing uncomfortable, so she chimed in, "Bauer not only excels in both character and academics, but she is also honest, lovely, and very humorous. Dean, it's time for a photo." Su Bushing nodded, "Yes, Bauer is very humorous. Come on, everyone, let's take a photo to commemorate this." When they returned to their seats from the stage, the new students who had been chattering and making a fuss earlier fell silent. With Li Bauer having said that, what more could they say? Fong Xian didn't pay much attention to their comments. For those who love to argue and criticize, all it took was to show them strength, and they would be as honest as could be. As the award ceremony was coming to an end, Li Bauer gently nudged Fong Xian with her elbow. "Xianhua, let's go together. To my house." "Sure. What does your grandpa like? I'll bring him something." Li Bauer thought for a long time. He likes a will of steel and an indomitable spirit. Fong Xian's mouth twitched. "Bauer, is there anything more tangible?" Li Bauer replied, "Oh, good wine. My grandpa loves liquor." Fong Xian silently noted this. After all, when visiting the old man, it was necessary to bring some gifts, especially since the old man had helped Fong Xian before. The two bought tickets, and Fong Xian and Li Bauer each returned to their dorms. On the smart device, there was a shopping mall, and Fong Xian bought 2 bottles of good wine. Thinking that Li Bauer's grandpa didn't live with her family, but might still meet Li Bauer's parents, Fong Xian bought some additional gifts just in case. Looking at the pile of gifts, Fong Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It felt a bit like a son-in-law visiting his father-in-law. He stuffed everything into his space ring. Li Bauer was already packed up, and when Fong Xian went to find her, he found her resting her chin on the table, engrossed in a drama. After greeting a few others, Fong Xian settled a few things with Zhang Xiaocha and, after thinking for a moment, handed her 1 million in cash for emergencies. Zhang Xiaocha didn't hesitate to accept the cash, secretly resolving to pay Fong Xian back double in the future. When boarding the plane, a message from Chu Xinyao came through. Xiaofeng, vacation time. Yes, when are you coming back to Lancheng? The day after tomorrow. By the time I get back, it will probably be evening. How about we meet for dinner the day after tomorrow? My parents will be home. What do you want to eat? My mom said she would cook. That's too much trouble.
I want to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, and pine flower small belly.
My mom said that's fine.
Just kidding.
Who told you to always be so unserious?
Then I'll have my mom make those dishes you love.
Great. What do your parents like? I'll prepare some gifts for them. Chu Xinyao replied, I've already prepared everything for you.
You'll receive a package when you get home, just sign for it, and then bring it to my house.
Sister Yao, you're really the best, I could cry. Imeshem, take this time to think about how to reward your sister when you get back. Deal.
The plane took off and landed.
Nanyu City.
After the plane landed, Li Bauer, still half asleep, led the way out. At the exit, shadows flickered, and a tall, muscular man in a suit stood behind the railing, his face bearing a fierce expression that seemed to say no entry. Upon seeing Li Bauer, he waved and surprisingly revealed a smile.
Fong Xian's heart tightened when he saw the muscular man. With a strong sense, Fong Xian could clearly perceive that the man must have borne the weight of at least 100 lives. That kind of fierce determination that comes from deep within is something ordinary people simply cannot learn.
Li Bauer rubbed her eyes and introduced, Uncle Yi, this is my friend, Xiangua.
This is my Uncle Yi, Li Zongya, my grandfather's driver. Fong Xian immediately greeted, Hello, Uncle Yi. The burly man tried to restrain his imposing aura and nodded coolly at Fong Xian. Li Bauer explained, Xiangua, Uncle Yi doesn't speak. Li Zongye turned to indicate that the car was ready. The car drove through the city towards the outskirts, eventually entering the mountain ring road, then took a turn and drove alongside the road, ripples forming in the air, and soon a path appeared ahead. Li Bauer explained, My grandfather lives in the mountains, let's go directly there.
After driving for 30 minutes, they saw a bridge in the distance. Beyond the bridge was a stone road leading into the mountains, and a secluded little courtyard could be faintly seen halfway up the mountain. On this side of the bridge, a car was parked, and a middle-aged man was standing by it, pacing and making a phone call. Upon seeing their car, he scrutinized it, hung up, and a smile spread across his face as he quickly walked over.
Li Zongye stopped the car and turned back to smile at Fong Xian. Xiangua, we can only walk over ourselves. No one else can enter without my grandfather's permission.
After getting out of the car, Li Zongye followed suit, leaning against the car and lighting a cigarette.
Fong Xian, with sharp eyes, then noticed that Li Zongye only had half a tongue. Bauer. The man by the bridge quickly walked over, affectionately hugging Li Bauer and ruffling her hair. Who is this?
The middle-aged man asked, looking at Fong Xian.
This is my good friend Fong Xian. Xiangua, this is my dad.
Hello, uncle.
The middle-aged man immediately smiled, so you are Fong Xian. Nice to meet you.
As he spoke, Li Xianjia stepped forward to shake Fong Xian's hand, then patted him on the shoulder.
A young hero. Fong Xian humbly replied, Uncle, you flatter me. Li Xianjia looked at Fong Xian with great warmth and said, Don't go back tonight. Let Bauer take you to the city and come to my house as a guest. Fong Xian replied respectfully, Okay, uncle.
Li Xianjia then looked at Li Bauer, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and affectionately tidied her hair that had fallen by her temples.
Daughter, does dad treat you well usually? Yes. Li Bauer nodded foolishly. Li Xianjia continued, Then can you help dad with a favor?
When you go in, just tell your grandfather that important guests have come to visit today and would like to meet him for a few words before leaving.
Li Bauer looked up at Li Xianjia. What was your last sentence? Does dad treat you well usually? Not well. Li Xianjia's mouth twitched.
Still holding Li Bauer's shoulder, he said, Daughter, this way, I don't need you to make your grandfather agree.
Just bring this message to him, okay?
Li Bauer shook her head and glanced at the distant little courtyard. I can feel my grandfather's killing intent.
If you don't leave soon, my grandfather might take action against you. You wouldn't want my good friend to see you getting beaten, right?
Hearing his daughter say this, Li Xianjia looked towards the distant little courtyard, one arm around his daughter and the other on his hip, as his phone vibrated again. Looking at the caller ID, Li Xianjia seemed to have made a certain decision, and he shouted towards the distant little courtyard.
Dad,
Master Puhue from the Hanging Temple has traveled a long way to visit you.
I've brought the message. Whether you want to meet is up to you.
I didn't expect that as soon as the words left my mouth, I saw Li Xianjia's body fly backward, surrounded by a yellowish light that protected him. Yet, even so, Li Xianjia was still knocked away, rolling and tumbling far off.
You bastard! Get lost!
A furious shout came from a small courtyard in the distance. Li Xianjia got up in a sorry state, still wearing a smile on his face, casually brushing off the dirt from his clothes, limping towards his car. Before leaving, he smiled at Fong Xian, later let Bauer bring you to my house to play. Okay, uncle. Li Xianjia smiled at Li Bauer, daughter, take your friend home later, and dad will make you something delicious. After saying this, he hurriedly got into the car and sped off into the distance.
Fong Xian watched the car disappear. He had done some research before coming. Li Bauer's family was quite powerful in Nanyu City.
Her father was a well-known entrepreneur, philanthropist, educator, calligrapher, and so on. He had quite a reputation. When he turned around, Fong Xian suddenly noticed an old man standing at the bridgehead, though he didn't know when he had arrived. The old man was dressed in a tang suit, with short white hair, looking sprightly. Just by appearance, it was clear he was a very capable elder. Fong Xian's perception had also reached level 5, allowing him to sense the slightest movements around him, yet he had no idea when the old man appeared.
This was partly because Fong Xian was indeed inexperienced, and partly because the old man was truly formidable.
Without needing to guess, it was obvious that the old man before him was Li Bauer's grandfather,
Li Tian.
The old man stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at them.
Grandpa.
Usually a bit silly, Li Bauer immediately ran over to the old man, becoming much more lively.
Fong Xian also approached the old man with the wine he had bought earlier, bowing respectfully.
I've met the elder.
Li Tian gently patted Fong Xian's shoulder. Not bad. Not bad. Full of spirit. Come on. Let's go inside and chat.
Saying this, he put his arm around Fong Xian's shoulder and walked towards the small courtyard. After taking a couple of steps, Li Tian stopped and turned to look at Li Zongye. Zongye, go back and tell that useless thing to leave that bald donkey alone. If that bald donkey can hold his temper for 3 days, I'll see him. In the meantime, keep an eye on that old bald donkey.
Li Zongye nodded and went off to do his task. Fong Xian felt that the hanging temple mentioned by Li Xianjia sounded familiar. After thinking carefully, it was indeed the temple where the little monk Miaonan was. He wondered what the little monk's direct superior was doing here. Li Tian, with his hands behind his back, smiled at Fong Xian. Come on. Let's go inside. I've cooked a couple of dishes. We'll eat and chat. The aroma of food wafted through the small courtyard. Fong Xian couldn't help but take a sniff. Li Bauer turned back and smiled. Xiangua, my grandpa's cooking is really good. I can smell it.
The small courtyard was quite elegant, with a stone table carved with a chessboard, a jujube tree planted, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a study.
Li Bauer bounced into the kitchen and brought out the dishes.
At the academy, Li Bauer always looked like she couldn't wake up, but at home, she was much more lively.
Sit. Li Tian sat down and gestured for Fong Xian to take a seat.
Fong Xian placed the wine he had bought on the table, and Li Tian picked it up and sniffed it. You kid really put in some effort. This is good wine.
You must have spent quite a bit of money.
You helped me out before, and I heard from Bauer that you like to drink. I don't know much about wine, but I thought the more expensive, the better, so I picked a few bottles, Fong Xian said honestly.
Before coming, Li Bauer had told Fong Xian that her grandfather was quite straightforward and didn't like flattery or sycophantic talk, so Fong Xian felt free to speak his mind.
Li Tian put down the wine bottle. You have a good heart.
Is your grandfather Fong Qingdi? Li Tian suddenly said this, leaving Fong Xian momentarily stunned.
Seeing this, Li Tian smiled and said, Don't be nervous, I am an old acquaintance of your grandfather. I was also one of the reformists back in the day.
Fong Xian was taken aback, his eyes widening.
He never expected to be connected to the reformists again after all this time. Noticing Fong Xian's expression, Li Tian continued, The person behind the 9th bureau you are currently in is one of the leaders of the reformists back then. Your grandfather was one of the initiators of the reformist movement, which means that from the moment you were born, you were already caught up in this whirlpool.
Fong Xian didn't expect this old man to skip the pleasantries and dive straight into this topic upon their first meeting. Which faction were you part of back then? Li Tian smiled and asked, Have you heard of the Taiping Corps?
Fong Xian was taken aback for a moment. No wonder the church members referred to this old man as the deputy leader.
The Taiping Corps? I haven't heard of it. Please allow me to look it up.
Li Tian waved his hand with a smile. Those guys have left many historical gaps. You won't find much. The Taiping Corps has been silent for many years, leaving only me and a few old brothers struggling to survive. Fong Xian was stunned, thinking of many organizations from back then, like the White Robe Army led by Taishu Xiong, which had also been wiped out due to the internal power struggles within the church and remained unaccounted for to this day.
Old man, can you tell me about the specifics of that internal conflict within the church back then?
Li Taibai opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a bowl. The details. After taking a sip of wine, Li Taibai looked into the air, his expression nostalgic, and took another sip. The details. Back when we were fighting the Eternal Night Army, the church always acted high and mighty, clearly contributing the least but taking all the credit. Later, their power became too great, oppressing everyone else, and no one could swallow that anger. In the end, everyone's fury reached its peak, and the 18 warlords united to attack the church, making them cry for mercy. Fong Xian was once again taken aback by this. If the fight was so fierce, why did they end up losing? Li Tian glanced at Fong Xian, leisurely took a sip of wine, and smiled. Because your grandfather turned against them at a critical moment. Just that simple sentence. It hit Fong Xian like a ton of bricks. He never expected Li Tian to say something like that. Based on Fong Xian's understanding of his grandfather, he was certain that his grandfather would never do such a thing. But looking at Li Tian's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Fong Xian couldn't help but recall when he first met Jahang, who had once told him that his grandfather's betrayal of the divine court had caused significant losses. However, Jahang later mentioned that there were also internal divisions within the divine court at that time, which led to Fong Chen being labeled a traitor, prompting him to take drastic action, and later he was exonerated. Now Li Tian had come out with such a statement. Many things were already shrouded in mystery. Goodness, now Fong Xian felt that the fog before him had thickened even more. Who was telling the truth, and who was lying? After seeing the change in Fong Xian's expression, Li Tian smiled again. At least from that time's perspective, your grandfather did indeed turn against them at a critical moment. But having known your grandfather for so long, I understand what kind of person he is. Whatever he proposed to do, he would definitely see it through. His sudden performance at that critical juncture must have had its reasons. I believe in his character. Fong Xian looked at Li Tian again. Other reasons? What reasons? Li Tian shook his head and said, "You'd have to ask your grandfather himself. Over the years, I've reviewed many events from back then, and I've carefully deduced all the details. If it weren't for your grandfather's involvement back then, the world today would be completely different, and the church wouldn't have such overwhelming power. The reason I called you here is actually for two things. First, I wanted to see the grandson of Fong Chen. Second, I wanted to ask you, where is your grandfather? Of course, you can choose to tell me or not." Fong Xian replied honestly, "I really don't know. He just disappeared suddenly." Li Tian held up his wine glass. Disappeared suddenly? Fong Xian nodded earnestly. Li Tian muttered, "That's strange. Where could he have gone?" At this point, Li Tian seemed to think of something and looked at Fong Xian. Before he disappeared, did anyone from the church look for him? Fong Xian shook his head. "No. Is it no, or you just didn't see them?" Based on my memory and my stereotypical impression of those people from the church, if they had looked for my grandfather, I would definitely remember what they looked like. Hearing this, Li Tian laughed. "Forget it, let's not talk about that for now, let's eat." Li Bauer had already brought the dishes over, and Fong Xian hurried to the kitchen to serve more food. I must say, Li Tian definitely benefited from this. Fong Xian was not polite at all and finished 3 large bowls in a row. Li Bauer took small bites of her rice. "The rice seems a bit hard." Fong Xian devoured his food. "What do you mean hard? This rice is fantastic." During the meal, Li Tian didn't ask any more questions about Fong Xian's grandfather, and the old man talked about many things regarding the Taiping Society. The Taiping Society was established in the mid-20th century, adhering to the principle of the way of heaven is incomplete, and the common man must supplement it, only for the people, not for the master. At its peak, it had 40,000 members, and later shone brilliantly during the Divine War, achieving remarkable military feats, including a victory where 40,000 Taiping troops defeated 120,000 Eternal Night troops. However, in the final great battle, only 12,000 of the 40,000 Taiping troops remained, with nearly 30,000 sacrificing themselves. Unfortunately, these achievements were later deliberately covered up after the internal power struggles within the church. Fong Xian took a sip of the rice wine brewed by Old Li himself. "Old man, what about the leader of the Taiping Society?" Li Tian took a sip of wine and let out a sound. The old leader also went missing after that internal church conflict. Later, the church infiltrated the Taiping Society, and it became chaotic within. A few of us brothers discussed it, and since the war was over, we decided to take down the Taiping flag and disband the society. Oh, there are still some people left. Those are spineless folks who ended up becoming the church's watchdogs, known as the Light Guard. You're from the 9th Division, so you'll definitely encounter them in the future. If you run into them, just beat them up. If you can't win, mention my name and say I sent you. If they dare to retaliate, let me know, and I'll handle it personally. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian immediately burst into laughter. "If that's the case, I really will take action." Li Tian said boldly, "I, Old Li, never go back on my word." At this moment, Li Tian found his wine glass unsatisfying and switched to a large bowl for drinking. Fong Xian poured him a glass. "Old man,
have you never thought about gathering people again to finish what was left undone? Li Tian took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. Damn it, how could I not think about it? I dream about it. I've been through the battlefield for decades and have never suffered such humiliation. My only wish now is to see the church smashed and broken before I die, to personally plant the Taiping flag on the Pope's head. But all of this relies on fists. No matter how tough the talk, if the fists aren't strong, it's all in vain. As long as the scene of the 18 armies gathering together from back then is recreated, I will surely regroup and charge into the church's holy temple. Li Tian held up his wine bowl, his gaze slightly lifted as he looked into the distance, his expression a mix of nostalgia and helplessness. After finishing the wine in his bowl, Li Tian turned to Fong Chen and Li Bauer. I believe you both have seen the actions of the church. They are autocratic and arrogant, lacking the people's support. Given time, the scene of the 18 armies storming into the church will inevitably be repeated. If I do not see that day, then it will be up to you to do it. When the time comes to honor me, remember to tell me this news. Li Bauer looked up at Li Tian. Grandpa, please don't say such things. Fong Chen recalled what Jahang had said earlier, combined with Zhang Xiaocha's involvement in the spark, and the various factions' attitudes towards the church. It wasn't just them. As long as Fong Xian's power grew, the first thing he would do was to take on the church. Old man, that day won't be far off. Li Tian laughed heartily. Kid, if that day really comes, would you dare to lead people into the church? What's there to be afraid of? Li Tian boisterously replied. Good. Kid, your words are enough. The Yi family hasn't had it easy these years. With him protecting you, not long ago he used you to make that white-haired kid play a trick on the church. He probably wants you to do this. As long as you dare to sound the horn of attack, I will lead the old brothers of the Taiping Corps to the front lines. The atmosphere was charged, and Fong Xian also raised his wine bowl. Old man, I toast to you. Ha, good. The old and the young drank 2 bottles in succession. Afterward, Li Tian took out his own brewed wine. Come on, kid, let's drink this. I brewed it myself, it's not very strong. If you feel a bit dizzy, that's normal, just get some fresh air. Why did you end up sleeping under the table? When Fong Xian woke up, it was already noon the next day. He still had to go back to bury his aunt. Fong Xian bid farewell to the old man, and before leaving, the old man gave him a ring. Wear this ring. If you encounter anyone from the Taiping Corps in the future, they will give you some convenience. Thank you, old man. Li Bauer accompanied Fong Xian to the airport. He had originally wanted to visit Li Bauer's father but was delayed. Li Bauer munched on potato chips, her little mouth moving like a bunny. It's fine, new pot, you can come again next time. Fong Xian communicated with Zhang Xiaocha, who was also preparing to return. After the plane landed, Fong Xian took a car back home. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. There was someone sitting in the living room. His grandfather. Seeing that familiar figure, Fong Xian was completely stunned. The figure sitting on the sofa in the living room looked down at the coffee table. On the coffee table was a photo of his aunt, Fong Huilun. The old man looked visibly haggard. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the elder turned to look at Fong Xian. He smiled slightly at Fong Xian, waved his hand, and patted the sofa beside him, indicating for Fong Xian to sit down. Grandpa? Fong Xian hurriedly walked up to the old man upon seeing him. Where have you been all this time? Fong Qingdi shook his head, not answering Fong Xian's question, but instead changing the subject. Did you bring back your aunt's body? I brought it back. Fong Xian's spatial ring flashed, revealing a huge block of ice, within which lay the body of his aunt, Fong Huilun. The moment he saw his daughter's body, Fong Qingdi's eyes turned red. He raised his hand and placed it on the ice, which inexplicably cracked open a gap in the middle, slowly revealing Fong Huilun inside. Fong Qingdi gently arranged Fong Huilun's hair with a complex expression as he looked at his daughter. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Qingdi sighed. Where's Xiaocha? Her plane has just landed, it will be over an hour. Fong Qingdi nodded and covered the ice block again. When Xiaocha returns, we will bury your aunt. On the way back, Fong Xian had already contacted the funeral home, and someone would come to arrange the specific process for the funeral. However, Fong Xian did not expect to see Fong Qingdi after returning home. Grandpa, where have you been during this time? Fong Qingdi opened his mouth, his lips moving, but no sound came out. He shook his head and pointed to his mouth, indicating that he was constrained by some rule and could not speak at all. Xiao Xian, you've made quite a bit of progress. I heard you killed a squad from the church in the demon and god ruins? Fong Qingdi asked. Fong Xian nodded, yes. At this moment, Fong Xian had a lot of questions. He organized his thoughts. Grandpa, you. Fong Qingdi raised his hand to interrupt Fong Xian's subsequent words. Xiao Xian, actually, I am just a clone.
My main body is in a place you just saw. Due to the constraints of the rules, I cannot tell you or write it down.
This statement left Fong Xian stunned, but Fong Qingdi in front of him looked exactly like the grandfather he had spent every day with. Fong Qingdi explained, my talents are penetration and blood demon, both top-tier SSS level, so you can't tell the difference between me and my main body. This clone is refined through the blood demon talent.
Your slaughter talent can also refine clones. You can ask the reflection of yourself in the mirror for specifics on how to implement it.
Hearing this, Fong Xian asked another question, Grandpa, how do you know these details about the slaughter talent? Fong Qingdi smiled and looked at Fong Xian, because there have been appearances of the slaughter talent before you. I have seen and interacted with it. Grandpa, in the video you sent me before, I heard you running away. Were you avoiding something? After saying this, Fong Xian clearly saw a hint of caution flash in Fong Qingdi's eyes.
He pointed to his mouth again, indicating that the constraints of the rules prevented him from speaking.
So you sent me to the No. 9 demon and god ruins to find the Qilin?
Yes.
And no.
According to calculations, the Qilin was created by Professor Shang and won't live long. By the time you go, the Qilin will likely be dead. The main purpose of sending you to the demon and god ruins was to make contact with Situ Shinshu. Initially, I had you interact with the Ko family army because I predicted they would definitely send you to search for the bodies left behind in the forbidden area. After you went, you would surely enter the Thunder Sound Hall, and you would inevitably be attracted by Situ Shinshu inside.
Fong Xian was stunned, not expecting that all of this was within Fong Qingdi's expectations. Then what is your specific relationship with the Eternal Night Army?
Xiao Xian, you should remember that I have told you countless times, those standing in the light are not necessarily good people, and those in the dark are not necessarily all bad. The people from the church claim to be descendants of the light, representing the purest holiness in the world, but I think you have already interacted with the people from the church. Not all the people in the Eternal Night Army are bad either. There is no absolute good or bad in this world.
After going through so much, Fong Xian particularly agreed with Fong Qingdi's words.
Fong Qingdi continued, I have a good relationship with some people in the Eternal Night Army, and we can even be considered friends.
At this point, Fong Xian recalled what Li Tian had said yesterday. Grandpa, why didn't you overthrow the church after the internal struggle within it? Fong Qingdi stared into Fong Xian's eyes, and after a long silence, he said, because among the reformists at that time, some very strange people infiltrated.
They had to appear normal on the surface, but deep down, they were even more extreme than those in the church. Even if the reformists eventually won, within 3 to 5 years, the ruling reformists would become the new royalists.
So this is a meaningless endeavor.
After a pause, Fong Qingdi continued, moreover, although these people were part of the reformists, they had their own small factions, and they resolved to eliminate all other reformist comrades after overthrowing the royalists, establishing their dominance. When I stumbled upon their discussions, it would be more accurate to say that I discovered them rather than defected. They wanted to kill me.
Did you not explain this to others at the time? Fong Qingdi explained, there were quite a few of them, even some former brothers. With so many people accusing me of defecting, the Pope indeed sought me out for peace talks, which led to misunderstandings. I was at a loss for words, they were eager to kill me, and I had no choice but to fight back. I barely escaped the divine court after sacrificing a clone. At this point, Fong Qingdi added, Xiao Xian, what I just told you is all I can say. As for the rest, Fong Qingdi pointed to his mouth, indicating that there were rules restricting his true self, and his clone could not continue speaking. Since those things could not be said, Fong Xian changed the subject. Grandpa, do you know about the mud plow hall? Fong Qingdi nodded. It seems you've been investigating your parents' matters. It was indeed the mud plow hall that did it. As for where the remnants of the mud plow hall are, I don't know. Since they were purged last century, their remnants have gone missing. You might try to maintain relations with the Ko family and see if they know any clues. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian's eyes flickered, as if he remembered something. By the way, Grandpa, Zhuge, the white-haired one from the 9th Division, he told me that if I saw you, he really wanted to meet you. I must return to my true self within 3 days. So tell him not to meet for now. Fong Qingdi shook his head. Fong Xian continued. He also said that if you refuse, he asked me to pass on a message. He said Imperial Jade liquid wine. At that moment, Fong Qingdi's pupils constricted. What did he say? Fong Xian was puzzled by Fong Qingdi's strong reaction. He repeated what the white-haired man had said. He said Imperial Jade liquid wine. Fong Qingdi's gaze fixed on the air, his eyes flickering. How could he know this code? Seeing Fong Qingdi's state, Fong Xian asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong with this code? Fong Qingdi came back to his senses. Did he say anything else?
He just said he wanted to meet you, and if you said to discuss it later, he wanted me to say Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. After a moment of thought, Fong Qingdi said, send him a message. After your aunt's burial tomorrow, let him come to Lan City to see me. I will only wait for him for half an hour. Grandpa, what was wrong with that code? Fong Xin asked again. Fong Qingdi finally explained, in the era when talents first awakened, there was an organization that recruited the first batch of awakened ones. Later, when the awakened ones exploded in numbers, that organization began to only recruit those with high talent levels, but then it mysteriously vanished. Even during the God Wars, they did not show themselves. Long ago, their leader sought me out, wanting me to join this organization, but their condition was that I could not participate in the war at that time. I refused. The leader told me that if I wanted to join that organization, I had to know the code beforehand, and that code is this. After hearing Fong Qingdi's explanation, Fong Xian was momentarily stunned. So, does that mean Zhuge is part of that organization? After a moment of thought, Fong Qingdi replied, given the situation, it seems so. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared that this white-haired boy had other secrets. So he wants me to convey this message to you, meaning he still wants you to join this organization? Perhaps. Fong Xian wanted to ask something else, but Fong Qingdi's expression suddenly turned extremely pale, sweat pouring down his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably with red, aged eyes. Grandpa, what's wrong? Fong Qingdi waved his hand. My main body has suffered some damage, and the injury has transferred to this clone of mine. It's nothing, I just need to rest for a while to get through it. As he spoke, Fong Qingdi reached out for Fong Xian's help to get up and went to the bedroom to rest. Lying on the bed, Fong Qingdi was enveloped in a layer of bloodlight. Xiao Xian, don't let anyone disturb me before I go out. Okay. Fong Xian, seeing the pained Fong Qingdi, quietly closed the door. At this moment, Fong Xian was filled with doubts. Where exactly was Fong Qingdi's main body? The strength of Fong Qingdi, who could make the white-haired boy idolize him, was undoubtedly formidable. So the question arose, where was Fong Qingdi's main body, and what kind of existence could injure him? The combat power of this clone of Fong Qingdi was at least above level 10, but how much exactly, he would ask once Fong Qingdi woke up. Half an hour later, the funeral home called to say they had arrived. To avoid disturbing Fong Qingdi, Fong Xian went downstairs to coordinate with the staff from the funeral home. He had already purchased the burial site and other arrangements, but he still needed to discuss the funeral details with Jiang Xiaocha. Returning to the room, Fong Xian could still occasionally hear Fong Qingdi's painful sounds. He sat quietly in the living room, waiting for Fong Qingdi to wake up. After a full hour, Fong Qingdi finally walked out of the room, his face still somewhat pale. Fong Xian quickly got up to pour him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Fong Qingdi asked, have the funeral arrangements been made? Yes. Fong Qingdi nodded, slowly sitting down, looking at Fong Xian with affection. Xiao Xian, your parents are gone, and Grandpa can't be by your side for long. You're an adult now, you should bear your own burdens when things happen. Xiaocha must be feeling very sad right now. As her older brother, you should take care of her. She's a pure-hearted child, with no bad intentions, and she's kind. Be mindful of her in everything. I know this. At this point, Fong Xian asked the question that had been on his mind. Grandpa, what is the strength of this clone of yours? This clone? It has a combat power of only level 12. Fong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. Level 12? A clone with level 12 combat power? Is there still any law or order? Many sect leaders might not even have level 12 combat power. Fong Qingdi's expression softened considerably, and he casually chatted with Fong Xian. Xiao Xian, do you have any plans for the holidays? After burying my aunt, I have a classmate whose father wants to treat me to a meal to express his gratitude for saving her. Oh, a girl, right? Yes. Fong Qingdi thought for a moment. Let me guess, is it that girl named Chu Xinyao? Yes. Fong Qingdi smiled, took a sip of water, and asked, is her father a member of the church? Yes. Fong Xian nodded without hiding anything. Fong Qingdi held the cup of water. The people from the church have always looked down on others. Even if you saved his daughter, inviting you, a member of the 9th Division, to dinner is as rare as snow in June. When are we having dinner? The day after tomorrow. Fong Qingdi thought for a moment, then I'll wait for you to finish your meal before leaving. I want to see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. Hearing this, Fong Xian's eyes instantly lit up. With Fong Qingdi backing him up, plus the small spaceball given by Jahang that could summon the white-haired boy at any time, Fong Xian felt much more confident. Although Chu Xinyao and Fong Xian grew up together, who knew what her father was like? Moreover, Fong Xian had developed a stereotype against the people in the church. Just as they were chatting, the door was pushed open, and Jiang Xiaoqiao walked in from outside. Her gaze swept over Fong Xian and landed on Fong Qingdi, momentarily stunned. Grandpa? The relationship between Jiang Xiaoqiao and Fong Qingdi was clearly not as intimate as that between Fong Xian and Fong Qingdi. She even seemed a bit awkward upon seeing him. Fong Qingdi waved his hand, signaling Jiang Xiaoqiao to come over and chat. The spacious office had the church's totem hanging on the walls. The floor was covered with a soft, thick, exquisite carpet. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of superiority, holding a cup of coffee while looking outside. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," the man said. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in, holding some documents. "Director Chu, Fong Xian has returned to Lan City. The person you asked for has also been arranged. The captain of the guard is the newly promoted level 11 warrior, Jai Dong, from half a month ago." The man looked into the distance, took a sip of coffee, and waited for the secretary's report. The secretary continued, "As you said, the church will send a joint task to hold back Zhu Jahang, who might cause trouble during the dinner you scheduled with Fong Xian the day after tomorrow. This will facilitate your actions." A faint sound came from the man's nasal cavity. The secretary behind him did not move, and the man glanced sideways. "Is there anything else? Director Chu, will the young lady be angry about this?" The man's gaze passed through the window, looking into the distance. "We're not killing him, just letting him encounter an accident and be severely injured by the Eternal Night Army, turning him into an ordinary person. Besides, if you don't mention it, Xinyo won't know, will she?" Fong Xian had been busy with his aunt's funeral all afternoon. But after all, Jiang Xiaoqiao was the daughter, so many decisions would still take her suggestions into account. Moreover, Grandpa was also present. Experiencing the pain of sending off a loved one, the old man's mood was clearly very low. The funeral was held very simply. Those who attended were mostly close friends and relatives. Previously, because both of his aunt's couple had not awakened, their social status was relatively low, and they had few friends and relatives. Since the two daughters became awakened ones, suddenly many relatives who hadn't been in contact for years began to reach out. Even though not many people were notified about the funeral, quite a few still came. Many of the relatives Fong Xian had never met before. Yet each one came up, grabbing Fong Xian's hand and chatting away, some even claiming they had held Fong Xian when he was little. Upon hearing this awkward statement, Fong Xian couldn't help but wonder, "When I was a liquid back then, where did you hold me?" Those relatives also provided Jiang Xiaoqiao with unprecedented emotional support and offered her meticulous care. They all knew that Fong Huilan's daughter and nephew had joined the official organization, and for them, that meant they would be officials in the future, so they had to curry favor a bit. Fong Xian was busy inside and out. Chu Xinyao sent a message, Xiao Fong, I'm going back tomorrow. Can we have a small gathering tomorrow? I don't have time tomorrow. My aunt is being buried tomorrow." Chu Xinyao was silent for a long time. "My condolences, Xiao Fong. See you the day after tomorrow." The day after the aunt's burial, it was already evening when Fong Xian sent a message to Zhu Jahang. Just as the message was sent, almost within seconds, the white-haired boy appeared in the living room. Upon seeing Fong Qingdi on the sofa, Zhu Jahang grinned, showing his little white teeth, and said, "General Fong. Finally meeting you." Fong Qingdi looked at Zhu Jahang calmly, "If there's something to discuss, say it here." Zhu Jahang flashed his little white teeth, "Shall we talk somewhere else?" Fong Xian, who had been eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but click his tongue, "Just say it here." Zhu Jahang snapped his fingers, and he and Fong Qingdi vanished from the living room. Fong Xian spun around in the living room like a monkey that had eaten garlic, unable to catch any spatial nodes. The talent of this white-haired boy was truly extraordinary. Fong Xian felt a bit envious, as if he had taken the protagonist's script. At noon, a delivery arrived, but Fong Xian was too busy to open it. Now that he found two gifts inside. One was a beautifully crafted cloisonné vase, and the other was a painting. Without needing to think, he knew these were gifts from Chu Xinyao for his parents. Both items looked expensive. A little rich girl is indeed generous. Underneath the two items was a note for Fong Xian. After browsing through it, it was clear that Chu Xinyao had gone to great lengths to ensure Fong Xian made a good impression on her parents. After placing the gifts properly, Fong Xian saw Jiang Xiaoqiao on the phone, but she was using a soundproof artifact, clearly not wanting Fong Xian to hear the details of the call. After hanging up, Jiang Xiaoqiao explained, "Bro, I might leave tomorrow." "Leave? Where to?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaoqiao replied, "Xinghe wants me to go over for training. If I perform well, after graduating from Tiandan Academy, I could at least become the highest official here in Lancheng. If I work hard, I aim to be the top official in the province before I turn 20.
Fong Xin looked at Jiang Xiaocha half-jokingly. Oh, so will I have to call you Jiang Plant during work hours?
Jiang Xiaocha smiled sweetly. No matter what, you're still my brother.
Is there anything else to prepare? Everything that needs to be prepared is already done.
While the siblings were chatting, Fong Xian's phone buzzed with a message from the white-haired boy.
Xin, I'm taking your grandpa somewhere, so you don't need to leave him dinner tonight. He'll be back tomorrow. Where are you taking my grandpa? Fong Xin asked curiously.
Unexpectedly, the white-haired boy replied with a rather philosophical message, to where he should go. With the absence of his aunt, the house felt empty.
With Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu, those two fools, not around, the house was much quieter.
After a busy day, when Fong Xian lay down, he looked out the window and noticed that the full moon night was approaching. Yesterday, Grandpa mentioned that the killing talent also had the ability to manifest avatars, and Fong Xian wanted to ask the King of Killing how it worked, especially since Grandpa's avatar had a combat power of level 12, which Fong Xian found extremely tempting.
After waking up in the morning, Fong Xian received a message from Chu Xinyao. Little Fong, are you awake? Just woke up. Are we having lunch or dinner? Chu Xinyao replied, dinner. My dad has to work during the day.
Little Fong, let me give you a heads up. My dad is quite pragmatic and loves planning, so he might very well plan your future during dinner.
Is your dad tough?
Little water gun, spray you JPG.
Then see you tonight. Okay. After Fong Xian got up, Jiang Xiaocha had already prepared breakfast. Brother, after breakfast, I'm leaving. If Grandpa comes back and asks, just say I went out for something. Okay. Fong Xian could see Jiang Xiaocha's determination.
The previous incident with Yang Haoxi made Jiang Xiaocha feel the layers of the world, and her mother's passing made her acutely aware of her own insignificance without any powerful backing.
Now, Jiang Xiaocha's ambition was beginning to show. In the evening, Fong Xian took the gift that Chu Xinyao had bought in advance, and a special car was already parked downstairs at Fong Xian's home. Fong Xian checked the car and found it to be a defensive treasure, and its grade was not low at all. When the car arrived at the Chu family's large villa, Fong Xian noticed that there was a large group of people stationed around the villa, keeping watch. This was just the visible guard. How many hidden ones there were remained unknown. At the entrance, a tall young man stood, looking coldly at Fong Xian, and said lightly, search him. This attitude was just like that of Hoisher he had seen before, and Fong Xian's impression of the church was being continuously tainted by these people's arrogance. The door suddenly opened, and Chu Xinyao, dressed in a dress, grabbed Fong Xian's wrist and said to the young man at the door, Lu Ming, this is someone my dad is hosting tonight. Do you think this is appropriate? Miss, I'm just doing my job. Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xian inside, saying, come on, Xiao Fong, ignore him. Fong Xian had been to this villa many times, but it was the first time he saw it so lively. Once inside, a maid handed him slippers and took his coat. In the kitchen, a beautiful woman was busy, with several hired chefs assisting her. The woman was very pretty, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a fitted homewool sweater and suit pants, exuding a capable aura. She was Chu Xinyao's mother, Wang Chuqing. On the living room sofa sat a middle-aged man, currently reading documents on a church internal smart device, exuding an oppressive air from his long-standing position of authority. He was Chu Xinyao's father, Chu Tianhong. Dad, Mom, Fong Xian is here. Chu Xinyao called out to them. Wang Chuqing walked out of the kitchen, smiling as she looked over. Xiao Fong is here? Come, sit down. Just wait a moment, there's one more dish that will be ready soon. Auntie, you're too polite. Putting down the church's smart device, Chu Tianhong looked over, still seated on the sofa. Fong Xian? Sit. Chu Xinyao gently squeezed Fong Xian's hand, signaling him to try not to say anything irritating, as she was somewhat aware of his tendency to speak freely. I've heard a lot about you. Recently, you've been quite impressive. It's been many years since someone like you has emerged in our small Lan City. Fong Xian humbly replied, you're too kind, Lan City hasn't seen someone like me in the last 79 years. Chu Tianhong was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, young man, you're quite humorous. In this midterm test, you ranked third in the 9th division? Yes. Not bad, to make it into the top 10 of the Longhu list this time, looking at the whole country, that's quite remarkable. You're too kind. Chu Tianhong changed the subject, do you have any plans for the future? Just work hard in the 9th division. Fong Xian replied evasively. Chu Tianhong shook his head, hard work alone won't yield much. Our society has always been one of personal connections, and throughout history, many powerful families have proven this well. You have the strength, but without support behind you, even if you achieve great military feats, it will be difficult to gain power in the Sky Shield Bureau. The meal is ready. Time to eat. Wang Chuqing said, Old Chu,
How can you say such things to Xiao Fong right after meeting him? I heard that Xiao Fong has that street punk from the Ninth Bureau backing him, right?
Chu Tianhong stood up and beckoned Fong Xin to the dining table.
After sitting down, Chu Tianhong looked at Fong Xin and said, I know some of what I'm about to say may be hard for you to hear, but young man, honest advice is often unpleasant to hear, and that's a truth that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Those from the Ninth Bureau who can support you are ultimately just their own power. When it comes to a critical moment, they won't help you.
That's a harsh reality.
Don't think that just because they helped you once, they will always be there for you.
Wang Chuqing served Fong Xin some rice. Xiao Fong, come eat, try auntie's cooking.
Old Chu, the kid has come all this way, why say such things? What I'm saying are the problems he will face.
Being prepared is a necessary skill for everyone.
You have no ties to them, no blood relations, so you must always be ready for the possibility that they might abandon you.
Fong Xin pretended to take it in and nodded. Uncle makes sense. Thank you for your guidance.
Unexpectedly, Chu Tianhong changed his tone. I admit, you are very talented, and I do recognize you as a young man. Over the years, you have helped my daughter a lot, and it can even be said that Xinya was closer to you than to me, her father.
Because of my daughter, we have a bond. Fong Xin, I need a son.
As soon as he said this, everyone at the table was stunned.
Fong Xin was also taken aback, looking at Chu Tianhong, and he understood the implication behind his words. He was clearly indicating that he wanted to adopt Fong Xin as his godson. After a few seconds of shock, Fong Xin replied seriously to Chu Tianhong, I need one too. This response left Chu Tianhong silent for several seconds. He never imagined he would receive such an answer. According to common sense, with his status, there would be plenty of people wanting to be his godson, but he didn't expect Fong Xin to refuse so cleverly. Fong Xin perfectly chose an obtuse angle between option A and option B. Chu Xinyo understood Fong Xin very well.
From the moment Chu Tianhong finished speaking, she noticed Fong Xin's subtle expression. He had a slight smile as if he was thinking about what to say next, and Chu Xinyo knew he was about to say something surprising.
Sure enough, Fong Xin did not disappoint her.
Under the table, Chu Xinyo gently bumped her knee against Fong Xin's, signaling him not to speak carelessly.
After hearing Fong Xin's response, Wang Chuqing couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Fong, don't mind your Uncle Chu, eat your food.
Xinyo said you like shrimp, so Auntie specially made shrimp for you. This shrimp was airlifted from the coastal city this afternoon.
After taking a bite, Fong Xin praised Wang Chuqing's cooking skills. Chu Tianhong glanced at Fong Xin and smiled.
A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes.
The reason for being nice to Fong Xin was merely to put on a show for his daughter.
First, to tell her that he valued this friend of hers, and second, to indicate that this kid could only be his godson, but they couldn't get too close. For someone like Chu Tianhong, his daughter was destined to be a stepping stone for his power marriage. Even with the strong backing of the Ninth Bureau, he would never allow a romantic relationship between his daughter and Fong Xin, given the relationship between the Ninth Bureau and the Church. Chu Xinyo naturally picked up on the implications of Chu Tianhong's words and peeled a shrimp for Fong Xin right in front of him.
Xiao Fong, here you go.
It was evident that Chu Tianhong's gaze turned cold. Although he was usually busy with work and didn't pay enough attention to his daughter, she was still his own daughter.
Where the hell can this be tolerated?
This is like Huang Mao riding the ghost fire to the dining table, revving the engine while shouting, Old Deng, I'm taking your daughter. And his daughter shouting back, Dad, you don't understand him.
Xinyo, eat your own food, pay attention to table manners.
Chu Xinyo wiped her hands, only responding with a faint but her hands were busy serving dishes to Fong Xin. Oh, I forgot to mention, Dad, Mom, Xiao Fong also brought you gifts.
As she spoke, Chu Xinyo waved her hand. Xin Ma, could you help me bring over the gifts? The nanny immediately brought over the gifts from earlier.
After opening the gifts, Chu Tianhong and Wang Chuqing exchanged glances. Both were sharp and could tell at a glance that this gift was bought by Chu Xinyo. Chu Xinyo couldn't possibly think her parents wouldn't notice, but she wanted to use this method to express her attitude.
Dad, Mom, do you like it? Wang Chuqing smiled, we like it.
As she spoke, she gave Chu Tianhong a look, and Chu Tianhong's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that carried a sense of helplessness, like a cotton-padded jacket with a draft. Halfway through the meal, Wang Chuqing returned to the main topic of the dinner. Xiao Fong, we invited you to dinner today, partly to meet you, but mainly to thank you for saving our Xinyo before. You're too polite, it was just a small effort. It may have been a small effort for you, but for us, it's a huge favor. You know, we only have Xinyo as our daughter, she is our life.
Fong Xin returned a very official smile. If he hadn't grown up with Chu Xinyo, he might have believed it. Wang Chuqing waved to the nanny, who immediately brought over a plate.
On the plate was a spatial ring.
Xiao Fong, we didn't know what you liked, so we asked Xinyao.
We heard you specialize in strength-type abilities, so we're giving you 2 treasures. Consider it a token of our gratitude for saving our Xinyao.
The spatial ring flashed, and on the plate lay a pair of black gloves, which seemed to be at least of 10th rank.
In addition, there were also 2 fruits on the plate.
One was ice blue, and the other was fire red.
These 2 fruits can greatly enhance your mental power and strength abilities. If you're stuck at the peak of your current realm, these 2 fruits are enough to help you break through and advance a level. After Wang Chuqing finished her introduction, she had someone bring the plate over. Besides the gloves and fruits, there were actually quite a few gold bars still in the ring, and the number of gold bars was considerable, worth at least over 100 million. One must say, wealthy people are different, they are generous right from the start.
Fong Xian never expected to receive so much right away. Uncle, aunt, this is too precious. I only helped out casually before.
You're making me feel very embarrassed. Xiao Fong, I just said, it was a small effort for you, but for us, it's a huge favor.
You can't refuse this, otherwise, we'll feel bad about it, and, okay. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Fong Xian readily accepted everything. Wang Chuqing's mouth twitched, she thought Fong Xian would be more polite, but he accepted it just like that.
Dinner lasted for over 2 hours, and afterward, Chu Tianhong, as if he had been warned by Chu Xinyo in advance, outlined a future plan for Fong Xian, who responded with a cheerful yes, yes throughout. Originally, Fong Xian had a strong prejudice against people from the church, and given Chu Xinyao's parents' attitude towards her over the years, Fong Xian had not formed a very good first impression.
Moreover, Fong Xian's keen perception relayed feedback. Although the couple smiled at him, Fong Xian always felt uncomfortable, sensing that there was an unknown side behind their smiles. After dinner, Chu Xinyao saw Fong Xian to the door.
Chu Tianhong sat on the sofa, while Wang Chuqing sat beside him, cracking sunflower seeds.
After a while, Wang Chuqing said, Xinyao can't be with him.
I know, Chu Tianhong replied with a smile. Wang Chuqing glanced at Chu Tianhong, but you can't kill him, otherwise, Xinyao might hold a grudge, and we can't let her resent us.
I know, Chu Tianhong replied as before.
Seeing Wang Chuqing's questioning expression, Chu Tianhong explained, on his way back, he will be ambushed by people disguised as members of the Eternal Night Army and will end up crippled.
At a critical moment, my people will save his life.
This way, we repay his favor of saving Xinyao and also let her feel that we take her friends seriously. While the 2 were talking, Chu Xinyao walked in from outside.
Wang Chuqing immediately smiled. Xinyao, did Xiao Fong go back? This kid is quite nice, clever. He's also pretty handsome. Dad, what do you think? Chu Xinyao looked at Chu Tianhong, who was handling documents. Chu Tianhong smiled, I think he's quite good.
After all, he's in the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger list.
A character like this emerging in Lan City will definitely make it into the local annals in the future.
The car drove slowly through the night. Fong Xian sat in the back seat, turned his head to glance out the window, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something was watching him. The car gradually headed towards the community. By now, it was late, and there weren't many people on the road. A few cars were parked outside the community, with several people inside. One young man in white tilted his head, looking in Fong Xian's direction, grinning with a sinister smile, and said to the others behind him, remember, from now on, we are members of the Eternal Night Army. Later, we'll cripple him, then pretend to fight with the people who come to help him and leave.
Donggu, there are so many of us dealing with a small Karamai, and you, a level 11 expert, are here too. Isn't this overkill?
Zhaidong said coldly, this kid is now being targeted by the Eternal Night Army, wanting to either capture him or destroy him. The ones coming are too low in rank and not qualified. After all, this kid was recruited by that white-haired guy into the 9th division. Moreover, the previous incident where that white-haired guy fought fiercely angered the Pope.
This kid is the root of that incident.
If we can cripple him, our Dean Chu will have made a contribution to the Pope. Also, remember, don't let anything slip.
This is a critical moment in the competition for the highest regional leader. If the 9th division finds out we're taking action, that white-haired guy will definitely not let us off. Our dean will also be implicated. Don't worry, Donggu. It's easy to beat him half to death. Fong Xian got out of the car and instinctively looked back.
On the rooftop, Fong Qingdi stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Fong Xian's body gradually merged with the darkness.
In an instant, he appeared on the other side of his apartment building, still blending into the shadows.
Fong Xian stealthily stood at the corner of the wall, watching the distance.
His perception network spread out, alert to the slightest movement nearby.
This prickling sense of danger made Fong Xian's heart race.
Holding the Panlong spear in one hand, he secured the reversal mirror and gripped the small spatial orb given by the white-haired guy in the other.
After sensing, Fong Chen found no suspicious individuals at all.
This meant that the opponent's level was higher than his.
Fong Chen prepared himself. Once the fight started, if the opponent's combat power was below level 9, Fong Chen could completely rely on Situationshu to take out the opponent directly.
But if the opponent's combat power exceeded level 9, then Fong Chen would have to use the time reversal mirror to escape from the current position, and then crush the spatial orb to summon the white-haired guy to come and take action. If the white-haired guy had any sense, then Grandpa would definitely know that his grandson was under threat, and the two masters would come back together, making it impossible for that little turtle grandson to survive.
At this moment, Fong Chen was already very certain that someone was going to make a move against him.
He couldn't help but speculate on who it was that wanted to attack him. According to Fong Chen's guess, it could either be the Eternal Night Army that had previously broken into his home, or the Young family, or perhaps the church. The opponent had not shown their face until now, and he had no idea what they were up to.
The time reversal mirror could currently only go back 15 minutes, and the longer Fong Chen stayed still, the closer the reversal distance would be. If it really came down to it, Fong Chen would have to use the time reversal mirror to return to the Thunder Sound Hall of the Demon and God Ruins.
Staying here was not a solution. Fong Chen needed to go out, using himself as bait to lure the opponent out, and after confirming their position and specific situation, he would use the time reversal mirror to go back 15 minutes.
After adjusting his state, Fong Chen walked towards the direction where the enemy might be hiding. Inside the car, a few people from the church were keeping a close watch on Fong Chen's direction. Damn it, this kid's vigilance is pretty high. Jahang leaned back to look at Fong Chen's direction.
According to the intel, this kid has awakened a perception-type talent, so it's not surprising that he can sense danger, but ultimately, his realm is still much lower than ours, so he can't perceive us.
Donggu, why aren't we making a move yet?
Jahang glanced at the time. Don't rush, we need to find a way to get the higher-ups to send a joint task to distract that white-haired guy.
We absolutely cannot let that white-haired guy come over,
otherwise, if he goes crazy and attacks, we're all done for.
Time's running out. What's this kid doing? Why isn't he going back?
Could it be that he's looking for us?
Jahang looked at Fong Chen, who was wandering around the community. Fong Chen took out his smart device and scanned the surroundings.
The people in the car also took out their smart devices, and after turning them on, they avoided Fong Chen's scan. Neither side could see the other.
Damn it, this kid isn't really looking for us, is he? Hard to say. It really looks like he has that intention.
A young man with a buzz cut behind Jahang scratched his head and laughed. This kid's pretty bold. Since he can't sense where the specific enemy is, he still dares to come out looking for people.
Is he too confident in himself, or does he have someone backing him?
Jahang tore open a package and threw a beetle nut into his mouth.
It's definitely the spatial orb given by Jahang.
I heard that the remnants of the Eternal Night Army wanted to make a move on our principal's daughter, and this kid used the spatial orb to summon that white-haired guy to solve the problem.
His arrogance is just because he has the white-haired guy backing him. Damn it, that white-haired guy is really a troublemaker.
Jahang turned around and slapped the buzzcut youth.
If he's a troublemaker, then what are we? Can we even talk?
The buzzcut guy rubbed his head and chuckled.
Donggu, why hasn't there been any news from above yet?
Jahang glanced at the messages and suddenly sat up. The white-haired guy has been distracted.
Get ready to move.
The buzzcut guy immediately volunteered. Donggu, you rest. I'll take the brothers to handle this.
A small fry like this shouldn't require you to take action.
I just happen to want to avenge my good buddy Huashur. Jahang leaned back and lit a cigarette, showing no intention of getting out of the car. Just beat him half to death. Don't worry, Donggu, a level 5 little trash like him. As long as the white-haired guy doesn't come, it won't be hard to make him suffer. The buzzcut guy got out of the car, wrapped his clothes around him, and led a few people from the same car towards Fong Chen.
Fong Chen stopped his searching steps and looked towards the 4 figures approaching from this direction.
The leader, with a round buzz cut, had his hands tucked under his armpits, pouting and making a tch sound at Fong Chen.
Stop looking, Grandpa is right here. Fong Chen assessed the situation.
The round-headed youth had an 8th level combat power, and the 3 people beside him included 2 with 6th level power and 1 with 7th level power.
Kid, you're lucky.
Our young master is a major general in the Eternal Night Army, commanding 8,000 troops. Your performance on the Dragon Tiger ranking was quite good, and our young master has taken a liking to you.
He wants you to serve him.
As he spoke, the round-headed youth pointed towards 2 distant vehicles, where faintly visible cigarette butts flickered in and out of sight. Fong Chen's heart sank. He had thought he could handle just these few, but he hadn't expected there to be stronger ones inside the vehicles. The round-headed youth had his hands on his hips. Now, you have two choices, either follow our young master and be his dog, or you can only await your death. Which will it be? Fong Chen stared at them, his keen senses telling him that these guys were not here to recruit him, they all harbored the intent to kill him. So, what position will I get if I go? Fong Chen asked with a pure smile. While saying this, he had already crushed the spatial orb in his hand. The round-headed youth grinned. Didn't I just say? Be a dog. Didn't you hear me clearly? Fong Chen silently counted the time, calculating when the white-haired one would arrive, while maintaining his innocent smile to buy time. Big brother, can you tell your major general that I'm not good at being a dog? I can be a cat instead. Meow O equals intersection omega intersection equals M. Big brother, do I look like I learned it well? The round-headed youth exchanged glances with his companions, all of them wearing expressions of disbelief. Not just them, even Fong Qingdi on the rooftop was left speechless by his own grandson. The round-headed youth scratched his head, spat a thick phlegm on the ground, and gritted his teeth. You mother asterisk. Get him. Fong Chen calculated the time. Logically, the white-haired one should have arrived by now. But since he hadn't shown up, something must have gone wrong. As the four men charged at Fong Chen, he wasted no time. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful move. The crimson blood ring in his palm expanded and opened up. The blood ring hovered vertically in mid-air. The handsome monk, Ssssss-Level, sat calmly within it. Ssssss-Level raised his gaze, his handsome face adorned with a serene smile. He slowly lifted his hand and pressed it towards the round-headed youth from a distance. A hand seemed to enlarge in mid-air and pressed down on the round-headed youth's chest. It was visible to the naked eye that the round-headed youth's momentum had significantly weakened compared to before. Despite being at 8th level combat power, he could only exert 7th level power at this moment. Not only the round-headed youth, but the combat power of the other three who had come with him also dropped by a whole level in that instant. Ssssss-Level had previously told Fong Chen that his talent was to weaken others. After hearing this, Fong Chen thought it was quite impressive. He never expected it to be so formidable in actual combat. This was, after all, an area attack. A black sun rose behind Ssssss-Level, making him appear extraordinarily sinister. A voice that stirred the blood and unsettled the soul emanated from Ssssss-Levels mouth. The round-headed youth and his companions were left in a daze. In that moment, Ssssss-Levels' palm had already pressed against the round-headed youth's chest. Great Sun Tathagata. The palm seemed to gently press against the round-headed youth's chest. But after this strike, it was evident that the round-headed youth's chest caved in. His face turned pale as he looked down, only to find a blood hole that pierced through his chest. The incomplete heart thrashed wildly in the chest cavity, blood gushing forth. The round-headed youth's body continued to run forward under inertia, but after just 2 meters, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The distance between both sides was close enough. The opponent's realm had also been weakened by Ssssss-Level. Fong Chen raised his hand, and 6 rings of slaughter surged forth from his arm, directly piercing the chest of the nearest person. The 3 soul generals moved in unison, smashing the heads of the remaining 2 into a pulp. Jahang, who was enjoying betel nut and smoke in the car, was shocked to see this scene, his pupils contracting in disbelief. He never expected that an 8th level subordinate would be killed by Fong Chen. Moreover, among the 4 sent, the 2 with the lowest realms were both at 6th level strength. All 4 had been killed by Fong Chen. Jahang noticed the monk figure sitting cross-legged within the blood ring beside Fong Chen and realized that the opponent's strength was no match for his own. Jahang's eyes turned fierce. If the dean found out that so many of them had come to kill a single Fong Chen and ended up losing 4 people, let alone gaining credit, it would be a miracle if they weren't punished. Furious, Jahang kicked open the car door. The moment he got out, he violently tore his coat. With arms wide open, 4 more arms grew from his armpits and shoulders. 6 arms spread out, large hands grasping 6 spirit energy spears, and without a word, he hurled them at Fong Chen. It was as if he were a human Gatling gun, the spears flying out, with a second volley following closely behind. All of this seemed lengthy, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Just before Fong Chen moved to kill the round-headed youth, he knew that those in the car were no match for him and had already prepared to run after finishing the job. So, at the moment he killed the round-headed youth, Fong Chen held the reversal treasure mirror and vanished from the spot. He did not revert to the space 15 minutes earlier. Calculating the time, the space node from 15 minutes ago was right at the entrance of the community. If he were to return, it would be almost as if he had landed in their arms, at that time, let alone turning into a cat. Even if he truly became a cat girl, the opponent's temperament was clearly set on killing him. As the spirit energy spear was about to pierce Fong Xian, it suddenly froze in midair, transforming into countless sparkling points of light.
A sound seemed to come from the rooftop, but Fong Xian's body, shrouded in a layer of moonlight, disappeared from the spot. Fong Xian felt as if he were on a roller coaster, the sensation of weightlessness constantly washing over him.
His body suddenly sank, and when he turned his head, he found himself sitting in the car, just a few dozen meters from the entrance of the community.
Fong Xian looked out the window. He had returned to 15 minutes earlier.
Through the car window, he saw those who wanted to kill him sitting in a few cars outside the community.
Fong Xian stared at those cars.
One of them had a very high realm, and he had no means to defend against it. However, when he activated the time reversal through the reversal treasure mirror, he clearly felt a force from above intervening, shattering all the spirit energy spears aimed at him.
Fong Xian looked up at the rooftop.
Upon seeing the familiar figure there, he immediately smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. The white-haired boy must have been held up by something and couldn't come. Fortunately, his grandfather had returned.
With his grandfather present, Fong Xian felt more confident.
Suddenly remembering something, he quickly checked and found that the small spaceball given by the white-haired boy was still there. He immediately beamed with joy. This reversal treasure mirror was truly amazing. No wonder it was one of the treasures of the Buddhist sect. This thing was simply too incredible. The car stopped downstairs.
Fong Xian glanced at the time. If he waited a little longer, the others should be coming.
He aimed to develop the situation in perfect alignment with the previous timeline.
Fong Xian repeated what had just happened. In the car.
Don't worry, Donggu, a level 5 little trash. As long as that white-haired guy doesn't come, playing with him is like playing with garbage. After the round-headed guy boasted to Jai Dong, he led a few people towards Fong Xian.
Fong Xian watched as they gradually approached.
The round-headed guy had his hands tucked under his armpits, looking at Fong Xian, just about to pout and make a sound.
Fong Xian waved his hand.
Hey, over here, come here.
The round-headed guy was taken aback, puzzled. Isn't that what I wanted to say?
With a fierce look in his eyes, he walked towards Fong Xian.
Kid, you're lucky. Before he could finish, Fong Xian interjected. Your family's so-called general with 8,000 troops thinks I performed well on the dragon and tiger list and wants me to serve him, right?
Then you say I have two choices, either be your general's dog or die.
If I say no, you'll insult me and then try to beat me up, right? Come on, insult me hard.
The round-headed guy was stunned. He raised the hand tucked under his armpit to scratch his head and turned to look at the three people beside him. They might not have felt much, but the round-headed guy was shocked, staring at Fong Xian.
This kid. How the hell did he say my words? What should I say now?
The round-headed guy rubbed his head, his gaze growing colder.
How did Fong Xian know this? Could it be that the news leaked? Not many people knew about this task.
He had to capture him and interrogate him properly. A fierce light flickered in the round-headed guy's eyes. Get him.
Just as the round-headed guy finished speaking, Fong Xian unleashed Sittushinsu.
He directly activated his killing talent and summoned 3 soul generals.
But this time, Fong Xian didn't kill all of them.
To be on the safe side, he let Sittushinsu leave the round-headed guy half alive, using him as a hostage. Blood spewed from the round-headed guy's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock.
How could this happen? How could this be? Fong Xian gripped the round-headed guy's neck and looked towards the car at the entrance of the community. Sure enough, Jai Dong, along with a few people, walked down with a fierce expression. Looking at Sittushinsu beside Fong Xian and then at the 3 soul generals, Jai Dong's eyes were filled with shock, followed by rage. 4 people came to kill Fong Xian, 3 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. It would be hard to explain that when they returned. However, seeing that Fong Xian had such a trump card, Jai Dong felt it was somewhat understandable. Let him go, Jai Dong said coldly. Why? Jai Dong raised his hand. If you let him go, we can have a good talk. No talk. Jai Dong's gaze turned cold. He took off his cigarette and threw it on the ground, stepping on it with his foot, his icy gaze fixed on the round-headed youth. Your mother will take care of you in your old age. Saying this, he looked at Fong Xian. I guarantee I will beat him into a vegetable to avenge you. Jai Dong raised his hand and grabbed his collar, pulling hard, tearing his upper garment open, revealing a muscular upper body. Forearms suddenly grew out. Spiritual energy surged. Jai Dong wielded a spiritual energy spear, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, his body's muscles filled with explosive power as the spiritual energy spear was hurled towards Fong Xian. Kneel down. Fong Xian stood still like a mountain, unafraid. In the blink of an eye, dozens of spiritual energy spears were already in front of Fong Xian. But these spiritual energy spears silently exploded into dust in an instant, then transformed into a sky full of crystal light.
A domineering voice filled with anger, like thunder from the heavens, echoed from above.
You dare to touch Fong's grandson? Who gave you the guts? The spiritual energy spear froze in front of Fong Chen.
In an instant, it turned into specks of crystal light.
A figure descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of Fong Chen. Not far away, Shai Dong was momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer.
Clearly, he hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear like a hero out of nowhere. Even more surprising was the strength of this person. Shai Dong still held a spiritual spear in his 6 arms. His expression was contemplative, as he distinctly felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from this imposing elder, a suffocating force like a tidal wave of anger. Just moments ago, the elder had claimed that Fong Chen was his grandson. So, the identity of this elder.
Shai Dong's pupils suddenly constricted.
His status within the church was not low, and the news of the church capturing Fong Chen had stirred quite a commotion, allowing him to hear some information that ordinary people could not.
He had also heard some speculation about Fong Chen's family background. Someone had previously told him that Fong Chen was very likely the grandson of the legendary Fong Qingdi, the leader of the 4 great generals of the divine court. Given the current situation, escape seemed impossible. He had thought that as long as he could hold back the white-haired boy, everything would be fine, but he hadn't expected to encounter someone even stronger. Shai Dong could clearly sense the pressure from Fong Qingdi.
Knowing he was no match, he understood that the best strategy was to retreat. Shai Dong once again hurled dozens of spiritual spears towards Fong Chen, his legs bending as his leg muscles suddenly swelled, stretching his pants tight, seemingly filled with explosive power. Shai Dong jumped from his spot, leaping over 10 meters and quickly bouncing away into the distance.
Fong Qingdi raised his hand, directly facing Shai Dong.
The spiritual spears that Shai Dong had thrown froze in front of Fong Qingdi. Suddenly, the spiritual spears turned around, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual spears pierced through the void, instantly impaling Shai Dong's body. Shai Dong's body was still propelled by inertia, leaping in the air, but he seemed to lose all power, crashing down at an angle onto the ground with a loud thud. The spiritual spears dissipated, but Shai Dong's body was now riddled with over a dozen bleeding wounds. As Shai Dong ran, his companions also began to flee, but after just 2 steps, they felt a heat in their chests. Looking down, they saw that each of them had been pierced by an inexplicable force. Stumbling, they fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably.
Fong Qingdi looked expressionlessly at the people on the ground. Shao Xian, you kill these people. Fong Xian naturally understood that Fong Qingdi wanted him to kill these people to enhance his own strength.
By absorbing their power, as long as he digested it, it would be enough to elevate Fong Xian's killing talent to level 7, and his own power talent could also rise to level 6.
Fong Xian directly killed the round-headed man in his hand.
Then he proceeded to kill the others one by one, also taking their spatial rings. When he reached Shai Dong, who was barely alive, Fong Xian kicked him. Which unit of the Eternal Night Army are you from? Shai Dong opened and closed his mouth, turning to glare at Fong Qingdi, his eyes filled with terror. They are not from the Eternal Night Army, they are from the church.
Fong Qingdi stepped forward and spoke. Fong Xian was taken aback. Church people?
But their talents when they attacked just now weren't light-based. The guards under the church were reassembled from various revolutionary factions that surrendered years ago. These people were selected from the church's guard unit. Shai Dong lay on the ground, grinning maliciously. I am from the Eternal Night Army.
Not some damn church. Fong Qingdi looked coldly at Shai Dong. My talent is penetration, not just physical penetration, but also psychological.
Upon hearing this, Shai Dong's already pale face turned even paler, visibly panicking, blood spurting from his mouth like a small fountain. I am not from the church.
I am not.
Fong Qingdi looked coldly at Shai Dong. There are still people from your church lurking in the shadows, trying to step in after you've crippled my grandson, pretending to have saved his life.
Just so my grandson owes you a favor.
Shai Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, his thoughts laid bare before Fong Qingdi.
Fong Xian turned to look at Fong Qingdi. Damn! What kind of piercing talent is this? He can see through any thought I have. But since these bastards are from the church, it means that Chu Tianhong, that old fool, wants to use the name of the Eternal Night Army to deal with Fong Xian, while pretending to save him. This way, he eliminates the threat of Fong Xian while making him owe him a favor, and he can also take credit with their pope. A perfect 3 birds with 1 stone. Hundreds of meters away, Chu Tianhong's bodyguard, Lu Ming, watched from a distance, ready to make a grand entrance after Shai Dong had crippled Fong Xian. But unexpectedly, an old man appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Shai Dong lying on the ground, being interrogated, one subordinate asked, Commander, Fong Xian is not dead. Who is that old man, and what should we do now?
Lu Ming stared in Fong Xian's direction, then at the lying Jai Dong. The plan must not leak. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to our director. We need to go over and pretend to capture Jai Dong, in case he is tortured and spills the beans. And let's find out who that old man is. Commander, that old man's methods look ruthless. What if he suddenly attacks us? The subordinate asked again. Lu Ming sneered, we are from the church, does he dare to kill us? The group emerged from the shadows, their presence imposing as they quickly approached Fong Xian, cloaked in a layer of moonlight, as if draped in a cloak of moonlight. Jai Dong, lying on the ground, sensed Lu Ming and his men approaching and felt a slight relief, but fearing that Fong Qingdi would see through his thoughts, he forced himself to think of random things. Fong Qingdi shot a cold glance, here to seek death. Upon hearing this, Jai Dong's pupils constricted, clearly sensing the killing intent radiating from the old man. Jai Dong turned his head, wanting to signal Lu Ming and his men.
Fong Xian raised his hand and ruthlessly used the ring of slaughter to pierce Jai Dong's skull. He effortlessly absorbed the essence within Jai Dong, and with the blood talisman of Jai Dong, who had a combat power of level 11, Fong Xian felt a surge of strength.
Seeing this, Lu Ming's killing intent surged, staring at Fong Xian as if he wanted to swallow him whole. He forcibly concealed the murderous intent in his eyes.
Lu Ming approached. After checking the body, he looked at Fong Xian. What happened? Fong Xian did not rush to expose him. People from the Eternal Night Army. Lu Ming's expression darkened, signaling for someone to take Jai Dong's body away. Unexpectedly, the body was stepped on by Fong Qingdi. Did I allow you to move it? Lu Ming's gaze fell on Fong Qingdi. The church does not need to explain itself to anyone. Show your identification. I want to check. You have already chosen the path to death. Lu Ming's face stiffened. He had seen clearly the process of Fong Qingdi killing Jai Dong. He did not have absolute confidence to kill Fong Qingdi. The only reason he dared to act so arrogantly was that he was a member of the church. After all, Fong Xian was a seedling of the 9th Division. Since this old man saved Fong Xian, he wouldn't kill a member of the church, even for Fong Xian's future.
But seeing the old man's gaze, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. When their gazes met, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, raising goosebumps all over. Lu Ming forced himself to stabilize his emotions. He turned to Fong Xian and said, Kid, who is he to you? Do you understand the rules? Do you know what the consequences are for provoking the church? Fong Xian looked at Lu Ming as if he were a fool. Earlier, at the Chu family dinner, this arrogant one had made things difficult for Fong Xian, and now, facing death, he still held on to that ridiculous air of the church.
Just a moment ago, Fong Qingdi had said that Lu Ming and his group were here to die, and Fong Xian already knew that his grandfather intended to unleash a massacre. Fong Xian grinned at Lu Ming. Tell me, what consequences could there be? Lu Ming glanced at Fong Qingdi out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but take a half step back. Accustomed to being high and mighty, being treated like this all of a sudden ignited a flicker of anger within him. However, the pressure from the other side was simply too strong, not to mention an old saying in the kingdom, those who are accustomed to ease are often the most outstanding. Lu Ming smiled coldly at Fong Xian. All right. After speaking, he waved his hand and cautiously retreated, his companions also retreating warily behind him. Unexpectedly, Fong Qingdi sneered, Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinholes. A silver light erupted from his body, and a broad sword appeared in his hand. He swung it at Fong Qingdi, and the silver brilliance cascaded down like a waterfall. The others around him also sprang into action. The silver light seemed to weave into a massive cocoon of light, enveloping Fong Qingdi. Inside the cocoon, Fong Qingdi stood unmoving, merely standing with his hands behind his back. Moments later, those fleeing members of the church fell one after another. Each had a blood hole that pierced through their chests, but none were killed outright. They were left for Fong Xian to finish off. Without a word, Fong Xian stepped forward and dealt the finishing blows one by one. After killing these people, Fong Xian frantically devoured their energy, not only reaching a peak in his own vitality but also experiencing a qualitative leap in his light power after killing these church members. Fong Xian's light-based talent surged upward. His killing talent's combat power directly stepped into the 7th level. However, his power-based talent seemed to be just a thin membrane away from breaking through to the 6th level. As long as he broke through this membrane, Fong Xian could charge forward, stepping into the 6th level purely based on his power talent. But that membrane always felt just out of reach. Tonight, he had devoured too much, and all of it was from those of a higher realm than his own, causing his vitality to swell painfully. He felt flushed, his veins bulging, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Among Lu Ming's group, those of lower realms all died at Fong Xian's hands. However, Lu Ming, the leader, used his light skills to flash away,
disappearing into the vast darkness in just a few blinks.
Fong Xian turned back. Grandpa, that person knows I have a killing talent, he can't be left alive.
Fong Qingdi stood with his hands behind his back, a confident smile on his face. No worries, let him run 5 kilometers first. After saying this, Fong Qingdi looked at Fong Xian. Xiao Xian, you've already devoured too much tonight, you can't consume anymore. You must refine this power and convert it into your vitality, or you'll burst.
I believe someone taught you about realm divisions while you were at the academy.
The first 5 levels are summoning, source flow, pulsation, grounding, and observing the well. These 5 levels involve the power within your body pulsing and activating, forming a protective membrane to safeguard your body and organs, resonating between man and nature. But after the 5th level, the 6th level of harmony is the reverse, through resonance, allowing nature and humanity to resonate with each other. In other words, it communicates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for your use. As the saying goes, man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature.
As long as an energy exchange is formed between man and nature, this is harmony. Concentrate the power pulse at the brow center.
When the brow center feels sour and swollen, perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and exchange the internal power with the spiritual energy to create resonance. When you can communicate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to protect your whole body, that is the peak of harmony. If you can protect the 5 organs with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, that is the peak of the 7th level of breaking the mirror. The 8th level of responding to the void is to communicate the 100 orifices with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus generating an endless source of power in battle.
Fong Xian concentrated the blood pulse at his brow center, calming his mind and continuously connecting with the outside world.
Due to his talent, the talent for slaughter paved the way ahead, allowing Fong Xian to grasp some patterns.
In just a moment, Fong Xian resonated with the outside world, and the power within him surged out.
A few seconds later, the external power returned, forming a protective shield over a foot in diameter around Fong Xian's body.
Fong Xian let out a refreshing breath, as if he had been holding it for many days and finally released an ultimate perfect relief. What a delightful feeling! The power system talent reached the peak of 6th level combat power. Fong Xian clenched his fists, feeling filled with strength.
Turning back to look at Fong Qingdi, he saw Fong Qingdi's eyes wide with astonishment, murmuring, no wonder he was chosen by the King of Slaughter.
Grandpa, that Lu Ming should be heading back now, should we go kill him?
Fong Qingdi smiled confidently and calmly, slowly raising a hand and pressing it in the air.
It's just a chicken, he has to die in front of the monkey for the monkey to be afraid.
Chu Tianhong sat in his study, his expression relaxed and comfortable, as if everything was under his control.
Wang Chuqing brought in the cut fruit, why hasn't he come back yet? Could something have gone wrong?
Chu Tianhong smiled confidently, just put your heart at ease, nothing will happen. If I'm not mistaken, in the previous ruins of gods and demons, was sure, and the others died inside.
They probably wanted to torment Fong Xian. By the way, where is Xinyao? Wang Chuqing sat down, Xinyao is taking a shower. Old Chu, do you think that Jahang from the 9th division will come over? There's always a chance. We must be cautious.
Chu Tianhong set down his feather pen and looked up at Wang Chuqing. People outside call me 3 no touch, saying I hesitate and ponder before taking action, but this time I will do the opposite. Moreover, at this critical moment, no one wants to offend the 9th division, and the 9th division is confident that the teaching won't touch their people, but I will break the conventional thinking.
I will catch him off guard. You, are just a woman's perspective. Just wait and see, Lu Ming will bring news soon.
Just as he was speaking, footsteps sounded outside the door.
Chu Tianhong crossed his fingers and rested his elbows on the desk.
See, what did I say? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Good news is coming. The study door was knocked on urgently. Come in. Lu Ming walked in with a pale face. Chu Tianhong was taken aback upon seeing this. What happened? Lu Ming's voice trembled. Dean, Fong Xian he.
Suddenly, a violent wind swept in like a raging tide, the windows roared, the building shook, the chandelier swayed, and papers flew chaotically across the desk in front of Chu Tianhong.
Bang! Lu Ming's head was directly blown apart by a penetrating force. Blood splattered all over Chu Tianhong's face.
The chandelier swayed. The light and shadows in the room flickered, making one feel dizzy. The sound of the cup dropping and shattering in Wang Chuqing's hand was completely drowned out by the violent shaking of the house.
Papers flew wildly in the study, fluttering in the air.
The papers spun and landed on Chu Tianhong's face, which was covered in thick blood. After the blood, Chu Tianhong's eyes widened. His eyeballs bulged. Fear flooded his eyes, quickly spreading across his entire face.
Chu Tianhong's body trembled uncontrollably.
His skin quivered violently under the immense terror. At that moment, Chu Tianhong felt death whispering mockingly in his ear.
An unprecedented sense of crisis made every pore on Chu Tianhong's body tremble.
He was 1/6 of the military power of the church. He was a candidate for the future pope of the church. He was also the dean of the directly governed academy of the church. He prided himself on having seen enough of the world to remain unflustered. But at this moment, in this place, Chu Tianhong was afraid. Fear was like an invisible needle piercing deeply into his heart. Lu Ming's headless corpse fell to the ground as it swayed. But Chu Tianhong's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Lu Ming's head, looking towards the place where Lu Ming's head had been penetrated. The thick wall, the treetops outside, the utility pole by the roadside, the distant rockery, the landmark buildings of Lan City. That penetrating force had come from several kilometers away. And along that several-kilometer path, all obstacles had been pierced through, leaving a basketball-sized black hole. For Chu Tianhong at this moment, it seemed like a bottomless black hole. On this side of the black hole, it was not just Lu Ming's head that had been pierced. It was also Chu Tianhong's psychological defense line. And at the source of the black hole, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. He simply said 8 words, which echoed from a distance like thunder in Chu Tianhong's ears.
Come to apologize. It won't happen again.
After saying this, the old man disappeared with the young man. Stooping behind the desk, Chu Tianhong's eyes were still bulging out, fear still lingering, his hands slowly resting on the desk. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Chu Tianhong opened his mouth, air rushing in but still feeling unable to breathe. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure from the old man lingered in Chu Tianhong's heart for a long time. Chu Tianhong reached to tug at the button of his collar, but his breathing did not ease much. He groped behind him for the armrest of the chair, fumbling for a long time without finding it. Chu Tianhong's mind was blank, and his body instinctively sat down, but he sat down into empty space, hurriedly supporting himself to stand up and finally sitting in the chair.
Chu Tianhong's body trembled uncontrollably.
On the other side, Wang Chuqing's face was pale, devoid of color, slumped on the sofa, completely losing the noble demeanor she had previously maintained in her privileged life under immense fear. Outside the door, hurried footsteps approached, and guards rushed up from downstairs. Among them was the voice of Chu Xinyao. Dressed in pajamas with wet hair, Chu Xinyao rushed into the study.
Dad! Mom! What happened?
Upon seeing Lu Ming's corpse on the ground, Chu Xinyao was even more shocked, recognizing the body as Lu Ming through his clothes, and realizing that Lu Ming, a peak level 11 warrior, had his head blown apart. How terrifying must the opponent be? The guards who entered in succession were horrified to see that Lu Ming was dead. For a moment, they were overwhelmed with fear. If someone at Lu Ming's level could be killed, they would be like small vegetables, easily crushed. How could they protect Director Chu in such a situation? The enemy was so strong that they could barely protect themselves, and what was a month's salary worth if it cost them their lives? Chu Tianhong came back to his senses and forced himself to calm down. He shouted to the people below, "The enemy is from the Eternal Night Army. They are here to intimidate me. The person has already left. Handle the body. Get ready, we will return to the church headquarters tomorrow." "Alright, it's fine now, everyone go out." Although he said this, everyone could clearly see that Chu Tianhong's hands were trembling. He realized this too and quickly clasped his hands together, forcing himself not to be so afraid. The people below began to clean up the body. Chu Xinyao wanted to say something, but Chu Tianhong waved his hand. "Xinyao, it's fine, you go back to your room. Zhao Shan, stay for a moment." Looking at her father, Chu Xinyao hesitated for a moment but ultimately returned to her bedroom. Among the remaining guards, the strongest one stood in the study. "What is it, Director?" Chu Tianhong pointed to the path that had been pierced for several kilometers. "You take people to handle this, make sure it's done before dawn, and don't let anyone discover any clues." Zhao Shan turned around and was shocked to see the scene, his eyes widening. He glanced back at the direction of Lu Ming's body and immediately realized that someone had smashed Lu Ming's head from several kilometers away. Licking his lips, Zhao Shan steeled himself and closed the door as he left the study. Chu Tianhong picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip. Looking at the bloodstains still on the ground, he felt a lingering fear. He never expected that they had blocked that white-haired kid, only to have a Changyao Jin appear halfway, resulting in so many casualties. This kind of major incident would be difficult to explain to the Pope. Wang Chuqing finally found her voice, though it was still a bit shaky. "Old Chu, who was that just now?" Chu Tianhong turned back, forcing out a few words from his throat. "The leader of the 4 divine generals of the original divine court, Fong Chen." Wang Chuqing seemed to remember something. Is it him? He's still alive?" Chu Tianhong rested his elbows on the table, clasping his hands against his head, contemplating their current situation. Wang Chuqing stood up. "Old Chu, what are we waiting for tomorrow? Let's leave today. Back to the church headquarters. Chu Tianhong shook his head. Tomorrow I still have to visit Fong Xian's house. Go to his house? Are you crazy? What do you want to do there? To apologize. Wang Chuqing's mouth moved. What if we tell the Pope about this? Chu Tianhong shot her a glance. If the Pope finds out that I provoked Fong Qingdi by killing Fong Xian, he will definitely fly into a rage. My candidacy will be revoked. I might even lose my position as director. The Pope is afraid of Fong Qingdi? Wang Chuqing questioned. Chu Tianhong wiped the blood from his face. It's not fear, it's trouble. The person behind the 9th division might still follow the rules, taking things step by step, simmering slowly, but Fong Qingdi doesn't care about that. Back then, whether it was the Light Army or the Eternal Night Army, he had brothers who lived and died with him. Although Fong Qingdi's defection hurt many people's feelings back then, there were still a few who firmly believed in him. Those few are now in command of heavy troops. If Fong Qingdi really goes berserk, as long as he raises his arm and shouts, his old brothers will definitely start a mutiny. If these people mutiny, others who have long been eager to turn against the church will surely respond to the call. The Pope only requires one thing now, stability. No one is allowed to have any problems. A few days ago, that white-haired guy made a move, and the Pope was already very angry. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. Wang Chuqing opened her mouth but didn't dare to comment recklessly. Chu Tianhong wiped the blood and brain matter from his face. If Xinyao wants to get too close to Fong Xian in the future, let her be. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuqing immediately stood up. Chu Tianhong, although Xinyao didn't come from my womb, she is still our biological daughter. Are you really going to let her be with the grandson of the Fong Emperor? Isn't that pushing her into a fire pit? Chu Tianhong leaned back slightly. The current situation is turbulent, with too many changes. If they really end up together, it could be considered a marriage alliance. With the grandson of the Fong Emperor? Are you crazy? Chu Tianhong stared into the air. Fong Xian is not just the grandson of the Fong Emperor, he is also someone protected by the 9th Bureau. Moreover, Fong Xian's mother is surnamed Yi, and the person behind the 9th Bureau also has the surname Yi. Do you think this is just a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Wang Chuqing was momentarily stunned. Fong Xian was eagerly following behind the Fong Emperor. Just now, the Fong Emperor's move had left Fong Xian in awe. This was only a clone of the Fong Emperor. If the real body were to act, who knows how terrifying it would be. Fong Xian followed the Fong Emperor upstairs. Grandpa, why didn't you just attack Chu Tianhong directly just now? The Fong Emperor turned back to look at Fong Xian and couldn't help but smile. I just activated my talent and penetrated his psychological defenses, planting a seed in his heart. In the future, if the church tries to do anything detrimental to you, if he knows and doesn't help, he will definitely feel like he's being cut by knives, wishing he were dead. After hearing this, Fong Xian was directly stunned. Grandpa, isn't your talent a bit unbeatable? Little Xian, remember, the strongest is never the talent, but the person. The same knife can be used by someone to carve the most exquisite sculpture in the world, while others use it to cut vegetables, some use it to kill on the battlefield, and some can only use it to harm the weak. It all depends on how you use it. Fong Xian pondered, not expecting the Fong Emperor to continue. Of course, some might argue that knives differ in material. There is a difference between an extraordinary knife and an ordinary blade. But once you reach a certain level, even a bamboo knife can kill someone wielding the best knife in the world. Glancing at the time, the Fong Emperor continued, Little Xian, I must return to my real body now. In the future, use that phone to contact me. Remember, do not contact me proactively. No matter who tells you that I am injured or knows my whereabouts, do not believe them. During this conversation, a layer of bloodlight enveloped the Fong Emperor's body, as if it were burning with blood-colored flames. The Fong Emperor smiled at Fong Xian. The Fong Emperor's body became blurry, as if it were being erased by an eraser, disappearing from the spot. Looking at the empty room, Fong Xian slumped onto the sofa. He took out his phone and checked, receiving a message from Jiang Xiaocha. Bro, are you home tomorrow? Yes. What's up? I'm coming home tomorrow, and I might bring a few friends I just met. After a moment of thought, Fong Xian replied, members of Xingho? Jiang Xiaocha was silent for a moment. Yes. Fong Xian knew that asking more would make Jiang Xiaocha uneasy, as every organization has its own rules, especially one like Xingho that develops in secrecy. Glancing at the date, Fong Xian seemed to remember something and got up to head to the bathroom. He shook his hand in front of the mirror. The reflection of Fong Xian in the mirror did not synchronize with his movements. Did my grandpa say that the talent for killing also has an external incarnation skill? In the mirror, Fong Xian responded, that's right, but unlike his blood demon talent, the external incarnation of the killing talent is even more powerful. The blood demon talent requires doubling one's vital energy to achieve an external incarnation, while the killing talent only needs a drop of blood to do so.
Fong Xin suddenly became interested. Just a drop of blood? That's amazing.
If the main body of the blood demon talent dies, the clone will die with it, but if the main body of the killing talent dies, as long as you store a drop of blood in a safe place beforehand, you can be reborn.
Fong Xin was stunned again. So strong? What are the conditions for this drop of blood? When your killing talent reaches level 7, you can condense a drop. After that, for every level you increase, you can condense another drop. As they spoke, Fong Xin awakened the skill of external incarnation in his mind. Fong Xin scanned through it and then asked a second question. Now that I've devoured someone else's talent, why can't I use it? You can use 7 types of talents. If you have a favorite talent, you can replace it with one of your current talents. Fong Xin pondered over his existing talents and was reluctant to replace any of them. The Fong Xin in the mirror spoke again. The 7 kings are gradually awakening, so pay attention, it's time to find them. When the 7 kings reunite, the end of the law will arrive. Find them? How do I find them? Enhance your perception talent.
When your perception talent reaches level 7, you can perform simple deductions.
The perception talent can foresee the future and sense fortune and misfortune, but Fong Xin was currently only using it to sense enemies. He needed to learn from Goddess Chang when he returned to school. The image of Fong Xin in the mirror blurred for a moment, and then the movements of the Fong Xin inside the mirror mirrored those outside.
Fong Xin returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, raised his hand, and forced out a drop of crimson blood from his fingertip. The drop of blood emitted energy fluctuations, and faint blood symbols could be seen flickering on it.
Following the awakened skill of external incarnation in his mind, Fong Xin released his aura to envelop the drop of blood.
This drop of blood had countless connections with Fong Xin. He even felt that this drop of blood was a part of his body. The drop of blood gradually solidified into a blood cocoon. As time passed, the blood cocoon grew larger, and a faint heartbeat could be heard from within. Soon, a baby broke out of the cocoon, and the little thing gradually grew. By the time dawn approached, this little thing was the same size as Fong Xin and looked exactly like him. Fong Xin circled around his clone. The feeling was strange and novel. Perhaps because Fong Xin's killing talent had already reached level 7, this clone had a combat power of level 5 right after it was formed.
Fong Xin looked at his clone excitedly. The effort of the night had not been in vain. With a wave of his hand, the clone walked towards Fong Xin, and in a moment, their figures blurred and merged into one. Awesome! Fong Xin happily clenched his fist. He prepared to meet with Huang Dabat and see if he could take revenge on Xiahou Wu, giving the members of the 7-kill sect a legitimate identity. After a busy night, he was quite tired, so Fong Xin lay down and fell asleep immediately. Around 10 o'clock, Fong Xin received a message from an unfamiliar number. Xiao Fong, I am your Uncle Chu. Do you have time later? I will come to your house. Fong Xin immediately realized that Chu Tianhong wanted to come and apologize. After thinking for a moment, he replied, how about noon? Is Fong Lao at home? Chu Tianhong asked again. Fong Xin glanced at the message and didn't reply, leaving him to guess. The unknown is the most terrifying. After sleeping until past 11, Zhang Xiaocha sent a message saying she would come over with her friend soon, and only then did Fong Xin slowly get out of bed. Just finished washing up, the sound of the door opening came, and Zhang Xiaocha opened the door, bringing in a few people. Along with Zhang Xiaocha were 2 girls and 2 boys. This is my brother Fong Xin. Zhang Xiaocha introduced. Behind her was a girl with braces and black-framed glasses, and Zhang Xiaocha said, brother, this is Yaya. Hello? The girl with braces seemed a bit socially anxious, her voice very soft, hello? Then Zhang Xiaocha pointed to the other 2 boys, one fat and one thin, and introduced them to Fong Xin. The fat one was Xiao Long, and the thin one was Xiao Wu. Welcome! The last one to come in was a girl with pink hair wearing a baseball cap, standing at 1.70 meters, her pink hair styled in a braid slanting over her shoulder. Zhang Xiaocha introduced, brother. This is Sister Ayan. Sister Ayan smiled generously, hello, Fong Xin, 10th place on the dragon and tiger list. I've heard a lot about you. Fong Xin nodded and politely replied, hello, Sister Ayan. It's just a false name. Not worth mentioning. Fong Xin is too polite. We're here for something, hope we won't disturb you. No problem. Sister Ayan gave a glance, and the girl with braces took Xiao Long and Xiao Hu to Zhang Xiaocha's room. What are you guys doing? Fong Xin asked in confusion. Sister Ayan smiled and said, this is our internal matter, so it's inconvenient to discuss. I hope you can understand. Understood. Sister Ayan paused. Xiaocha should have told you that we are from Xingho, right?
From the tone of Xiao Cha, I can tell you seem to have some concerns about us.
I'm actually here to dispel your worries.
We from Xingho absolutely have no ill intentions towards Xiao Cha. We are all like-minded people.
Or rather, we are all people who have suffered oppression from the church. Fong Xin responded, sensing that Sister Ayan was not lying.
Sister Ayan continued, of course, we from Xingho are not just resisting the church, but also all forms of tyranny. As she spoke, the girl with braces and the others walked out of Jiang Xiaocha's room, giving Sister Ayan a look that indicated everything was ready.
Sister Ayan nodded and turned to Fong Xin again. So today we actually want to give you a reassurance. To tell you that we won't lead Xiao Cha down a wrong path. Everything we do is to overthrow all unfair tyrannical rule.
The chubby Xiao Long chimed in, right.
You don't need to be on guard against us.
We've heard about how you were pressed down by the church people several times. To be honest, we all sympathize with you. You and Xiao Cha have no background, and the church people like to bully those like you. Moreover, even if you are in the 9th district, the big shots there protect you only because of your good grades. They are weighing the pros and cons and won't wholeheartedly protect you. So, the church people will ultimately not let you go. Just wait and see. From what I know about those from the church, they will definitely find ways to bully you again. Just as he was speaking, there was a hurried knock on the door.
Xiao Hu went to open it.
A young man walked in from outside. Sister Ayan, the church people have come.
Sister Ayan's expression changed immediately, and everyone stood up with serious faces. The church people? Are you sure?
Absolutely sure.
And the ones coming are not ordinary people. It's the principal of the Bright Academy, Chu Tianhong. Sister Ayan's expression changed again. Chu Tianhong?
This Chu Tianhong is from Lancheng. It's not surprising that he appears in Lancheng.
Is he coming to our community?
Yes.
Xiao Long asked, Sister Ayan, what should we do now?
Don't panic, just observe the situation, conceal your presence, and don't let the church people discover us. As she spoke, Sister Ayan quickly walked to the window, but when she looked down, her pretty face changed again.
The little dragon's head shrank back. Oh no! How did Chu Tianhong get into our building? What is he doing here? Sister Ayan looked at the few people in front of her. Did we expose any details when we came? No, we were very careful every step of the way. Seeing the few people analyzing blindly, Fong Xin explained, he's here to find me. Find you? The little dragon turned to look at Fong Xin. Sister Ayan also turned back, looking at Fong Xin in confusion. The little dragon's expression changed. Could it be that Chu Tianhong came to catch Fong Xin? What should we do? We definitely can't escape. Sister Ayan, should we contact someone above to send help?
Sister Ayan remained calm, seemingly weighing her options.
Fong Xin saw this and said, he's not here to catch me, he's here because he has something to discuss.
I know his daughter, we're classmates. Jiang Xiaocha chimed in, yes, my brother knows Chu Tianhong's daughter.
But that doesn't make sense, even if you know each other, someone like him wouldn't come looking for you, right?
The chubby little dragon said. As they spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The expressions of the group froze to an extreme point. Sister Ayan decisively took out a zipper from her spatial ring and pressed it against the wall, then pulled the zipper down, revealing a space of nearly 5 square meters inside. Sister Ayan waved her hand, lowering her voice urgently, get in. The brace-faced girl Yaya was the first to be pushed inside, followed closely by the little dragon and the young man who had come to deliver the message. Jiang Xiaocha had no time to react before Sister Ayan pulled her in as well. There was a knock at the door, and Sister Ayan stepped inside, trying to pull Fong Xin in with her. She couldn't reach him, and the knocking came again. The young man quickly zipped it up. The zipper on the wall blended seamlessly with the white wall, showing no signs of its presence.
Fong Xin found this thing quite novel. It could even evade his perception-based observation. The knocking came again. Fong Xin walked towards the door and slowly opened it. In the cramped space, the chubby little dragon turned back to the young man. Why did you zip it up? Xiaocha's brother hasn't come in yet.
The young man stared at the direction of the zipper, raised a finger to his lips to signal everyone to be quiet, and explained in a low voice, since the other party can come, it proves they already know Xiaocha's brother is here. If we disappear into thin air, it will definitely attract their attention. If they take some time to look for us, they will definitely find all of us.
But you can't sacrifice Xiaocha's brother alone,
the chubby little dragon said angrily. The young man raised his hand and pinched the little dragon's mouth. Don't make noise.
Xiaocha's brother is at least ranked 10th on the dragon and tiger list. The 9th place is currently valuing him highly.
Chu Tianhong is a person who doesn't get involved. He won't make a move on Fong Xin.
He's probably just here to apply pressure. At most, Fong Xin will just get beaten up. There's no life-threatening danger. Losing one person to save a group is a good deal. Sister Ayan frowned tightly. The little dragon wanted to say something, but the young man pointed outside, signaling Fong Chen to open the door and not to speak. The little dragon pushed the young man's hand away, looking very angry, seemingly furious at the young man's decision. The group exchanged tense glances, nervously watching outside. The young man turned back to Jahang Xiaocha, lowering his voice, "Don't worry, your brother won't be in any serious trouble. I'll take care of the resources for his injuries." As the door opened, Fong Chen saw Chu Tianhong standing at the door with several subordinates. The subordinates behind him were holding expensive gifts. "Xiao Feng, am I interrupting?" Chu Tianhong smiled. Fong Chen responded, "Is it a disturbance? Didn't you come here anyway?" Chu Tianhong smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room as if searching for Fong Qingdi's figure. He quickly refocused his attention on Fong Chen. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Fong Chen stepped aside, "Please." Chu Tianhong walked inside, but his subordinates were about to follow when Fong Chen stopped them. "Just the gifts can come in, you all don't need to." A few church members frowned, used to being treated like lords, their rebellious spirit rising again, but remembering the gruesome scene of Lu Ming's death last night, they ultimately held back and looked up at Chu Tianhong. Chu Tianhong smiled, "If Fong Qingdi really wanted to act, these few wouldn't be able to stop him. Then you all can wait at the door." Fong Chen took the gifts from a few of them, casually closed the door, completely isolating those people outside. The few individuals in the cramped space stared at each other in disbelief. They were all silently questioning why Fong Chen was so arrogant. This didn't seem to match the rumors. Was Chu Tianhong really that easy to talk to? Chu Tianhong looked around and then sat down. "Xiao Feng, are you the only one at home?" Fong Chen placed the gifts aside and pointed to the seat next to Chu Tianhong. "My aunt is sitting next to you, can't you see her?" Chu Tianhong opened his mouth, taken aback by the boy's cheeky tone. "I apologize for your aunt's situation, but this matter has nothing to do with me, the orders came from others," Chu Tianhong explained. Fong Chen responded indifferently. Chu Tianhong still couldn't help but look around. "Where's the old man?" Fong Chen seriously joked, "The old man is everywhere, watching you." This made Chu Tianhong shiver, the sense of oppression from last night resurfacing in his heart. He wasn't planning to stay here any longer. Chu Tianhong stood up. "Xiao Feng, the main reason I came here today is to apologize to you for last night's incident. My uncle was indeed a bit excessive last night, he apologizes to you." And to the old man. The few people in the cramped space held their breath, their eyes wide in shock. They never expected that someone like Chu Tianhong, who held significant power in the church, would come to apologize. This was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. But what surprised them even more was that Fong Chen did not accept the apology but instead said to Chu Tianhong, "Director Chu, you refer to yourself as uncle, but there's a gap of your daughter in between. However, when you acted last night, your identity was not Uncle Chu but that of a church member. Since you are here to apologize, please show enough sincerity and don't be vague, apologize with the correct identity." Chu Tianhong paused, staring at Fong Chen, then smiled and sincerely bent down to Fong Chen. "All right, I, Chu Tianhong, President of the Church of Light Academy, Commander of the Church of Light Legion, and Chairman of the Council of Light, formally apologize to you for last night's incident." Time seemed to stand still. Fong Chen looked at the slightly bowing Chu Tianhong. One must admit that someone like Chu Tianhong could reach this level definitely had some skills. The fact that he would bow and admit fault to someone younger than him said a lot. Such a person could bend and stretch, surely capable of great things. However, this type of person is also one who can endure, but once an opportunity arises, he will definitely take the risk. This time, Chu Tianhong's action against Fong Chen in Lan City was a good example. He dared to go against the grain. If it weren't for Fong Chen's cleverness coinciding with Fong Qingdi's return, it would have already started the feast by now. Chu Tianhong slowly straightened up, smiling at Fong Chen. "Is this satisfactory?" Fong Chen raised his hand, turning sideways towards the door, "Then take your time leaving." Chu Tianhong smiled and nodded, straightening his clothes as he stepped towards the exit. In the cramped space, the few people, who had already been too afraid to breathe, were now even more silent. The scene they had just witnessed felt like a dream. They never expected that Chu Tianhong, the esteemed candidate for the next pope of the church, the governor of the Imperial Guard, and the president of the Bright Academy, would come to apologize to Fong Chen. And so sincerely. The few of them gaped in astonishment, peering through the small zipper gap to look outside. This scene left an indelible mark in their minds, completely stunned by what they had just seen. Rumors had it that Fong Chen was pressed to the ground and rubbed by the church's people, and not just once, but seeing it today, the credibility of those rumors was questionable. It was clear that Fong Chen had the upper hand over the church. They felt like mice in front of a cat when they saw the church's people, afraid to breathe, while Fong Xian stood his ground.
In comparison, they felt like they had lost out.
Their shocked thoughts lingered even after Chu Tianhong left the room. Fong Xian opened the gifts, which were all precious supplements.
Since the awakening era began and spiritual energy revived, many of the original supplements had become even more effective than before. Chu Tianhong had brought many supplements that significantly enhanced vitality and mental strength.
This was clearly meant for Fong Qingdi, but since he didn't encounter Fong Qingdi, Chu Tianhong didn't dare to be presumptuous and left with his tail between his legs.
As Fong Xian was sorting through the items, the zipper on the wall behind him opened, and a yen and the others walked out.
They still looked shocked as they stared at Fong Xian's back. Fong Xian? A yen called out. Fong Xian turned around. What's up? Why did Chu Tianhong apologize to you? This was also what the others wanted to ask.
Oh,
he was going to make a move on me yesterday.
A yen and the others were stunned.
Chu Tianhong was going to make a move on Fong Xian yesterday?
But now, since Fong Xian had come out unscathed and even made Chu Tianhong apologize, it already indicated many things.
Recalling what Chu Tianhong had said earlier, who is this old man he mentioned? Is it that ye old man behind the 9th bureau? Fong Xian casually replied, you should inquire less about social matters.
A yen choked a bit, and Zhang Xiaoqiu looked at Fong Xian, as if she thought of something, but didn't say anything. The chubby Xiaolong gave Fong Xian a thumbs up. I admit, I underestimated you earlier, you're simply my big brother.
You've opened my eyes today. I've never seen anyone make the church people back down like that.
As he spoke, Xiaolong nudged the young man beside him. Mi Chun, you just said Chu Tianhong came to apply pressure, and now you've been slapped in the face, right?
Mi Chun stared at Fong Xian. I was narrow-minded. Want to stay and have a meal together? Fong Xian changed the subject.
A yen glanced at the time. No need, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. As she spoke, she started to walk out. When she reached the door, a yen stopped and turned back to look at Fong Xian. Fong Xian, about what happened today?
Fong Xian made a gesture. We didn't see anything.
A yen smiled sweetly and turned to leave, with Zhang Xiaoqiu hanging back. Once the teammates had walked a bit further, she turned to Fong Xian and said, Bro, I have to go too. Fong Xian stuffed all the supplements that Chu Tianhong had brought into Zhang Xiaoqiu's hands. Take these, and be careful on the way. Zhang Xiaoqiu looked at the pile of things. Bro, you've given me all this, what will you use? I have millions of demon marrow, their effects are much better than these. Zhang Xiaoqiu felt that asking these questions was unnecessary and accepted everything. After sending Zhang Xiaoqiu out, Fong Xian returned to his room. Taking advantage of this short holiday, Fong Xian planned to inspect the work at Huang Debao's place. At this moment, Fong Xian observed and studied the egg he had brought out from the water moon cave.
This thing devoured divine and demonic essence every day, but fortunately, Fong Xian could clearly feel the increasingly strong energy fluctuations coming from it. Fong Xian flicked the eggshell with his finger. This thing was a crystal formed from the fusion of a qilin and other divine beasts, and he had no idea when it would hatch.
Huang Debaos had replied, saying that during this time, he had intermittently recruited over 100 talents for the 7-kill sect. Xiahou Wu had already reached level 4 combat power. According to what Xiahou Wei had said before, his father's killer had level 5 combat power, and at that time, Fong Xian could directly send out the overpowered Situshinsu to weaken him. The matter of avenging Xiahou Wu's father that he had promised would then be resolved.
Fong Xian sent a message to Huang Debaos indicating he was on his way and asked him to gather the new recruits to prepare for divine bestowal.
On the way to the airport, Fong Xian recalled what the King of Slaughter had said last night about the gathering of the 7 kings. The information about the 7 kings in his mind was quite vague. It felt like having a dream that was very memorable, but as soon as he opened his eyes and turned his head, snap, claps hands and spreads them, it was forgotten. He wondered if it was related to the King of Slaughter mentioning that his perception abilities needed improvement. Fong Xian habitually sent a message to the forum user known as Chest Hair Sister, who had a profile picture of someone getting a hair transplant with chest hair.
Do you know anything about the 7 kings? He did not receive a prompt reply, so Fong Xian put his phone in his pocket and boarded the plane.
The plane took off and landed. When he exited the airport, Huang Debaos was already waiting outside. The first time he met Huang Debaos, this old guy had a face full of wrinkles and looked dirty, but now Huang Debaos was thriving, radiant and glowing, dressed in a suit and floral shirt, with a leather bag tucked under his arm, looking like a nouveau riche who excelled in all vices. As the team grew, Huang Debaos led the newly recruited people to do some small business. They opened a logistics company in the city where they were based, specializing in urban express delivery, which also provided those recruited with a legitimate identity.
Since the establishment of the 7-kill sect, Fong Xian had not had to worry about its funding. Huang Dabao's drove Fong Xin to the company. Fong Xin's phone vibrated.
It was a message from Chest Hair's sister about the 7 kings.
Why are you asking this? Fong Xin saw Chest Hair's sister's reply and was about to respond.
Unexpectedly, another message from her came in.
Are you crazy? Don't you care about your account? Aren't you afraid of being investigated? The system checks, bro, I'm just a simple pervert. If they investigate, don't drag me in. After reading Chest Hair Sister's message, Fong Xin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can you at least tell me where I can find out? Chest Hair Sister replied cautiously, hey, don't say anything that could disrupt social stability. I'm just a weak woman with big breasts and long legs. My water meter can't withstand scrutiny. Fong Xin looked at her message. This girl had not reacted so strongly when she previously mentioned the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army. After a moment's thought, he realized that chatting online could easily be detected by the system, and if he wanted to know more, the simplest and most straightforward method was to chat privately offline. We've known each other for so long, and you've helped me a lot. How about I treat you to a meal? Chest Hair Sister replied without holding back. Oh? What does the little brother want? Are you trying to ask your sister for a hot date? Sister has requirements, you know. Does the little brother have 18 centimeters? Sisters won't meet anyone under 18 centimeters. Send a photo of your hand so I can see the distance from your thumb to the tip of your index finger. For Sister Chest Hair, this old lecher, Fong Xin has already gotten used to her unfiltered comments in this regard. He let Huang Daba put his hand on the luxury car's steering wheel, took a photo of Huang Daba's hand, and sent it over. Huang Daba turned around, puzzled, and said, Master, are you trying to show off with the luxury car? Wait a moment, let me roll up my sleeves, and you can take a picture of my watch too. Let's elevate our status. With our get-up, which woman wouldn't call us brother and praise us a bit when they see us? After seeing the photo, Sister Chest Hair replied, Oh, your little brother's is so short. Huang Daba shook his wrist. Master, come on, take the picture. With this hand, wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands, holding the steering wheel of $1 million luxury car, which woman wouldn't be dazzled when they see this hand? Fong Xin looked at Huang Daba with sympathy. No need, old Huang. Just drive well. Huang Daba shook his head, admiring his hand, clearly unaware that someone had already made targeted comments about it. While Fong Xin was pondering how to reply to Sister Chest Hair, she sent another message. Did I hurt your self-esteem, little brother? Don't be sad. Being small is cute. Besides, you have abs. If you want to meet, we can do it tomorrow or the day after. I'll send you the exact location. Sister Chest Hair sent a location, which was a tea restaurant. Fong Xin checked the place and found it was about 4 hours' drive from where he currently was. Fong Xin straightforwardly said, Then let's meet and talk. The lecherous Sister Chest Hair, unable to change her nature, replied, Then little brother, remember to come smelling nice, don't bring your original flavor. Fong Xin sent a rolling eyes emoji. To prevent being set up or ending up with a burly man who likes white socks, he casually checked the other party's account and found that the account was registered to an elderly woman. Fong Xin's face completely wrinkled up, and he couldn't help but scratch his head, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party used someone else's ID to register the account, just like how Fong Xin's forum account wasn't his real name. To be safe, Fong Xin planned to observe secretly and send someone else over. The car gradually entered the city and finally stopped at a courier logistics company named Io Balu. Fong Xin glanced at the sign. Why did they choose such a name? Huang Daba jumped out of the car and laughed. Master, you don't know, I was discussing with someone what name would be better. At first, we settled on 2 names, one called Dao Loma and the other Shunton Logistics. Later, while having a meal, we ran into a blind fortune teller. He looked quite pitiful, so I treated him to a meal. After eating, he said he would name our company Io Balu. I asked him why this name, and he said it means the company will be fast and stable in the future. I still didn't understand, but he said the boss behind me would definitely understand when he hears it later. Master, do you understand what this means? Fong Xin looked confused. I don't understand anything. Old Huang, you didn't let the fortune teller fool you, did you? Huang Daba immediately shook his head. Master, this stuff is too metaphysical, you really can't not believe it. Originally, our company had a very small market share in the city, but after changing the name, other courier logistics companies started to collapse, and we are the only ones that survived. My plan is to help Xiahou Wu take revenge, then swallow his enemies, and we'll have enough funds. As our members increase, our business will start to expand to the surrounding areas. Fong Xin glanced at the sign and walked inside, where many people were busy moving things. When they saw Huang Daba, they all stopped their work. President Huang. Some people who had seen Fong Xin before called out, Master,
Huang de Beos clapped his hands. Everyone, put down what you're doing, let's gather in the conference hall. The leader has something to say. After thinking for a moment, Huang de Beos turned to Fong Xin, leader, in the future, can we not let the people below call you leader in every situation? In other situations, they can call you Boss Fong? Our power is still in the early stages, being cautious is the way to go, what do you think? No problem. As they walked to the conference room, the secluded Xiaohu was called out by Huang de Beos. Leader. Sorry, I was practicing and didn't come to greet you. Fong Xin casually replied, Old Huang told me it was my fault for not letting him disturb you. The new members stood in the hall looking at Fong Xin, having only heard from the old members that the leader was very young. They didn't expect him to be this young.
Fong Xin didn't waste words and arranged divine gifts for these people.
Now, the members of the 7 Kills sect had reached over 200. However, their levels were relatively low, but after receiving divine gifts, their combat power would increase quickly. After bestowing so many divine gifts at once, Fong Xin felt a bit drained, and Huang de Beos specially decorated a room for Fong Xin to rest. Fong Xin lay on the sofa, took a short break, his body blurred, and then his clone sat up, stood up from the sofa, and ordered, you go discuss with them about avenging Xiaohu. The clone left the room, re-entered the conference room, and upon seeing Fong Xin again, Huang de Beos was momentarily stunned. Leader, why are you back without resting?
Is there something wrong with the arrangements? Should I find 2 technicians to come and give you a massage? Get lost. The clone glanced at Xiaohu. I'm here for one thing, to help you take revenge and swallow the enemy's assets. Xiaohu was taken aback, but leader, I only have level 4 combat power now. Zhao Yangyi has level 5 combat power. With my current strength, I can't kill him. You don't need to worry about that, I have my methods. What we need to do now is draft a specific battle plan and understand the combat power structure of the Zhao family. If we do this, we must crush them all at once. Xiaohu thought for a moment, I know their situation. Zhao Yangyi has level 5 combat power, and he has a younger brother with level 4 combat power. The strongest in their family is a level 7 expert they hired for a hefty price. Besides that, as far as I know, Zhao Yangyi also hired 2 level 5 professional fighters. In addition to these, their family's miscellaneous combat power adds up to over 140. As he spoke, Xiaohu casually opened a map to look at the aerial view, pointing to one location. The place where the Zhao family lives is here. It's a very large villa. He won't leave here unless there's something special, and that level 7 expert is also here. Fong Xin glanced at it. Everyone, go about your business.
Old Huang, let's go observe later. The rest of you continue working normally, wait for my orders to surround this place.
Xiaohu looked at Fong Xin's profile, his lips moved, and finally said, Leader, there's a level 7 expert at Zhao Yangyi's place. Counting him, there are at least 3 level 5 fighters, and there are even more level 4 and 3 fighters below. Among us, only me and Old Huang have the highest combat power, which is level 4. What level are you now, leader?
Me? Level 5.
What's wrong?
Xiaohu forced a smile. I know your methods are strong, but I already told you about the opponent's strength.
Shouldn't we develop our power a bit more? Once everyone's overall strength increases, and your power becomes stronger, we will have enough chances of winning before we go? Fong Xin turned back to look at Xiaohu, thought for a moment, and said seriously, I can understand what you're saying, but I'm just a clone. The decision-making power lies with the main body. Xiaohu was stunned. The others were also taken aback, but they quickly turned around. In front of them was Fong Xin's clone, a level 5 clone. Isn't this deity supposed to be stronger than level 5? And since Fong Xin is so confident about helping Xiaohu take revenge, could it be that his combat power has reached level 7? Fong Xin's avatar said, just be ready for revenge, don't worry about the rest. Since I promised you, I will definitely deliver. Xiaohu, who had been feeling uncertain earlier, now wore a smile, his heart completely reassured. He immediately began discussing the framework of the plan with Huang Daba and the others. As for the specific details, they would have to wait until Fong Xin and Huang Daba returned from their reconnaissance. Fong Xin lay in the lounge. After the avatar returned, he merged back with Fong Xin. Not only could Fong Xin share the perspective of the avatar, but he could also share its memories. So, everything that had just happened replayed in his mind. As night approached, Fong Xin and Huang Daba stepped out, followed by that member named Dao whom they had met before. The car gradually approached Zhao Yangyi's residence. It was a villa nestled by the mountains and water. Fong Xin checked the Zhao family in Lingyang City. Lingyang City could only be considered a small third-tier city, and the Zhao family had not been the strongest family in the entire city, barely squeezing into the top 10 in terms of assets. However, after swallowing the Xiahou family, their assets had jumped to become one of the top 3 in the area. The combined assets of the two families were nearly 4 billion. Fong Chen looked at the meager billions in his account. This trip to swallow all of Zhao Yangyi's assets could be considered a participation in a small-scale 100 billion subsidy. Outside the villa, Fong Chen activated his perception talent and enveloped the area inside. Currently, his perception was only at level 5. The higher the level of the perception system, the larger the range of perception, and as the level increased, he could even foresee what others would do in the next second. When mental energy focused on a person, it could sense their past and future. Depending on the talent and level, the foresight ability varied. The higher the talent and level, the further into the future one could foresee. Thus, the perception system is a late-game type of hero. In the early stages, it only serves as a vision aid, but in the later stages, it becomes incredibly powerful, with no secrets existing before top figures in the perception system. Just like the old lady Fong Chen encountered before, Fong Chen could now foresee a person's future and sense their past, but only for a very short time, barely useful. However, the perception system would experience a small explosion at level 6, significantly increasing the time for perceiving the past and foreseeing the future, with subsequent abilities exploding in succession. Fong Xin's perception net swept across, clearly sensing many people outside as they moved inside. A chilling aura emanated from within the villa, and a furious shout came from the innermost part of the courtyard. Who dares to invade the villa? Fong Xin retracted his perception net. That person must be the level 7 offering mentioned by Xiahou Wu. The opponent's strength was formidable, and Fong Xin pondered whether to recruit them. After all, the 7 kills sect was still in its infancy, and bringing in a level 7 combatant to hold down the fort would be beneficial. Huang Daba, sitting in the driver's seat, turned back to look at Fong Xin. Leader, can we do it? We can. Fong Xin had 4 soul generals under him, along with several spirit beasts. One person was like a whole team. Not to mention bringing along these people from the 7 kills sect. Even if Fong Xin charged into the villa with a group of pigs, he could still push through. Send a message to Xiahou Wu's side. There's no need to wait until tomorrow night. We act tonight. Xiahou Wu had been waiting for this. As soon as he received the message, he led his men toward this side. At this moment, the Zhao family was on high alert. Zhao Yangyi hurried toward a standalone building at the back of the villa. From the outside, a chilling aura emanated, making one involuntarily rub their arms in the late night air. Zhao Yangyi pushed open the door, and a strange fishy smell wafted through the room. Dozens of women lay scattered on the floor, of various skin tones, body types, and appearances, all dressed simply, either lounging on the sofa or lying on the ground, creating an extremely enticing scene. In the midst of this, there sat an old man, his eyes murky, dressed in a large black robe covered in intricate and obscure patterns. Even the old man's face and the whites of his eyes bore these patterns. In his arms, he held a beautiful, long-legged, voluptuous white woman, one hand kneading her. Upon hearing footsteps, the old man looked over. Zhao family head, the other party was just probing, and I scared them off. They were probably just passing by. There's no need to panic like this. Old Jean, but I can't shake this pounding in my heart, and my eyelids keep twitching. You don't think the person who rescued that little brat is coming to take revenge, do you? The old man chuckled ominously. Zhao family head, often, people are not scared to death by their enemies, but by their own fears. If that little bastard from the Xiahou family could take revenge, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? Just stick a piece of paper on your eyelids. Zhao Yangyi smacked his lips. Aren't I just being cautious? My son and his entire team were killed, and that brat escaped. I suspect he was rescued by someone powerful. I have to be on guard. The old man snorted with a laugh. Zhao family head, weren't those corpses examined? The wounds showed that they were killed by no more than 6th level combatants. Their methods were just a bit strange. That little brat wasn't rescued by any powerful figure. Besides, didn't you recently spend a fortune to invite a 7th level combatant? With the two of us here, there are hardly any families in Linyang City that would dare to look down on the Zhao family. You can rest easy. Zhao Yangyi felt somewhat reassured. However, just as they were speaking, chaos erupted outside. Zhao Yangyi made a phone call. What's going on? Family head, someone has broken in. Who? Xiahou Wu. It's Xiahou Wu. Zhao Yangyi's heart sank, and he looked at the old man, who jumped up from his seat, sneering coldly. Zhao family head, don't panic. Let me see what kind of deity dares to disrupt my territory. As the old man stood up, his large robe opened, revealing many strange figures painted on the inside, densely packed. As he moved, those figures writhed and twisted, screaming. The villa was brightly lit. The two sides faced off. When Xiahou Wu saw Zhao Yangyi, his eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting with rage. Zhao Yangyi, you beast! Zhao Yangyi stood behind the crowd, scanning for Xiahou Wu's backing. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing.
The people who came with Xiahou Wu looked quite young. Zhao Yangyi glanced at the old man beside him, whose gaze fell on a young boy behind Xiahou Wu. From their positions, it was clear that the boy was likely the leader of Xiahou Wu's group. The old man focused on Fong Xian and whispered to Zhao Yangyi, "That kid looks like the strongest, his vitality is very robust, but he's just a brute with strength. It seems he should be the backing that little brat found. The others are just inexperienced youths. They probably came running to help out of impulsiveness. But we still need to be cautious, that little brat knows I exist in the Zhao family, and if he has any sense, he wouldn't act so recklessly. You keep the other offering from coming out for now, distract their attention. I'll kill that brute and stuff his soul into my soul robe. If there really is a hidden expert, they will definitely make a move. When the time comes, if I can defeat them, that would be great. But if I can't, I'll let another offering come out to catch them off guard." Zhao Yangyi nodded upon hearing this, smiling as he looked at Xiahou Wu. "Dear nephew, you seem to be doing well, but you look so much thinner. It pains your uncle to see this. If your deceased parents knew you were living like this, they would be heartbroken." Xiahou Wu pointed at Zhao Yangyi with red eyes. "Beast, you are not worthy to mention my father. If it weren't for my father helping you, you would have starved to death on the streets long ago. You ungrateful beast." Zhao Yangyi laughed heartily after giving the old man a glance. "Dear nephew, look at you, so anxious. I've said it many times, this isn't my fault, right? Your father was an adult too, doesn't he understand that good people are often bullied? Didn't he ever tell you that being kind is a sin? Just think about your dead father. I only knelt down and bowed a few times, shed a few tears, and said a few words to plead with him, and he softened and wanted to help me. Such a person is naturally someone who gets bullied. When your father was kneeling on the ground, crying and begging me to spare his whole family, I didn't feel a bit of pity. I killed as I should. So now I'm alive, and he's dead, and everything he struggled for half his life is all mine. Isn't that infuriating, haha? And you, I thought your return would bring me some surprise, but instead, you brought this bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What are you going to do with them?" Xiahou Wu's eyes turned blood red. As the saying goes, those who are shameless are invincible. Too often, people with a strong sense of morality encounter those who are utterly shameless, and it can drive them to the brink of madness. Xiahou Wu, being young, trembled with rage upon hearing Zhao Yangyi's words, wishing he could swallow Zhao Yangyi alive.
Fong Xian stood behind Xiahou Wu, his gaze passing over Xiahou Wei's shoulder to look at Zhao Yangyi in the distance.
He had previously encountered Zhao Yangyi's son, Zhao Shuo. Indeed, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But this was a case where the tree was so crooked it was beyond belief. Fong Xian's gaze fixed on the old man beside Zhao Yangyi. This old man seemed indifferent, but in reality, he was already prepared to take action against Fong Xian. Sure enough, just as Zhao Yangyi used the orphan's words to attract attention, the old man's white robe suddenly opened. A dark, eerie aura erupted from within. Dozens of ghostly figures surged toward Fong Xian. The attack was fierce and swift, reaching Fong Xian in an instant. Fong Xian felt as if he were in a realm of ghosts and demons. Those ghostly figures attempted to invade Fong Xian's body through his 9 orifices, trying to take over him. If this old man had 8th level combat power, Fong Xian might have considered avoiding the confrontation. But with his own killing talent already at 7th level combat power, Fong Xian didn't take the opponents seriously at all. His eyes instantly turned crimson. The ring of slaughter pierced through the heavy ghostly shadows in an instant. These ghostly figures seemed to be burned by the ring of slaughter, emitting sharp, piercing sounds.
Fong Xian did not use his full strength.
Just now, he had vaguely heard through his keen hearing that there was another 7th level offering from the Zhao family. He planned to lure out the other 7th level offering and catch them both together.
The old man not far away saw that Fong Xian had not been captured.
Looking at the 7 layers of the ring of slaughter wrapped around Fong Xian's arm, he had never seen such talent before. First, he thought Fong Xian was too young. How could an old man like him be defeated by a boy? Secondly, he simply had enough confidence in his own strength. The old man leaped into the air like a hawk, the wide black robe making a rustling sound. In midair, the old man put on a fierce mask and held a 3-pronged copper bell in his left hand, while his right hand gripped a completely black 9-section whip. Ding-dling! The copper bell emitted a crisp sound, but this sound did not awaken anyone. Instead, it was a spiritual attack artifact that could affect a person's mind, causing excruciating headaches and a brief loss of consciousness. The black, 9-section whip in the right hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound, surrounded by swirling ghosts, and the piercing, chaotic cries of the spirits echoed from it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's body traced a parabolic arc in the air, landing right where Fong Xian was, as the black 9-section whip came crashing down towards Fong Xian's head. "Little thing, come help Grandpa fill the soul robe."
Fong Xian's gaze was cold. He raised his left arm, and the wrist guard burst forth with a serene light, conjuring a shield out of thin air. With a loud clang, the robust and strong figure raised the shield to firmly block the old man's 9-section whip. Taking advantage of the momentum, he struck the falling old man back up into the sky. Fong Xian twisted his right hand, gripping the coiling dragon spear, and the rings of slaughter emanated from his arm, entwining with the spear's sound. With a step, Fong Xian's body shimmered with black light, instantly flashing to the old man's back, who had been sent flying into the air. Fong Xian turned in midair, and the coiling dragon spear struck heavily against the old man's back. The old man shot forward like a cannonball, his large robe rustling against the air with a crisp sound. With a loud bang, the old man crashed into the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. Dazed and disoriented, the old man's face turned a purple hue like pig liver, and he couldn't help but roar in anger, slamming his palm against the ground to force himself up, the heavy black soul robe swirling with numerous ghostly shadows as he brought his hands together. The bell was below, the 9-section whip above, both aligned in a straight line, and the old man spat out heart's blood, evenly spraying it onto the bell and the 9-section whip, shouting, "I'll fucking kill you." Endless forest of souls. Ghostly illusions of myriad forms. 100 ghosts pave the way. Ghost King, assist me. The soul robe on him seemed to come alive, with ghostly shadows assembling on it, forming a hole, and the mask on the old man's face began to writhe, as if it had come to life. Fong Xian's expression was stern, and in an instant, he was before the old man, twisting his waist and thrusting the spear forward. The dragon shadow on the coiling dragon spear entwined with the rings of slaughter. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear piercing like a dragon. The coiling dragon spear struck the old man's chest, immediately lifting him at an angle. The 7 rings of slaughter firmly imprinted upon him. A muffled groan escaped the old man's mouth. The soul robe and the mask on his face let out sharp cries. Fong Xian muttered, "Stop with the flashy nonsense." With a light flick of the spearhead, Fong Xian focused and saw that the soul robe was caught on the spearhead, while the old man had slipped away, appearing beside Jahang, gasping for breath, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, revealing a face as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Yang's expression changed drastically, and the Zhao family was also greatly shocked. "Old Jin, you can't defeat a young man?" The old man glared fiercely at Fong Xian. He must have used some trick to make people think he is very young, deceiving others. "I fell for it, despicable and shameless." Zhao family head, "It's confirmed, he is the backing of that little brat Xiahou Wei. Let old Ma come out, the two of us together can definitely take him down. Damn it, today I will refine his soul into my soul robe." Zhao Yangyi glanced into the distance. "Old Ma, please make your move." A gust of wind came from afar, and another figure quickly approached. Looking at Old Jin, he asked, "Old Jin, are you alright?" Old Jin glared fiercely at Fong Xian, justifying himself. "I'm fine, Old Ma, be careful, this little bastard is very cunning." While speaking, Old Jin looked at Zhao Yangyi again. "Master Zhao, you brought people to kill others, and those others are just a bunch of insignificant minions, none of them even have level 5 combat power. Tonight, I will refine the souls of each and every one of them into my soul robe." When Xiahou Wu saw that the Zhao family actually had a level 7 expert, his face turned pale. The expressions of the other members of the 7-kill sect behind him also changed significantly. Xiahou Wu turned to Fong Xian, "Master, they have another level 7 offering." Fong Xian pretended to be shocked as well. Seeing this situation, a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Yangyi's face. Hearing Xiahou Wu call Fong Xian master and seeing the change in their expressions, Zhao Yangyi was certain that Fong Xian was Xiahou Wu's greatest support today. "Nephew, you are still too young. This newly invited offering is specifically here to guard against you. Didn't expect that, did you?" Old Jin exchanged glances with the later arriving Old Ma. "With just a few people, you dare to claim to be the master and attack the Zhao family. How shameless. Today, Grandpa will teach you a lesson." The two of them almost simultaneously launched an attack on Fong Xian again. Zhao Yangyi pulled out a knife from his spatial ring, looking at the pale-faced Xiahou Wu with a sinister smile. "Nephew, you think these insignificant lackeys can take revenge? It's simply wishful thinking. Uncle will send you to meet your dead father." Huang Dabo licked his lips and moved closer to Fong Xian. "Master, what should we do? This situation is a bit tricky, should we leave?" Old Jin cackled, "Can you escape?" Fong Xian looked at the approaching murderous Old Jin and Old Ma, stepping on the soul robe beneath his feet. 1 second he looked fearful, the next he grinned, revealing a facade of confidence. "Is it about numbers?" Fong Xian raised his hand. A blood ring emerged from his palm and then hovered in mid-air, opening up. Situshan Shu was the first to fly out from it. Tiger Guard Ning, Tiger Guard Mo, and Tiger Guard Ali followed closely behind.
Then, the black and white twin wolves, the big white bear, and the golden striped tiger leaped out, lining up beside Fong Xian. A level 5 clone also emerged from Fong Xian's body, both the main body and the clone smiling at old Jean and old Ma.
There was no need for Fong Xian to take action. Situshinshu directly weakened all the enemies present, reducing their levels by 1. The faces of old Jean and old Ma changed instantly, feeling a chill run down their spines. This was simply outrageous. Not only was their individual combat ability strong, but even the clone had level 5 combat power, and he was carrying so many soul generals and fierce beasts with him. They felt like two low-spending players encountering a high-spending, overpowered player, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within them. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? 3 tiger guards surrounded the two of them. Now, with Fong Xian's combat power increasing, the 3 of them could all exhibit level 7 combat power in a short time, and if they concentrated their energy, one of them could even reach level 8. However, with Situshinshu present, Fong Xian preferred to concentrate the energy on Situshinshu, allowing him to temporarily exhibit level 8 combat power. After all, he was the top-tier soul general. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, old Jean and old Ma realized they had kicked a steel plate today, and both began to contemplate retreating. Zhao Yangyi, witnessing this, felt as if he had lost his mother. 1 second he was arrogant, the next he was terrified. He never expected that Fong Xian could single-handedly change the tide of battle, instantly reversing the situation. Zhao Yangyi had just been at level 5 combat power, and at this moment, he had dropped to level 4. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Damn, there's a cheat!" The Zhao family was also in a panic, having never encountered such a situation before. Do not speak of the Zhao family in this manner. Even the members of the 7 Kills sect are shocked. They only knew that this young leader was extraordinary, but they never expected him to reach such a level. One person is like an entire team, a team with overwhelming combat power, capable of dominating at the same level. At this moment, the others are filled with awe. Xiaohu was a bit dazed. The reversal came too quickly. He also noticed that Zhao Yangyi's combat power had been weakened and immediately realized that Fong Xian had confidently told him there was a way to kill Zhao Yangyi. In his heart, he developed a strong admiration for Fong Xian, and the idea that choice is greater than effort became tangible at this moment. The sounds of killing filled the air, and everyone in the 7 Kills sect was excitedly shouting. Fong Xian tossed the Panlong spear to his clone, allowing it to join the battle and enhance its own strength. Fong Xian also had the idea of leaving a clone here. Inside the villa, the sounds of killing were everywhere. After receiving divine grace, the members of the 7 Kills sect began to gain blood essence through slaughter to devour and enhance their own strength. Fong Xian found a place to sit down, watching the 2 old men from the Jin family being besieged to the point of being unable to fight back. Before long, the 2 were knocked to the ground and brought before Fong Xian. Fong Xian peeled an orange and glanced at the 2. "What are your names?" Old Jin looked up at Fong Xian. "Kill or chop, it's all up to you. Why bother with unnecessary words? How dare you speak to the master like that?" The tiger guard, Jahang, swung a heavy hammer at old Jin's head, causing a loud thud as his head hit the ground. Fong Xian smiled at old Ma. "What's your name?" The old man immediately replied, "I am Mahan. Level 7 combat power, wind attribute talent?" "Yes." Mahan answered honestly, having been frightened by the beating. The shock the young man in front of him brought had not yet faded. Fong Xian tossed an orange segment into his mouth. "Are you interested in coming to work for me?" Mahan was taken aback but was quick-witted, immediately clasping his fists and saying, "I, Ma, have drifted for half my life, only regretting not serving a wise master. Today, seeing the wise master, if you do not abandon me, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, not fearing death." Fong Xian quickly interrupted, "Stop, stop. Such words are not to be spoken." Mahan quickly changed his words, "I am willing to follow the master." Fong Xian kicked old Jin, "And you?" Old Jin, with a bruised face, raised his head, knowing the situation was dire and that if he did not comply today, he would surely die. "Alright, what's your name?" "Jin Biao. Level 7 combat power with a vengeful spirit talent, not bad." Fong Xian's fingertips glowed with blood-red runes. "I won't let you follow me for nothing. You've seen my subordinates, right? If you follow me, I can grant you a talent that enhances your strength, but the requirement is that you must genuinely follow me without any thoughts of rebellion." With a glance from Fong Xian, Tiger Guard Zhang immediately understood and dragged over a member of the Zhao family. Fong Xian casually granted him the talent of slaughter, and seconds later, the person exploded on the spot. "Otherwise, this is the consequence. Have you thought it through?" The 2 licked their lips. "We have thought it through." Fong Xian immediately granted divine grace to the 2, and they trembled violently, opening their eyes. "Thank you, master. Your soul robe is quite good." Fong Xian glanced at Jin Biao and returned the soul robe to him.
Jin Biao explained, these are just small tricks, not as good as your methods, which can summon such powerful beings with a mere gesture.
Fong Xian patted Jin Biao's shoulder, all the souls here tonight are yours.
Jin Biao immediately replied, thank you, master. Not far away, with a roar, Xiahou Wu directly beheaded Zhao Yangyi, kneeling slowly on the ground with Zhao Yangyi's head in hand, pressing his forehead to the ground, his fists pounding the earth fiercely. The great revenge was finally avenged, this pent-up anger was finally released. Xiahou Wu got up and walked towards Fong Xian, while Ku Tong bowed to Fong Xian, thank you, sect master, for helping me take revenge.
You're too polite. Get up.
The battle had reached its conclusion, and every member of the Zhao family had been killed without exception.
Fong Xian instructed Huang Daba to clean up the battlefield. The subsequent cleanup was no problem for Huang Daba and the others.
The Zhao family had previously swallowed all of the Xiahou family's assets, and now they had skipped the annexation phase and directly took over.
Fong Xian looked at the entire villa. This place could be considered his first industry.
With this foundation, the power of the 7-kill sect would experience a significant explosion.
But that wasn't enough, since he was going to do it, he had to reach the pinnacle. Fong Xian stayed in this place for a night.
The next day, he arranged to meet with Sister Chesthair to discuss the matter of the 7 kings in detail.
This kind of online flirting and meeting in reality was something Fong Xian was doing for the first time. He didn't know what kind of person Sister Chesthair really was. Huang Daba drove Fong Xian over. Fong Xian planned to let Huang Daba meet her first.
Upon arriving at the designated location, Fong Xian sent a message to Sister Chesthair, I've arrived, where are you? I'm on the way, you go in first and wait for 3 to 5 minutes, I'll touch up my makeup and be there.
Oh, do you like black or white socks, fishnet or gradient, mid-rise or high-waisted? Either is fine. I can't wait any longer. Fong Xian instructed Huang Daba on what to ask, keeping him on the phone with an earpiece. Huang Daba looked at Fong Xian in confusion. Boss, why do you want me to go meet her?
I know I have a bit of charm, but your hardware and software should be better than mine, right?
Just go, stop talking nonsense. Huang Daba patted the dust off his pants and walked into the tea restaurant. A few minutes later, a figure walked towards Huang Daba's location.
Huang Daba looked up and froze, leaning back slightly. Who are you?
Sister Chesthair? The newcomer also sized up Huang Daba and smiled. So you're the one who kicked the lame guy's good leg? Huang Daba's face wrinkled as he stood up to politely shake hands. The newcomer wore an off-shoulder dress and a pearl necklace, but was broad-shouldered and stout, standing taller and wider than Huang Daba. But what was most eye-catching was that beneath her slightly open collar, a small part of a Xingtianai mask was visible, with many sexy little chest hairs peeking out from the mask. Huang Daba thought to himself that the sect master really wasn't picky at all. You're a bit different from what I imagined. The newcomer glanced at Huang Daba's hands as she took a seat, confirming they were indeed the same as in the previous photos. Huang Daba forced a smile. I've been quite mature since I was young, but you look just like your online name. The other party covered her mouth and laughed. Huang Daba heard Fong Xian's voice in his earpiece. You actually started chatting. Stop wasting time, get to the point. Huang Daba pulled back to the main topic. Let's get straight to the point. Can you tell me about the 7 kings? Don't be in such a hurry, little brother. Huang Daba's face, which already resembled a wrinkled Shar-Pei, twisted even more. No wonder the sect master didn't come over. Aren't you inviting me to dinner? The other party threw Huang Daba a flirtatious glance. Looking at her nose hair sticking out, Huang Daba thought he had no appetite left. But to complete Fong Xian's task, he said, Waiter, let's order. The waiter handed over the menu, and Huang Daba gallantly let her order. Sister Chesthair covered her mouth and giggled, You're such a gentleman. I'll have a dry-fried rockfish, lantern shadow beef, dongpa pork knuckle, steamed river fish, pickled chicken feet, silverfish baked egg, cellar sand pearl balls, lobster in broth, boiled geoduck, colorful frozen duck shreds, double skim milk, and a bowl of rice. The waiter looked at the long list of dishes. Hello, ladies, are you sure you can finish all this with just the 2 of you? 2 people? Sister Chesthair was taken aback for a moment, then slapped her forehead. Oh, I only ordered for myself. You can order whatever you want, little brother. Both the waiter and Huang Daba were stunned. Sir, what would you like to order? Huang Daba forced a smile. Just bring me a portion of your specialty dish. And a bottle of red wine. It's my first time meeting my little brother, how can we not have wine? Sister Chesthair winked at Huang Daba. Drinking makes things easier, right, little brother? Huang Daba was dumbfounded. This wasn't in the script, and Fong Xian hadn't told him he had to make sacrifices. The waiter seemed to have caught on to something, looking at Huang Daba with newfound respect. Huang Daba cleared his throat. Sister, can we talk now? Unexpectedly,
Sister Chesthair lifted her foot and rubbed it against Huang Daba. Are you in such a hurry, little brother?
Huang Daba's muscles tensed, and he felt a chill run down his spine. But to complete the task, he still maintained a smile. Sister, we came here for this, didn't we? Don't you have any other thoughts? What? Can't my beauty move you? Am I not beautiful? Huang Daba's mouth twitched. Beautiful. Sister Chesthair rested her chin on one hand, looking at Huang Daba. Can you tell me why you always ask such strange questions? Curiosity. Sister, what exactly are the 7 kings? This time, Sister Chesthair didn't continue to tease Huang Daba. Legend has it that when a civilization is on the brink of destruction, and people's morals are in decline, the 7 kings will be born. They will toll the death knell for a civilization, and after the chaos, they will reshape it. Huang Daba listened, stunned, without interrupting Sister Chesthair. She continued, I think you should know that much of history today can be concealed, and some of it has even been altered by those in power. So many truths are hidden, including information about the 7 kings. However, you're lucky to have met me, for I have a talent for uncovering history. All the concealed histories will be revealed by me, and I can see through all the altered histories. So, what do you think? Am I impressive? Huang Daba scratched his cheek. Not really. A voice in his earpiece came through, cursing, don't add lines for yourself. Sister is impressive. Keep going. Huang Daba quickly replied. Sister Chesthair cleared her throat and continued, from the many gaps in history, I have traced the traces of the 7 kings, and pieced together the forgotten history of the 7 kings from various historical fragments. But this is a monumental task. So far, I have only gathered information on 2.5 of the 7 kings. Which 2? Huang Daba quickly asked, pouring water for Sister Chesthair with great enthusiasm. Sister Chesthair took a sip of water, smiling at Huang Daba, and rubbed her foot against him again. Are you really that eager, little brother? Huang Daba wanted to dodge, but the voice in his earpiece said, don't dodge, consider it a work injury. Sister Chesthair rubbed a few more times, satisfied. From what I currently know, one is the King of Calamity, and the other is the King of Reincarnation. The King of Calamity, as the name suggests, is an existence that brings disaster, from small personal misfortunes like serious illness, car accidents, loneliness, poverty, and misfortune, to large-scale regional disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, droughts, floods, wildfires, plagues, and wars. The King of Reincarnation, from his title, you should be able to tell, he controls reincarnation. When battle is upon him, he can summon his strongest reincarnated self, and can also turn his enemies into their weakest reincarnated selves among many. Besides that, he masters the 6 paths of reincarnation and can decide what a person becomes in their next life after death. Huang Dabeos was taken aback. Sister Chesthair nudged Huang Dabeos with her foot. What's wrong, little brother? Are you stunned? Huang Dabeos came to his senses. So how can we find them? Sister Chesthair shrugged. When human civilization can no longer withstand the erosion of moral decay, when order begins to rot, that's when the 7 kings will automatically descend. As for how to find them, it's difficult for ordinary people, but there is only one who can gather the 7 kings in the shortest time. What kind of existence? Huang Dabeos pressed. Sister Chesthair placed her foot on Huang Dabeos' leg, looking as if she was about to give him a foot massage. This involves the strongest among the 7 kings. However, I don't know much about that one. The information about that one is so covered and altered that it's like being covered in mosaics. Who? The leader of the 7 kings. The King of Slaughter. Huang Dabeos couldn't help but freeze, as if he thought of something. What does this King of Slaughter look like? Sister Chesthair shrugged. Didn't I just tell you? I only know 2.5 about the 7 kings, and the half is about the King of Slaughter. But the introduction is just a simple sentence. The supreme terrifying existence that tolls the death knell of civilization. If these kings are so strong, is there no one to restrain them? Huang Dabeos asked again. Of course there is. Legend has it that there are 13 judges who can restrain the 7 kings, numbered from 0 to 12. Except for 0, the others are in pairs, and each pair can restrain one of the corresponding 7 kings. Huang Dabeos inquired, which pair restrains the King of Slaughter? You're so dumb. The King of Slaughter is the leader of the 7 kings, so naturally, the strongest 0 judge restrains him. In the distance, Fong Chen, who was eavesdropping, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The 0 judge restrains the King of Slaughter? Why does this 0 judge sound so familiar? Hey, am I not the 0 judge? Fong Chen scratched his cheek. Am I here to judge myself? He then let Huang Dabeos ask Sister Chesthair another question. Will the identities of the judges and the 7 kings overlap? Sister Chesthair looked at Huang Dabeos with a dumbfounded expression. Little brother, what's wrong? Why has your little brain suddenly become so dumb? Think about it with your toes, it definitely won't overlap.
The 7 kings are already nearly invincible. If the judges and the 7 kings had overlapping identities, that would be a disaster. Huang de Bao's asked again according to Fong Xian's suggestion, then shouldn't the judges be the strongest? After taking a bite of food, Sister Chesthair shook her head. No, the judges aren't really that strong. They can only target the 7 kings. Other ordinary people, if they are a bit strong, can also kill them, but the 7 kings can easily overpower other ordinary people. It's like rock paper scissors, mutually restraining. It forms a closed loop. Huang de Bao's nodded, tightening his core. Sister Chesthair's foot was already resting on his thigh, and if it went any further, he would lose his virtue. Sister Chesthair was devouring her food, as if she hadn't eaten for many days and was waiting for this meal. Moreover, while eating, she grinned with her greasy mouth and smiled at Huang de Bao. Brother, I've already booked the themed hotel. Later, I'll wear a nurse outfit and put on some little white stockings. Won't that just mesmerize you? Aren't you looking forward to it? Huang de Bao's expression turned into one of embarrassment. Looking forward to it. After wolfing down her food, the Chesthair sister wiped her mouth and drew a power pole with her chopsticks on Huang de Bao's table, with 2 pigeons on the pole and a dead sheep drawn underneath. Huang de Bao wasn't naive either. He immediately saw through the implications and laughed as if he were crying. Come on, brother. The Chesthair sister stood up, tugged at her collar, and said with a half smile, what else do you want to know? We'll continue chatting at the hotel. I've prepared more than one uniform. I guarantee you'll have to lean against the wall when you leave tomorrow. Huang de Bao licked his lips and instinctively glanced towards Fong Xian, seeking help. Unexpectedly, Fong Xian's voice came through the earpiece. Old Huang, I will definitely have many questions for this big sister in the future, so we must establish a long-term sustainable connection. You just have to sacrifice your looks for now. Don't worry, today's effort will earn you a great merit. As long as you keep her steady, I'll make you the leader of the 7 Kill Sect's protection team. You'll have command over the military power of the 7 Kill Sect. Following behind the Chesthair sister, Huang de Bao whispered, but the 7 Kill Sect doesn't even have a protection team. If you succeed, there will be one. Fong Xian painted a grand picture. Huang de Bao looked at the Chesthair sister, who seemed like a wall in front of him, gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Fine. Taking a deep breath, Huang de Bao stepped forward and reached out to wrap his arms around the Chesthair sister's waist, but unexpectedly, she elbowed him away. The Chesthair sister leaned in close to Huang de Bao's side, and he instinctively wanted to pull back, but thinking of the grand picture Fong Xian had just painted, he closed his eyes, ready to accept the Chesthair sister's kiss. However, he never expected that the Chesthair sister would lean into his ear and, pretending to speak to him, said to the well-disguised tiny earpiece, brother, next time you have to come by yourself. Sister's QQ lingerie isn't just for anyone to see. After saying this, the Chesthair sister smiled at Huang de Bao. Goodbye, little brother. Huang de Bao stood there, dazed for a few seconds, then immediately pointed at her back. Who are you calling small? If you have the guts, let's compare. The Chesthair sister turned around, gave him a gesture, and walked away with a smile. Huang de Bao felt like his defenses had been breached. Master, she insulted me. But Fong Xian in the earpiece was puzzled. How did she figure out you're not mine? Is it the abs? That shouldn't be, you have abs too. While Fong Xian was confused, the Chesthair sister had already left the restaurant and walked into an empty alley. She looked around to ensure no one was watching, then pinched and tugged at her chin, causing her face to wrinkle. A headpiece was directly removed, and with it, her body split open at the back, her bloated figure starting to deflate, revealing a treasure that could change appearances. After completely tearing off the human skin treasure, a delicate and cold face emerged, with long black hair and an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A small mole at the corner of her eye added to her cold beauty. She was tall, with the right curves in all the right places, and her long legs, wrapped in sheer stockings, were slightly fleshy, perfectly aligned together. After stuffing the human skin treasure into her space ring, Shen Xiaoxiao curled her lips into a playful smile. Little one, trying to play this game with me. But that wrinkled old dog I just saw had a strong historical aura. He will definitely be remembered in history. His little brother behind him should shine even brighter. Before, I could feel the dazzling historical aura through the screen. Unfortunately, I couldn't assess him in person during the meetup, but just based on the brilliance of that aura, he will definitely stand out in the impending chaotic times. He seems at least like a general. I should get close to him early. It wouldn't be bad to be a general's wife in the future. Generals have great strength, good skills, and endurance. What a bargain. But this little brother seems quite alert. Humph, you must have more questions to ask me. Next time, I want to see for myself just how strong your historical aura really is. Fong Xian pondered which step had revealed the truth. She couldn't help but recall what the other party had just said about their historical appraisal talent.
Fong Xin checked this talent and instantly understood how the other person had figured it out. This talent is quite rare.
When the sister with the chest hair introduced her historical appraisal talent, she only mentioned half of it.
Besides being able to distinguish between true and false history, she could also see the historical aura on each person.
The stronger the aura, the more significant a mark they would leave in history.
Those who possess this talent are often recruited by various big shots as advisors.
They can not only see a person's historical aura but also discern loyalty and treachery, preventing them from hiring double agents.
Is it judged through the historical aura? Fong Xin muttered.
Huang de Beos had already come over, his face full of dissatisfaction. Before coming, he had even gone to the bathroom, staring at the person next to him while urinating, scaring several people who thought they had encountered a pervert.
Fong Xin pulled her thoughts back and returned to Linyang City with Huang de Beos.
With Jin Biao and Mahan stationed there, the 7 killers wouldn't pose much danger.
The holiday passed in the blink of an eye, and Fong Xin brought back some local specialties bought by Huang de Beos to the Tiandun Academy. There was only half a semester left until graduation.
According to Fong Xin's current progress, by the time of graduation, achieving level 8 combat power wouldn't be difficult. She could become a squad leader at the 9th division right after graduation, and if she were to be deployed to other divisions, she would be at the group leader level.
Fong Xin planned to hone her perception talent and find the 7 kings in advance, hoping to recruit them all if possible.
Just as she returned to her dormitory to clean, the idle street punk Jahang came over.
Jahang saw the box on the table with food inside. Xin, what's in there?
Snacks, help yourself.
Jahang picked out a roasted chicken leg and took a bite, glancing at the words Ioba Express Logistics on the box. Ioba Express Logistics Company? AE86? Which genius came up with that name? What a waste not to deliver tofu. Fong Xin put down the broom and casually asked, what AE86? Jahang sat backward on the chair, a movie from hundreds of years ago.
There was a popular old joke back then, 86 goes up the mountain, Benz goes up the tree.
Fong Xin was taken aback for a moment.
Huang de Beos had mentioned before that this name was given by a fortune teller, and that the big boss behind the company would definitely know what it meant in the future.
At that time, Fong Xin thought it was just the fortune teller's way of fooling people.
But now, hearing the white-haired guy say this, it made her think more.
Fong Xin's only explanation for the other party was that he was a master of perception, but to reach that level is not something ordinary. Returning to her thoughts, Fong Xin looked at the white-haired guy. Do you need something from me? The white-haired guy chewed on the chicken leg. Has an organization called Xingho contacted you, inviting you to join them? Fong Xin was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. No. What's up?
The white-haired guy continued rummaging through the box for his favorite snacks. It's fine if they haven't contacted you.
The reason I'm here is for something else.
Over the years, many forces have been infiltrated by the Eternal Night Army. After so many years, the major forces have long been turned into sieves, and the Tiandun Bureau is no exception. So, the higher-ups have been discussing this for a while and have decided to carry out a major purge to clean out the double agents within the Tiandun Bureau. According to common sense, students gradually start to take on tasks in the second half of the semester, thus integrating more harmoniously into the Tiandun Bureau. You will also receive many tasks next. However, during your task execution, there is another task. Identify the infiltrators from the Eternal Night Army within the team. Ensure your own safety. If you can kill them, do so. If not, report to me or to Hua Lao Lu, and we will take care of it.
Oh, got it. Jahang glanced at Fong Xin. Don't just say got it, pay attention. The 9th division will be yours in the future, and I think you wouldn't want to take over with all your subordinates being traitors, right? Upon hearing this, Fong Xin immediately perked up. It's my duty.
Jahang stood up and stuffed some of his favorite snacks from the box into his arms. Remember what I said, let's go. The white-haired guy vanished on the spot.
Fong Xin sat down, pondering the upcoming matters.
To enhance his perception ability to foresee the future, he needed to go to a specific place for visualization. However, Chang Bingqing had the key to that place, so Fong Xin could go anytime. After distributing the local specialties he brought to Li Bauer and a few others, Fong Xin looked at the words on the box in his arms and messaged Huang Daba to inquire about the fortune-telling details.
But Huang Daba couldn't provide any clarity, just mentioning it was a fleeting encounter.
Suddenly, Fong Xin thought of something else. The white-haired guy seemed to know a lot about events from long ago. Although Fong Xin also enjoyed online archaeology, compared to the white-haired guy, he felt like a rookie. Just as he sat down, preparing to change clothes to find Cheng Bingqing, Sister Chesthair sent him a video. Then she sent another message. Damn! Brother! Check out this video. It looks like the King of Calamity has descended in this place. Fong Xin clicked on the video sent by Sister Chesthair. The video showed a small mountain village. However, at that moment, the small mountain village had turned into ruins. The scorched earth was emitting green smoke, seemingly having experienced a fire. There were nearly 20-centimeter cracks on the ground. The camera was aimed at a dark crack, and after throwing a stone into it, there was no sound of it hitting the bottom for a long time. Additionally, some collapsed animal pens could be seen with livestock corpses lying in disarray. Upon closer inspection, the flesh on those corpses was rotting, as if they had died from disease. The person filming raised their hand and pointed along the main road of the small mountain village. At the end of the view was a strangely shaped mountain, resembling two buns forcibly squeezed together. The person filming trembled as they said, "There used to be a village over there. After the earthquake, the village was trapped between two mountains, and all the villagers, young and old, were crushed underneath. More than 200 people in the entire village were suffocated inside." The camera shook a bit, and just from this video, one could sense the suffocating feeling being conveyed. As the camera shook, there were also people in uniforms walking among the ruins. One young man in uniform quickly stepped forward and pressed down on the camera. "No filming. Delete the video you just recorded and leave immediately. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Those who disobey will be killed." The video abruptly ended there. Fong Xin watched the video again, confirming that it had not been altered with any special effects. "Where is this? When did this happen?" Fong Xin asked. Sister Chesthair replied quickly, "This happened just yesterday. The village is called Shuidong Village, a small mountain village in Tianhai district. Yesterday, this place could still be found on the map, but today it can't be found at all." After seeing this message, Fong Xin immediately opened the map on his phone and searched for it, but indeed, he couldn't find the place. After a moment of thought, Fong Xin opened his smart device and discovered that the village was still on the map, but above the icon for Shuidong Village, there was a small triangular icon with a red exclamation mark. Clicking on it revealed that access was required for further information. Fong Xin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This meant that the content in Sister Chesthair's video was indeed true. Remembering what Sister Chesthair had just said, Fong Xin asked, "Are you sure this place is where the King of Calamity appeared? Brother, do we even need to think about this? Earthquakes, fires, plagues, these combined factors basically fill in the answer box with the words King of Calamity. Plus, I've heard some insider news through my channels. Want to know?" "Yes." Fong Xin replied honestly. "Then take off your pants." Fong Xin rolled his eyes. "Be serious. Then send a voice message, act cute, and just say please, sister." Fong Xin fell silent again. After a moment, Sister Chesthair laughed like a twisted villain. "There are survivors in those villages who have seen the King of Calamity. The authorities have already dispatched their experts to search for the King of Calamity based on those survivors." "Is that all the news you have?" "Of course not. The authorities have a kind of treasure that can create character portraits based on people's descriptions. The portrait of the King of Calamity has already been drawn based on the survivor's description. There's someone in the group I joined who is an official netizen, and he mentioned this in the group. Someone tried to provoke him, saying he was bragging, and that person eventually shared the portrait." As she spoke, Sister Chesthair sent over the portrait. Fong Xin glanced at it. It was of a young boy wearing a hoodie, slightly hunched over. Fong Xin's gaze fixed on the back of the boy's hand, where several mysterious runes were inscribed. The positions of those runes were exactly the same as where the slaughter runes appeared on Fong Xin's hand when he activated his slaughter talent. However, the patterns of the runes were different. But besides this boy, there was also a shadowy figure whose features were unclear, short in stature, and could even be described as very short, with a hood covering half of its face. "Who is this?" Fong Xin asked, puzzled. Sister Chesthair seemed to have anticipated this question and immediately replied, "According to the authorities, it's his companion. But based on my speculation, this little guy should be one of the judges who can restrain the King of Calamity." Fong Xin was taken aback. Judges would be with the King of Calamity? Isn't that normal? The reason they are called judges is not just to judge the 7 kings, but also to judge others. If they find someone they think needs to be judged, they will have the 7 kings take action. Based on my speculation, the 2 villages that the King of Calamity devastated this time are inhabited by descendants of former criminals. Over the years, these villagers have shown no remorse and have committed many heinous acts, so the judges issued a judgment order, and the King of Calamity took action. As she spoke, Sister Chesthair sighed, "Goodness, even the not yet fully grown King of Calamity is this strong. Once he grows up, he'll be unstoppable." Just imagine how terrifying the strongest of the 7 kings must be.
Fong Xin replied, I guess it's about that level.
Brother, you can't say that carelessly. If you catch the attention of that legendary strongest of the 7 kings, you won't even have a chance to escape. Listen to your sister. In the future, when you encounter these legendary 7 kings or judges, just grovel.
Throw away your dignity and just lick. Trust me, it will only bring you benefits, not harm. Fong Xin expressed his disdain. I'm not in the habit of doing that. Sister chest hairs started to ramble. Still young, huh? Never suffered the blows of society.
A real man must be able to bend and stretch, be tough when necessary and soft when needed.
Don't be stubborn for no reason.
If you really can't shake off this bad habit, next time I'll help you soften up. Fong Xin scanned the portrait of the King of Calamity with the Smart Link device, and the result was that there was no record of this person. In other words, this person was unregistered, a black household, making it quite difficult for the officials to find him.
Taking this time to improve his perception realm, if he could recruit the King of Calamity before the officials, wouldn't that be a lift-off?
Fong Xin suddenly remembered something. Logically speaking, with the King of Calamity emerging, the white-haired kid, being a street rat from the 9th district who loved to wander around, would definitely go to join the fun.
How could he have time to come to Fong Xin?
With doubts swirling in his mind, he sent Sister Chest Hair a meme and ended the conversation with her, who was full of nonsense.
Fong Xin prepared to find Cheng Bingqing and put improving his perception realm on the agenda.
The goddess of the Shield Bureau, Cheng Bingqing, was leaning on the table, pouting and staring at the screen.
Fong Xin, with his good eyesight, could see that Cheng Bingqing had sent the white-haired kid a dozen messages, but he hadn't replied yet.
The old lecher Shang Tianke, who sought after the goddess, had turned into a simp in front of the white-haired kid. It really was a case of people making others feel inferior.
Instructor Chang? Fong Xin called out. Fong Xin is here.
Cheng Bingqing raised her head, half of her face marked with many impressions, her long hair slightly messy, which not only didn't affect her looks but added a touch of chaotic beauty.
I came to borrow the key to the visualization room. Oh, here you go. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Cheng Bingqing handed the key to Fong Xin. Thank you, Instructor Chang.
Just as Cheng Bingqing was about to speak, her phone vibrated. A message from the white-haired kid came in. Cheng Bingqing's reaction was faster than a cat's. She grabbed her phone and, after seeing the white-haired kid's reply, her face lit up with a fangirl smile. Cradling her phone, she softly said, Xiaobai, there are a lot of mosquitoes in Tianhai district.
I prepared some mosquito repellent for you. Why didn't you come by to pick it up when you got back? Fong Xin was momentarily stunned. Zhuge is in Tianhai district? Yes, something happened over there, and he went yesterday. Didn't he come back today to find you? Didn't he tell you? Fong Xin was dumbfounded.
This was a password.
He couldn't pretend anymore, not at all.
This white-haired kid was truly the king of pressure. Among peers, he was second to none in combat power, and while beautiful women threw themselves at him, he remained indifferent, with a strong background in the country as well.
Fong Xin took the key and went to the visualization room.
Inside the visualization room was a treasure called the Seer's Scroll. It was specifically for training the foresight skills of the perception system. The Seer's Scroll depicted a character atlas, and the people in this atlas had all truly existed. By observing the life trajectories of the different characters on it, one could summarize and deduce, thus opening the eye of perception. This process consumed a lot of mental energy.
Fong Xin stayed in the visualization room for more than 3 hours.
His eyes were bloodshot, his spirit was languid, and his face was greasy, looking like someone who had been gaming in an internet cafe for an extended period and had indulged multiple times. Cheng Bingqing hurriedly walked in from outside, and upon seeing Fong Xin's condition, she quickly said, "The perception system gets harder the further you go. Don't spend so much time at once, it's very damaging to your mental energy and could easily make you faint.
This needs to be done gradually." Fong Xin rubbed his face. Instructor Chang, at level 6 of the perception system, how far ahead can one foresee? Cheng Bingqing thought for a moment. It varies from person to person. Under normal circumstances, one can foresee events happening 5 minutes before and after. However, predicting the future and the past is very exhausting for one's mental strength. Generally, one should not easily attempt to foresee others' pasts and futures, and some people may have terrifying existences behind them that offer protection. Foreseeing them could lead to very serious consequences for you. What do you mean by having terrifying existences behind them? Fong Xin asked, puzzled. Cheng Bingqing looked at Fong Xin. For example, some families have very powerful existences. Those existences will protect their descendants. Besides that, there are also people who have gained the recognition of gods and demons, and have received their protection. Gods and demons?
Cheng Bingqing explained, they are certain indescribable terrifying existences within the ruins of gods and demons. They choose some people to inherit their legacy and will also protect those inheritors. Those who can receive the protection of indescribable terrifying existences are all favored children of destiny with great fortune.
Fong Xian rubbed his head and stood up, unable to help but ask Situ Shinshu, what terrifying existences are there in the know? 9 ruins of gods and demons?
After a moment of silence, Situ Shinshu replied, if the Buddha is not there, then it can only be a poor monk.
Cheng Bingqing handed Fong Xian a fruit to replenish his mental strength. Fong Xian, take your time.
No one can become a big fat person in one bite. There aren't that many things that allow you to reach the sky in one step. Keep a calm mindset and don't rush. Just like your main profession's power system talent, if you don't go through long-term training, can you jump from level 5 combat power to level 6 in one go?
Fong Xian looked at Cheng Bingqing. If you're going to say that, then I have to argue with you. Fong Xian's blood surged, and his energy burst forth from within.
Cheng Bingqing was directly stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open like cow eggs.
Ha! You! Ha!
Cheng Bingqing was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her feelings.
During the midterm test, Fong Xian was only at level 5 combat power. How could he have stepped into level 6 in just a few days? Cheng Bingqing's red lips slightly parted, clearly shocked. No wonder Xiaobai values you so much, and no wonder the church is trying to find ways to kill you. This promotion speed is even faster than Xiaobai's back in the day. Fong Xian calmly waved his hand. Basic skills, don't overdo it.
Cheng Bingqing shook her head, impressive, impressive.
Good talent and hard work. If you don't succeed, who will?
Your perception system is currently at level 5. I feel that within a month, you'll reach level 6.
Cheng Dao, why don't you sense for me and see when I can reach level 6?
Unexpectedly, Cheng Bingqing shook her head vigorously. You have the protection of an unknown terrifying existence. I don't want to sense it. After taking a glance at Fong Xian last time, Cheng Bingqing's eyes welled up with tears, and her head ached for half a month.
At that time, she clearly sensed that Fong Xian had the protection of an indescribable unknown terrifying existence. After hearing this, Fong Xian was taken aback. Could it be that Cheng Bingqing saw something from him? Cheng Dao, what unknown terrifying existence did you see from me?
Cheng Bingqing shook her head. I don't know. I can only sense that there is a very terrifying aura protecting you, but I can't perceive the specifics.
Fong Xian pondered silently in his heart. According to Cheng Bingqing's earlier description of protection, it could either be that Fong Xian's grandfather was protecting him, or it could be the King of Slaughter offering protection to Fong Xian. Because of the white-haired boy, Cheng Bingqing felt very reassured about Fong Xian and handed him the spare key to the visualization room, so Fong Xian could come over to train whenever he had time. After the holiday, everyone had just returned to the academy, and the laziness of the break had not yet faded, but Fong Xian was already immersed in the training hall and visualization room every day. After half a month, the feeling of pressure in Fong Xian's forehead reached a peak. His mental strength erupted from his brow. The spiritual energy of the external world resonated with Fong Xian's mental strength, ultimately nourishing his eyes, which became hazy with clarity. He activated the Eye of Perception. Fong Xian's spiritual and perception systems both stepped into the 6th level. Normally, at the early stage of the 6th level, Fong Xian could foresee events happening 5 minutes before and after, but because Fong Xian had 7 divine springs, the time extended from 5 minutes to 35 minutes. In addition, Fong Xian's perception of the outside world reached a new height. His perception network could now radiate within a 5-kilometer radius. Taking a breath, Fong Xian's eyes gazed into the void. Gradually, images of what would happen after leaving this place began to emerge in his mind. After leaving the visualization room, Cheng Bingqing, who was eating spicy and sour noodles outside, asked Fong Xian how he felt today. Fong Xian answered truthfully, and upon learning that Fong Xian had reached the 6th level, Cheng Bingqing was so surprised that she spilled some soup.
After returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, Shi Tai Lang invited everyone to hot pot, but just as they put the ingredients into the pot, before they could even eat the meat rolls, the academy assigned a task, calling for an urgent assembly to depart immediately.
Jahang also sent a message to Fong Xian, asking him to pay attention to who the traitor was during the mission. The scene ended there.
The clarity in Fong Xian's eyes slowly receded. His head felt warm, somewhat like experiencing a high-level computational brainstorming session. One of the divine springs nearly dried up, but fortunately, Fong Xian had many divine springs, otherwise, he would have been left lying there. Coming out of the visualization room, Cheng Bingqing, who was casually watching a brainless idol drama at the door, glanced at Fong Xian. How do you feel today?
Fong Xian pulled out a tissue. I'm at the 6th level.
Kuch.
See ha, hot hot hot. Soup splattered everywhere as Chang Bingqing raised her hand to fan her mouth, and when she turned to look for a tissue, Fong Xian waved the tissue in front of her. Chang Bingqing stared at the tissue in a daze, which proved that Fong Xian had indeed predicted what was about to happen. Let's go, Mentor Chang. Fong Xian waved his hand and left amidst Chang Bingqing's shocked gaze. Back in the dormitory, after taking a shower, Fong Xian came out to find Shi Tailang rushing in excitedly. Brother Xian. Hot pot, hot pot. Fong Xian glanced at the time. Let's skip it today. Tell everyone to pack up and prepare to assemble. Assemble for what? I just put the ingredients in the pot. I bought so many neat rolls. Unexpectedly, everyone's smart devices began to ring one after another. Shi Tailang picked his up and exclaimed, damn, we have a mission? He looked at his smart device, then at Fong Xian's, realizing Fong Xian had just received the mission too. But the mission only mentioned it was urgent without specifying what it was. Soon after, Fong Xian received a message from the white-haired guy, asking him to pay attention to who the traitor was during the mission. Shi Tailang asked in confusion, Brother Xian, how did you know there would be a mission? Don't tell me you've reached the 6th level in perception? Correct. Shi Tailang's face scrunched up. Damn. People make me feel inferior. Fong Xian glanced at his smart device. Tell everyone to pack their things and get ready to assemble. Okay. Chang Bingqing sent a message to Fong Xian, informing him that if he foresaw the future and made some changes, subsequent events might change due to the butterfly effect, but many key historical points would not change. Fong Xian replied to Chang Bingqing with a read receipt. He then glanced at the mission. Follow the 9th Division Captain Su Ben to escort a key figure. Shi Tailang, Li Baoer, Bai Yulan, Shin Yu, and Zhang Yaozu were already ready, following squad leader Fong Xian as they quickly ran towards the gym for assembly. When they arrived, 5 people were standing at the bottom of the steps. On the steps stood a young man smoking. He was clean and fresh looking, not particularly handsome, but he exuded a quality that came from the military, standing there with an air of sharpness. Captain Su Ben, with a battle power of level 9. This combat power could easily make one a team leader in other places, but in the 9th Division, it only qualifies one as a captain. In other divisions of the Shield Bureau, many people have come from the 9th Division, and it is quite difficult to rise up within the 9th Division. Everyone has military achievements, and if you encounter those 2nd or 3rd generation types, you can only give way. Without a background, being a team leader is already the highest you can go. Su Ben watched as the Fong Xian team ran over, glanced at the time, and smiled at a few team members standing at the bottom of the steps. Not bad, this little team's rookies are the fastest to arrive. Fong Xian and the others stood in a row and saluted Su Ben. The first team of new recruits from the 9th Division is fully assembled. Please give instructions. Su Ben simply responded with an looking at Fong Xian. You are Fong Xian? Yes. Su Ben, with a cigarette in his mouth, noticed that the other veterans from the 9th Division turned to look at this rising star among the new recruits. Before long, the thick-browed and big-eyed Jishwansa came running over with a team. Report, sir. The second team of new recruits from the 9th Division is fully assembled. Please give instructions. Su Ben glanced at the time and kicked Jishwansa in the chest, sending him sprawling on the ground. Su Ben, biting his cigarette, said, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. If your team is under heavy enemy attack, do you want your reinforcements to be as slow as you are today? Jishwansa got up from the ground, stood straight, and replied seriously, report, sir. No, we do not. From the time the mission was issued until now, 6 minutes and 20 seconds have passed. Counting the 20 seconds you took to read the mission, with your pace, it should only take 2 minutes and 40 seconds to get from the dormitory building to here. So what were you doing with the remaining 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Preening yourselves? Lost your voices? Jishwansa shouted, report, sir. We know we were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Su Ben, still biting his cigarette, said, we are going to the battlefield, not on a spring outing. On the battlefield, every minute and every second can change the situation. Because you were late by 3 minutes and 20 seconds, your former comrades could die at the hands of the enemy. Delaying the mission like this is no different from causing your teammates' deaths. Jishwansa swallowed hard, and the few members of his team dared not even breathe. Su Ben crushed his cigarette. After the mission, your team will carry a load of 300 kilometers. Set off. The 3 teams turned and headed towards the helicopter on the nearby helipad. Once on board, the new recruits from the 2 teams remained silent. They still hadn't been told what the mission was. The plane took off, the propellers spinning with a loud roar. After more than 2 hours, the plane headed towards a helipad on top of a skyscraper. Su Ben, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, opened them. Now announcing this mission, escort a professor's family member who has made outstanding contributions in the field of science,
and deliver them to the designated location before 9 o'clock tonight.
The person is named Renling. During the mission, Ma Hu and Fong Xian's team will be responsible for close escort, while Ji Xuance's team will provide covert support. Is that clear?
Understood. The plane landed steadily on the helipad, and Su Ben, chewing gum, was the first to jump off the plane, set off. Ma Hu was one of the team leaders in the 9th Division, with greasy hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in days, and a scruffy beard that was quite thick. He looked to be in his 40s, but when asked, he was only 27, looking quite advanced for his age.
He patted Fong Xian's arm. Let's go.
Fong Xian observed these team members. They all seemed like good people, and no one had the words traitor written on their faces. The smart device vibrated, displaying information about the escort target, Renling.
Renling is a little delinquent, even worse than Jiang Xiaoyu, that little fool.
Her mother passed away early, and her father has been working long hours, neglecting her upbringing. She has made some unsavory acquaintances and picked up quite a few bad habits. But that professor only has this one daughter, and if she meets a good father, there's nothing to be done about it.
Fong Xian and Ma Hu rushed towards Renling's home with their team.
Ji Xuance followed them in the shadows. However, Su Ben and Ma Hu's team lingered behind, seemingly with some plan in mind.
Fong Xian and the others changed into plainclothes, and upon arrival, they coordinated with the local Tiandun Bureau personnel who were secretly guarding the area.
After knocking on the door for a long time without any response, Fong Xian sensed that Renling was inside playing a game, completely ignoring the knocking. Before they came, Renling had already received a message from her father, so she naturally knew someone was supposed to escort her away today. Not opening the door was just her being difficult. After knocking again, Renling, lying on the sofa playing her game, merely lifted her eyelids at the sound and still didn't open the door.
Fong Xian tilted his head and gave Shi Tailang a look.
Shi Tailang took out his smart device and swiped it against the smart lock, which clicked open with a sound. Ma Hu and Xin Yu stood guard outside.
Fong Xian led the team inside.
Renling, still lying on the sofa playing her game, stood up and said, "Hey, who are you? What do you want? Do you believe I'll call the police for trespassing?"
Fong Xian checked the photo on his information and confirmed it matched. Don't bother with that.
If you call the police now, the police will have to come to us for help.
As he spoke, Fong Xian showed his credentials. We are from the Tiandun Bureau.
You are in danger right now, and according to your father's request, we are here to escort you to him. You can call your father to verify. Renling lay back down on the sofa. Oh, I haven't packed my things yet. You guys wait a bit. After saying that, she lay back on the sofa, crossed her legs, and continued playing her game. Miss Renling, the mission is urgent, time is of the essence, please hurry.
Renling glanced over, then you help me pack, okay?
The others frowned. Suddenly, Renling sat up and pointed at Shi Tailang. What the hell?
Who are you calling a fool?
Shi Tailang scratched his head. When did I call anyone? Renling pointed at herself. My talent is listening to hearts. I know exactly what you guys are thinking. Let me tell you, I don't need to say who my dad is. If you dare to force me, then sorry, I'll just tell my dad.
With his status, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with you.
Miss Ren, your situation is very dangerous. Bai Yulin stepped forward. But before he could finish, Renling rolled her eyes. My situation is dangerous? Then why did you come? Aren't you here to protect me? Saying such things is ridiculous. Renling suddenly looked at Li Bauer. What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to knock me out and take me away, I won't let this go. Li Bauer frowned slightly, clearly thinking along those lines. Miss Ren. Bai Yulin tried to speak again. Renling raised her hand to interrupt. I said, I haven't packed my things yet. If you help me pack, then we can set off. Bai Yulin frowned. Okay. Saying that, he went to help pack. Shi Tailang turned back to Fong Xian and asked, Brother Xian, what to do? Should we really help her pack? Fong Xian's eyes sparkled as he stared at Renling. In his mind, the next 35 minutes flashed by at high speed. After Renling picked at various faults, Bai Yulin finished packing up. He thought Miss Ren would finally leave, but unexpectedly, this idiot received a phone call, saying her boyfriend had invited her out to dinner and that she didn't want to leave today. Finally, Li Bauer, unable to endure any longer, went up and gave her a big shove, knocking her out and carrying her away. Stop cleaning up. Not cleaning? If we clean up, she won't leave. Fong Xian glanced at Renling, not expecting that Renling's gaze would coincidentally meet his. The two locked eyes, and Renling immediately sat up. Hey! What are you doing? I warn you, if you dare to make a move, I'll have my dad report you to your leader. I'll get the leader of your 9th division to punish you, then just leave on your own. Renling lay back on the sofa. Didn't I say? If you clean up my stuff, I'll leave. Also, you're really funny.
What are you imagining in your head? My boyfriend will call me out to dinner? Do you have some kind of delusion? I've already broken up with my boyfriend, okay? I blocked him a long time ago. How could he possibly call me? Seriously, what a stretch. Li Bauer crunched on potato chips. If your boyfriend calls you and you don't leave, I guarantee I'll make you cry. Renling lay on the sofa, crossing her legs. Delusional idiot. You're making me laugh to death. If he calls me and I refuse to leave, feel free to hit me. If I make a sound, I swear I'm your mother's child. Fong Xin checked the time. Bai Yulin was currently in sister mode, packing up Renling's things. Li Bauer had 2 knives tucked under her arm, glaring at Renling, as if she could chop her at any moment. Renling lay on the sofa, grabbed a bunch of grapes, took a bite, then spat the skins and seeds on the floor, and blew her nose, pointing at Li Bauer. You! Clean my house! Li Bauer continued crunching on her chips, unmoved. The sharp aura of her knives was visibly swirling. Renling pointed at Li Bauer. You still glaring at me? You should know who my dad is, right? Do you believe I can have my dad report you to your leader? Get you punished. Li Bauer still glared at Renling. Go ahead, call now. Renling, fuming, sat up. You think I won't dare? This spoiled young lady, lacking discipline, always felt the world revolved around her, especially with a bit of background and support at home. It made her even more unbearable, as if everyone were her servants. Seeing Li Bauer indifferent, Renling immediately turned her attention to Fong Xin. You! What are you looking at, delusional? You! Aren't you the squad leader? Either you let her clean, or you clean for me. I'm telling you! If you don't comply today, I'm calling my dad to report you. My dad only needs one call to ruin your future. Fong Xin glanced at Renling and raised his hand to his mouth, making a zipping motion, indicating for Renling to shut up. Renling's face turned pale with anger, and she stood up, ready to go through Fong Xin's family tree from start to finish. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Seeing the caller ID, Renling realized it was her best friend's number and immediately answered the call. To her surprise, a man's voice came from the other end. Baby, it's me. Why did you block me? I've been going crazy thinking about you these past few days. Can we get back together? The withdrawal symptoms without you have been too much. Baby, let's meet and talk, okay? Just at that restaurant we always go to. After hearing the call, Renling turned to Fong Xin, her eyes showing a hint of shock, not expecting her ex-boyfriend to really call her. After hesitating for a moment, Renling cleared her throat, covering the phone. Is it a delivery? Need a pickup code? Just wait a moment. While talking, she went to the bedroom. Renling closed the door and said into the phone, Why are you calling me? Baby, I miss you. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Let's make up. Renling hesitated for a moment, then wait for me in the restaurant. I'll tidy up and come over. After hanging up, Renling left the bedroom, changed her clothes, and said to Fong Xin and the others, I have a package that arrived. I need to go downstairs to get it. Sure Tailang blocked her way, Miss Rin, time is tight. Let me help you get the package. Renling immediately pushed Sure Tailang. Are you crazy? What if you break my personal belongings? Move aside. What are you capable of? Aren't you all just the useless guards my dad sent to protect me? Where I go is none of your business. Li Bauer packed the chips into her space ring, grabbed Renling's hand, and pressed her down onto the sofa. Sit still. Renling looked up at Li Bauer. What do you want? I want you to fly. Li Bauer opened her delicate white palm, twisting her waist, her legs following her waist following her shoulders following her elbows, and her elbows following her hands. Slap. A crisp sound. Li Bauer put all her strength into that slap. Renling, along with the sofa, flew sideways, her head hitting the floor-to-ceiling window with a dull thud. She completely fainted. Half of her face was already deformed from the hit, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. Li Bauer wiped her hands, which had just finished eating chips, on Renling's body and single-handedly lifted her onto her shoulder. Sniffling towards Fong Xin, she said innocently, Xin Gua. She said if her ex-boyfriend calls, just hit him. Fong Xin glanced at the others and instructed, if anything happens, blame it on me. If the higher-ups come looking for trouble with Bauer, just say it was my order as the captain that made her do this. Bauer is just following orders. The others grinned, understood. The door opened, and Shinyu's big head poked in. Seeing the bruised Renling being carried on someone's shoulder, he touched her head. Manhwa walked over from the stairs, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, then hurriedly approached to check. Did you hit the person you were supposed to escort? No, where did we hit her? Then where did the injuries on her face come from? There are handprints too. Fong Xin explained seriously, she hit her face on my teammate's hand.
Ma Hu grinned, spoiled little thing, lacking the harshness of society.
Let's go, the car downstairs is already waiting.
2 modified SUVs were parked downstairs, capable of withstanding attacks of level 10 combat power.
Fong Xin, Xinyu, and Baiyu Lin escorted Rinling in one car.
Ma Hu, Li Baoer, Zhang Yaozu, and Shi Tailang were in the car behind. Throughout the journey, Fong Xin's perception network was kept open, constantly sensing the slightest movements nearby. The Ji Xiansa team was secretly escorting Fong Xin's team in 2 cars, one in front and one behind. Su Ben's team had gone invisible after getting off the plane, lurking somewhere, watching. The cars gradually drove out of the city.
Fong Xin looked out the window. It would take about 3.5 hours to reach their destination from the starting point. Half an hour had already passed, leaving 3 hours of travel.
Bai Maozi had also given Fong Xin the task of finding the traitor, but given the current situation, he couldn't tell who might be an infiltrator from the Eternal Night Army. This escort mission was only announced after arriving at the starting point, so if there was indeed a mole, the mission details would have already leaked out. During the journey, Rinling woke up, opened her eyes, and started crying and making a fuss. Do you believe I can have my dad sue all of you? Fong Xin turned his head and coldly looked at Rinling. Do you believe that if you keep making a scene, I can make it so you never see your dad again? Rinling shrank back a little, glaring fiercely at Fong Xin. She pulled out her phone and huddled in the back seat playing with it. A few minutes later, Rinling shouted, I need to go to the bathroom. Hold it. I said. I need to go to the bathroom. I said hold it. Rinling yelled, I can't hold it anymore. Hey Yulin, sitting in the front passenger seat, handed her a bottle. Rinling swatted the bottle away. Are you crazy? Stop the car. Let me out. As she spoke, Rinling tried to open the car door to jump out.
Fong Xin grabbed Rinling, wanting to calm her down physically.
Suddenly, a voice came from the speaker in the corner of the car. Let her hold it. There's a service area 30 kilometers ahead where she can go. Only then did Rinling stop her shouting. More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the service area. Rinling got out, and Fong Xin also prepared to relieve himself. Rinling turned back and glared at Fong Xin. What, do you have to follow me to the bathroom just because I'm a girl? Baoer. Fong Xin called out. Li Baoer walked over from another car, and Rinling immediately shut her mouth. Ma Hu and Fong Xin went into the restroom one after the other, checking their pockets. Damn. Fong Xin, did you bring tissue? Fong Xin handed over some tissue. As they walked out, they bumped into Ji Xuansa, who was coming in to use the bathroom.
Ji Xuansa nodded at Fong Xin.
After waiting outside for a few minutes, Rinling mumbled as she walked out of the restroom.
Everyone returned in succession. Let's go. The car sped off, and Fong Xin remained vigilant of his surroundings while Rinling sat in the back seat with her eyes closed, pretending to doze off. For the next 10 minutes, Rinling didn't make a sound, and Fong Xin glanced at her, thinking, the silly girl finally quieted down. But a few seconds later, Fong Xin suddenly turned to look at Rinling. Silly girl? Fong Xin shouted in his mind.
Rinling kept her eyes closed and didn't respond.
Fong Xin pushed Rinling, but she ignored him, so he shook her vigorously.
Finally, Rinling opened her eyes. Are you crazy?
Can you stop acting like an orphan? Fong Xin smiled. Miss Rin is joking. I'm not like an orphan, I am an orphan. Do you want some water, Miss Rin? While saying this, Fong Xin thought, you silly girl, who are you barking at? Rinling rolled her eyes. No. Fong Xin laughed. Alright, Miss Rin. Then do you want something to eat? But in his mind, he thought again, does this silly girl not hear me cursing at her? Rinling rolled her eyes again, her mouth full of sarcasm. Stop being so fawning. If you have nothing to do, go bite the lighter, as if you have some serious illness. After saying that, she turned her head back and closed her eyes to pretend to doze off again. Fong Xin's heart stirred. Rinling had the talent to hear others' thoughts, and according to her nature, she wouldn't have reacted if Fong Xin cursed her like that. So there could only be one reason. The Rinling in front of him was not the real Rinling. In other words, Rinling was swapped out at the service area. Fong Xin's mind raced. The opportunity for Rinling to be swapped was when they were at the service area. But at that time, Rinling was accompanied by Li Baoer the whole time. However, Fong Xin quickly thought of another possibility. Li Baoer accompanied Rinling to the restroom. But it was impossible for her to go in with Rinling while she was using the bathroom. It was highly likely that the swap happened at that critical moment. Fong Xin didn't rush to have someone stop the car. Instead, he focused his gaze on the imposter Rinling. A glimmer of clarity appeared in his eyes. His perception could not only see what would happen in the next 35 minutes but also what had happened in the past 35 minutes. Time rewound. In Fong Xin's mind, the the scene of the current Renling played in reverse. Bit by bit, it rewound to the moment they arrived at the restroom. The scene continued to reverse. Gradually, Fong Xin couldn't help but hold his breath. Sure enough, when Renling went to the bathroom, before she could even take off her pants, ripples suddenly spread across the wall of the stall she was in. A hand reached out from within, covering Renling's mouth and pulling her inside. At the same time, a person who looked exactly like Renling came out, taking Renling's belongings with her, while the real Renling was held down by someone inside. The imposter Renling opened Renling's phone, where there was a message from Renling's ex-boyfriend. Baby, pretend to go to the bathroom, let them stop at the service area, and then deliberately delay time. Wait for me to come find you, okay? Okay. The imposter Renling replied with a message, a malicious smile on her face. Then another message notification came in. The imposter Renling took out her own phone, which clearly displayed the call and chat records between her and Renling's boyfriend. At that moment, nearly 20 minutes had passed since the swap had occurred. Fong Xin's mind continued to flash back to the scene from over 30 minutes ago. The last image that flashed through his mind showed the imposter Renling in a cramped space, sitting next to two people, with a message on the screen that Renling was staring at. Our people sent a message that Renling will get off at the service area to go to the bathroom. You go to the bathroom and wait for her, then swap with her. Execute the follow-up plan, and seduce Renling's father, Professor Renwenjong. If absolutely necessary, assassinate him. After the mission is accomplished, you will be credited with a first-class merit. Fong Xin snapped back to reality, looking at the imposter Renling beside him. Moreover, the other party had known in advance which service area Renling would get off at. But at that time, the order to get off at the service area was given by the captain of this operation, Su Ben. Could it be that Su Ben was an undercover agent planted by the Eternal Night Army? After a brief thought, Fong Xin sent a message to Li Bauer. Bauer, did you receive the order to stop at the service area in advance? Li Bauer's reply came quickly. Yes, we received the order. He said to have the female team members follow Renling when she goes to the bathroom. Fong Xin clenched the intelligence device. This meant that Su Ben had issued the order to rest at the service area in advance, and everyone had received this order before arriving at the service area. Su Ben was highly suspicious, but it couldn't be ruled out that others might have leaked this information as well. Fong Xin glanced at the time. It had been over 20 minutes since they left the service area. Although Renling was foolish, she was still the person they were tasked to protect. They could hit her or scold her, but they couldn't let her get lost. Fong Xin suddenly grabbed the imposter Renling's hands and squeezed her neck. How many of you are there? In the front row, Xinyu and Bai Yulin were both stunned, turning around with confused expressions to look at Fong Xin, who had suddenly gone on the offensive. What's wrong, Xin, go? Renling shouted angrily, let me go, you bastard. Do you believe I'll have my dad go to your superiors and report you for molesting me? After you swap with Renling in the bathroom. Where did your people take Renling? How many of you are there? What levels are you at? Renling's expression changed slightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't understand? Do you understand the part about having you impersonate Renling to seduce Renwenjong, and if it fails, to assassinate him? The imposter Renling stared at Fong Xin. You? How do you know that? Answer my question. The imposter Renling smiled at Fong Xin. So what if I know? Renling has already been captured by our people. Do you think Renwenjong will still be loyal to you and contribute to you? As she spoke, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from the imposter Renling's body, and Fong Xin's hands, which were gripping Renling's arm, began to freeze. He then realized that the imposter Renling had somehow concealed her 7th level combat power with some kind of treasure. The imposter Renling's smile turned resentful and venomous. I didn't expect a brute from the power system to actually use his brain. You ruined our plan. I lost an opportunity for a first-class merit, but so what? Renling is already in our hands. You are powerless to turn the tide. You can't kill Renwenjong, killing you won't be in vain either. Fong Xin punched the fake Renling in the face. The time reversal mirror flipped out. The surrounding space began to distort. Previously, Fong Xin could only rewind to 15 minutes ago, but now, with his improved realm, he could rewind to half an hour ago. Once everything froze, Fong Xin returned to half an hour earlier. The car was about to reach the service area. Fong Xin had already activated his precognition 3 times in one rewind today, and the divine spring currently had only 3 paths still in a full state. He quickly calculated the next plan in his mind. Fong Xin glanced at Renling. When she stared at others, she could know what they were thinking, which made her quite impressive. He could let her verify who in the team was an undercover agent later. However, Su Ben had been elusive, so he could only think of another way to verify him. The car gradually approached the service area.
Renling was already prepared to get off to use the restroom.
Unexpectedly, Fong Xin suddenly grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?"
Renling squirmed like a pig during the new year.
Fong Xin sent a private message to Su Ben, "Captain Su, there will be many people in the service area later. Just in case there are enemies who might take action against Renling, I'll take her to the gas station next to the service area to use the restroom." Su Ben quickly replied, "No problem. There would be no more service areas along the way." The other side wanted to incite Renwenjong, and swapping Renling was the most crucial part of the plan, so this was an excellent opportunity to act, otherwise, they would have to create chaos through force to swap her later. Fong Xin patted Xingyu, "Big guy, park over at the gas station. I need to use the restroom," Renling shouted loudly. Fong Xin ignored her, and after the car stopped, he held Renling down and called Li Bauer from the back car to come over and talk.
He deliberately delayed for a while before slowly heading toward the gas station. Renling wanted to make a fuss, but she clearly backed down when she saw Li Bauer. After all, Li Bauer had really hit her. The careless driver from the back car sent a message, "Fong Xin, where are you guys going? Didn't that lady say she needed to use the restroom?" Fong Xin replied, "Going to handle something up front, she'll go later." Ji Xuanse also sent a message inquiring, and Fong Xin used the same excuse to reply. The car arrived at the gas station, and a few people got out. Fong Xin pulled Li Bauer over. "Bauer, when you go in, make sure the stall door is always open while she uses the restroom. Keep an eye on her at all times. I'll be at the door, and if anything seems off, act immediately." "Got it." Fong Xin and Bai Yulin stood at the restroom door, listening to the sounds inside. Renling was cursing, but she still went in to use the restroom. Before long, the two came out. Fong Xin said to Li Bauer again, "Bauer, when we get back to the service area, take Renling to the restroom again. When you go in, open the stall and stab the wall a few times to see if there are any treasures attached to it." Li Bauer didn't understand what Fong Xin was planning, but she nodded foolishly, "Okay." If Su Ben was the undercover, then the person waiting in the service area restroom would definitely leave upon hearing the news. But if Su Ben was not the undercover, he wouldn't know about Renling going to the gas station, and he would definitely still be lurking inside. Fong Xin grabbed Renling again and spoke to her in his mind, "There's an undercover in our team, and they want to kill you. If a fight breaks out later, you need to watch and see who the undercover is. Do you understand?" Although Renling was unconvinced, she still nodded. Back at the service area, Li Bauer wanted to take Renling to the restroom. Renling had something to say, but a glance from Li Bauer silenced her.
Fong Xin and the others walked inside. To be safe, Fong Xin called for Coldball Zhang Yaozu to accompany them. At the restroom entrance, only Zhang Yaozu and Li Bauer went in together. Once inside, Li Bauer, being her naive self, opened the door and slammed it against the wall, regardless of whether there was someone in the stall. Immediately, screams and curses erupted from within. A few seconds later, a massive wave of energy suddenly burst from the restroom. Li Bauer dragged Zhang Yaozu out, stumbling, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Xin Gua. There's an ambush inside." The scene turned chaotic, and then several figures dashed out from the restroom. Among them was a counterfeit posing as Renling. Leading them was a man with a mohawk, wearing a leather vest and wielding a spiked club, who spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, his sinister gaze sweeping over Fong Xin and the others one by one. "Damn it, how did they know we were here?" Fong Xin glared at the opposing group. They were lying in wait, which meant Su Ben was not the mole was someone else. Fong Xin looked at Renling beside him. Renling had quieted down, nodding to indicate she understood. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of their teammates outside. Ji Xuanse was the first to rush in, followed closely by Ma Hu and Shi Tailang, who charged in from behind. Renling suddenly grabbed Fong Xin's arm, staring at one of the people. Fong Xin followed her gaze. At the end of her line of sight was Ji Xuanse. Fong Xin couldn't help but be taken aback. This kid was quite prominent in the 9th district. With his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he turned out to be a traitor. Fong Xin asked in his heart, "Are you sure?" Renling nodded firmly. "Can you tell if there are other moles?" Renling shook her head, indicating that she could only identify Ji Xuanse as a mole for now. Fong Xin's peripheral vision had already locked onto Ji Xuanse. The three people who came out of the restroom glared fiercely at Li Bauer. Ma Hu, standing not far away, twisted his neck. "Time is tight and the task is heavy, don't waste time with these bastards. Just take them down." As he spoke, Ma Hu spread his arms, and a yellowish aura from the ground enveloped him, forming a heavy earthen armor. Ma Hu charged forward first. Seeing this, the others rushed in as well. The opposing three consisted of 2 with 7th level combat power and 1 with 6th level combat power. Moreover, they surely knew that there was a 9th level combat power, Su Ben, on Fong Xian's side. Besides those three, there were definitely more strong opponents lurking. Ma Hu leaped high, his hands coming together in a hammer shape. The yellowish aura from the ground converged into a massive earthen hammer, crashing down towards the three opponents. The mohawk-headed man brandished his spiked club, brown fur erupting from his body as he instantly transformed into a werewolf, charging at the earthen hammer with his club. A thunderous sound erupted, and dust filled the air. Ma Hu was an 8th level combatant, capable of overpowering 7th level fighters, but with three opponents, he could only hold off two. The woman impersonating Ren Ling stomped her foot hard. A cold light shot from beneath her foot towards Ren Ling, attempting to freeze her. Fong Xian pulled Ren Ling in a direction, narrowly avoiding the freezing attack.
The woman posing as Ren Ling let out a cold snort, brandishing a 1-meter-long ice spear.
She charged directly at Fong Xian. With so many people around, Fong Xian couldn't conveniently use his killing talent. Relying solely on his strength-based talent, he was only a 6th level combatant. Fortunately, they had a slight numerical advantage, as Li Baoer, Shi Tailang, Shin Yu, Bai Yulin, and Zhang Yaozu quickly maneuvered around Fong Xian, forming a formation. The woman impersonating Ren Ling thrust her ice spear at Fong Xian from a distance. A wave of cold air, as thick as a water bucket, surged towards Fong Xian and the others. Even before it touched them, they could feel a bone-chilling cold that slowed their thoughts. Fong Xian and the others formed a formation with their intelligence devices to withstand the fierce attack. The woman impersonating Ren Ling thrust an ice spear into the ground, and a surge of coldness erupted from the earth. A small ice mountain rose up, attempting to freeze Fong Xian and the others within it. They combined their strength to shatter the ice mountain. Ji Xuanzi led his team to join the attack. However, while attacking, this guy reached out towards Ren Ling. "Miss Ren, it's dangerous. You go to the car with us first." Ren Ling seemed to understand Ji Xuanzi's intention and struggled. "I won't go. Let go of me." Seeing this, Ji Xuanzi forcibly tried to push Ren Ling away. Fong Xian suddenly flashed to Ren Ling's side, pressing down on her shoulder. "Ji Xuanzi, you take charge of holding off their attacks. I'll take her away first." Ji Xuanzi's expression changed, then he nodded at Fong Xian. "All right." Unexpectedly, amidst the battle, a painful groan came from Ma Hu's side. They saw Ma Hu suddenly freeze, and the mohawk-headed man's wolf-toothed club smashed violently into Ma Hu's chest, causing it to cave in. Blood spurted from Ma Hu's mouth as he flew backward, struggling a few times before falling silent. With one less expert on their side, the enemy had two more free, and the situation changed instantly. Fong Xian saw this and coldly said, "Call for Team Su's support." The mohawk-headed man sneered, "Your Team Su is probably in a tough spot right now. You should think about yourself first." Another person behind added, "Boss, this kid should be Fong Xian. The higher-ups said to capture him alive." The mohawk-headed man shook his wolf-toothed club. "Damn it, of course we want him alive. That stubborn girl's trick in the bathroom was suggested by this kid. I'm curious how he knows our plan. Make your move." Ji Xuanzi turned back to look at Fong Xian. "Fong Xian, we should return to the car and wait for support. Then you cover us." "No problem." Fong Xian turned and left with Ren Ling. Ji Xuanzi glanced back at Fong Xian, his gaze uncertain. Suddenly, just as Fong Xian took a step, he executed a smooth counterattack. He shot directly through Ji Xuanzi's chest. Ji Xuanzi staggered, blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. His wide eyes stared at Fong Xian. "Why?" Fong Xian withdrew his gun and dodged, flicking the blood off the coiling dragon spear, leaving a clear crimson streak on the ground. Ji Xuanzi clutched his chest and fell, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness. The other teammates, especially Ji Xuanzi's few companions, looked confused, not understanding why Fong Xian would stab Ji Xuanzi at this moment. Fong Xian retreated while explaining, "He's an undercover agent, which is why the enemy ambushed us in the bathroom." The teammates suddenly understood. Ji Xuanzi opened his mouth to look at Fong Xian. How did you figure it out?" "Sorry. I had a cheat." The mohawk-headed man, seeing this, became furious and charged at Fong Xian with his wolf-toothed club. In the distance, energy fluctuations were heard, and Fong Xian looked over to see Su Ben engaged in a fierce fight. From the looks of it, both sides were locked in a desperate struggle, and judging by the energy fluctuations, Su Ben's opponents seemed to have reached level 10 combat power, leaving Su Ben at a disadvantage. The mohawk-headed man was already rushing towards Fong Xian, a sinister grin on his face. "Run! It won't help to escape. You all have to stay here today." Fong Xian threw Ran Ling to the tall and silly Xinyu. The opponent has a level 10 powerhouse, and even if Fong Xian throws out Situ Shinshu, it would be of no use. Given the current situation, our side simply cannot win. So, we can only call for reinforcements. Fong Xian rubbed his feet on the ground, pivoted, and faced the three Mohican heads chasing after him. He raised his hand, gripping a small spatial orb. Escape? Who's escaping? Crack! The spatial orb shattered. The leading Mohican head immediately sensed something was wrong and slammed on the brakes. They saw the space in front of Fong Xian begin to twist into a vortex, as if it were a portal through time and space. Then, a figure stepped out from within. In the vortex, a figure strode out. Upon seeing the newcomer, not to mention the others, even Fong Xian himself was stunned for a few seconds, because it wasn't the white-haired guy. It was Hua Chang, brother 6. Hua Chang dug at his ear and looked at the Mohican heads. The Mohican heads were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hua Chang. Although the person before them wasn't as terrifying as the white-haired guy, brother 6 was still a level 10 powerhouse. Fong Xian looked at Hua Chang's tall figure. 6 brother, why are you here? Hua Chang explained, Zhuge had something to do, he gave me a spatial orb that could teleport me here. Fong Xian then remembered that the white-haired guy had said before that if they encountered any problems, they should either find him or find Hua Laolu, so that was what he meant. Hua Chang sized up the Mohican heads. Just these few little karami? As he spoke, he glanced at Jishwansa lying on the ground and immediately whitened his eyes. Is he the undercover sent by the Eternal Night Army? Yes. Hua Chang grinned, I didn't see it coming, this kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes is actually a traitor. He looked into the distance, Su Ben can't hold on any longer. Hua Chang waved at the Mohican heads, you guys, should I come over and beat you to death, or will you come over and let me beat you to death? Hua Jin Gang, I admit you're strong. But, before the Mohican head could finish, Hua Chang kicked off the ground, causing the tiles to explode into 2 small pits, and the energy emanating from his body transformed into a giant dragon wrapping around him. Hua Chang was already in front of the Mohican head. One punch, the Mohican head's skull was directly smashed. Hua Chang shook his hand, you know I'm strong, so why say but? Right, little sister? Hua Chang turned to the fake Ren Ling and grinned. The fake Ren Ling was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she immediately activated her talent skill to create an iceberg to protect herself inside. Hua Chang smiled, big sister, you're overreacting. Don't you want to go out and ask around? When have I, Hua Laolu, ever laid a hand on a woman? The fake Rinling still looked nervously at Hua Chang, and upon hearing his words, she revealed a charming smile. I've long heard of Hua Jingang's reputation, and I'm also an admirer of Hua Jingang and Brother 6. Brother 6, since you can't bear to lay a hand on me, how about letting me go? I promise from now on I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never oppose you again, okay? Hua Chang grinned, stepped forward, and in a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, flashed in front of the fake Rinling. A clean and swift whip kick struck out. I won't lay a hand on you, but I will use my leg, big sister. The iceberg exploded into countless ice shards, and the fake Rinling was directly turned into a folding screen by a sidekick from Brother 6, her body flying backward, accompanied by a loud crash. As she was smashed into the wall, blood gushing out, the fake Rinling embedded in the wall like a strange decoration. Hua Chang was about to make a move on the last person when Fong Xian hurriedly said, 6 brother. Wait a minute. Don't kill them all. Leave one alive so we can ask some questions. Xian, you might not know these people well, you won't get anything valuable out of them. Before Hua Chang could finish his sentence, the last person at the scene had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and bit down on the poison pouch in his mouth, committing suicide. Hua Chang's legs were covered in dragon scales formed by condensed energy. You clean up the battlefield. I'll go help that kid Su Ben. After saying this, Hua Chang's legs, wrapped in dragon scales, bent slightly, and with a loud bang, he leaped over 50 meters like a human-sized grasshopper, leaving Fong Xian stunned. When using his strength-based talent for attack, Hua Chang could greatly compensate for his shortcomings by maximizing his speed and jumping ability. He scanned the 3 corpses into the records. Ji Xuansa was not dead yet, so Fong Xian had someone tie him up and let Zhang Yaozu treat him. Ma Hu was seriously injured, and Fong Xian sent other healing team members to help him. Before long, the battle on Hua Chang's side was resolved, the enemy fled with injuries, and Su Ben was also wounded. Hua Chang walked over and picked up Ji Xuansa. Alright, since we've uncovered the undercover, I'll head back to report. 6th brother, don't rush off yet. Fong Xian called out. What else is there? Just wait a moment. Fong Xian glanced at Rin Ling and asked in his heart, can you take another look at everyone here and see if there are any more undercover agents? Don't be too obvious, just pretend to look around. Especially at Su Ben. Ren Ling pretended to scan the crowd, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Then she shook her head at Fong Xian. What do you want from me? Hua Chang waved his hand in front of Fong Xian. Fong Xian laughed casually, so how are you getting back?
Sixth brother took out a small spatial orb from his spatial ring. I have this.
Any other questions? If not, I'll head back first. None. Then you all hurry and escort the people over. He then looked at the injured Mahu. Shall I take you back with me?
Mahu waved his hand. No need, sixth brother.
I can still hold on. I need to complete the mission.
Sixth brother was not one to be overly sentimental. He crushed the spatial orb, and a vortex appeared in the void, swallowing him up. The vortex closed, and Su-Ben casually tended to his injuries. Let's keep moving. The team got back in the vehicle and continued on their way. Originally, there were 3 squad leaders. One was an undercover agent, and one was injured.
Su-Ben chose a new acting squad leader for Ji Xuance's team. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Fong Xian received a message from Su-Ben. Change to Route 2 for the next segment.
The following segments will be randomly designated by you and me. Don't inform each other 3 minutes before changing routes.
No problem. Fong Xian glanced at the route and changed it as Su-Ben instructed.
After another 10 minutes of driving, the road ahead was shrouded in thick fog, and visibility suddenly dropped.
Fong Xian looked at the route. There was still at least 20 minutes to the next segment, but the weather forecast hadn't mentioned any fog in this area. Today's weather forecasts were much more accurate than those from hundreds of years ago. Fong Xian felt a sense of caution and signaled the vehicle behind. Something's off, stay alert. After a pause, he added, Team Su. This fog is suspicious.
But after speaking for a while, he received no response from Su-Ben. The thick fog enveloped the entire route. The vehicle suddenly stopped. The driver, Xinyu, stared intently ahead.
He turned stiffly to look at Fong Xian. Xian Gu. Fong Xian leaned slightly forward, outside the car window. In the fog,
suddenly, many fist-sized red light spots emerged.
The light spots gradually approached.
The fog swirled.
6 fist-sized light spots stopped a few meters away from the vehicle. Everyone finally saw clearly.
It was a 3-headed dog. To be more precise, it was a mutated zombie 3-headed dog.
Its entire body was filled with a decaying aura,
and on the back of the zombie 3-headed dog sat a girl.
Fong Xian recognized that face. Ellie? How could it possibly be Ellie? Fong Xian leaned forward again, looking through the windshield at that figure. Previously, Fong Xian and Ellie had fought side by side. Although they weren't very familiar, at least Fong Xian was very clear about her appearance.
At this moment, blocking the road, the person riding the 3-headed dog looked exactly like Ellie. The 3-headed dog was pitch black. Its large head turned. With a rumbling threat emanating from its throat, sharp fangs were revealed, and 6 crimson eyes stared this way. The left head exhaled frosty air, while the right head spewed forth thick smoke with sparks. The middle head appeared very stiff, staring motionless at Fong Xian. At that moment, the space seemed to freeze. The figure on the back of the 3-headed dog was staring at Fong Xian. A delicate white hand gently patted the 3-headed dog beneath her. But the 3-headed dog let out a roar. The sound was terrifying like thunder. It came from the middle head, and the sound waves seemed to solidify at that moment. The car was pushed back slowly by the sound waves. It became clear that the middle head was responsible for the mental attack. The other 2 heads of the 3-headed dog almost simultaneously spewed out pillars of fire and ice. The cold and hot air mixed together, and visibility was already low. At this moment, under the alternating cold and hot breaths, visibility was nearly zero, and the outside turned into a pitch-black void. The car's display emitted an alarm. Brother Xian, this 3-headed dog has a combat power of level 10, and each of its heads can unleash level 10 power. Our car can only withstand the attack of 1 level 10 combatant at a time. At this rate, we can only endure 3 attacks at most.
Xinyu turned back to Fong Xian. Bai Yulin stared out the window. How about we turn back? The car suddenly flashed as it reversed. The road behind the car has been twisted into a chasm by an earth attribute awakened one. Bai Yulin took out a sniper rifle from his spatial ring. Our route has changed. How did the other side know we were taking this path? Is there a mole? The thought flashed through Fong Xian's mind as well. The route had changed. How did the other side know to block it here? But Ren Ling had clearly heard everyone's inner thoughts when they were at the service area. Fong Xian stared at Ren Ling. Did you see everyone's inner thoughts just now? Ren Ling was pale with fear from the current situation and quickly nodded. I did. Everyone else is fine. Fong Xian suddenly realized a problem. If someone had known about Ren Ling's ability in advance and deliberately altered their inner thoughts, they could completely evade Ren Ling's observation. In the previous mission, Ren Ling's ability had not been mentioned. This meant that only the few people who had come to pick up Ren Ling knew about her ability. Fong Xian immediately thought of someone. Creak! The car began to deform under the enveloping heat and cold.
The car windows emitted a fine cracking sound under the attack of the sound waves. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the car window, as if someone was trying to break the glass from Renling's side. Renling was now so scared that she was dumbfounded, directly diving into Fong Xian's arms, clinging to him like an octopus. "Why are you holding me so tightly? How am I supposed to move?" Renling's voice trembled, her tone filled with fear. I'm scared." Fong Xian comforted her. It's okay. I'm scared too." Renling was momentarily speechless. Bai Yulin turned around and asked, "Xian Gu, can we still summon Hualioga?" "No." Bai Yulin rubbed his finger against the tip of his nose. "It seems that the three of us are going to fall here today." Fong Xian faced the car window from which the sound of a collision came. He could vaguely see that the person smashing the window looked exactly like Ai Li. The other side had a three-headed dog with a battle power of 10, while Fong Xian's strongest ally, Su Ben, was currently held back. This mission, escorting Renling, was just one part. Using Renling as bait to lure out the undercover was the other. Unexpectedly, these people were truly relentless, having come once before and now returning again. The other side was also a kind of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Bang! Crack! The car window was violently elbowed open. The figure stood outside. Up close, Fong Xian saw the other person's face more clearly. It looked almost identical to Ai Li's. But at such a close distance, Fong Xian found the differences between the two. Ai Li's eyes were ice blue. Yet the person before him, who looked just like Ai Li, had red eyes. The two also had different auras. Ai Li's aura was gentler, while the person in front of him had a colder, more ruthless demeanor, more like a heartless killer. A possibility flashed through Fong Xian's mind. Long ago, Ai Li had said that her parents had also been in a car accident. Moreover, she had a twin sister who was abducted by human traffickers and was still missing. Fong Xian suddenly recalled another thing. Ai Li's parents were doctors, quite accomplished in the medical field, while Fong Xian's parents were scientists, and the silly girl Renling's father also had achievements in the scientific field. Outside, the red-eyed Ai Li smashed the car window and pulled open the door, swiftly reaching for Renling. Fong Xian, quick on his feet, grabbed Renling's arm, relying on his brute strength, and in that moment, he also yanked the red-eyed Ai Li's wrist hard, pulling her into the car. The red-eyed Ai Li was incredibly fast, knowing her strength was no match for Fong Xian's brute force. She lifted her leg, aiming the heel of her high-heeled boot at Fong Xian's face. The movement was incredibly smooth. Without countless real combat experiences, one wouldn't be able to move this quickly and accurately. Fong Xian tilted his head and leaned forward, directly shouldering the red-eyed Ai Li's leg, twisting her arm and pulling her into the car, then pressing her down onto the back seat. The two were locked in a strange and awkward position in the back row. The red-eyed Ai Li's crimson eyes surged with murderous intent. With her other hand, she spun a butterfly knife and thrust it toward Fong Xian's neck. Fong Xian elbowed back. Knowing that in close quarters, strength would dominate, he pinned the red-eyed Ai Li's arms down. "You were abducted by human traffickers when you were young. Your parents are doctors, and you have a twin sister, right?" The red-eyed Ai Li paused slightly but quickly began to struggle. Fong Xian felt his grip loosen, and the red-eyed Ai Li suddenly shifted and teleported to the other end of the back seat, smashing the window and trying to pull Renling out. Fong Xian grabbed the back of Renling's shirt and yanked her back, intending to teleport out and capture the red-eyed Ai Li. Behind the red-eyed Ai Li, mist swirled. The three-headed dog stood behind her, its 6 crimson eyes fixed on Fong Xian. The red-eyed Ai Li's expression was cold as she spoke for the first time, uttering only 2 faint words. "Kill them all." Fong Xian held the rewind mirror in his hand, staring at the red-eyed Ai Li. "See you later." The left head of the three-headed dog behind him let out a muffled roar, speaking human words. "How dare you, lecher, to take advantage of my young master." The right head angrily echoed, "How dare you take advantage?" The left head scolded, "You even dared to shoulder my young master's legs. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing." The right head nodded in agreement, "Can't even dare to think." The left head opened its mouth, cold air gathering inside. "Dog thief. Must kill to avenge my little master." The right head repeated like a recording machine, "Must avenge." Fong Xian smiled at the three-headed dog. "Sorry. I'm invincible. You can't kill me." "What the hell? I'll make you act tough." "Make you act tough." Ice and fire crossed the void. The car directly softened and deformed. After everything stopped, the place was empty. Fong Xian disappeared from the spot. By the gas station, Fong Xian got out of the car. Time rewound to half an hour earlier. It was the moment Fong Xian had Li Bauer take Renling to the gas station restroom. Ma Hu sent a message to Fong Xian asking what he was going to do.
Soon after, Ji Xuanzi also sent a message to Fong Xian asking what he was going to do. Fong Xian replied to both according to his previous responses. Then, Fong Xian crushed a spatial orb in the men's restroom and released Hua Chang. Hua Chang looked around. Xian, what are you doing here? Teaming up to squat? Fong Xian got straight to the point. Sixth brother, the undercover has been found, and will act over there in the service area. Just remember to come over, and after the action, pretend to leave, but secretly follow. We will encounter another ambush later. Hua Chang looked at Fong Xian suspiciously, but being good brothers, he believed Fong Xian wouldn't deceive him. You stay here for a while, then go to the service area restroom to deal with the small monsters. After that, help Su Ben with the trouble. Hua Chang looked at Fong Xian in confusion. Did you read the script? How come you sound so detailed? Fong Xian laughed. Sixth brother. Trust me. No problem. Li Baoer and Ren Ling came out of the restroom. After a few got in the car, Fong Xian asked, Baoer, were you all chatting in the car? Chatting. Did you talk about Ren Ling's talent? Li Baoer thought for a moment. No. Fong Xian fell into contemplation. As the car headed towards the service area, Fong Xian sent a message to Shi Tailang. Little fatty, when you were chatting with Ma Hu, did you mention Ren Ling's talent? Shi Tailang immediately replied, damn. Brother Xian. You're amazing. I just told Ma about Ren Ling's damn talent and you ask me, did we get into trouble? Fong Xian thought for a moment. It's fine. When we get there, you pretend to get out and open the car door, let Ren Ling take a look at Ma Hu. Got it. The car had already arrived at the service area. Fong Xian told Ren Ling in his heart, there are very bad people mixed into our team, all here to kill you. When you get out, pretend to casually glance at Ma Hu, then see who else is the undercover. If you find out, don't shout, just give me a signal. Ren Ling became obedient. Okay. After getting out of the car, Shi Tailang opened the car door and jumped down not far away, while Ren Ling pretended to casually glance at Ma Hu inside the car. What was he thinking? Fong Xian asked. Ren Ling angrily replied, he called me a busybody. That's not an insult. Did he say anything else? Ren Ling rolled her eyes at Fong Xian, not knowing what she had heard. Her expression stiffened. He said someone in the service area restroom wants to make a move on me. Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Earlier, Ma Hu had known about Ren Ling's talent, so he deliberately hid his thoughts, pretending to be injured and unconscious to prevent Ren Ling from seeing his inner thoughts, and could also use the injury to clear his own suspicion. Moreover, tracing back further, after the first fake Ren Ling was swapped, he pretended to sleep after getting in the car, behaving very well, likely because Ma Hu had sent a message telling him to pretend to sleep and not expose himself. Shi Tailang only told Ma Hu now, so Ji Xuanzi did not receive any news about Ren Ling's talent, which is why Ren Ling was pulled out. After reading Massachusetts' thoughts, Ren Ling immediately stopped. What do you mean? There's danger and you still want me to go to the bathroom? Fong Xian explained. It's just a pretense to attract attention. They won't let you in later. Baoer, you take Zhang Yaozu in, and once inside, open the stall door and chop the wall. Ah! Ren Ling shook her head like a rattle drum. I'm your protector. I'm not going to take risks. Why should I be the bait? I'm not going. Li Baoer turned back to look at Ren Ling very seriously. Are you trying to fly again? Ren Ling immediately dared not speak. After all, she knew that when Li Baoer said to take action, she really meant it. Fong Xian sent a message to Shi Tailang, and while pretending to chat, Shi Tailang told Ma Hu about Ren Ling's thoughts. The reason for not directly pulling Ma Hu out was simple. Fong Xian wanted to see Chi Tong Ai Li one more time. When mentioning Ai Li, Chi Tong Ai Li clearly froze for a moment. There must be a connection between them, and Chi Tong Ai Li was most likely Ai Li's sister. Moreover, Fong Xian remembered something. Both Ai Li's parents and Fong Xian's parents had connections to the Mudley Hall. According to the clues Fong Xian knew about the Mudley Hall, the original totem of the Mudley Hall was a three-headed hellhound, and Chi Tong Ai Li just happened to be carrying a three-headed dog. It was necessary to catch her and ask for clarification. Ren Ling pretended to fiddle with her hair and looked back at Ma Hu in the distance. Not knowing what she heard, her brows furrowed. Ren Ling said to Fong Xian, hey, your fat teammate told Ma Hu about my talent. Ma Hu is thinking of deliberately concealing his thoughts later and pretending to be injured in battle to clear his suspicion. What should we do? Don't say unnecessary things, keep an eye on everyone. At the bathroom door, Li Baoer pulled out her knife and slashed as she entered. The scene fell into chaos again. Soon, the three people from the bathroom walked in. The other teammates, led by Ji Xuanzi and Ma Hu, rushed in. Fong Xian went through the dialogue with the NPC like he was playing a game. Ma Hu was seriously injured. The Mohican leader came up ready to attack.
Jishwansa turned to Fong Xian, let's go back to the car and wait for help. Before he finished speaking, Fong Xian quickly interjected, okay? After taking a couple of steps, Fong Xian turned back for a surprise attack. Jishwansa stared at Fong Xian, why? Fong Xian explained to the others according to the original script, he's an undercover. That's why the enemy ambushed in the bathroom. Jishwansa coughed up blood, how did you figure it out? Sorry, I was cheating. The Mohican leader swung his wolf tooth club, run. Even if you. Fong Xian quickened his pace, it's useless to run, we all have to stay here today, right, sixth brother, it's your time to shine. Hua Chang flashed in from a distance. Seeing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned, scratching his head and mumbling, why does this feel like a dream I had? Then he glanced at Fong Xian, very suspicious that this kid had gotten the script in advance. After a fierce battle, Hua Chang and Su Ben returned. Is there anything else? If not, I'll head back first. Hua Chang said according to the pre-agreed lines. Nothing else, sixth brother. Hua Chang grinned, alright, then I'll head back. After speaking, Hua Chang took out a pair of strange shoes from his spatial ring, and after putting them on, the soles erupted with flames, turning out to be a flying treasure. Hua Chang shot up into the sky and soon disappeared without a trace. Fong Xian called everyone to get back in the car. Specially stepping forward to support Ma troop, are you okay? If not, we can send you to the nearest city? Ma Hu waved his hand and smiled, it's fine, I can hold on. We must complete the mission. He got into the car. Fong Xian glanced at Ren Ling, what was Ma Hu thinking just now? Ren Ling scoffed, what else could he be thinking? Those things you men love to do. It's disgusting. Fong Xian couldn't be bothered to respond, and the car moved forward. Along the way, Su Ben sent a message about adjusting the route. Before long, thick fog enveloped the area. Many red dots emerged from the mist. The three-headed dog ridden by Chi Tong Ai Li was coming this way. Fong Xian leaned forward and called Hua Chang. Sixth brother, where are you? I'm right behind you. Are you really reading the script there? Fong Xian focused on the gradually appearing Chi Tong Ai Li. Hua Chang's words made Fong Xian feel secretly pleased for a moment. In the past, he always cursed those who used hacks in games. It wasn't until he used hacks himself that he realized how exhilarating it was. Outside the car, in the fog, the three-headed dog ridden by Chi Tong Ai Li had already appeared in front of the vehicle. After making its entrance, it wasted no time and directly ordered the three-headed dog to attack. Shinyu turned back to Fong Xian, brother Xian, this three-headed dog has a combat power of level 10. Our car can only withstand a single attack of level 10 power 3 times in total. Bai Yulin took out a large sniper rifle from his spatial ring. Brother Xian, what should we do now? Ren Ling screamed in fright. Fong Xian quietly waited for Chi Tong Ai Li to knock on the window. The moment the window made a collision sound, Fong Xian directly opened the car door. The Chi Tong Ai Li, who was elbowing the car window, was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Fong Xian grabbed her and pulled her into the car. Simple and brutal. Chi Tong Ai Li was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Fong Xian to be so fierce. Immediately, she kicked towards Fong Xian's face with her high-heeled shoes. Fong Xian tilted his head to dodge, leaning forward to bear the weight of Chi Tong Ai Li's leg, pressing her down onto the back seat of the car. A flash of irritation crossed Chi Tong Ai Li's eyes. Fong Xian repeated his earlier line, were you ever sold by human traffickers? Your parents are doctors, and you have a twin sister. Chi Tong Ai Li's expression clearly changed, and she was about to slip away from Fong Xian's control. However, this time Fong Xian had already learned from their previous encounter that her innate skill was speed, allowing her to teleport at the fastest pace. Fong Xian was prepared, using all his strength to pin Chi Tong Ai Li down, and activated the skill of Light Flash to follow her, the two of them almost sticking together as they teleported outside the car. With a loud bang, Fong Xian pressed Chi Tong Ai Li against the other side of the vehicle. Shock and slight anger flashed in Chi Tong Ai Li's eyes. Her crimson pupils fixed on Fong Xian. Today, I'm going to cut off that little thing of yours and feed it to the dogs. Fong Xian fearlessly replied, it's just a matter of a few inches, no big deal. Chi Tong Ai Li became even angrier, turning her head to look at the three-headed dog not far away. The three-headed dog was quite clever. What the hell? You blind thing dare to take advantage of my little master. Damn! How dare you take advantage? The middle head of the three-headed dog immediately opened its mouth and launched a mental attack at Fong Xian. I have to say, this three-headed dog's attack power was very strong. 3 heads, 3 different innate skills, all at level 10 combat power. Its fighting ability was undeniably formidable. Seeing Fong Xian pinning Chitong Aili against the car, the two of them almost pressed tightly together. The three-headed dog launched its mental attack and charged at Fong Xian, seemingly wanting to tear him to pieces. What the hell? How dare you get so close to my little master? I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Crimson-eyed Ellie stared at Fong Xian with her scarlet double pupils, revealing a disdainful cold smile. No one will save you today. Fong Xian pressed Crimson-eyed Ellie against the car. Is that so? The sound wave generated by the mental attack was about to strike Fong Xian. Hua Cheng descended from the sky, standing beside Fong Xian. A giant dragon spun around, isolating the mental attack outside. Hua Cheng looked at the three-headed dog, showing no sign of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a soaring fighting spirit. Hua Cheng grinned and said, "Today should be quite enjoyable." As he spoke, his body was wrapped in dragon scales formed by his energy, and he shot towards the three-headed dog like a cannonball. The three-headed dog was tall, and Hua Cheng appeared thin in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Hua Cheng was already in front of the three-headed dog. Without any flashy moves, he directly crashed into it with an iron mountain strike. He actually knocked the three-headed dog back, staggering. The three-headed dog flicked its tongue. Damn it. Strength-type brutes are really annoying. Brutes are annoying. Hua Cheng blocked the three-headed dog, allowing Fong Xian to confront Crimson-eyed Ellie directly. Crimson-eyed Ellie struggled desperately, but in front of Fong Xian, who had a strength-type talent, she seemed somewhat powerless. Crimson-eyed Ellie let out a strange threatening sound towards Fong Xian. Suddenly, four incredibly sharp teeth emerged from her originally neat white teeth, biting towards Fong Xian's neck. Crimson-eyed Ellie's fingernails also elongated and became extremely sharp. Not only that, but Crimson-eyed Ellie's strength had also significantly increased. She actually lifted Fong Xian up. Fong Xian was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to awaken the legendary vampire talent. Just as Crimson-eyed Ellie was about to bite Fong Xian, he grabbed her wrists and pressed them against the car, raising his left arm, which was wearing a protective sleeve, to block her bite, his body pressing tightly against her, causing the several-ton car to shift sideways with her struggles. Crimson-eyed Ellie bit down. To be honest, even with the protective sleeve, Fong Xian still felt a faint pain from the bite. His arm sleeve was stained with a lot of Crimson-eyed Ellie's saliva. Seeing this, Fong Xian immediately activated the counter-damage armor without saying a word. Crimson-eyed Ellie let out a muffled grunt. She was hurt by the passive effect of the counter-damage armor. Tears flashed in her beautiful eyes due to the pain. Wanting to struggle free from Fong Xian's control, even though Crimson-eyed Ellie's combat power had reached level 6, and with the vampire talent boost, it had reached the peak of level 6, in close combat against a strength-type brute, she was basically a small fry. Crimson-eyed Ellie found it extremely difficult to escape Fong Xian's control. I ask, you answer. Fong Xian said coldly, that chatty three-headed dog just said you are a little master. Which faction's little master are you? The Muddy Palace? Crimson-eyed Ellie struggled but couldn't speak as her mouth was pressed by Fong Xian's arm, revealing a cold smile and making muffled sounds. Did you forget something? Fong Xian was momentarily stunned, immediately realizing what Crimson-eyed Ellie meant by that. From another car, the feigning injured Mahu stepped down, leaping towards this side, his figure slowly emerging from the mist. Mahu looked at Fong Xian and couldn't help but sigh. I originally wanted to continue lurking, but I didn't expect to be exposed so early. Shen Yu and Bai Yulin guarded Fong Xian on both sides, nervously saying, Brother Xian. Ma team? How come there's an undercover agent? Mahu revealed a smile that seemed to toy with everyone. Surprised, aren't you? Fong Xian casually glanced over, dismissively saying, my goodness. Ma team, you are actually an undercover agent. If you hadn't self-destructed, we wouldn't have noticed. Mahu couldn't help but be taken aback, staring at Fong Xian. It seems you anticipated this. Red-eyed Aili turned her head, anger flashing in her eyes, urging Mahu to take action. A yellowish aura sprouted from beneath Mahu's feet, enveloping his entire body. Fong Xian called out to Shinyu and Bai Yulin, you two go up and take a hit. The two didn't waste words, they trusted Fong Xian's words completely and rushed forward without hesitation. In a single encounter, they were knocked back like a broken kite, flying into the mist, their heads tilting as they fainted. Mahu leaped towards Fong Xian. Let me see what other trump cards you have to withstand my level 8 power. A mere level 8 dares to bark. As Mahu leaped, the earth writhed. It formed a surrounding force, trying to trap Fong Xian beneath a mound of earth. The earthen hammer formed by Mahu's hands aimed to smash Fong Xian into pulp. Red-eyed Aili and Fong Xian were tightly pressed together. Just a second ago, Aili's face still bore a teasing smile. But the next second, a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on her fair, tender skin. A sense of crisis washed over her. The blood ring stood in the void beside Fong Chen, slowly opening. Within it sat Tushin Shu, with 3 Tiger Guard Soul Generals seated behind him.
Mahu's pupils shrank to pinhole size, shocked to the core.
He wanted to withdraw and dodge, but it was too late. A swastika flew out as it spun. Mahu was not only shocked that Fong Chen had such a trump card, but even more astonished that the moment this sword-browed, star-eyed monk appeared, his original level 8 power directly dropped to level 7. The swastika firmly imprinted itself on Mahu's body. The earthy armor on Mahu instantly turned to dust, and it felt as if a red-hot branding iron had seared a massive blood-red swastika onto his chest. Accompanied by a painful groan, Mahu's I wish to offer my body and soul to the great deity. I pray for the deity to bestow power.
Believer Mahu,
I am willing to fight to the last drop of blood for the descendants of the great deity with my life.
Huoluo Hiku. Anachi-ku.
Suddenly, Mahu's black pupils enlarged, and his eyes turned completely black, resembling the alien eyes from movies hundreds of years ago.
His combat power skyrocketed to level 9.
In the blink of an eye, Mahu's body merged with the earth.
Fong Xin's keen perception transmitted an overwhelming sense of crisis.
Chitone Aili looked at Fong Xin with a cold smile, her beautiful eyes seemingly speaking, signaling him to hurry up and let go.
Tushin Su floated behind Fong Xin. If he granted Tushin Su power now, Fong Xin's body would be hollowed out, and Tushin Su could reach level 8 combat power in a short time to defeat Mahu, but this Chitone Aili was still a problem. The ground beneath them cracked open. Mahu wore a twisted, eerie smile, dare to harm the little master.
You will die. Chitone Aili smiled confidently.
Unexpectedly, Fong Xin returned a smile. See you later.
The rewind mirror was activated again.
Fong Xin disappeared from the spot.
He directly rewound to 35 minutes earlier, right when he had stabbed Jixiansu with a gun.
Fong Xin quickly replayed the experienced plot as if completing a task.
Then he called for Hua Chang, who, after beating someone up, scratched his head and looked around, puzzled, mumbling to himself. Why do I always feel like I've dreamed about this part before?
Fong Xin thought to himself, it wasn't a dream, he had experienced it 3 times.
Sixth brother. I need to tell you something.
Fong Xin pulled Hua Chang aside. You pretend to leave, but don't actually go. Follow us from behind.
That bastard Mahu is an undercover agent, and there will be an ambush on the road.
We will encounter fog on the way, and after we stop, don't engage the enemy right away. First, beat Mahu up.
It's best to leave him half dead.
Hua Chang looked at Fong Xin in confusion, rubbing his head with a disoriented expression. Huh?
I feel like I've dreamed about this part too.
Fong Xin said, really?
That's quite a rare dream.
Hua Chang looked at Fong Xin suspiciously.
How do you know so many details?
Actually, I came from the future.
Stop bragging.
What clues did you find?
Hua Chang asked. Renling's talent is to listen to others' thoughts. She heard it. Hua Chang suddenly understood, so that's how it is.
The convoy set off again.
Mahu had been treated by a teammate with healing abilities and could now move a little. After eating something to replenish his energy, he lay in the car, his eyes slightly closed, glancing in Renling's direction, thinking of many inappropriate images and fantasizing about some strange content, a wicked smile on his face. After catching a glimpse of Renling's expression, the corners of Mahu's lips curled up slightly. Once in the car, blocking Renling's attention, Mahu sneered inwardly, to fight us, you're still too inexperienced. Mahu's gaze swept around. Tai Lang was driving, Li Bao'er was in the passenger seat eating chips, and Zhang Yaozu was still treating Mahu.
Alright, Xiao Zhang. I'm feeling much better. You should take a break too.
Zhang Yaozu grinned, showing his white teeth. Ma team, if you feel any discomfort, just tell me.
No problem.
Mahu smiled, but a chill rose in his heart. He took out his phone, lay on his side to rest, and opened a live stream to watch people play cards.
He casually sent out a comment. The opponent has already thrown a bomb, and now they only have one big card left. What are you afraid of? Not long after, Su Ben sent a message changing route too.
Mahu once again sent a barrage of comments. The dealer has become the upper hand. I'm really impressed. The car sped along.
Tai Lang, who was driving, suddenly looked at the road ahead shrouded in thick fog. What the hell? How did the road turn into this? What's with this visibility? Calling Xin go. Calling Xin go? Hello? Why is the signal so intermittent?
Mahu pretended to sit up, alertly looking out the window, his expression serious. But inside, he was bubbling with laughter.
I really am a genius.
Suddenly, the car was hit, and with the little visibility they had, they saw Fong Xin's car quickly reversing, resulting in a collision with Tai Lang's car. The ground trembled, and the car sank into the ground. In the distance, many scarlet lights appeared in the fog.
Mahu looked at Fong Xian's car and couldn't help but sneer. What good is reversing? Today, you can't escape. Unexpectedly, before the three-headed dog could act, Fong Xian quickly got out of the front car and, with Ren Ling, directly jumped into this car. The interior of the car was spacious enough to accommodate so many people. Fong Xian squeezed in next to Mahu. Mahu was momentarily stunned at the sight. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing in my car?" "Ma team, sit tight, I'm going to show you a magic trick." Fong Xian smiled innocently. Mahu frowned tightly. What magic trick? Fong Xian helped Mahu sit properly. Then, he punched Mahu squarely in the face. At close range, even with Mahu's 8th level combat power, he was still dazed by Fong Xian's punch. Fong Xian, with a pure expression, asked, "Ma team, how's this magic trick? Did you see your grandma?" Upon hearing this, Mahu was furious, with the enemy at hand. "Instead of dealing with them, you come here to hit your teammate. Fong Xian, do you know what crime that is?" As he spoke, a hazy yellow aura enveloped Mahu, clearly indicating he was about to attack. Fong Xian looked coldly at Mahu. "You don't have a clue where the enemy is, do you?" Hearing this, Mahu's heart sank. But seeing Ren Ling, who could read minds, standing behind Fong Xian, he quickly dismissed his thoughts. "What are you talking about? Act. Keep acting." Mahu stared into Fong Xian's eyes, suddenly a fierce light flashing in his own. "Since you know, then I won't act anymore. Su Ben has already been held up, Hua Lao Lu has gone back, just relying on you few rotten fish and stinky shrimp." But unexpectedly, before he could finish, the car door swung open, and before Hua Cheng could enter, his fist came in first, landing solidly on Mahu's face. Mahu's face contorted violently, looking like a rubber man that had been severely deformed from a heavy blow. Although Hua Jinsung had held back some of his strength, it was still enough to knock Mahu for a loop. Mahu's jaw was shattered on the spot, and his head tilted, completely losing consciousness. Fong Xian immediately said, "Sixth brother, can you completely restrain him, so he doesn't wake up and have any tricks up his sleeve?" Hua Cheng took a talisman from his spatial ring and stuck it on Mahu's face. Mahu became like a zombie. Hua Cheng grinned, "As long as he's not at level 10 combat power, he won't wake up." Everything that happened was a long story, but it all occurred in the blink of an eye. Outside, in the fog, Chitong Aili riding the three-headed dog had already appeared. Without a word, the three-headed dog launched an attack. Hua Chang cracked his neck, his face filled with excitement for battle, and charged at the three-headed dog. Only then did he see clearly that besides the three-headed dog and Chitong Aili, many strangely looking people had emerged from the fog. Rather than saying it was a person, it was more like a monster, resembling a game character called Goblin from hundreds of years ago, with crimson eyes, rushing over here while waving a stick. Fong Xian's gaze was fixed on the direction of the crimson-eyed Ellie, and he instructed Li Bauer and the others, "You protect Ren Ling." After saying this, he jumped out of the car. At that moment, crimson-eyed Ellie was standing next to the first car, mistakenly believing that Fong Xian was still inside. She violently elbowed the car window. Realizing the sound of wind rushing past her ears, Ellie quickly dodged, but Fong Xian had already experienced Ellie's incredible speed and activated his instant flash skill as soon as they faced each other. With a loud bang, Fong Xian once again pinned crimson-eyed Ellie against the car. Under the impact of immense force, the car slid sideways, leaving several black marks on the ground. This time, Fong Xian skipped the previously asked lines and changed his questioning approach. "Your parents were killed by the Mudley Hall, and you are still working for them?" Fong Xian asked this to confirm his suspicions based on previous events. Sure enough, after Fong Xian asked this question, crimson-eyed Ellie's expression changed dramatically for the first time. Her 4 tiger teeth became sharp, and her nails turned pitch black and sharp as she lunged at Fong Xian, shouting angrily, "They are sinners who defied the gods. Anyone who disrespects the gods will face divine punishment. They died as they deserved." Fong Xian had long anticipated that Ellie could suddenly turn into a vampire. The moment crimson-eyed Ellie opened her mouth, he raised his armored arm to block her bite. With his other hand, he grabbed Ellie's delicate white wrists and pressed them against the car roof. Ellie tried to lift her leg to knee Fong Xian. Fong Xian sidestepped to avoid the attack and held his ground against Ellie. Thus, it was indeed true that crimson-eyed Ellie was working for the infamous Mudley Hall from long ago, and her status was not low. Moreover, from what crimson-eyed Ellie said, it felt as if she had been brainwashed by a cult. She kept talking about how the gods could not be desecrated, to the extent that she no longer recognized her own mother or father. No matter how much crimson-eyed Ellie struggled, it was futile. Her crimson eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. "Let me go. I am a descendant of the gods. Your disrespect is an affront to the gods. You will face divine punishment." Fong Xian asked 3 questions in a row. Where is the headquarters of the Mudley Hall? Which god are you referring to? What did your parents do that was disrespectful to the god you speak of? Crimson-eyed Ellie struggled desperately, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she shouted angrily, Mahu, kill this ant who disrespects the gods. Fong Xian glanced towards the back of the car. Mahu is currently in a dormant state, he might not be able to help you. Crimson-eyed Ellie flicked her tongue, and surprisingly, there was a small whistle under her tongue. Then, she blew into it. A sharp sound echoed out. Fong Xian immediately felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the 3-headed dog rushed over here recklessly. The left and right heads roared at Fong Xian. Damn! Bold lecher! How dare you be rude! Let go of my young master! Let go of the young master! You bastard! Don't touch my young master! My young master! A mental attack accompanied by a dual assault of ice and fire swept towards Fong Xian. At the critical moment, a giant dragon of energy coiled around Hua Cheng's exterior, pushing up hard against the 3-headed dog from below. The 3 heads of the dog were pushed back, tilting upwards. Fong Xian hurriedly crouched down to dodge. However, the residual wave of ice and fire energy still affected Fong Xian, and he felt a scorching burn on his back, as if he had just opened a steamer and reached out, getting scalded by the steam, leaving him feeling red and warm. Thanks to the strength attribute, the skin is tough and the flesh is thick, otherwise, the flesh on my back would have been cooked by now. Just at this critical moment when the talkative 3-headed dog was attacking Fong Xian, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hand. The crimson-eyed Ellie had vanished from the spot. What he had been holding, Ellie's hands, was now replaced by something else. This object took the place of Ellie, allowing her to slip away from Fong Xian. When Fong Xian saw what it was, he couldn't help but freeze. It was a doll. To be precise, it was a sunny day doll. This doll looked incredibly familiar to Fong Xian. There had been one hanging in the car of Ellie's parents when they had their accident. There had also been one hanging in the car of Fong Xian's parents during their accident. Now, Ellie's twin sister had given Fong Xian another sunny day doll. Fong Xian looked at the crimson-eyed Ellie not far away. She was also staring back at him. As she slipped away, the mist parted to reveal their clear view of each other. At that moment, Ellie took a door out from her spatial ring and stood it behind her. The door slowly opened. Behind it was a pitch-black void. Dare to disrespect the divine. You shall face divine punishment. After saying this, Ellie stepped into the door. The 3-headed dog, shaking its head, charged into the door as well. Its massive body forced its way through. Just before leaving, it turned back and glared fiercely at Fong Xian. Pervert! Next time we meet, I'll chop off your little buddy. Chop off your little buddy. The door closed. As it shut, Fong Xian caught a glimpse of the scene inside. It was a dark canyon with black rock walls. Occasionally, blue ghostly flames flickered within the canyon, as if ghosts were patrolling the valley. At the far end of the canyon, a massive, pitch-black hall stood ominously. That dark hall seemed like the eye of the underworld, fixed upon the vast earth. Just a glance sent chills down his spine, and an unsettling feeling arose, causing goosebumps to form on his skin. After the door closed, it vanished without a trace. The thick fog that enveloped the area slowly dissipated. Fong Xian shivered. The sunny day doll he had just held began to ignite spontaneously. He quickly threw the doll away. Nearby, gasps of surprise were heard. The goblins that had been attacking the few cars behind began to wither, and with a series of popping sounds, they resembled deflated inflatable dolls, turning into mere skins, and soon ignited, leaving only ashes behind. Fong Xian tugged at his shirt. The residual heat from the 3-headed dog's attack had left a burn on his back, which still stung a bit. Today had been a whirlwind of foreseeing the past and future, and if he activated the rewind ability again now, he would surely feel drained afterward. Hua Cheng, who had his hair singed by the flames from the 3-headed dog during the battle, now had a strange smell emanating from his scorched hair, which had turned into yellow curls. He brushed his hair aside and looked in the direction where the door had been. Damn it, that 3-headed dog is really tough. I broke 4 or 5 of its ribs, and it was bleeding from its nose and ears, yet it still looked fine. And it got away. Ah, Xin, did you manage to get anything out of that pretty girl? The Hall of Mud. Hua Cheng's face stiffened. The Hall of Mud? After saying this, he seemed to realize something and hurried towards the car behind. The people in the car were all injured. Mahu was still lying in the back seat, with Hua Cheng's talisman stuck to his face. As the car door was suddenly yanked open by Hua Cheng, the talisman fluttered in the wind. Hua Cheng took a careful look. Damn! Fong Xian also leaned in to check. He was actually dead. Mahu's eyes had no whites, they were pitch black, just like what Fong Xian had seen during their last battle. A strange smile lingered on his face. He looked very peaceful. The others in the car were also stunned by the scene. They had been so focused on the fight that they hadn't paid attention to Ma Hu. Why is he dead? Fong Xin asked, bewildered.
Hua Cheng tore off the talisman and stuffed it into his spatial ring. I can't say for sure, but it's probably some kind of sinister talent skill. A part of his soul has been stripped away and is in someone else's hands, which means his life is in someone else's grip. Now that we've caught him, to prevent him from revealing secrets, we can only kill him to silence him.
Did he say anything before he died?
Hua Cheng turned to the others in the car.
Sure, Tai Lang scratched his head. I think he mumbled something. The others seemed to have some recollection as well. Li Bauer, like a little rabbit, chimed in. He seemed to say, Huoluo e chiku, anachiku. That sounds about right. Sure, Tai Lang slapped his head. Sixth brother, what does that mean? Fong Xin asked.
Hua Cheng scratched his head, with burnt hair fragments falling messily. It should be some kind of incantation.
Don't ask me what it means, I don't know.
All information about the Mudley Palace has been covered up, and the confidentiality level involved is very high. However, there are infiltrations from our side into the Mudley Palace. This needs to be reported to the higher-ups. I thought it was just the Eternal Night Army playing infiltration, but it seems the Eternal Night Army and the Mudley Palace are connected.
Is anyone concerned about me? A voice came from the side.
Everyone turned to see Ren Ling huddled in a corner of the car, looking pitifully at everyone.
Let's finish the mission first. Together, Hua Cheng said.
Su Ben and his team quickly approached, sporting several injuries. A large chunk of flesh seemed to have been swept away from his back, exposing white bones, and even through the gaps in his ribs, one could see his heart beating.
You're hurt so badly? Hua Cheng went up to him.
Su Ben lit a cigarette, while letting his healing teammates tend to his wounds, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, that bastard didn't play fair. It's also my fault for being careless and not dodging. That's how I got hit.
What about casualties? Fong Xin asked. No casualties on this side.
Su Ben took a deep drag from his cigarette. Damn it, only 2 are left in my squad.
How did Ma Hu die? Hua Cheng patted Su Ben's arm. I'll escort you from behind. Get in the car. I'll tell you about Ma Hu's situation in the car. The group got into the car one after another. The next leg of the journey was very smooth, with no obstacles. 2 hours later, after passing through numerous checkpoints, a massive building emerged on the horizon. It looked like a giant ball.
There were several other buildings next to the spherical structure. A sign on one side of the entrance had some words on it, possibly worn and faded from years of wind and rain, but the words were still legible. Research Base No. 33 of Taisu. Upon arrival, they saw a middle-aged man wearing thick glasses waiting in the distance.
Dad!
Ren Ling excitedly ran over upon seeing the man. After handing over the mission to the person in charge here, the person in charge invited Fong Xin and the others to stay for a meal. Ren Ling was energized upon seeing her dad. She had been well behaved for the latter part of the journey, but now with the support, she became a bit petty. Immediately hugging her father Ren Wenzhong's arm, tears streamed down her face.
Dad! I was beaten.
Ren Wenzhong saw his daughter crying and noticed her face was a bit swollen.
Did you encounter danger on the way?
Come on, there are healers here who can help reduce the swelling. Unexpectedly, Ren Ling wiped her tears.
Dad! It wasn't the enemy who hit me, it was those people escorting me. What? Upon hearing this, Ren Wenzhong's brows furrowed. You mean those people from the 9th Division hit you?
Yes. It was that one called Fong Xin who instigated it, and the one named Li Bauer who did it.
Dad, you have to stand up for me.
Ren Wenzhong examined the injuries on his daughter's face.
This is outrageous. These people are too unreasonable.
You weren't injured by the enemy, but by your own people. Seeing her father so angry, Ren Ling wiped her tears again.
Dad, especially that Fong Xin, you don't know how arrogant he is. He even said to report to his superior at will. He wasn't afraid at all.
Ren Wenzhong gritted his teeth.
Let's go. I'll take you to find our dean. We need to confront them. Even if the 9th Division is full of talent, they shouldn't hit the people they are supposed to escort. Isn't that too much? The father and daughter quickly made their way to the dean's office. After knocking, they hurried inside. The dean of the research base took off his reading glasses and smiled. Wenzhong, is that you? You brought your daughter? Her name is Ren Ling, right?
This is Dean Li, call him Grandpa Li.
Grandpa Li. Ren Ling choked out. Dean Li was taken aback. What? What's going on?
Ren Wenzhong said angrily, Dean Li, are you going to take care of this? My daughter wasn't injured by the enemy on her way here, but was beaten by people from the 9th Division. Look at her face, it's all swollen, and she has a huge bump on her head.
After checking, Dean Li asked, Ren Ling, can you tell me why they hit you?
Ren Ling wiped her tears, crying pitifully. Their attitude was very bad. They complained that I was slow in packing my things, and then they hit me.
Who hit you? It was that one named Li Bauer who did it, and Fong Chen instigated it.
Dean Li comforted him. Wenjong, please sit down. I'll find someone to verify this. As he spoke, he made a phone call, and soon received a reply confirming that it had indeed happened, but it was said that Ren Ling had been verbally abusive first.
Ren Wenjong stood up. Dean, did you hear that?
This is too lawless. Even if my daughter was a bit harsh with her words, they shouldn't have hit her like this.
We need an explanation today.
Dean Li gestured. To hit someone over a verbal dispute is indeed excessive.
I happen to know Dean Su from Tiandun Academy.
I'll give him a call about this matter.
Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation.
When the call connected, Dean Li said, Brother Boshang, it's me, Li Hanlin.
Hanlin, what made you think to call me?
Brother Boshang, I know I shouldn't bother you without a good reason, but I also know that the 9th Division is full of talent, each one a genius.
While we can understand that geniuses have their own personalities, sometimes being too flamboyant isn't good, right?
Su Boshang replied, what happened?
Did they not escort the person properly?
It's like this, they did escort the person, but during the escort, there was a bit of a quarrel, and the 9th Division's team members hit the escorted personnel.
I checked, and it was quite severe. Now the child's father has come to demand an explanation.
Su Boshang slammed the table and shouted angrily, what?
This is too much. Even if there was a quarrel, they shouldn't hit the escort personnel. This is completely without any rules. You tell me who did it. I'll go give them a punishment. We need to give that father and daughter an explanation.
Li Hanlin felt that the matter was settled when he heard Su Boshan's anger.
The one who acted is Li Bauer. The one who instigated is Fong Xin.
Who?
Li Hanlin thought Su Boshan's side hadn't heard clearly. He raised his voice again to repeat. The one who acted is Li Bauer. The one who instigated is Fong Xin.
Brother Boshans, this kind of evil wind must not be allowed to blow up. Once there are signs, it must be nipped in the bud. Ren Wenjong patted Ren Ling's hand, indicating that she had definitely vented her anger. Ren Ling wore a proud smile on her face. No matter how important the 9th Division was, her dad was an important figure, and it wouldn't be hard for him to deal with the two of them.
Letting you two bully me on the road. Ren Ling smiled at Li Hanlin.
After Li Hanlin finished speaking, he didn't expect there to be no response from the other end of the phone for a long time. Noticing the silence, Li Hanlin mistakenly thought the call had dropped. After checking and finding no issues, he could still hear Su Boshan's breathing on the line. After a few seconds, Su Boshan's coughed and cleared his throat. Old Li, are you sure it's these two?
Absolutely sure.
And they both admitted it. Brother Boshans, I completely agree with your point earlier. Even if there was a conflict with the escort, they shouldn't have resorted to violence.
How can we keep such students without punishment for the new year?
Su Boshans hurriedly said, Hey,
Old Li, don't say things like that.
I never said anything about not punishing them for the new year.
Li Hanlin sensed a hint of something intriguing in his words. What's wrong, Brother Boshans? Is there something tricky about this?
Su Boshans awkwardly smiled. Old Li, I think this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. Don't worry, when they come back, I will personally interrogate the whole situation and will give them appropriate punishment based on the severity of the incident.
Li Hanlin naturally caught the implication. Brother Boshans, the father and daughter are standing in my office waiting for the punishment result.
They are just two students, and they both admitted it.
Moreover, as the dean, isn't it just a matter of saying a word to punish them?
At the very least, let them come over now and apologize in person. How about this? Let them come over to apologize first, and after they go back, you can give me the punishment result.
Su Boshans hurriedly said. Old Li, no, please don't. Li Hanlin frowned. Brother Boshans, why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say it plainly. You can't handle two unruly new students?
Su Boshans helplessly smiled. Old Li, my Old Li, if it were someone else who got beaten, I could give you a straightforward answer and let it go. But the problem is, the two who acted, I don't dare to touch at all.
Li Hanlin frowned, glanced at Ren Wenjong and Ren Ling, then sat down and asked in a deep voice, Brother Boshans, why don't you reveal the background? Let me hear who is so arrogant, disregarding the rules. It's better if you don't know this.
No way. My people have been bullied. Buddha fights for a stick of incense, and people fight for their dignity. I don't believe it. I must let my people vent their anger today.
Even if they are from prestigious families, regardless of anything else, the one who instigated, the one who acted, Li Bauer, she must accept punishment, right? Come on, I don't believe this. You tell me, who is behind her? I'll handle it.
Su Boshans said, that Li Bauer, she is the granddaughter of Li Tian, the former vice commander of the Taiping Corps.
You remember Li Tian, right?
The one who single-handedly cut through the encirclement of 4,000 eternal night troops. If I punish this little ancestor, that person's knife will be at my head in no time. If you want to vent your anger on those people, then go ahead. I'll cheer you on. Li Hanlin's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but tremble. He licked his lips, then cleared his throat awkwardly. Seeing Renling's eager eyes, longing to hear about the punishment of those two, Li Hanlin continued with a righteous tone, if this is really tricky, what about the other one? Surely you can deal with that one, right? I've never heard of any prominent family with the surname Fong. Oldly, this one is even more heavyweight. Do you know what the predecessor of the 9th Division was? There was someone with the surname Fong in the predecessor of the 9th Division. You should have some impression of that, right? Li Hanlin's hand involuntarily shook violently. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair, but that person has been living incognito for many years. Su Bushing chuckled, alright, let me put it this way. This is something I figured out myself, so don't go spreading it around. This child's mother's surname is Yi. Now, guess what the surname of the person behind the 9th Division is? Hearing this, Li Hanlin shifted uncomfortably again. He glanced at Renling, raised his teacup to his lips but didn't drink, then set it down. Su Bushing's voice came through the phone again, oldly, speaking of which, this child has some connection with your Taishu research base. His parents were also part of the Taishu research base. His father's name is Fong Zhengping. If I remember correctly, he was originally the head of the second Taishu research base. Strictly speaking, if his father hadn't gotten into that trouble, he would still be your superior. Li Hanlin was completely stunned, standing up in shock. What did you say? Su Bushing, the old trickster, laughed. I didn't say anything. Oldly, how about this, since they are still with you, you can decide how to handle their punishment. I won't say a word. Li Hanlin's face twitched. Brother Bushing, aren't you digging a pit for me? Well, it's a fact that these two kids hit someone, right? We absolutely cannot condone this kind of bad behavior. You handle their punishment. When they come back, I'll sign off on the punishment results. Li Hanlin immediately said, I think there might be a misunderstanding. I'll investigate further. After hanging up, Li Hanlin looked at Renling and smiled to reassure her, just wait a moment. Things might be a bit tricky. You all sit down, I'll make another call. As he spoke, Li Hanlin made a call to have his secretary find Li Bayer and Fong Xian to inquire about what had happened. Soon, he received news from the secretary, and after reviewing the details, Li Hanlin frowned deeply. Li Hanlin had heard from Ren Wenzhong about his daughter's talent, so he had been mentally prepared all day, not letting Renling see anything unusual. He glanced at Renling. Renling, can you tell me exactly what happened? Renling was confused, not understanding why the previously arrogant Li Hanlin seemed so deflated now, but she still exaggerated. I said I hadn't finished packing my things, and once I was done, we would leave. They complained that I was too slow, and I said I wanted to go pick up a package, but they wouldn't let me. Then that Li Bayer came up and slapped me hard. It knocked me out. Grandpa Li, people like them must be severely punished. Did you call the Tiandun Academy earlier? What did they say about the punishment? Hearing Renling's embellished account, Li Hanlin couldn't help but shake his head and smile. You go apologize to them. Renling was stunned. She had been eagerly waiting for those two to be punished. Now, to have them come and apologize to her? She had planned to take the opportunity to humiliate them properly. How had the conversation turned around so quickly? Was there still any law or justice? She had been bullied by Fong Xian and Li Bayer before even seeing her father. Now that she has seen her dad, she was still being pressed down by Fong Xian and Li Baer. Wasn't that a waste of time meeting her dad? Grandpa Li, why is that? I'm the victim. Renling started to throw a tantrum again. Ran Wenzhong stood up angrily and said, Director Li, what is going on? How did it come to my daughter apologizing to them? You just said they are from prestigious families, right? Is that the reason? That is part of the reason. Ran Wenzhong shouted angrily, what kind of prestigious family can they be? Wenzhong, let me put it this way, even Director Su from Tiandun Academy wouldn't dare to mess with these two. Ran Wenzhong stood up in fury, this is too lawless. Is there no rule in the 9th Division? Do they think the 9th Division is their home? Li Hanlin took a sip of tea, yes. Ran Wenzhong was taken aback, and Li Hanlin covered his cup. Wenzhong, some things can't be said openly, but let me be direct with you since we are closing the door today. From what I just heard, the 9th Division is indeed their families. This statement left both Ren Wenzhong and Ren Ling dumbfounded. Ren Ling began to unleash her skills of unreasonable argument. Grandpa Li, this is unfair. Even if the 9th Division is their families, my dad has contributed to the organization. What about the second-generation heir? Did his dad contribute to the organization? Fong Xian's father was originally the head of the No. 2 Tai Su research base. Ran Wenjong exclaimed in shock, he is Fong Zhengping, Mr.
Fong's son? When he mentioned Fong Zhengping, admiration filled his eyes. Li Hanlin nodded with a smile.
After seeing the expressions of Ren Wenjong and Li Hanlin, Ren Ling fell silent. She had kicked a solid iron plate. She didn't expect to encounter a second-generation heir with no weaknesses, unable to fight back in any way.
Then Fong Xian has a background. What about Li Bauer? What has her family contributed?
Ren Ling was still somewhat unconvinced. Ran Wenjong also looked at Li Hanlin, seeking an answer.
Li Hanlin put down his teacup. Li Bauer's grandfather is a founding hero. You can live in this relatively stable era thanks to the contributions made by her grandfather back in the day. Oh, Fong Xian's grandfather's contributions are even greater than Li Bauer's grandfather.
Li Hanlin's simple statement left Ren Wenjong and Ren Ling speechless.
They couldn't find words for a long time.
In terms of contributions, their little contributions were nothing compared to the contributions of the previous generations. If they were to compare backgrounds, there was no contest.
So am I just going to be beaten for nothing?
Ren Ling cried pitifully. Seeing his daughter cry, Ren Wenjong said solemnly, directly, they don't have to apologize, but they shouldn't make my daughter apologize, right?
My daughter is the victim.
Li Hanlin looked at his phone, where a video sent by his secretary was playing, recorded during the execution of a task.
After placing the phone on the table, Ren Wenjong frowned after watching it and glared at Ren Ling.
How can you say such hurtful things? They were trying to protect you. You cursed at them so harshly and deliberately made things difficult for them. I thought they were being excessive, but it turns out you were the one being excessive. It's all my fault for spoiling you too much. Director, it's my fault as a father. I will personally apologize to them.
Fong Xian and the others were eating when they saw Ren Wenjong dragging Ren Ling over. He immediately apologized to Fong Xian and the others, making Fong Xian feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing Ren Wenjong so sincere, Fong Xian also took the blame and apologized. It's also our fault for not controlling our tempers well. I apologize to you, I shouldn't have let my teammates hit your daughter. With the conversation opened up, the atmosphere eased considerably, and Li Hanlin stepped in to mediate. After dinner, Hua Chang led the team back along the same route. On the way, he brought up Ji Xuanzi. Ji Xuanzi had not died like Mahu, but the situation was not optimistic. His complexion was a purplish hue, as if he had been poisoned, and he occasionally foamed at the mouth. Hua Chang checked him over and prepared to return to find a high-level mental awakening practitioner to ask directly. Fong Xian sent a message to Ai Li, senior sister, I saw your sister. She has joined the Muddy Hall. Ai Li quickly replied, where? Fong Xian told her the truth, and Ai Li's message came back. When do you have time? Let's meet up. I've found some things following the previous clues. Wait until my next mission. Okay. Fong Xian recalled the place where he had seen Ai Li's sister enter through the door. That place should be the infamous headquarters of the Muddy Hall. It must be said that the door in Ai Li's sister's hand was indeed a pretty good treasure. Moreover, that sunny doll was also a nice treasure. So far, they had only unearthed the tip of the iceberg of the Muddy Hall. This legendary Muddy Hall, which had been pushed aside by the church, still lived on today like a centipede that, though dead, did not stiffen. Not only that, but it had also infiltrated the 9th district. How many unknown secrets were still hidden after this? At the same time, on the other side, in a dark canyon, the three-headed dog had its tongue hanging out, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth all the way. Its ribs were visibly caved in at several places. The left head chattered incessantly. Little master, slow down. Your face is so pale. If I see that lecher again, I will definitely bite off his thing to drink with. The right head echoed the left's words like a parrot, bite his thing. Red-eyed Ai Li sat against the pitch-black rock wall, her face pale and bloodless. Recalling everything that had just happened, red-eyed Ai Li gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, Fong Xian. The blue flames floating in the canyon suddenly danced chaotically. They saw a figure flying out from the dark hall at the end of the canyon. Wearing a mask with only a simple smiley face on it, the newcomer was short, dressed in loose clothing, with both feet floating in the air, hands tucked into the wide sleeves, and under one arm, he carried a stick with a white lantern on it, the candlelight flickering inside, illuminating the words Muddy Hall above. Upon seeing that figure, the three-headed dog immediately became alert, seemingly wary of the other party. The left head muttered quietly, damn it, that bastard Wenchoer is here, probably here to cause trouble. The right head viciously echoed, bastard. After the short Wenchoer floated over, the three-headed dog immediately greeted him with flattering smiles. Oh, Chief Wen is here? You've grown quite a bit taller today. What brings you here personally? You could just send a servant. Grown taller again. Wenchoer frowned, looking down at red-eyed Ai Li. His voice was sharp and grating.
You three beasts, if you dare to be sarcastic again, we'll cut out your tongues. The three-headed dog tilted its head, showing a human-like fawning smile. When Shower coldly stared at Ai Li. Ai Shi, the hall master wants you to go over. Red-eyed Ai Li slowly stood up, her fists involuntarily clenching, seemingly very nervous. Chief Wen, is grandmother very angry?